On his way home, Lin-Shin gets stopped by a pretty promoter in a tight fitness suit pushing Calm's son martial arts school. She piles on the sales pitch, bragging that the school is officially authorized, topped her in Dragonside City, and even has long-breath instructors teaching students personally. Lin-Shin politely says he will think about it, but the promoter hears the brush off immediately and desperately drops the price to 7,999 spirit coins. He still walks away untouched, leaving the disappointed girl behind as he disappears into the crowd. A few minutes later, Lin-Shin reaches a bus stop, boards the number 32 bus with the crowd, pays 1 spirit coin, and settles into a corner window seat. As the bus pulls away, Lin-Shin stares out at the city and lets out a long breath, still not used to the fact that he woke up in another world a week ago. At first the world looked almost normal, with high-rises, cars, and modern clothes, but Lin-Shin slowly realized the similarity was only on the surface. This world has no countries at all, only cities ruled by sects, and Dragonside City itself stands under the joint control of the Raging Waves, Azure Frost, and 9 Sun sects. What keeps those sects in power is simple and brutal, martial strength far beyond ordinary people. There are barely any guns or modern weapons here, but martial arts and immortal techniques that should be fantasy are common knowledge. In Dragonside City, every teenager can start cultivating at 15, and the dream is always the same: pass the annual exam and enter a sect academy. Strength decides status here, so becoming a cultivator means escaping ordinary life and stepping into privilege. Lin-Shin thinks about the body he inherited, an 18-year-old Willow Academy student now facing the final exam. That student practiced the standard origin breathing technique and the 9 Sun sect's blazing sun palm, but his talent was painfully average. After more than 2 years of effort, he had only reached Chi Transformation Level 3 and sat in the middle to lower ranks of Willow Academy. Without a miracle, that level of strength would not even earn him the right to take the exam, let alone enter one of the big academies. By the time the bus reaches his stop, Lin-Shin has already made up his mind to stop complaining and figure out how to survive in this new world. At least his transmigration left no family behind, and after several careful days of probing, he has blended in with his teachers and classmates without raising suspicion. He cuts through a remote alley and arrives at the rundown apartment building he now calls home. The place is so worn out that even the rusted stairs shriek underfoot like they might collapse. On the third-floor corridor, Lin-Shin runs into his next-door neighbor Lu De, a bald middle-aged real estate agent heading out for overtime work. Lu De casually greets him for getting back so early, and Lin-Shin answers with the same polite distance they always keep between them. After a few pleasantries, Lin-Shin heads for his room, while Lu De watches him go with a complicated look. Lu De remembers Lin-Shin as the hardest-working student he has ever seen, and it only makes the boy's lack of talent feel more unfair. He sighs that almost everyone chasing the 3 major academies ends up ordinary in the end, just like him, stuck working an office job for life. But Lu De does not know the real turning point has already arrived, because everything changed the moment this new Lin-Shin appeared. Lin-Shin steps into his dark apartment, where the curtains are drawn and the dim living room finally gives him privacy. Standing in the middle of the room, Lin-Shin does nothing at all, and 2 shadows suddenly peel away from his body. In seconds, the shadows finish solidifying into 2 perfect duplicates of Lin-Shin, leaving 3 identical bodies facing each other in the dim room. Lin-Shin is not surprised, because soon after arriving in this world he discovered 2 tiny figures in his mind that looked exactly like him and cultivated on their own day and night. Even better, every bit of progress those clones make feeds straight back into his real body, giving him a cultivation speed he could never reach alone. Now that 5 days have passed, Lin-Shin finally decides to check exactly how much his cheat has done for him. With a thought, a gray status panel appears and shows his basics: above average talent, Chi Transformation Level 3 at 92%, and progress in the Origin Breathing Technique and Blazing Sun Palm. When he focuses on the clone section, the panel shifts to show each duplicate's separate gains, and both of them have advanced faster than he has. The numbers make him grin, because in just 5 days the clones pushed the Origin Breathing Technique up by more than 10% and the Blazing Sun Palm by about 5%. His own training only nudged the Origin Breathing Technique from 75% to 78%, which makes the clone's non-stop efficiency look even more absurd. Clone 2 improved faster for a simple reason: it rolled above average, a talent that boosts cultivation speed by 20%. Clone 1's talent is stranger but useful, offering big boosts to resistance, stamina recovery, and wound recovery through indomitable perseverance. Lin-Shin also learns he can borrow 1 clone talent for himself at any time, and right now he has already picked above average to speed up his own cultivation. That immediately sends his mind racing toward the future, because if above average exists, even stronger talents should exist too. At the bottom of the interface, he finds the next promise of growth. Clone 3 is already condensing at 40%. With progress rising 8% a day, Lin-Shin realizes a 3rd clone should arrive in 8 more days, and he quietly hopes that one comes with an even better talent. Satisfied with the numbers, Lin-Shin turns his attention back to the 2 waiting clones and decides to cash in their training. At a single thought, both clones turn into white streaks and shoot back into his body. The moment they merge, a flood of cultivation memories and understanding crashes into Lin-Shin's mind. At the same time, his whole body trembles as sharp cracking sounds burst from his flesh and bones, like he is being reforged from the inside out. Several seconds later the noise fades, and Linshin opens his eyes looking noticeably sharper and more alive than before. When he checks the panel again, the result finally lands. Linshin has broken through to Chi Transformation Level 4. For the first time in more than half a year, he finally pushes past the wall that trapped the previous owner of this body at Level 3. The result leaves him almost stunned, because just these 2 clones are already worth more than 10 times his old cultivation efficiency. That breakthrough also sharpens his view of the road ahead, from Chi Transformation to Long Breath, Bright Aperture, and eventually the realm of Cultivator Masters. Long Breath experts can crush crowds with overwhelming force, Bright Aperture figures can begin using talismans and spells, and true masters rule cities like Dragonside from above. He suspects Cultivator Masters are basically immortal cultivators by another name, but he forcibly shelves the question because that dream is still too far away. Right now, only one thing matters to him: getting strong enough fast enough to qualify for the examination. Before the clones appeared, his future looked like a dull office life after graduation, but now he can finally see a path upward. Now that he has seen that chance, Linshin has no intention of settling for ordinary anymore. Joining one of the academies under the 3 great sects becomes his first real step toward climbing to the top of this world. The problem is that cultivation depends on wealth, techniques, companionship, and location, and Linshin is painfully lacking in every one of them. He came from a welfare institute and survives on official subsidies, so even buying enough meat to support cultivation has been a struggle. Without enough nourishment, training his body costs twice the effort for half the result, which helps explain why the old Linshin stayed stuck for so long. That is why the academy matters so much, because only a higher cultivation institute can give him the stronger methods, resources, and guidance his path has been missing. So by the end of the night, Linshin narrows everything down to one urgent mission: win the qualification to take the exam. Back in his apartment, Linshin stares at his status and realizes he is still only at Chi Transformation Level 4, far short of the Level 5 or 6 he wants before the exam. Seeing that his breathing technique is only 4% from a breakthrough, Linshin quickly figures his 2 clones can push it to greater mastery in a single day. That hope steadies him, and he heads straight to the kitchen to turn yesterday's beef into fuel for cultivation. Living alone has made him efficient, and before long he sets out a huge meal of stir-fried beef and an absurd mountain of noodles. He devours everything, because for Linshin, dinner is not comfort food, it is cultivation material. Instead of resting after the meal, Linshin sits cross-legged in the living room and immediately starts refining that food into essence and blood. As the breathing technique circulates, his blood roars through his body like a river and the force of it becomes almost visible. Half an hour later he opens his eyes and exhales a long thread of white smoke, showing the training worked even if the progress is tiny. When he checks his status again, the number still reads 1%, and Linshin knows the gain was too small for the interface to even bother showing. He can only sigh, because the same amount of spirit beast meat would have pushed his cultivation much harder. Spirit beast meat is perfect for low-level body tempering, but the cheapest kind costs more than Linshin's entire monthly allowance, so it is completely out of reach. Still, his research into the clone system has already taught him one useful thing: the clones can also speed up body tempering by eating and cultivating with him. The clones are as strong as he is and can be controlled directly, but they are trapped by one brutal rule: they can only roam freely inside a fixed range around him. Inside 30 meters, the clones cost him nothing to maintain, so Linshin names that safe zone the zero consumption distance. Past that limit, the price hits hard, and Linshin learned the worst case the painful way: one clone at 150 meters drains him dry in about half a minute. And with 2 clones active, that miserable endurance gets cut in half again. That discovery crushed his original fantasy of hiding at home and commanding endless clones from far away. A 30-meter radius is so short that his clones cannot even leave the apartment block properly, and Linshin can only mutter that he needs to make that distance bigger. When he tests the clone again, the result suddenly changes, and Linshin realizes the zero consumption distance has stretched to 40 meters. Excited now, he keeps experimenting until the pattern is clear. One clone's half-minute limit has also jumped from 150 meters to 200. It does not take him long to connect the dots, because the only real change is yesterday's breakthrough to Chi Transformation Level 4. Linshin realizes stronger cultivation means wider clone range, and that one idea instantly revives his old dream on a much bigger scale. But before any grand future matters, Linshin snaps back to the urgent problem in front of him. He needs spirit beast meat, which means he needs money. His welfare allowance barely covers daily life, so Linshin finally admits he will have to find a way to earn money himself. The next morning, Linshin arrives at Willow Academy and walks into the usual pre-class chaos. At his seat, he finds his desk mate Xing Hongxing frantically copying homework from Su Yuan again, like this is just part of their normal routine now. Su Yuan complains that Xing Hongxing practically begged for help, and Linshin just smiles because he has seen this scene too many times already. Xing Hongxing claims he was too busy practicing to finish the work, and Su Yuan calls that bluff immediately, saying Linshin is the only one he would believe. The teacher walks in just as Zheng Hongxing finishes his last desperate line, and the morning sinks back into dull, ordinary classes. By the time the fourth morning session ends, the whole class looks half asleep, until the lunch bell sends everyone rushing for food. Lin Shen runs to the canteen with Su Yuan and Zheng Hongxing, because martial arts students are always starving by noon. The buffet lunch is one of Lin Shen's few real advantages, since his tuition is covered and this is one place where he can finally eat his fill for free. That small kindness from Dragonside City matters to him, especially because he knows places ruled by heretic sects are far crueler to ordinary people. In the afternoon, the mood changes completely, because cultivation classes matter far more to the students than any cultural lesson ever will. Since all three boys practice blazing sun palm, they attend the same course together under instructor Kong Hong. Kong Hong walks the field correcting stances and reminding everyone that true blazing sun palm uses the whole body, not just brute force from the arms. When Kong Hong says real proficiency means integrating essence and blood until a red heat wave forms with the strike, Zheng Hongxing and Su Yuan can only curl their lips at how far away that sounds. Lin Shen ignores that reaction and throws himself fully into practice, because even this combat technique still helps temper his body. He knows his palm technique lags behind because he invested most of his effort into the breathing technique, but he keeps training anyway because small progress is still progress. The stadium fills with sharp whistling strikes as the class drills the technique over and over. As Kong Hong patrols the field, his attention suddenly locks onto Lin Shen, because one glance tells him the boy has broken through to Chi Transformation Level 4. Lin Shen finishes one full set drenched in sweat, only to find his blazing sun palm still stuck at beginner 57%, exactly where it started. He takes it calmly, because he already knows this technique only crawls forward after 6 or 7 full practice sets. Kong Hong steps over to confirm the breakthrough, and Lin Shen respectfully admits he advanced last night. The instructor is genuinely pleased, because for an orphan with almost no resources, reaching level 4 through sheer effort is rare and impressive. The moment Kong Hong walks away, Su Yuan and Zheng Hongxing rush over with open envy, because Lin Shen just joined the tiny group of ordinary students who made it to level 4. Lin Shen only says he still has a long way to go, and he means it, but his friends mistake that seriousness for modesty. Instead of discouraging them, Lin Shen's breakthrough lights a fire under both boys, and the easy friendship immediately turns competitive. Su Yuan openly vows to hit level 4 before the exam, convinced his talent is enough if he just works hard. Zheng Hongxing says less, but his eyes say the same thing. Now that Lin Shen is ahead, he wants to catch up and pass him too. Lin Shen reads both of them easily and stays unconcerned, because while they talk, his 2 hidden clones are still cultivating in his mind. Near the end of class, Kong Hong claps everyone together and announces a third-year academy competition on the 15th of next month. The real spark comes when a student asks about rewards, and Kong Hong reveals that the top 10 will receive origin pills. First place gets a whole bottle, second to fourth get 6 pills, and even 5th to 10th get 3, turning the stadium into an instant uproar. Lin Shen's heart jumps immediately, because he knows origin pills can accelerate the origin breathing technique and are wildly expensive for someone like him. To ordinary students, a bottle of 12 pills is a fortune, and even Zheng Hongxing from a better-off family cannot hide his temptation. But the excitement cools fast when Zheng Hongxing points out the obvious problem. If the influential family disciples enter, ordinary students have almost no chance at the top 10. Su Yuan pushes back that those rich disciples might not even care about such a reward, but that still does not solve the deeper problem of too many strong third years competing for too few spots. For Su Yuan and Zheng Hongxing at level 3, the top 10 is almost impossible, and even Lin Shen knows his own hope is still slim. Even so, Lin Shen immediately understands what this competition really is: the Academy's last chance for ordinary graduates to grab cultivation resources before the big exam. With nearly a month left before the tournament, Lin Shen quietly starts forming a plan around those pills. By the end of the day, one thought has hardened into a vow: no matter what, Lin Shen has to win origin pills. After class ends, Zheng Hongxing cheerfully invites Su Yuan and Lin Shen to eat, but Lin Shen turns him down because he still needs to speak with Kong Hong. Lin Shen goes straight to Kong Hong and asks if there are any part-time jobs suitable for a student. Kong Hong understands immediately and tells him that now that he has reached Chi Transformation Level 4, one useful job has finally opened up. Kong Hong offers him a position as a training partner at Calm Sun Martial Arts School, and Lin Shen pauses when he recognizes the name from the flyers he saw before. Kong Hong warns that the work is rough and offers to find something easier, but Lin Shen instantly chooses the harder job because he needs the better pay. Seeing that resolve, Kong Hong agrees to contact the martial arts school and tells Lin Shen to head there later. After leaving the stadium and changing clothes, Lin Shen skips the martial arts school for now and heads home first to check something more important. Back in his apartment, Lin Shen opens his clone status and sees both clones stuck at the same progress, confirming that level 4 has sharply slowed the breathing technique's gains. Even so, the missing 4% is finally enough, so Lin Shen immediately merges with both clones to push the technique over the line. The flood of insight upgrades his original breathing technique to mastery, and Lin Shen finally relaxes with real joy because his cultivation speed should recover. Lin Shin checks Clone 1's perseverance talent, and realizes it boosts resistance, stamina recovery, and wound recovery, making it perfect for a job where he is about to get hit for money. He switches his active talent from above average to perseverance, and a dense strengthening sensation runs through his whole body at once. Satisfied with the new toughness, Lin Shin grabs his backpack and heads out for Calm Sun Martial Arts School. Calm Sun Martial Arts School turns out to be an upscale place in the city center, and the bright lobby immediately shows Lin Shin this is no shabby side job. At reception, Lin Shin says Kong Hong sent him to apply as a training partner, and the receptionist politely asks him to wait. A few minutes later, Gao Jun comes out, sizes Lin Shin up, and bluntly warns him that this job means constant injuries unless he backs out now. Lin Shin calmly accepts the warning, so Gao Jun leads him inside to test whether he can actually survive the work. As they pass the glass combat rooms, Lin Shin sees what training partners really are: armored bodies enduring brutal practice while clients hammer them again and again. Gao Jun points out the training partners, and when Lin Shin doesn't flinch at the ugly job description in motion, Gao Jun starts thinking Kong Hong may have sent him a solid candidate. At the far end of the corridor, Gao Jun reaches an empty combat room, but before he can begin the test, a slim young man steps out from the room opposite and changes the plan. Gao Jun greets him as young Master Yang, and Yang Zhongyi immediately volunteers to test Lin Shin himself after hearing he is applying as a training partner. Gao Jun clearly hates the idea but can't refuse an important client, so Yang Zhongyi casually locks in the match before anyone else gets a say. Once Yang Zhongyi goes back inside, Gao Jun hurriedly warns Lin Shin that this client is at Chi Transformation level 7 and proficient in Blazing Sun Palm. That number makes the gap brutally clear to Lin Shin, because Yang Zhongyi is strong enough to crush him head-on. Sensing Lin Shin might back out, Gao Jun sweetens the danger with 500 spirit coins for the session, and that is enough to make Lin Shin agree on the spot. Gao Jun immediately stuffs Lin Shin into full cowhide protective gear and even adds reinforced ceramic plates, desperate to keep his new applicant in one piece. When they enter the combat room, Yang Zhongyi takes one look at the fully armored Lin Shin and laughs at how overcautious Gao Jun has become. Lin Shin answers Yang Zhongyi's ready by taking his position more than 10 meters away, already eager to measure himself against a true elite. Yang Zhongyi notices that strange excitement in Lin Shin's eyes and finds the kid interesting before finally giving the order to begin. The instant the fight starts, Yang Zhongyi explodes forward like a beast and crosses the 10-meter gap almost before Lin Shin can react. His blazing sun palm comes down with a blast of heat, and Lin Shin only half dodges before the burning strike slams into his left shoulder. The ceramic plate on Lin Shin's shoulder shatters from the blow, but instead of flying off or collapsing, he only staggers back a few steps. Lin Shin grimaces, resets his defense almost immediately, and surprises Yang Zhongyi, who expected a level 4 training partner to be flattened by that hit. Now genuinely interested, Yang Zhongyi grins and starts attacking in earnest, eager to see just how much punishment Lin Shin can absorb. A storm of blows fills the room, and Lin Shin can do little but block and dodge under the pressure. Even so, Lin Shin refuses to go down, and stands there like a wall, absorbing one heavy strike after another with only sways and short steps back. Watching from the side, Gao Jun is stunned that a mere level 4 student with no obvious defensive technique can be this absurdly tough. That shock quickly turns into excitement for Gao Jun, because he realizes Lin Shin could become one of the school's better training partners after a few breakthroughs and some proper polishing. And as Gao Jun thinks it through, the school's real standard becomes clear: a good training partner is not just a punching bag, but someone tough enough to stay standing long enough to guide the client. After half an hour in the combat room, Lin Shin is drenched in sweat and aching all over, while Yang Zhongyi looks barely winded. The gap between level 4 and level 7 hits Lin Shin hard, but instead of panicking, he quietly reminds himself his clones will help him catch up. When Lin Shin stretches and catches his breath, the soreness fades fast, and he realizes perseverance is already repairing the damage. Yang Zhongyi gives him an impressed thumbs up and bluntly says even the school's silver tier coaches cannot tank hits like this. He immediately turns to Gao Jun and asks to keep Lin Shin as his regular training partner at silver tier pay. Gao Jun lights up at the offer, because he already wants to recruit Lin Shin and has no reason to say no now. A staff member brings over a contract, and Gao Jun explains that Lin Shin is skipping bronze tier and starting at 1,000 spirit coins an hour. The number jolts Lin Shin, because 1 hour of this job pays more than his whole monthly allowance. He quickly weighs the catch too. The pay is amazing, but being Yang Zhongyi's punching bag hurts enough that most people probably could not last a full hour. After skimming for traps and finding none, Lin Shin signs without dragging it out. Yang Zhongyi waits for the signature, then asks with an eager smile if Lin Shin is rested enough to go again. Lin Shin is mildly surprised by how decent this rich young master feels in person, because Yang Zhongyi is casual and pushy but not arrogant. Lin Shin tests his body, finds most of the soreness already gone, and agrees to another round. That recovery speed even surprises Yang Zhongyi for a second, and the two dive back into training with fresh excitement. That night back at his apartment, Lin Shin drops onto the sofa and admits perseverance is the only reason he survived an hour against a level 7 opponent. His mood brightens when he looks at the bag beside him, because today's cash pay has already turned into half a kilo of spirit beast pork. It is the cheapest mass-bred spirit beast meat in the city, but to Linshin, finally holding real spirit beast pork still feels like a big step forward. He heads straight to the kitchen and cooks 3 bowls of lean meat noodles. Then he summons both clones, and the 3 Linshins crowd around the table to eat like they have been starving. The meat tastes worse than normal pork, but the moment it goes down, a warm surge floods through all 3 bodies. That strange heat confirms why spirit beast meat is so prized, and Linshin keeps eating with real satisfaction. As soon as the bowls are empty, all 3 sit cross-legged to cultivate and squeeze every bit of energy out of the meal. The spirit beast meat digests at a terrifying speed, and Linshin feels the converted energy temper his muscles and bones from the inside out. A few minutes later he snaps his eyes open and immediately calls up his status to see the result. The interface shows his main body has jumped to Chi transformation level 4%, and even Blazing Sun Palm is sitting at beginner 59%. Realizing one meal gave him 3% progress, Linshin finally understands why spirit beast meat is so brutally expensive. He checks the clones too, sees they each gained the same 3%, and immediately folds them back into himself. With the clones retracted, his cultivation jumps again to level 10%, and the next breakthrough suddenly feels close. Linshin does the math and realizes that if he can keep eating spirit beast meat every day, he could reach level 5 in about a week. He knows ordinary students need months for that jump, so the sheer power of his clone cheat leaves him thrilled all over again. 3 days later in cultivation class, Linshin finishes a set of Blazing Sun Palm and finally nudges it up to beginner 60%. That tiny gain in 3 days annoys him, and he decides that once he reaches level 5, one clone needs to focus entirely on martial technique training. He reminds himself the competition will not be decided by cultivation alone, because sharper martial skill can let a level 4 student beat someone at level 5. Kong Hong suddenly appears nearby with a strange look and says Gao Jun already told him how absurdly durable Linshin is. What really throws Kong Hong is that Linshin should be sore and bruised after yesterday, yet he still looks fresh and full of energy. Linshin can only shrug and smile, because he obviously cannot explain perseverance or the clone system out loud. Kong Hong finally writes it off as a natural physical gift and tells Linshin to keep working, buy more spirit beast meat, and chase a good result in the competition. After class, Linshin has barely changed before Zheng Hongxing hooks an arm around his shoulder and starts fishing for gossip about that talk with Kong Hong. Su Yuan joins them, and Linshin keeps it simple by saying he only asked Kong Hong to help him find part-time work. His friends understand his money trouble and smoothly change the subject instead of pressing him any further. Zheng Hongxing immediately pivots to teasing Su Yuan about secretly dating Qian Hui from Class B. Su Yuan denies that it is official, but his grin gives away that he is very pleased with himself. The boys laugh it off, and Su Yuan readily agrees he will owe them dinner once the relationship is real. Their banter breaks when a commotion ahead makes Zheng Hongxing stare and blurt out that someone big has arrived. Linshin turns and sees about 10 beautifully dressed young heirs and heiresses crossing the academy with obvious pride, instantly drawing a crowd. He instantly recognizes the type. These are disciples from influential cultivation families, a crowd that usually keeps ordinary students at arm's length. Among them, Yan Xing and Zhao Shuiying stand out immediately as the two everyone else is orbiting around. Yan Xing looks tall, sharp, and untouchable, carrying himself like nobody here is worth his attention. Zhao Shuiying is quieter but just as impossible to ignore, and male students nearby cannot stop staring at her as she walks. Seeing that crowd reminds Linshin of Yang Zhongyi, so he quietly asks his friends who Yang actually is. Zheng Hongxing nearly chokes when Linshin and Su Yuan both admit they do not even know that famous name. So Zheng Hongxing finally explains the city's cultivation hierarchy, from the 3 great surnames down to the 10 preeminent clans, altogether known as the 18 influential families. He adds that Yang Zhongyi's Yang family and Yan Xing's Yan family are both among the 5 famous families, while Zhao Shuiying comes from one of the even stronger 3 great surnames. That explanation makes Linshin realize Yang Zhongyi was even more important than he guessed, which only makes Yang's easygoing attitude feel rarer. Compared with this proud crowd, Yang Zhongyi suddenly seems far more likable to him. With that, Linshin loses interest in watching them and leads Zheng Hongxing and Su Yuan out of the academy. After school, Linshin heads back to Calm Sun Martial Arts School for another evening of part-time training work. His second day goes smoother, and after an hour of getting used to the punishment, he leaves with fewer bruises and 1,000 spirit coins in hand. On the way home, he buys half a kilo of white-headed pork, already thinking about how much faster tonight's cultivation will go. That good mood breaks when shouting erupts behind him in the dark street. A towering armored figure with a yellow scarf charges out from the corner, gripping a spiked club like a rampaging beast. Linshin recognizes it instantly as a yellow-scarved warrior and is stunned to see a talisman puppet like that loose in a residential area. A squad in black uniforms rushes after it, and their leader shouts for bystanders to stay out of the Martial Enforcement Hall's pursuit. After spotting the Hall's emblem, Linshin wisely backs off because a Chi transformation student like him would be crushed by a long-breath puppet in one hit. Once they vanish into the night, Linshin briefly wonders what kind of criminal would use a yellow-scarved warrior, then decides it is none of his business. To avoid crossing paths with them again, he changes direction and takes a longer route back to his apartment. Far ahead, the chase keeps going until Han Wu finally closes to striking distance behind the slower yellow-scarved warrior. Han Wu lunges and unleashes a blue wave-like saber slash that tears through the air toward the puppet's back. The puppet whirls around and smashes the saber energy apart with its spiked club, but the impact knocks it off balance. That opening is enough for the martial enforcement hall to surround it, and Han Wu orders everyone to kill the mindless puppet instead of wasting time talking. Even though it fights fiercely, the yellow-scarved warrior cannot withstand a group assault, and is cut down piece by piece. Han Wu finally beheads the puppet, and it bursts into smoke, leaving only a broken talisman drifting down. But when the smoke clears, Han Wu realizes the stolen item is gone. His men are baffled too, because they saw this puppet kill someone and snatch the treasure during the escape. They suspect the real culprit, Tiandian, may have slipped away with it again, and the name alone says this is the same slippery murderer who keeps escaping their traps. Han Wu thinks through the pattern. Tiandian is only at the 8th level of Qi transformation, but stolen talismans and treasures keep saving him whenever he should have been caught. After more than 3 months of failed captures and countless reprimands, losing both Tiandian and the item gives Han Wu a fresh headache. When a subordinate suggests the puppet may have hidden the item somewhere along the route, Han Wu decides they have no choice but to search the whole path back. Even with little hope, he forces the team to keep moving and literally smacks their spirits back up, insisting Tiandian must be running out of tricks by now. For Linchen, that dangerous encounter quickly fades into the background as he throws himself into classes, part-time work, and non-stop cultivation for the next week. A week later, he finally breaks through to Qi transformation level 5, and the new status screen makes him grin in relief. The same breakthrough finishes the third clone's creation, and a blurry shadow peels away from Linchen before solidifying into another full copy of him. When Linchen checks the new clone, the real surprise is its talent, Pure Yang Body. The talent description hits hard, because Pure Yang Body gives a huge boost to Yang-type cultivation speed and power, and Blazing Sun Palm is exactly that kind of technique. Excited, he immediately orders the third clone to practice Blazing Sun Palm and watches a completely different level of fluidity come out. The clone's movements remind Linchen of Kong Hang's old demonstrations, which makes the Pure Yang Body feel even more outrageous. After one full set, the progress jumps by 1%, which is many times faster than his other clone can manage. Now Linchen sees a real path to the academy competition, because level 5 already puts him near the top students, and stronger Blazing Sun Palm could carry him into the rankings. He notices the third clone is barely panting after the palm routine, which proves Pure Yang Body really is built for this technique. So he quickly reorganizes his training. Clone 3 will grind Blazing Sun Palm, clones 1 and 2 will keep working on the original breathing technique, and he can switch talents himself depending on the task. He even starts thinking ahead to a fourth clone, and the empty progress bar only makes him more certain his growth is about to snowball. Back in the academy gymnasium, students practice Blazing Sun Palm as usual until Kong Hong passes Linchen and suddenly realizes something is off. Kong Hong stares in disbelief, because Linchen is clearly giving off the strength of a 5th-level Qi transformation cultivator. He stops the lesson just to ask, and Linchen calmly confirms that he really has broken through again. To keep suspicion down, Linchen quickly credits Kong Hong's part-time job and the spirit beast meat it paid for, giving the teacher a believable reason for his sudden progress. Kong Hong decides that makes more sense than Linchen being a once-in-a-century monster, though he still revises his opinion upward and sees real potential in him. Linchen is relieved he got away with it, but the whole scene also reminds him he needs some way to hide his aura from now on. The surrounding students erupt at the news, because Linchen went from level 4 to level 5 in only 8 days. The class starts treating him like a top student on the rise, and among the stunned faces, Zheng Hongxing and Su Yuan are hit the hardest by how fast he has changed. After class, Linchen has to work hard just to escape the swarm of curious classmates, and the attention already leaves him sweating. He quietly misses the days when he was easy to ignore and only talked comfortably with Zheng Hongxing and Su Yuan. Zheng Hongxing and Su Yuan stop him next, staring at his sudden progress like they can barely believe it. Linchen repeats the same excuse he gave everyone else, and his two friends finally let the mystery drop. Seeing an opening, Linchen flips the conversation to Su Yuan's love life and asks if the date finally became a real girlfriend. Su Yuan shyly admits it worked, and Zheng Hongxing immediately demands an introduction. Su Yuan promises karaoke on his treat soon, and the three friends end the awkward day on a much better note. Back at the apartment, Linchen checks Clone 3 and is thrilled to see the Pure Yang Body pushing Blazing Sun Palm ahead by a huge chunk in a single day. Seeing the numbers, Linchen quickly realizes Blazing Sun Palm should reach proficient by tomorrow if this pace holds. The excitement fades when he turns to a harder problem. He still needs a technique that can hide his aura. After thinking it through, he concludes the true martial pavilion is his only legal option for that kind of rare method. But those advanced techniques cost far more than he can pay, so for now he can only shelve the idea. He checks the bottom of the interface next, and sees Clone 4 already condensing at 5% progress. 19 more days until another clone is enough to fire Linchen up all over again. He also confirms that breaking into the 5th level expanded his clones' zero consumption range, making them much easier to deploy around the apartment building. At Calm Sun Martial Arts School, Yang Zhongyi slams Lin Shen's armored shoulder hard enough to shatter the ceramic plate. Even so, Lin Shen only sways for a moment and snaps right back into a guarded stance, which makes Yang Zhongyi stop in surprise. When Yang Zhongyi asks, Lin Shen openly admits he broke through to Qi Transformation level 5 yesterday. Yang Zhongyi likes that answer for a very practical reason. Now he can make Lin Shen endure 2 full hours as a training partner. Lin Shen agrees immediately, because more pain is fine if it means more money. The brutal practice continues, but Lin Shen can take it because perseverance helps him recover through the punishment. From the corridor outside, Gao Jun watches Lin Shen withstand the assault and quietly praises both the boy and Kong Hong's teaching. 2 hours later, Yang Zhongyi casually warns Lin Shen that cultivator criminals have been appearing in the eastern districts. Yang Zhongyi's warning instantly reminds Lin Shen of the yellow-scarved warrior, and his heart jolts even though he keeps his face mostly steady. He thanks Yang Zhongyi and lets the matter pass, while Yang heads off still sounding relaxed. By now Lin Shen has Yang Zhongyi mostly figured out, friendly, capable, easy to like, and always flirting with the receptionists. The only part Lin Shen does not understand is why someone from an influential family keeps coming here instead of training at home, but he decides not to pry. On the way home, he stops at the Spirit Beast meat shop and doubles his usual white-headed pork purchase now that his training partner pay has risen. The extra food lifts his mood, because every coin he earns can go straight back into cultivation. Then his mood turns sharp when he suddenly feels a malicious gaze following him. He scans the area but finds nothing, and the hostile feeling fades before he can confirm it was real. By the time he reaches his apartment, he can only laugh at himself and go inside. 2 days later, Lin Shen merges with all 3 clones in the living room, and the flood of insight pushes Blazing Sun Palm up to proficient. When he opens his eyes, the result is exactly what he wanted. Blazing Sun Palm has finally reached proficient. He tests the technique at once, and a single palm tears the air with a scorching wave that heats the whole room. That display makes it clear to him that Blazing Sun Palm has finally become a real combat weapon, not just a body-tempering exercise. With ordinary students rarely reaching this level, Lin Shen now believes the competition's top 10 is firmly within reach. After doing the math, he decides 9 more days should be enough to push Blazing Sun Palm from proficient up to mastery before the competition. He sets his sights even higher after that, aiming for Qi Transformation level 6 in first place before the competition arrives. Still in high spirits, he practices a little more, washes up, and goes to bed with no idea a night attack is coming. Deep in the night, a tall, thin man waits in the shadows outside Lin Shen's apartment building and watches in silence. Then Tiandian moves, slipping toward the building like a ghost without making the old stairs creak once. At Lin Shen's door, he uses a silent talisman and quietly breaks the lock open. He slips inside, finds the bedroom, and uses the same silent trick again on the second door. The moment the bedroom opens, Lin Shen jolts awake and starts to rise from the bed. Tiandian is faster, firing an immobilizing talisman into Lin Shen's chest and pinning him flat before he can react. With Lin Shen helpless, Tiandian coldly demands to know where the item is. Lin Shen genuinely has no idea what he means, and that answer earns him a brutal punch to the stomach. Lin Shen forces himself to stay clear-headed and realizes this intruder is no ordinary burglar, because nobody robs a poor apartment with talismans this expensive. Tiandian studies Lin Shen's confusion and suddenly realizes the boy never knew he was carrying the thing Tiandian had planted on him. That fits what Tiandian already observed. If Lin Shen had found it earlier, the Martial Enforcement Hall would have come for him by now. So Tiandian changes tactics and asks for the backpack Lin Shen usually carries. Lin Shen points him to the backpack on the living room sofa, and Tiandian leaves the bedroom without a hint of doubt. In the living room, Tiandian tears through the bag and finds a jade slip hidden inside. The moment he confirms the jade slip is intact, relief gives way to murderous intent, because now there is no reason to leave Lin Shen alive. But when Tiandian steps back into the bedroom, something is wrong at once. The immobilizing talisman is gone from Lin Shen's chest. A tiny sound clicks behind him, and Tiandian whirls around too late. Lin Shen bursts into the opening with an enraged Blazing Sun Palm, slamming the scorching strike into Tiandian's chest and roaring for him to die. Lin Shen's furious palm strike slams Tiandian into the wall before the intruder can defend himself. When Tiandian spots another Lin Shen leaping up from the bed, his pain turns into pure disbelief. Tiandian forces himself to fight through the ambush wound, and his higher cultivation lets him overpower the Lin Shen clone in the first exchange. Then Tiandian freezes again as a blurry shadow peels off Lin Shen and becomes a third identical body right in front of him. He briefly wonders if Lin Shen is some kind of cultivator master, but the idea makes no sense and only rattles him more. As 2 clones press him in the cramped room, Lin Shen stays back near the door and watches for his chance. Clone 1 fights like a berserker, soaking up damage without caring about its own life and turning the battle into a brutal grind. What really shocks Tiandian is the other clone's Blazing Sun Palm, which burns hot enough to look like mastery. Lin Shen is startled too, because this is his first real look at how much the pure yang body boosts that palm technique. Reassured by that extra power, Lin Shin decides the 2 clones already in the fight are enough and keeps his last clone in reserve. Watching the fight, Lin Shin finally connects the intruder to the criminal chase from 10 days ago. He concludes Tian Dian hid something valuable in his shoulder bag during that chase and came back tonight to retrieve it by force. The thought leaves Lin Shin angry and chilled, because without his clones he would have died over someone else's mess. Meanwhile, the drawn-out fight wears Tian Dian down, and his old wound plus the new injuries leave him visibly weakening. Realizing he will lose if this continues, Tian Dian decides to gamble everything on killing the real Lin Shin. He whips out a steel saber and slashes both clones across the chest to blast them out of his way. With the path open, Tian Dian lunges straight at the doorway and drives the saber for Lin Shin's heart. But Lin Shin had kept one last clone in reserve, and it materializes in an instant to take the stab for him. Tian Dian tries to pull back in horror, but the impaled clone locks both of his wrists in place. A heartbeat later, the other 2 clones smash blazing palms into Tian Dian's back and skull before he can even beg properly. The twin palm strikes snuff Tian Dian out on the spot, and his body goes limp in the suddenly silent room. Lin Shin does not relax until his clones confirm the intruder is truly dead. Only then does the fear hit him, and Lin Shin realizes his back is soaked with cold sweat. He bitterly admits that without the ambush and the injury it caused, an enemy at Tian Dian's level could have killed him tonight. He also realizes that if Tian Dian had carried a second immobilizing talisman, tonight might have ended with his own corpse on the floor. Then he has the clones pull Tian Dian away from the body that took the fatal stab for him. Seeing Clone 2's corpse finally explains the stabbing pain Lin Shin felt in his own chest when the saber went in. Lin Shin quietly appreciates that saving Clone 2 for the end was exactly what kept him alive. For a moment he worries a dead clone might be gone for good, which would make this narrow victory far more costly. Instead, the dead clone body warps and disappears, and Lin Shin immediately pulls up his interface to check what happened. The interface shows Clone 2 in a death state with a 24-hour resurrection timer, and that answer alone is enough to ease his mind. With the clone problem solved, a new one hits him. He cannot safely hand Tian Dian's corpse to the Martial Enforcement Hall without exposing his secret. So before deciding anything else, Lin Shin chooses to search Tian Dian and find out what was worth breaking in and killing over. To his surprise, Tian Dian is carrying almost nothing on his body except one small, finely made piece of jade. A closer look turns that confusion into delight when Lin Shin recognizes it as a storage jade plate. He knows storage jade plates are precious low-level storage treasures worth around 500,000 spirit coins, so finding one here is a huge windfall. Since these jade plates are not locked like true magic tools, Lin Shin opens it on the spot. A whole pile of loot crashes out onto the floor, including spirit coins, pill bottles, books, weapons, clothes, and daily supplies. The first count leaves him stunned, because the cash alone adds up to more than 330,000 spirit coins. For a second he can only think one thing: he is suddenly rich. He quickly reins himself in and starts checking the pill bottles one by one instead of celebrating too early. The biggest surprise is 4 bottles of essence tempering pills, a valuable cultivation aid that can speed up his progress. He also finds spring-on healing pills and face-changing pills, which explain how Tian Dian likely stayed ahead of the law. The last bottle is worse. It contains melting liquid, and Lin Shin immediately realizes it could solve his corpse problem. After setting aside the junk, Lin Shin narrows the truly important finds down to 1 jade plate and 4 books. The narrow jade plate catches his attention immediately, because it looks exactly like the kind of item someone could hide in his backpack without him noticing. He suspects this is the real target Tian Dian planted on him that night, but there is no way for him to read it yet. Since guessing will not help, he stores the mystery jade plate away for the day he reaches bright aperture stage. He schemes 1 book and realizes it is probably a notebook, so he sets it aside for later reading. Then the last 3 books hit him with another windfall. They are all secret technique manuals. After the fight, Lin Shin eagerly flips through Tian Dian's 3 secret manuals and immediately spots the one he needs most: mortal restraint. Looking at Tian Dian's body, Lin Shin bitterly admits the night almost killed him, but the payoff is huge enough to make the risk feel worth it. He sorts out the manuals and realizes Shadows is a movement technique, mortal restraint hides aura, and Meltdown is a Yang-type martial skill. Lin Shin lights up at the idea of giving Meltdown to Clone 3, then deflates when the manual says it needs chi and inner essence from the long breath stage. That disappointment makes Lin Shin suspect Tian Dian grabbed these manuals only recently, and died before he could train any of them. Since Meltdown is out of reach for now, Lin Shin decides to rush Mortal Restraint and Shadows to beginner as fast as possible. Before anything else, he packs the loot away, opens the window, and slips out with Tian Dian's corpse when the street below looks empty. In a deserted wasteland, Lin Shin uses the melting liquid to erase Tian Dian's body and buries the remains under sand until no trace is left. Back in the apartment, the danger finally catches up with him, and Lin Shin drops the idea of starting a technique tonight because he is mentally spent. The next day, Lin Shin calls Su Yuan for leave and keeps his voice casual, while the apartment still carries faint signs of last night's trouble. When neighbors come asking about the late-night commotion, Lin Shin smoothly lies them off and shuts the door with a quiet breath of relief. That close call convinces him he needs a more isolated place, because future clone cultivation will only get harder to hide in this apartment building. Now that Tian Dian's money has solved his biggest problem, Linshin finally has the means to rent somewhere better. He takes out mortal restraint again, rereads the manual twice from start to finish, and refuses to miss a single detail. Once he is sure he understands the text, Linshin begins comprehending mortal restraint together with 2 visible clones in the living room. He knows most people need weeks or even months to hit beginner, so this is really a test of whether clones can speed up understanding, not just brute force cultivation. Linshin spends the whole day on mortal restraint, stopping only to eat and wash before pushing late into the night. When he recalls the clones, a flood of shared insight hits him, and Linshin confirms that clone comprehension really does feed back into his own mind. Encouraged by that result, he checks Clone 2's resurrection timer and waits through the last few minutes with growing anticipation. When Clone 2 revives, Linshin immediately sees the chest wound is gone, and its talent has changed from above average to blooming health. That shock turns into excitement when Linshin realizes every revival can reroll a clone's talent. He sizes up blooming health and quickly judges it worse than his better talents, so it is not worth keeping. Even with a full day of resurrection time at stake, Linshin decides to keep rerolling until Clone 2 lands a talent worth using. Then he pats Clone 2 on the shoulder, apologizes under his breath, and raises a steel knife to kill it again for another reroll. Because he is moving house, Linshin asks the school for 3 more days off and starts searching with the confidence of someone carrying real money. He considers renting a guarded villa, but realizes tight security would only get in the way once his clones need to move around at night. After weighing privacy against security, he rents a quiet standalone house in the suburbs and plans to let a clone guard it at night. On the 3rd day, Linshin moves into the new house and finally gets the space his secret cultivation needs. At the same time, 3 days of clone-assisted training finally push mortal restraint to beginner, and Linshin is openly pleased with the breakthrough. He tests mortal restraint in the bedroom mirror, and his whole presence softens until he looks like a much less threatening low-level cultivator. That result reassures him that future breakthroughs will be much easier to hide once mortal restraint improves further. Back in the living room, he checks Clone 2's resurrection timer again and can only stare at the last 12 minutes in weary anticipation. He thinks back on the last 2 rerolls, rejecting fast as lightning as premature and no desire as too creepy and restrictive for real life. What Linshin wants now is simple, a talent that directly boosts cultivation, so he watches the final seconds like a tense gotcha pull. When Clone 2 appears again, Linshin gets the exact kind of result he wanted, God's Jealousy, a talent that doubles cultivation speed while cutting lifespan in half. He likes the doubled speed on a clone, but the lifespan penalty is unsettling enough that Linshin decides this reroll stops here. The next morning, with Saturday free, Linshin gathers all 3 clones in the new house and finally starts a full cultivation session. For the first time, he opens a bottle of essence tempering pills and wonders how much stronger real medicinal support will make his cultivation. He hands 1 pill to each clone, swallows 1 himself, and all 4 begin cultivating together at once. The medicine floods his body with warmth, and Linshin immediately sinks into focused cultivation to absorb every bit of it. More than 3 hours later, Clone 2 finishes far earlier than the rest, proving God's Jealousy really does double cultivation speed. The numbers look even better than he hoped, with each pill adding 5% of progress, clearly outperforming Spirit Beast Meat. With the test results in hand, Linshin splits the workload, Clone 2 on Breathing, Clone 3 on Blazing Sun Palm, and Clone 1 on Shadows with some mortal restraint on the side. Even with Tian Dian's windfall, Linshin can see the money draining fast on meat, pills, rent, and daily expenses, so he still needs income. So he sets a strict routine for the days ahead, school and part-time work by day, then pills and clone cultivation every night. In the martial arts school training room, Yang Zhongyi hammered Linshin with a storm of blazing palm strikes, but Linshin kept his footing and used the ceramic armor smartly whenever he could not dodge cleanly. After another hard round, both of them finally broke apart, and Yang Zhongyi called for a rest with the easy confidence of someone who had just tested Linshin to the limit. As they cooled down with towels, Yang Zhongyi quietly marveled that Linshin had grown from barely lasting an hour to surviving 2 full hours under his serious attacks. When Yang Zhongyi casually asked why he had skipped school for days, Linshin simply said he had been busy moving and had only finished yesterday. After the break, Yang Zhongyi asked if they should continue, and Linshin surprised him by asking for permission to fight back this time. Yang Zhongyi laughed and agreed, but Linshin was dead serious because Tian Dian's attack had exposed how little real combat experience he actually had. The moment they restarted, Yang Zhongyi realized he had underestimated Linshin, because Linshin could attack and defend smoothly even in the heavy ceramic gear. Then Linshin revealed he had reached mastery in Blazing Sun Palm, and the shock on Yang Zhongyi's face turned the spar into a real contest. Stung by that discovery, Yang Zhongyi's battle spirit flared, and he came back at Linshin even harder. That night back at home, Linshin and his 3 clones tore through another Spirit Beast Meat dinner before returning to cultivation as usual. Once the clones split off to cultivate, Linshin sat on the sofa and opened Tian Dian's notebook, hoping the dead man's notes might still be useful. The notebook was messy but valuable, mixing cultivation insights with Tian Dian's daily records, and Linshin quickly found himself drawn to one subject in particular, the black market. As he read on, Linshin reflected on Dragonside City's districts and how the North District stood apart as a chaotic slum where desperate people were pushed to the edge. He knew that truth too well, because without his cultivation talent and government allowance, he might have ended up trapped in the North District himself. The notes described Black Street as a lawless gray zone in the North District, where forbidden pills, cursed items, evil technique materials, rare herbs, and even murder could all be bought. Tian Dian had clearly spent a long time there, and Linshin devoured page after page because this was a world he had never actually seen for himself. On the last page, one entry stopped him cold. Tian Dian had found something called condensing liquid in a Black Street pill shop. He learned that condensing liquid was just waste from refining the precious condensing pill, but even as a byproduct it still carried rich energy for chi transformation cultivators. The catch was brutal. The liquid was packed with pill poison, so anyone who used it would trade away lifespan for faster cultivation. Most cultivators avoided it for that reason, but Linshin suddenly realized the poison mattered far less if a clone was the one drinking it. That made Clone 2 the perfect target, because its god's jealousy talent had already cut its lifespan in half, so squeezing out more cultivation speed was worth the cost. What pushed the idea over the edge was the price, because 1 liter of condensing liquid was absurdly cheap for its effect. Linshin counted his remaining essence-tempering pills and saw the problem clearly. They could only carry him to about the 7th level before his progress slowed badly. With that, he made up his mind to go to Black Street himself and find condensing liquid before his cultivation momentum stalled. The following week, Linshin finally returned to class, and Jing Hongxing and Su Yuan immediately pounced on him to ask where he had disappeared to. Linshin repeated the moving house excuse, and Jing Hongxing was instantly impressed that a training partner job could apparently pay that well. Then the mood turned light, because Jing Hongxing brought up Su Yuan's delayed treat and pushed for a proper night out now that Linshin was back. Su Yuan protested that he only promised karaoke, not dinner, but Jing Hongxing cheerfully exposed that he had a new girlfriend and was now spending money elsewhere. The joke ended with a deal. Jing Hongxing would cover dinner, Su Yuan would cover karaoke, and they asked Linshin if he was finally free tonight. Linshin thought about how nonstop his life had become, and for once he agreed to take a break and go out with them. His rare yes made both friends visibly happier, and they quickly finalized a plan to pick up Su Yuan's girlfriend after school before heading out. Once the evening plan was set, Jing Hongxing and Su Yuan were so distracted all day that they kept slipping up in cultivation class and got scolded by Kong Hong. Linshin stood out even more beside them, because he openly showed his 5th level cultivation now but still deliberately hid his true blazing sun palm progress. He knew that revealing both a cultivation breakthrough and a palm technique breakthrough in 1 week would draw far too much attention. After school, Su Yuan went to get his girlfriend while Linshin and Jing Hongxing waited by the academy gate and talked about what kind of girl she was. Jing Hongxing explained that Qian Hui was from class 2, had a similar background to Su Yuan, and matched him pretty well in status and cultivation. Then Jing Hongxing turned the conversation on Linshin and, half teasing and half envious, told him that plenty of girls had been asking about him lately. Linshin was genuinely surprised, because he had been leaving for the martial arts school so quickly every day that he had no idea he had suddenly become popular. Jing Hongxing bluntly spelled it out. Linshin's looks and rapid rise to 5th level had turned him into a hot prospect, per background or not. Even after hearing that, Linshin shut the idea down immediately, because romance was just not where he wanted to spend his energy right now. Before Jing Hongxing could keep arguing, Linshin looked up and spotted Su Yuan returning with a girl at his side. Su Yuan happily introduced Qian Hui, and she greeted the 2 boys with an easy smile before her attention settled on Linshin with open curiosity. Qian Hui immediately revealed she had heard all about Linshin, because Kong Hong kept praising his perseverance and breakthrough in class as an example for everyone else. That left Linshin caught between embarrassment and disbelief, and he quickly tried to end the subject by steering everyone toward dinner. They headed to a nearby restaurant, and thanks to Qian Hui's lively chatter and Jing Hongxing's antics, the whole meal stayed warm and easy. The only awkward part for Linshin was Qian Hui enthusiastically trying to introduce her friends to him, and he had to keep dodging the setup. After dinner, the group happily moved on to Blue Rose Karaoke, a student-heavy spot near the academy with bright, clean decor instead of a sleazy nightlife vibe. Su Yuan had already booked a private room, so once drinks and snacks arrived, they settled in and started singing without holding back. Linshin was not a great singer, but he still gave it a try twice, which only made the room even louder as the others laughed and cheered him on. Then the mood snapped in an instant when the private room door suddenly burst open and a tall, burly young man with a dark expression charged in with several others behind him. At Blue Rose Karaoke, the mood crashes when Zhou Zhihai barges into Su Yuan's private room with 4 hostile friends. Zhou Zhihai sneers at Su Yuan and Qian Hui, making it clear he came to stir up old resentment, not to talk. Su Yuan tells him to leave, but Zhou Zhihai accuses him of stealing his woman and turns the room ice cold. Qianhui finally steps out from behind Suyuan and shouts that she broke up with Zhou 3 months ago, before she even knew Suyuan. Zhou Jihai refuses to listen and says if he doesn't punish them today, no one will respect him. Xing Hongxing jumps in to calm things down, reminding Zhou Jihai they all attend Willow Academy and this could still be a misunderstanding. But Zhou Jihai only sees a nobody in his way, and he shoves Xing Hongxing aside hard enough to send him crashing into the coffee table. He looks down on Xing Hongxing, then orders his 4 friends to teach Lin Xin and Xing Hongxing a lesson too. Su Yuan snaps and tells Zhou to come at him instead, but the threat has already spread to everyone in the room. Before Zhou Jihai can finish posturing, Lin Xin drops one attacker with a kick and folds another with a punch to the stomach. Lin Xin stays calm, tells Zhou Jihai to stop blaming others for his own mess, and suggests he leave now. Zhou Jihai realizes Lin Xin is much stronger than he expected and demands to know who he is. When a friend whispers Lin Xin's identity, Zhou Jihai is visibly shaken because even he has heard Lin Xin already broke into 5th level. Even knowing Lin Xin is trouble, Zhou Jihai can't back down in front of his own people, so he decides to attack anyway. He lunges first, trying to catch Lin Xin before the fight settles into Lin Xin's rhythm. The room explodes into a full brawl as Su Yuan and Xing Hongxing are intercepted by Zhou Jihai's remaining friends. Qianhui keeps screaming for them to stop, but her voice is swallowed by fists, shouts, and furniture getting smashed. Lin Xin's kick smashes a corner off the glass table, showing just how hard both 5th-level fighters are pressing each other. But once the exchange drags on, Lin Xin's steadier mindset and pain tolerance start crushing Zhou Jihai's nerve. After taking another hit, Zhou Jihai loses his restraint and suddenly uses Blazing Sun Palm inside the private room. Su Yuan and Xing Hongxing yell a warning, because everyone knows using martial arts techniques here could maim someone. Lin Xin doesn't panic at all, and he answers with his own Blazing Sun Palm. The moment Lin Xin strikes, a far stronger scarlet wave erupts from his palm and everyone realizes his Blazing Sun Palm is already proficient. Their palms collide head-on, and Zhou Jihai is blasted backward with a scream. When Zhou Jihai hits the floor, his right hand is burned raw and bloody, and the whole fight finally stops in shock. Su Yuan and Xing Hongxing can only stare, because the friend they thought they knew just crushed a notorious 5th-level bully with ease. Zhou Jihai's friends scramble to carry him out, but Lin Xin stops them with one calm sentence. He doesn't press the fight further. He just points at the wrecked room and makes them pay before they leave. Once Zhou Jihai is gone, the room falls quiet, and Su Yuan finally apologizes for dragging everyone into his mess. Xing Hongxing immediately tells him this was Zhou Jihai's fault, then turns to Lin Xin and marvels that he even trained Blazing Sun Palm to proficient without telling them. Lin Xin plays it lightly, and the tension finally breaks enough for the others to laugh. Qianhui openly praises Lin Xin now, because in their whole grade, very few ordinary students are this strong. Lin Xin accepts the praise without making a big deal of it, because beating Zhou Jihai is already too small for the goal he has in mind. With the night ruined, Xing Hongxing gathers the compensation money and goes to settle things with Blue Rose staff. Before they part, Su Yuan quietly warns Lin Xin that Zhou Jihai is petty and vindictive, so tonight's injury will almost certainly bring revenge. Lin Xin cuts off Su Yuan's guilt and answers with quiet confidence that if Zhou Jihai comes for revenge, he'll take it. A few quiet days pass after the Blue Rose incident, and with 3 clones training beside him, Lin Xin throws himself fully into cultivation. On the 3rd day, his effort pays off and Lin Xin breaks through to Chi Transformation level 6. Seeing his new level, Lin Xin knows this would make him stand out even among Willow Academy's elite students. But instead of chasing attention, he decides to keep hiding his real strength with mortal restraint until the timing feels safer. He also judges that Blazing Sun Palm is already past halfway to another jump in power, and that thought leaves him eager for what mastery will do in real combat. His original breathing technique is already over halfway too, but Shadow still refuses to budge, so Lin Xin decides to wait for a 4th clone and let it tackle that bottleneck. To test his new pace, Lin Xin swallows another essence-tempering pill and starts meditating again. An hour later he has absorbed the whole pill, but the gain is smaller now, which tells him the pills are starting to lose value at his new level. After a quick calculation, he realizes his remaining essence-tempering pills can only carry him to level 7, so he needs a new substitute after that. That leads him back to Tian Dian's notes, where condensing liquid stood out as a much cheaper substitute even if it carries pill poison and cuts lifespan. Since the lifespan cost means little to him, Lin Xin decides to head to Black Street tonight and buy condensing liquid before his pill supply runs low. Before leaving, he takes out a face-changing pill, because anyone entering that place without a disguise is asking for trouble. Lin Xin watches in surprise as the pill reshapes his features into a completely different face. Satisfied that the disguise will hold for a full day, he slips out from the balcony and disappears into the night. He races through the dark eastern district, avoiding the lit streets and relying on his stronger body to keep full speed for a long time. After crossing into the even darker northern district, he pushes on until Black Street finally appears ahead like the one awake place in a sleeping beast of a city. At the entrance, Lin Xin sees half-shuttered shops, dim door cracks of light, and faceless late-night customers moving through the gloom. Once he steps inside, the other visitors barely spare him a glance, which only confirms that disguises are normal here and poking into identities is dangerous. He heads toward the condensing liquid shop from Tian Diane's notes, but keeps his guard up and studies the black market instead of buying blindly. The deeper he goes, the more outrageous the place gets, with pills, weapons, talismans, herbs, and even forbidden demon beasts openly for sale. Even when slick shopkeepers try to tempt him, Lynch refuses to bite, knowing a first-timer can lose a fortune on fakes in a place like this. Then the quiet street jolts when a shop door bursts open and an old man gets thrown out onto the ground. A giant burly man storms out after him, furious that the old man tried to eat without paying. The old man pops back up far too smoothly for someone just kicked, and with a greasy smile he begs Black Bear to let the debt ride. Black Bear is not amused and bluntly warns that if the old man cannot pay now, he will break his legs. Cornered, the old man spots Lin Shin and instantly changes targets, rushing over to pitch cheap secret manuals to this young cultivation genius he has supposedly just recognized. Lin Shin sees right through the act and turns to leave, convinced this old fraud is just trying to swindle a passerby. So the old man drops the scam entirely, throws himself down, and clings to Lin Shin's leg while begging to be saved from having his legs broken. Unable to stand the scene, Lin Shin asks Black Bear for the price and learns this entire mess is only over 20 spirit coins. Lin Shin pays the 20 spirit coins as a small good deed, and Black Bear finally lets the matter drop with one last warning to the old man. Now that he has paid, Lin Shin demands the promised manual anyway, figuring he may as well see whether this ridiculous encounter hides a bargain. The old man produces 3 tattered manuals and proudly insists they are precious treasures he would never normally sell. When the first manual turns out to be a weapon technique called Dragon Spear, Lin Shin actually starts listening for a moment. But the old man's explanation quickly swerves into obscene nonsense, and Lin Shin's interest dies on the spot. The second manual, Demon Subduing Staff, somehow sounds even worse when the old man cheerfully explains that the demon it subdues is evil women. By the time the old man starts introducing a third manual with another shameless name, Lin Shin cuts him off and tells him to keep the whole set. The old man stares after him like a rejected salesman, then casually glances lower and mutters that youth must be nice if Lin Shin can ignore such precious techniques. On the black street, Lin Shin finally gets fed up with the sloppy old peddler, grabs one manual at random, and cuts the deal short before his temper snaps. The old man cheerfully calls after him to come back if it works, which only makes Lin Shin walk even faster without looking back. Once he is safely away, Lin Shin checks the manual and sees it is Dragon Spear. A quick skim confirms his suspicion. The book is full of ugly drawings and messy writing, not some hidden supreme art. Lin Shin shakes his head at his own bad luck and keeps the fake manual anyway as a 20 spirit coin reminder not to trust easy bargains again. About 10 minutes later, he reaches the shop named in Tian Diane's notebook, and from the outside it looks like nothing more than an ordinary little grocery store. Inside, the place is cramped, dim, and unsettling, with only a weak lamp lighting the room. Behind the counter, the chubby balding owner reluctantly looks up from his lurid magazine and coldly asks what Lin Shin wants. Lin Shin quietly asks for condensing liquid while scanning the cramped shop and quickly judges that the shelf junk is only there for show. The owner quotes 2,000 spirit coins per liter, and Lin Shin plays it safe by ordering 5 liters first so he can test the notebook's claim before buying more. After taking the money, the owner pulls out a hidden box packed with 50 small bottles of pale green condensing liquid. Lin Shin leaves with the box in his hands instead of using his storage jade plate, because showing that kind of treasure on the black street would be asking to get robbed. He makes it out of the black street without trouble, and runs under the night sky for more than half an hour until he gets back to his apartment. Back home, Lin Shin looks at the condensing liquid and finally relaxes, knowing he now has enough resources to push toward level 8. He also fixes his eyes on the coming competition in 8 days, because first place would win him another bottle of Origin pills. Elsewhere in a bright luxury suite, Yanxing lounges on a sofa in silence while Zhou Zhihai sweats across from him, too nervous to speak first. When Yanxing finally speaks, he bluntly asks if the young man came here just to get help teaching Lin Shin a lesson. The sweating young man hurriedly frames it as a matter of family reputation, claiming Lin Shin disrespects the influential families in private. Yanxing cuts the excuse apart at once, reminding him he already lost to Lin Shin one-on-one, so any lost reputation is his own fault. Before Zhou Zhihai can beg further, Yanxing cuts him off and flatly refuses to get involved. A bodyguard immediately escorts the rejected young man out, leaving him humiliated and powerless. Once Zhou is gone, Yanxing openly sneers at his greed and makes it clear he never saw him as more than a hanger-on from a declining old family. But instead of dismissing the matter entirely, Yanxing calls for an investigation into Lin Shin's background. Left alone again, Yanxing leans back under the chandelier and finds the idea of a commoner genius genuinely interesting. Outside the hall, the rejected young man comes out with a dark face, and his waiting companions rush over to ask whether Yanxing agreed to help. His silent headshake crushes the group, and their panic makes it obvious none of them can handle Lin Shin on their own. Their words drag the young man right back to the slap he suffered, and even his healed right palm seems to ache again with humiliation. That simmering shame hardens into a vow. Even without Yanxing, the young man swears he would get revenge on Lin Shin for that slap. 3 days later, Lin Xin uses up the last of his essence tempering pills and finally breaks through to Chi transformation level 7. The leap leaves him exhilarated, because in less than a month he has climbed from level 4 to level 7 at a speed that should be impossible for an ordinary student. Looking at the 3 clones around him, Lin Xin knows exactly where that absurd progress came from and starts imagining how terrifying his growth will be once he has even more of them. Once the excitement settles, he takes out the box of condensing liquid, because that is the only cultivation resource he has left now. He tosses one vial to Clone 2 and uses that body as the first test subject. Clone 2 downs the condensing liquid in one gulp and is hit immediately by a brutal burning pain, like swallowing hot lava. The clone forces himself into meditation and takes more than half an hour to digest the medicine. When it is over, the clone looks pale and drained, which confirms Tian Dian's notes were right about the liquid damaging the body. Even so, one small bottle boosts cultivation by 2%, and that is good enough for Lin Xin to judge the trade worthwhile. He quickly works out the bigger picture too. If he wants to reach level 9 and eventually long breath, the 5 liters he bought are nowhere near enough. Still, he decides not to rush back to the Black Street yet, because buying a huge batch only 3 days after his first visit would draw dangerous attention. For now, he assigns Clone 2 to keep cultivating with condensing liquid while the other 2 focus on Blazing Sun Palm and the Shadows technique. Lin Xin feels confident Blazing Sun Palm can reach mastery before the competition, but Shadows still refuses to break through that last thin barrier. Realizing solo comprehension is too slow, Lin Xin switches his own focus to Shadows as well to help force that breakthrough. Back at school before classes end, Su Yuan quietly asks whether Zhou Zhihai has been bothering Lin Xin again lately. When Lin Xin says no, Su Yuan and Zheng Hongxing are both surprised that someone as vindictive as Zhou Zhihai has stayed quiet for this long. Lin Xin does not dwell on it, because as far as he is concerned, the answer is still the same: keep getting stronger and let every scheme break against real power. After the afternoon knowledge class, Lin Xin suddenly hears an announcement that the competition registration deadline is almost here. That reminder hits him like a shock, because he has been so buried in cultivation that he completely forgot to sign up. He immediately ditches any extra talk with his friends and runs straight for Kong Hong's office before the deadline can bite him. When Lin Xin reaches the office, 3 men in Martial Enforcement Hall uniforms are just coming out, and the emblem on their chests makes his heart jump. He quickly remembers where he saw them before. They were the Martial Hall men chasing the yellow-scarved warrior that night. Trying not to show anything, Lin Xin quietly brushes past them and slips into Kong Hong's office. A few steps later, Han Wu suddenly stops and frowns, feeling that he has seen Lin Xin somewhere before. After thinking it through, Han Wu lets the suspicion go, because half a month has passed and Lin Xin was only one forgettable passerby among many that night. As the officers walk away, their tired talk reveals that Tian Dian is still missing after more than half a month of searching, and they still cannot figure out where he went. After the Martial Enforcement Hall voices fade outside, Lin Xin quietly relaxes, relieved they did not connect him to Tian Dian's death. He walks to Kong Hong's desk, and the teacher greets him by asking if he still needs to register for the academy competition. While filling out the form, Lin Xin casually asks why Martial Enforcement Hall officers were at the academy. Kong Hong explains that a murder happened in the Northern District, and one of the dead was a Willow Academy student. Lin Xin presses for details, but Kong Hong says the case is confidential and even warns him to stay away from the Northern District for now. For 1/10 second, Lin Xin thinks Kong Hong knows about Black Street, but the teacher is only warning him not to visit the Welfare Institute until things calm down. Once Lin Xin nods, Kong Hong suddenly brings up the rumor spreading through school that Lin Xin reached proficient in Blazing Sun Palm. Lin Xin confirms it without fuss, saying he broke through a few days ago. Kong Hong is openly stunned, because a 5th-level Chi transformation student with proficient Blazing Sun Palm already ranks among Willow Academy's best ordinary students. He tells Lin Xin top 5 in the competition should be easy, and even top 3 is possible if he pushes hard. Lin Xin lets the praise pass, knowing Kong Hong has no idea Mortal Restraint is hiding his real 7th-level cultivation and near-mastered palm art. When Kong Hong asks about the sect entrance exam, Lin Xin confirms he will register, and the teacher immediately moves on to the hard truth about this year's quota. Kong Hong says Willow Academy only got 30 exam spots this year, and 23 are already effectively taken by students from powerful families. That leaves only 7 spots for ordinary students, but Lin Xin stays calm because he already knows family disciples usually dominate on strength and resources alone. Kong Hong reveals the first path to an exam slot. Any ordinary student at Chi Transformation level 6 or higher skips the academy assessment entirely. Kong Hong keeps going, saying the second path is taking one of the top 2 places in the competition. The last path is the most ordinary one: sign up, pass the academy assessment, and claim one of the leftover seats. Kong Hong assures Lin Xin he will definitely secure one of those 7 spots, and pushes him to fight for top 2 so he can also win an origin pill. Lin Xin thanks him calmly, and Kong Hong looks almost moved by this poor but hardworking student he now sees as a real academy hope. As Lin Xin leaves, Kong Hong drifts into a wildly optimistic daydream where Lin Xin rises, shocks the world, and carries his teacher to fame too. 4 more days pass, and in his private house Lin Shin finally pushes Blazing Sun Palm to mastery through relentless cultivation. Seeing his progress, Lin Shin smiles because even many family disciples his age have not mastered their core martial art yet. He measures himself against Yang Zhongyi and realizes that with mastery level Blazing Sun Palm, he is no longer at a disadvantage and may even win head-on. That realization hits harder because only a month ago he could barely survive Yang Zhongyi's attacks even at full effort. At level 7, Lin Shin confirms his clone control has improved too, with a wider zero-cost range and enough stamina to keep one active about 500 meters away for roughly a minute. Even so, Lin Shin keeps the clones hidden whenever possible because they are still his biggest secret. What excites him most now is that his 4th clone is almost ready, and after tomorrow's competition he should finally be able to condense it. He hopes the new clone brings another talent that boosts cultivation speed, since every extra clone makes his growth much faster. He also notes that the origin breathing technique is already past 80% and should reach perfection in just a few more days. Then Lin Shin looks over at Clone 2, who has been guzzling condensing liquid for days and made fast progress at the cost of turning visibly sick from pill poison. The poison is clearly building up in Clone 2, and Lin Shin can only wonder how much longer that body can last. Looking outside at the night, Lin Shin realizes the remaining condensing liquid will not last long, so he decides to head back to Black Street for more. He changes into darker clothes, swallows a face-changing pill, and prepares to slip out through the balcony instead of the front door. Under the dim sky, he runs through shadows and back alleys toward the northern district. On his second trip to Black Street, Lin Shin skips the sightseeing and goes straight to the condensing liquid shop. Inside the seedy shop, the same balding owner barely looks up from his dirty magazine before disguised Lin Shin asks for 30 liters in a hoarse voice. The owner says only 10 liters are left, and Lin Shin buys all 10 at once instead of wasting time bargaining. Transaction done, Lin Shin leaves carrying 2 boxes and plans to get off Black Street immediately. But as he passes another shop, the door bursts open and someone gets thrown out onto the street with a painful crash. Lin Shin freezes because the scene feels absurdly familiar, and the man sprawled on the ground turns out to be the old manual peddler from before. A thin, shifty-eyed thug stomps out after him cursing that the old man dared use their service without paying. When Lin Shin notices the pink glow, an indecent poster by the door, he instantly understands the old man tried to freeload at a brothel too. Lin Shin can only stare, because dining and dashing was bad enough, but trying that stunt on Black Street is the kind of mistake that gets people killed. Under the thin thug's signal, 2 burly enforcers step forward, clearly ready to beat a lesson into the old man. Panicking, the old man looks around wildly and suddenly spots Lin Shin like a lifeline. He blurts out that they have met again and begs Lin Shin to help him. That single line shocks Lin Shin, because he is using a face-changing pill and should look nothing like he did last time. Lin Shin's mind races to the dangerous possibility that only a true expert could see through the pill's disguise. But the old peddler still looks like a filthy, shameless vagrant, which makes that possibility even harder to believe. The thin thug notices the exchange, halts his men, and asks if Lin Shin and the old man know each other. Before Lin Shin can answer, the old man scrambles to his side and begs him again to save him just this once. Lin Shin plays dumb and insists the old man must have mistaken him for someone else. The old man drops his voice and calmly explains that a face-changing pill only alters the face, not the body or bones, and he recognized Lin Shin with a bone mapping technique. To prove it, he quietly reminds Lin Shin about the last time they met, when Lin Shin bought the Dragon's Spear manual from him for 20 spirit coins. When the sloppy old man reveals he can identify Lin Shin by bone structure, Lin Shin drops the act and coldly refuses to help him again. Old Wu panics and blurts out that he has important information about Lin Shin, hoping that will make him stay. Lin Shin refuses to bargain blind and forces Old Wu to speak first instead of dangling the secret as payment. Old Wu finally lowers his voice and tells him the real problem. Someone just put a price on Lin Shin's life. Old Wu explains that a 300,000 spirit coin bounty was posted that morning at Lurking Snake, the Black Street's assassin agency. He cannot name the client, but the warning is enough for Lin Shin to treat the threat as real. Lin Shin settles Old Wu's 500 spirit coin debt on the spot, and the men harassing him back off immediately. After learning the old man is called Old Wu, Lin Shin orders him to lead the way to Lurking Snake so he can verify the bounty himself. Old Wu leads him deep into the darkest part of Black Street, weaving through turns until they stop at a hidden iron door in a filthy back alley. A tattooed guard cracks the iron door open, recognizes Old Wu, and asks Lin Shin whether he is here to place a hit or take one. Lin Shin answers that he is taking a job, and the guard lets him and Old Wu inside. Inside, Lin Shin and Old Wu pass a cramped guard room and reach a dim bar-like mission hall where killers quietly drink and read jobs. Old Wu explains why the place feels so loose. An assassin agency cannot check backgrounds too closely, as long as people can pay. At the bar, the bartender tosses Lin Shin a mission brief and explains the paid detail fee and the 10% deposit to accept a hit. Lin Shin scans the list and sees just how ruthless Lurking Snake is, even taking contracts against a Martial Enforcement Hall member. Then Lin Shin freezes when he finds a 300,000 spirit coin mission on a Willow Academy student at Chi Transformation Level 5, which matches him exactly. He immediately pays to see the full file, determined to confirm that the target really is him. The paid document confirms it. The file contains Lin Shin's class, home, background, part-time job, strength estimate, and even a secretly taken full-body photo. He realizes the file is already outdated, because anyone coming for him would actually be facing a level 7 Lin Shin with mastered Blazing Sun Palm and 3 clones. Even so, Lin Shin refuses to leave the mission open, because if a long breath cultivator takes it, the bad file will not save him. So he takes the job on his own head and pays the 30,000 spirit coin deposit before anyone else can claim it. While the bartender counts the money, Lin Shin probes the rules and learns that bad client information only costs the client half the deposit as compensation. He also learns that payment requires the target's corpse, head, or a full photographic record of the kill, and if the client dies first, the mission is cancelled with compensation. Outside the alley again, Old Wu smugly asks if his warning was worth the 500 spirit coins after all. Lin Shin admits the news was worth it, but warns Old Wu that freeloading again may leave him with nothing left to trade for help. Old Wu awkwardly claims he is just short on money, and usually law-abiding, then drifts off into the night like the strange mystery he is. Once Old Wu is gone, Lin Shin quietly judges him as neither fool nor mastermind, just a very odd man who knows much more than he shows. Lin Shin's real reason for taking the mission is simple. Once one assassin claims it, no one else can touch the target until the deadline runs out. He briefly considers a risky trick, using a clone as a fake victim and a recorded kill to cash out the reward on his own bounty. But he rejects that plan, because the moment the client sees him alive, Lurking Snake would investigate, and his clone's secret could be exposed. That leaves the cleanest answer. If the client dies within 10 days, the assassination mission on Lin Shin disappears by itself. Thinking back over his recent life, Lin Shin can only name one likely enemy petty enough to do this: Zhou Zhihai. Once he accepts that Zhou Zhihai tried to buy his death over a grudge, Lin Shin makes a ruthless decision to answer in kind. Lin Shin arrived at the academy sports ground and immediately spotted Zheng Hongxing waving him over beside Su Yuan and Qian Hui. Jing proudly said they came early to grab a good viewing spot, and the packed field proved he was right. Even first and second year students had come to watch, turning the whole ground loud and restless before the matches even started. Off to one side, a cluster of teachers watched the crowd, and Kong Hong even smiled and nodded when he noticed Lin Shin. Before Lin Shin could think about that, Zheng leaned in with the real news. 31 third years had entered, and every single one was at least Chi Transformation level 4. Jing warned him that 5 competitors had already reached level 5, and 3 of them also used proficient Blazing Sun Palm, so the top ranks would not be easy. Qian Hui confidently said Lin Shin would make the top 10, and Su Yuan pushed it even further by betting on the top 4. Lin Shin only smiled back, keeping his real confidence to himself. A sudden commotion rolled through the field when a path opened in the crowd for a group of influential family disciples to walk in. Yan Xing and Zhao Shuiying led the group so prominently that almost the whole audience turned to stare at them. The crowd quickly realized these influential family students were only here to watch, and they started whispering that Sun Yan was the only contestant from a declining old family. Lin Shin's gaze slid to Zhou Zhihai at the back of the visiting group, and their brief eye contact was enough for the hostility to show. Jing and Su took Zhou Zhihai's quick retreat as fear, but Lin Shin knew that hidden malice was still building underneath. Another gaze found Lin Shin next, and this time it was Yang Zhongli openly smiling and waving to him in front of everyone. Lin Shin returned the greeting just as openly, making Yang's casual friendliness impossible to miss. 10 minutes later, a teacher stepped into the center and silenced the entire field with the formal opening of the competition. He reminded everyone that this was only for comparison, and any student who fought too ruthlessly would be disqualified and punished by the academy. The first match was called, and Huang Weiqing and Shi Jun marched into the arena under a wall of excited eyes. As soon as the referee gave the signal, the 2 level 4 fighters rushed together and started trading Blazing Sun Palm blows at close range. Jin quietly explained that both were level 4 and only beginner in Blazing Sun Palm, so this was a very even opening fight. After several hard minutes, Shi Jun finally edged ahead and blasted Huang Weiqing off his feet with a palm strike. The referee declared Shi Jun the winner, handed him an energy recovery pill, and Huang Weiqing staggered away looking thoroughly crushed. Match after match followed, and the crowd kept getting louder as the early rounds rolled on. The noise spiked again when a level 5 contestant appeared, and Lin Shin quickly understood the uproar once he saw who was stepping up. Sun Yan looked so slim, pale, and delicate that Lin Shin would have mistaken him for a pretty girl if not for the male academy uniform. When Lin Shin asked who he was, Jing immediately named him as Sun Yan from class 12, the only student from a declining old family in the tournament. Jing added the real warning: Sun Yan had been level 5 for months, his Blazing Sun Palm was already at mastery, and he was the favorite for first place. Sun Yan's unlucky first-round opponent walked into the arena already looking bitter, fully aware he had drawn the worst possible match. The fight barely lasted half a minute before Sun Yan knocked him away with a simple punch, and won without even using Blazing Sun Palm. After taking his recovery pill in silence, Sun Yan left the ring as if that easy win meant nothing to him. As the bracket unfolded, Lin Shin noticed a pattern. the pairings carefully avoided putting two level 5 students against each other too early. By the time the 15th match was called and Lin Shin still had not been named, it became clear that he had drawn the only first-round bye. From the onlookers, Zhou Zhihai sneered that Lin Shin was lucky to get the bye. Yang Zhongyi turned around with a smile and publicly reminded Zhou Zhihai that he should know Lin Shin's strength better than anyone after losing to him. Zhou Zhihai flushed with humiliation and could only glare back in silence. None of the influential family students backed Zhou Zhihai up, because Lin Shin was already known as a real level 5 student who never needed a first-round bye. After a short break, the second round began with no byes left, and the field tightened fast. Lin Shin drew a level 4 opponent and advanced cleanly, never looking troubled. A little over an hour later, the top 8 were set, and all 5 level 5 students, including Lin Shin, were still standing. That also meant 8 of the 10 reward spots were already gone, leaving the last 2 to be fought over later by second-round losers. In the quarterfinals, both Lin Shin and Sun Yan drew level 4 opponents again and moved into the semifinals without much resistance. The last quarterfinal finally gave the audience what it wanted: 2 level 5 students crashing head-on in a fierce, evenly matched fight. Even after that winner was decided, the crowd was still hungry for more, buzzing that all 4 semifinalists were now level 5 elites. Jing and Su were thrilled because Lin Shin had already secured a top 4 finish and the 6 origin pills that came with it. Lin Shin stayed unusually composed, as if reaching the semifinals had only confirmed what he expected all along. Then Lin Shin glanced toward Zhou Zhihai and suddenly turned away, telling Su Yuan he needed the bathroom. He came back less than 2 minutes later, just in time for the referee to call the first semifinal, Sun Yan vs Wang Weichao. The whole field tensed up for the semifinal as Sun Yan and his opponent took their places in the arena. Wang Weichao treated Sun Yan like the biggest threat in the bracket and set himself to grab the initiative the instant the fight began. At the referee's signal, Wang Weichao lunged first like a hunting beast, betting everything on taking control early. What met him instead was Sun Yan's scarlet palm, already blazing with heat strong enough to make the air itself look on fire. The strike landed in one overwhelming burst and hurled Wang Weichao across the arena before he could even react. Wang Weichao hit the ground rolling in pain, his exposed skin reddened like he had been scalded. The referee sprinted over, fed him a pill, and only relaxed once the redness finally began to fade. Then the referee looked back at Sun Yan in shock and announced the truth everyone had missed: level 6 Chi transformation, and blazing sun palm at mastery. The sports ground fell silent for a beat, then exploded in disbelief as the audience realized Sun Yan had hidden another full breakthrough. After that one-strike semifinal, the mood changed completely, because as far as the crowd could see, Sun Yan had already taken first place and there was no suspense left. After Sun Yan reveals 6th level Chi transformation, Su Yuan and Jing Hongxing can only trade a helpless look and admit Lin Shin seems finished. Not far away, Zhou Zhihai openly savors Lin Shin's bad prospects and even enjoys seeing Yang Zhongyi go quiet beside him. Zhao Shuiying studies Sun Yan more seriously and quietly realizes the Su family has produced another real genius. Yan Xing dismisses the hype at once, saying 6th level Chi transformation is nothing special among the top family disciples gathered here. Zhao Shuiying does not argue, but she knows the problem is exactly that Sun Yan reached a level with far fewer resources than any of them. When Yan Xing suggests leaving because the winner seems obvious, Zhao Shuiying refuses and stays to observe Sun Yan's mastery level blazing sun palm for herself. Yan Xing stays with a gentle smile, but Zhao Shuiying only keeps her eyes on the arena and gives him nothing back. The next semifinal is called, and Lu Xiaoming steps up feeling lucky that he drew Lin Shin instead of Sun Yan. Remembering Wang Weichao's miserable defeat, Lu Xiaoming convinces himself this is his chance to fight for second place and secure an academy recommendation. Around the field, the students argue over whether Lin Shin or Lu Xiaoming will take the final academy entrance slot, even if first place already looks decided. Among the teachers, Sun Yan's former class teacher basks in the glory and boasts that he always knew his student would break through before the exam. Kong Hong is far less carefree, because now Lin Shin's whole tournament may come down to whether he can get past Lu Xiaoming at all. The referee drops his hand, and Lu Xiaoming explodes forward first, determined to seize the rhythm before Lin Shin can settle in. Lu Xiaoming charges all the way into striking range, and Lin Shin still has not moved enough to ease the crowd's growing confusion. Then Lin Shin finally answers with one palm, and scarlet heat erupts so violently that the air itself seems to boil. Lu Xiaoming is smashed backward in horror, screaming as the scorching blow throws him across the arena and leaves his whole body red and burning. As Lu Xiaoming curls up and writhes on the ground, the entire sports field falls dead silent because everyone has just watched Sun Yan's earlier one-hit win happen all over again. In one stunned wave, the crowd realizes what that means. Lin Shin is also at 6th level Chi transformation, and his blazing sun palm has also reached mastery. The referee jolts back into action, feeds Lu Xiaoming a healing pill, and formally names Lin Shin the winner. The silence breaks into a full uproar as students shout about Lin Shin's impossible breakthrough speed and mastery level palm art. Lin Shin's background makes the shock even bigger, because a Welfare Institute student should not be climbing this fast with almost no resources. Zhou Zhihai's smugness vanishes on the spot, replaced by a sick realization that Lin Shen's growth is far beyond normal. Yang Zhongyi is even more shaken, because he trained with Lin Shen almost every day and just watched that progress leap past common sense. Watching from the front, Zhao Shuiying can only call Lin Shen's talent shocking, while Yan Xing narrows his eyes and reaches for a calmer explanation. Yan Xing repeats the rumor that Lin Shen must have been hiding years of accumulated progress, and Zhao Shuiying reluctantly accepts that as the only explanation that fits. Kong Hong is still reeling when other teachers start congratulating him, and his confusion turns into open delight at having such a monster in his class. Across the teacher area, Sun Yan's former class teacher suddenly looks far less pleased, because Lin Shen has stolen the field's attention. Across the field, Sun Yan locks onto Lin Shen with clenched fists and rising fighting spirit, finally seeing a true equal in this tournament. Lin Shen himself stays calm through all the chaos, accepts the energy recovery pill from the referee, and steps down as if nothing unusual happened. The moment he comes down, Su Yuan and Zheng Hongxing bombard him with disbelief and complain that he hid such a huge breakthrough from them. Qian Hui cuts in with a smile and says the situation has flipped so hard that Lin Shen now truly has a shot at first place. That pushes Zheng Hongxing to ask the real question at last: can Lin Shen actually beat Sun Yan? Lin Shen only smiles and says they will see, keeping his edge hidden right up to the final. After the short break, the final begins with Lin Shen and Sun Yan walking to the center of the arena and facing each other from 20 meters apart. Sun Yan burns with high spirits, but Lin Shen's unusual calm makes him frown before he steels himself to fight at full strength anyway. The referee gives the order, and both of them launch at the same instant so fast most students only catch a blur. They collide in the middle with palm against palm, each impact thundering across the arena like heavy metal bodies smashing together. Their mastery-level blazing sun palms flood the arena in scarlet heat, forcing the nearest students to retreat from the unbearable temperature. To ordinary students it looks perfectly even and overwhelmingly fierce, the kind of battle they know they could not survive for even one exchange. But the stronger watchers can see the truth through the red fog. Little by little, Lin Shen is the one pressing Sun Yan back. In the final match, Lin Shen deliberately holds back, keeping his cultivation at the 6th level and using perseverance instead of his stronger pure yang advantage. Even with that restraint, Lin Shen steadily presses Sun Yan down, and the gap between them becomes impossible to miss. Sun Yan starts to fade first, drenched in sweat from his own blazing palm and the drawn-out fight, while Lin Shen still looks annoyingly fresh. As the rounds drag on, Sun Yan is shaken by the same-level matchup, making him feel completely outclassed. The crowd catches on too, and the mood shifts from suspense to open shock that Lin Shen is overpowering Sun Yan head-on. Even the noble family students go quiet, because aside from a few standouts, most of them know they would not have handled Lin Shen any better. Watching from the stands, Zhou Zhihai realizes he badly underestimated Lin Shen, and his expression turns ugly for a much darker reason. Lin Shen keeps ramping up the pressure until Sun Yan nearly takes a clean palm strike and finally admits defeat. Instead of sulking, Sun Yan openly acknowledges Lin Shen's strength and asks for another fight someday. The arena erupts once the result sinks in, and Lin Shen suddenly becomes the Academy's newest sensation. After the remaining rankings are settled, Lin Shen accepts the prize bottle of origin pills and quietly counts it as another step toward breaking through again before the exam. The dean reminds both finalists that the exam is only a month away, making today's victory feel like a preview of a much bigger test. Kong Hong comes over next, pleased that his class produced a real genius even if he can no longer shape Lin Shen much himself. Then Yang Zhongyi walks up laughing, openly impressed that Lin Shen hit a breakthrough so well and shocked the whole academy in one day. Lin Shen can tell that Yang Zhongyi's attitude has changed for real this time, because strength has finally forced genuine respect out of him. When Lin Shen notices Sun Yan standing beside Yang Zhongyi, he is surprised to learn the two already know each other very well. Their answer is immediate and messy, with Yang Zhongyi throwing an arm around Sun Yan and Sun Yan shoving him off in disgust. The banter gets even more shameless, and Lin Shen ends up laughing because the two are obviously close friends under all the insults. Yang Zhongyi invites Lin Shen to dinner to celebrate the championship, and Sun Yan clearly wants him to come too. Lin Shen agrees almost at once, partly because he already has questions he wants to ask Yang Zhongyi. After a quick word to Su Yuan and Zheng Hongxing, Lin Shen leaves with the other two, while nearby students miss their chance to approach the new champion. Left behind in the crowd, Zhou Zhihai glares after Lin Shen and coldly promises himself that Lin Shen will never live long enough to take the exam. Not long after leaving the academy alone, Zhou Zhihai is suddenly stopped on the road by an ordinary-looking man he does not recognize. Zhou Zhihai snaps at him to get lost, but the stranger calmly says the information he provided was badly wrong. That one line makes Zhou Zhihai freeze, because he immediately thinks the man came from Lurking Snake. Afraid of being overheard, Zhou Zhihai lowers his voice and hurriedly leads the man into a dark alley to talk in private. Once they are deep enough inside, Zhou Zhihai tries to explain the bad intel away and anxiously asks if anyone has already taken the mission on Lin Shen. The stranger's faint smile instantly tells Zhou Zhihai something is wrong, because that question just confirmed exactly who he is. By the time Zhou Zhihai understands this man is not from Lurking Snake at all, he is already backing away too late. A blinding red palm suddenly lights up the alley, and Zhou Zhihai recognizes the horrifying truth too late. The attacker has reached perfection in blazing sun palm. The palm blast hurls Zhou Zhihai through the alley as blood sprays from his mouth and evaporates in the heat before it can even hit the ground. When he crashes down, the damage is monstrous, with a red palm mark burned into his chest and his body already cooking from the inside out. Unable to understand who killed him or why, Zhou Zhihai dies in terror while the attacker's body slowly ripples and vanishes like a distorted reflection. More than 200 meters away at the academy gate, the first sign of trouble is a wave of screams and students rushing back with panic on their faces. Yang Zhongyi stops one of them and learns the dead person in the alley is Zhou Zhihai from Willow Academy. Before they can process it, several teachers tear past at full speed toward the alley, and Yang Zhongyi immediately leads the others after them. By the time the three reach the alley entrance, the place is packed with horrified onlookers swapping gruesome guesses about how Zhou Zhihai died. Inside the alley, Kong Hong and two teachers inspect the corpse and are stunned by how vicious the palm force was. Kong Hong concludes that blazing energy roasted Zhou Zhihai's organs and evaporated much of his blood, which points to a blazing sun palm already at perfection. That judgment terrifies the other teachers, because reaching that level usually means the killer is at long breath, or at least the late chi transformation stage. Kong Hong quickly decides the death must be reported, and he adds one more alarming link. This murder may connect to the earlier academy student death in the northern district. At the alley entrance, Yang Zhongyi briefly wonders if Lin Shen was somehow involved, since Zhou Zhihai had openly clashed with him before. But that suspicion falls apart just as quickly, because Lin Shen was with them and, on the surface, had neither the strength nor the money for a killing like this. Lin Shen stays perfectly calm through the whole investigation, because in his mind the answer is simple: whatever his clone did has nothing to do with him. On the ride into town, Yang Zhongyi casually asks who really killed Zhou Zhihai, more intrigued than sad about his old rival's death. Sun Yan brushes the question off, but Yang points out the strangest part: the killer entered the alley and never came back out. Yang argues that even flying talismans should not have worked there, which makes the unseen escape feel even more suspicious. Sun Yan privately agrees the killer left almost no traces, and he suspects the authorities are too busy to care much about a dead heir from a fading family. Yang changes the subject as the carriage stops, and the three of them arrive at an upscale club that looks more like a private palace than a restaurant. Outside the entrance, uniformed guards and attendants quietly screen every face, making it obvious this place serves rich and powerful clients only. Inside, Yan leads them through a glittering gold and gray lobby and up to a private room, showing he knows this place well. Yan happily promises to pay for everything and hints that the real attraction is on the 4th floor, which tells Lin Shen exactly what kind of place this is. When two beautiful servers bring in the food, Lin Shen freezes on one detail first. Both women have real cat ears on their heads. Lin Shen's sharp senses confirm the ears and tails are part of their bodies, and he can even feel cultivation auras from them. After the waitresses leave, Yan explains the club's gimmick. Nearly every server here is a cat girl. Lin Shen first guesses they are cat demons, but Yang corrects him. They were ordinary cats that gained intelligence and were forcibly turned half-human with transformation pills. That answer clears things up for Lin Shen, but it also makes the club feel even more powerful, because only strong backing could casually use so many transformed spirit beasts as staff. With his curiosity settled, Lin Shen joins the meal, and the three of them finally fall into an easy rhythm over good food. The talk turns to the entrance exam, and Yang reveals the first hard truth: each of the three great sects offers 500 test slots, but only 200 people per sect will actually get in. Lin Shen listens especially carefully, because this was the real reason he accepted Yang's invitation in the first place. When Lin Shen asks how the exam works, Yang says the format changes every year, but the core never changes. Cultivation level and martial skills still decide everything. Yang reassures Lin Shen that his current strength should be enough to pass, and he says Sun Yan should pass too as long as nothing goes wrong, thanks to his 6th level cultivation and mastery in Blazing Sun Palm. Sun Yan immediately raises the stakes and says merely passing is not enough for him, because exam ranking decides how many resources a new disciple gets. That catches Lin Shen at once, because he had been picturing the academies like ordinary schools instead of places where every resource has to be fought for. Yang explains that the sect academies do not really teach classes at all. They mainly provide training grounds, pills, techniques, and rare resources for disciples to cultivate on their own. None of that is free, and even the regular monthly allotment each disciple receives depends on cultivation level and status. For new disciples, the very first share of resources is decided by entrance exam performance, so the fight for cultivation advantages starts before anyone even gets in. Elsewhere in the same club, a different dinner is turning smug, as Lu Zijuan scoffs that winning the ordinary student competition means almost nothing. Lu insists the real test is next month's entrance exam, and he sneers that only people like Sun Yan from a declining old family would bother chasing school competition glory. Most of the room agrees, because they believe ordinary students only won that tournament because the real elite disciples did not bother entering. Still, someone in the room pushes back that Lin Shen and Sun Yan cannot be dismissed so easily, because both reached mastery in Blazing Sun Palm before most of these rich disciples did. That reminder lands, because even with better resources, only a handful of these influential family disciples have actually mastered the same palm technique. Lu backs off a little and admits they are talented, but he argues the exam measures more than one strong palm art, and that is where he thinks Lin Shan falls short. He especially looks down on Lin Shan as a commoner with only Blazing Sun Palm and no movement technique, though even he hesitates to belittle Lin Shan's actual combat skill after remembering the final match. The others quickly return to confidence, saying the real threats are elite disciples from other schools, not Lin Shan or Sun Yan. Soon the room's praise settles on Yan Xing and Zhao Shuiying as the strongest names among them, and everyone starts talking like their side is already favored. Yan Xing barely reacts, because in his eyes Lin Shan and Sun Yan are still just 6th-level cultivators who are not worth real attention yet. To Yan Xing, talent alone cannot bridge the gap between commoners and powerful families, because cultivation still runs on money, allies, techniques, and territory. Even so, Yan Xing quietly decides Lin Shan might be useful later, and if the exam goes well, he may try to pull him into his own future faction. Yan Xing's thoughts are broken when Zhao Shuiying abruptly stands, says she is leaving, and treats the whole dinner like a waste of time. Yan Xing quickly offers her a ride, trying to save face in front of the room. Zhao Shuiying rejects him flatly and tells him not to invite her to boring dinners like this again. She walks out without giving him any face at all, and Yan Xing is left staring after her with a grim look he cannot fully hide. Back with Lin Shan's group, the dinner runs past 10, and he leaves satisfied after finally getting the exam information he wanted. Yan still tries to tempt them with the 4th floor, but Lin Shan politely refuses, and Sun Yan clearly has no interest either. Before they part, Sun Yan openly asks Lin Shan for another match at Calm Sun Martial Arts School, still brooding over his defeat in the competition. Lin Shan agrees without hesitation, because a strong opponent is exactly the kind of pressure he can use to sharpen his combat experience. After returning home alone, Lin Shan immediately switches back to cultivation and summons Clone 2 for a medicine test. He gives Clone 2 one origin pill and begins meditating to test how strong the pill's effect really is. When he opens the interface after that, a much bigger piece of progress is waiting for him. The 4th clone has finally finished condensing. Lin Shan suppresses his excitement and summons the new clone, watching a shadow split from his body and condense into another identical figure. The newborn clone appears at Chi Transformation level 7 with 48% progress, but its assigned talent leaves Lin Shan blinking. Talented alchemist. He checks the talent more closely and finds that it boosts alchemy success and even raises the chance of producing better pills. Lin Shan knows alchemists are incredibly respected, but the path needs bright aperture cultivation and heavy financial backing, so this talent is not useful to him right now. He decides not to keep a low-priority talent just because it sounds prestigious, and he calmly orders the 4th clone to kill itself so the talent can refresh tomorrow. About an hour later, the origin pill test also finishes, and Clone 2's progress has jumped by 3% from a single pill. That result excites him, because origin pills clearly work better for him right now than either essence tempering pills or condensing liquid. After a quick calculation, Lin Shan realizes that one full bottle of origin pills plus a liter of condensing liquid should be enough to push him all the way to Chi Transformation level 8. After winning the competition, Lin Shan suddenly becomes academy famous, with students pointing him out everywhere he goes. Xing Hongxing tells him, half jealous and half amazed, that Lin Shan is now more famous than many rich family disciples. Lin Shan wants none of it, because fame only drags him into social nonsense that does nothing for his strength. After getting mobbed several times by classmates trying to befriend him, he heads straight to Kong Hong's office to ask for a month of leave. Kong Hong is startled at first, but Lin Shan explains that he wants the next month free to focus on the entrance exam. Once he understands, Kong Hong approves the request and pointedly urges Lin Shan to aim for outstanding exam results that will matter after he enters the academy. Lin Shan already knows what that implies, so he simply nods and leaves without wasting words. Back in class, Lin Shan briefly tells Xing Hongxing and Su Yuan that he is leaving to cultivate full-time for the month. The moment Lin Shan leaves, the whole classroom breaks into jealous, excited chatter about how far ahead he has already gone. Xing Hongxing and Su Yuan sit in that noise with complicated faces, realizing Lin Shan has already climbed to a height they may never reach. With school out of the way, Lin Shan settles into a hard routine of cultivation, only leaving home each day to work part-time as a training partner at Calm Sun Martial Arts School. Fueled by pills and spirit beast meat, his cultivation surges so fast that 5 days later he breaks into Chi Transformation level 8. When the breakthrough ends, Lin Shan feels the jump in physical strength immediately, and is pleased with the result. He also sees that his original breathing technique has reached perfection, which means his cultivation speed will climb again. Better yet, the movement technique Shadows finally reaches beginner level after days of effort. Lin Shan tests Shadows at once, blinking several meters at a time around the living room like a ghost. He keeps playing with the new technique for several minutes, too excited to stop even after he proves how strong it is. The result leaves him thrilled, because even at beginner level Shadows already boosts both his combat options and his chances of surviving a fight. Seeing that much potential, Lin Shin decides one of his clones should specialize in training shadows next. He brings up Clone 4's timer and sees it is about to revive again after another string of useless talent rolls. The recent results have been absurdly bad, from useless boosts like handsome and knowledgeable to the outright annoying adverse fortune. Remembering how hard it was to get God's jealousy last time, Lin Shin can only hope this refresh finally gives him something useful for cultivation. When Clone 4 revives, Lin Shin's eyes light up at the new talent, Superior Martial Arts. The talent is not as broad as God's jealousy, but doubling martial technique training while also boosting power and combat skill is still an excellent pull before the exam. He cannot help regretting that only one talent can be active at a time, because superior martial arts combined with pure yang body would have been terrifying. He pushes that thought aside and tests his clone range instead, only to confirm that level 8 has raised his zero-cost controlled distance to 80 meters. Even pushing harder, he can only sustain a clone for about 1 minute at roughly 700 meters, which is still far from true freedom. Still, the range is finally enough for occasional jobs like killing a specific target, so Lin Shin judges the result barely acceptable. He reassures himself that stronger cultivation will eventually let his clones move like true incarnations, without these tight limits. Then he checks the next project and sees his 5th clone is only 10% formed, meaning it will take about 50 more days to finish. With the exam coming first, Lin Shin ends the night with a simple plan: keep cultivating and wait. Sometime later, Lin Shin returns to Black Street at night, walking through the sinister dark with a new errand in mind. This is his 3rd visit here, but unlike the last 2 trips for condensing liquid, this time he has come to reclaim the deposit on Lurking Snake Mission D-2201. He deliberately waited 5 days after Zhou Zhihai's death so this visit would not look too suspicious. Remembering the route clearly, he returns to the hidden iron door and gives the correct answers to get inside. Inside the same dim bar, Lin Shin goes straight to the bartender and bluntly says Mission D-2201 was based on false information. The bartender checks the records and says the information was indeed wrong, but because the client is already dead, Lin Shin only gets 30% of the deposit as compensation. Lin Shin immediately pushes back, because by the rules a bad briefing should have earned him half the deposit instead. The bartender answers with a flat stare and no sympathy, making it clear Lurking Snake has already decided what it will pay. Swallowing his irritation, Lin Shin takes the money anyway and silently curses the profiteers running this place. When he counts the payout, he realizes even 30% comes to 40 or 50,000 spirit coins, which means the original deposit was huge. He leaves the bar still cursing Lurking Snake, but he does not head home yet. Instead, he goes straight to the condensing liquid shop, because level 8 has made his remaining stock far too weak to carry him to another breakthrough. He calculates that at his current level, 300 milliliters of condensing liquid barely adds 1%, so the less than 12 liters he has left are nowhere near enough. That resource gap forces him to buy a large new batch, and while he shops, someone else is already watching the same street for prey. In a dark alley nearby, How-To waits with crossed arms and growing impatience until Dai-Gung finally shows up. How-To snaps at him for taking so long, and Dai-Gung says he was out searching for a target. Dai-Gung grumbles that hunting in Black Street is a terrible idea, because the cultivators here are too wary to catch easily. That complaint only makes How-To angrier, because Dai-Gung is the reason they had to hide here in the first place. How-To reminds him that after Dai-Gung killed a Willow Academy student, the Martial Enforcement Hall started hunting them, so now they are forced into this remote corner to find prey. Dai-Gung shrinks back and awkwardly claims he did not know that boy was from Willow Academy. He then complains even more bitterly that another Willow Academy student died a few days ago, and the Martial Enforcement Hall is wrongly blaming them for that one too. He swears he will make the person who framed them suffer, but How-To has no patience for revenge talk while they are still in trouble themselves. How-To drags the conversation back to the real problem and warns that if they fail to deliver prey tonight, they will be used to make up the numbers themselves. The warning hits hard enough to wipe the attitude off Dai-Gung's face. Once How-To asks whether he actually found someone suitable, Dai-Gung quickly says yes and leads him onward. A short distance later, Dai-Gung brings How-To to the medicinal pill shop and points out that their target is inside right now. How-To recognizes the store immediately, because he has been here before and knows Dai-Gung deals with this owner often. Dai-Gung explains that the owner remembered one customer who came twice to buy more than 10 liters of condensing liquid, even though that customer used a face-changing pill. That remembered buyer is exactly the target Dai-Gung wants, because anyone using condensing liquid should only be a Qi transformation cultivator. How-To thinks it through and realizes the target is probably a level 9 Qi transformation cultivator desperate enough to trade lifespan for progress. Since he and Dai-Gung are both at that same level, How-To decides the two of them together should be able to kill the target. He agrees to the plan, but with one condition: they will not strike inside Black Street. How-To knows Black Street is perfect for murder, but also perfect for someone else to steal the reward once they do the hard part. Dai-Gung understands at once and accepts the caution, because neither of them wants to risk losing the corpse after taking it. Both men relax a little after settling on the ambush, because this is the first prey they have found since being driven into hiding. They know their higher-ups urgently need cultivator corpses, and if they can deliver this one, they will buy themselves a little breathing room. So as they watch the medicinal shop in silence, Hao-Tu and Dai-Gung fix on the unseen target with open killing intent. After buying 10 more liters of condensing liquid, Linshin leaves Black Street in a good mood because his stock is finally enough for a push to Chi transformation level 9. 10 minutes later, just after leaving Black Street, Linshin suddenly stops when a thin-faced man steps into his path from the dark. A quick glance behind confirms the trap when Hao-Tu cuts off Linshin's retreat from the rear. Linshin keeps his face blank and asks who they are, but Dai-Gung sees through the stalling and mocks any hope of escape. Hao-Tu cuts the chatter short and orders Dai-Gung to take Linshin down before the delay causes trouble. The instant Dai-Gung moves, Linshin bolts into the nearby alley because it is the only opening left. Dai-Gung almost worries for a second, but Hao-Tu coldly reminds him that the alley is a dead end. At the fork inside the alley, Linshin finds that both side lanes are dead ends too, and he stops in front of the high wall as if trapped. When the two pursuers rush in, Dai-Gung starts savoring the kill, but Hao-Tu still warns him that Linshin's movement technique makes him dangerous. Dai-Gung laughs off the warning and charges, while Linshin steps back and pretends to panic just enough to draw him in. The moment Dai-Gung reaches the fork, two hidden clones burst from the side alleys and slam burning palms into him from both sides. Before Dai-Gung can even scream, Linshin flashes in front of him and finishes him with a brutal palm to the chest. Dai-Gung collapses dead on the spot, and Hao-Tu is left staring a step too late at the clean reversal. Hao-Tu roars and charges, but Linshin meets him head-on with both clones because the real counter-ambush is only starting. Linshin's plan had been simple and deadly: summon two clones, hide them at the fork, bait the first attacker, and kill him before the second one could react. With one enemy gone, Linshin quickly judges that Hao-Tu is only at Chi transformation level 9, which means this fight is now manageable. Hao-Tu, on the other hand, is rattled because the two so-called twins appeared from nowhere and every one of his opponents is stronger than expected. As blows keep trading in the narrow alley, Hao-Tu realizes two of them are using Blazing Sun Palm at perfection and the third is at least at mastery. Chapter 40 opens with Hao-Tu already getting mauled, clawing one arm bloody only to eat another scorching strike in the side a heartbeat later. The 3-on-1 pressure is so bad that Hao-Tu knows he will die here if the fight keeps going like this. He tries to eye the exit, but Linshin's clones are already blocking the alley mouth and refusing to give him even a step. Cornered at last, Hao-Tu grits his teeth, takes a palm hit, and pulls out a black token as his hidden trump card. Hao-Tu mutters over the token, looks up with a killing smile, and a crushing new aura suddenly drops over the whole alley. Void ripples split open in midair, and a bizarre armored white cat general steps out of nowhere with sword at its waist. Linshin barely has time to wonder what it is before the cat general draws its sword and attacks him with long breath stage force. The swordsmanship is terrifyingly refined, and silver sword light floods the alley until Linshin and his clones can only dodge in miserable retreat. Watching the reversal, Hao-Tu finally relaxes a little, even though he hates spending a month-long trump card just to survive this alley fight. Then Hao-Tu's relief shatters when two more shadows peel off Linshin and solidify into two new clones right inside the alley. Hao-Tu finally understands that the twins were never real people at all, but Linshin's clones, and that only makes the whole situation more unbelievable. With 5 bodies in play, Linshin stabilizes the fight against the cat general and starts looking for the real weak point behind the summon. Linshin quickly reads the trick and sends 2 bodies straight at Hao-Tu, knowing the summon general won't vanish unless its token holder dies or one side is destroyed. Using shadows, Linshin and Clone 3 appear in front of Hao-Tu almost instantly and unleash full-force Blazing Sun Palm strikes without holding back. Clone 3 even abandons defense completely, and Hao-Tu starts taking wounds so fast that cold sweat breaks across his forehead. In pure panic, Hao-Tu shouts for help from the Divine Lord as the Cat General moves to rescue him. The Cat General fires a lightning-fast sword thrust at Clone 1, trying to force that body back and open a path to Hao-Tu. Instead of dodging, Clone 1 lets the sword stab straight into his chest and clamps both hands onto the Cat General's wrist. At the same instant, the other 2 clones pile on, one seizing the Cat General's other arm and one wrapping its legs to pin the summon in place. The Cat General tries to tear free, but the clones only grunt and hold tighter, and Hao-Tu nearly blacks out when he sees just how dirty this counterplay is. With the Cat General tied up elsewhere, Hao-Tu is suddenly left alone against Linshin and Clone 3, and the fight turns ugly for him fast. Linshin bursts forward with shadows and appears behind Hao-Tu in a blink, setting up a killing strike. Using pure yang body, Linshin drives out a blazing sun palm from behind Hao-Tu, making it look like a perfected killing blow. Panicked by the threat behind him, Hao-Tu spins around and slashes out with clawed fingers to stop Linshin head-on. But Linshin never meant to trade blows, and he slips aside so Hao-Tu's desperate counter hits nothing. Hao-Tu freezes for one awful instant as he realizes too late that the real threat was the clone behind him. Clone 3 slams a scarlet palm into Hao-Tu's back, and the hit lands like a bolt of lightning. The blow launches Hao-Tu across the alley and smashes him hard into the wall in a spray of blood and broken stone. Before Hao-Tu can recover from the wall hit, Linshin flashes in and hammers a backhand punch straight into his throat. Hao-Tu's neck breaks, and his last look of rage and unwillingness goes empty on the spot. Not far away, the cat general pauses, gives Lin Shin one last cold look, sheathes its sword, and begins to fade. Only after the summon vanishes does Lin Shin finally breathe easier, because that long breath opponent scared him more than Hao Tu ever did. Lin Shin confirms the rule on the spot. Once the summoner dies, the cat general disappears with him. Once he calms down, Lin Shin dismisses his clones and starts searching the two attackers' bodies for answers. He cannot figure out why these two targeted him, because the only enemy he can think of is already dead. His first guess is robbery after Black Street, but he rejects it because two 9th level Chi transformation attackers would not move over just 2 boxes of condensing liquid. The search turns up only a few thousand spirit coins and no proof of who the ambushers really were. The one valuable clue is the token that summoned the cat general, and Lin Shin studies it on the spot. He notices 19 embedded stones around the edge, with the largest one set in the middle, but the thing still makes no sense to him. After failing to figure out how to activate it, Lin Shin pockets the token and decides to study it later. He uses melting liquid on the bodies, does a quick cleanup, and leaves the alley before anyone can notice. Back at his house with no new trouble on the road, Lin Shin finally lets out a long breath. He still hates that he learned nothing about the attackers, but he does not regret killing them first to stay alive. Lin Shin tells himself that interrogation only works when victory is already certain, and tonight never gave him that luxury. He settles on the only practical answer for now: stay more careful, and if these people were really after him, they will show up again. He also starts to suspect the ambush may connect to the recent Northern District killings Kong Hong mentioned, even if he cannot prove it yet. Since he now has condensing liquid, Lin Shin decides to stop chasing supplies and spend the next stretch focused on cultivation. He assigns Clone 2 to absorb condensing liquid for raw cultivation progress, and Clone 3 to push Blazing Sun Palm toward perfection before the exam. The other 2 clones join Lin Shin in grinding shadows, because tonight proved that movement technique can decide life or death. He estimates that with this setup, shadows should reach proficient in a little over 20 days, and maybe even mastery before the exam if things go well. The cat general's sword work also leaves a mark on him, and Lin Shin realizes again how exposed he is when fighting barehanded. He wants something to counter weapons, but weapon techniques are hard to find and would slow his cultivation if he starts too late. His compromise is to look for a physical enhancement technique instead, though even that feels painfully out of reach for an ordinary civilian like him. Half a month flies by in non-stop training, and Lin Shin finally pushes shadows up to proficient. When he checks his progress, the result is better than expected. Chi transformation level 8 at 78%, Blazing Sun Palm at mastery 75%, and shadows already at proficient 25%. The progress makes him smile, because God's jealousy and his martial talent are carrying him faster than even he predicted. He calculates that Blazing Sun Palm should hit perfection in another week or so, which would free Clone 3 to help train Shadows 2. If he can also break through to Chi Transformation level 9, Lin Shin believes he will be able to fight a long breath cultivator one-on-one. Then reality cuts in, and Lin Shin packs up to head to his part-time job at the martial arts school. His money is running thin after rent and spirit beast meat, so he needs the job to last until the academy exam in 10 days. At the martial arts school, Yang Zhongyi is already warmed up and eager to spar, with Sun Yan watching nearby. They start fighting without protective gear now, because Lin Shin's old strength was already enough to trade evenly with Yang Zhongyi. But Lin Shin came prepared to reveal a little more today, and after only a short exchange Yang Zhongyi suddenly feels the difference. Yang Zhongyi blurts out what Lin Shin wanted people to believe: he has broken through to the 7th level of Chi transformation. Lin Shin calmly says it happened yesterday, deliberately giving them a smaller breakthrough instead of exposing his real level before the exam. Even that controlled reveal leaves Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan staring at Lin Shin like he is a monster. Yang Zhongyi can only sigh that he used to suppress Lin Shin, and now at the same claimed cultivation level he would lose because Lin Shin's Blazing Sun Palm is stronger. Sun Yan takes the blow quietly, because he had planned to surpass Lin Shin in the exam, and now the gap feels even worse. Yang Zhongyi says that with this strength, Lin Shin already ranks among the better disciples from influential families, which finally makes Lin Shin ask how strong that group really is. Yang Zhongyi sits down and explains that the exam is not rigged for noble families. Those families simply drown ordinary people in resources and training from the start. In his blunt summary, strength decides everything in this world, so families with better resources naturally seize more academy spots. Yang Zhongyi adds that even he is only above average among those family disciples, and the real standouts are Yan Xing and Zhao Shuiying. For Lin Shin, those names are impossible to ignore, because Willow Academy has spent years treating Yan Xing and Zhao Shuiying like untouchable elite talent. Yang Zhongyi says Yan Xing is already at Chi transformation level 8, has mastery in Blazing Sun Palm like Lin Shin, and likely trained other techniques too. Zhao Shuiying sounds even scarier, because she was already at level 8 3 months ago and might be brushing up against level 9 by now. When Lin Shin asks about her martial arts, Yang Zhongyi can only confirm mastery in Blazing Sun Palm and admit that Zhao Shuiying keeps the rest hidden. Yang Zhongyi says Zhao Shuiying is Loki, unlike the shower Yan Xing, and Sun Yan's silence makes it clear he agrees she is obsessed with cultivation. The talk drives home an old truth for Lin Shin. Without his clones, he would never have caught up to people born with that kind of support. Even so, Yang Zhongyi ends on a grin and tells Lin Shin he still expects him to shock everyone in the coming exam. After hearing Yang Zhongyi's praise, Lin Shin keeps his real motive to himself. This exam will decide how many cultivation resources he can win later, so he means to go all out. That night, he buys spirit beast meat as usual and heads home through the East District, not noticing at first that the weather has turned strangely hazy. A few steps later, Lin Shin abruptly realizes the whole street is wrong because the usual city noise has vanished, leaving the road unnaturally silent. The fog thickens fast until he can barely see 30 meters ahead, and the blurred buildings start to look like looming monsters in the dark. Then Lin Shin spots something that absolutely was not there moments ago, a small object waiting at the corner 20 meters away. He approaches carefully and finds a 1-meter shrine with a wooden base, and inside it sits a lifelike statue of the same cat general he saw half a month ago. Before he can make sense of it, the statue opens bright green eyes, jumps from the shrine, and swells into a full-sized cat general right in front of him. Instead of attacking, the cat general politely apologizes for dragging him here, which catches Lin Shin off guard. When Lin Shin asks what it wants, the cat general gets straight to the point and says it needs his help saving a friend in the mortal world. Lin Shin hesitates because the cat general is far stronger than him, and the cat general explains the key rule: it cannot interfere directly in mortal affairs. As payment, the cat general points to Lin Shin's storage jade plate and offers to remove the restriction on the god-seeking token so he can summon its clone once a month. That finally explains how How-To got the token before, and Lin Shin feels real temptation when he remembers how powerful the cat general's clone was. Still cautious, Lin Shin asks who this friend is, and the cat general answers honestly that it is an intelligent spiritual cat. When Lin Shin asks who is hunting it, the cat general names the night grinders and its expression turns cold with anger. The cat general reveals what makes them vile. They capture intelligent spiritual cats, force manifestation pills on them, turn them human, and sell them as maids to filthy places. That ugly truth makes Lin Shin think of the catgirls at Night Dream Club and wonder if he has already seen the aftermath with his own eyes. He keeps pressing for details and asks how strong the night grinders are. The cat general says most of them are at the chi transformation stage, but Lin Shin immediately suspects there may be stronger enemies hiding behind that vague answer. Sensing that concern, the cat general lowers the demand and says Lin Shin only needs to help its friend escape from the North District and make it safely to the East District. Then it sweetens the deal again by adding a powerful martial technique on top of the god-seeking token. When Lin Shin asks what technique it is, the cat general produces a manual titled Dragon Roar through the clouds. The cat general explains that it is a sound wave technique that can injure or kill with pure sound, and at long breath stage it can also blast enemies back without direct contact. That offer lands perfectly, because Lin Shin has been worrying about his lack of a strong new combat technique, and this one could stay useful even after he reaches long breath stage. Even so, Lin Shin does not agree on the spot and asks for one day to think it over. The cat general stays unexpectedly mild, agrees to wait, and tells him the god-seeking token will guide him to the hiding place if he decides to act. With that, the cat general fades into the air, and the shrine and fog start disappearing with it. A moment later the normal city sounds return, and Lin Shin realizes he has been released back into the real street. Left staring at the ordinary road, Lin Shin can only wonder whether that whole encounter was some kind of array or illusion. The next morning, he goes straight to the central library because before accepting the request, he wants to know exactly what an unofficial god really is. Inside the enormous 4-floor library, Lin Shin skips a blind search and pays a librarian to pull every useful book on unofficial gods for him. The books confirm that the cat general walks an orthodox path, values karma, avoids meddling in mortal affairs, and is nothing like the cruel, evil gods. That settles one major doubt for him, because if the cat general follows those rules, its offer is probably sincere. Once he leaves the library, Lin Shin heads to Calm Sun Martial Arts School for a second line of investigation, the Night Grinders. He finds Yang Zhongyi in a combat room pounding a humanoid iron puppet, clearly training harder after yesterday's shock. Yang Zhongyi is surprised to see him so early, but Lin Shin immediately asks where Night Dream Club got its catgirls. Yang Zhongyi instantly teases him for finally noticing how appealing catgirls are and offers to take him back there that very night. Lin Shin shuts that down and explains he heard of traffickers who force manifestation pills on spiritual cats and sell them to entertainment venues. That makes Yang Zhongyi turn serious, and he says Night Dream Club's catgirls came through legal channels from an animal training park in 3-sect prefecture. He adds that with Night Dream Club's background, it has no reason to buy from illegal traffickers, which quietly relieves Lin Shin. When Yang Zhongyi asks why he suddenly cares about this, Lin Shin sidesteps the answer and asks if he knows the Night Grinders instead. Yang Zhongyi immediately suspects trouble, and Lin Shin only admits they have had some conflict. Yang Zhongyi says the Night Grinders sound grander than they are, because the Martial Enforcement Hall already smashed them badly and only 20 to 30 members should be left. Pressed for their strength, Yang Zhongyi says most members are only early or mid-chi transformation cultivators, but their leader Luoi is a wanted criminal at Long Breath Stage Level 1. He also explains why he looks down on them. They prey on newly awakened spiritual cats that can barely handle ordinary people and weak cultivators. Even so, Yang Zhongyi offers to help if Linshin is really tangled up with them. Linshin thanks him but declines for now, and Yang Zhongyi does not press any further. After they train for a while, Linshin heads home with the information he came for. On the way back, he pieces it together and judges that even Luoi should be killable with his current strength. As for the remaining night grinders, he figures his clones can wipe them out as long as he is not trapped by too many at once. He knows there is still risk, but compared to a reusable god-seeking token and a powerful new martial technique, the danger feels acceptable. The real pull is drag and roar through the clouds, because Linshin knows one strong martial technique could change his odds against the top family geniuses in the coming exam. After thinking it through, Linshin finally makes up his mind and decides to take the Cat General's request. On an eerily quiet North District street at night, Linshin hides in the shadows, checks his stiff disguise face, and adds a fox mask just to be safe. He studies the god-seeking token in his palm, and the moment he wonders how to use it, the token lifts slightly and points north. Linshin immediately follows the token's guidance, slipping through dark corners and nearly empty streets so no one notices a masked man running at midnight. 10 minutes later, the token heats up and stops in front of a stylish 2-story house, telling him his target is inside. After checking the street, he vaults the wall and lands silently in the yard, only for a huge white dog to rush out before he can get his bearings. Before the dog can sound the alarm, a tender childlike voice tells it to stop. An AI, a glossy black cat, walks out into the moonlight. The black cat studies Linshin with human-like suspicion and asks who he is, and her fluent human speech instantly tells him this is no ordinary spiritual beast. Linshin hides his shock, shows her the god-seeking token, and says the Cat General sent him to get her out of the North District. Once she confirms the token, the black cat brightens with relief and admits the night grinders have chased her for nearly a month and drained almost all her strength. She urges him to leave at once because night grinders have been circling this area for days and may discover her hiding place at any moment. Before leaving, AI earnestly thanks the white dog for sheltering her and promises to come back with canned cat food, even though the dog clearly thinks that is a terrible reward. After the awkward farewell, AI hops onto Linshin's shoulder with barely a sound, and the two of them head out together. Linshin vaults back over the wall, but the moment he lands outside, several men at the end of the street spot the black cat and shout that they have found her. The night grinders rush them together, so Linshin does not waste a word and bolts with AI clinging tightly to his clothes. While they run, AI asks where they are going, and Linshin tells her to make for the East District because the Cat General will meet them there. He quickly realizes the problem. Even after shaking off slower pursuers, more night grinders are closing in from other streets, and his movement technique is not ideal for a long escape. Just as he searches for a way out, two men burst from the corner ahead and swing their blades straight at him. Linshin instantly switches to superior martial arts, slips past the first saber, and slams a mastery-level blazing sun palm into the attacker's chest. The second thug hesitates for one fatal instant, and Linshin flashes to his side with shadows and drops him with another palm strike. AI barely catches any of it, and when both men are already down, she blurts out loud praise for how ridiculously strong Linshin is. Her loud excitement immediately backfires when two drunken passers-by stumble out of an alley and freeze at the sight of a masked man, a black cat, and two collapsed fighters. The drunkards instantly pretend they saw nothing and retreat so fast that Linshin finally realizes this beautiful little cat is genuinely a bit brainless. Leaving the thugs behind, Linshin settles on a plan and races to an abandoned park. He grabs AI by the scruff, stuffs her into the flowers, and summons a clone while pulling out a spare mask for the decoy. By the time AI climbs up in confusion, the clone is already gone, and Linshin brushes off her suspicion with a lazy excuse that she must have imagined it. Instead of doubting him for long, AI immediately jumps to the worst possible answer and trembles that the black shadow might have been a ghost. She gets so scared that she burrows into Linshin's arms, while he ignores the clingy panic and focuses on guiding his clone away. His exposed clone runs openly toward the West District, and just as planned, the night grinders swarm after the obvious target. Once the clone drags them about a kilometer away, Linshin dismisses it the instant it slips out of sight, ending the bait at the perfect distance. At the same moment, the real Linshin bursts from the bushes with AI in his arms and sprints for the East District before the gang can realize they were fooled. Because his strength and spiritual energy are running low, he gulps down energy recovery pills mid-run just to keep the escape alive. 10 minutes later, Linshin finally crosses into the East District and breathes easier, relieved that they never ran into Luoi himself during the chase. That relief lasts only a heartbeat before a thick familiar fog suddenly rolls around him, telling Linshin exactly who has arrived. The Cat General steps out of the fog with calm authority, and thanks Linshin for bringing AI back safely. AI jumps down in joy, calls the general by name, and complains that the bad people chased her so hard she almost never made it back. The Cat General turns to Linshin and sends a secret manual floating into his hands as the first part of the promised reward. Then the token in Linshin's hand trembles, and he sees that one of its 19 rune stones has lit up. The cat general explains the full reward. The token can now summon its incarnation at roughly first level long breath strength, but only once per month. Lin Xin can barely contain his excitement, because the rescue has paid off with both a powerful summon and the dragon roar through the clouds manual he urgently needed. Just as Lin Xin is savoring the reward, the cat general looks at him sincerely and asks if he wants to make another deal. The cat general suddenly shocks Lin Xin by saying the real deal is simple. He wants Lin Xin to take care of AI. The cat general explains that he cannot stay with AI forever, and with her innocent nature, leaving her alone in Dragonside City would be dangerous. Lin Xin silently agrees AI is far too naive to survive alone, but that only makes him more certain that keeping her would drag him into future trouble with the night grinders. So Lin Xin refuses on the spot, deciding tonight was only a one-time rescue and he will not tie himself to AI's future trouble. The cat general immediately sweetens the offer with another reward, a powerful martial technique. Lin Xin's stance softens at once, and he awkwardly asks what kind of martial technique the cat general means. When the cat general reveals it is a physical enhancement technique that needs spiritual essence, Lin Xin realizes it is a rare long breath stage art and instantly becomes tempted. Sensing that hesitation, the cat general adds a second prize and offers to unlock more restrictions on the God-seeking token too. The cat general explains that the token's rune stones are sealed limits, and every lit rune lets it summon a stronger incarnation. That explanation makes the token even more valuable in Lin Xin's eyes, and his resistance drops another notch. Then the cat general offers the strongest reassurance yet. He can have AI sign a soul contract with Lin Xin. Lin Xin knows what that means. With a soul contract, AI would never be able to betray him, so his biggest concern is mostly gone. Even so, Lin Xin raises one last practical problem. He is broke, and raising a spiritual beast is expensive. The cat general answers that concern by telling AI to bring out the stone she found earlier. AI touches the golden bell at her neck and pulls out a small stone, showing Lin Xin that even the bell is a storage treasure. The cat general takes the stone from AI, tosses it over, and Lin Xin catches it before realizing from its aura that it is an essence stone fragment. The cat general confirms it, and Lin Xin is stunned because even this tiny broken essence stone is worth a fortune to him. Then the cat general reveals AI's real talent. She is unusually sensitive to spiritual energy, and can find essence stones and rare herbs. Lin Xin looks at AI in a whole new light, half joking to himself that her silly look is somehow balanced out by absurd treasure hunting talent. With the martial art, the token upgrade, the soul contract, and AI's treasure hunting value all on the table, the cat general asks Lin Xin again if he will make the deal. This time Lin Xin gives in and agrees, because the cat general's offer is simply too generous to refuse. Now that he has agreed, Lin Xin hardens his resolve against the night grinders and decides he can crush them if they dare come after him. The cat general is plainly pleased, and Lin Xin cannot help asking why he trusts him enough to leave AI in his hands. The cat general says he trusts his own judgment, then turns to AI and orders her to stay by Lin Xin's side and behave. AI obediently agrees, still looking more confused than worried. Then the cat general points at AI and draws out a dense wisp of her green soul light for the contract. Lin Xin silently recites the soul contract incantation and guides the green soul wisp into the space between his brows, completing the bond. The contract takes hold immediately, and both Lin Xin and AI feel a strange new connection forming in their minds. After the contract, the cat general follows through on his promise and unlocks more of the God-seeking token. 4 more rune stones flare to life, bringing the total to 5 lit runes on the token. The cat general explains that the token can now summon a 5th level long breath incarnation, and Lin Xin immediately realizes how terrifying that makes his backup plan. Seeing that the token has 19 rune slots in total, Lin Xin grows openly excited at how high its power might climb later. After that, the cat general hands over the promised manual, and Lin Xin sees the title, Forbidden Golden Armor. Lin Xin is pleased to gain a second long breath stage martial art, which means he will have real options once he breaks through later. With the reward settled, the cat general solemnly entrusts AI to Lin Xin, and Lin Xin answers with equal seriousness. The cat general says nothing more, fades away into the air, and the strange fog covering the street dissolves with him. After the cat general is gone and the fog clears, Lin Xin picks AI up and heads home through the East District. As Lin Xin carries her through the East District, AI excitedly blurts out that it looks much more prosperous than the North District. Lin Xin answers casually that the Central and West Districts are even richer, and he can show her around later. When they reach Lin Xin's spacious villa, AI lights up and immediately asks if she will live there from now on. Inside the villa, Lin Xin tells AI she can choose any room on the first floor, but the second floor is off limits without his permission. The soul contract eases his fear of betrayal, but Lin Xin still keeps the second floor off limits because that is where he protects the secret of his clones. AI immediately asks why she cannot go upstairs, proving how plainly she thinks and making Lin Xin even more sure he can fool her for now. Instead of explaining the second floor, Lin Xin changes the subject and promises canned cat food if AI behaves. The bait works instantly, and AI all but drools as she promises to behave for Xianchan canned cat food. Lin Xin checks the price on his phone and nearly chokes when he sees that one tiny 180-gram jar costs 200 spirit coins. He quickly calms himself by remembering AI can pay for her own food, then starts seeing her real value once he is strong enough to take her treasure hunting outside the city. So Lynchen makes a deal of his own. He will buy the canned food if AI agrees to go treasure hunting with him outside the city later. AI agrees instantly, then immediately pushes her luck by shouting that she wants 10 cans a day. Lynchen rejects that price on the spot and starts haggling, while AI stubbornly bargains back like this is life or death business. Then Lynchen changes tactics and offers 40 cans a week instead, betting that AI will not be able to do the math cleanly. AI crouches down and tries to count on her claws, gets hopelessly lost, and finally concludes that 40 sounds like too much. Lynchen pats her head and smoothly lowers the offer to 35 cans a week, and AI happily accepts at once. Lynchen kindly warns her that if she devours the whole weekly supply at once, he will not save her from going hungry afterward. AI snorts back that she is not that stupid, ending their first night together on a silly but surprisingly easy note. Back home, Lynchen settles AI downstairs with a promise to buy canned cat food tomorrow, then heads upstairs to plan his next training push. In his bedroom, Lynchen lays out 2 new manuals, but he immediately realizes forbidden golden armor is useless for now because it requires the long breath stage. That leaves Dragon Roar through the clouds as his urgent goal, and he wants at least a beginner grasp of it before the exam starts. After thinking it through, Lynchen assigns Clone 2 to keep training the origin breathing technique, while the others continue grinding Blazing Sun Palm and Shadows first. He decides the clones will only switch to Dragon Roar through the clouds after Blazing Sun Palm reaches perfection and Shadows reaches mastery. He also remembers one very practical problem. If he wants to keep AI openly, he needs an official spiritual beast permit. In Dragonside City, anyone raising a spiritual beast has to report to the 3-sect prefecture, so Lynchen knows he cannot dodge the process. The next morning at Calm Sun Martial Arts School, Yang Zhongyi grins the moment he sees Lynchen arrive early again. Lynchen gets straight to the point and pulls out the essence stone fragment he wants to sell. Yang Zhongyi recognizes the stone at a glance, treats it like serious good stuff, and agrees to sell it for him at a fair market price. Lynchen is relieved to hand the sale over, because he trusts Yang Zhongyi far more than random buyers who might slash the price. With that done, Lynchen asks the real favor on his mind: how to get permission to raise a spiritual beast. When Lynchen says the beast is a spiritual cat, Yang Zhongyi instantly connects it to yesterday's cat questions and gives him a very knowing look. He does not press the issue though, and simply promises a fast permit through his contact at the 3-sect prefecture. Lynchen thanks him in a much more serious tone this time, because he knows Yang Zhongyi has quietly helped him again and again. Yang Zhongyi brushes off the debt with a grin and jokes that they are friends with a shared hobby now. The punchline lands immediately. Lynchen likes cats, Yang Zhongyi likes cat girls, so in his mind they are both cat lovers. After leaving the school, Lynchen goes straight to a reputable spiritual beast food shop and buys 10 whole boxes of canned cat food. The delivery is so fast that by the time he gets home, the truck is already waiting outside his house. He moves the boxes inside, and the moment the door closes, AI comes running over to stare at them with shining eyes. When Lynchen confirms the boxes are all canned cat food, AI looks so happy she is practically dizzy. Used to her gluttony by now, Lynchen opens a box, counts out 35 cans, and sets aside a full week's share for her. AI immediately thanks him like he is the best person in the world and throws herself onto the cans in pure joy. Lynchen pets her like a ridiculous little kid, but he also warns her that at the prefecture tomorrow she must stay silent and act like an ordinary spiritual cat. Because a talking spiritual cat at AI's level is far too strange, she agrees without a second thought and keeps her secret hidden. After storing the remaining boxes away in his jade plate, Lynchen returns upstairs and throws himself back into cultivation. Yang Zhongyi follows through the next morning and transfers 250,000 spirit coins from the Essence Stone sale, easing Lynchen's money pressure for the next half month. Thanks to Yang Zhongyi's contact, the breeding permit process goes smoothly, and Lynchen secures the official certificate in less than 3 days. With AI's status settled, Lynchen puts nearly all his time into cultivation, and 5 days later his Blazing Sun Palm finally reaches perfection. That breakthrough also leaves him wondering if any martial technique can go past perfection at all. Even if the technique itself has capped out, pure Yang body still pushes his Blazing Sun Palm beyond normal perfection in raw power. Soon after, Shadows finally breaks through to mastery as well, giving him the last movement upgrade he wanted before the exam. He flashes across the room 5 or 6 times in a blink, and the sharper close-range movement convinces him this technique was made for melee fighting. At the same time, his cultivation has climbed to level 8 Chi transformation at 95%, close enough that he expects to hit level 9 before the test. With only 3 days left, Lynchen turns to the last missing piece and brings out Dragon Roar through the clouds. He knows the odds are bad, because even the lower-ranked Shadows took him and his clones more than 10 days just to reach beginner. Still, his superior martial arts talent gives him just enough confidence to try, so he and 3 clones commit fully to comprehending the technique. 3 days later, exam morning arrives, and Lynchen reaches Willow Academy's gate to find the other candidates already waiting. The 7 students gathered here are Willow Academy's ordinary student candidates, and unlike the wealthy family disciples, They will all ride to the venue together by bus. Linshin greets Sun Yen, and Sun Yen answers with such a beautiful smile that even the boys around them freeze for a second. Linshin himself nearly gets caught off guard by that face and has to repeat to himself that Sun Yen is a man before he looks away. Sun Yen, used to this kind of attention, ignores every stare without the slightest discomfort. A bus pulls up, Kong Hong gets out, and with one firm gesture he calls the candidates aboard. Once the bus starts moving, Kong Hong gives them one clear instruction: go all out, because entering Nanyang Academy is the doorway to a bright future. The speech fires up most of the group immediately, and several students go red with excitement at how close their dream suddenly feels. Only Linshin and Sun Yen stay calm, and Kong Hong quietly admires that steadiness more than the others' excitement. Looking at Linshin, Kong Hong cannot help thinking that with a powerful family behind him, this boy's achievements might have rivaled the very top heirs. He also knows the gap between ordinary students and major family disciples is brutally real, which makes Linshin's rise feel even more impressive. Kong Hong finally tells them to save their strength until the rules are explained at the venue, and the bus falls into a much quieter mood. Linshin and Sun Yen both close their eyes to rest, while the other 5 stay too nervous and excited to do the same. Lu Xiaoming especially cannot relax, because losing to Linshin in one move still burns in front of everyone. He tells himself the origin pill already pushed him to level 6 Chi transformation, so if he beats Linshin's results today, he can take back his pride. Half an hour later, the bus reaches a manor in the suburbs, and Kong Hong leaves for the teacher's waiting area while the students head inside. At the gathering square, Linshin and the others find a huge crowd of 400 to 500 examinees already assembled. The crowd is split so clearly it is almost embarrassing. Ordinary students stand tense on one side, while the disciples of influential families chat easily on the other. Sun Yen snorts at the whole social class display and walks straight off toward a quieter corner. Linshin follows with a small smile, but before they settle in, Yan Zhongyi appears and greets them like he has been waiting for this moment. Lu Xiaoming and the others clearly want to stay near Linshin, but the moment Yan Zhongyi joins him, they hesitate and drift back toward the ordinary student's side. Yan Zhongyi wastes no time boasting that his blazing sun palm has also reached mastery, and he warns them not to underestimate him in the exam. Sun Yen answers with one cool sentence that hits much harder: he has already broken through to level 7 Chi transformation. Yan Zhongyi is stunned, because Sun Yen reached level 6 not long ago, and the speed of that breakthrough sounds almost absurd. Sun Yen does not explain a thing and only flicks his eyes toward Linshin, silently reminding Yan Zhongyi that someone standing right here advanced even faster. While the 3 friends wait in the crowded exam square, Yan Zhongyi suddenly spots Yanxing walking straight toward them. To Linshin's surprise, Yanxing introduces himself politely and offers a handshake as if he has come only to make contact. Yanxing says he just wants to know Linshin and hints they can talk after the exam, but the gesture feels more like recruitment than friendship. Before leaving, Yanxing gives Yan Zhongyi a brief nod and pointedly ignores Sun Yen altogether. Once Yanxing is gone, Yan Zhongyi bluntly says the young master was trying to rope Linshin in as a subordinate. Linshin can only laugh, because if Yanxing really knew his strength, he would not be acting this condescendingly now. Back with the rich family disciples, Lu Zijuan and the others crowd around Yanxing, curious why he bothered speaking to Linshin at all. The rich family disciples brush Linshin aside, saying Yanxing's real rivals are Xuefeng and Chong Yanha, while Yanxing stands there listening. Lu Zijuan privately decides Linshin is too lowborn to matter, and that even Yanxing's followers should come from at least a declining old family like Sun Yan's. Yanxing ignores that snobbery and moves to Zhao Shuiying instead, bringing up the 2 other feared contenders who are said to have reached Chi transformation level 8. That topic finally gets Zhao Shuiying's attention, and she admits those 2 really are dangerous opponents. Yanxing says the chief disciple should come from 4 people only: Xuefeng, Chong Yanha, Zhao Shuiying, or himself. Zhao Shuiying answers without hesitation that the chief disciple position will be hers. Yanxing refuses to back down, making it clear that his feelings for Zhao Shuiying stop where this competition begins. Back with Linshin's group, Yan Zhongyi starts counting the monsters in this year's exam and names 4 sure level 8 elites at the top. He adds that there are also at least 30 or 40 level 7 candidates, nearly all of them from influential families. His glance at Linshin says the quiet part out loud: as far as he knows, Linshin is the only ordinary student here hiding a level 7 cultivation. Yan Zhongyi warns that this is probably Nanyang Academy's hardest exam in a decade, with a lineup far stronger than the other academies this year. Sun Yen stays perfectly calm, and Linshin only smiles, leaving Yan Zhongyi feeling like his warning landed on a wall. Since chief disciple is out of reach, Yan Zhongyi lowers the goal to a top 20 finish, where the academy's treatment would still be excellent. Sun Yen nods at that plan, showing his own target is also the top 20. Then Sun Yen turns to Linshin and asks the one question they both want answered: what is Linshin aiming for? Before Linshin can reply, a commotion ripples through the square as 2 elders in black and white robes walk in. Yan Zhongyi quietly identifies them as 9 young academy tutors, and Linshin immediately knows that means late-stage bright aperture power has just arrived. The square falls silent as the 2 tutors take their seats and sweep the examinees with piercing eyes. The black-robed elder introduces himself as Kai Zhonggu, and the white-robed elder follows as Kuya. A young academy assistant reports that all 500 candidates are present, and Kuya moves the exam forward without wasting a word. With one wave of Kuya's hand, mist surges out of empty air and forms the exam rules across the sky above the square. Linshin reads carefully and realizes the test is not a simple contest at all, but a special formation survival exam inside a fog formation. The first scoring method is straightforward: kill fog beasts inside the formation, and the stronger the beast, the more points it gives. The second rule is stranger, because simply surviving one more minute in the formation also earns a point. The third method is the biggest swing of all: find the altar's formation flag and hold it for a minute to gain 200 points. Each examinee will also receive a jade talisman that counts points and automatically shields them from fatal danger, but using that protection means instant elimination. The academy only takes the top 200 in the end, turning every point into a fight for survival and ranking. There is one more trap in the rules: candidates are forbidden to attack each other anywhere except the altar area, where open fighting is allowed. The formation also bans treasures, talismans, pills, and other outside help, leaving only storage items and ordinary weapons usable inside. The square erupts in debate at once, because many candidates have never even heard of this kind of exam, and the altar reward feels wildly unfair. Linshin quietly asks whether the influential families got advance information, and Yang Zhongyi flatly says no. Yang Zhongyi says the powerful families are not free to manipulate everything inside the sect, and his own clan would look down on doing something that dirty anyway. But Yang Zhongyi has at least heard of the fog formation before, which makes Linshin immediately ask for every detail he knows. Yang Zhongyi explains that the formation is driven by treasure fog, which condenses into real attacking fog beasts inside the array. He warns that as more candidates are eliminated, the treasure fog becomes denser and the fog beasts grow stronger, possibly all the way to the long breath stage near the end. That finally makes the scoring system click for Linshin, because the exam is testing combat, luck, and the ability to survive worsening pressure at the same time. Kuya suddenly cuts through the noise with one sharp command, and the entire square goes dead silent again. Kuya gives anyone with objections one chance to withdraw, but not a single candidate steps forward. Seeing no retreaters, Kuya starts the examination and hands the moment over to Kai Zhonggu. Kai Zhonggu flips out a talisman-covered formation disc, and blinding light bursts from it to swallow the whole square. When the light fades, all 500 examinees are gone from the square in one clean mass teleportation. Kai Zhonggu immediately manipulates the disc again, and a giant water curtain unfolds in the air to show the candidates inside the fog formation. Watching the screen, Kai Zhonggu remarks that this year's candidates may be the best batch 9 Young Academy has seen in 10 years. Kuya agrees and names the 4 obvious stars, saying any one of them could have won older exams by themselves. Kuya takes the strong candidate field as proof the sect is prospering, and he even predicts the academy could win the next grand competition. Kuya then asks the real question: among all these talents, who will actually take first place? Kai Zhonggu says the 4 favorites are all level 8, and all have mastery in Blazing Sun Palm, so the winner will come down to the rest of their martial arts. In the end, both tutors can only agree on one thing for sure: this year's champion will almost certainly be one of those 4. So all that is left is to watch. Linshin's vision clears, and he finds himself alone inside a massive stone hall buried in the fog formation. A jade talisman marked with a clear 0 appears in his hand, confirming the exam has started and his score is now being tracked. Since the test is about surviving the formation, not clearing a route, Linshin picks a door and starts moving without overthinking the direction. Before he gets far, the clouds overhead churn and spit out more than 10 horned, winged fog beasts that dive straight at him. Linshin slaps the first beast apart so easily that he immediately realizes these monsters are only around Chi transformation level 1. The real trap appears a second later, because every beast he kills just reforms from the ceiling mist and throws itself back into the fight. After less than 100 meters, he has already cut down over 20 beasts, and the talisman's score keeps climbing while the non-stop pressure makes the exam's goal obvious: wear people out. By the time Linshin reaches the first door, the fog beasts have already gotten stronger, which means a wave of weaker examinees must have been eliminated almost immediately. He steps through the door and arrives in another identical hall, where a fresh pack of fog beasts is already charging him. Instead of chasing fast points, Linshin quietly switches to perseverance, and settles into a careful rhythm that saves stamina for the long haul. Outside the formation, eliminated candidates begin popping back into the square inside protective shields, looking pale and crushed after scoring only a few dozen points at best. The square fills with complaints that the test is absurd, but Kuya and Kai Zhonggu stay cold because they have seen too many hopefuls break at this stage. A giant water screen shows the remaining candidates still fighting inside the formation, some trapped in desperate swarms and others forcing their way from hall to hall in search of the altar. The live ranking appears, and Zhao Shuiying, Yan Xing, Chong Yanhe, and Xue Feng quickly lock down the top positions with a visible gap over everyone else. Then Kai Zhonggu spots an unfamiliar name climbing hard, because Linshin has already reached 85 points and jumped into 23rd place. Kuya checks the records and learns Linshin is not from any influential family, making his sudden top 30 run feel even more unusual. When the file adds that Linshin comes from Willow Academy, grew up in a welfare institution, and supposedly only reached Chi transformation level 6 with mastery in Blazing Sun Palm, both tutors are genuinely stunned. Now fully interested, the two tutors enlarge Linshin's feed and watch him glide through a ring of stronger fog beasts without even letting them touch his clothes. His performance is too relaxed for a level 6 cultivator, so the tutors conclude Linshin must have quietly broken through to at least level 7 right before the exam. That makes Linshin look like a rare talent with real intersect potential, and even the attendants start staring at his image with envy. Inside the formation, Linshin keeps grinding forward through his 4th hall, still empty-handed after more than 10 minutes, and nearly 300 points. When he enters the next hall, another examinee bursts in from a side door at the exact same moment, and both immediately realize they have to share the space. Neither man wastes time talking, and they silently split off toward different doors before the next wave hits. This time the cloud ceiling forms 22 fog beasts, and the tall boy curses under his breath as he realizes the exam just got even nastier. The tall boy can barely hold them off and bitterly regrets never learning a movement technique, because brute force is no longer enough to survive. Then he glances over and sees Linshin strolling through his own swarm like it is nothing, casually blowing the beasts apart as he advances. That one moment of disbelief costs the tall boy everything, and the fog beast sees the opening to bury him under their charge. A burst of protective light shoots out of the pack, showing the examinee has been eliminated while Linshin can only spare him half a second of sympathy. Linshin steps into the next chamber and finally finds what everyone has been hunting, the altar hall with a towering granite platform and a scarlet formation flag at its center. He immediately locks onto the 200-point reward, but before he can move, 3 more candidates rush in from the other doors and all spot the flag at once. The instant all 4 spot each other, the hall goes still, because with no fog beasts here, the real danger is now the other examinees. No one rushes first, since grabbing the flag too early would just make that person the target of the other 3 for a full minute. As Linshin sizes up the room, he recognizes Yanxing among the 3, the same candidate who tried to recruit him before the exam. Yanxing barely acknowledges Linshin before turning toward another boy with open caution and greeting him by name, Shuefeng. Linshin follows that reaction and realizes the plain-looking boy with the sword-sharp eyes is Shuefeng, one of the 4 favorites everyone has been watching. Back in the square, the tutors spot 4 candidates reaching the altar hall at once and immediately realize the first formation flag is about to trigger a major clash. Kuya checks the rankings and knows anyone who grabs that flag will instantly break away from the pack, especially with the top scores still packed close together. Kuya decides Linshin's only smart option is to leave now, because once Yanxing and Shuefeng fight for the flag, anyone else in that hall will just get crushed in the crossfire. But when Linshin and the other boy stay put, Kuya can only sigh that greed is leading them straight into trouble. Inside the hall, Yanxing greets Shuefeng and proposes a temporary alliance to wipe out the other 2 before they settle the flag between themselves. Shuefeng agrees without hesitation, and the unnamed examinee goes pale because giving up the 200-point prize still feels impossible. Before the boy can decide, Shuefeng launches at him, forcing that side of the hall into battle. At the same time, Yanxing steps up to Linshin and offers one last chance. Walk away now, and he will let him leave untouched. Linshin only smiles and answers with a flat refusal. That answer kills Yanxing's patience, and he decides to put Linshin in his place for daring to defy him. Yanxing explodes forward and slams out a full-power blazing sun palm, flooding the hall with roaring heat before the strike even lands. Inside the hall and out in the square, people react in the same stunned certainty. With Yanxing's full-power palm coming in, Linshin should be finished. Linshin does the opposite of retreating and meets the attack head-on with his own palm. A brighter, fiercer scarlet force erupts from Linshin's hand, crushes Yanxing's heatwave outright, and smashes into him like a rising sun. Yanxing is blasted off his feet, wrapped in the exam's protective glow, and eliminated before he even hits the ground. The hall drops into stunned silence as Shuefeng and the remaining boy freeze and stare at Linshin, unable to believe Yanxing just got eliminated in one move. Outside, the square erupts as the crowd finally catches up to what they just saw. An unknown Linshin casually knocked out one of the seated favorites. A flash drops Yanxing back into the square, and for a few dazed seconds he can only stand there, too shocked to process his own defeat. When the weight of those stares sinks in, Yanxing's face turns ugly with humiliation and hate. Kai Zhonggu is the first to name what he saw. Linshin's blazing sun palm has reached perfection. Kuya pushes the shock further. Perfection alone could not do that, so Linshin's strike had to be at least 8th level Chi transformation, not the weak level people assumed. That revelation rattles the onlookers again, because now Linshin looks strong enough to stand beside the seated geniuses instead of beneath them. Even the tutors start wondering if this ordinary student might really become the top scorer of the whole exam. Inside the hall, Linshin simply lowers his hand as if that one-sided finish barely cost him anything. Inwardly, Linshin notes he still used perseverance instead of switching talents, which makes Yanxing's defeat feel even smaller than it looked. Linshin checks his status and confirms what the others do not know yet. He is already at level 9 Chi transformation, with perfection in origin breathing and blazing sun palm and mastery in shadows. When Lin Xing turns toward the remaining two, Xue Feng hardens up and the other examinee instinctively backs away. The unnamed boy quickly gives up on the flag and leaves, knowing staying any longer would just get him eliminated too. Now alone with Lin Xing, Xue Feng weighs the situation carefully and realizes even he has no confidence in winning. Instead of rushing in, Xue Feng finally asks for Lin Xing's name, treating him like a real rival now. After hearing it, Xue Feng still cannot place him among the major families, which only makes Lin Xing feel even more unsettling. Xue Feng leaves with one warning that sounds more like acknowledgement: he will remember Lin Xing. Lin Xing is a little surprised that Xue Feng backs off so cleanly, but he is happy to take the free win instead of another hard fight. With the hall finally his, Lin Xing strides to the altar and reaches for the formation flag. A minute after he pulls it free, the flag dissolves into mist, and its 200 points transfer straight into his jade talisman. That sudden jump pushes Lin Xing over 500 points, and he immediately suspects he may have just taken first place. He briefly wonders if this Fog Beast free hall could be exploited as a safe place to camp for points, then immediately distrusts the idea as an obvious trap. Deciding not to gamble on a loophole, Lin Xing jumps down and chooses one of the 3 doors to keep moving. Back in the square, the ranking list updates in an instant, and Lin Xing jumps all the way to first place with 503 points. The ordinary students erupt first, thrilled that someone like Lin Xing has just shoved the elite family disciples off the top spot. The influential family disciples snap back that the exam is not over, because one more formation flag could still throw the whole ranking around again. The argument starts spilling into a real shouting match until Kuya cuts across the square and silences everyone with a sharp warning. Once the noise dies down, Kuya turns back to the water screen, and the exam's next twist hangs in the air. As the fog exam drags on, more and more examinees stumble back into the square, and the ones already out can only watch their rankings freeze while others keep climbing. Anyone knocked out of the top 200 turns pale on the spot, because once they leave the formation, their score is locked for good. A few minutes later, Lu Xiaoming returns and rushes straight to the rankings, searching from the bottom of the accepted range upward. When Lu Xiaoming finds himself in 175th place, relief hits so hard he can barely hold back his joy. He quickly realizes the scores below about 190th have stopped moving, which means his spot in the top 200 is already safe. For Lu Xiaoming, the dream of entering Nanyang Academy finally becomes real, and he has to force himself to calm down. Once he settles down, he starts looking for his schoolmates, and spots Wang Weichao in the crowd. Lu Xiaoming happily asks about Wang Weichao's result, but Wang Weichao can only admit he ranked below 250 and is definitely out. Seeing his friend's face, Lu Xiaoming reins in his own excitement and awkwardly tries to comfort him. Then Lu Xiaoming asks about Lin Xing, still assuming his own 175th place result should be better than most ordinary students can manage. Wang Weichao just points at the rankings, and Lu Xiaoming follows his finger without understanding what could be so strange. The next second, Lu Xiaoming freezes in shock when he sees Lin Xing sitting at the very top above all the famous prodigies. He even rubs his eyes, because Lin Xing beating the seeded candidates sounds less like an exam result and more like a bad joke. When Lu Xiaoming demands an explanation, Wang Weichao quietly points out Yan Xing and starts telling him what happened. The story only gets crazier. Lin Xing beat Yan Xing in one move, scared off Xue Feng, and took a formation flag for himself. Wang Weichao admits he had the same dumbfounded reaction a few minutes ago, because none of this feels remotely normal. Lu Xiaoming can only swallow hard and accept that his old goal of surpassing Lin Xing was never realistic at all. Before he can process it, a new commotion ripples through the square and everyone suddenly looks up at the water screen. The screen zooms in on Zhao Shuiying and Chong Yanhe fighting near another altar flag, finally giving the audience a real clash between top seeds. Their movement techniques are so sharp that most spectators can barely follow more than 2 streaking afterimages smashing together. Watching from the square, Kai Zhonggu praises both of them for pushing moving star steps to proficient and nearing mastery. Even the 2 tutors hold back on predicting a winner, because neither genius has shown a real trump card yet. That changes in an instant when Chong Yanhe finally draws steel and a scarlet sword light explodes across the screen toward Zhao Shuiying. Zhao Shuiying barely slips away in time, and the square erupts as people recognize Chong Yanhe's weapon technique as the supreme yang swordplay. Even the tutors are surprised, because Chong Yanhe clearly trained a weapon art just to raise his odds of taking the chief disciple seat. Zhao Shuiying is surprised too, but unlike the crowd, she does not panic for even a second. Instead, Zhao Shuiying lifts a finger, and a red blazing string suddenly stretches through the air like a line of burning silk. The string instantly shreds Chong Yanhe's sword light and forces him into an ugly roll just to survive. When Chong Yanhe rises again, his long sword is already cracked and melting at the cut, proving just how terrifying that thread really is. Kuya and Kai Zhonggu both recognize the move at once, and their shock says everything. Zhao Shuiying has learned condensed strings. The whole square is thrown off, because everyone thought Chong Yanhe had seized control, only for Zhao Shuiying to flip the fight in a blink. As people argue over what they just saw, the more informed students spell it out, condensed strings is the Zhao family's strongest technique, and one of the most feared arts in the Qi transformation stage. What makes it terrifying is simple. Even at Qi transformation, it can imitate the ranged killing power people normally expect only from long-breath cultivators. Kuya is openly impressed now, because Zhao Shuiying is already at the 8th level of Qi transformation, and this technique makes her look unbeatable below long breath. Back inside the formation, Chong Yenhe refuses to yield yet and instantly pulls out a fresh sword, bracing like he's facing a deadly enemy. Zhao Shuiying answers that resistance with another flick of her finger, sending a fresh red string whipping toward him. Knowing normal weapons cannot block it, Chong Yenhe has no choice but to dodge instead of meeting the attack head-on. But Zhao Shuiying does not stop at one strike, and more red strings keep tearing into the battlefield until the air itself looks woven shut around him. After several miserable minutes of pure defense, Chong Yenhe finally grits out a surrender and gives up the flag. Zhao Shuiying immediately disperses the strings, and Chong Yenhe leaves without another word, too humiliated to stay. Only after he disappears does Zhao Shuiying step onto the altar and calmly pull out the flag she just won. A minute later her score surges by 200 points, and now Shuiying overtakes Linxin to reclaim first place at 802. That switch at the top sparks another round of muttered arguments, with one side cheering Zhao Shuiying and the other insisting Linxin is still close enough to strike back. Still, nobody dares make too much noise after Kuya's warning, so the whole square settles back into tense, watchful silence. From there, the exam speeds up fast as more altar flags are found and more simultaneous fights break out inside the fog. Every time someone loses one of those clashes, they are thrown out of the formation while the winner shoots upward in the rankings. At the same time, the fog beasts keep growing stronger as the field thins out, forcing out even more examinees in a brutal chain reaction. An hour into the exam, fewer than 20 live images remain on the water screen, which means fewer than 20 candidates are still inside. By that stage, even the lowest score among the survivors has already climbed past 500, showing just how savage the cutoff has become. A few minutes later, 2 more candidates are driven out, and that loss of numbers triggers another nasty jump in danger. All the remaining fog beasts suddenly roar and break through to Qi transformation level 6, becoming the final blow for everyone still hanging on. The last struggling examinees are immediately drowned out and forced from the formation, and more than 10 of them appear in the square at once. Yang Zhongyi lands back in the square breathing hard and quickly notices Sun Yan nearby, just as worn out as he is. Yang Zhongyi instantly teases him, laughing that Sun Yan still got thrown out no later than he did. Sun Yan barely reacts, and just stares up at the rankings, too drained and distracted to argue right away. When Yang Zhongyi checks too, he finds himself 12th with 786 points, and Sun Yan 15th with 773, enough to make him crow even louder. But Yang Zhongyi's boasting dies quickly when he notices Sun Yan is staring like he has seen something impossible. Sun Yan silently points, and Yang Zhongyi follows his hand up to the top of the board. The moment he sees Linxin sitting in second place, Yang Zhongyi blurts out his disbelief on the spot. He immediately grabs another examinee for the story, and what he learns leaves both him and Sun Yan stunned speechless. They had guessed Linxin probably improved before the exam, but they never imagined he had grown enough to beat Yanxing. That thought sends Yang Zhongyi hunting through the rankings for Yanxing's name, almost afraid of what he will find. He finally finds Yanxing all the way down at 142nd with 323 points, a collapse so bad it does not even match his status as one of the 4 seeded candidates. When Yang Zhongyi looks across the square, he spots Yanxing in the corner staring at the screen with bloodshot eyes and a face twisted by silent hatred. In the square, Yang Zhongyi watches Yanxing's wrecked expression and can't help feeling a little pity for him. He remembers Yanxing trying to recruit Linxin before the exam, and the fall from arrogance to 142nd place feels especially harsh. Sun Yan catches him muttering, and Yang Zhongyi brushes it off and turns back to the screen. Only 4 candidates are still inside the fog formation now: Zhao Shuiying, Xue Feng, Chong Yenhe, and Linxin. After a wave of eliminations, the fog beasts have grown brutally stronger, and more than 20 of them are swarming each survivor. Xue Feng and Chong Yenhe are nearly pinned in place, unable to get any closer to the exit door while the beasts hammer them without pause. Zhao Shuiying looks far calmer, carving a path forward as her blazing red condensed strings rip the fog beasts apart. Before long, Zhao Shuiying pushes to within 5 meters of the door. Then the crowd's attention snaps to Linxin, because his movement is even more shocking. Linxin slips through tiny gaps like a streak of lightning, turning sharply without losing speed while the beasts fail to touch even his sleeve. The square erupts, with people blurting out that whatever Linxin is using, it definitely isn't ordinary footwork. Kuya and Kai Zhonggu recognize it at once. Linxin's shadows technique has reached at least mastery. Kai Zhonggu is stunned that Linxin has both mastery in shadows and perfection in Blazing Sun Palm, a combination far beyond normal talent. Kuya briefly wonders how a welfare student like Linxin even obtained a technique as good as shadows, then decides it isn't his place to dig into it. On the screen, Linxin and Zhao Shuiying break free of the beasts and rush through the door almost at the same time. A fresh wave of shock hits the square when both of them appear in the exact same final hall. At the center of the hall sits an altar with a single formation flag, turning their meeting into a fight for first place. Zhao Shuiying only gives Lin Shin a brief glance before dashing for the flag, because she still thinks he's just a 6th level dark horse. But Lin Shin is faster, and under full mastery shadows he becomes a near afterimage as he shoots straight onto the altar. Shocked, Zhao Shuiying slashes her finger across the air and sends a red condensed string whipping at him. Lin Shin senses the danger at the last instant and has to abandon the flag, retreating to the edge of the altar instead. Zhao Shuiying reaches the altar too, and the two of them square off with the formation flag standing between them. Lin Shin first wonders if Zhao Shuiying has already reached long breath, then quickly realizes those red threads must be a special martial technique instead. Zhao Shuiying is even more unsettled, because that brief exchange already told her Lin Shin is nowhere near the level she expected. With the exam nearly over, both of them understand the same thing: whoever takes this flag should take first place. The entire square goes quiet as everyone realizes this duel will decide the chief disciple. After a long frozen stare-down, Lin Shin is the first to move and blasts forward like a bolt of lightning. He slams out a blazing palm strike, sending rolling heat waves straight at Zhao Shuiying. Zhao Shuiying answers with dozens of condensed strings that shred the fire wave apart and keep cutting toward Lin Shin. In a blink, Zhao Shuiying's condensed strings turn one corner of the altar into a deadly web, and Lin Shin is forced into non-stop dodging just to stay alive. The tutors can only sigh, because in an exam that bans enchanted weapons, condensed strings looks almost unbeatable. Around them, the spectators start accepting Zhao Shuiying's win and call Lin Shin's run an honorable defeat. Even Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan feel the same regret, because Lin Shin really looked just one step away. Then a clear dragon roar explodes from the water screen and wipes the square clean of chatter. When the crowd looks again, nearly half of the condensed strings around Lin Shin are already gone. Lin Shin roars again, and a visible sound wave blasts outward like a tsunami through the air. Every condensed string in its path explodes and vanishes, leaving Zhao Shuiying staggered and pale. The square explodes again, because no one expected Lin Shin to reveal a soundwave martial technique strong enough to break condensed strings. Even Kuya and Kai Zhonggu are rattled now, since Lin Shin has suddenly shown a third high-level technique on top of everything else. On the altar, Zhao Shuiying finally sees Lin Shin as genuinely dangerous, because even her greatest advantage has been cracked. Lin Shin is relieved too, because his rushed training and dragon roar through the clouds actually worked. The moment he confirms that, Lin Shin charges again and turns the fight around with a ruthless counterattack. By now, Lin Shin has already judged her clearly. Zhao Shuiying fights like a 9th-level cultivator, but she still isn't enough to stop him. He bursts into her range, smashes apart her strings with another roar, and follows with a storm of close-range attacks. With her cultivation, movement, and palm skill all a step behind, Zhao Shuiying suddenly has no answer left. For the first time against someone her own age, Zhao Shuiying feels a real sense of helplessness. Back in the square, the examinees are left dumbfounded as Zhao Shuiying is pushed onto the defensive instead of Lin Shin. Yang Zhongyi can only mutter that Lin Shin must already be at the 9th level, while Sun Yan goes silent under the size of the gap between them. In the corner of the square, Yan Xing finally loses even his last excuse, because this is undeniable now. He would have lost head-on too. Kuya and Kai Zhonggu reach the same conclusion and realize Lin Shin has been hiding 9th-level strength this whole time. They can barely process it, because an ordinary student stronger than every seated family disciple is something they've never seen before. The fight ends fast after that, when another dragon-like roar rocks Zhao Shuiying and forces one backward step. Before she can recover, Lin Shin flashes behind her like a ghost and drives a blazing palm toward her back. A faint green halo appears at the last second to block the strike, and Zhao Shuiying knows she's lost. In the next breath, Zhao Shuiying turns into a stream of light and is expelled from the fog formation. A beat later the square catches up, and the shock lands all at once. Zhao Shuiying really lost. By then Xue Feng and Chong Yanha have already been forced out too, so Lin Shin is the only candidate left inside the formation. And with the formation flag still beside him, the result is completely settled. The crowd erupts into open awe, because Lin Shin has taken first place and become the chief disciple. More than that, everyone realizes they've just seen a record broken. For the first time in Nanyang Academy history, an ordinary student has claimed the top seat. As the last formation flag dissolved into cloud-like mist, the rankings froze with Lin Shin at 1,156 points, more than 200 ahead of Zhao Shuiying. Kuya and Kai Zhonggu were both visibly shaken, because an ordinary student had just crushed a field full of elite family disciples and taken the top spot. Seeing Lin Shin was the only one left and already unbeatable, Kuya proposed ending the exam on the spot, and Kai Zhonggu agreed at once. Kai Zhonggu swept a hand across the formation disc, and the battle image vanished, leaving only the final rankings hanging over the square. A flash of light dropped Lin Shin back into the square, and every eye immediately locked onto him. Lin Shin stood there confused for a beat, still expecting to keep hunting fog beasts, until he noticed the rankings overhead and realized the exam was already over. Even after taking first place, Lin Shin felt a little disappointed, because he had already been ready to test himself against long breath stage fog beasts next. Yang Zhongyi hurried over, punched Lin Shin on the shoulder, and laughed that his friend had gone way past making a splash and straight into chief disciple territory. Sun Yan came over too, looking at Lin Shin with a complicated mix of admiration and disbelief. Lin Shin brushed it off as luck, thinking the 2 formation flags had carried him, but the others knew he only got those flags by beating monsters like Yan Xing, Shui Feng, and Zhao Shuiying first. Then Kuya's voice rang across the square and ordered only the top 200 to stay, sending everyone else home. The rejected examinees left in a wave of frustration, while the ones who remained could barely hide their relief and excitement. Once the square cleared, Kuya formally welcomed the survivors as new members of the Nine-Yang Academy. But his next words were a warning, not a celebration. Getting in meant nothing if they could not survive the brutal competition inside the academy. Kai Zhongge gave them 1 month to prepare before they officially entered the academy and started their real cultivation journey. Before leaving, both tutors gave Lin Shin an unmistakably warm nod, and the other new disciples could only look on with envy. The moment the tutors were gone, candidates from every side surged toward Lin Shin, eager to cling to the new genius before he rose any higher. He got buried under invitations, flattery, and fake casual small talk until he felt less like a champion and more like a zoo exhibit. After some real effort, Lin Shin finally peeled himself free and shot Yang Zhongyi an annoyed look for enjoying the show. That was when Lin Shin noticed Zhao Shuiying standing just 5 meters away, watching him in silence with those clear, steady eyes. Zhao Shuiying walked straight to the point and asked what martial technique he had used in their fight. Lin Shin reminded her that prying into someone else's martial arts was rude, and to his surprise she immediately admitted it and apologized. With that settled, Zhao Shuiying simply told him he was strong, said she held no grudge, and vowed she would beat him next time. She left before Lin Shin could answer, and he could only stare after her and ask if she had always been that blunt. Yang Zhongyi just shrugged and said that was how martial artists were, then quietly warned Lin Shin to watch out for the petty Yan Xing. Lin Shin took the warning in stride, and Yang Zhongyi immediately changed the mood by dragging the group off to the Night Dream Club for a celebration on his tab. Back at the manor, Kong Hong was already waiting, so stunned by the news that he seemed to snap back to reality only when Lin Shin appeared in front of him. Still overwhelmed, Kong Hong congratulated Lin Shin and reminded him to collect the academy's reward for taking first place the next day. After the 3 boys left together, Kong Hong could only watch them go and sigh that the academy was about to erupt over this result. In a bright private room at the Night Dream Club, Lin Shin, Yang Zhongyi, and Sun Yan raised their glasses to celebrate passing the exam. Yang Zhongyi was still half in disbelief as he listed the monsters Lin Shin had beaten and called him the first exam champion in academy history from outside the influential families. Sun Yan backed him up, and when Lin Shin pointed out they had both also made the top 15, the table finally loosened into honest pride. Once the excitement settled, Lin Shin asked Yang Zhongyi to explain what life inside the Nine-Yang Academy was really like. Yang Zhongyi explained that the lower house ranked disciples in 4 tiers, heaven, earth, black, and yellow, and the gap in resources between those levels was huge. When Sun Yan asked how anyone climbed up, Yang Zhongyi said the answer was simple and brutal. Every upper tier had fixed slots, so you advanced only by defeating someone already there. He added that the academy held a level challenge every 3 months, turning promotion into a regular cycle of direct replacement fights. Asked where the freshmen started, Yang Zhongyi broke down the numbers and revealed that only the top 79 newcomers would even get yellow rank, while the rest would begin with no rank at all. That shocked both Lin Shin and Sun Yan. But Sun Yan quickly caught something stranger and questioned why the lower house had only 571 disciples when the academy recruited 200 every year. Lin Shin immediately remembered Kuya's warning, and Yang Zhongyi confirmed the ugly truth. Every year the lower house eliminates the bottom 50, and more disappear to chi deviation, missions, and death. Sun Yan argued that newer disciples were being thrown into an unfair fight against people with a year or more of extra cultivation time. Yang Zhongyi did not soften it at all, saying true fairness did not exist and that the academy's higher-ups simply believed anyone worthy would force their way up anyway. He admitted the system was harsh, but insisted that this constant pressure was exactly why the academy kept producing stronger disciples year after year. Then he added one last practical detail. Even the eliminated disciples were not abandoned, because they could still join the Nine Sons sect as outer disciples or enter the martial enforcement hall. After pouring them fresh drinks, Yang Zhongyi warned that the academy's pressure had not even started yet, because they still had one obstacle waiting in that last free month. When Lin Shin asked what he meant, Yang Zhongyi finally named it with a grim little smile: the guided battle, where the seniors were supposed to welcome the freshmen but really just beat them down on day 1. Over drinks, Yang Zhongyi warns Lin Shin and Sun Yan that every new class gets hit with the academy's so-called guided battle. He explains the rule clearly: 10 yellow-level senior disciples are picked to fight the freshmen, and the losers have to dig, or in the spirit mine for 3 days. Sun Yan immediately calls it what it is: a stacked match meant to bully newcomers who have a full year less cultivation. Yang Zhongyi says the academy quietly allows it as training, and the seniors usually put up resources as stakes so the beatdown looks halfway fair. Then he points at the real problem this year. Lin Shin became chief disciple as a commoner, so senior students from powerful families are almost guaranteed to target him. Lin Shin stays cool and says they'll deal with whatever comes, even with everyone expecting trouble. Yang Zhongyi presses harder, saying the seniors may even send long-breath opponents. But Lin Shin quietly thinks he can already fight that level and may break through himself within a month. Elsewhere in the central district, a grim Yenxing arrives at a towering high-rise and heads straight for his older brother. A waiter directs him to Cultivation Room 2, and Yenxing walks down the long corridor like he's bracing for judgment. Inside the dark room, Yen Jing'an sits cross-legged in white, and the moment he opens his eyes the whole space seems to flash with lightning. Yenxing is stunned then thrilled, because that flash means his brother has already broken through to the bright aperture stage. Yen Jing'an confirms the breakthrough but says he still will not challenge the upper house yet because his realm has not stabilized. Then the conversation turns sharp as Yen Jing'an brings up Yenxing's disgraceful exam ranking and reminds him their family is being laughed at. Under that calm pressure, Yenxing can barely answer, and sweat breaks out as Yen Jing'an says some elders even want his family resources cut. That finally shakes Yenxing, because losing resources would let the other Yen family geniuses overtake him and strip away his status. He looks up and begs for help, and Yen Jing'an tells him their father has already suppressed the proposal for now. Yen Jing'an warns him not to embarrass the family again, because next time either he nor their father may be able to cover for him. When Yenxing bitterly brings up Lin Shin, Yen Jing'an says the commoner chief disciple already has plenty of enemies among the powerful families. Realizing recruitment is no longer possible, Yen Jing'an decides to push 2 yellow-level disciples into the guided battle so they can target Lin Shin directly. That promise instantly cheers Yenxing up, because he can already picture Lin Shin being crushed in public and possibly injured badly enough to fall behind. Back at home, Lin Shin is almost attacked by a black blur before he realizes it's just AI launching herself at him. AI grabs his clothes with watery eyes and demands the only thing that matters to her right now, canned cat food. Lin Shin finally remembers he forgot feeding Day, so he pulls out a pile of cans from his storage jade plate to calm her down. AI tears into the food at once and admits she miscounted her stash, ate too much, and has been starving for 3 days. Embarrassed by how badly he neglected her, Lin Shin promises she can ask for more whenever she runs out. AI instantly forgives him and calls him a good person, which only makes Lin Shin feel guiltier for fooling such a simple kid. Once AI is fed, Lin Shin heads upstairs and turns back to the real deadline hanging over him, 1 month before academy entry. He decides to spend that month pushing Shadows and Dragon Roar through the clouds as far as possible, because both proved their worth in the exam. He especially values Dragon Roar through the clouds now that he knows it suppressed Zhao Shuiying's famed condensed strings, proving the cat general was right about its power. To survive what's coming, Lin Shin sets his next big goal clearly: break through to the long breath stage as soon as he can. He pulls up his status and sees the situation plainly. Level 9 Chi Transformation, Shadows at Mastery, Dragon Roar through the clouds still only at beginner, and clone progress still rising. The problem is resources. He has already used up all his condensing liquid, and without more fuel even his no-bottleneck talent cannot carry him forward. He knows the Black Street shop only gets tiny batches, but the stronger pills he really wants are too expensive for the spirit coins he has now. He briefly considers hunting more essence stone fragments with AI, but drops the idea because the night grinders may still be searching for her and luck like last time is not reliable. So he settles on a practical plan: collect Willow Academy's reward tomorrow and head to Black Street for more supplies after that. The next morning, Lin Shin reaches the quiet holiday campus of Willow Academy, relieved he will not have to deal with crowds this time. At the top floor office, Kong Hong is already waiting with Dean He Xianglin, who greets Lin Shin with much warmer respect than before. Kong Hong notices the difference immediately, because Lin Shin is no longer just another admitted student but a commoner genius with real future value. After some polite talk, He Xianglin finally hands over the academy reward: 200,000 spirit coins, 5 bottles of origin pills, and a full set of low-level talismans. The talisman set alone is valuable, with 12 pieces covering 6 useful types, including the especially costly Divine Weapon Talisman. Looking at nearly 600,000 spirit coins worth of rewards, Lin Shin quietly realizes this is what real strength starts to buy. He thanks the dean, refuses the lunch invitation politely, and leaves with his new resources in hand. Now richer than he has ever been, Lin Shin decides to tie off one last loose end before academy life starts, resigning from the martial arts school. At Calm Sun Martial Arts School, Gao Jun is not surprised by the resignation at all after hearing Lin Shin became this year's top student. Gao Jun even walks him to the door, sending him off with the respect due to someone already moving beyond this place. Back home, Lin Shin locks himself in the bedroom, summons a clone, and starts cultivating with origin pills immediately. The results are disappointing. After reaching level 9 Chi Transformation, even 6 origin pills only push his progress by about 1%. That means all 5 reward bottles together are nowhere near enough for a breakthrough, so Lin Shin makes his next move on the spot. He will go to Black Street tonight. More than half a month later, Lin Shin slipped back into Black Street at night, and the place still felt as cold, secretive, and dangerous as ever. After getting recognized last time, Lin Shin came prepared with a face-changing pill, a mask, and a black robe layered together so nobody would spot him now. At a familiar counter, Linshin asked for condensing liquid, but the shop only had 10 liters left. Linshin bought the small batch anyway, but the numbers were bad. Even 10 liters would only push his progress a little, and his remaining spirit coins still were not enough to close the gap to long breath stage. He was still wishing for something cheaper and stronger than origin pills when he spotted Old Wu by the roadside, happily gnawing on a greasy pig trotter. Old Wu glanced over and looked away without recognizing him, but Linshin stopped, changed his mind, and walked straight toward him. Seeing a mysterious customer approach, Old Wu instantly tried his usual scam pitch about secret manuals and rare talent. Linshin cut him off with 2 old keywords, and Old Wu finally realized who was hiding under all that disguise. Old Wu laughed at all the extra layers and guessed right away that Linshin only came back because he needed information. Linshin got straight to the point and asked where Black Street sold condensing liquid and other pills or herbs that could force cultivation higher. That question made Old Wu frown, because he could tell Linshin was already strong for his age and should not need such dangerous shortcuts. When Linshin tried to explain, Old Wu stopped him cold and said he did not want to know the reason. Knowing too much would just get him killed faster. Even so, Old Wu admitted this shady trade was exactly his specialty, and started listing one dangerous cultivation aid after another. He warned that those things came with brutal prices like shortened lifespan, ruined foundations, or even mental collapse, so normal cultivators avoided them unless they were desperate. Instead of backing off, Linshin's eyes lit up, because the side effects did not matter if his clones were the ones taking the damage. Linshin immediately asked where to buy those materials, and Old Wu could only stare at him for ignoring every warning. Old Wu finally named a few shops, and Linshin pushed harder by telling him to lead the way himself. Old Wu rubbed his hands for payment first, and Linshin shut that down by stuffing 200 spirit coins into them. With money in hand, Old Wu became surprisingly reliable and marched Linshin through several shops around Black Street. By the end of the search, Linshin had bought blood-boiling powder, snake orchids, and poison flame mushrooms, all stronger than condensing liquid and all packed with worse side effects. Linshin bought every dangerous item he saw without blinking, because for him the payoff mattered far more than the cost. When dawn started to brighten the horizon, Linshin made a new proposal. Instead of wasting time coming here himself, he wanted Old Wu to keep collecting those materials for him. Old Wu agreed on the spot, but only if Linshin paid the purchase money up front. Linshin trusted Old Wu just enough to risk 30,000 spirit coins, not enough to hurt badly if the old man vanished, but enough to keep the arrangement moving. Back home that night, AI was already asleep when Linshin returned with the black market haul. Linshin quietly shut himself in the second-floor bedroom and summoned Clone 2 to test every dangerous pill and herb one by one. After more than 3 hours of testing, the results were clear. Condensing liquid had weakened badly at his current level, but the more dangerous materials were far more effective. 1 bottle of blood-boiling powder boosted 4%, 1 snake orchid gave about 6%, and 1 poison flame mushroom nearly gave 9%, which made them absurdly better than origin pills for the price. The price for that huge gain showed up on Clone 2's body. By the end of the experiments, the clone looked pale, drained, and close to death. Linshin worried that Clone 2's lifespan had already been cut in half, but he still needed the clone to hold on until he broke through to long breath stage. He set Clone 2 back to cultivation, sat down himself, and had his other 3 clones keep grinding martial techniques inside his training routine. Among all his arts, Linshin decided mortal restraint could wait, so he put his real focus on pushing shadows to perfection before moving on to dragon roar through the clouds. 10 days flashed by, and all that focused training finally pushed shadows to perfection. His cultivation also surged under the stacked medicines, leaving him at level 9 chi transformation with 75% progress toward the next stage. Seeing he was only 25% away from long breath stage, Linshin figured one more batch from Old Wu could be enough to push him over. He also realized the 5th clone was almost ready, and that made the coming breakthrough feel even closer. Once he calmed down, Linshin looked outside at the high moon and decided it was the right time to head back to Black Street and collect from Old Wu. He packed up and was just about to leave through the window when AI suddenly called for him from outside the door. When Linshin opened the door, AI leaped onto his shoulder in obvious unease and warned that she sensed a familiar night grinder presence nearby. AI insisted she could not mistake that smell, and Linshin decided caution came first. Whether they were here for him or not, he was leaving immediately. Before moving, Linshin slapped a protection talisman onto himself and another onto AI so they could absorb several long breath attacks if needed. He followed that with a flying feather talisman on himself, instantly making his body feel light enough for a near-silent escape. Linshin slipped out through the second-floor window, landed soundlessly behind the house, and rushed off with AI into the empty late-night streets. With flying feather and perfected shadows working together, Linshin covered more than a kilometer fast, but AI soon warned that the enemy presence was still getting closer. That made Linshin's heart tighten, because if even this boosted speed could not shake them, the pursuers might already be in the long breath stage. Then an odd drumming sound rose from behind them, like a cavalry charge shrunk down to a much smaller scale. When Linshin looked back, he finally saw the pursuers, hundreds of tiny armored monsters with humanoid torsos, six-legged lower bodies, and weapons in hand, charging like a miniature army. AI panicked at the sight of so many bugs, grabbed Linshin tighter, and finally named the threat. They were military bugs, a terrifying kind of demonic beast. AI's warning barely lands before the so-called military bugs rush Linshin in a black wave under the night sky. Linshin answers the charge with dragon roar through the clouds, and the front line of bugs bursts apart in a wall of sound. He instantly throws AI up onto the wall to keep her out of the melee and dives straight into the broken swarm. Blazing sunpalm turns bug after bug into charred bodies, and Linshin quickly realizes these creatures are not individually overwhelming. The real threat clicks into place for him. Each bug is only around the 3rd or 4th level, but their numbers and formation charge can still drown a normal cultivator. As he keeps killing, Linshin starts suspecting someone is directing the swarm from behind the scenes. The bugs reorganize fast, with larger leaders splitting them into archers, front attackers, and wall climbers to seal him in from every side. Linshin stays composed because his protection talisman shrugs off the arrows and sneak attacks, letting him focus only on killing his way through. Whenever the swarm closes too tightly, he roars again, blasts open a gap, and slips out before they can pin him down. After several cycles like that, nearly 200 bugs are dead, and the hidden mastermind finally has to show himself. A shrill flute note cuts through the alley, and the remaining bugs instantly retreat and split apart to open a path. The man who walks out is Luo-Yi, the leader of the Night Grinders, pale and exhausted looking but cold as a snake. AI pops her head over the wall and immediately identifies him for Linshin. Luo-Yi's glare makes AI flinch and duck behind the wall, but with Linshin below, she peeks back out and angrily declares that she will not go back. Luo-Yi coldly shuts that down and says he did not come for AI at all. Instead, he reveals he switched jobs long ago, because capturing cultivators now pays far better than selling spiritual cats. Then he fixes on Linshin and admits this whole hunt is for him. Luo-Yi explains that someone offered 3 million spirit coins for Linshin's life and body, because the top freshman title made him especially valuable. AI is so stunned by that number that she suddenly looks at Linshin like he has become outrageously precious. Linshin is far less amused, because the talk about his body makes him suspect some filthy method like forbidden cultivation or human-based refining. When Luo-Yi fails to scare him, his patience snaps and he charges with his saber. His quicksand saber manual erupts like a desert storm, with layered saber light swallowing the space around Linshin. Linshin smashes the saber storm apart with another dragon-like roar and rushes straight into close combat. Luo-Yi expected his long breath cultivation to crush a student, but Linshin's martial skill is so polished that the fight instantly becomes a real contest. The more Luo-Yi fights, the more unbelievable it feels that Linshin has mastered multiple high-level techniques before the age of 20. What Luo-Yi cannot see is that Linshin has already switched to superior martial arts, sharpening both his technique and combat instincts. That only makes Luo-Yi angrier, because without his weapon advantage, he is starting to feel like he might actually lose. Linshin suddenly pulls back, and Luo-Yi takes the bait at once, thinking his prey is finally trying to run. But Linshin was never fleeing. He was only testing a true long-breath expert, and now he has his answer. Satisfied that he can already match a first-level long-breath cultivator in raw skill, Linshin decides to end this with another trump card. He flips out the God-Seeking token and starts chanting, making the space in front of him distort. The cat general steps from the rippling void with one hand on his sword, and the whole battle tilts in an instant. One look at the token tells Luo-Yi everything. How To and Dai Gung died to Linshin, and this clone is far beyond his level. Linshin also finally understands that the earlier ambush by How To and Dai Gung came from the same people who now want his body. He politely asks the cat general for help, and the summon answers without hesitation. The cat general's sword flashes out like lightning, and Luo-Yi's confidence breaks on the spot. Knowing he cannot fight a 5th-level long-breath clone, Luo-Yi drops all pride and turns to run. The remaining military bugs charge the cat general to buy their master time, but it is a hopeless sacrifice. Luo-Yi barely gets moving before Linshin cuts off his escape route and throws his own words right back at him. Humiliated and furious, Luo-Yi hacks at him to force a path open, but Linshin meets him head-on again. Because the protection talisman is still holding, Linshin can afford to fight aggressively even against the saber's edge. Behind them, the cat general wipes out the last 100 or so bugs in a blink with cold, merciless sword light. When Luo-Yi sees the cat general finish and turn toward him, pure panic finally hits. With death closing in, Luo-Yi suddenly begs for a pause and says they can still talk. Linshin coolly gives him one chance. Name the people behind this hunt first. Luo-Yi panics and says he signed a law contract, so exposing them would kill him the instant he speaks. That answer changes nothing for Linshin, because a man who cannot reveal the threat behind him is useless alive. Luo-Yi scrambles to offer money, martial techniques, and pills, but Linshin has already decided the safest answer is to kill this jackal for good. Luo-Yi finally realizes he cannot touch Linshin, so he roars and throws himself forward in a desperate last charge. Linshin refuses to trade blows with a dying enemy and glides backward, leaving Luo-Yi to the cat general instead. The strength gap is too brutal, and after a short struggle the cat general drives its sword through Luo Yi's chest. Luo Yi collapses dead, and the cat general calmly sheathes its sword as the danger finally breaks. Before disappearing, the cat general gives Lin Shen a quiet nod and glances at AI like it recognizes her. With the summon gone, Lin Shen exhales hard and starts searching Luo Yi's body for anything that leads back to the mastermind. He finds almost nothing useful except a small jade box, and inside it sits a pale gray herb that clearly is not ordinary. AI pads over, senses the herb's dense spiritual energy and strange coldness, and confirms for Lin Shen that it is probably a rare treasure. Lin Shen pockets the herb for later investigation and reaches for the melting liquid to erase the corpse. Fast footsteps suddenly rush up behind him, and Lin Shen whips around, expecting another enemy. Instead of accomplices, a martial enforcement hall patrol arrives, and their leader turns out to be Han Wu. Han Wu squints at Lin Shen, remembers seeing him before, and asks if he is a student from Willow Academy. Once Han Wu recognizes him as a Willow Academy student, Lin Shen quietly realizes he does not need to destroy the body anymore. The patrol notices the dead man on the ground and immediately shifts into full suspicion, treating Lin Shen like a possible killer they may need to arrest. Han Wu demands an explanation, and the mood makes it clear Lin Shen gets one chance to answer cleanly. Lin Shen calmly explains that Luo Yi, leader of the Night Grinders, ambushed him tonight under orders from a new boss who wanted his body. The moment they hear the dead man is Luo Yi, the officers are visibly shaken, and one even mutters that the same troublemakers are at it again. After checking the corpse and confirming it really is Luo Yi, Han Wu's team finally relaxes because Lin Shen's story holds up. Then a new question hits them all at once. Luo Yi was a long breath cultivator, so how did a Qi transformation student kill him? Lin Shen answers by showing the God-seeking token, making it clear the summon did the heavy lifting and saved his life. Han Wu recognizes the token on sight, and the mystery of Luo Yi's death finally makes sense to the whole patrol. When Han Wu casually asks his name and hears Lin Shen, the patrol suddenly realizes they are standing in front of the Academy's famous commoner chief disciple. The officers start whispering about Lin Shen's talent and status, and even note that powerful people already care enough to send a long-breath assassin after him. Seeing Lin Shen's reaction, Han Wu explains that many people in the Martial Enforcement Hall came from Nanyang Academy, including himself. Lin Shen immediately addresses him as Senior Brother Han, and Han Wu waves it off with a bitter laugh about failing to graduate from the academy himself. Han Wu tells Lin Shen to leave the cleanup to the hall, stay careful at night, and remember that once he enters Nanyang Academy, these people will have a much harder time touching him. Before parting, Han Wu gives Lin Shen his name and openly tells him to come to the Martial Enforcement Hall if he ever needs help. Lin Shen thanks him and heads off, while AI finally jumps onto his shoulder now that the outsiders are no longer a problem. Han Wu's subordinates immediately tease him for treating Lin Shen so well, because everyone can see that boy's future is huge. Their gossip gets ridiculous fast, including one shameless joke about whether Lin Shen needs an older girlfriend. Han Wu cuts off the gossip, orders the scene cleaned up, and tells one subordinate to deliver Luo Yi's bounty to Lin Shen the next day. A younger officer quietly tells Han Wu that influential family disciples in Nanyang Academy are planning to use the freshman-guided battle to hit Lin Shen hard. Han Wu can already picture it, because those proud family disciples would never accept a commoner standing above them. He can only hope Lin Shen survives that welcome, because a new student facing older academy seniors is almost certain to take a hard hit. Han Wu then turns to a bigger threat and orders the Night Grinders hunted down so the hall can trace their links to the increasingly active wild wolves. Back home, Lin Shen does not rest at all. Tonight's assassination only convinces him that he needs more power immediately. After calming AI, Lin Shen slips back out alone and heads straight for Black Street, determined to prepare for a long-breath breakthrough. He reaches Black Street half an hour later and goes to the alley beside the restaurant where Old Wu said he would wait. There he finds Old Wu half asleep against the wall, exactly as shady and unbothered as ever. Lin Shen wakes the old fixer, who lazily tosses him a package full of pills and rare herbs for the breakthrough. A quick inspection tells Lin Shen the materials are enough to support his push into the long breath stage. Then Lin Shen remembers the gray herb from Luo Yi and opens the jade box to ask the old fixer what it is. The old fixer recognizes the herb at a glance as extreme grass, a rare and expensive ingredient for many attributed pills. When Lin Shen presses for what really matters, the old fixer reveals this herb is especially famous as a main ingredient in blood spirit pills. That name alone is enough to chill Lin Shen, because blood spirit pills are made from cultivators' flesh and bones and are infamous across the cultivation world. Lin Shen immediately connects the dots and realizes the people behind Luo Yi may have wanted his body to refine blood spirit pills. Lin Shen brushes off the old fixer's concern, pays 30,000 spirit coins, and tells him to keep gathering more pills and rare herbs. With his supplies secured and his suspicions sharpened, Lin Shen hurries back to the eastern villa before dawn. The next morning, the Martial Enforcement Hall really does send someone to his door with Luo Yi's 500,000 spirit coin bounty. Lin Shen accepts the money without hesitation, because breaking through to Long Breath will only burn through even more resources. As soon as the messenger leaves, Lin Shen goes back upstairs and shuts himself in to focus completely on cultivation. In his dark, sealed bedroom, Lin-Shin sits in meditation as a new current finally starts moving inside his body. The thin airflow stops stumbling, completes 9 smooth cycles through his meridians, and settles into his abdomen on its own. Then the barrier breaks, and Lin-Shin jolts into the long breath stage with a rush of clear, almost reborn relief. He can barely contain himself, because breaking into long breath this young means he has stepped out of the crowd and into the ranks of real elites in Dragonside City. Once he calms down, he tests the new power and finds spiritual essence answering his thoughts like a warm tide through every part of his body. The power can turn fierce or gentle at will, and that smooth control makes the breakthrough feel even more real. At the mirror, Lin-Shin sees the change plainly on his own face, brighter eyes, a jade-like sheen, and a faint air of transcendence. He puts that new strength to the test by lifting the heavy solid wood bed with one hand, and it rises effortlessly. That easy lift tells him the gap from chi transformation to long breath is every bit as huge as people say. Thinking back to his hard fight with Luo Yi, Lin-Shin realizes that now he could kill that same long breath opponent within 20 rounds and without touching the God-seeking token. He calls up his status and confirms the breakthrough, long breath level 1, with Dragon Roar through the clouds already pushed to proficient. Now that the realm requirement is gone, Lin-Shin immediately pulls out the manuals for Forbidden Golden Armor and Meltdown to start his next round of training. He splits the work between 4 clones, giving the Yang-based Meltdown to his pure Yang third clone and assigning Forbidden Golden Armor to the others. Then he notices something unexpected. Clone 2 no longer looks half-dead after Lin-Shin's breakthrough into long breath. He quickly figures out why. Reaching long breath lengthened his lifespan, so the clone tied to that limit has become more stable too. Satisfied, Lin-Shin feeds Clone 2 another snake orchid and has it resume cultivation. With the 5th clone only 3 days away, Lin-Shin pauses in excitement, already looking forward to the next talent it will bring. He reins in the excitement, sits down again, and returns to steady meditation while the clone work continues. 2 hours later, Lin-Shin and Clone 2 finish refining the snake orchid, only to find its effect has dropped sharply after the breakthrough. His regular breathing technique is even worse at this stage, and the interface shows his long breath progress barely moved at all. That tells him the origin breathing technique has reached its limit, so until 9 Yang Academy opens, his cultivation will have to rely on pills instead. After sending the clones back to work in his mind, Lin-Shin heads downstairs to buy condensing pills. Down in the living room, he finds AI asleep on the sofa after another lazy day stuck indoors. Still half asleep, AI lifts her head and squints at Lin-Shin, mumbling that he somehow looks different. Lin-Shin plays along and tells sleepy AI she is dreaming, and the answer somehow satisfies her at once. AI immediately curls back up and falls asleep again, leaving Lin-Shin amused as he heads out alone. His destination is the East District branch of the True Martial Pavilion, the biggest cultivation store in the city. Even this branch feels extravagant, and Lin-Shin pauses for a second before walking into the huge, crowded lobby. He heads straight to the pill counters and quickly finds the condensing pills meant for long breath cultivators. Then the price hits him hard, because one bottle costs 360,000 spirit coins. He still grits his teeth and buys 2 bottles anyway, knowing he needs them more than he needs the money. The cashier is visibly surprised that someone this young is buying long breath pills at all, and can only assume they must be for an elder. After paying 720,000 spirit coins, Lin-Shin leaves with his pills and a quiet hope that they are worth draining him nearly dry. But right at the door, a young man suddenly calls out and reaches for Lin-Shin's shoulder to stop him. Lin-Shin slips the grab by a hair, and Ping Xingyuan is left hanging there, embarrassed that he failed to catch what he assumed was an easy target. Lin-Shin coolly asks if there is a problem, giving the 2 newcomers nothing but a flat stare. The man introduces himself as Ping Xingyuan and his companion as Kuang Bao, both yellow-level disciples of 9 Yang Academy. Lin-Shin still does not bother to play along, and that quiet indifference irritates both of them even more. Ping Xingyuan finally shows his real purpose and mocks Lin-Shin as an arrogant country bumpkin who only looks impressive outside the academy. He warns that once Lin-Shin enters 9 Yang Academy, talent alone will mean nothing without background, connections, and resources. At the True Martial Pavilion, Peng Xingyuan and Kuang Bao try to corner Lin-Shin with a smug threat about the coming guided battle. They brag that as senior disciples from influential families, they will personally challenge him and make him feel the gap in strength. Lin-Shin answers like he is humoring spoiled children, and that dismissive calm makes both of them even madder. Before the 2 can explode, Zhao Shuiying steps in with one cold question and instantly changes the power balance. The pair instantly backpedal, pretending they were just chatting because they do not dare offend Zhao Shuiying. Zhao Shuiying says nothing at all, but her stare is enough to make them crack and retreat. They flee at last, but not before throwing Lin-Shin one last resentful glare. Once the trouble is gone, Zhao Shuiying checks if Lin-Shin is alright, and he thanks her for stepping in. She warns him that both Ping Xingyuan and Kuang Bao are already in the long breath stage, so the guided battle will not be harmless. Lin-Shin only smiles and accepts the warning with unsettling confidence, which leaves Zhao Shuiying quietly puzzled. He leaves without explaining himself, and Zhao Shuiying stays behind still thinking about that strange composure. At the counter, Zhao Shuiying casually asks what Lin-Shin bought, and the answer hits her like a slap. When she hears he bought 2 bottles of condensing pills, the bottle in her hand slips and almost rolls off the counter. Zhao Shuiying stares toward the door in disbelief, suddenly suspecting that Linshin has already broken into the long breath stage. Back home, Linshin finds AI still asleep and starts thinking seriously about leaving the city to train now that he has advanced. He weighs the danger outside Dragonside City, where spiritual beasts and monsters are real enough to kill careless people outright. Even so, Linshin decides the long breath stage finally gives him enough strength to train outside and maybe let AI hunt for treasures too. He also remembers that Nine Yan Academy offers missions beyond the city, giving him a practical way to train and earn resources at the same time. With that plan settled, Linshin returns to cultivation and takes out the newly bought condensing pills. He summons Clone 2, gives the clone 1 bottle, and the two of them sit down to cultivate side by side. An hour later, both open their eyes, and Linshin checks the results with quiet satisfaction. 1 round of pills boosts his progress by 3%, confirming the 2 bottles should push him forward fast. He estimates that with pills, daily practice, and spirit beast meat, he can reach the 2nd level of long breath in about half a month. That optimism comes with one hard truth: if he wants to keep climbing, he will need far more pills or even better resources from the academy. Then he checks on the 5th clone's condensation and sees it is already at 96%, just 2 days from completion. 2 days race by, the condensing pills are exhausted, and Linshin's own cultivation rises to long breath level 1 at 74%. At the same time, the 5th clone finally reaches 100%, and Linshin summons it without hesitation. The new clone appears with the talent swordsman, giving a modest boost to sword power and sword training speed. Even though the talent is useful, Linshin finds the bonus too small and decides he will keep re-rolling until he gets something stronger. 8 more days pass, and Linshin finally looks over the results of his hard training with real relief. He has pushed both Meltdown and Forbidden Golden Armor into the beginner stage, filling in major gaps in his combat toolkit. Looking at the full set, Linshin is pleased that he now has speed, defense, offense, crowd control, and a way to counter weapons. Still, he can see one obvious weakness left, because his current long-range options are too limited. Dragon Roar through the clouds can strike from a distance now, but even at his current level its effective range is only about 50 meters. That limitation makes him lean toward a true range martial technique, ideally paired with a weapon style to round out his future build. He also checks on the 6th clone and learns the next condensation will crawl along at only 1% per day. A full 100 days for one more clone is slow, but Linshin decides it is still manageable. During this stretch, he also tests his clone range and finds that long breath greatly expands how far they can act from his main body. A clone can now stay about 200 meters away for free, reach around 1,000 meters for several minutes, and only starts collapsing fast beyond that. Then his attention returns to the 5th clone, which has died and revived over and over while he hunts for a better talent. The rerolls bring a pile of mixed talents, but none of them feels worth locking in yet. He seriously considers Inspiration, Deadly Aim, and Full of Power, but one by one he talks himself out of all 3. Inspiration looks flashy, but Linshin realizes a small percentage boost means almost nothing when the base chance of epiphany is already tiny. Deadly Aim is stronger, but he does not want to lock himself into hidden weapons when he prefers ranged force techniques instead. Full of Power would have been attractive earlier, but now that he fights with spiritual essence, raw muscle matters far less than before. At last the resurrection countdown hits 0, and Linshin immediately summons the 5th clone again. This time the clone awakens with a new talent called Testify by Killing, and the name alone makes Linshin's eyes light up. The talent is exactly the kind of breakthrough he wanted, boosting attack techniques, doubling combat skill comprehension, and even granting kill-based chances at sudden progress. The last effect grabs him hardest, because it means killing stronger creatures can directly fuel his cultivation and martial arts. With spiritual beasts waiting outside the city, Linshin immediately sees the perfect training ground for this new talent. He wants to rush out at once, but he reins himself in and decides not to step into the wilderness unprepared. He remembers that academy registration is only 2 days away, so he shifts the plan and decides to head out after reporting to Nine Yan Academy. With his route set at last, Linshin puts aside the distractions and dives back into cultivation to squeeze out one more upgrade before academy begins. Linshin steps out of his house and finds Yang Zhongli already waiting by a black car, with Sun Yan in the back seat for their first trip to Nine Yan Academy. Once they get moving, Yang Zhongli reminds them that the academy's so-called guided battle is really a freshman beating from senior disciples. Sun Yan shrugs it off, saying 1 month was never enough time for any real breakthrough anyway. Yang Zhongli jokes that even if he gets crushed, 3 days in the spirit mine will just count as body tempering. Then Yang Zhongli turns serious and urges Linshin to fake an injury so the seniors cannot drag him into a public setup. Linshin calmly rejects the idea because any fake injury would be exposed the moment someone insisted on treating him, and he would still lose face. Yang Zhongli still worries that one ruthless senior could leave Linshin recovering for months and wreck his progress inside the academy. Linshin only smiles and says he knows what he is doing, leaving his 2 friends resigned and unable to change his mind. As the car enters the central district, Lin Xin is caught off guard because the place looks nothing like the towering steel jungle he imagined. What really shocks him is the traffic here, where cultivators openly ride powerful spiritual beasts down the middle of the road. Yan Zhong explains that the central district allows spiritual beasts, as long as the rider is at long breast stage and reports it in advance. A streak of sword light suddenly cuts across the sky, and Yan Zhongyi blurts out that only a sword cultivator using sword escape could move like that here. Lin Xin stares after the vanishing sword light, and quietly sets his own sights on one day becoming a cultivator master. About 20 minutes later, the car stops in front of a sprawling park-like complex that looks nothing like a normal academy. Yan Zhongyi simply tells him the real 9-Yan Academy is not here and leads both boys deeper inside. Inside one grand jade-lined building, Lin Xin realizes this stop was only the entrance to something far more important. The moment they cross the doorway, 2 Xieji stone statues come alive, turn their heads, and begin checking whether the 3 newcomers are genuine. After the statues confirm their identities and ask if they wish to enter the academy, Yan Zhongyi answers yes without hesitation. A burst of white light swallows Lin Xin's vision, and the academy entrance reveals itself as a teleportation gate. When the light fades, Lin Xin finds himself standing in a sunlit green field with wooden buildings built against a mountain far ahead. The sight finally hits him. 9-Yang Academy is hidden inside an alternate space, more like a cultivation paradise than a city campus. Yan Zhongyi explains that this blessed place is soaked in richer spiritual essence, and even before bright aperture stage, Lin Xin can already feel his body growing lighter here. Lin Xin takes a deep breath, steadies his excitement, and walks on toward the real academy buildings. At the entrance, a gigantic gate carved with the words 9-Yan Academy towers over nearly 200 new students already gathered there. The moment Lin Xin appears, many freshmen crowd over to greet him so warmly that he can barely keep moving. Among the influential family disciples watching from a distance, Zhao Shuiying stares at Lin Xin with a strange mix of surprise and hesitation. Yan Xing gets the opposite treatment, because Lin Xin passes him without even a glance and leaves him standing there furious. Lu Zijuan leans in to calm Yan Xing down and promises that after today's guided battle, Lin Xin will not look so confident anymore. In another corner, Xue Feng openly admits Lin Xin is far stronger than him, but Chong Yenha still refuses to believe the stories until he sees it himself. Xue Feng then reveals the real danger. Yan Xing has likely asked Yan Jingren to interfere, and Ping Xinyuan and Kuang Bao are joining the guided battle because of it. When Chong Yenha clarifies that the move comes from Yan Jingren rather than the whole Yan family, the trap around today's guidance becomes much more deliberate. More students keep arriving until all 200 freshmen are finally present just before the deadline. Right on time, 2 black-robed seniors rush in with lightning speed and stop in front of the freshmen, instantly silencing the square. The 2 seniors introduce themselves as lower house black-ranked disciples, sent by a tutor to lead the new students today. With no time wasted, Yan Wanxing and the other senior lead the entire group through the gate and into the academy proper. Inside, the freshmen follow a long mountain path lined with more Xieji statues, and every passing student makes their eyes light up. One senior explains that these Xieji talisman puppets can expose lies and evil intent, and each one is as strong as a long-breath cultivator. That single explanation is enough to make the academy's wealth and standards feel overwhelming to the entire freshman class. After the path opens up, the freshmen step into a vast ring-shaped square rimmed with towering stone pillars carved like formations. But the square is already occupied by groups of older disciples in Taoist robes, all watching the new students with curious, amused, or openly judging eyes. One tall senior steps forward to greet the 2 leaders, confirming that the yellow-level disciples have been waiting for this handoff. Yan Wanxing casually tells the waiting senior he already knows the rules and leaves the rest to them, officially handing the freshmen over to the people who will guide them next. At the academy entrance square, senior disciple Meng Dong welcomes the new students and bluntly tells them why they have been stopped here. Meng Dong explains the old tradition. 10 seniors will spar the freshmen in a guided battle, and the 2 sides have 3 hours to decide the winner. He raises the stakes by adding bets for each senior, and warns that the losing side will be sent to mine essence stones outside the city for 3 days. When someone asks if the freshmen can fight in turns, Meng Dong agrees, but he bans pills and talismans so only weapons are allowed. That loophole makes many freshmen eager, because with 200 people against 10 seniors, they start imagining they can simply wear the older students down. In the middle of the crowd, Lin Xin suddenly feels hostile eyes on him and catches Ping Xinyuan and Kuang Bao staring over with cold, ugly smiles. Lin Xin gives them nothing back except a calm glance, then looks away as if their threat is not worth his time. With the rules finished, Meng Dong asks the seniors who wants to open the guided battle. Ping Xinyuan and Kuang Bao stay put, and a short, muscular senior named Xiao He strides out to take the first round instead. Xiao He introduces himself as a yellow-level disciple and casually pulls out a chunk of black iron to use as his wager. Meng Dong confirms the piece is worth at least 500,000 spirit coins, and the freshman's eyes immediately change. Even Lin Xin is surprised that the academy seniors can throw out such an expensive wager so casually. The rich prize finally pushes someone forward, and top-ranked freshman Zhou Peijun volunteers to fight first. The crowd quickly identifies Zhou Peijun as a top 30 examinee at the 7th level of Qi transformation, so his challenge suddenly feels serious. Zhou Peijun salutes Xiao He from across the arena, but Xiao He's relaxed face makes it obvious he does not think much of him. Stung by that attitude, Zhou Peijun explodes forward and opens with a full-power mastery Blazing Sun Palm. Watching from the crowd, Yang Zhongyi is impressed that Zhou Peijun has already pushed Blazing Sun Palm from proficient to mastery in just 1 month. Sun Yan agrees, thinking again how much a higher martial stage can change real combat strength. That thought leaves Sun Yan quietly regretting that his own Blazing Sun Palm is still short of perfection. He almost asks Lin Shen how much stronger he has gotten too, but in the end he keeps the question to himself. Before anyone can say more, Xiao He smashes through Zhou Peijun's attack with a single punch and sends him flying backward. Zhou Peijun slams to the ground clutching his chest, red-faced with pain and humiliation after losing in one blow. Xiao He calmly praises him anyway and asks who wants to challenge next, as if that crushing win was nothing special. The square goes dead quiet, because everyone just watched a 7th-level freshman get folded in a single exchange. Now the freshmen finally understand the trap. Xiao He may not be at long breath yet, but beating him would still take a long chain of sacrificial challengers. And that is where selfishness takes over, because nobody wants to be one of the 20 or 30 people who waste themselves so someone else can claim the prize. The stalemate breaks only when Chong Yenha steps out, more interested in measuring the academy's strength than in chasing the reward. Xiao He finally takes his opponent a little seriously when he recognizes Chong Yenha, but he still leaves the weapon at his waist untouched. Chong Yenha calls him out for holding back, and Xiao He coolly answers that he just does not need a weapon to deal with him. That answer darkens Chong Yenha's face, and he lunges in with his sword in open anger. This time the fight is real, with Chong Yenha's sharper swordsmanship and stronger cultivation forcing Xiao He into a fierce close battle. Even so, Xiao He steadily takes control and starts suppressing Chong Yenha without ever drawing his own weapon. On the sidelines, Yang Zhongyi grits his teeth and points out that Xiao He is using Vajra Samadhi Fist at least the proficient stage. Lin Shen recognizes why that matters so much, because Vajra Samadhi Fist is a powerful Yang attribute art used even far beyond the Qi transformation stage. That explains Xiao He's arrogance. His bare hands are already backed by a martial art many stronger cultivators never trained this well. After more than 50 exchanges, Xiao He blasts Chong Yenha's sword aside and punches him hard in the shoulder. Chong Yenha stumbles back in pain, catches himself, and leaves the arena with a dark face and no excuses. His loss rattles the freshmen even more, because if a top 5 examinee cannot win, most of them have no chance at all. Xiao He looks down at them and needles them to keep coming, turning the silence into open pressure. With no one else daring to move, many freshmen begin looking toward Xuefeng, Zhao Shuiying, and Lin Shen as the only ones left who might change this. Xuefeng gives them nothing, just standing there lazily with folded arms and no interest in helping. Zhao Shuiying is even stranger, because instead of watching Xiao He, she keeps drifting in thought and glancing at Lin Shen, and Lin Shen himself stays completely calm, showing none of the panic spreading through the rest of the newcomers. That contrast only makes the other freshmen more discouraged, because the seniors have used one man to choke the whole square into silence. From Xiao He's side, the reason is simple. The freshmen could win if they truly united, but selfishness and class divisions make that almost impossible. So after waiting in vain for another challenger, Xiao He shrugs toward Meng Dong as if this round is already over. Just as Meng Dong is about to speak, Peng Xinyuan suddenly throws out a taunt and asks why this year's top freshman has not dared to challenge Xiao He. The jab lands exactly where he wants it to, because the whole square turns and puts Lin Shen at the center of attention. As the guided battle begins in the academy square, the senior disciples size up Lin Shen and trade rumors about him being a top freshman with perfected palm arts, and even a sound technique that can suppress condensed strings. Xiao He decides this is the perfect chance to make a name for himself by beating the famous commoner freshman in front of everyone. He loudly challenges Lin Shen to a spar, and Peng Xinyuan and Kuang Bao quietly enjoy the pressure building around their target. Peng Xinyuan knows Lin Shen is trapped either way, because backing down would brand him a coward in front of the freshmen, the seniors, and even the watching academy authorities above. While Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan worry, Lin Shen stays completely steady and walks out into the middle of the square. The two greet each other, and Xiao He finally draws the saber at his waist for real. When Lin Shen says he never cultivated weapon techniques, Xiao He is briefly surprised but keeps his saber ready and decides to go all out anyway. The square falls quiet as both sides square up, and the freshmen can only whisper guesses about whether Lin Shen can handle a senior with a weapon. Xiao He loses patience first and opens with Burning Cloud Blade, sending a roaring fire cloud slash across the square. The attack is so fierce that even the onlookers feel like they are staring into a sea of fire, and Meng Dong immediately realizes Xiao He's saber art has reached mastery. Peng Xinyuan and Kuang Bao are delighted, convinced Xiao He's breakthrough means Lin Shen is finished before they even have to step in. But when the fire cloud reaches him, Lin Shen answers with one casual bare-handed slap. That plain palm crushes the entire saber wave on contact, blowing the fire cloud apart as if it hit an invisible wall. Before anyone can process it, Lin Shin catches Xiao He's saber with his hand and stops it cold. Xiao He finally sees the thin layer of spiritual essence coating Lin Shin's palm and blurts out the truth in shock. Lin Shin twists the front of the saber into a mangled ball with his fingers, turning Xiao He's weapon into scrap in one brutal move. Then Lin Shin lands a single palm to Xiao He's chest and sends him flying across the square. Xiao He crashes to the ground and blacks out on the spot, leaving the whole square stunned into silence. Once the shock hits, everyone understands what that faint aura meant. Lin Shin has already reached the long breath stage. The square explodes with shouts because no one expected a freshman to break through this fast, let alone in barely a month. Yang Zhong is openly stunned, and even Sun Yan can only stare after realizing Lin Shin has jumped ahead into a whole new realm. Zhao Shuiying confirms her earlier suspicion that Lin Shin bought condensing pills because he was already aiming at the long breath stage, and the truth leaves her shaken. Yan Xing is hit even harder, rooted in place as he realizes the freshman he already lost to has become a long breath cultivator. Shui Feng takes the chance to tease Chong Yenha, and Chong Yenha instantly drops any thought of fighting Lin Shin after seeing what happened to Xiao He. The crowd starts calling Lin Shin a monster, because no freshman in Nine Yan Academy history has ever reached the long breath stage this early. That same praise makes Ping Xinyuan and Quang Bao's faces turn ugly, because even beating Lin Shin now will not erase how valuable he looks to the academy. Meng Dong finally regains control of the square, has Xiao He carried away, and formally gives the round to Lin Shin. Lin Shin calmly accepts Xiao He's black iron as the bet payment, without showing the slightest excitement after his one-sided win. When Lin Shin turns his gaze on the remaining seniors, the question hanging in the air is obvious: who dares come next? The Qi Transformation seniors have nothing to say now, and the others quietly look toward Ping Xinyuan and Quang Bao as the only ones left who can match him. In a low voice, Quang Bao asks if they still go through with the plan, and Ping Xinyuan insists they must obey Yan Wanqing's order to crush Lin Shin in the guided battle. Quang Bao volunteers to handle it himself, confident that a newly advanced long-breath freshman still cannot compare to someone who has been stable in that realm for half a year. With that decision made, Quang Bao strides into the square and openly challenges Lin Shin to the next fight. The freshmen react with a fresh wave of awe, because whatever happens next, Lin Shin is now being treated as an equal by a senior in the long-breath stage. Lin Shin is not surprised when Quang Bao steps out, because he already expected Ping Xinyuan's side would not let this guided battle end quietly. Asked for his stake, Quang Bao reluctantly brings out a porcelain bottle of 5 drops of Mystic Bone Liquid. Meng Dong confirms the wager and explains that Mystic Bone Liquid can harden the body and greatly help martial technique training, with each drop worth about 200,000 spirit coins. The new students are stunned by the million spirit coin stake, while Quang Bao can only swallow the pain because a long breath stage senior cannot afford to look cheap here. Once the bottle is in Meng Dong's hands, Quang Bao steadies himself by thinking he only has to beat Lin Shin to win it right back. Lin Shin ignores the glare and quietly decides the Mystic Bone Liquid will be perfect for cultivating forbidden golden armor. As Meng Dong clears the center, the whole square tightens up and everyone fixes their eyes on the fight that is finally about to start. On the sidelines, Yang Zhongyi asks for Sun Yan's read on the outcome, and even Sun Yan can only say it is hard to call. Sun Yan still worries more for Lin Shin, because Quang Bao has long stabilized at long breath stage and also has the weapon advantage. Most of the crowd feels the same way, and even the usually calm Zhao Shuiying tightens her fists because she does not want a fellow freshman to lose. Quang Bao makes the first move and whips out a vicious burning cloud saber strike, scarlet saber light twisting toward Lin Shin's head. The force of a long breath strike shakes the square, and everyone can feel that this saber is on a completely different level from Xiao He's. Then Lin Shin shocks everyone by answering that deadly saber the same way as before, with a bare palm. Quang Bao thinks Lin Shin is being suicidal, because a saber wrapped in spiritual essence should never lose to flesh and blood. But when palm and saber collide, the square hears a metal-on-metal clang instead of flesh being cut open. Quang Bao suddenly screams and jerks back, dropping the hilt as if it has become a branding iron. Everyone finally sees the result. Quang Bao's 100 refinement saber is glowing red, twisted out of shape, and nearly ruined in one exchange. The senior students erupt in disbelief, because even blazing sun palm at perfection should not be able to melt a weapon like that. Someone realizes Lin Shin is using Meltdown, the costly martial technique famous for wrecking metal weapons, and that reveal only makes his talent look more absurd. Now the crowd tallies up Lin Shin's martial arts and realizes this freshman has mastered 4 techniques at once, enough to embarrass the seniors who bragged earlier. Ping Xinyuan's face turns ugly too, because he cannot understand where Lin Shin even got a technique like Meltdown. Quang Bao recognizes Meltdown too, but Lin Shin does not bother answering and rushes him again before he can recover. Forced onto defense, Quang Bao pulls out another weapon, but his burned dominant hand and fear of another direct clash leave his saber power badly crippled. With all those restraints piling up, Lin Shin takes over the fight and batters Quang Bao into a miserable retreat. The spectators are left dazed by how completely the battle has flipped, because the senior who looked safer a moment ago is now the one about to lose. Lin Shin pushes shadows to the limit and turns into a blur around Quang Bao, forcing panicked blocks from every angle. Quang Bao finally slips once, and Lin Shin instantly crushes the second saber into a red-hot metal ball. Before Kwang Bao can reach for anything else, Lin Shin flashes behind him like a gust and slams a palm into his back. The hit lands with brutal effect, and Kwang Bao's back is burned so badly that a sharp smell of scorched flesh spreads through the square. Protected by spiritual essence enough to survive, Kwang Bao still cannot endure the pain and collapses unconscious on the ground. Even after seeing it happen, the spectators can barely believe that a freshman has just beaten a long-breath senior in a guided battle. Meng Dong finally snaps out of it, declares Lin Shin the winner, and throws him the bottle of mystic bone liquid. After pocketing the prize, Lin Shin looks straight at Ping Xin Yuan, making it clear who he expects to face next. Now every eye in the square swings to Ping Xin Yuan, because if he loses too, the seniors will be beaten outright by the new students. With no way to back down, Ping Xin Yuan steps into the arena and ignites the square with the promise of a final battle. Before anything else, Ping Xin Yuan throws out his stake, a wooden box holding 3 golden flying arrows. Meng Dong opens the box and reveals 3 golden rune-engraved arrows worth a total of 1.5 million spirit coins, dangerous enough to wound even an early longevity breath cultivator. The freshmen are amazed again, but Lin Shin is simply pleased because these seniors keep offering him better and better prizes. Thinking about how much he can win, Lin Shin's gaze at Ping Xin Yuan actually softens, which only makes Ping Xin Yuan angrier. Ping Xin Yuan answers by summoning a 2-foot scarlet sword, and blazing red light immediately pours from the blade. The sword's fire surges nearly half a meter from the tip, and the sudden wave of heat tells the whole square this is no ordinary weapon. Yang Zhongyi blurts out the answer first. Ping Xin Yuan has brought out an enchanted armament, the 3 Suns Talisman Sword. Sun Yan immediately understands the problem too, because an enchanted armament is far tougher than a normal weapon and directly blunts the edge of Lin Shin's meltdown. As soon as Ping Xin Yuan draws the 3 Suns Talisman Sword, the senior students erupt, because an enchanted armament like that is a luxury most long-breath cultivators can only dream about. The crowd quickly realizes Ping Xin Yuan never earned enough merit for that weapon, so the answer is obvious. The Yen brothers backed him to crush Lin Shin. Xue Feng grins at Yen Xing's reaction and realizes the Yen brothers really did arm Ping Xin Yuan to suppress Lin Shin at all costs. Even Xue Feng has to admit the matchup just turned ugly for Lin Shin, because meltdown may be brutal, but a talisman sword can erase its biggest advantage. Chong Yenha stays quiet, but his grim look says the same thing. With that sword in hand, Ping Xin Yuan suddenly feels like the favorite. Zhao Shuiying also locks onto the weapon with a frown, while Ping Xin Yuan basks in the attention and grows even more smug. Convinced Lin Shin can no longer break his weapon, Ping Xin Yuan laughs and launches the first full attack. The sword releases a blazing red wave that tears across the square, carrying both heat and a killing edge straight at Lin Shin's chest. Lin Shin answers with a thunderous shout, sending visible sound waves crashing head-on into the incoming flames. The fire and sound explode into a violent gust, but Ping Xin Yuan keeps pressing through the blast with the sword point aimed at Lin Shin. Instead of retreating, Lin Shin grabs the red-hot blade with his bare hand and makes the talisman sword hiss with white smoke. Ping Xin Yuan jerks back in alarm, then relaxes when he sees only faint finger marks on the weapon instead of real damage. That tiny result only makes him cockier, and he openly taunts Lin Shin that meltdown is useless against the 3 Suns Talisman Sword. Lin Shin does feel a flash of regret, because if meltdown had reached perfection a little sooner, he might have been able to damage the weapon for real. But Lin Shin never built his whole plan around meltdown, and in the middle of the clash he quietly settles on another trump card. The duel explodes into a blur of afterimages, steel, fire, and dragon roar shockwaves as the 2 long-breath fighters tear across the center of the square. The freshmen can barely believe what they are seeing, because one of their own is actually trading blows with an enchanted armament, and surviving with his bare hands. Ping Xin Yuan leans harder into offense, relying on the talisman sword's power to flood the field with savage waves of fire instead of bothering to defend. Lin Shin gives ground on purpose, slipping through the storm with cleaner footwork and only using meltdown when he absolutely has to stop the blade. The longer the stalemate drags on, the more Ping Xin Yuan's confidence turns into frustration, because the easy victory he expected just will not come. Then Lin Shin suddenly charges straight into a sword thrust instead of dodging, and Ping Xin Yuan instantly takes the bait. Thinking Lin Shin has made a fatal mistake, Ping Xin Yuan pours all his spiritual essence into the weapon and drives a full-power finishing stab at him. The spectators gasp, because from the outside it looks like Lin Shin is charging into certain disaster. At the last instant, a paper-thin layer of dark golden light flashes over Lin Shin's body and stops the talisman sword dead. Ping Xin Yuan stares in horror and strains harder, but even with the blade bent into an arc, he still cannot punch through Lin Shin's new defense. That one failed thrust leaves Ping Xin Yuan wide open, because he already spent everything on the attack and has nothing left to recover in time. Lin Shin immediately slams meltdown into Ping Xin Yuan's chest and abdomen, turning the opening into a clean counter. Ping Xin Yuan is blasted through the air coughing blood, and the blood mist evaporates from the heat before it can even fall. When everyone sees him again, his chest is charred black, and the fight is already over. He crashes down, blacks out on the spot, and the whole square falls into a shocked silence. The silence does not last long, because the crowd finally explodes, all asking the same question about that impossible dark golden defense around Linshin. The more experienced students are even more rattled, since even famous academy body techniques should not be able to stop a full-strength Three Suns talisman sword like that. Then another realization spreads through the crowd. Linshin has just revealed a fifth advanced martial technique, and that makes his talent look downright frightening. Even Mingdong needs a moment to process what he just witnessed before he finally announces that Linshin has won the round. With Ping Xinyuan down and Kuang Bao already beaten earlier, the remaining senior disciples can tell the guided battle is over. After a quick discussion, one of them steps forward and formally concedes, admitting that the freshmen have won this time. That one sentence sets off a wave of cheers, because most of the new students were dreading 3 miserable days in the spirit mine. Yang Zhongyi nearly bursts with excitement, openly shouting that Linshin keeps surprising them. Sun Yen can only smile and agree, because several times in a row he thought Linshin was finished and got proven wrong every time. Zhao Shuiying finally lets out the breath she had been holding, and the worry on her face gives way to a bright, unguarded smile. In the opposite corner, Yan Xing is left standing in a daze, while Lu Zijuan and the others around him look just as deflated. Xue Feng enjoys the sight, mocking that the Yan brothers tried to crush Linshin and only ended up making him famous. When Chong Yenha asks why he keeps needling them, Xue Feng casually admits their families have their own grudges. But grudges aside, both of them can see the same outcome now. After today, Linshin's name is going to spread through the entire academy. On the day he entered the academy, Linshin beat 2 long-breath seniors and led the freshmen to victory, doing something even Su Luing never managed, so now even the upper house is likely to notice him. While the square is still roaring over Linshin's victory, several academy tutors and heads watch from a distant wooden building with very different expressions. Si Yuanpei quietly names Linshin's technique, recognizing the dark golden body armor for what it is. He immediately asks Kuya whether there is any empty black rank disciple slot. Kuya explains that one black rank disciple recently died on a mission, and since the latest challenge round has already passed, the tutors would normally choose the replacement later. Si Yuanpei cuts through the usual process and orders the empty black rank position to be given directly to Linshin. The tutors are stunned, and Kuya hesitates because pushing a brand new student into black rank would make Linshin a lightning rod for criticism. Si Yuanpei answers with one cold point: Linshin is already everyone's target, whether he gets promoted or not. Kuya realizes Si Yuanpei means to throw Linshin into even harsher attention in exchange for far greater resources and opportunities. That thought turns darker when Kuya suspects Si Yuanpei is also using Linshin as a test piece against the academy's powerful family factions. Once he understands the stakes, Kuya shuts his mouth and decides not to step into that power struggle. Another tutor raises a different concern and wonders if Linshin's powerful techniques mean someone else is backing him. Before Si Yuanpei answers, another tutor clears the doubt by saying Han Wu confirmed Linshin holds the Cat General's God-seeking token and even keeps a spiritual cat beside him. That explanation settles the room, because martial techniques coming from the Cat General are a touchy but long-tolerated reality in Dragonside City. Si Yuanpei leaves them with a blunt creed: if a cultivator cannot face pressure head-on, he has no path to the Great Tao. Back in the square, Linshin takes the golden flying arrow prize from Meng Dong and privately thinks another few bets like this would cover his cultivation for a month. Meng Dong cheerfully congratulates him, looking far less upset about his own punishment than Linshin expected. Before Linshin can answer, a streak of light tears across the sky and drops straight into the middle of the square. The light resolves into a young disciple with a leg talisman burning to ash, and he announces that he came under Master C's orders. Then he drops the real shock. Linshin is being promoted to black rank immediately. The square goes dead quiet for a beat, then explodes into outrage and disbelief because no new student has ever jumped straight to black rank. Koming slams the noise flat with one spirit-charged shout, and warns that anyone with objections can take them to Master C himself. That threat kills the protest on the spot, because none of the disciples dare challenge Si Yuanpei directly. Once the crowd is crushed quiet, Koming walks up to Linshin and switches from stern enforcer to friendly senior, saying he was sent to show him around the academy. Meng Dong hurriedly fills Linshin in that Koming is himself a black-rank disciple. When Linshin thanks him politely, Koming waves it off and treats him as an equal right away because they now share the same rank. That easy respect leaves Meng Dong speechless, because Koming was never this approachable with ordinary disciples before. Linshin turns back to thank Meng Dong too, but Meng Dong panics and insists he should be the one calling Linshin's senior brother now. Koming explains the academy rule clearly: age decides seniority within one rank, but between ranks, the higher rank always comes first. Realizing he is about to get mobbed again, Linshin simply waves to Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan and leaves the square with Koming. With a real black-rank disciple escorting him, nobody dares crowd Linshin, and they can only watch him disappear through the exit. Only after he is gone does the square explode again, this time with envy over Linshin jumping to black rank in a single step. Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan just stare at each other in a daze, still unable to process how Linshin suddenly leapt past them all. Not everyone is just shocked though, because Zhao Shuiying, Xue Feng, and Chong Yenhe go quiet and start thinking hard about what this promotion really means. A short while later, Ko-ming brings Lin Shin to a large courtyard marked Merit Hall, calling it the place disciples deal with most after entering the academy. Lin Shin already knows why this place matters, because beyond the monthly allotment, disciples have to earn extra resources through missions and merit points here. Ko-ming leads him through the courtyard and into the mission side of the hall to start with the most practical lesson. Inside, Lin Shin finds a huge hall lined with cabinets packed with mission tablets, enough to make even him stop and stare. Ko-ming takes one wooden tablet down and hands it to Lin Shin so he can see a mission up close. The first example is brutally simple: 10 days in the spirit mine for 30 merit points, the kind of work that reminds Lin Shin these rewards are earned the hard way. As he scans more tablets, the jobs jump from alchemy chores and herb gathering to hunting demonic beasts and investigating possible spiritual beasts. The sheer number of tablets throws Lin Shin off for a second, because there seem to be far more missions here than the academy has disciples to handle. Ko-ming catches the question on his face and explains that many of these are permanent collection bounties from the Alchemy Division and Artifact Pavilion. Once Lin Shin understands those tablets stay up year-round, the impossible mission count suddenly makes sense. Ko-ming goes further and breaks all Merit Hall work into 4 categories: collection, intelligence, crusade, and duty. He warns that intelligence missions can be the trickiest, because they might be a false alarm or a hidden death trap and nobody knows which until they are already inside. Crusade missions are more straightforward but more openly dangerous, since they mean fighting spiritual beasts, demons, and other mutated creatures for better rewards. Duty missions are the safest option, guarding academy assets or helping divisions like alchemy and artifact work, but that safety comes with the lowest pay. After finishing the mission briefing, Ko-ming leads Lin Shin deeper into Merit Hall and brings him to the resource exchange side of the academy. Ko-ming knocks on a cabinet, asks for an exchange list, and hands the catalog straight to Lin Shin. He tells Lin Shin this hall can trade merit for almost any cultivation resource, which makes the academy's wealth feel suddenly very real. Lin Shin opens the list at the pill section and immediately starts comparing prices and merits to the spirit coin prices he already knows. When he realizes 1 merit point is roughly worth 10,000 spirit coins, Lin Shin is genuinely stunned by how huge academy rewards really are. That comparison makes him pause and think about how far he has climbed, from scraping together small change to handling wealth worth millions in just 2 months. He steadies himself and flips to the weapons section, where standard blades, storage items, and stronger enchanted armaments are all priced by merit. Then he spots the 3 young talisman sword on the list and instantly wants it, because he already knows how powerful that blazing weapon is. But the price of 10 minor merits is far too high, so Lin Shin can only force that desire back down for now. The catalog also offers custom-made weapons, but Ko-ming's earlier explanation makes it clear that kind of special order costs even more. When Lin Shin turns to the martial techniques page, his interest spikes all over again. He finds familiar techniques like moving star steps and meltdown listed for exchange, and Meltdown's sky-high price quietly confirms how valuable Tian Dian's manual really was. Then he finally sees the Golden Crow's scripture, a true long breath stage cultivation technique, and that discovery hits him like the answer he has been waiting for. The problem is the cost of 1 medium merit, so Lin Shin immediately looks up and asks Ko-ming how the academy's merit tiers actually work. Ko-ming patiently breaks down the system for him: merit points, minor merits, medium merits, and major merits, with only higher ranks convertible downward. Once the conversion clicks, Lin Shin realizes Meltdown is worth about 8 million spirit coins, and Tian Dian's deadlier gift suddenly looks even more outrageous. He even briefly regrets that academy rules forbid private teaching, because otherwise that manual alone could have made him rich. Seeing where Lin Shin's eyes keep going, Ko-ming asks with a knowing smile if he wants the Golden Crow's scripture. Lin Shin admits it plainly and asks for advice, treating Ko-ming less like a guide now and more like someone worth listening to. Ko-ming laughs and reveals the best part. Every disciple who reaches the long breath stage gets the Golden Crow's scripture for free, so spending merit on it would be a waste. Lin Shin is caught completely off guard and points at the list, because the page in his hand still shows a price. Ko-ming explains that the listed price is for chi transformation disciples who fear they may leave the academy before breaking through and want to secure their future technique early. With that mystery cleared up, Lin Shin keeps browsing through talismans and rare herbs and finds no shortage of tempting things he still cannot afford. After more than 10 minutes of skimming, he finally closes the list with a much clearer picture of what academy merit can buy. Just then, Ko-ming remembers another important detail and tells Lin Shin that black-ranked disciples receive 3 minor merits every month as a standing benefit. That number hits Lin Shin hard, because even the monthly allowance alone is worth a fortune by his old standards. When Lin Shin asks about the other ranks, Ko-ming lays out the ladder of benefits and makes the academy's status gap impossible to ignore. Lin Shin quickly understands why everyone fights to move up, because the gap between ranks turns into a huge long-term advantage. With the exchange tour done, Ko-ming tells him he will need an identity token for future exchanges and leads him out to get one. On the way, Ko-ming points out the mountainside disciple residences, and Lin Shin is struck by how elegant and strangely calming the place looks. Seeing his reaction, Ko-ming explains that the buildings are packed with arrays for gathering spiritual essence, blocking noise, protecting the house, and steadying the mind. When Ko Ming says the spiritual essence there is almost at teaching room level, Lin Shin's expression changes on the spot. That sends Lin Shin into a deeper realization about cave abodes. Because even a teaching room is precious enough to matter for cultivators well below master level. Ko Ming adds that those residences are graded a through D by spiritual essence density, and a black-rank disciple like Lin Shin can be assigned a C-grade room. Ko Ming casually notes that disciples can also live outside, but Lin Shin already knows almost nobody would choose that unless they had an even better family setup. A short while later, they arrive at a crowded courtyard labeled the Internal Affairs Department, where academy business is clearly always moving. As they enter, they pass a plain-looking man in his 30s, and Ko Ming immediately stops him with the easy familiarity of an old acquaintance. The man smiles back at once and jokingly asks if Ko Ming has come to inspect the Internal Affairs Department. Ko Ming brushes the joke aside and introduces Lin Shin as a newcomer who only reported today. The moment Ko Ming adds that Lin Shin is already a black-rank disciple, the man's easy smile freezes in pure shock. At the Internal Affairs Department, Tao Zongbao freezes when Ko Ming introduces Lin Shin as a brand new student who already holds black-rank status. Ko Ming proudly explains that Lin Shin crushed the seniors in the guided battle, and Master C personally promoted him on the spot. The moment Tao realizes how valuable Lin Shin is, his shock turns into full-on respect and eager flattery. Ko Ming asks Tao to issue Lin Shin's identity token, robes, and a golden crow scripture, because Lin Shin has already stepped into the long breath stage. Now genuinely alarmed by Lin Shin's talent, Tao rushes to have everything prepared without the slightest delay. A short while later, Lin Shin receives the full package for his new life in the academy, including robes, a black rank token, the C-171 room token, and the golden crow scripture. Tao explains that Lin Shin has already been credited with 3 minor merits this month, and that the C-171 token opens his cleaned and furnished teaching room. Tao goes even further and promises that if Lin Shin needs anything later, he will help however he can. Outside the department, Ko Ming quietly tells Lin Shin that Tao may not be powerful, but he is well connected and useful for solving smaller problems. Lin Shin immediately catches the meaning and lets Ko Ming know he understands the value of that connection. Just before leaving, Ko Ming lowers his voice and warns Lin Shin that the next rank challenge is less than 3 months away. Ko Ming spells out the real danger. Plenty of yellow rank disciples will target Lin Shin's black rank spot the moment the challenge begins. The reminder lands hard, and Lin Shin solemnly thanks Ko Ming for the heads up. Ko Ming pats Lin Shin's shoulder and leaves, having invested in a talented junior who might also draw pressure away from him later. Instead of heading straight to his room, Lin Shin turns back toward the merit hall to make use of what he already has. Inside the mission hall, Lin Shin scans the mission shelves for exactly the kind of collection task he hoped to find. He finds a mission buying high-purity black iron for merit points, exactly as he guessed after hearing where most collection requests come from. Pleased with the find, Lin Shin produces the black iron he won from Xiao He and gets ready to cash it in. Then another mission catches his eye, and Lin Shin stops cold when he sees the hall is also paying well for a 30-year Extreme grass. That changes everything, because the Extreme grass from Luo Yi was nearly useless to him anyway and can now be turned into a big pile of merit points. Lin Shin carries both mission tags to the front counter and asks to turn them in on the spot. The clerk smoothly checks the black iron and herb, weighs the metal, judges the grass's age, and confirms both missions qualify. She totals it up for him: 48 merit points for 12 kilograms of black iron, 80 more for the herb, and 128 merit points altogether. After Lin Shin hands over his identity token, the clerk records the reward with a strange brush and blank notebook that briefly fill with black markings before turning empty again. Lin Shin leaves impressed by the enchanted system, while the clerk stares after him, puzzled that she has never seen this unfamiliar black-rank disciple before. In the exchange hall, Lin Shin checks the resource list and immediately spots tempting martial techniques he cannot quite afford yet. The Essence Sword Finger and Supreme Yang Swordplay both catch his interest, but his 3 minor merits are still too few even for the cheaper sword art. He also wants better gear like the Bind Yang Gown and 3 Yang Talisman Sword, but those are out of reach too, so he decides to strengthen what he already has first. For now, Lin Shin plans to push Dragon Roar through the clouds, Forbidden Golden Armor, and melt down toward perfection before spending minor merits on new techniques. Since pills are the one useful thing he can afford right away, Lin Shin spends 108 merit points on 3 bottles of condensing pills. He deliberately keeps his 3 minor merits untouched, because once they are converted into ordinary points, they can never be changed back. With the pills secured, Lin Shin finally heads for the residential area to see the room the academy assigned him. The second he steps onto the mountain path, the mood changes and nearby disciples start slowing down to stare at him. Whispers spread around him fast, with everyone repeating the same news. The new student who beat 2 long breath stage seniors has already been promoted to black rank. The attention is so intense that Lin Shin feels like an exhibit, and he wastes no time searching for building C-171. The moment he reaches C-171, Lin Shin opens the door with the jade token and slips inside before anyone can follow with their eyes. As the formation cuts off the outside world, the noise vanishes and the room instantly feels like a private island. Now alone, Linshin finally takes a proper look around and finds a spacious two-story home with elegant old-style furnishings. The place is far better equipped than he expected, with a living room, kitchen, balcony, and 3 separate bedrooms each with their own bath. What really matters to him is the modified cultivation room, where the floor and walls are metal-lined and tough enough to handle long-breath stage practice. Inside his new wooden residence, Linshin is immediately pleased because the place feels comfortable instead of shabby. What excites him even more is the spiritual aura filling the whole house, nourishing his body before he has even started cultivating. The rich aura makes Linshin imagine how much more terrifying the higher-grade teaching rooms must be. After calming down, he heads into the cultivation room, sits cross-legged, and opens the Golden Crow's scripture. The technique turns out to be easier than he expected, so Linshin and all 5 of his clones comprehend it together. With his talent and 6 minds working at once, Linshin reaches the beginner stage of the Golden Crow's scripture in only half a day. He notices the Golden Crow's scripture has directly replaced his old origin breathing technique, which catches him off guard for a moment. Once he confirms nothing else is wrong, Linshin swallows a condensing pill and starts real cultivation. The new scripture boosts his efficiency so much that he digests the condensing pill in less than an hour. He keeps cycling pills and cultivation, while his clones split their work between martial arts and the Golden Crow's scripture. Soon the whole wooden building falls silent as Linshin throws himself completely into training. Elsewhere in a dark cultivation room, Yanxing kneels in tense silence a few meters from Yan Jingren, who sits cross-legged like a wall of pressure. The pressure alone leaves Yanxing soaked in cold sweat before his brother even says a word. When Yan Jingren finally opens his eyes, a lightning-like flash cuts through the dark room and makes Yanxing flinch. Instead of scolding him, Yan Jingren coldly tells Yanxing that this loss was not really his fault. He says Yanxing's setup was careful enough, but Linshin's growth was simply beyond everyone's expectations. That reluctant praise for Linshin eases Yanxing's fear, but it also stings his pride even more. Before Yanxing can beg for help again, Yan Jingren cuts him off and declares that the matter with Linshin ends here. Yan Jingren reminds him that he entered the academy to grow stronger, not to obsess over one enemy. Then he flicks over an exquisite porcelain bottle and gives Yanxing a breath-gathering pill. The gift leaves Yanxing stunned, because one breath-gathering pill can push a 9th-level Qi transformation cultivator into the long breath stage without damaging their foundation. Realizing how precious it is, Yanxing immediately thanks his brother with obvious gratitude. Yan Jingren immediately tempers that gratitude with a warning. If Yanxing still cannot reach long breath before the next rank challenge, even their father will give up on him. With the pill in hand, Yanxing swears he can break through within a month. Seeing that resolve, Yan Jingren finally softens a little and explains the real reason Yanxing must hurry. He warns that the Tiger Tribe demons in the Dragon Abyss mountain range are growing active, and a larger clash with Dragonside City may be coming soon. If war breaks out, Academy disciples will head to the mountain range to kill spiritual beasts and earn huge merit rewards, so Yanxing cannot afford to miss it. Yanxing accepts the warning seriously and agrees to devote himself completely to cultivation. Only then does Yan Jingren return to Linshin and say Si Yuanpei promoted him to black rank to strengthen the academy against the major families. But in Yan Jingren's eyes, Linshin is still being overrated, because Ping Xinyuan and Quang Bao are only average among the stronger yellow rank disciples. He points out that some yellow rank disciples have already reached the 4th level of the long breath stage, making the rank challenge in 3 months far more brutal than Linshin may expect. Yan Jingren believes cultivation gaps widen sharply at higher levels, so even Linshin's martial talent may not carry him past opponents 1, 2, or 3 realms above him. In his judgment, Linshin would need an absurd leap to 4th level long breath in just 3 months to hold that black rank seat, which makes his chances look slim. That logic finally steadies Yanxing, and he grips the pill bottle with a fresh smile as he decides to reclaim his glory in the next rank challenge. Meanwhile, the news of registration day tears through Nanyang Academy and turns Linshin into a sensation overnight. People cannot stop talking about the records he just set, from beating senior disciples in the guided battle to entering as a black rank disciple on day 1. His fame explodes, but so does resentment, because many disciples think a brand new student has no right to that promotion. No one dares challenge Si Yuanpei openly, yet many yellow rank disciples quietly decide to take Linshin's spot in the rank challenge 3 months from now. Linshin ignores all of that noise and spends the next 10 days buried in cultivation. By the end of those 10 days, he has already broken through to long breath level 2 and pushed the Golden Crow's scripture into the proficient stage. His other martial techniques rise with him, and forbidden golden armor improves especially fast under the help of mystic bone liquid. That success tempts Linshin to buy more mystic bone liquid, since another 20 or 30 drops could likely push forbidden golden armor to perfection within a month. In the end, he forces himself to let that idea go, because his merit points are too tight for luxuries right now. He also realizes condensing pills are already losing efficiency after his breakthrough, adding only about 2% progress each now. A stronger option exists in the merit hall, the prime pill, but at 50 merit points each it is far beyond what he can comfortably afford. Setting cultivation aside for the moment, Linshin leaves his residence to get food. The nearby academy canteen is convenient and free for ordinary meals, but the food available there no longer does much for a long-breath cultivator like him. To actually help his cultivation, he has been spending merit points on spirit beast meat instead. After 10 days of training and eating for cultivation, his merit points are basically gone, leaving him with only 3 minor merits. That shortage makes the next step obvious, and Linshin decides he needs to start taking missions. Instead of the merit hall, he heads straight to the Internal Affairs Department. The moment he arrives, a young staff disciple recognizes him at once and greets him as Senior Brother Lin with open enthusiasm. Linshin is briefly puzzled, and the cheerful staff disciple explains that his name is already known across the academy. After a few polite words, Linshin states his business and asks for Tao Zongbao. The young staff disciple immediately hurries off to fetch Tao Zongbao without even introducing himself, leaving Linshin waiting with a faint laugh. A moment later, Tao Zongbao strides over from inside and greets Linshin with a smile, meeting him face to face at the end of the excerpt. At the Internal Affairs Department, Tao Zongbao greets Linshin warmly and even says he was just talking about him with Ko Ming. Linshin plays it modest, saying he has been staying in and cultivating, and Tao Zongbao praises his talent without holding back. When Tao Zongbao offers help, Linshin carefully asks if he can get dangerous cultivation drugs like snake orchid or blood boiling powder. That request alarms Tao Zongbao, and he immediately assumes Linshin wants a reckless shortcut to survive the pressure around his black rank spot. Tao Zongbao awkwardly tries to talk him out of it, warning that with Linshin's talent he has no reason to gamble away his future. Realizing the misunderstanding, Linshin quickly explains that those things are not for him personally. Linshin's steady look convinces Tao Zongbao, and the deacon visibly relaxes once he stops suspecting a desperate gamble. Now willing to help, Tao Zongbao says disciples do sometimes bring back these risky herbs and pills from outside, but they usually sit unsold. Linshin immediately offers merit points, and that is the answer Tao Zongbao was waiting for. Tao Zongbao promises to find the goods at a fair price, and Linshin thanks him, both of them silently accepting that the deacon will take a cut. After leaving, Linshin is openly relieved because Black Street is drying up, and he finally has a new channel for the dangerous materials his clone consumes. He thinks through the problem clearly. The Black Street supply is almost exhausted after repeated buying, so Linshin needs the Academy's hidden trade network before those dangerous materials disappear. The merit hall list had no such items at all, which only confirmed that the Academy keeps these shortcut drugs off the official exchange. That makes Tao Zongbao even more valuable, because unofficial item trading lets disciples turn merit points into goods even when direct merit trading is forbidden. With that path open, Linshin focuses on the real bottleneck, and decides he needs a lot more merit points fast. He heads straight to the merit hall and starts scanning the mission tablets for something profitable enough to matter. He first throws out intelligence missions, because too much can go wrong once he is outside the city and alone. He also rejects duty missions since they are safe but slow, and the payoff is nowhere near worth his time. That leaves collection missions and crusade missions, but collection can wait until he actually finds the item, so his attention locks onto extermination work. As he reads deeper, Linshin notices most crusade targets are creatures outside Dragonside City, especially in the Dragon Abyss mountain range pressed up against the city. He deliberately favors mountain missions, because the range offers more natural treasures and AI's treasure-finding talent will be wasted anywhere else. He quickly picks out a batch of mountain crusade missions, including hunting a white-eyed demonic spirit tiger, wiping out fiery mountain spirit monkeys, and killing 100 arrow birds. With 5 missions chosen, Linshin brings the tablets to the front counter to register them. The clerk behind the counter is the same girl from before, and this time Xiaoyu recognizes him instantly as the new chief disciple. Xiaoyu chats with him much more warmly now, calling him Senior Brother Lin while she handles the paperwork. Linshin learns her name is Xiaoyu just as she finishes registering all 5 missions. She hands over a city exit token and warns him it only works for one person and only lasts 1 month. Xiaoyu also gives him a free first-time map of the Dragon Abyss mountain range, and Linshin is genuinely pleased to get exactly what he needed. She adds one more practical warning. The map is updated every 3 months, and after that he will have to spend merit points on a new one. Before he leaves, Xiaoyu recommends useful travel talismans like Flying Feather, Light Body, and Guiding Talismans for surviving outside the city. Linshin thanks her and immediately changes direction, deciding his merit points are too precious to waste on things he can buy with coins instead. He goes to the exchange hall first and spends 1 small merit on a beast-taming pouch so he can take AI into the mountains more conveniently. With AI's transport solved, Linshin saves the rest of his merit points and plans to buy the recommended talismans later at the True Martial Pavilion with spirit coins. On the way back, Linshin stops at the True Martial Pavilion for talismans before heading straight to the villa he still keeps outside the academy. He keeps paying for the villa because he wants a private place outside the academy, and because AI would hate being sealed in a beast-taming pouch all day. Linshin quietly hopes that once he earns enough money, he can finally stop renting and buy a home of his own. When he gets inside, AI is sprawled asleep on the sofa beside several empty cans of cat food, so deeply out that she does not even notice him approach. Amused and exasperated, Linshin grabs her by the back of the neck and mutters that a burglar could probably carry this useless cat away. AI blinks awake, mistakes him for part of a dream, and gets a light knock on the head for it. The moment she realizes he is really back, AI turns into a chatterbox and immediately asks where he has been and whether he brought more cat food. Lynchen cuts through the noise, reminds her he was staying at the academy, and first makes sure nothing happened at home while he was gone. AI says the house stayed quiet, and Lynchen relaxes just enough to shift the conversation to her cultivation. The question instantly perks AI up, and she proudly announces that she already broke through a few days ago. That answer catches Lynchen off guard, because he recently studied the spiritual beast system and knows a second breakthrough would push AI into the much rarer ascension stage. In the books, spirit awakening beasts are newly sentient and usually weak, especially small animals like cats that can barely protect themselves. Only special bloodlines or unusual luck let a beast like AI survive that stage, which is why Lynchen remembers how close she once came to being captured. But once a spiritual beast reaches ascension, its whole level changes, either through monstrous physical growth or much stronger natural abilities like illusion. Above that is the enlightening stage, where a beast awakens bloodline abilities like controlling water, fire, earth, or wind and stands just one step from taking human form. Putting it together, Lynchen realizes AI was already in late spirit awakening, so this latest breakthrough should mean she has actually stepped into ascension stage. He asks directly if she really reached ascension stage, and AI just stares back in confusion because she has never even heard those terms before. So Lynchen patiently explains the beast cultivation stages to her one by one. Once she understands, AI gets excited and blurts out that this explains why her illusions suddenly feel much easier to control. That is all Lynchen needs to hear, and he immediately asks AI to cast an illusion on him so he can test it for himself. AI hesitates, but Lynchen reassures her, and she finally nods and uses the spell. In an instant, Lynchen's living room vanishes and he finds himself trapped in a dim, sprawling maze built from giant cat food cans stacked like towering metal pillars. The ridiculous theme makes him want to roll his eyes, because AI's dream landscape really is just an endless kingdom of canned food. Even so, the illusion is impressively real, with cold metal under his hand and the smell of meat hanging in the air. He bursts into motion with shadows and runs for kilometers through the maze, only to find that every path still loops him back inside. When speed fails, Lynchen stops, thinks for a moment, and decides to probe the illusion with Dragon Roar through the clouds. His Dragon Roar slams outward invisible waves, and the whole fake world starts rippling like water under the pressure. The test already tells him enough, so he cuts the technique short before breaking the illusion completely and hurting AI with the backlash. He tells AI to stop, and the giant maze dissolves at once, dropping him right back into the villa living room. Lynchen realizes he never physically moved at all, which makes the trap feel even more uncanny. Now convinced, Lynchen openly praises AI, because a mere spirit awakening beast could never have trapped a long breath cultivator like that. He quickly judges that AI could probably trap even first or second level long breath cultivators, at least when she uses her illusion to restrain instead of attack. With that settled, Lynchen gets practical again and tells AI to prepare to leave the city with him. AI immediately gets nervous because even the general warned her that the wilderness outside Dragonside City is dangerous. Lynchen explains that they are going out to train and hunt for natural treasures, using AI's talent for sensing spiritual essence. Then he lands the real bait by promising that any treasure they find can be sold for enough spirit coins to buy her plenty of canned cat food. That works perfectly, and AI throws away all her hesitation and eagerly vows to find treasures for him. Because she is finally cooperating, AI obediently enters the beast-taming pouch when Lynchen asks. Lynchen puts the pouch away and leaves the villa in a hurry to head out of Dragonside City. Dragonside City is protected by an ancient formation built by the three major sects, and its strict exit rules make the place feel secure but heavily watched. Everyone needs the right sect issue token to pass the formation safely, but Lynchen's trip through the gate goes smoothly. Half an hour later, he is already in the wilderness beyond the city, finally stepping out of the long-protected safety of Dragonside City. The nearest route into the Dragon Abyss mountain range is still more than 30 miles away, so without a mount, Lynchen can only keep going on foot. As he walks, Lynchen looks up and quietly wishes that one day he will be strong enough to ride a sword through the sky instead of traveling like this. On the way back into the Dragon Abyss mountain range, Lynchen decides he really needs a rideable spiritual beast for future trips. Thanks to Jiao Yu's earlier advice and a divine movement talisman, he reaches the mountain outskirts in less than half an hour. After checking his map, Lynchen picks Mount Firen as his first stop and goes straight for the mountain spirit monkey mission with the best reward. He knows the mission is dangerous, with 30 to 40 ascension stage spirit monkeys and a mid-phase leader, but his clones make him confident enough to take it anyway. As he climbs deeper in, Lynchen stays cautious because even the outer ring is full of ascension stage beasts dangerous to long breath cultivators. To be safe, he keeps a protection talisman and a flying feather talisman ready on his chest before pressing on. A foul stench suddenly hits him, and Lynchen stops cold when he realizes something is hunting nearby. For huge black demon wolves step out of the trees and spread out to block every escape route around him. The wolves stare at him with cruel, almost human mockery, already treating him like easy prey. When all 4 wolves lunge at once, Linshin does not dodge at all. Their bites slam into Linshin's body and fail completely against his forbidden golden armor. Using that opening, Linshin plants a hand on one wolf's head and burns it to death with meltdown in seconds. Before the pack can recover, he turns and drops a second wolf just as fast. Now the last 2 wolves finally understand how badly they misjudged him, but Linshin gives them no chance to escape. Protected by his armor and armed with meltdown, Linshin tears through the last 2 wolves in a few more heartbeats. The instant the last wolf dies, Linshin feels a sharp tremor in his mind and realizes testified by killing has triggered. He focuses inward and discovers the reward is fresh insight into meltdown, pushing it up to proficient, 86%. That jump would normally cost his martial arts clone several days, so Linshin is thrilled by how strong the talent really is. He quickly tempers his excitement and guesses the trigger rate is low, because only 1 out of 4 wolf kills set it off. Even so, the talent turns beast hunting from a chore into a shortcut to strength, and Linshin feels more motivated than ever. He does not waste the kill either, packing the demon wolf corpses into his storage jade plate for their useful fangs and meat. As he moves on, Linshin notices how often spiritual beasts seem to be appearing and wonders if the demon tribe is pushing them from deeper in the range. Soon he runs into another 3 demon wolves, kills them cleanly, and gets no trigger this time. By the time he crosses one mountain, he has killed more than 10 wolves total, and testified by killing has still only activated once. He decides that even a low trigger rate is worth it, because the answer is simple: kill more spiritual beasts. Once he feels deep enough into the range, Linshin finally summons AI to start a real treasure hunt. He knows the outermost mountains were stripped clean long ago, so only now does he think they might finally have a chance to find something valuable. Linshin scratches AI under the chin and tells her the treasure hunt starts now, making her protest even while she obviously enjoys it. AI gets to work immediately, riding on his shoulder and pointing him through the forest with surprising efficiency. Not long after, AI leads him to a tree root where a tiny emerald herb is growing in the shadows. Linshin recognizes it as a wood spirit herb and carefully digs it out without damaging it. Because 5 mature wood spirit herbs are worth 80 merit points, Linshin is thrilled that AI just found him a 16-point start. He praises AI generously, and the little cat looks openly pleased with herself. For the next stretch, the pair comb the mountain together, only hiding AI in the beast-taming pouch when spiritual beasts attack. 2 hours later, Linshin has piled up 3 wood spirit herbs, 1 ebony root, and 2 frost flowers in his storage. The haul is worth about 120 merit points, enough for 3 bottles of condensing pills, and Linshin is deeply satisfied. Compared with other long-breath disciples who might need days for that much gain, Linshin knows AI's talent is making an absurd difference. Looking at her searching so seriously on his shoulder, Linshin feels the cat general was right to entrust AI to him. He quickly turns that gratitude into ambition, realizing AI can help him stack merit points fast and turn them into cultivation resources. And during one of the recent fights, testified by killing triggers again, this time boosting his cultivation by 6%. That surge pushes Linshin to 88% of long breath stage 2nd level, close enough that a breakthrough starts to feel real. Thinking he might reach the 3rd level before this training ends, Linshin heads deeper into the hunt with even more drive. About 10 minutes later, AI sniffs out another treasure for Linshin, a big chunk of ice shards hidden in an ancient tree. He quickly realizes the haul is huge, worth several hundred merit points, and his mood jumps on the spot. AI asks the only question she really cares about: how many cans of food this thing can buy, and Linshin can't help laughing. Before he can answer, a strange rustling sound cuts through the moment, and Linshin snaps into full alert. A white rabbit bursts out of the brush, but it is so badly mauled and bloody that it barely gets a few steps before collapsing. Linshin still doesn't trust the scene, so he fires a spirit-charged stone into the rabbit to make sure it isn't faking death. Even then he advances under forbidden golden armor, only relaxing after confirming the rabbit is truly dead. AI is disturbed by the brutal wounds, and Linshin judges from the claw marks that a tiger or leopard-like spiritual beast tore it up. The rabbit's toughness feels wrong for an ordinary animal, so Linshin cuts it open to test the suspicion. When he pulls out the internal organs, they clink like metal, and that strange sound confirms his guess. He tells AI this isn't a normal rabbit at all but a cunning hare, a spiritual beast whose organs turn into weapon-grade metal by feeding on pills, ore, and metal. Seeing that the organs are completely black, Linshin realizes this hare must have fed on very high-grade material, which likely means a rare mineral vein is hidden near its nest. That possibility is too valuable to ignore, so he pockets the organs and immediately follows the hare's trail back through the bushes. But the instant he crosses the brush, a deafening roar and a blast of evil wind slam at him from the right. Linshin reacts on instinct, stuffing AI into the beast-taming pouch and blasting out dragon roar through the clouds to meet the attack head-on. The airwaves burst apart, revealing a huge black tiger with eerie white eyes staring at him like prey. Linshin recognizes a white-eyed spirit tiger at once and knows he has just run into one of the strongest tiger tribe beasts in the mountain. When he notices blood on its claws and the way it glanced toward the bushes, he pieces together that this tiger was the one hunting the cunning hare. That realization only excites him more, because the white-eyed spirit tiger is also one of his mission targets and worth a minor merit if he kills it. Instead of backing off, Lin Shin charges first and the furious tiger lunges back with a killing swipe at his head. Lin Shin doesn't dodge at all, trusting his strengthened forbidden golden armor to take the claws while he drives a palm strike into the tiger. The tiger is stunned when its attack fails, and Lin Shin burns a brutal wound into its head and destroys one eye with meltdown. The fight turns into a one-sided grind, with the mountain tyrant roaring wildly while Lin Shin keeps pressing it without taking a scratch. No matter how hard it bites and claws, the tiger can't break the dark golden barrier on Lin Shin's body, and its own fangs and claws start to feel the strain. With defense no longer a worry, Lin Shin fights aggressively, alternating blazing sun palm and meltdown, and even using dragon roar through the clouds to keep the beast pinned down. The tiger tries to flee more than once, but Lin Shin's perfected movement keeps matching its speed and cutting off every escape. After 7 or 8 brutal minutes, Lin Shin finally slaps the tiger in the head again, and the blazing force inside the strike snuffs out its life. The huge body crashes to the ground, and Lin Shin exhales, treating this as his first real life and death test after reaching the long breath stage. The win leaves him quietly pleased, because it proves his current martial arts can carry him against stronger long breath cultivators too. His only disappointment is that testify by killing doesn't trigger, but he still stores the tiger corpse and counts the kill as one minor merit. When AI comes back out, she only knows Lin Shin shoved her away in a hurry, so he simply tells her the spiritual beast has already been handled. With the tiger gone, Lin Shin returns to the real prize and starts tracking the cunning hare's small footprints through the mountain forest. He soon loses the trail, and because he lacks serious wilderness tracking skill, the search stalls out fast. So he asks AI to search for natural spiritual essence instead, but her first try comes up empty and both of them are left frustrated. Lin Shin switches to a slow but practical plan, using the last known footprint as a center point and searching the remaining directions one by one. By the time the sky starts turning yellow, 2 directions have led nowhere, leaving them with one last chance. AI gets fired up because this treasure hunt also means canned food for her, and she throws herself into the final search. 10 minutes later, AI suddenly senses natural spiritual essence and points hard to the left. Lin Shin sprints in the direction she indicates, and as they keep running the spiritual essence only grows clearer and denser. At last they stop in front of a vine-covered mountain wall, and the hidden source of that rich aura seems to be right here. At the vine-covered mountain wall, AI finally spots a hidden cave and tells Lin Shin the spiritual essence is coming from inside. Instead of charging in, Lin Shin tests the area with a guiding talisman to check for nearby ghosts, demons, or evil spirits. The talisman gives no warning, but Lin Shin still plays it safe and sends AI back into the beast-taming pouch before making a clone scout ahead. Lin Shin's clone moves through a narrow glowing passage where the only light comes from fluorescent, or in the cave walls. At the end of the tunnel, the clone steps into a larger cavern and is hit by a sudden golden glow in the darkness. What he finds is a winding treasure gold cloud sand vein, with loose golden sand scattered over the cave floor like dropped coins. After checking a sample, Lin Shin realizes this is real treasure gold cloud sand, a valuable metal aspect spiritual sand worth a fortune in missions and weapon forging. Seeing the length of the vein, Lin Shin estimates he could dig out well over 100 kilograms and instantly starts thinking in piles of merit. Before celebrating, he has the clone inspect the cave and finds only small hair footprints and beast droppings, which makes the hidden treasure feel untouched. Certain the cave has not been discovered, Lin Shin finally goes in himself and dismisses the clone. He picks up the loose sand, confirms it is superior-grade treasure gold cloud sand, and decides to only collect the surface pieces for now because he lacks the proper jade digging tool. Just as Lin Shin mutters that this hidden place should stay safe for a while, footsteps and voices suddenly approach from outside. From the entrance, Lin Shin overhears 2 men planning to hide here for days until they can sneak one of them back into Dragonside City with a new identity. Their conversation gets worse when Lin Shin hears them mention blood spirit pills and using cultivators as pill ingredients. The bearded fugitive is clearly tempted by the blood spirit pills, and the cold snake-like partner keeps baiting him deeper into their forbidden refining scheme. A sudden hissing from the python cuts off the conversation, and Ding Ling instantly realizes someone is already inside the cave. Ding Ling's bucket-thick black-scaled python surges into the cave first, rushing Lin Shin before the 2 men even step inside. The python snaps at him, but Lin Shin whips aside and lets the beast smash headfirst into the cave wall instead. Lin Shin immediately judges it to be an ascension stage spiritual beast, dangerous enough to match the tiger he fought before. Because the cave cramps the python's movement, and enemies are waiting outside, Lin Shin switches to his pure yang body and goes for a quick kill. His meltdown palm crashes down on the python's head, burning through the scales and blasting scorching force straight into its skull. The giant snake sways once and collapses dead, its head ruined in a single brutal hit. Killing the python also gives Lin Shin a sudden flood of insight, and his meltdown jumps all the way into mastery. Lin Shin barely has time to enjoy that breakthrough before the 2 hidden criminals rush into the cave and see the python's corpse. The pale snake-eyed man erupts in shock and rage, furious that Lin Shin killed his black-scaled python. Now facing them directly, Lin Shin sizes up the pair. The python's owner is the pale, cold-voiced man, and beside him stands a rough bearded swordsman with a long saber. Dingling threatens to kill Linshin for both revenge and pill ingredients, but Yuan Lifei cuts him off before he can rush in. The moment Yuan Lifei points past Linshin, both men notice the glowing treasure gold cloud sand vein, and their priorities change instantly. Dingling breaks into delighted laughter over the treasure, and the dead python suddenly matters a lot less to him. Yuan Lifei calmly claims half the vein, and Dingling forces out a fake agreement, while tossing Linshin to him as the price. With the split settled, Yuan Lifei draws his long saber and advances on Linshin without wasting words. Once he reaches striking distance, Yuan Lifei suddenly explodes forward and unleashes 4 lightning-fast saber thrusts at Linshin's vital points. Watching from the side, Dingling is impressed enough to feel lucky he never tried crossing Yuan Lifei himself. But the saber tips only throw off dark golden sparks, because Linshin's body is tough enough to stop the strikes cold. Yuan Lifei instantly realizes Linshin is using a physical enhancement art, and that brief shock gives Linshin his opening. Linshin seizes the opening, catches Yuan Lifei's block, and twists the long saber into a ruin knot with brute force. Yuan Lifei tries to retreat, but Linshin is even faster and drives a blazing palm straight into his chest. A green protective light bursts from Yuan Lifei's chest and saves him at the last instant, shattering the jade pendant hidden there. Badly rattled, Yuan Lifei leaps back several meters and realizes he almost died to a much younger opponent. Now taking Linshin seriously, Yuan Lifei demands to know which major family he comes from. Linshin just smiles and tells him to guess, which only makes both men more determined to kill him anyway. Dropping the probing, Yuan Lifei charges again with cold silver saber light, and the cave fight crashes straight into the next exchange. Inside the cave, Yuan Lifei keeps hammering away with his fast saber, but every slash only throws sparks off Linshin's dark golden armor and still cannot break through. Yuan Lifei turns grim and decides to drag the fight out until Linshin runs dry, trusting the gap in cultivation to finish the job. Watching from the side, Dingling quickly reads the match. Linshin's martial skill is frighteningly high, but Yuan Lifei should still win with 4 full levels of cultivation over him. Linshin regrets that his earlier kill attempt failed because Yuan Lifei had a protection talisman, and now both enemies are fully on guard. He also realizes the problem is getting worse, because forbidden golden armor is expensive to maintain, and this stalemate will favor the stronger cultivators if it keeps dragging on. After a quick glance at Dingling, Linshin decides his cat general is not enough for 2 mid-stage long breath opponents, so he finally turns to his real trump card. Linshin suddenly forces Yuan Lifei back with one palm, and a shadow peels away from his body and lands beside him as a second Linshin. Yuan Lifei and Dingling are stunned, because what they are seeing looks like spellcasting, something a long breath cultivator should not be able to do at all. Linshin gives them no explanation, summons another clone on the spot, and sends his clone straight into the fight. The 2 men have no choice but to meet the attack, and Linshin quickly confirms that Dingling is every bit as strong as Yuan Lifei. Once he sees the clones can hold up, Linshin rushes Yuan Lifei himself and teams with his pure Yang clone to kill one enemy first. Yuan Lifei's situation turns ugly fast, because the original Linshin and his clone hit hard, defend like iron, and keep wrecking his ordinary sabers one after another. After losing several weapons, Yuan Lifei rolls away in a miserable scramble, and yanks out his last spare saber, finally realizing just how badly he is being cornered. His nerve breaks there, and instead of gambling on the cave, Yuan Lifei decides to flee now and come back later with reinforcements for both the treasure vein and revenge. Linshin catches that hesitation almost immediately and realizes Yuan Lifei is looking for a chance to run. A moment later, Yuan Lifei makes his break, blasting the clone aside and sprinting for the cave mouth in a desperate burst. Just as Yuan Lifei reaches the edge of freedom, Linshin unleashes Dragon Roar through the clouds and the sound blast crashes into his back like a wall. The hit smashes Yuan Lifei into the wall by the exit, and blood bursts from his mouth and nose as his insides churn. Dingling is furious that Yuan Lifei tried to abandon him, and even more shaken that Linshin also knows a soundwave martial art on top of everything else. Linshin does not waste the opening and rushes straight to Yuan Lifei before he can recover. He drives a brutal kick into Yuan Lifei's throat, snapping it and ending the fight on the spot. Yuan Lifei dies with disbelief still on his face, and Linshin coldly notes that fear ruined him faster than the fight did. Then Linshin turns toward Dingling, and that one indifferent look is enough to make Dingling's heart sink. Now alone against Linshin and 2 clones, Dingling instantly understands the fight has turned against him. Dingling tries words first, shouting for a pause and offering to give up the treasure gold cloud sand if they stop here. When Linshin stays cold and silent, Dingling hardens his tone and warns that he still has a trump card if Linshin insists on pushing him. Linshin finally answers with a blunt refusal. Dingling can die here, but Linshin is not the one who will fall. The siege closes at once as the original Linshin and his 2 clones rush Dingling from 3 directions before he can keep talking. Forced at last, Dingling erupts with the blood explosion technique, and blood mist sprays from every pore until his whole body is drenched in red. The boost is immediate and nasty. One slash rips open a clone's abdomen and proves Dingling can now break forbidden golden armor. Dingling presses the advantage with a freezing storm of sword light, and suddenly the original Linshin and both clones are the ones being driven back. Linshin quickly figures out the problem. The technique has pushed Dingling up about 1 full level, and the blood mist on his sword is even cancelling out Meltdown's edge. Dingling laughs wildly and taunts him, but Linshin stays calm because this kind of explosive power always comes with a price. More importantly, Linshin has already made up his mind that neither intruder can be allowed to leave alive after seeing the treasure vein and his clone's secret. Then Linshin answers Dingling's boosted power with one more clone, and the sudden extra body makes Dingling's laughter die on the spot. Dingling forces himself to dismiss the new clone and snarls that he will kill every last one of them. Linshin cuts that confidence apart with a faint smile, because he is still not done. 2 more shadows split from Linshin in the next heartbeat, and Dingling's face freezes as the impossible just keeps getting worse. For the first time, Dingling is genuinely close to panic, because he has no idea how many more clones Linshin might still have. Linshin and all 5 clones attack together, moving with one shared rhythm until Dingling feels less like he is fighting 6 men and more like he is being swallowed by an army. The tide flips completely within seconds, and Dingling starts eating repeated palm strikes while the blood mist keeping him going visibly thins out. Dingling can feel the blood explosion technique starting to fail, and he knows that once the boost ends, the weakness after it will leave him easy prey. With the borrowed strength slipping away and 6 enemies around him, Dingling grows more and more frantic and desperately starts searching for any way out. Cornered in the cave, Dingling suddenly realizes the ugly truth. Linshin was never trying to finish fast, he was deliberately dragging the fight out until blood explosion burned itself out. Linshin had made that choice on purpose, because killing Dingling too early might still cost him one of his clones in a desperate counterattack. By the time Dingling understands, it is already too late, and the backlash hits him hard as his strength and spirit collapse in front of Linshin. Linshin does not waste the opening, and he and all 5 clones unleash a blazing final barrage together. The explosion rocks the cave, the clones vanish, and Dingling drops dead on the stone floor. Instead of celebrating, Linshin immediately feels the surge from Testify by Killing, triggered by the deaths of Yuan Lifei and Dingling. The double trigger boosts Forbidden Golden Armor by 19% total, leaving Linshin at Long Breath level 2, 98%, and just 1 step from level 3. From this fight and the earlier kills, Linshin pieces together the rule. Testify by Killing barely responds to weak prey, but it gets much more reliable against enemies near or above his own level. He is especially satisfied because half a day in the mountain has already given him gains close to several days of normal training. The talent has one annoying flaw, though. Linshin has to switch to it before the killing blow, which can still complicate a live fight. Once he settles down, Linshin turns practical and starts looting the 2 corpses. He is delighted to find that Dingling was carrying a real storage bag, which is far better than the storage jade plate he has been using. When Linshin opens the bag, he finds a huge space inside packed mostly with survival supplies for a long mountain trip. The deeper he checks, the happier he gets, because Dingling also had around 1,000,000 spirit coins stashed away. Then he uncovers a stockpile of rare dragon abyss herbs, including wood spirit herbs, ice shards, ebony roots, and even 2 spirit breath fruits. Finding 3 prime pills on top of that makes Linshin feel like he just robbed a jackpot. The windfall also reminds him why so many cultivators risk killing and robbing, because the rewards come fast, even if one bad mistake gets you killed instead. Yuan Lifei's storage jade plate is much less exciting, mostly filled with spiritual beast meat and hides instead of high-value treasure. Still, Linshin gets one useful surprise out of it when he finds several jade picks that Yuan Lifei had likely prepared for mining. With the jade picks in hand, Linshin quickly consolidates all the loot into the bigger storage bag and knows he no longer needs to run back to Dragonside City for tools. After that, Linshin stores Dingling, Yuan Lifei, and the black-scaled python, then leaves the cave to deal with the evidence somewhere farther away. He first considers turning the bodies in for a Martial Enforcement Hall bounty, the same way he handled Luoyi before. But he gives that idea up almost immediately, because there is no believable way to explain how he personally killed 2 long-breath cultivators and their python. So Linshin hides nearby and waits for the mountain to erase the problem for him. A little later, blood-drawn spiritual beasts swarm in and devour the 2 men and the python, leaving behind only scraps no one will ever trace back to Linshin. He cannot help thinking that melting liquid would have made cleanup even easier, and he quietly adds buying more on the black streak to his future plans. With the evidence problem settled, Linshin returns to the cave and starts mining the treasure gold cloud sand with the jade picks. He spends the next 2 days digging steadily, determined to strip the whole deposit before he leaves. When the job is finally done, Linshin looks at the pile of treasure gold cloud sand in his storage bag and sees future merit points, techniques, and enchanted weapons waiting for him. Even after cashing in that haul in his head, Linshin still refuses to go back to the academy yet, because this kind of mountain training chance is too good to waste. Since he looted so many supplies from Dingling and Yuan Lifei, he realizes he can comfortably remain in the mountains for another month or 2. While he spends those 2 days mining, his clones keep cultivating in the background, and that steady progress finally pushes him through to Long Breath level 3. His updated status confirms the jump to level 3, along with more progress across several martial techniques. Now that the ore vein is cleared and his realm has advanced again, Lin Shin fixes his eyes on Testify by killing and decides to spend the rest of this chance hunting spiritual beasts without holding back. At noon, Ai Jingting arrives at Mount Firen with Yen Dao, Jing Weirong, and Bai Xiaotong to hunt the mountain phantom hare she needs for alchemy. As they size up the mountain, Jing Weirong confirms this is the place where mountain sprites have been swarming for months. Bai Xiaotong asks about the mountain sprites, and Jing Weirong explains that even the Merit Hall posted a cleanup mission, but the reward is so low that stronger disciples never bothered to finish it. Bai Xiaotong bluntly says the reward must be too small, and Jing Weirong's smile makes it clear she guessed right. Bai Xiaotong turns to Ai Jingting and points out the real hope here. Where mountain sprites gather, a mountain phantom might be hiding too. Ai Jingting thanks her, because mountain phantom hair is the one ingredient she still needs to refine flame spirit pills and move closer to becoming a true alchemist. The reason she rushed here is simple: mountain phantoms are rare, dangerous, and usually buried deep in harsher ranges, so this sighting may be her best chance. Yen Dao immediately takes the opening to promise that he will help Ai Jingting get the hair today. His confidence is not empty talk, because as an Earth-rank disciple at Long Breath level 7, Yen Dao should be more than strong enough to kill a mid-ascension mountain phantom. Ai Jingting only answers with a polite smile, while Jing Weirong and Bai Xiaotong silently trade amused looks because everyone can see Yen Dao is trying to impress her. Even with all his effort, Ai Jingting still keeps men at arm's length and cares far more about cultivation and alchemy than romance. That only makes her future look brighter, and Jing Weirong cannot hide his envy as he thinks about how refining superior flame spirit pills could soon raise her to official alchemist status. After a short discussion, the 4 disciples head up Mount Firen together. They are all capable fighters, but they still advance carefully, watching the forest for a sudden attack. Then Yen Dao suddenly spots something off to the right and stops the group cold. Lying in the brush is a dead mountain sprite, a long-limbed humanoid monster with a savage face. Jing Weirong checks the body and realizes a cultivator killed it, not another beast. Bai Xiaotong notices the burn pattern and identifies the attacker as someone from their own academy using Meltdown. Yen Dao studies the corpse more closely and concludes the mountain sprite was an early ascension beast killed in one strike before it could even fight back. That verdict rattles Jing Weirong and Bai Xiaotong, because even they would struggle to kill an early ascension spirit beast that cleanly. Bai Xiaotong's first worry is immediate: if someone this strong came first, the mountain phantom might already be gone. Yen Dao quickly calms them down, arguing that only one attacker passed through here, and a lone black-rank disciple should not be able to wipe out a mountain phantom group by themselves. Since Earth-rank disciples usually train deeper in the Dragon Abyss and not on an outer mountain like this, Yen Dao decides they still have a real chance. With everyone's nerves steadier again, Yen Dao urges them onward to find the disciple who beat them up the mountain. As they hurry higher, more mountain sprite corpses keep appearing along the route. At first the bodies appear one by one, but soon they are lying in clusters, proving the unknown fighter kept charging into larger groups. Every single corpse tells the same story: one strike, a charred head, and overwhelming fire power. By now even Yen Dao and Ai Jingting look serious, because this no longer feels like the work of an ordinary disciple. Yen Dao finally admits the attacker is using Meltdown at mastery or even perfection, a level almost no lower house disciple can reach. That realization shakes his earlier guess, and he starts to wonder if a heaven-ranked disciple is already on the mountain. The 4 of them pick up speed again and rush toward the summit. Near the top, angry roars and pained cries echo through the trees, telling them the battle is still going on. They exchange one quick look and run straight toward the noise. When they reach the battlefield, they find the mountain phantom's whole group still alive and locked in a brutal fight. The enemy side is led by a ferocious mountain phantom riding a white-headed tiger, with 7 or 8 mountain sprites circling around it. Facing them alone is a calm young man with empty hands and no sign of panic, even while surrounded. The scorched corpses on the ground make it obvious that this lone fighter is the one who carved his way up the mountain. Jing Weirong thinks the young man looks familiar, and Bai Xiaotong blurts out the answer first: it is Lin Shin. That shocks Jing Weirong, because this is the same Lin Shin who entered the academy and was promoted straight to black-rank disciple. Bai Xiaotong lights up with excitement, while even Ai Jingting studies Lin Shin more closely now that the rumored genius is right in front of her. Then Jing Weirong catches a bigger inconsistency. Lin Shin was supposed to be only at the first level of Long Breath not long ago, but his current presence looks at least 3rd level. That possibility stuns Bai Xiaotong and Ai Jingting too, because a first-level disciple could never fight a mountain phantom group alone like this. So either the rumors were wrong from the start, or Lin Shin's cultivation has surged wildly in just 1 month. Bai Xiaotong can only marvel that people still doubt Lin Shin's black-rank spot, because what she is seeing now would shut them all up. Jing Weirong quietly agrees and realizes Lin Shin is already stronger than many true black-rank disciples, including himself and Bai Xiaotong. By the end, Jing Weirong can only think of the yellow-rank disciples planning to challenge Lin Shin and feels sorry for them. On Mount Firen's summit, Jing Weirong almost praises Lin Shin out loud, but Yen Dao's sour expression reminds him that the Yen family already holds a grudge. Bai Xiaotong gets Jing Weirong's warning and awkwardly keeps quiet while the scorched battlefield behind her shows the fight is almost over. Lin Xun has already burned down the mountain sprites with Meltdown, leaving the battered mountain phantom alone and clearly losing. He finishes it cleanly with Dragon Roar through the clouds, blasting the mountain phantom dizzy for one opening. Lin Xun flashes behind the mountain phantom and drives a blazing palm into its back, snuffing out its life instantly. The mountain phantom crashes dead to the ground, and Lin Xun finally turns to the 4 watchers he sensed all along. A quick look at their artifact pavilion weapons tells Lin Xun these 4 are fellow Nine-Yan Academy disciples, so he loses interest in them immediately. Instead of talking to them, Lin Xun crouches by the corpse and starts cutting off the mountain phantom's valuable hair for a merit hall mission reward. He leaves the worthless mountain sprite corpses behind, cuts off the mountain phantom's head as proof, and gets ready to leave. Before he can go, the gentlewoman from the group stops him and introduces herself as Earth-rank disciple AI Jingting. AI Jingting introduces herself as an Earth-rank disciple, and Lin Xun's off-panel comm makes it obvious her status does not impress him at all. AI Jingting gets straight to the point and asks to trade pills for the mountain phantom hair, her calm voice hiding how urgently she needs it. When Lin Xun asks her price, AI Jingting brings out a porcelain bottle and offers 10 prime pills for the hair. The offer is rich enough that Lin Xun is ready to take it, since the hair only meant merit points to him anyway. Yan Dao suddenly cuts in, complaining that Lin Xun is already getting a bargain and should stop hesitating. Lin Xun finally addresses the hostile man directly, asking with a faint smile who exactly he is supposed to be. Yan Dao forces himself to stand tall and names himself as an Earth-rank disciple, even though he already regrets speaking up. That answer confirms Lin Xun's suspicion that the hostility comes from the Yan family, and his smile sharpens. Instead of arguing with Yan Dao, Lin Xun turns back to AI Jingting and coolly raises the price to 11 prime pills. Yan Dao blows up over the increase, saying the hair was only worth 300 or 400 merit points in the first place. Lin Xun answers the complaint by raising the price again to 12, and Yan Dao's anger spikes even higher. Yan Dao tries to argue again, and Lin Xun bumps the price to 13 without giving him any room at all. Before Yan Dao can wreck things further, Zheng Wurong and Bai Xiaoong rush in to drag him back and remind everyone that AI Jingting is the one who actually needs the hair. Lin Xun clearly catches Zheng Wurong's hint that AI Jingting should not be blamed, but he has no interest in going easy on people who came with Yan Dao. AI Jingting still agrees without hesitation, because the mountain phantom hair matters too much for her to walk away. Lin Xun checks the bottle, confirms the 13 prime pills, and hands the mountain phantom hair over to AI Jingting at last. Before leaving, Lin Xun tosses out one last insult about fools dragging others down, and the words land hardest on Yan Dao. Lin Xun walks away without looking back, leaving Yan Dao seething while AI Jingting watches his departure with a strange, thoughtful look. Once Lin Xun is gone, Yan Dao tries to explain himself, but AI Jingting only responds with distant politeness and says it is time to leave. That calm courtesy hurts more than anger, because Yan Dao realizes she does not treat him as anyone close at all. After more than half a month in the Dragon Abyss mountain range, Lin Xun leaves Mount Firen behind and heads back to Dragonside City. On the way back, Lin Xun checks his progress and sees he is still at Long Breath level 3, but his killing-based training has pushed several martial arts much higher. He is satisfied with the gains, decides the beast hunting method works, and plans to rest first before coming back for another round. Back in Dragonside City, Lin Xun drops AI off at the villa, leaves her a pile of canned cat food, and tells her to stay home and cultivate. Lin Xun immediately returns to the academy through the teleportation array and steps back into its relentless rhythm. He thought the guided battle gossip would have faded by now, but disciples are still staring and pointing at him all along the path. Not wanting to waste time, Lin Xun heads straight for the merit hall to turn in what he brought back. At the mission counter, Jiaoyu spots him right away and greets him with a smile as he asks her to help submit several missions. At the mission counter, Jiaoyu starts out smiling and tells Lin Xun she can help register anything that matches a mission. That smile disappears fast when Lin Xun starts pulling out one rare item after another, including wood spirit herbs, ice shards, and other valuable materials. When Lin Xun pours out a huge heap of treasure gold cloud sand, Jiaoyu is left staring at a glittering little mountain in disbelief. The pile is so outrageous that nearby disciples crowd over, and the whole hall erupts when they realize the owner is Lin Xun. After the commotion settles, Jiaoyu painstakingly counts and registers everything, spending nearly an hour sorting Lin Xun's absurd haul. In the end, Jiaoyu hands back Lin Xun's identity token with 54 minor merits and 893 merit points loaded onto it. Lin Xun takes the token with a flash of satisfaction, knowing this trip earned him far more than he ever expected. Instead of leaving right away, Lin Xun asks Jiaoyu whether anything interesting happened in the academy while he was away. Jiaoyu tells him the Martial Enforcement Hall has been recruiting Long Breath stage disciples to help capture criminals, with 3 minor merits just for taking part. Lin Xun is surprised the Martial Enforcement Hall came to the academy for help, so Jiaoyu explains this usually happens during big operations when they need extra manpower. She adds that academy disciples usually handle searching, investigating, and surrounding targets rather than direct combat, which is why the mission is popular. Once Lin Xun asks about the details, Jiaoyu reveals the catch. The mission is secret, screened, and anyone accepted must stay on standby for the next month. Even with his new windfall, Lin-Shin feels the appeal of a well-paid low-risk mission and starts seriously considering it. After thinking it over, Lin-Shin decides to accept the recruitment mission and treat it as a safe break after his trip outside the city. With the mission settled, Lin-Shin heads off in a good mood, already thinking about finally exchanging for martial techniques and enchanted armaments. Before Lin-Shin can leave, a young man storms into the hall, slams the counter, and demands the Martial Enforcement Hall mission for himself. Jiao Yu helplessly refuses, reminding Ling-Xing that his father already forbade him from taking any combat-related mission. Ling-Xing flares up, insists she has no right to stop him, and starts throwing his weight around like a spoiled young master. When Jiao Yu still refuses, Ling-Xing loses his temper and raises his hand to hit her. The slap never lands, because Lin-Shin catches Ling-Xing's wrist midair and stops him cold. Lin-Shin throws his hand aside and coldly tells him to argue with his father instead of bullying a girl at the counter. Ling-Xing glares at this new obstacle, demands to know who Lin-Shin is, and threatens him too. Just as Ling-Xing is about to explode again, a deep voice cuts in and instantly changes the mood in the room. Master Ling steps into view in a black robe, and Ling-Xing's arrogance vanishes on the spot. Jiao Yu blurts out Master Ling's title, and Lin-Shin realizes this stern tutor is Ling-Xing's father. Master Ling gives Lin-Shin a brief acknowledging look, then turns and orders his son to follow him out. Ling-Xing leaves after him like a beaten rooster, and Lin-Shin can only think what a strange father and son they are. Once the trouble is gone, Jiao Yu looks at Lin-Shin with shining eyes and thanks him for stepping in. Lin-Shin brushes it off and asks who that hot-headed guy actually was. Jiao Yu tells him the troublemaker was Ling-Xing, Master Ling's son, and this kind of scene happens because his father keeps blocking him from dangerous missions. That confuses Lin-Shin, because in cultivation, real fighting is part of how people sharpen their martial skills and break through bottlenecks. Jiao Yu finally reveals the reason. Master Ling once had an elder son who disappeared in the Dragon Abyss mountain range and is almost certainly dead. After losing one son, Master Ling became fiercely protective of the only one he had left, and Lin-Shin is left stunned by the sad logic behind their strange family conflict. After leaving the Merit Hall, Ling-Xing tries to press his father again, but Ling Guanding shuts him down on the spot and orders him to stay in the academy and cultivate. Forced back into silence, Ling-Xing lowers his head like usual and swallows his complaints. A moment later, Ling-Xing asks who the young man from earlier was, and Ling Guanding calmly names him as Lin-Shin. When he realizes it was the newly famous black rank prodigy, Ling-Xing's surprise quickly turns into anger and wounded pride. Ling-Xing snorts that Lin-Shin is just a new disciple who got arrogant after making a name for himself, and he boasts that he could have taught him a lesson. He keeps stewing over it, convinced that his own black rank status and 4th level long breath cultivation put him above Lin-Shin. Seeing that look on his son's face, Ling Guanding warns him bluntly not to provoke Lin-Shin at all. Ling-Xing is stunned by the warning, and his father explains that Lin-Shin is Master C's chosen flag bearer for now, so nobody should touch him before the next rank challenge. Ling Guanding goes further and predicts Lin-Shin probably cannot hold the black rank for long, so once he falls and loses Master C's protection, plenty of people will line up to kick him while he's down. Lin-Shin treats that father and son episode as a minor distraction and leaves for the exchange hall. Now sitting on 56 minor merits and more than 800 merit points, Lin-Shin enters the hall feeling richer than ever. He starts without hesitation by exchanging for 2 martial arts he wanted badly, the Supreme Yang Swordplay and the Essence Sword Finger. Next he spends 5 more minor merits on a defensive enchanted armament called the Bind Yang Gown, stacking more protection on top of his forbidden golden armor. Lin-Shin tests the robe at once, and it unfolds by itself, wraps tightly onto his body, and adjusts perfectly to his size. With a thought, he changes the gown's outer look into an ordinary street coat and realizes just how practical enchanted clothing can be. The new gown makes him even more confident that ordinary long breath cultivators at the 4th or 5th level will struggle to hurt him through both layers of defense. When he turns back to the weapon list, Lin-Shin pauses because his remaining merits can buy more than the lower grade 3 Yang Talisman sword he first planned on. After weighing his options, he skips the weaker sword and upgrades straight to the middle grade 6 Yang Talisman sword as a better life-saving weapon. He also buys 6 identical 7-star swords so each clone can stay armed after splitting off and still blend into the group. Then he spends a huge chunk of merit points on 10 bottles of condensing pills, aiming to force his cultivation up to the 5th level. Even after all that, Lin-Shin still has 15 minor merits left, so he opens the list for spiritual beasts instead of stopping. Thinking ahead to regular trips between Dragonside City and the Dragon Abyss mountain range, he decides he finally needs a proper mount. He chooses a giant horned deer, a long-distance runner that is cheap and useful even if it is nothing special in a fight. Lin-Shin ignores the flashy combat mounts and flying beasts because their prices are way too steep for something he only wants as transportation. After paying for the deer, he adds a beast-taming pouch too, since each pouch can hold only one spiritual beast. He goes to the beast-taming garden, picks out the giant horned deer in person, and forms a contract with his new second spiritual beast. With the mount settled, Lin-Shin stops spending and keeps the rest of his merit points in reserve for his deal with Tao Zongbao. From there he heads to the Internal Affairs Department, expecting the real expensive transaction to happen there. This time he does not even need to look for Tao Zongbao, because the man spots him immediately and lights up. Tao Zongbao quickly pulls Lin Shin aside to a quieter corner and says he has already made real progress on gathering the cultivation materials Lin Shin wanted. He hands over a list packed with 20 to 30 natural treasures, all similar to the risky but effective items Lin Shin bought on Black Street before. The full bundle will cost 2 minor merits and more than 400 merit points, enough money to show Tao Zongbao expects a serious profit. Tao Zongbao carefully offers to renegotiate if the price feels too high, clearly testing Lin Shin's reaction. Instead of haggling, Lin Shin laughs it off, says he trusts Tao Zongbao, and reveals he already has the merits ready to trade at once. That answer leaves Tao Zongbao thrilled and privately stunned that a brand new disciple like Lin Shin can already throw around this much merit. Once the price is settled, Tao Zongbao rushes into broker mode and starts running Lin Shin through the needed exchanges and pickups. They spend the whole day bouncing between the merit hall and multiple sellers until the sun starts turning yellow at dusk. By the time Tao Zongbao finally returns, he is sweating hard but proudly announces that he got everything Lin Shin asked for. Lin Shin thanks him, packs the whole batch of natural treasures away, and leaves with exactly what he needed for another burst of cultivation. After a few final pleasantries, Lin Shin returns to the wooden building where he lives and finds the place still spotless even after more than half a month away. He wastes no time settling in and goes straight to the training room with his new manuals and resources. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Shin first reads through the Essence Sword Finger and Supreme Yang Swordplay until he has both secret manuals memorized. Then he assigns the workout through his clones, sending the Superior Martial Arts clone to study Essence Sword Finger, and the Pure Yang Body clone to study Supreme Yang Swordplay. His other clones keep grinding their own techniques, while Lin Shin himself and the God's Jealousy clone concentrate on the Golden Crow's scripture. With 10 bottles of condensing pills and a fresh mountain of dangerous natural treasures in hand, Lin Shin is confident he can break into the 5th level of Long Breath within a month. That quiet training mood gives way to a dark night scene, where a black-robed man in a ghost mask sits motionless inside an unlit small building. He suddenly senses someone and turns toward the balcony just as another black-robed figure drops in from outside. The masked man greets the arrival with a cold complaint about being late, making it clear this is not a friendly meeting. The second man brushes that off and says his special situation makes secret movement difficult enough already. Once the greeting is over, the masked man gets to the point and asks why the Martial Enforcement Hall has been acting strangely lately. The newcomer explains that several failed missions made the Martial Enforcement Hall suspect an internal leak, so they now trust only a few teams and even recruit outside help instead of using broader manpower. Worse, he suspects the hall has already found one of their strongholds and may strike it next. That possibility shocks the masked man, and his first instinct is to evacuate their people immediately. But the newcomer firmly refuses, arguing that they still do not know which stronghold was exposed and a mass withdrawal would create exactly the panic the Martial Enforcement Hall wants to monitor. When the masked man asks what they should do instead, the answer is chillingly simple: nothing. He says each stronghold is isolated from the others, so if one is destroyed it will not lead the enemy any deeper, and they can afford to sacrifice a single base to protect the whole network. The masked man hates that answer and spits out years of bitterness, accusing the Martial Enforcement Hall of crushing them again, and likely taking 2 more of their people in the Dragon Abyss Mountains. The other man stays unmoved and reminds him that as long as they still have blood spirit pills, they can always recruit more people and absorb small losses. Then, seeing the masked man's rage, he says there may be one way to hit back if he truly cannot swallow this quietly. He flicks something out from his sleeve, and a strange hive-like object drops in front of the masked man with a brutal bloody aura. The masked man picks it up, recognizes what it is, and his eyes immediately light up beneath the ghost mask. With a sinister laugh, he realizes this gift could let them teach the Martial Enforcement Hall a lesson they will never forget. More than half a month passed with no word from the Martial Enforcement Hall, so Lin Shin stayed home and threw himself fully into cultivation. Fueled by pills, spiritual beast meat, and natural treasures, he broke through fast, first to Long Breath level 4 and then to level 5 after just a few more weeks. His martial arts also surged forward, with Dragon Roar through the clouds and Forbidden Golden Armor both reaching perfection. Even his newer techniques, Supreme Yang Swordplay and Essence Sword Finger, had reached the beginner stage, rounding out his fighting style. Seeing his level 5 status at last, Lin Shin was openly thrilled because his whole combat system finally felt complete. He knew how absurd this progress was for someone his age, and it left him confident he had already outgrown most disciples around him. Lin Shin even judged that if Yuan Lifei and Dingling showed up now, he could kill both of them alone without relying on clones. But his resources were almost gone, and only half a bottle of condensing pills remained beside him. To squeeze out the last of it, he tipped back the bottle and swallowed the final 6 condensing pills in one go. After half an hour of cultivation, the pills barely moved the needle, adding only about 1% now that he had reached level 5. That made the answer obvious. He needed a stronger pill from now on, so he took out a prime pill and used one to test the effect for himself. This time the result was much better, and nearly 2 hours later Lin Shin confirmed the prime pill had pushed his cultivation up by 3%. Counting the pills from Dingling and the ones he traded from AI Jingting, Linshin realized he still had 15 prime pills left, enough to carry him much deeper into level 5. Just as he settled on using prime pills for future cultivation, a sudden feeling made him stop and summon his God's Jealousy clone. The clone appeared only to collapse flat to the floor, its eyes already dead. Linshin was stunned, then grimly understood the clone had finally died after being force-fed too many lifespan-draining herbs. Losing God's Jealousy hurt badly, because with it went the doubled cultivation speed that had powered his explosive growth. It also cut off his old shortcut of feeding dangerous herbs to that expendable body, so Linshin immediately started wondering if another clone could take over that role. He ruled out his more precious clones and decided to wait and see what talent this resurrected clone would come back with. As the corpse dissolved away, a resurrection timer appeared and confirmed the dead clone would return in about a day. Without God's Jealousy, even cultivating the Golden Crow scripture felt much slower, so Linshin gave up on that for the moment and switched to training martial arts instead. The next afternoon, he finally left his residence planning to visit the Merit Hall in exchange for more prime pills. But outside his door, a tiny paper crane was already waiting and bobbing in the air for him. When Linshin held out his palm, the crane landed obediently and unfolded itself into a letter in a flash of light. The message was from the Martial Enforcement Hall, and after waiting all this time, Linshin finally had his summons. Satisfied at last, he burned the letter to ashes in his palm and headed straight out. Half an hour later, Linshin arrived at the Martial Enforcement Hall headquarters in the Central District, a sprawling official compound. After showing his disciple token and explaining why he came, he was quickly escorted inside to a gymnasium-like assembly hall. The hall was already crowded with disciples, and Linshin was surprised to spot Zhao Shuiying among them. Since this mission was only recruiting long-breath disciples, her presence meant Zhao Shuiying had broken through much faster than expected. Linshin guessed the direct descendant of a major clan had probably used rare treasures or pills to make that jump. Zhao Shuiying noticed him too, hesitated for a beat, and then walked over on her own. Her opening was awkwardly obvious, but she still asked whether he had taken this mission too. Linshin played along and asked if she knew anything, but all she could tell him was that the Martial Enforcement Hall had kept the mission details tightly sealed. That answer made sense to Linshin, because if this was a serious operation, Academy disciples like them were only being trusted with peripheral work anyway. With neither of them eager to force small talk, the conversation died off and Linshin started studying the room instead. By then more than 70 disciples had gathered, and Linshin noticed they naturally split into 3 academy groups. The innermost group looked like Nine Young Academy, the lively middle cluster full of girls had to be Azure Frost Sect, and the disciples near the entrance were from Raging Waves Academy. Once the head count passed 80 and no one else arrived, the doors opened and Han Wu strode in with several Martial Enforcement Hall officers. Han Wu's bark for silence instantly shut the whole hall down. He thanked everyone for participating and announced they would now be divided into teams of 4 to 6 for the mission. As the names were read out, Linshin learned he had been grouped with Zhao Shuiying and 2 girls from Azure Frost Sect. One of the Azure Frost girls stepped forward first to introduce herself, lively and confident, while the new team met face to face. Then Zwa Man gave her own polite introduction, and her soft, delicate manner contrasted with the livelier girl beside her. Once names were exchanged, the outgoing Azure Frost girl eagerly asked whether the rumor about Nine Young Academy's new long-breath student was true. Zhao Shuiying confirmed the rumor, and her meaningful glance at Linshin gave away the rest before she even explained more. The 2 Azure Frost girls stared at Linshin in surprise when they realized he was the rumored genius himself. Linshin answered with an easy joke about his reputation spreading farther than he expected, which only made him seem more approachable. The outgoing Azure Frost girl admitted she had expected a genius like him to be arrogant, so Linshin's easy manner genuinely caught her off guard. Linshin laughed off the stereotype, and the tension around their new team eased right away. After that, the 2 Azure Frost girls kept firing curious questions at Linshin, and even Zhao Shuiying joined in once in a while. Before the chatter could run longer, Han Wu cut back in and called the entire hall to attention for the real mission briefing. One of the officers activated a formation device, and a huge water screen rose above everyone showing a manor from overhead. The map was marked with numbered roads and intersections, and Han Wu explained those numbers were each team's assigned guard point. Then the tone hardened as Han Wu ordered them to intercept anyone trying to break out, and kill on the spot if they resisted fiercely. His final warning was simple and absolute: no one was allowed to escape the encirclement. The disciples answered in one voice, their earlier curiosity gone and replaced by tense obedience. Han Wu took back the formation disc and activated it again, sending tiny lights scattering as the floor beneath everyone suddenly trembled. Bright array patterns flared across the entire venue, and Linshin recognized the familiar start of a teleportation formation. At Han Wu's final command to move, white light swallowed Linshin's vision and the whole team was teleported away. Late at night, a lavish manor in the southern district sits quiet and overconfident, with bored guards treating patrol like a formality. That calm shatters when a burst of light drops in front of the gate, and a large strike team suddenly appears out of nowhere. The ambush starts brutally, and the guards die before they can even understand what hit them. Han Wu coldly reminds everyone that anyone in this manor is tied to the wild wolves, so tonight nobody escapes and nobody gets mercy. The disciples split up by plan, and Lin Shen heads for the outer ring with Yu Shuang, Zhuo Man, and Zhao Shuiying. Before they reach their post, a second wave dives in from above as hundreds of martial enforcement hall members ride flying beasts straight into the manor. Lights flare across the estate, and the distant shouts quickly turn into a full bloodbath inside the walls. Lin Shen stays steady and keeps moving, while Zhao Shuiying lags for a beat because this is the first time she has seen a raid turn this deadly. The four finally take position at a forest path far outside the manor, a clean choke point where any escapee would be easy to spot. Yu Shuang wonders if anyone will even make it this far, and Zhuo Man bluntly says she would rather claim her mission reward without fighting at all. When one teammate asks about the wild wolves, Lin Shen stays quiet until he notices Zhao Shuiying react like she knows more. Zhao Shuiying explains that the wild wolves are likely behind the recent disappearances in Dragon City, and may be secretly refining blood spirit pills. That answer hits hard because blood spirit pills are infamous enough to make even Academy disciples recoil in anger and shock. Zhuo Man and the other girl go from uneasy to fully committed, because if the wild wolves really make those pills, any weaker cultivator could become the next ingredient. Zhao Shuiying adds that the wild wolves are extremely hard to track and may even have more than one cultivator master backing them. Lin Shen is not surprised, but the warning reminds him how lucky he was before that the wild wolves only sent Luo Yi after him. He quietly decides he has to be more careful from now on, even if the academy still gives him some protection. As time passes, the fighting inside the manor starts to fade, and only a few failed breakout clashes flare at the outer lines before going quiet again. Just when the night seems to be settling down, the manor erupts again with a louder, stranger burst of commotion. Lin Shen catches a faint buzzing mixed into the battle sounds, and once the others listen closely, they hear it too. The shouting ahead collapses almost completely while the insect-like buzzing grows louder and starts racing straight toward their position. Now the truth is hard to ignore. Whatever came out of the manor likely wiped out the attackers inside and is smashing through the student cordon next. One teammate voices the fear on everyone's mind, because running would be safest, but fleeing the mission without even trying would be hard to explain later. Before anyone can settle on a plan, Lin Shen spots the threat and warns them that it has already arrived. A black swarm bursts into view, and under the moonlight they finally see giant wasp-like monsters charging straight at them. Zhao Shuiying recognizes them as hell hornets and quickly explains why everyone is suddenly pale. These things are vicious poisonous insects that burrow into living prey to breed. Zhao Shuiying's description is disgusting enough that Zhuo Man and the other girl recoil in instinctive fear and revulsion. Lin Shen has no time to puzzle over why these creatures are here, because the swarm closes to striking range in seconds. He opens with a thunderous roar, and the sound wave alone blows apart more than 20 hell hornets in midair. That one move steadies the whole team, and Zhuo Man, Zhao Shuiying, and the other girls suddenly realize Lin Shen is far stronger than they expected. A heartbeat later, Lin Shen draws the 6-yang talisman sword, and blazing fire cuts down the next wave before they can reach him. Zhao Shuiying is stunned on the spot, because a freshman like Lin Shen should not realistically be carrying a middle-grade enchanted sword this expensive. Her distraction almost gets her hit, but Lin Shen fires an essence sword finger past her ear and drops the hornet behind her with one precise strike. Lin Shen snaps at her to stay focused, and the warning lands because she realizes he is using not just the 6-yang talisman sword but also essence sword finger and supreme yang swordplay. The more Zhao Shuiying thinks about it, the stranger Lin Shen looks, because his resources now seem richer than what even her own family could casually support. Lin Shen ignores all of that, and quickly judges the enemy for what they are, late-phase spirit awakening threats that are manageable one by one but terrifying in these numbers. With 300 to 400 hell hornets in the air, most student teams would have been devoured already, but Lin Shen alone blocks nearly half the swarm. Protected by forbidden golden armor, Lin Shen does not have to fear their poisonous jaws and can focus entirely on killing. His sword turns into a storm of scarlet light, shredding every hornet reckless enough to close in. In just a few minutes, 50 or 60 hell hornets die under Lin Shen's blade, and Zhao Shuiying, Zhuo Man, and the other girl rally behind him. But even as Lin Shen's team holds the line, 2 hidden figures are already watching this fight from a treetop half a kilometer away. Hidden in the forest, Ji-Lu watches Lin Shen cutting through the hell hornets and immediately sees a rare prize instead of just another student. Wan Zhaoquan wants to leave with the captives they already have, warning that Lin Shen and the 3 girls will be troublesome and martial enforcement hall reinforcements could arrive any moment. Ji-Lu pushes back hard, saying a talent like Lin Shen could be refined into second-grade blood spirit pills, and that temptation finally shakes Wan Zhaoquan. The 2 criminals split roles on the spot. Wan Zhaoquan will hold off the 3 girls, and Ji-Lu will personally go after Lin Shen. Out in the open, Lin Shen's 6-yang talisman sword turns the hornet swarm into falling charred corpses, and the heat around him gets so fierce that even Zhao Shuiying and Zhuo Man have to back away. Watching from the edge of the fight, Zhuo Man is stunned by Lin Shen's strength, while Zhao Shuiying realizes he has grown several times stronger in just 1 month. As Lin Shen keeps killing hornets, his testify by killing talent triggers again, and he gets a fresh surge of insight into Supreme Yang swordplay. That sudden gain excites Lin Shin even more, and he charges deeper into the swarm hoping to squeeze out one more breakthrough from the remaining hornets. Then danger slams into him from behind, and Lin Shin reacts instantly by switching to Perseverance and triggering the protection talisman on his chest. The talisman shatters under the blow, but Lin Shin layers forbidden golden armor on top of it and uses the remaining force to throw himself out of the kill zone. Ji Lu tries to press the ambush, but Lin Shin fires an essence sword finger behind him without even turning, forcing the attacker to dodge. Now face to face, Ji Lu praises Lin Shin's martial arts with ugly greed, and Lin Shin answers with a cold stare that says he knows this is an enemy trying to kill him. Lin Shin charges straight back in, because he already knows the wild wolves are the kind of criminals you can only survive by killing first. Their first exchange comes like lightning, sword and saber crashing together in a spray of sparks as the whole battlefield suddenly turns colder and tenser. The girls move to help Lin Shin, but Wan Zhaoquan steps out and cuts off Zhao Shuiying and Zhuaman before they can reach him. Wan Zhaoquan attacks without wasting a word, and his claw technique is strong enough to pin Zhao Shuiying and Zhuaman in place and keep them from supporting Lin Shin. Back in his own duel, Lin Shin quickly judges that Ji Lu is at least 7th level long breath stage, and even stronger than Ding Ling or Yuan Lifei. A glance to the side makes the problem worse, because Wan Zhaoquan is also overwhelmingly strong, and Lin Shin realizes he will be finished if that man joins Ji Lu later. Ji Lu notices Lin Shin's distraction and attacks even more fiercely, convinced the younger fighter is already running out of options. Lin Shin seizes the one opening he gets, unleashing a sudden long roar that jolts Ji Lu and throws off his rhythm for an instant. Ji Lu reacts carefully and jumps back with his saber guarding his front, expecting Lin Shin to follow with a sneak attack. Instead, Ji Lu looks up and finds Lin Shin already 50 meters away, sprinting into the deeper forest and dragging the fight away from everyone else. Furious at being played, Ji Lu chases him through the dark woods, and the two run more than 1,000 meters until the other battle is completely out of sight. Once he has Ji Lu isolated, Lin Shin stops on purpose and calmly turns around, showing that this retreat was planned from the start. When Ji Lu sneers about him finally giving up on escaping, Lin Shin answers with the cold truth: he never said he wanted to run. That answer finally unsettles Ji Lu, but he still refuses to believe a kid like Lin Shin could really threaten him here. To make sure he keeps the upper hand, Ji Lu slaps a divine weapon talisman onto his saber and covers the blade in a cold metallic glow. His greed shows plainly now, because he is not just after Lin Shin's body for pills, he also wants the middle grade 6 Yang talisman sword in Lin Shin's hand. Lin Shin finally explains his move outright. He lured Ji Lu here because this is far enough away that no one else can see what he is about to use. Ji Lu acts like he welcomes any trump card, but he is too cunning to wait for one and suddenly lunges in mid-taunt to kill Lin Shin first. Lin Shin expected that too, and an essence sword finger snaps out first, forcing Ji Lu to dodge instead of pressing the attack. Then Ji Lu looks up and goes cold, because there are suddenly 5 Lin Shins in front of him, all identical and all charging at once. To keep this secret hidden, the original Lin Shin puts away the 6 Yang talisman sword and switches to the plainer 7-star sword before the pack closes in. The forest erupts into a storm of sword shadows, and Ji Lu is instantly trapped in a 5-on-1 fight he cannot understand, let alone control. With pure Yang body active and 4 clones backing him up, Lin Shin completely flips the fight, and fresh wounds start opening all over Ji Lu's body. A sword finally punches into Ji Lu's abdomen, and that tiny lapse is all Lin Shin needs to finish the kill. Scarlet sword light sweeps over Ji Lu from every direction, and when it fades, the outlaw is left standing only for a heartbeat before collapsing dead. Lin Shin takes a breath, quickly loots Ji Lu's storage bag, and wastes no time lingering over the body. He uses the melting liquid he got earlier to destroy the corpse on the spot, erasing the evidence before anyone can trace this fight back to him. After a fast cleanup to make sure nothing is left behind, Lin Shin turns and rushes back toward the others before the wider battle can collapse without him. On the dark forest path, Wan Zhaoquan keeps pressing the attack, but Zhao Shuiying, Yu Shuiying, and Zhuaman barely hold him off together. What really slows Wan Zhaoquan down is Zhao Shuiying, whose 3 Yang talisman sword and non-stop talismans keep blowing apart his openings. Growing impatient and worried about Martial Enforcement Hall reinforcements, Wan Zhaoquan suddenly tries to break their morale by claiming Lin Shin already ran away. Zhao Shuiying cuts through the lie at once, warning the others that wild wolves use cultivators to refine blood spirit pills and cannot be trusted. She goes further and says Lin Shin is not the kind of person who would abandon his companions, which only makes Wan Zhaoquan more irritated. When Wan Zhaoquan mocks her about defending Lin Shin like he is her man, Zhao Shuiying flushes red and answers only with a furious glare. Before the standoff can settle, a distant scream cuts through the night, and Wan Zhaoquan suddenly freezes as if he recognizes Ji Lu's voice. Zhuaman and the other girl fear the worst for Lin Shin, but Zhao Shuiying catches Wan Zhaoquan's shaken face and starts suspecting the scream came from Ji Lu instead. Badly unsettled, Wan Zhaoquan stops playing careful and throws himself back into the fight with even fiercer attacks, determined to end this fast. Then a rushing figure tears in from the darkness, and Lin Shin's lion roar slams into Wan Zhaoquan so hard he staggers back with blood rising in his throat. The girls blurt out Lin Shin's name in relief, while Wan Zhaoquan turns cold inside because Lin Shin is here alone and Ji Lu is nowhere in sight. Lin Shin does not explain anything yet and simply tells the girls to leave because he will hold Wan Zhaoquan here himself. Knowing they would only burden him, the women withdraw at once, and Zhao Shuiying throws Lin Shin one long worried look before turning away. Once the others are gone, Wan Zhaoquan demands to know what happened to Ji Lu, and Lin Shin answers with a chilling promise to send him down to meet his companion. Lin Shin attacks first, and just as Wan Zhaoquan braces to counter, Lin Shin suddenly splits into 5 identical bodies under the moonlight. Wan Zhaoquan panics and falls back, but the 5 Lin Shins swarm him so fast he can only throw up his arms and take the storm of sword strikes. His body-hardening technique dulls some of the hits, but it is nowhere near enough, and when the light clears, dozens of wounds have already torn him open. That is the moment Wan Zhaoquan finally understands Ji Lu is already dead and that Lin Shin's bizarre clone technique is what made it possible. Lin Shin does not give him time to recover and launches another wave, this time flooding Wan Zhaoquan's vision with blazing scarlet sword energy. Then the real killing blow slips through the barrage, and Lin Shin drives the 6-yang talisman sword straight through Wan Zhaoquan's chest. Wan Zhaoquan dies full of disbelief, and Lin Shin pulls the heated sword free so cleanly that the blood flashes away in the sword's own scorching heat. After the fight, Lin Shin checks his gains and is delighted when testified by killing boosts his cultivation by another 12%. He immediately hides the evidence by retracting his clones, taking Wan Zhaoquan's storage bag, and hauling the corpse to the same disposal spot where Ji Lu already vanished. Using melting liquid again, Lin Shin destroys Wan Zhaoquan's corpse too and starts planning a believable lie for the others. Once the scene is clean, Lin Shin heads after the girls, still intent on keeping his clone's secret buried. Before he gets far, hundreds of flying spiritual beasts sweep over the night sky toward the manor, and Lin Shin realizes the Martial Enforcement Hall reinforcements have finally arrived. A few of those riders spot him, point him out, and break formation to descend straight toward his position. The beasts land in front of him, and Zhao Shuiying jumps down almost before hers has settled, rushing over to check whether Lin Shin is hurt. The other 2 women hurry over too, and all 3 visibly relax when they see Lin Shin standing there alive and mostly unscathed. When Lin Shin asks why they are with the reinforcements, Zhao Shuiying explains they met the Martial Enforcement Hall halfway and brought them back to save him. Then Zhao Shuiying asks the obvious question about where the wild wolves went, because the man who had cornered them has completely vanished. Lin Shin smoothly lies that both wild wolves ran when they sensed Martial Enforcement Hall reinforcements closing in, and the women accept it without suspicion. With the danger finally over, they head back toward the central district and travel until dawn. At parting, Zhuan Man and the other girl happily exchange contact information with Lin Shin and promise they will look him up again. With the night finally over, Lin Shin tells Zhao Shuiying they should head back, and she agrees with an easy smile. Back in his wooden room, Lin Shin shuts the door and immediately opens his interface to sort through the 2 storage pouches he took tonight. He checks Ji Lu's bag first, but most of it is ordinary loot, and even the natural treasures only turn up 3 stalks of extreme grass. Then the pills turn the mood around, because Ji Lu was carrying 2 full bottles of prime pills, 24 in all. Lin Shin breaks into a satisfied grin, realizing those prime pills are enough to carry him to the 6th level of long breath stage. When he opens Wan Zhaoquan's bag, the prime pills are gone, but he does find 4 more stalks of extreme grass. What really catches his eye is a strange beehive-like object radiating the same bloody, savage aura as the Hell Hornets. He connects the dots and realizes this refined nest was probably how the Hell Hornets were unleashed on the manor in the first place. That means Ji Lu and Wan Zhaoquan were likely the real masterminds, and Lin Shin is pleased to uncover the truth along with the loot. The nest looks even more valuable once Lin Shin recalls that refined beast nests can hatch new spirit beasts again after enough time. He reluctantly puts the hornet nest away, knowing he cannot refine or use it until he reaches bright aperture stage. He keeps searching the bag and pulls out 2 secret manuals, Iron Scale Technique and Wolf Soul Claw. After thinking it over, Lin Shin decides both arts are weaker than Forbidden Golden Armor and Meltdown, so they are not worth switching to. Even so, he puts the manuals away with a satisfied smile, feeling the whole dangerous night paid off well. His mood shifts again when he remembers the clone timer, and he quickly opens the interface to check it. The resurrection cooldown is over, so Lin Shin immediately summons a new clone beside him. When the clone status appears, Lin Shin sees its new talent is called Analogy. The talent turns out to be a big hit, boosting all martial techniques based on how many arts Lin Shin has already pushed to perfection. Lin Shin quickly realizes why this talent matters so much, because unlike pure yang body it can strengthen every kind of martial technique, not just yang arts. The catch is steep, though. To reach the upper limit, he needs 20 martial techniques at perfection, and right now he only has 5. Even with only a partial bonus for now, Lin Shin is thrilled and decides to keep Analogy instead of rolling for another talent. That decision instantly changes his training plan, and the 2 manuals he just dismissed now become useful fuel for raising Analogy. He maps out the next steps clearly, perfect essence sword finger and supreme yang swordplay first, then at iron scale technique and wolf soul claw, and later by more manuals from the merit hall. Instead of sleeping after an exhausting night, Lin Shin heads straight into cultivation because the momentum is too good to waste. He splits the work efficiently, sending 3 clones to train martial arts while he and the other 2 focus on the Golden Crow's scripture. By the time the next day arrives, Lin Shin leaves his building and heads for the merit hall. He can hear the noise before he even gets there, and the mission hall is far more crowded and restless than usual. Puzzled by the atmosphere, Lin Shin goes to the counter and asks Jiao Yu what happened. Jiao Yu lights up in relief the moment she sees him and blurts out that she knew he would be okay. She explains that the uproar is about the Martial Enforcement Hall mission, where a sudden Hell Hornet outbreak caused heavy casualties. The number hits hard when she says more than 29 Yan Academy disciples died, making it one of the worst losses in years. Lin Shin quietly realizes how close he came, because if he had been stationed on the front line instead of the outer ring, even he might not have survived. But that same placement also led Ji Lu and Wan Zhaoquan to target him, so the whole thing feels less like luck and more like surviving a trap by inches. At the same time, he feels another flicker of satisfaction, because the scale of the disaster proves the hornet nest he seized is an extremely dangerous trump card. When Lin Shin asks why some disciples seem almost excited, Jiao Yu quietly reveals the ugly reason: more than 20 black rank and yellow rank spots just opened up. Lin Shin understands at once and can only look over the buzzing hall with a quiet shake of his head. Then Jiao Yu gives him one last piece of news. Because of the mission disaster, the Martial Enforcement Hall raised the reward to 5 minor merits, and she offers to register it for him right away. After registering his latest reward, Lin Shin calmly pocketed 2 more minor merits, and let the coming rank challenge slide to the back of his mind. On his way back to the wooden building, he ran into Ling Xing again, and the grudge was still obvious on both sides. Lin Shin refused to bite and simply walked off smiling, which only made Ling Xing spit out a bitter threat about the fight next month. Back at his door, Lin Shin found another flying crane and stopped in surprise to catch it. The talisman carried Yang Zhongyi's voice, inviting him to the Night Dream Club where Yang and Sun Yan were waiting. Since he had barely seen his 2 friends after entering the academy, Lin Shin dropped his training plan and headed straight out to meet them. By the time he reached the Night Dream Club, night had fallen and Yang Zhongyi had already arranged for a waiter to escort him upstairs. Inside the private room, Yang Zhongyi lounged comfortably with a cat girl feeding him wine, while Sun Yan sat stiff and handsome enough to leave the cat girl beside him staring in a daze. Yang Zhongyi greeted him with mock complaint, and Lin Shin answered with his mouth full that he had just been busy cultivating. Yang Zhongyi took that answer seriously, dismissed the cat girls, and turned the reunion into a sober talk about Lin Shin's rank challenge. They asked if he was really ready, but Lin Shin just laughed at how seriously they were taking it and said he was not weak enough to lose what was already his. Seeing that confidence, Yang Zhongyi still warned him that yellow-rank disciples Duan Hao and Qing Shiping had openly targeted him and both stood at long breath stage level 4. Sun Yan backed him up, adding that those 2 veterans had spent more than 3 years in the academy and honed their martial arts enough to rank among the yellow-rank top 5. Lin Shin thanked them for the warning with the same steady calm, and the 2 of them could only give up trying to shake his confidence. Even so, Yang Zhongyi offered to help if Lin Shin lacked pills or natural treasures, making it clear this was real friendship, not empty talk. Lin Shin took that offer seriously and thanked him with real sincerity before steering the conversation away from himself. When Lin Shin asked about them instead, Yang Zhongyi said they were still stuck taking ordinary duty missions, but he brightened up immediately and revealed he had just broken through to the 9th level of Qi transformation. Lin Shin turned to Sun Yan, and Sun Yan coolly answered that if Yang had advanced, there was no way he would fall behind. That instantly kicked off another round of bickering, with Sun Yan calmly claiming he had reached the same 9th level 7 days earlier, and Yang Zhongyi refusing to admit defeat over a single week. While they were still going at it, Lin Shin quietly pulled out 2 walnut-sized green spirit breath fruits and set them on the table. The moment they realized what they were looking at, both of them were stunned because spirit breath fruits were the crucial main ingredient for breath-gathering pills and hard to find even through the academy. Lin Shin pushed 1 fruit to each of them and said he had no use for them, so they would do more good in his friend's hands. The gift hit them hard because those fruits were worth at least 7 or 8 minor merits, but Lin Shin brushed off the emotion and joked that he was only providing the hardest part. He made it clear they still had to gather the other materials and find the alchemist, and Yang Zhongyi immediately promised he could handle the alchemy side through his connections. Sun Yan was just as pleased, because once the breath-gathering pills were refined, both of them could use their current foundation to step straight into the long breath stage. With everyone in high spirits and a few more drinks down, Yang Zhongyi finally revealed the real reason he had called Lin Shin here. He told them the Dragon Abyss mountain range was turning unstable, with demon tribes moving abnormally near the outskirts. The 5 great demonic tribes ruled the range, and recently the tiger, python, and bear tribes had started appearing on the periphery and killing human cultivators. Because of those attacks, Yang Zhongyi said the 3 great sects were furious and likely preparing a joint counterattack against the 3 demon tribes. He also expected the academy to send disciples into that war, which meant a rare chance to earn a huge amount of merit points. That prospect stirred Lin Shin immediately, because the battlefield mattered to him not just for rewards but as a perfect chance to trigger testify by killing and grow stronger fast. Sun Yan looked tempted too, though for a simpler reason: any ambitious disciple would want a shot at that kind of merit. When Lin Shin asked about the timing, Yang Zhongyi guessed a war of that scale would only begin after the rank challenge once all the preparations were in place. That answer suited Lin Shin perfectly, because he was already measuring how much stronger he could become before the war by pushing into higher long breath levels and adding another clone. More than half a month passed in a blur, and with prime pills backing him, Lin Shin pushed his cultivation all the way to long breath level 6. At the same time, his clones trained without pause until both Supreme Yang Swordplay and Essence Sword Finger finally reached perfection. To test the result, Lin Shin opened his eyes and snapped out a finger strike, sending a fierce streak of energy straight into the metal wall. The special wall took a hole several centimeters deep, and Lin Shin immediately judged that perfected Essence Sword Finger hit even harder than perfected Meltdown in pure penetration. He had also pushed the Golden Crow's scripture to mastery, though he knew this cultivation method would lose value once he broke into the bright aperture stage. That limitation did not worry him much, because the academy would issue a stronger matching technique for free after a disciple reached bright aperture. What did sting a little was that Golden Crow's scripture did not count as a martial technique, so its progress gave no extra boost to his analogy talent. Even so, 7 perfected martial techniques had already stacked analogy into a frightening bonus, making his training speed and technique power surge again. With superior martial arts, pure yang body, analogy, and several clones training at once, Lin Shin knew his growth speed had already become absurd. He even wondered whether breaking into bright aperture might open another talent slot, but he quickly put the thought aside and focused on what came next. Since 2 major techniques were already perfected, Lin Shin pulled out the Iron Scale technique and Wolf Soul Claw manuals and switched to a fresh round of cultivation. Those 2 techniques were clearly lower grade than his strongest arts, so they came together fast and both reached beginner in only 3 days. 2 days later, the Iron Scale technique advanced again, and dark scale-like light spread over Lin Shin's skin like a thin suit of phantom armor. After testing it, he confirmed Iron Scale technique was much weaker than Forbidden Golden Armor, but that was fine because he only needed it to raise analogy's bonus. He estimated both new techniques could hit perfection in about 10 more days, then chose to stop there for one reason: tomorrow was the rank challenge. He decided to rest and save his strength, because the Academy's biggest event could change a disciple's status and rewards for the next 3 months. The challenge ran for 3 days, starting with lower house ranks fighting upward, beginning from rankless disciples if any were present. After that, yellow rank disciples could challenge black rank could challenge earth rank, and the pressure only rose from there. The first hard rule was simple: anyone challenging upward had to pay merit points, and the challenged disciple kept that payment whether they won or lost. That fee existed to stop low-rank disciples from recklessly spamming challenges and hoping for lucky wins. The second rule forced every challenged disciple to accept at least 3 fights, even if several lower-ranked opponents all targeted the same person. If challengers could not agree on order, the stronger cultivation level went first, and ties were settled by a tutor's draw. Each time the defender beat someone, they earned 1 hour of rest before the next fight, a small mercy in a brutal system. The third rule made every battle matter, because once someone rose in rank or dropped from it, they stopped taking new challenges for the rest of that round. Still, a disciple who lost a rank could fight upward again and try to win their spot back, so nobody was truly safe until the dust settled. When challenge day arrived, Lin Shin entered the square and found the old guided battlegrounds transformed by a raised platform and engraved stone pillars forming a protective array. The 10-meter space around the platform had been cleared, but beyond that the square was crammed with disciples, making the whole lower house feel packed into one place. Lin Shin quickly realized why everyone had shown up. In this event, being absent when challenged meant an automatic loss. Before he could dwell on it, Yang Zhongyi shouted for him from the crowd, with Sun Yan waiting beside him. Yang Zhongyi greeted him with a joke, saying Lin Shin was late because the protagonist always arrived last. Then he pointed out the obvious. Today, Lin Shin really was the most watched person in the entire square. All around them, people pointed at Lin Shin and openly doubted that a newly promoted black-rank disciple like him could defend his position. Lin Shin ignored the ugly talk completely, because arguing with people waiting for him to fail was not worth his energy. He even played along with the joke, saying a protagonist usually cuts down everyone in his way and maybe he would surprise the crowd today. Yang Zhongyi did not believe him for a second and quietly tried to comfort him, saying losing black rank now would not matter if he could win it back later. Sun Yan joined in too, reminding Lin Shin that everyone had already seen his talent, and that higher ranks were only a matter of time. Touched but not interested in explaining himself, Lin Shin smoothly changed the subject and asked whether they had used the spirit breath fruit yet. That question lit them both up, and Yang Zhongyi happily said they had found an alchemist, refined a breath-gathering pill, and broken through to the long breath stage. That breakthrough made them safe enough as yellow-rank disciples, because almost no one would waste time challenging fresh long-breath cultivators who were not worth targeting. They also knew better than to reach for black rank themselves, so with nothing to gain or fear, the two of them were among the most relaxed people there. The only person they still worried about was Linshin. About 10 minutes later, a sharp cry cut through the square as a flock of giant snow-white cranes swept in from the sky. The tutors rode those cranes down to the platform, and the entire square went still as they landed. Kuya led the group, took his seat with the other tutors, and immediately brought the event to life with one cold order: begin. A deacon stepped forward and announced that the Yellow Rank Disciple Challenge was officially starting. The first challenger did not hesitate at all, rushing onto the platform and loudly calling out Yellow Rank Disciple Tang Rongchuan by name. Tang Rongchuan's face darkened on the spot, because even in a formal challenge, being called out still felt like being looked down on. The deacon first checked whether anyone else wanted the same target, then turned to Tang Rongchuan for his answer. Tang Rongchuan had no real choice, so he jumped onto the stage and accepted the fight. Their battle started fast and ended even faster, with Tang Rongchuan holding his ground and keeping his yellow rank position. But the next two fights went the other way, and both challengers successfully stole yellow rank spots for themselves. That upset was not strange at all, because most yellow rank disciples were still freshmen whose exam rankings had barely separated them from the rankless group. For some of those newcomers, this challenge was simply a chance to take back the position they felt should have been theirs from the start. In just over an hour, more than 10 yellow rank disciples had been knocked back to rankless, and every one of them was a freshman. The senior students were a different story, and the few people bold enough to challenge them all failed. Then a fresh commotion rippled through the crowd, pulling Linshin's attention toward the stage again. A saber-wielding figure vaulted onto the platform, and Linshin recognized him immediately. Yan Xing had come forward. The rank challenge opens with Yan Xing stepping into the arena, and nobody finds that strange despite all the mockery around his exam disgrace. He picks a senior in the Chi transformation stage, and the unlucky target already looks sick before the fight even starts. The result is brutal and quick. Yan Xing blasts the senior off his feet with one strike and proves he has already entered the long breath stage. As the crowd buzzes about Yan Xing's breakthrough and his family resources, he quietly throws Linshin a cold, hostile look before leaving the stage. When the yellow rank challenge ends and the deacon calls for black rank challenges, half the square immediately turns to stare at Linshin. Everyone knows what is coming, because the newest black rank disciple with only 3 months in the academy looks like the easiest target on the board. After a brief strange silence, one disciple jumps out to challenge Linshin, and that single move triggers a rush. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 challengers crowd the platform, all trying to seize the same chance to take Linshin's seat. The scale of it stuns the square, because even veteran spectators have never seen so many yellow rank disciples pile onto one black rank target at once. Most of those challengers are not driven by hatred at all. They just believe Linshin must be the weakest black rank disciple in academy history. Then the crowd stirs again when Yan Xing suddenly returns to the platform, making it clear he wants his revenge in public. Linshin just smiles back, while Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan immediately read Yan Xing's move as payback for the exam. From a corner of the square, the tutors watch in silence, and Kuya feels genuinely sorry that a talent like Linshin has been shoved into factional struggle this early. With 25 challengers now packed together, even the deacon looks shaken when he asks who is going first. Nobody wants to surrender such a rare opening, until Yan Xing cuts in and claims the first turn for himself. He sweeps a cold gaze across the platform and dares anyone to object, leaning hard on both his temper and his family name. The others swallow their anger, because mocking Yan Xing is one thing, but openly crossing the Yan clan's direct descendant is another. Even the strongest challengers end up yielding to Yan Xing, and once they step back the rest fall silent too. Satisfied, Yan Xing turns to Linshin and openly calls him onto the platform for a direct fight. That choice excites the audience even more, because Yan Xing has just advanced and feels like the perfect measuring stick for Linshin's real level. Linshin answers with an easy smile and says there is no reason he would refuse. Then he moves in a blur and crosses more than 20 meters in an instant, landing on the platform before many people can even react. The sudden burst of speed rattles the challengers, because they instantly realize that kind of movement could decide a match before they are ready. Yan Xing is startled too, but he quickly steadies himself and clings to his confidence as a newly advanced second-level long-breath cultivator. In his mind, this is the day he crushes Linshin in front of everyone and takes back the pride he lost. The deacon clears the stage, and the other challengers leave in visible frustration as their best chance slips away for now. Off to the side, one strong challenger quietly asks another why he let Yan Xing take the first crack at Linshin. The calmer challenger reveals he heard Linshin survived a martial enforcement hall mission where his team killed hundreds of hell hornets and escaped 2 7th-level long-breath unorthodox cultivators. When the doubtful challenger tries to credit Linshin's teammates instead, the other shuts that down too, saying Zhao Shuiying was only around 2nd level and the Azure Frost students were not above 3rd. That possibility changes everything, because if Linshin is far stronger than expected, charging him head-on could just waste merit points. The calmer challenger admits the truth. He let Yan Xing go first on purpose so someone else could test Linshin's depth. The other challenger can only call him despicable and cunning, and the calmer one defends himself as merely being careful before they both turn back to watch. Now the platform is finally clear, leaving only Lin Xin and Yan Xing facing each other in a steadily darkening atmosphere. Yan Xing opens with a bitter jab, claiming Lin Xin only shown during the exam and guided battle because of luck. Lin Xin lightly fires back that blaming everything on luck is a bad habit, and that answer makes Yan Xing's face twitch with anger. Yan Xing stops wasting words and draws a scarlet longsword etched with deep runes, and the whole blade erupts into scorching fire. The heat rolls across the square, and the audience instantly recognizes the 6-yang talisman sword with a wave of envy and alarm. Yan Xing enjoys the reaction, because he fought to obtain this middle-grade enchanted weapon for one reason only, to pierce Lin Xin's forbidden golden armor. Certain he finally has the right weapon, Yan Xing lunges first and drives the burning sword straight at Lin Xin's chest. The entire square braces for impact, expecting blood and a real opening blow. Instead, a hard clang rings out as the sword point stops dead against Lin Xin's chest and cannot push through at all. Even with flames surging and all his strength behind it, Yan Xing cannot force the weapon even 1 inch deeper. The square drops into dead silence, and Yan Xing can only stare at the block sword tip in blank disbelief. Lin Xin knew exactly how dangerous the 6-yang talisman sword was, which made his calm even more telling. He judged that the sword could have broken his defense during the old guided battle, but not now that his forbidden golden armor had reached perfection and the bind yang gown backed it up. So when the strike landed and Lin Xin stood there unharmed, the whole square went dead silent. The audience could hardly believe it. Lin Xin had just taken a strike from the 6-yang talisman sword and come out completely unhurt. Yan Xing's confidence broke on the spot, and panic replaced all his earlier swagger. Lin Xin did not explain a thing. He just smiled and answered with one palm strike. The meltdown palm sent Yan Xing flying, and the leftover blazing force still burned him badly even through his protection. Yan Xing hit the ground burning red, twitched in agony, and blacked out almost immediately. Looking at the fallen sword, Lin Xin briefly regretted that he could not just pocket such a good weapon in front of the whole square. He even imagines how ridiculous it would be if all his clones carried 6-yang swords, then catches himself and shakes the thought off. Around the platform, the shock finally broke into loud uproar because nobody expected Yan Xing to lose this badly. Watching from the crowd, Duan Hao and Qing Shiping both felt a chill, because Yan Xing had just shown them how much strength Lin Xin was still hiding. After sizing Lin Xin up as far beyond them, the two onlookers quietly gave up any plan to challenge him. Yan Zhongyi finally admitted that they should have known better, because Lin Xin never acted this calm unless he was sure he could win. Sun Yan silently agreed, because by now it was obvious Lin Xin could not be measured like an ordinary new disciple. Even Tutor Kuya could only stare and sigh that Master C really had sharp eyes. When the deacon asked for the next challenger, the answer was silence, because nobody wanted to throw merit points away on this monster. Seeing everyone back down, Lin Xin half regretted ending things too cleanly, since a lower profile might have baited a few more people into donating merit points. He quickly decided it was not worth the trouble and left the platform when the deacon signaled him off. Back with his friends, Yang Zhongyi punched Lin Xin's shoulder and complained that he had hidden his strength from them again. Lin Xin just smiled and reminded him that he had already said there would be no problem. When Sun Yan congratulated him, Lin Xin stopped him with a cryptic line and said the real congratulations could wait. Then he turned his eyes back to the high platform, making it clear he still had another move planned. Elsewhere in the square, Ai Jingting, Bai Xiaotong, and Jing Wurong were still stunned by what Lin Xin had just done. Bai Xiaotong praised Lin Xin openly, and Jing Wurong agreed that his body enhancement technique had to be far stronger than ordinary methods like Crimson Cloud physical enhancement. Ai Jingting was impressed too, because even after years in the academy she had never seen a newcomer as hard to read as Lin Xin. Yan Dao cut in with a jealous sneer and insisted Lin Xin must be relying on a defensive enchanted armament instead of pure toughness. Bai Xiaotong and Jing Wurong kept quiet, but the look they traded said they were already tired of Yan Dao's excuses. Ai Jingting watched Yan Dao more carefully now and realized his polished humility only existed as long as he felt superior. Once she saw that his narrow-mindedness came out the moment he met someone more talented, Ai Jingting quietly decided he was no longer worth getting close to. She resolved to repay Yan Dao later with a flame spirit pill for his past help, then cut the relationship cleanly. Yan Dao had no idea he had already ruined his chances, and he kept talking down Lin Xin by mocking body enhancement techniques as a dead end. He even argued that Lin Xin blocking the 6-yang talisman sword meant nothing if he could not also stop an even stronger 9-yang talisman sword. Bai Xiaotong and Jing Wurong rolled their eyes and sighed, but neither of them wanted to openly offend an earth-rank disciple from a powerful family. Their silence only made Yan Dao more pleased with himself, because he mistook it for agreement. Meanwhile, the rank challenge kept rolling, with winners beaming and losers leaving the platform dejected. By afternoon, the black rank challenge finally ended, and more than 2/3 of the black rank disciples had managed to keep their positions. Among the disciples who got through successfully, Duan Hao and Qing Shiping were safe too, but the day still was not over. Without even stopping for a meal, the academy moved straight into the Earth Rank Challenge. Far fewer people dared to join this round, because only a small number of black rank disciples had both the nerve and the strength to challenge upward. The earth rank fights dragged on much longer, and by the 14th challenge the sky was already turning yellow. Seeing the light fade, the deacon raised his voice for one last call and was already expecting the day to end. Instead, a calm answer cut through the square. Lin Shin stepped onto the platform again. The whole audience erupted, because they could not believe a disciple who had only just defended his black rank spot was now aiming at earth rank. Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan finally understood what Lin Shin meant earlier, and both were left half stunned and half helpless all over again. Even the tutors were caught off guard, and Kuya could only stare at Lin Shin like he had pulled another impossible move out of nowhere. The deacon himself had to pause and ask if Lin Shin was really sure he wanted to challenge an earth rank disciple. Lin Shin answered with a simple yes, without the slightest sign of hesitation. When the deacon asked for his target, Lin Shin turned toward the earth rank section in the north side of the square. Then he said it clearly enough for everyone to hear. Black rank disciple Lin Shin was challenging earth rank disciple Yan Dao. The square fell silent for a beat, and Bai Xiaotong and Jing Wurong were so shocked they could only stare. When they turned to look at Yan Dao, they found him already grinding his teeth, his face dark with anger. When Lin Shin names Yan Dao as his next target, Yan Dao's face goes dark on the spot because the challenge feels like a direct insult from a junior he already hates. Yan Dao storms toward the platform, while Bai Xiaotong and Jing Wurong quietly connect the challenge to Lin Shin's long feud with the Yan family and Yan Xing's earlier defeat. Even AI Jingting is caught off guard, because she clearly did not expect Lin Shin to push things this far. As Yan Dao climbs onto the platform, the whole square erupts in debate over whether Lin Shin is brave or reckless for challenging an earth-rank disciple. The crowd quickly fills in Yan Dao's reputation. His cultivation is only 7th level long breath, but both his moving star steps and spirit-burning cloud saber are already at perfection. Most people still decide Lin Shin is the underdog, because even if his martial arts are terrifying, they believe the gap in cultivation should be too much to overcome. Once he calms down, Yan Dao sneers and asks where Lin Shin found the nerve to challenge him at all. Lin Shin answers with a smile that ranked challenges exist to face hard opponents, then twists the knife by saying Yan Dao does not really count as that. That jab lands perfectly, and Yan Dao explodes in rage, yanking out his middle-grade enchanted saber and rushing forward first. Yan Dao's opening strike unleashes a blazing saber wave, but Lin Shin meets it head-on with an equally scorching Supreme Yang sword attack packed with fierce sword aura. The collision shakes the platform so hard that the protective formation lights up around it, sealing in the blast while the crowd feels the pressure from outside. When the dust clears, the platform is scarred and blackened, and Yan Dao is the one left rattled because he recognizes Lin Shin's Supreme Yang swordplay has already reached perfection. Yan Dao refuses to back off and charges again, forcing the fight into a fast, close-range exchange of saber and sword across the middle of the stage. The longer they trade blows, the clearer it gets that Lin Shin is fighting more freely because his perfection stage skills, forbidden golden armor, and bind yang gown let him attack without fearing much in return. The square falls into an odd silence as everyone realizes the higher-ranked earth-ranked disciple is actually being driven into a miserable defensive scramble. Bai Xiaotong and Jing Wurong can only watch in disbelief, because Yan Dao had mocked Lin Shin's body enhancement technique moments ago, and is now being battered by it. Humiliated by the stares around him, Yan Dao forces more spiritual essence into his saber and changes tactics, deciding to drag the fight out until Lin Shin runs dry. Lin Shin quickly reads that plan and decides he has learned enough from this fight, so there is no reason to keep playing along. He silently switches to pure Yang body, and the power behind his Supreme Yang swordplay jumps so suddenly that Yan Dao feels the pressure spike at once. From the sidelines, everyone sees the balance break as Lin Shin's fire and sword aura suddenly crush Yan Dao's flames instead of merely matching them. A scream rips through the square, and Yan Dao is blasted out of the fire cloud with burned, bloodless sword wounds cut all over his body. Before Yan Dao can recover, Lin Shin appears in front of him like a ghost and stops with the sword tipped cold at his throat. That single image freezes the whole square for a heartbeat, because Lin Shin has really beaten an earth-ranked disciple in public. Then the square erupts, and Lin Shin becomes the center of every shocked, admiring, and disbelieving gaze around him. Jing Wurong is left half-dazed by what he just saw, while Bai Xiaotong looks at Lin Shin with open admiration and AI Jingting keeps staring in unsettled silence. Even the tutors are impressed, and Kuya can only watch with a complicated look as they admit Lin Shin is the kind of genius the Academy rarely sees. With the result confirmed, Lin Shin officially advances to Earth rank and walks down from the platform under countless astonished eyes. Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan stop him right away, still visibly shaken, and bluntly ask what level he has actually reached now. Lin Shin answers without hiding it, and says he is already at level 6, which makes both of them suck in a breath despite everything they have seen from him so far. They recover quickly only because Lin Shin has already shocked them too many times, and from there no one dares challenge his new Earth rank position. The Earth rank challenge ends there, and when the Heaven rank matches arrive the next day, Lin Shin does not bother watching because his 6th clone has already finished forming. The rank challenge wrapped up fast, but the shockwave kept spreading because Lin Shin had broken into the Earth rank only 3 months after the Academy was founded. While everyone outside was still talking, Lin Shin stayed in his residence and quietly welcomed his sixth clone the day after his victory. His first few talent rolls were disappointing, and even Sword Freak felt too narrow to keep. After 6 days of refreshing, he finally landed on a talent that made him stop cold, well-versed. The moment he switched to well-versed, every perfected martial art on his interface suddenly showed that it could be fused. Too curious to hold back, Lin Shin tried combining Meltdown with Blazing Sun Palm. The two perfected techniques vanished together and turned into one new martial art with a fresh progress bar, proving perfection was not the end after all. When he tested the result, the new technique hit harder and looked mostly like Meltdown, only hotter and more dangerous. Lin Shin quickly figured out the rule: stronger martial arts seemed to swallow weaker ones and use them to climb past their old limit. Better yet, when he switched back to analogy, the fusion stayed intact, so the two talents did not interfere with each other. That made Wellversed too valuable to ignore, especially since it paired perfectly with his plan to mass-produce perfected martial arts through his clones. He immediately set his sights on the Iron Scale technique and Wolf Soul Claw as the next fuel for Forbidden Golden Armor and Meltdown. He even decided the fused attack would keep the name Meltdown, then threw himself into training without delay. To speed up future fusions, he pushed the Golden Crow scripture aside for now and had all 6 clones focus on those 2 martial arts instead. With the extra clone boosting him again, his progress surged and the Iron Scale technique hit perfection in only 5 days. 7 more days later, Wolf Soul Claw reached perfection too, giving him exactly what he needed. After another round of fusion, his panel confirmed the upgrades. Meltdown rose to perfection 50% and Forbidden Golden Armor to perfection 25%. Looking at the numbers, Lin Shin worked out the next rule: each perfected martial art only pushed a fused technique forward by 25%. That meant 5 perfected martial arts of the same type were enough to force one technique into a higher stage. For normal cultivators that would have been brutal, but Lin Shin knew his clones erased the bottleneck as long as he was willing to put in the time. He also discovered one hard limit: once a technique had fused, ordinary practice could no longer raise its progress at all. So he counted ahead: Meltdown still needed 2 more sacrifices, and Forbidden Golden Armor needed 3. At first he estimated 2 months of grinding, then suddenly saw a better path: the Dragon Abyss mountain range. If he trained there, Testify by Killing could raise his martial arts while missions brought in the merit points he was going to need anyway. Once he made up his mind, Lin Shin headed straight for the exchange hall to gather more martial techniques first. On the way, he noted another long-term limit: the 7th clone was progressing at just 0.5% a day, so future clones would take painfully longer to form. At the exchange hall, he dug through a massive martial arts catalog and realized that even a 1,000-year sect did not have many techniques of the exact same type. After more than 10 minutes of searching, he narrowed it down to 42 palm techniques and 23 body enhancement arts. He chose 5 cheaper manuals that still fit his plan, draining almost all of his current merit points in one move. That purchase left him with almost nothing, and it drove home how urgently he needed to earn more merit. From there he moved straight to the mission hall and picked out 7 or 8 assignments suited for a Dragon Abyss trip. When he stepped up to register them, the clerk Jiao Yu greeted him warmly and congratulated him on becoming an Earth-ranked disciple. Lin Shin accepted it with an easy thanks, while Jiao Yu secretly looked him over like he had become even more unfathomable overnight. After finishing the paperwork, Jiao Yu warned him that returning disciples had reported unusually large numbers of spiritual beasts outside the Dragon Abyss mountain range. The warning made Lin Shin pause and remember what Yang Zhongli had mentioned before, but he only thanked Jiao Yu and kept his thoughts to himself. Even so, he did not leave the city right away and returned to his wooden building first, planning to raise the 5 new martial arts to beginner before departing. 7 hard days later, he had pushed all 5 techniques to beginner and finally had the full set ready for Testify by Killing to take over. With that done, Lin Shin left the academy and headed back to his villa in the East District. The villa was his now, bought after he sold off some of his natural treasures at the True Martial Pavilion for a premium price. By this point, reaching the long breath stage had changed his life so much that ordinary money barely mattered anymore. He understood the real rule of the cultivator world now: spirit coins were for ordinary trade, but true value lay in things money could not easily buy. When Lin Shin got home, the first strange thing he noticed was that AI was missing. The pricey Wu Yuan cans on the table made it obvious AI had been eating very well ever since Lin Shin stopped worrying about money. A faint sound from the balcony finally solved the mystery, and AI hopped back and like nothing was wrong. AI lit up the moment she saw him and cheerfully said she had gone to see General, but he was too busy to play. Then AI got straight to the point and eagerly asked if this meant they were going out of the city again. Lin Shin confirmed it, and AI nearly burst with joy because last trip's rewards had turned her life into a canned food paradise. AI declared she needed no preparation at all, so Lin Shin laughed and took her straight out of the house. This time Lin Shin pushed deeper into the Dragon Abyss mountain range, because his stronger cultivation and upgraded techniques made the old outer zone feel too tame. The deeper forest was packed with fiercer spiritual beasts, but Lin Shin stayed calm because he knew only an enlightening stage beast could truly threaten his life. Even after reaching Long Breath level 6, Lin Shin still kept his clones hidden, because their range and duration were not good enough to justify exposing that secret. Elsewhere in the mountains, 3 cultivators finally brought down a late-phase white-eyed spirit tiger after a brutal fight. Shaken but thrilled, the trio reminded each other that this rare tiger was worth both mission merit and valuable materials. Since none of them owned a proper storage bag, they started carving up the corpse on the spot and grumbled about how wasteful that was. One cultivator suddenly paused and asked if the others had heard something, turning the whole clearing tense. They heard nothing else for a moment, and the nervous man almost convinced himself he had imagined it. Then a harsh evil wind tore through the trees, and another white-eyed spirit tiger leaped out right in front of them. At first the 3 men were delighted, because they thought a second tiger meant easy extra merit. That excitement died instantly when 4 more white-eyed spirit tigers appeared and turned the hunters into prey. The trio knew exactly how bad it was, because 5 late tigers left them almost no chance to fight or run. Then the real nightmare stepped out behind the pack, a black tiger demon with wings, walking upright like a man. The moment they saw him speak and stand like that, the cultivators understood he was an enlightening stage beast and lost their last bit of hope. The tiger demon casually announced that the snacks had come to him on their own, and that he was hungry. Before the 3 men could even react, the tiger demon moved in a blur and tore one cultivator's head clean off. He bit into the severed head on the spot, reveling in the taste, while the other 2 froze in pure terror. The forest echoed with screams as the tiger demon pounced again and finished the last 2 men just as easily. After eating his fill, the demon smugly mused that bright aperture cultivators would taste even better, hinting he had eaten them before. Then he gave a chilling order to kill every human within 100 miles. At his command, a flood of white-eyed spirit tigers burst from the forest and scattered in every direction to start the hunt. More than a month later, the story returned to Lin Shin, who was resting under a tree while AI dozed beside him in the mountain range. Their treasure hunt had been less spectacular than last time, but AI still helped him gather a steady pile of ordinary natural treasures. What mattered more to Lin Shin was the pattern he finally figured out. Testify by killing usually boosted the martial technique he had used to make the kill. Once he understood that trick, he deliberately narrowed his combat style to train the techniques he wanted faster. That strategy paid off, and over the month Lin Shin pushed bronze hammerhand, bone forging technique, giant rock scripture, and sky rainbow palm to perfection, then fused the first 3 into forbidden golden armor and meltdown. With sky rainbow palm complete at last, Lin Shin knew he could finally attempt the next breakthrough. He focused his mind and fused the perfected sky rainbow palm into meltdown. On the interface, meltdown dropped from 75% perfection back to 0%, but this time it had stepped into an entirely new path stage. A flood of new insight crashed through him, far deeper than any earlier breakthrough, and Lin Shin slowly realized what a path stage technique really was. He came out of it thrilled, because path stage meltdown felt less like a normal martial art and more like a spell used by far stronger cultivators. That only made him greedier for more, and he wondered what even lay beyond the path stage. He quickly refocused, woke AI, and prepared to keep hunting so he could raise Divine Elephant technique and push forbidden golden armor forward too. Just as Lin Shin was about to set off and test his new path stage meltdown, a faint beast roar drifted in from far away. Deep in Dragon Abyss Mountain, Lin Shin hears a massive wave of white-eyed spirit tiger roars and instantly realizes this is far bigger than the packs he has been hunting. The sheer number of roars gives Lin Shin a rare bad feeling, and he decides this is not the time to be reckless. He sends a clone to scout, seals AI back into the beast-taming pouch, and turns to retreat instead of gambling on whatever is coming. He tells himself he is already close enough to perfecting the diving elephant technique, so there is no point dying for a little more progress. Near Mount Firen, Lin Shin hears something cutting through the air and looks back to see a flying beast carrying 3 bloodied cultivators in full panic. One of the riders spots him and shouts for him to run because countless white-eyed spirit tigers are right behind them. Lin Shin finally sees it for himself, hundreds of white tiger shapes tearing across the forest like a wall of wind, with slower cultivators about to be swallowed. Those fleeing cultivators are caught almost at once, and the tiger pack tears through them in a spray of blood that shocks even Lin Shin. He slaps a Strider talisman onto his leg, activates shadows, and bolts at full speed because even he knows he cannot fight 100 ascension beasts head-on. As he runs, Lin Shin realizes the bloodied riders should have escaped on their flying beast unless something even worse is chasing them too. The wind-riding tigers still catch him, and 4 or 5 leap in at once while the people overhead brace to watch him die. Instead, Lin Shin calmly answers with one sword strike, and Scarlet's Supreme Yang sword light shreds the charging tigers on contact. The dead beasts crash down charred and bloodied, leaving the riders above stunned by how easily he erased them. Even the tiger swarm hesitates for a beat, and Lin Shin instantly uses that opening to burst farther ahead. Once the pack regains its nerve, the chase turns brutal, with Lin Shin repeatedly killing the tigers that catch him and breaking free again. From the sky, the 2 young men can hardly believe what they are seeing. The tigers cannot survive a single move, and their attacks barely touch him. They even guess he is from Nanyang Academy, but the girl snaps at them to stop talking because the thing truly hunting them still has not arrived. Her fear makes sense, because they recently watched a terrifying tiger demon rip more than 10 long-breath cultivators to pieces. The eagle's owner bitterly admits they are not escaping faster because their flying beast is badly wounded and barely staying airborne. The other young man tries to reassure them that they only need to cross the mountain, but his words die the instant a white streak tears through the sky behind them. What catches them is not another ordinary beast but Baiting, a winged tiger demon whose pressure alone crushes their last hope. Baiting mocks them for thinking they can escape him, making it clear he intends to kill them just to protect his pride. The desperate girl snaps first and throws herself at Baiting with her sword, trying to drag him down in a final suicidal attack. Baiting crushes her attack and her body in one hand, killing her so casually that it feels even crueler. He tosses her remains aside like trash and turns his attention downward, suddenly more interested in the human below who is still cutting through tigers. To clear the distraction, Baiting instantly smashes the two young men and the wounded tripod eagle, ending them before they can even react. The moment Baiting stops above him, Linshin feels a completely different level of danger and realizes an enlightening stage spiritual beast has entered the chase. Linshin stops wasting moves on the lesser tigers and commits everything to one plan: reach the edge of Dragon Abyss Mountain alive. When the pack hits him again, he uses forbidden golden armor and the bind yang gown to tank the blows and even turns the impact into extra speed. He clears the mountain crest and finally spots the border stone tablet ahead, just as Baiting closes in from behind like a bolt of white lightning. Baiting's first claw strike tears into Linshin's back through 3 layers of defense, but those layers buy him just enough to survive. The hit launches Linshin across the ground, yet he twists mid-fall, rolls, and gets back on his feet before Baiting can believe he is still moving. Baiting is furious that a mere long-breath cultivator endured that strike, while Linshin realizes the bind yang gown is now too damaged to rely on again. Linshin knows another clean hit will probably finish him, so while forcing down the pain, he searches for one last way to turn the chase around. Baiting rushes in for the killing blow, sure he is about to rip Linshin's heart out with brute force. At the last instant, Linshin whirls around and slams out a hidden past stage palm, catching Baiting completely off guard. The giant scarlet hand blasts Baiting into the ground hard enough to char his back and crack the earth around him. When Baiting claws his way back up roaring, the injury only makes him angrier, and he realizes Linshin just hurt him with a past stage technique. That brief delay is enough for Linshin to break out of the mountain forest and sprint beyond the danger zone. The moment he reaches open land, Linshin summons the giant horned deer and rides straight for Dragonside City without looking back. Baiting chases to the border stone tablet but stops dead there, furious and unwilling to cross into the area patrolled by human masters. Unable to risk his own life for revenge, Baiting can only roar a promise that if he ever sees Linshin again, he will tear him to pieces. After escaping the Dragon Abyss mountain range, Linshin keeps running until Dragonside City is finally behind him and he knows the enlightening stage tiger demon did not catch up. Once he finally slows down, the danger hits him all at once, and Linshin is shaken by how close past stage meltdown came to being the only reason he survived. That fear quickly turns into excitement when he realizes even a monster that strong was smashed into the ground by his past stage technique. Linshin starts looking even further ahead, convinced that not many long-breath opponents could survive one strike and wondering how terrifying the next stage beyond path must be. He reviews the gains from the mountain fight and finds that killing more than 40 white-eyed spirit tigers triggered testified by killing twice, pushing his cultivation to level 6, 97%. Back at Nanyang Academy, Linshin immediately feels that something is wrong because the whole place has turned tense, hurried, and restless. The atmosphere feels so much like a coming battle that Linshin heads straight for the Merit Hall to confirm it. Inside the mission hall, the usual crowd is gone, and the empty room itself confirms that something serious has happened. Jiaoyu looks genuinely relieved to see Linshin alive, which tells him the danger in the mountains was even worse than he guessed. When Linshin asks directly, Jiaoyu confirms that the Academy's strange mood comes from the Dragon Abyss mountain range. Jiaoyu reveals that the tiger, bear, and python divisions launched a coordinated attack on all human cultivators in the mountain range, and many Academy disciples were killed. Hearing that, Linshin realizes just how narrowly he escaped by leaving early instead of going deeper into the mountains. He asks about the response from 3 Sect Prefecture, knowing a strike that big cannot go unanswered. Jiaoyu says a wartime alert is already in effect. The Dragon Abyss mountain range will be attacked in 10 days, and every Academy disciple at Long Breath stage or above has been ordered to join the battle. Yang Zhongyi's old warning is proven right, and Linshin accepts that a real war between Dragonside City and the 3 demonic divisions has finally begun. Instead of shrinking back, Linshin sees the battlefield as a brutal chance to earn huge merit, and use Testify by killing to grow even faster. He quickly sets himself a deadline. In the 10 days before the war, he wants to break into the 7th level of Long Breath and push forbidden golden armor to pass stage 2. With that plan made, Linshin turns in his mountain missions and cashes out a strong haul of 23 minor merits and 438 merit points. He cannot help regretting the dozens of white-eyed tiger spines he had to abandon, because that panic retreat cost him another big pile of merit. Even so, he knows that kind of mass tiger encounter is rare, which makes the Tiger Division's sudden large-scale deployment feel even more serious. After thanking Jiao Yu, Lin Shen heads straight to the exchange hall to turn all his new resources into stronger martial techniques. With 30 minor merits and more than 500 merit points in hand, Lin Shen decides to spend them on martial techniques, aiming to build not just Meltdown and Forbidden Golden Armor, but also a future path stage movement technique and sword technique. He starts with movement techniques because Shadows is useful but too weak to be the core of a future path stage fusion. He soon picks Cloud Dragon Rhythm, a movement technique worth 10 minor merits and clearly stronger than Meltdown from the price alone. The technique's description impresses him even more, because at its peak it lets a cultivator move like a dragon in the sky and almost fly without outside help. Convinced, Lin Shen takes Cloud Dragon Rhythm as the core and adds 3 more movement techniques alongside Shadows to complete the 5-technique path he needs for fusion. After spending almost all his minor merits on movement skills, he uses the rest on 3 more palm techniques to push Meltdown even higher. He is not finished yet, and spends another 500 merit points on 10 prime pills before finally leaving Merit Hall. The moment he steps outside, a paper crane flies over and stops in front of him with a message from Yang Zhongyi. Lin Shen catches the crane and hears Yang Zhongyi invite him to meet at the Night Dream Club, which suits him perfectly because he also wants more war news. About half an hour later, Lin Shen reaches the Night Dream Club and immediately notices that its security has become much heavier than before. The guards are watching everyone so sharply that the club feels almost like a fortified zone, but Lin Shen is recognized and let in without trouble. The waiter leads him back to the same third-floor private room, where Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan are already waiting. Before they even get to the war, Lin Shen asks why the club is on such high alert. Yang Zhongyi says he only heard the club was invaded a few days ago and many guards were hurt, which explains the tighter security. He quickly drops that topic and asks the real question on everyone's mind. Lin Shen has heard about the coming war, right? Lin Shen says he just came back from the Dragon Abyss mountain range today, which instantly changes both of their expressions. When Lin Shen adds that he ran into white-eyed spirit tigers and even an enlightening stage tiger demon, Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan are so shocked they nearly leap out of their seats. They cannot understand how he escaped an enlightening stage beast without even looking injured, and their disbelief only makes Lin Shen seem more monstrous. Lin Shen brushes it off as luck and steers the conversation back to what matters now, asking Yang Zhongyi for the war details he has gathered. Yang Zhongyi explains that in the coming war, each of the 3 great sects will handle one demonic tribe, and the 9 Suns sect is assigned to crush the Tiger tribe. The sect's main force will drive into the Dragon Abyss mountain range and hit the Tiger tribe's lair directly, while the Academy's role is to clear the outer mountains and open the way. That assignment visibly relieves Lin Shen and Sun Yan, because at least the Academy disciples will not be thrown straight against the Tiger tribe's core force. Even so, the reality stays grim, because beasts that count as mere small fry to sect elites are still deadly enemies to Academy disciples. Yang Zhongyi goes on to say the Academy disciples will be split into 3 teams, each led by 2 tutors and 3 upper house disciples, to sweep different mountain routes. Sun Yan notices the numbers do not quite add up and asks where the last of the Academy's 10 leading upper house disciples has gone. Yang Zhongyi answers that the missing one is senior brother Shenzening, and he has heard Shenzening will enter the deep mountain range with the sect's main force instead. That name makes Lin Shen's expression shift, because even he knows Shenzening is the Academy's #1 upper house disciple and a true genius from a major family. Yang Zhongyi says the sect deliberately put him in the main battle to toughen him up, and with 10 days left, he treats the war like a rare chance to grab merit points. Then Yang Zhongyi openly thanks Lin Shen, bragging that Lin's help let him reach the long breath stage, win respect back home, and even get a middle grade enchanted armament. Sun Yan hides a flicker of envy, because even as a core disciple, his family backing still only got him a 3 Suns talisman sword. Lin Shen just smiles and lets it pass, since both of them already know he has shown off the stronger 6 Yang talisman sword and the bind Yang gown before. Yang Zhongyi raises his cup and toasts to victory and a huge harvest on the battlefield, and the mood at the table finally turns fully upbeat. Lin Shen and Sun Yan answer with a smile, and the 3 cups clash together in a crisp, confident promise before the campaign. That very night, Lin Shen uses the prime pill to push his cultivation up to long breath level 7. 2 days later, his divine elephant technique also reaches perfection, giving him the last piece he needs for another fusion. As expected, fusing that perfected technique pushes forbidden golden armor into the path stage. When Lin Shen activates it, the old thin coating is gone, replaced by a translucent dark gold armor silhouette wrapped around his whole body. He tests the armor with his own fists, and the metallic clang tells him this upgraded defense is the real thing. Satisfied, Lin Shen immediately shifts focus again and decides his next target is movement technique fusion, while Meltdown still needs more work too. With only 8 days left before the Dragon Abyss expedition, Lin Shen decides there is no time to fully master new arts, so he will push them to beginner first and let Testify by killing finish them on the battlefield. He summons all 6 clones at once and throws every version of himself into non-stop martial comprehension. After stacking so many perfected techniques, his analogy talent becomes absurdly strong and turns martial training into a rapid sprint. Most techniques start moving so fast it is almost like he is learning one a day, but Cloud Dragon Rhythm still takes a tougher 2 full days just to reach beginner. By the day before departure, all 4 movement techniques and all 3 palm techniques have finally been dragged up to beginner. He also spends part of that last stretch repairing the damaged Bind Yang gown with spiritual essence until the white enchanted garment is fully restored before battle. With his cultivation, techniques, and gear all ready, Linshin can only wait for the campaign to begin. On departure day, more than 500 long-breathed disciples gather outside Dragonside City's east gate as the academy sorts them into 3 war teams. Linshin quickly realizes he has been split from Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan, with his 2 friends assigned to another team. The waiting crowd stays noisy anyway, full of excited and nervous chatter about the war that is finally here. Then a low whistle cuts through the commotion, and a huge shadow suddenly swallows the ground over the disciples' heads. Everyone stares upward and sees 3 enormous 7-story pagodas descending from the sky instead of ordinary mounts, or a teleport array. Linshin is genuinely stunned, because the academy has skipped normal transport entirely and brought out true flying Dharma treasures. The pagodas settle to the ground, and before anyone can wonder how to board them, the copper calabashes release thick fog that turns into clouds around the disciples. In a surreal wave, all 500 disciples are carried upward on clouds and delivered into the towers. Once inside, Linshin finds himself on the first floor, which has been turned into a broad open-air martial arena. More than 20 people are already waiting in the center of the arena, and the way they stand makes it obvious that 5 of them are in command. As whispers spread through the arena, Linshin hears the names Xie Jingxing, Jiang Hao, and Mu Chuanhua and realizes these 3 upper house disciples are leading his team. The whispers make one thing clear above all: the smiling leader in the middle is widely recognized as one of the top 3 disciples in the upper house. Remembering what he learned earlier, Linshin pays special attention to the smiling leader in the middle, the rare commoner genius who climbed into the academy's top tier without noble backing. Before the noise can build again, one tutor barks for silence, and the whole floor falls still at once. The tutor lays down the rule plainly: the campaign against the Tiger Tribe's beasts will be directed by the 3 upper house seniors, while the 2 tutors will only step in if the disciples are close to being wiped out. With the warning delivered, the 2 tutors leave without another word, making it obvious this war is also a trial for the disciples themselves. After the stern exit, the smiling upper house leader steps forward and tells the junior disciples not to be nervous and to take their seats. The disciples take their seats by level and seniority, and because Linshin entered the academy so recently, he ends up all the way at the tail of the Earth rank group. That placement makes him stand out immediately, since nearly everyone else around the Heaven and Earth ranks are older students who already know each other well. By the end of the seating, strange looks are already coming his way from every side, mixing curiosity, envy, and a faint edge of hostility. As Linshin arrives among the disciples, even the 3 upper house seniors turn to look at the black-ranked junior everyone has been talking about. One upper house senior greets Linshin with surprising warmth, and says the 2 of them should get along well from now on. Linshin is caught off guard until another upper house senior explains that the friendly senior studies under Si Yuanpei, the same master who promoted Linshin to black rank. Now that he understands the connection, Linshin accepts the goodwill and returns the greeting. That quick exchange makes the room quietly jealous, because a commoner disciple with upper house backing will be much harder to push around. With everyone seated, the upper house senior in charge activates the pagoda and sends the whole tower roaring into the sky on a bed of clouds. The pagoda climbs through the clouds and races toward the Dragon Abyss mountain range, protected by a formation strong enough to keep even enlightening stage beasts at bay. As the mountains come into view, a sandalwood table is set in the center of the pagoda for the campaign briefing. The upper house leader turns the flat map into a floating 3-dimensional model of the Dragon Abyss mountain range, and the disciples immediately focus in. The pagoda halts above Legion Mountain, and the projected map zooms in on the exact mountain beneath them. Hundreds of colored light dots appear over the mountain, showing the beast count at a glance, with only one darker red mark hinting at the strongest target below. A disciple reads out the enemy count: 1 mid-phase ascension beast, 23 early-phase ascension beasts, and 86 spirit awakening beasts. The upper house leader opens the first battle to volunteers, and the yellow rank disciples jump up almost before he finishes asking. The black rank, earth rank, and heaven rank disciples stay put, because everyone already understands the outer mountains are meant to feed merit to the weaker juniors first. Merit tokens are handed out, the jade pieces that store blood essence from slain beasts and turn kills into academy merit. The yellow rank disciples leap from the pagoda on clouds and drop toward the mountain below to claim the first kills. Half an hour later they come back injured but grinning, because their tokens are already streaked with the blood-red essence of fresh kills. The payoff is huge by wartime standards, and that rich merit reward is exactly why everyone is so eager to keep fighting. From mountain to mountain, the pagoda keeps repeating the same pattern as it sweeps the outer edge of the Dragon Abyss range. Because the beasts in the outer area are still too weak, Linshin and the other top-ranked disciples spend the whole time waiting instead of fighting. The reason is simple. Ordinary ascension beasts can already be handled by much weaker human cultivators, so the stronger disciples would only be stealing easy merit. For 3 full days, the pagoda circles the western outer mountains and leaves thousands of dead beasts behind, though most of them are only spirit awakening level. Lin-Shin notices there are far fewer white-eyed spirit tigers than expected and starts to suspect the larger packs fled deeper into the mountains. On the fourth morning, after the usual breakfast assembly, the 3 upper house disciples finally decide it is time to push deeper inside. That order instantly wakes up the heaven rank and earth rank disciples, because now the real fighting is finally about to start. Lin-Shin has been quietly using the downtime well, and during the wait he already pushed moving star steps up to mastery. Soon the pagoda stops above a bare hill, and this target is clearly different from the weak outer peaks they have been farming. When the map updates, the disciples see around 300 beast markers, and most of them are red. Several dots are a deep blood red, marking late-phase ascension beasts strong enough to make the whole room take this mountain seriously. The map shifts into a live image below, and hundreds of white-eyed spirit tigers appear packed together on the hill and staring up at the pagoda. The upper house leader calmly says the hard battles begin now and calls on the heaven rank and earth rank disciples to move. Around 50 strong disciples descend together, because against 200 ascension beasts, teamwork matters more than showing off. The 3 upper house seniors stay behind, since ascension beasts are beneath their level, and they are saving strength for any enlightening stage threat that appears later. The yellow rank and black rank disciples watch from above without blinking, because this is the first real large-scale clash of the campaign. As the descending clouds get close enough, many disciples slap on flying feather talismans and jump early to rush the tiger pack. Watching from the pagoda, one upper house senior chuckles at how fired up they are, and another agrees that the enthusiasm saves strength for worse enemies ahead. On the hill, the stronger disciples quickly prove why they were held back so long, smashing through the tiger pack even when outnumbered. Lin-Shin deliberately avoids his stronger sword style, and instead fights barehanded with lesser palm and claw techniques so he can train them through real kills. He tears straight through a white-eyed spirit tiger's skull with one claw, dropping the beast before it can even scream. Even while using weaker techniques, Lin-Shin's long breath stage level lets him cut down beast after beast in a matter of minutes. He kills more than 10 beasts in 4 or 5 minutes, solid work by any normal standard, but not quite the overwhelming display some people expected from him. Watching from the pagoda, some disciples start whispering in confusion because Lin-Shin's barehanded iron claw fighting looks nothing like the sword display that made him famous. While Lin-Shin fights below, Xie Jingxing and Mu Chuanhua watch through the map and start doubting whether the rumors about him were overblown. Jiang Hao openly sneers that the so-called commoner genius looks mediocre, letting his class prejudice show. Xie Jingxing immediately sees the real reason for that jab. Jiang Hao still resents losing the fight for a rare golden marrow pill and already dislikes him. Knowing Jiang Hao is likely picking on Lin-Shin to needle him, Xie Jingxing calmly defends Lin-Shin and says there must be a reason for what he is doing. Jiang Hao doubles down, saying this is a life and death war, not a place to hold back. Xie Jingxing ends the argument with a smile, and Mu Chuanhua stays carefully neutral rather than side with either man. The battle below ends with every spiritual beast dead, and the academy side pays only one serious injury when a tiger tears open a disciple's chest. Because the pagoda carries plenty of healing pills for the campaign, the wounded disciple is expected to recover in a few days. The returning disciples march back expecting cheers, but the whole tower has gone strangely quiet instead. They quickly realize everyone is staring between Lin-Shin and the 3 upper house disciples, as if waiting for trouble. Lin-Shin ignores the mood completely, returns to his seat, and stays as calm as ever. Xie Jingxing politely asks the question everyone has been holding back. Why was Lin-Shin not using the martial arts he is known for? Lin-Shin realizes the upper house disciples were watching him and casually explains that he is using the war to train some new martial arts in real combat. Before Xie Jingxing can respond, Jiang Hao cuts in and mocks Lin-Shin for wasting time on low-tier techniques like Iron Claw and Golden Goose technique. Lin-Shin instantly catches the hostility and answers without backing down, asking if the academy has any rule against learning more than one kind of martial art. That simple question leaves Jiang Hao stuck, because of course there is no such rule. Lin-Shin keeps pressing with a smiling jab, thanking Jiang Hao for being so thoughtful about his cultivation when it is obviously none of his business. The whole pagoda instantly understands the insult, and even Mu Chuanhua has to fight back a laugh while the lower house disciples stare at Lin-Shin in shock. Jiang Hao turns livid and crushes the chair arm until his knuckles go white, furious that a lower house disciple dared to talk back like this. Just before Jiang Hao can explode, Xie Jingxing smoothly praises his concern for juniors and cuts off his chance to lash out. Xie Jingxing immediately orders the pagoda onward toward the next 2 mountains, ending the confrontation by force of timing. Jiang Hao can only swallow his anger and shoot Lin-Shin a vicious glare before letting it go for now. Lin-Shin does not care about Jiang Hao at all, because his real focus is the result of that battle and the jump in Iron Claw's progress. Even though he killed only a little over 20 beasts, testified by killing triggers once and pushes Iron Claw up by a striking 25%. Lin-Shin is not surprised, because he has already learned that lower-grade beginner techniques grow much faster from kills as his own cultivation rises. That insight excites him, because once he reaches the bright aperture stage, a single kill might raise a low-level martial art by an entire stage. He reins himself in, closes his eyes again, and quietly saves his strength for the next mountain. The tower falls into an uneasy silence until the next mountain arrives and Xie Jingsheng orders the attack again. Linshin leaps from the pagoda on cloud support with one clear goal in mind: use this war to forge a path stage movement technique. Over the next 5 days, the pagodas sweep mountain after mountain clean, and the magical map leaves the spiritual beasts nowhere to hide. The fighting remains the work of heaven rank and earth rank disciples, while the weaker disciples stay back and the upper house trio keeps its strength in reserve. Because of the earlier argument, the landscape map keeps centering on Linshin whenever he fights, so everyone inside the pagoda ends up watching his training in detail. In just 5 days, the disciples watched Linshin push Iron Claw and Golden Goose technique from beginner use to proficient, then all the way to mastery. What began as confusion turns into flat-out shock, because no one can believe this kind of cultivation speed is even possible. Even Xie Jingsheng is shaken, and privately admits that Linshin's talent may be so extreme that even Shin Zening falls short. Jiang Hao can only stare with a dark, shifting expression as the talent he mocked keeps proving itself in public. Then the map focus finally shifts away from Linshin, so nobody inside the pagoda sees the exact moment his martial arts improve again. After 5 days of non-stop fighting, Linshin finally perfects both Iron Claw and Golden Goose technique. The result confirms what he already suspected, testified by killing improves techniques far faster than normal training ever could. Because his future movement path has to center on Cloud Dragon rhythm, he holds back Golden Goose technique and fuses only Iron Claw into Meltdown. That fusion pushes Meltdown forward into the path stage, but only to 5%, which is much less than Linshin hoped for. He quickly accepts it, realizing that if path stage Meltdown is already strong enough to hurt an enlightening stage beast, the higher stages were never going to come cheaply. So instead of dwelling on it, Linshin starts a fresh training cycle and brings out Cloud Dragon rhythm and strange hands in battle. When that day's fighting ends, the disciples file back into the pagoda alive but worn out, and Linshin returns with the same hard-earned battle fatigue on him. Their gains have been huge, but the war has still cost lives, and the pagoda's tired silence makes those deaths feel painfully real. Xie Jingsheng finally brings good news from the sect. In 3 days, the main army will strike the Tiger Tribe's lair at noon. He tells them they only need to clear a little over 10 more mountains and hold on until the sect army arrives. That promise of an ending breaks the tension at once, and the exhausted disciples finally let themselves feel relieved. After less than half a month of war, even many yellow-rank disciples have earned around 10 minor merits worth of beast blood essence. Linshin's own harvest is far better, with 3 tokens filled and a fourth more than half full, putting him above 70 minor merits already. The size of that haul thrills him, because it should be enough to buy another batch of palm techniques and push Meltdown even higher later. Once the room settles, Xie Jingsheng drives the pagoda forward again and the campaign resumes. But not long after, the pagoda suddenly lurches hard once, then slams again, throwing everyone into alarm. When they look outside, they discover the pagoda is trapped inside a terrifying ring of pale wind pillars. Xie Jingsheng's expression turns grave at once as he recognizes the attackers. Enlightening stage white-eyed spirit tigers have finally made their move. Mu Chuanhua immediately sees the logic behind the ambush. The tigers sacrificed their outer clansmen to wear the academy down, and waited until the sect army was close to swoop in for the kill. Inside the war pagoda, Jiang Hao sneered that demons were only acting like demons, and decided this ambush was the perfect chance to vent the anger he had been swallowing for days. Outside, violent white wind kept hammering the pagoda, but the protective restrictions held firm and refused to break. When the attackers realized the pagoda would not crack, the wind dispersed, and the real ambush finally showed itself. The sight of more than 1,000 beasts covering the mountains made many disciples go pale even though they were still safe inside the pagoda. The tallest tiger demon commander roared across the sky, mocking the humans for hiding and daring them to come out and fight. His arrogance lit Jian Hao's temper completely, and he stood up demanding permission to teach the tiger tribe a lesson before the sect lost face. He did not even wait for an answer, and Xie Jingsheng let him go because the pagoda could defend them but could not finish the mission for them. The moment Jiang Hao left the pagoda, a faint green glow wrapped around him and held him aloft in the air. He drew his sword, looked down on the enemy, and coldly called for one of the bloodthirsty beasts to step forward. Jian Hao's insult enraged the tiger demons, and a burly one with a snow-white forehead patch lunged out first to answer him. The burly tiger demon did not waste words for long and chopped at Jian Hao with twin axes, starting a fierce fight in the open sky. On the pagoda's martial arena, the lower house disciples held their breath because this was the first time most of them had ever seen a bright aperture cultivator fight an enlightening beast. Linshin studied the duel closely, and the tiger demon's axe-driven wind looked fierce enough to strip the flesh off an ordinary long-breath cultivator. But against Jiang Hao, that killing wind kept getting shredded apart by razor-sharp sword light before it could even touch him. After several exchanges, Jiang Hao's lightning-fast sword beam started opening bloody wounds across the tiger demon's body instead. The wounds were not enough to drop the tiger demon, but they drove him into a full feral rage. He slammed his 2 axes together, and a sinister green wind wrapped around the blades like venomous snakes. When the tiger demon came down again, the howling strike carried a miserable wail that made the disciples below go dizzy and pale on the spot. Jiang Hao did not panic at all and answered the attack with a seemingly simple sword swing. That single stroke erupted into 3 blazing suns, and the pagoda watchers realized they were looking at a whole different level of 9 divine sun sword. Mu Chuanhua immediately called it out. Jiang Hao had pushed the 9 divine sun sword even further and could already summon 3 suns at once. That confused many lower house disciples, because plenty of them cultivated the same sword art, and none of theirs looked anything like this. Mu Chuanhua explained that the real leap from long breath to bright aperture was not just raw power, but a soul strengthened by spiritual essence until it developed spirit resonance. With spirit resonance, bright aperture cultivators could use spiritual materials to perform spell-like effects such as summoning wind and rain. He also revealed why bright aperture experts were so frightening in combat. Once spirit resonance awakened, understanding martial techniques became much easier, and given enough time they could perfect any technique. That alone was enough to make the lower house disciples openly envious, because for them even reaching mastery already felt hard, let alone perfection. Then Mu Chuanhua dropped an even bigger reveal. Perfection was not the end, and truly gifted bright aperture cultivators could push a martial technique beyond it into a new level called path. He said path stage martial techniques were no weaker than spells, and that answer left the disciples completely stunned. The idea that martial techniques could stand on the same level as spells fired everyone up for a moment, before reality cooled them down again. When someone asked if path could only be reached in bright aperture, Mu Chuanhua admitted that peerless geniuses were said to do it in long breath too, but he had never seen one himself. That answer sounded close enough to impossible that the disciples' brief excitement collapsed into dejection. Lin Shen was the one who pressed further, asking if there were still higher stages above path. Mu Chuanhua admitted he did not know, and only warned that anything beyond path was probably far above what they could touch right now. He ended the lesson by telling the lower house disciples to stop chasing fantasies and first cultivate their current techniques properly. By the time the questions stopped, the battle outside had already tilted hard in Jiang Hao's favor, because the tiger demon was simply not strong enough to withstand a path stage sword art. The moment the tiger demon showed weakness, Jiang Hao seized it and sent the 3 blazing suns roaring at him again. The tallest tiger demon tried to rush in and save his subordinate, but 2 hidden presences from the pagoda instantly locked onto him and froze him in place. He quickly realized the pagoda was hiding 2 more bright aperture cultivators, and they were strong enough to fool his senses until now. That realization made the tiger commander go cold, because the ambush could now turn into a trap for the tiger tribe instead. Before he could adapt, a familiar scream ripped across the sky as Jiang Hao's blade flashed through the white forehead tiger demon's neck. The tiger demon's huge head spun into the air, and that single death was enough to make the surviving tiger demons decide to retreat. At almost the same moment, Xie Jingxing received the tutor's order. The demons wanted to run, so the disciples had to intercept them and wipe out every tiger tribe enemy here. With morale surging after Jiang Hao's victory, the disciples answered in one voice and charged out of the pagoda toward the beast-filled mountains. Xie Jingxing and Mu Chuanhua moved next, both wrapped in green light as they left the pagoda and headed straight for the remaining tiger demons. The remaining tiger demons were caught flat-footed by how fast the humans switched from defense to pursuit, and they had no choice but to fight where they were. Mu Chuanhua met one tiger demon head-on, revealing a rare copper hammer and smashing into the fight with heavy, shocking force. Xie Jingxing chose the hardest target, trapping the tallest tiger demon and another tiger demon inside a storm of spear light without falling behind at all. After beheading his first opponent, Jiang Hao laughed and turned to hunt another tiger demon, throwing the whole sky into a full bright aperture versus enlightening melee. On the beast-filled mountain below the pagoda, Lin Shen deliberately drops onto the most crowded slope and meets the charge head-on. The instant 3 ascension stage beasts pounce, Lin Shen slaps all 3 in passing and leaves them dead before they even hit the ground. He tears into the herd like a one-man slaughter, trusting the forbidden golden armor and bind Yang Gaon to let him ignore the siege. While other disciples huddle back-to-back to survive, Lin Shen keeps charging alone, and the pile of corpses around him grows in seconds. His brutal momentum stuns the nearby disciples, then fires them up enough to charge harder themselves. Lin Shen stops caring about anything except the fight, even as his show of strength keeps dragging more beasts onto him. Every wave of kills feeds testify by killing, and Lin Shen can feel his martial arts climbing at a ridiculous speed mid-battle. 10 minutes later, both Cloud Dragon Rhythm and Strange Hands break into proficient, and Lin Shen's killing pace jumps again. The more his strength rises, the fiercer he gets, until even the spiritual beasts start shrinking back from this absurdly hard human. At the same time above the mountain, Jiang Hao tries to press his advantage into a second kill, only to run into a far more dangerous tiger demon. Biting mocks him on sight, bragging that a white-eyed tiger like him is nothing like the black fiend Jiang Hao killed before. Jiang Hao quickly realizes the problem. This early enlightening stage tiger has royal bloodline strength, and he is facing it after already spending too much energy. Seeing Jiang Hao's weakening follow-up, Biting speeds up and drives him backward almost all the way into the pagoda. Jiang Hao could fall back into safety, but his pride snaps first, and he unleashes the 9 Divine Sun Sword again instead of retreating. The 3 blazing suns crash into Baiting and drown him in a storm of fire, and for one relieved second Jiang Hao thinks he won. That relief is a trap, because Baiting bursts through the flames and rakes Jianghao across the chest with one vicious claw. Jianghao is blasted back into the pagoda like a cannonball, crashes hard enough to crack the floor, and goes unconscious on the spot. When the flames clear, Baiting is badly burned too, with scorched fur and a huge chest wound, but he is still standing and furious. Baiting spits toward the humans, cursing the academy for using demon lives as whetstones while relying on hidden bright aperture protection for their disciples. He knows the hidden experts could wipe them out if they really stepped in, so for a moment, he hesitates between fleeing and helping the other tigers. Then something on the mountain catches his eye, and his hesitation flips instantly into raw murderous rage. Xie Jingsheng and Mu Chuanhua feel the balance of the whole battle break the moment Jianghao falls, because one more enlightening stage tiger should have put them in deadly trouble. Instead of finishing them, Baiting ignores the sky battle completely and dives toward the mountain below with bloodshot eyes. His furious roar draws every eye on the battlefield as he charges straight at one target and shouts that the human brat is dead. The cold killing intent snaps Lin Shen out of his battle trance, and he turns to see Baiting charging him. Lin Shen is confused for a beat, then realizes this is the same white-eyed spirit tiger he tricked and slapped before. Baiting slams down in front of him, still glaring over that old humiliation, and swears he will tear Lin Shen to pieces today. Lin Shen can only grumble inwardly that it was just one slap, and Baiting hit back anyway. Back near the pagoda, the others are stunned by what they just heard, because Baiting openly admitted Lin Shen had injured an enlightening stage beast before today. Realizing he exposed his own disgrace in front of everyone, Baiting flies into even greater rage and attacks without another word. Lin Shen does not trust his unfinished palm art against an enlightening stage enemy, so he switches to the 6-yang talisman sword and retreats with Cloud Dragon rhythm. Baiting misses again and gets even angrier, blaming his own injuries for failing to kill Lin Shen in that first rush. His ferocity fully erupts, and white tornadoes coil around his body as the tiger bloodline drags the wind itself into the hunt. Wrapped in wind, Baiting becomes a pale blur and flashes in front of Lin Shen with a killing claw aimed straight at his head. From above, Xie Jingsheng and Mu Chuanhua turn pale because that strike looks lethal even against Lin Shen's usual body defense. But instead of blood, a dazzling dark gold armor phantom blooms around Lin Shen and catches the claw with a hard metallic crash. Lin Shen barely even sways, then calmly brings the 6-yang talisman sword down at Baiting's neck from point-blank range. The spectators are left speechless, and Mu Chuanhua blurts out the truth first. Lin Shen just used a path stage martial technique. Xie Jingsheng and Mu Chuanhua can hardly believe it, because a long breath cultivator reaching paths should be almost impossible. Even the hidden tutors inside the pagoda are shaken, because they had been a heartbeat away from intervening to save Lin Shen themselves. Seeing that armor phenomenon, the hidden tutors finally accept that Lin Shen really pushed a martial technique to path at the long breath stage, and they can only call him a true genius. The revelation hits even harder inside the pagoda when the tutors compare Lin Shen to the academy's old monster Su Luying and realize even he only reached path after entering bright aperture. As Lin Shen faces the battered white-eyed tiger demon alone, the whole battlefield stares in shock at the path stage body technique coating him in dark golden light. Even the two academy tutors hold back in the pagoda, choosing to watch because they want to see how far Lin Shen can really push this impossible fight. Baiting is rattled for a different reason, because he realizes Lin Shen is not using the path stage art that hurt him before, but a second one entirely. Lin Shen does not give him time to think and cuts in fast, forcing Baiting to jerk back to save his neck. The dodge saves Baiting's head, but the sword rips across his already scorched torso and drives him into a howl of pain. Enraged and now fighting barehanded after losing his weapon earlier, Baiting throws his claws at Lin Shen in a reckless counterattack. But Baiting's body is not tougher than Lin Shen's enchanted sword, and every clash burns holes through his claws and leaves him worse off. Lin Shen keeps pressing with calm, efficient strikes, trusting the forbidden golden armor to hold while Baiting slowly bleeds strength away. Realizing this fight will cost him his last chance to escape, Baiting finally decides to gamble on his deadliest hidden move. With a deafening roar, Baiting unleashes bone-eroding wind and turns the entire mountaintop into a pale storm of killing corruption. A few unlucky disciples and spiritual beasts are touched by the wind and die instantly, which sends everyone nearby scrambling back in panic. Inside the white storm, even Lin Shen's dark golden armor starts fading under the constant corrosion, so he knows this is Baiting's all-in trump card. Lin Shen stays steady instead of panicking, reading the storm and waiting for Baiting to commit to the kill. Baiting charges out of the wind with a ferocious grin, convinced the storm will hide his escape if he kills Lin Shen first. Instead of retreating, Lin Shen suddenly smiles at him, and that tiny reaction is the first thing that makes Baiting feel real fear. Then Lin Shen's figure blurs and splits into 7, surrounding Baiting from every direction inside the wind. Baiting barely has time to register the impossible sight before all 7 Lin Shens raise a palm together. 7 giant crimson meltdown palms crash in at once, and Baiting finally understands he has no way out. The impact detonates like a small disaster, and the red blast tears through the bone-eroding wind from the inside. Back in the pagoda, the two tutors finally decide they have to intervene, but they stop short when they see the whole mountain suddenly glowing red instead. The scarlet airwave sweeps away the pale wind, exposing a wrecked summit and leaving the whole battlefield staring in silence. When the dust clears, Lin Shin is still standing calmly with his sword, while Bai Ting remains upright for one eerie second as a completely charred shell. Then the corpse sways and crashes to the ground, confirming that Lin Shin has really killed an enlightening stage demon. For a long beat, either side can even speak, because everyone on the battlefield has just watched a long-breathed disciple kill a mystic enlightening tiger demon. The two tutors are just as shaken, and since bone-eroding wind blocked their senses, they can only guess Lin Shin may have used a second path stage martial technique to pull it off. High above the battlefield, Xie Jingxing recovers first and shouts that Lin Shin has won, turning the disciples' shock into a surge of roaring morale. With Bai Ting dead, the tiger tribe's spirit breaks, and the academy disciples immediately start driving the beasts backward. High in the sky, the three remaining tiger demons realize the battle is lost and start looking for a way to escape. Xie Jingxing sees that hesitation and refuses to let Lin Shin outshine him alone, so he answers with a path stage spear strike of his own. A thunderous golden rainbow lances down through the sky and kills one unnamed tiger demon before it can even react. The last two tiger demons panic and try to run, but Xie Jingxing and Mu Chuanhua intercept them before they can escape. Down on the mountain, Lin Shin does not stop to enjoy the victory and instead dives straight back into the slaughter to squeeze out more gains from killing enemies. From there the fight turns into a rout, and by the time the last tiger demons die, the surviving beasts are already fleeing for their lives. By sunset, the disciples return to the pagoda flushed with excitement after a victory no one expected that morning. Jianhao has already woken up after treatment, but he sits there dazed as he hears Lin Shin really did kill Bai Ting with a path stage martial technique. At first he wants to deny it, but the sight of Bai Ting's charred corpse and the non-stop talk around him leave no room for doubt. That truth hits Jianhao hard, because he always believed his own talent put him above everyone else in the academy's younger generation. Now Lin Shin has done at long breath what should have been impossible, and Jianhao's pride suddenly feels small and hollow. What stings most is the irony. The man who shattered his confidence is the same Lin Shin he had mocked, and the tiger Jianhao failed to finish is the one Lin Shin killed. Back on the pagoda, everyone crowds around Lin Shin in admiration, and Jianhao can only sit off to the side, stung by how completely he is being ignored. Xie Jingxing praises Lin Shin for doing the impossible, but Lin Shin downplays it and says he only won because the white-eyed tiger was already badly injured. Mu Chuanhua backs Xie Jingxing up at once, and the disciples eagerly pile on with more praise once they realize getting close to Lin Shin might matter later. Jianhao feels even worse when the man who helped cripple the tiger gets no credit at all, and the resentment just sits in his chest with nowhere to go. Once Xie Jingxing finally breaks the crowd up and orders everyone to rest, Lin Shin slips back to his room to count the real rewards from that brutal fight. Inside his room, Lin Shin checks the results of Testify by killing and realizes the battle pushed 4 martial techniques all the way to perfection. The biggest surprise is Cloud Dragon Rhythm, which jumped straight from partial mastery to perfection after the fight with Bai Ting, giving Lin Shin exactly what he needed for his next fusion. He immediately fuses Cloud Dragon Rhythm, Shadows, and Golden Goose technique into a stronger movement art, then keeps the familiar name Cloud Dragon Rhythm for the new version. Lin Shin follows up by feeding Strange Hand into Meltdown, and the gains confirm he is now only 2 perfected martial techniques away from another path stage art. With 4 more perfected techniques on hand, Lin Shin sees his well-versed talent strengthen again, a boost that will make his martial arts cultivate faster and hit harder. Satisfied with the upgrades, Lin Shin swallows an energy recovery pill to restore his true chi, then turns his attention to cultivating again. The next few days are strangely quiet, because after the Tiger Vanguard was crushed, the pagoda meets almost no serious resistance, and Lin Shin is left wanting more gains than the fleeing beast can offer. 3 days later at noon, the pagoda hovers over a mountaintop as the disciples, the upper house seniors, and both tutors all stand in tense silence, waiting for something big to arrive. After a long half-hour, both tutors suddenly open their eyes together, and Master Shi warns the waiting disciples that what they came for has finally arrived. Then the clouds split over the far mountains, and a massive shadow bursts out so huge it feels like it darkens the whole world around them. What appears is the Sex Tianshu Flying Palace, a colossal airborne fortress that leaves even the seasoned disciples visibly shaken. Lin Shin understands at a glance that this is not transport like their pagoda but a true weapon of war, built to endure siege, strike back hard, and even house whole crowds inside. The Tianshu Flying Palace does not stop for them at all and heads straight toward the Tiger Tribe's lair, making it obvious the real war is only starting now. Master Shi soon gives the order to return to the city, because the disciples' cleanup work is finished and the rest belongs to the sect's main force. When the pagoda reaches Dragonside City's east gate, the other teams are already there trading stories and showing off what they gained from the campaign. Lin Shin descends looking almost untouched by the war, because his bind yang gown has cleaned itself and he even used a cleansing talisman before landing. Yang Zhongyi spots him first and comes over grinning, with Sun Yan right beside him, and Lin Shin can tell from one look that both of them did pretty well out there. Sun Yan promptly exposes Yang Zhongyi for being thrilled over 2 blood essence tokens, and Yang Zhongyi shoots back that Sun Yan got the same haul and is just as pleased. For yellow rank disciples, 2 full tokens each is already a strong return, but Linshin stays quiet because his own haul is far bigger than that. Linshin has 8 full blood essence tokens and another partly filled one, enough to trade for more than 170 minor merits, and the sheer number drives home why war tempts so many disciples. Before Linshin can answer Sun Yen's question, a stern nearby pulls his attention toward a young man being surrounded by flatterers just like he was before. Yang Zhongyi tells him the man is Yan Jingren, Yan Xing's elder brother, and his sour tone makes it clear old grudges are still in play. When Yang Zhongyi adds that Yan Jingren is being celebrated for killing an enlightening stage demon as a bright aperture cultivator, he dismisses the feat as nothing worth boasting about. Yang Zhongyi goes one step further and says if Yan Jingren were truly impressive, he should have done that while still in the long breath stage. That remark immediately provokes one of Yan Jingren's supporters, who spins around and sneers that a long breath cultivator killing an enlightening beast is an outright fantasy. Then the man notices the people around him staring in awkward silence, because he has just mocked something that several disciples know Linshin really did. A confused disciple finally learns why everyone is staring at him, and the truth leaves him so embarrassed that he lowers his head and slips away. The news races through the crowd that Linshin mastered a past stage martial technique, and even killed an enlightening stage white-eyed tiger demon. Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan are stunned too, but at this point they can only give Linshin helpless looks because he keeps causing another shock wherever he goes. From inside the crowd, Yan Jingren studies Linshin in silence for a long moment, and then turns away. Before admirers and onlookers can crowd around him, Linshin quickly leaves with Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan. Back at Nianyang Academy, Linshin heads straight for the Merit Hall instead of going home because his next round of cultivation is already planned out. During the last 3 days in the Dragon Abyss mountain range, Linshin's clones trained non-stop until moving star steps reached perfection, pushing Cloud Dragon rhythm up to 75%. He realizes one more perfected movement art, traceless snow steps, should be enough to push Cloud Dragon rhythm into the past stage. At the mission hall counter, Linshin lays out 9 merit tokens, and the unfamiliar clerk freezes when she sees that 8 of them are already full. Once she recognizes Linshin, the clerk steadies herself and quickly registers the exchange. A moment later, Linshin walks away with 173 minor merits in hand. He moves to the exchange hall and goes straight to the sword techniques because he wants a weapon-type past stage martial art to fuse around Supreme Yang swordplay. Linshin decides Supreme Yang swordplay is too low-level to serve as the main core, so he starts looking for a stronger sword technique instead. Jian Hao's attack from the last battle comes back to him, and Linshin fixes on the 9 Divine Sun sword as the technique worth buying. When he sees that 9 Divine Sun sword costs 12 minor merits, even more than Meltdown, Linshin is surprised for a beat and then openly pleased. Remembering that Jian Hao could badly wound an enlightening stage tiger demon with only 3 suns, Linshin buys the 9 Divine Sun sword without hesitation. He immediately adds 3 more sword manuals to the bundle: South Mountain Sword, Sinking Sand Sword, and Flying Eagle Sword. After spending 20 minor merits on sword arts, Linshin keeps going and buys 15 palm techniques plus 5 physical enhancement manuals in one sweep. By the time he finishes, nearly all 173 merits are gone, and only 3 minor merits remain. The cheapest remaining body tempering art still costs 5 merits, and Linshin can only sigh at how quickly merit points vanish. Still, he calmly judges that the 20 new martial techniques are enough to push Meltdown all the way to 100%. He also works out the next problem. After that, he will still need a lot more physical enhancement techniques, which could cost another 80 to 90 minor merits. Because the war in the Dragon Abyss mountain range could drag on, Linshin gives up on rushing out for more missions there for now. There are other hunting grounds west and east of Dragonside City, but Linshin decides they are too inefficient for his testified by killing effect and not worth chasing right now. In the end, he chooses seclusion instead and plans to finish fusing everything he already bought before going back out. With his remaining 3 merits, Linshin grabs 3 more 7-star swords because his clones are already outnumbering his usable weapons. He can only grumble inwardly that one day every version of himself needs a 6-yang talisman sword, and then he leaves the merit hall loaded down with manuals. 8 days later, the story jumps deep into the Dragon Abyss mountain range, where the massive Tianshu flying palace hangs above the battlefield on a cloud. Inside the main hall, more than 20 key figures sit in council while over 500 disciples wait outside for orders. At the center sits Huenrong, a terrifyingly imposing elder whose eagle-like eyes make the whole room feel smaller. Huenrong announces that after a month of hard fighting, the tiger tribe is down to less than a tenth of its old strength, and White Tiger Mountain is the last major target. The hall brightens at once, because everyone understands that taking the tiger tribe's lair now means easy victory and a huge pile of war credit. Huenrong has no need to fight for extra merit himself, so he calmly asks Yan Jiting and Xue Xizhuang which of them wants to make the trip. Yan Jiting smoothly offers to go in Xue Xizhuang's place, pointing out that Xue just spent himself leading a deadly battle the day before. Xue Xizhuang accepts with a small smile, and Yan Jiting immediately takes control of the chance. Yan Jiting bows, walks out of the hall, and calls down a white feather harrier to carry him toward White Tiger Mountain. Several Yen family cultivator masters and dozens of disciples rush out behind him in streams of light, making it clear the clan wants this credit for itself. Watching them leave, Xue Xizhuang quietly thinks about how far the Yen family has fallen, because one of the old 5 great families can now only field 6 real masters. He remembers that the Yang and Xue families each sent more than 10 masters to this war, while the Yen family has been slipping ever since it lost its mystic light stage backbone. Xue Xizhuang can already see the danger ahead. If this keeps up, the Yen family may lose its place among the 5 great families within 10 years. He murmurs at how quickly time changes everything, while Huanrong simply closes his eyes and waits. Outside, Yan Jinting leads his people straight to White Tiger Mountain, where the tiger tribe is already too broken to stop them. In less than half an hour, the remaining demon cultivators are wiped out, and the Yan family storms into the cave abode without resistance worth naming. Yan Jinting flicks his sleeve and blows apart several demons into blood mist as he pushes deeper into the mountain lair. He instantly appears in front of a fleeing tiger demon and grabs him by the neck before the demon can escape. One glance tells Yan Jinting the captive has unusually rich white-eyed blood, so he coldly asks what relation he is to Bai Xiao. The tiger demon stays stubbornly silent, but when Yan Jinting mocks Bai Xiao, he snaps and blurts out that Bai Xiao is his father. Now that he knows he caught Bai Zhao's son, Yan Jinting decides he has no reason to play nicely and goes straight for a soul search. Yan Jinting presses his palm onto the tiger demon's head, and the captive convulses in unbearable pain as his primordial spirit is forcibly searched. When the search ends, the tiger demon goes limp and dies in Yan Jinting's hand. Yan Jinting throws the corpse aside in shock, because the dead tiger's memories reveal a hidden underground spirit cave deep in the Dragon Abyss mountain range. He instantly understands the real motive behind the war. The tiger tribe provoked Dragonside City because they wanted to seize time to open that underground spirit cave. Yan Jinting almost sneers at the irony that the bear tribe and python tribe died without ever knowing what they were really being dragged into. He falls silent and weighs his options on the spot, his expression shifting as he decides what to do with this secret. A Yen family disciple arrives to report that the resisting demons are dead and the rest have been captured, waiting to be dealt with. Instead of claiming the prisoners as slaves like everyone expects, Yan Jinting coldly orders that every captive be killed. The disciple is stunned, because keeping demon captives as slave labor or selling them for essence stones would have been the usual and profitable choice. Before the disciple can question it properly, Yan Jinting turns and repeats the command word by word: kill them all and leave no one alive. Under that icy stare, the disciple shivers, bows, and hurries off to carry out the order. Once the witness is gone, Yan Jinting looks around the White Tiger Cave mansion with a settled, ruthless expression. Then Yan Jinting sweeps his sleeve, unleashing a great wave of flame that surges out in every direction. In a blink, the entire courtyard is swallowed by a sea of fire. In the training room, Linshin pushed Cloud Dragon Rhythm to its limit, moving so fast that a hazy dragon shadow seemed to coil around him. When he finally stopped, Linshin was openly impressed that the Path Stage Cloud Dragon Rhythm had left his old Shadows technique far behind. Since coming back from Dragon Abyss mountain range, he had almost shut himself away to cultivate, only making brief trips home to leave food for AI. That relentless month paid off fast, and Linshin quietly reviewed how far his cultivation and martial arts had jumped. Cloud Dragon Rhythm had already entered Path, several sword arts had reached perfection, and even the 9 Divine Sun sword was one last step away from advancing again. Golden Crow's scripture had also reached perfection, and Linshin could only laugh at himself for wanting even more when cultivation methods could not be fused the way martial arts could. Even while most of his effort went into techniques, his cultivation had still climbed to Long Breath stage level 8, which was already far faster than ordinary disciples. He did feel one pinch of regret. After spending all his merit points on martial techniques, he had nothing left to trade for a prime pill and speed up his cultivation even more. He had also stopped using rare treasures like the snake orchid through aging clones, partly because Tao Zongbao simply could not get more. By now those treasures mattered less anyway, so Linshin decided the war was over and it was finally time to slow his martial training and focus more on pure cultivation. He quickly assigned his clones a new routine, with perseverance and well-versed handling the Golden Crow's scripture while the other 4 kept refining martial arts. With that settled, Linshin finally headed out because AI's canned food should have run out by now. On the way, he found himself thinking that once AI could take human form in a few years, he would not need to worry about her basic care all the time. That thought only reminded him how absurdly fast AI cultivated for a spiritual beast, in a world where most beasts needed ages just to gain intelligence and rise. Lost in thought, Linshin wandered out into the B-rank teaching area, where he had been living since his earlier promotion to Earth-rank disciple. But something felt off when disciples along the road kept pointing at him and whispering as if fresh news had broken again. Before he could figure it out, a familiar voice called out, and Linshin turned to see the 2 disciples he had met before on Mount Firen with Yan Dao and AI Jingting. Jing Weirong and Bai Xiaotong introduced themselves again warmly, and even though Linshin was not fond of their old ties to Yan Dao, he still returned the greeting. Then Bai Xiaotong casually asked if he was heading to the Internal Affairs Department to replace his Heaven Rank identity token, and Lin Shen froze on the spot. Once Jing Weirong realized Lin Shen had no idea what she meant, he hurriedly explained that the academy had already promoted him. After the Tiger Tribe War ended, the academy had empty slots in every disciple rank, so the tutors directly picked replacements instead of waiting for the next challenge round. Because Lin Shen had stood out so fiercely in the war, the tutors unanimously approved him as a Heaven Rank disciple on the spot. The news had shaken the whole academy, because Lin Shen had gone from a new disciple to Heaven Rank in less than half a year, something no one in Nine-Yang Academy history had ever done. No one dared object, because everyone had seen him reveal a path-stage martial art, and even kill a wounded enlightening stage white-eyed tiger demon while still in the long breath stage. Even the Heaven Rank disciples kept quiet, because everyone knew he would soon break in by challenge anyway, and somebody would only lose badly if they forced it. By the time Jing Weirong finished, Lin Shen could only laugh helplessly at the idea that he had become the fastest promoted Heaven Rank disciple in academy history without even knowing it. Once the surprise passed, he was honestly pleased, because Heaven Rank status meant a better room and a medium merit every month. When Lin Shen thanked them, Jing Weirong and Bai Xiaotong grew even more respectful, already treating him like someone far above their level. Lin Shen then asked about the bigger war, and Jing Weirong told him the sect had already crushed the Tiger Tribe half a month ago. Most of the tiger demons had been wiped out, and the few that escaped into Dragon Abyss mountain range were scattered enough that the Tiger Tribe was effectively finished. Lin Shen was not surprised, because once the Tiger Tribe foolishly met the Nine Suns sect head-on instead of hiding deep in the mountains, the outcome had been almost inevitable. Then Bai Xiaotong complained that the Yen family had been too ruthless, costing the academy a chance to gain captured spiritual beasts from the campaign. At the mention of the Yen family, Lin Shen immediately pressed for details. Jing Weirong explained that the Yen family had led the assault on White Tiger Mountain, slaughtered every demon there, and even burned the cave abode into near ruin. That brutality left the sect with barely any loot from White Tiger Mountain, and the Yen family took heavy criticism for it. Bai Xiaotong muttered that the Yen family had to be doing it on purpose, but Jing Weirong quickly warned her not to say that too loudly around other Yen disciples. Lin Shen sensed there might be something hidden behind that story, but he pushed the thought aside because it had nothing to do with him right now. After a little more small talk, Lin Shen left the pair and headed straight for the Internal Affairs Department. As soon as he walked into the Internal Affairs Department, he ran into his old acquaintance Tao Zongbao. Tao Zongbao greeted him with oily warmth and joked that a lucky bird must have called that morning to announce such an honored guest. Lin Shen played along just enough, explained why he had come, and Tao Zongbao immediately led him inside to handle the promotion paperwork. Not long after, Lin Shen received a new Heaven Rank identity token and the activation token for a Grade A teaching room. Tao Zongbao congratulated him enthusiastically and said that at this pace, entering the upper house might not be far off at all. Lin Shen answered with his usual calm courtesy, and Tao Zongbao wisely stopped there and saw him out. Watching him leave, Tao Zongbao could only marvel that the disciple Ko Ming had introduced to him had already grown into someone whose future he could no longer measure. Back at the villa, Lin Shen found AI sprawled comfortably on the sofa until the sound of the door made her snap up in delight. She immediately leaped onto his shoulder like always, and Lin Shen casually asked whether anything had happened while he was away. AI nodded and dropped a fresh lead. She had visited the general 2 days ago, and now the cat general wanted to meet Lin Shen. AI suddenly tells Lin Shen that the cat general wants to see him tonight at the street where they first met. Lin Shen quickly guesses this probably means another favor involving spirit cats, and that usually means the cat general is about to pay well. He pats AI on the head and promises to go, already willing to help if the request is reasonable. That night, Lin Shen leaves AI at home and goes alone to the meeting place. The moment he steps into the old street, mist floods in and the familiar shrine appears out of nowhere in the middle of the road. The cat statue's empty eyes come alive, and it jumps down from the shrine before transforming into the tall cat general. Lin Shen skips the pleasantries and asks why he was summoned, and the cat general admits he needs a favor. Instead of explaining himself, the cat general calls someone out from the shadows. A petite cat girl named Tengyu steps out, and her black ears and tail make Lin Shen realize she is no ordinary woman. The cat general introduces Tengyu as an ascension stage cat demon, which tells Lin Shen she must have been forced to take a manifestation pill at some point. The cat general confirms it. Tengyu was once fed a manifestation pill by people who wanted to turn her into a maid, but she was rescued in time. Tengyu says she now belongs to Sinking Moon, a group of rescued spirit cats dedicated to saving others like them in Dragonside City. Lin Shen is surprised a spirit cat rescue faction can operate inside Dragonside City, and he quietly suspects the cat general is the reason it survives. Tengyu explains the real problem. A month ago, Sinking Moon found a site in Silverscale City where many spirit cats were being held. Their first infiltration failed because the place was too heavily guarded, and Sinking Moon took heavy losses without freeing anyone. Once Tengyu finishes, Lin Shen cuts straight to the point and asks if they want him to sneak in with them and rescue the imprisoned cats. Tengyu eagerly says yes and places all her hopes on him because the cat general personally values his strength. Lin Xin does not agree yet, and instead asks exactly how many guards are there, and how strong they are. Tang Yu says they interrogated a guard and learned there are under 50 guards, mostly Qi transformation, plus 7 or 8 long breath elites and a 7th level long breath captain. Her face falls as she admits that Sinking Moon already tested that information in battle, and the price was heavy. Lin Xin asks about the real master behind the site, and Tang Yu admits they barely know anything except that the man is an apothecary who lives in seclusion. That detail catches Lin Xin's attention, because an apothecary should already live comfortably in Dragonside City, not hide in a lawless place like Silver Scale City. Still, he judges that an apothecary is unlikely to have bright aperture guards, so the enemy should be roughly as strong as Tang Yu described. Tang Yu grows visibly nervous while waiting, because Sinking Moon has no better option than betting everything on this one human cultivator. The Cat General finally sweetens the deal by offering to remove 5 more restrictions from Lin Xin's God-seeking token before the mission even starts. That offer hits hard because 10 lit rune stones would let Lin Xin summon a bright aperture stage incarnation of the Cat General. Lin Xin is already tempted by the security that kind of helper would give him, but he keeps a straight face and pushes for even more. Seeing right through him, the Cat General pulls out a stack of hidden fog talismans and explains they can hide bodies and senses unless the enemy has spiritual consciousness. Lin Xin's eyes light up at once, because he knows these superior grade talismans are extremely expensive and perfect for his clones. Even then, Lin Xin presses one step further and bluntly says he still needs weapons. The Cat General immediately produces 3 6-yang talisman swords, matching Lin Xin's yang-based martial arts so well that even he is impressed by the generosity. With the token upgrade, the hidden fog talismans, and the swords all on the table, Lin Xin finally accepts the mission. Tang Yu is briefly puzzled about why one man wants so many weapons, but her confusion vanishes the moment she realizes he really said yes. She immediately asks when they leave, eager to move before this chance slips away. Lin Xin decides they should not travel through the night and arrive at dawn, so he sets the departure for tomorrow morning instead. When Lin Xin asks about her people, Tang Yu says the rest of Sinking Moon is already waiting in Silver Scale City. They settle on meeting at the East Gate, and Tang Yu reveals the Cat General already gave Sinking Moon a token that lets them freely enter and leave Dragonside City. With the plan settled, Lin Xin leaves the misty street and heads home. After he is gone, Tang Yu finally voices her doubt and asks if they should not have recruited more help for such a troublesome target. The Cat General explains that spirit cats are too conspicuous to involve many outsiders, and Lin Xin is the best choice because he already adopted AI and has no prejudice against them. Then the Cat General drops the real reason for his confidence. In a true fight, even 10 cultivators at Lin Xin's level might still lose to him. Tang Yu is left staring in disbelief toward the direction Lin Xin went, suddenly realizing this quiet cultivator may be far more dangerous than he looks. Back at the villa, Lin Xin finds AI quietly absorbing moonlight on the balcony and chooses to leave her alone. Once he is alone in his bedroom, Lin Xin studies the God-seeking token and sees that 10 of its 19 rune stones are already lit. That progress excites him, because a fully awakened token should summon a Cat General incarnation with Cultivator Master Strength. With a trump card that strong, Lin Xin realizes he could push much deeper into the Dragon Abyss mountain range to hunt for treasures. His mood lifts even more when he thinks about the 3 6-yang talisman swords he just gained, including a middle-grade enchanted weapon. Now that he owns 4 6-yang talisman swords, Lin Xin is confident that even a level 9 long breath cultivator would struggle against him and his clones. That makes him rethink his fighting style, because simply swarming enemies with more clones will eventually stop paying off. He suddenly sees a better path. If his clones learn battle formations, their perfect coordination could turn numbers into overwhelming power. By the end of the night, Lin Xin has made up his mind to check the Merit Hall for formation techniques after he returns from Silver Scale City. The next morning at the East Gate, Lin Xin finds Tang Yu already waiting for him in ordinary clothes, looking completely human. Lin Xin immediately asks where her ears and tail went, too curious to pretend he did not notice. Tang Yu explains that spirit cats hide those features with a pill plus an illusion spell whenever they need to walk openly among humans. Lin Xin understands the trick, but it also confirms a limit for him, since illusion techniques are still out of reach until bright aperture stage. With that settled, Lin Xin and Tang Yu leave Dragonside City at once and head for Silver Scale City on the giant horned deer. They arrive by noon to find Silver Scale City defended not by a grand formation, but by a huge iron granite wall packed with talismans and restrictions. Lin Xin can tell the wall is deadly in a siege, but it still cannot match a true city protection array when it comes to stopping small infiltrators. After Lin Xin shows his 9-yang academy identity token, he and Tang Yu pass the gate checkpoint without trouble. The gate captain personally escorts them inside, treating Lin Xin with unusual caution and respect. Only after they are gone does the captain finally exhale and wipe the sweat from his forehead. A confused young soldier asks why the captain was so respectful to 2 cultivators who were only in the long breath stage. The captain snaps that the young man was no ordinary disciple at all, but a heaven-ranked disciple of 9-yang academy. That revelation stuns the soldier, because a heaven-ranked disciple this young is the kind of genius people expect to become a cultivator master. The captain finishes the lesson by boasting that 7 years at the gate taught him to recognize academy tokens at a glance. Meanwhile, Tang Yu leads Linshin through Silver Scale City to an inconspicuous residential building that serves as Sinking Moon's hideout. Before he even reaches the living room, Linshin realizes other people are hiding inside and quietly marvels at how well spirit cats suppress their aura. He judges that spirit cats at a similar level could hide from him at short range, though stronger bright aperture cultivators would see through that trick much more easily. When he steps into the living room, Linshin finds 7 stunning women waiting there, all of them spirit cats hiding their ears and tails just like Tang Yu. The 7 women openly size Linshin up, but knowing they are spirit cats keeps him calm instead of flustered. The oldest woman finally steps forward, introduces herself as Tang Ying, and thanks Linshin for coming from Dragonside City to help. Linshin skips the formalities and asks if everyone from Sinking Moon is already here. Tang Ying says only part of the group came, because for tonight's dangerous mission she called in only her Ascension Stage sisters. That answer tells Linshin Sinking Moon is stronger than he expected, even if spirit cats still struggle in direct fights against human cultivators of the same realm. Since both sides want the rescue done fast, Linshin cuts straight to the real question and asks for the plan. Tang Ying starts the briefing by saying they will move tonight, when darkness makes their illusions and aura concealment much more effective. She points to a manor on the map and explains that an apothecary turned it into a heavily guarded compound, making it much harder to infiltrate than a normal estate. The latest information says the manor has around 50 guards and at least 7 or 8 long breath cultivators, and Tang Ying warns the defenses may be even tighter after their last failed attempt. Worse, even the servants and guards they captured before could not tell them where the imprisoned spirit cats are being kept. So Tang Ying concludes the prison must be a hidden location known only to higher-ranking people inside the manor. Her plan is for Sinking Moon to distract the gate guards while Linshin and Tang Yu slip inside and see someone important enough to question. Once they locate the spirit cats, Tang Yu will send word, and the others will stir up a bigger commotion to draw the manor's defenders away. In that opening, Linshin will rescue the captives and get them out, and he sees that the plan is solid even if it leaves almost no room for mistakes. Even after hearing the rescue plan, Linshin keeps one hard truth in mind: if the stealth mission falls apart, he may have to fight his way through the manor and save the cats by force. He gives a small nod, and Tang Ying finally relaxes because the cat general's trusted helper has agreed to join their rescue. With the plan settled, Tang Ying leaves to make preparations and leaves Linshin alone with Tang Yu and the youngest cat demon, Tang Mei. The moment the others are gone, Tang Mei bounces up to Linshin and blurts out the rumor she heard: he really keeps an Ascension Stage spirit cat. When Linshin confirms it, Tang Mei shamelessly asks if he would mind adopting another one in human form too. Tang Yu immediately marches over, grabs Tang Mei by the ear, and drags her back before she can keep embarrassing herself. Tang Mei slips free, ducks behind Linshin for cover, and insists this is not trouble because a cute cat demon like her should be impossible to resist. Linshin asks why she suddenly wants this, and Tang Mei reveals the absurd reason: she envies the adopted spirit cat who gets expensive canned spirit beast meat and unlimited cat food every day. Linshin can only laugh at himself as another spirit cat turns out to be a total foodie instead of the elegant creature he expected. Tang Yu finally shuts Tang Mei down by threatening to tell Tang Ying, but the girl still keeps pestering Linshin with questions while they wait. During the casual talk, Linshin learns that Sinking Moon once raided a place where cat girls were being used as maids 3 months ago. That detail hits Linshin at once, and he cautiously asks if the place was the Night Dream Club. Tang Mei's shocked reaction confirms it, and Linshin finally understands that the club attack he heard about was Sinking Moon rescuing cat girls. But when Linshin asks if the Night Dream Club was part of the illegal spirit cat trade, Tang Yu corrects him: Sinking Moon had misjudged that place and later sent the rescued cat girls back. Tang Yu explains that spirit cats in Dragonside City live so precariously that even a place with little freedom can still count as rare stability if it offers pay and a roof over their heads. Hearing how used to this hardship Tang Yu has become, Linshin feels the grim reality all over again. In human territory, demon clans survive only by enduring constant pressure. By nightfall, Tang Ying rushes back with the signal that everything is ready, and the rescue finally moves from planning to action. Without wasting another moment, Linshin and Tang Yu leave together and head for the target manor under cover of darkness. From the forest outside Silver Scale City, Linshin studies the target and sees at once that this so-called manor is really a heavily guarded mini-castle with high walls and patrols. They wait in silence for several tense minutes until Tang Yu senses that Sinking Moon's people have finished their part, and quietly gives the signal. The two of them burst from cover and cross the long open approach in just seconds, racing straight to the base of the wall before anyone can react. At the wall, Linshin quickly slaps 3 talismans onto himself, and Tang Yu does the same, layering speed, lightness, and aura concealment for the infiltration. With Tang Yu's natural stealth sharpened by the talismans, even Linshin can barely feel her presence as they climb the wall like ghosts. At the top, the guards should have spotted them, but every sentry is already dazed in an illusion and keeps patrolling blankly past the intruders. Once inside, Linshin follows Tang Yu's earlier directions and cuts through the front court and outer court without slowing down. They evade 2 patrol teams in the inner court and pick off a lone servant instead, deciding the butler is the fastest way to find the imprisoned spirit cats. Lin Shin seizes the servant and forces out the butler's location, reasoning that the man who manages the whole manor will know exactly where the captives are kept. After getting the answer, Lin Shin knocks the servant out, hides him in a nearby rockery, and heads straight for the butler's building. They soon reach a lit building, climb the outer wall to the top floor corridor, and quietly force open a window beside the butler's room. But the instant they slip inside, a flushed and disheveled maid steps out of the butler's room and freezes when she notices the masks on their faces. She tries to scream, but Lin Shin closes the distance before she can get the breath out and chops her unconscious without a sound. He catches the maid before she hits the floor, lays her down gently, and signals Tang Yu as he turns to breach the room. Using spiritual force on the handle, Lin Shin silently breaks the lock and pushes open the butler's door. The butler barely has time to wake up in bed before Lin Shin is already on him, one hand clamped around his throat with crushing force. The man thrashes in panic, but his proud level 9 Chi transformation strength means nothing against Lin Shin's grip, and his face quickly turns purple from suffocation. Only when the butler is almost out of air does Lin Shin loosen his hand just enough to make a threat: tell the truth, or he will not live to see sunrise. Terrified, the butler nods frantically, and when Lin Shin demands the spirit cat's location, he finally breaks and says they are locked in the underground prison of this very building. Lin Shin and Tang Yu realize the hidden prison is right inside the manor beneath them, and Lin Shin immediately forces the butler to lead the way. Because the cat prison was kept secret, the group slips down through the empty building without meeting any servants or guards. At a locked iron door, the butler shakily uses his key under Lin Shin's cold stare. The door opens, and Tang Yu rushes inside before anyone can stop her. A few seconds later, anxious meowing spills out from the hidden cell, confirming the spirit cats are really inside. Tang Yu comes back out with more than 20 spirit cats, most of them weak, thin, and dull-furred from their captivity. Even in their miserable state, the rescued cats brighten with relief when they learn they are finally leaving the Sea of Bitterness. Tang Yu says every captured clansman from recent days was held here, but some were taken away and never came back. The butler panics and swears he only followed orders, insisting he has no idea why those missing cats were taken out. Seeing no more value in him, Lin Shin snaps the butler's neck on the spot. Lin Shin tells Tang Yu to contact her companions, and she agrees without sparing the corpse a glance. Elsewhere in the manor, Jing Hai sits in his medicine room glaring at a black failed pill from his latest experiment. In the medicine room, the masked black-robed man looks at the failed pill and questions whether this is the new medicine Jing Hai kept boasting about. Jing Hai snaps back that every new pill takes countless failures, and 2 months of progress is already impressive. When the masked man reminds him he is an apothecary, not a true alchemist, Jing Hai's buried resentment flares up hard. Jing Hai bitterly insists his skill is not inferior to those official alchemists, and says he only lacks the cultivation to earn the title. The masked man tries to steady him and says he should focus on collecting cultivators as pill ingredients instead of wasting effort on the demon blood spirit pill experiment. Jing Hai counters that the Martial Enforcement Hall is hunting them too closely now, so even grabbing cultivators has become dangerous. He presses the masked man about their absent superiors, and the silence makes it clear no new message has come from them in a long time. Jing Hai mocks that they are being abandoned and says only a breakthrough to Cultivator Master can save the organization now. He pushes again, asking whether the masked man still plans to stop his risky demon-based blood spirit pill experiment. The masked man finally admits he is not trying to block Jing Hai, he just thinks refining blood spirit pills from demons is unprecedented and likely to fail. Jing Hai refuses to back down and tells him to just keep sending ingredients, because one success could completely reverse their situation. When the masked man warns that kidnapping spirit cats could attract attention, Jing Hai brushes them off as worthless strays nobody will care about. He even dismisses the cat general, arguing that an unofficial god from Dragonside City cannot threaten him in Silverscale City. Since he cannot change Jing Hai's mind, the masked man shifts the topic to the excellent pill ingredient he recently found. He says this target is even better than the ingredient he has prepared for years, and refining him into a blood spirit pill could finally break his bottleneck. Jing Hai is stunned for a beat, then thrilled, and urges him to seize that person immediately. The masked man warns that the target is now a watch genius of Nanyang Academy, so a reckless move would expose him. Jing Hai asks what the plan is, but the masked man only says he still needs to think. He adds that this target is dangerous enough that even capturing him alive without notice will not be easy. Jing Hai scoffs at first, because in his eyes a mere academy disciple should never worry someone at the masked man's level. Then the masked man reveals the target is not a bright aperture disciple at all, but only a heaven-ranked disciple in the long breath stage. That only makes Jing Hai angrier, because he cannot understand why a long breath junior would deserve this much caution. The masked man finally gives the real reason: that long breath disciple has mastered a path stage martial technique. Jing Hai is so shaken he has to ask if that is really true, because even he has never seen such a thing. Once the shock settles, Jing Hai realizes a genius like that would make an extraordinary blood spirit pill ingredient, maybe even enough for a 4th grade pill. He immediately demands the target's name and background, already planning to move on his own. The masked man spots that intention right away and warns again that this target is a special case who needs a careful plan. Jinghai argues that unlike the masked man, he can act safely because everyone in Silver Scales City only knows him as a gifted apothecary. The masked man wavers, and Jinghai pushes harder, saying delay will only bring more trouble and he will move in a few days. At last the masked man nods and tells Jinghai Lin Shin's information, handing him exactly what he wanted. Before Jinghai can celebrate, his eyes turn cold as he senses intruders moving inside his manor. Jinghai sneers that those spirit cats escaped once already and now dare to come back, so he will use them as ingredients tonight. The masked man leaves at once, vanishing from the room in a blur after Jinghai promises they will drink together once the big pill is made. Left alone, Jinghai conjures a water mirror from mist to see exactly who has entered his territory. In the water mirror, Jinghai sees Lin Shin and Tang Yu leading more than 20 rescued spirit cats out of one of the manor buildings. The sight sends Jinghai's killing intent surging, and he disappears from the room to intercept them himself. Back with the rescue party, Lin Shin hears a distant uproar and sees flames rising, meaning Tang Ying's side has already started their attack. Using that distraction, Lin Shin and Tang Yu hurry the spirit cats in the opposite direction toward the escape route. Most of the manor's people have rushed toward the disturbance, so Lin Shin quietly knocks out the few servants still left nearby as the escape continues. They finally meet real resistance at the outer courtyard, where a patrol spots them and shouts for them to stop. Lin Shin does not answer. He flicks a razor-sharp strike through the air and kills the guard captain with one hit to the forehead. The patrol panics at once, because even their long-breath captain died before they could react. Before they can recover, Lin Shin crashes into the group and wipes out the Chi transformation guards with a few casual palm strikes. Watching him erase the patrol so easily, Tang Yu finally understands why the cat general praised Lin Shin so highly. Lin Shin calls her back to focus, and the group keeps pushing toward the front of the manor. More guards appear on the way, but even the few long-breath captains among them fall before Lin Shin can be forced to draw a weapon. At last they reach the front courtyard, and Tang Yu brightens because only one high wall stands between them and freedom. That hope snaps when a muffled thunder rolls from behind them, and Tang Yu's demon instincts scream that death is coming. She looks back just in time to see a blazing white chain of lightning ripping through the night straight toward her. Because demons fear lightning most of all before surviving their human tribulation, Tang Yu is instantly crushed by pure terror and despair. At the last instant, a scorching crimson wave surges in from Lin Shin's side and floods Tang Yu's vision. Lin Shin throws out a massive red palm that slams directly into the incoming lightning chain, and the collision explodes over the manor. The white chain of light and Lin Shin's giant flaming palm wipe each other out, leaving only scorched ground in the courtyard. An old gray-haired man drops into their path, stares at Lin Shin, and immediately recognizes Meltdown as a past stage move from the Nine Suns sect. After a quick read of the situation, the old man decides Lin Shin probably came alone, and coldly declares that no one here is leaving alive. Jinghai draws a lightning talisman in midair with glowing green strokes and fires another blazing white chain straight at Lin Shin. Seeing that spell cast confirms the truth for Lin Shin, Jinghai is a bright aperture cultivator, not someone using a talisman tool. Lin Shin instantly activates Forbidden Golden Armor, and the golden barrier takes the lightning head-on without letting it touch him. Jinghai is jolted to see a second path stage technique, while Tang Yu stares in shock at both the hidden bright aperture master and Lin Shin's absurd strength. Lin Shin cuts through Tang Yu's shock with a blunt order: take the cats and run, because staying here will only get in his way. Tang Yu swallows her pride, accepts that she cannot survive this fight, and starts leading the spirit cats out. Jinghai tries to stop them, but Lin Shin rushes in first and buries him under a wave of sword light. The two exchange dozens of blade strikes in seconds, and by the time they break apart, Tang Yu's group is almost gone into the night. That clash tells Jinghai something important. Lin Shin's raw cultivation is not bright aperture at all, but only long breath. Once he links long breath cultivation, past stage martial arts, and the Nine Suns sect, Jinghai gleefully realizes the young man in front of him is Lin Shin. Lin Shin immediately tests that reaction and guesses Jinghai's real background. He is one of the wild wolves. Jinghai admits it, and confident Lin Shin cannot escape, openly explains that he used spirit cats as test subjects for a new kind of blood spirit pill. He gets even greedier and says refining Lin Shin into a pill should be enough to break his bottleneck and turn him into a true cultivator master. Lin Shin catches the key detail and asks if Jinghai is already at the 9th level of bright aperture. Jinghai proudly confirms it, but Lin Shin immediately twists the knife by saying that for a 9th level expert, Jinghai feels embarrassingly weak. That insult lands perfectly, because Jinghai is exactly the kind of alchemist whose cultivation outpaces his combat skill, and he explodes in rage. Jinghai attacks viciously with a fire sword art, coating his blade in red light, and slashing out dozens of burning silk-like threads that cage the whole courtyard. Lin Shin does not bother dodging and simply charges through the red net behind his forbidden golden armor. The barrier dims under the punishment, but it holds just long enough for Lin Shin to break through and get within striking distance. For the first time, Jinghai truly panics, because both his lightning spell and his fire silk attack have failed to put Lin Shin down. Lin Shin seizes that opening and hammers down with meltdown, dropping a giant flaming palm right onto Jinghai. But Jinghai's cloud suppression robe suddenly erupts in pure white light and blocks the flaming palm before it can crush him. The sudden save restores Jinghai's arrogance, and he boasts that his superior-grade cloud suppression robe is more than enough to stop Lin Shin. Lin Shin stays calm, because he knows a strong enchanted armament is not the same as an unbreakable one. Realizing threats will not shake him, Jinghai coldly decides to cripple Lin Shin first and keep him alive for pill refining. He changes tactics and scatters a handful of golden beans that hit the ground as more than 20 towering yellow-scarved warriors. The summoned warriors charge together, turning the fight into a group kill attempt instead of a duel. Lin Shin answers with his own trump card and pulls out the god-seeking token to summon help. Ripples open in the air, and the cat general steps out with one hand on his sword, bringing bright aperture-level pressure to the courtyard. With a single cold flash, the cat general decapitates the lead yellow-scarved warrior and tears into the rest of the formation. Jinghai's eyes narrow in shock as he realizes Lin Shin's token can call out a bright aperture incarnation of the cat general, and the fight suddenly becomes much more dangerous for him. Jinghai finally understands why Lin Shin was treated as a serious threat, because this long-breath cultivator is tearing through the battlefield like someone from a higher realm. With his men about to be wiped out, Jinghai grits his teeth and pulls out a sword talisman as his last answer. The cat general sees the talisman and immediately turns grave, recognizing it as something dangerous enough to change the whole fight. Jinghai flicks the sword talisman, and it burns into an illusory blade that radiates a terrifying cutting force even from far away. The rainbow's sword energy shoots at Lin Shin like lightning, and he instantly uses Cloud Dragon Rhythm to break away. Lin Shin quickly realizes the sword energy tracks him on its own, but his path stage movement art is still barely faster. Shocked that Lin Shin can even outrun this attack, Jinghai snarls and throws out a second sword talisman to trap him. A second streak of sword energy closes in, and for a split second Lin Shin is caught between two deadly lines. Before Lin Shin can react, the cat general flashes in front of him and meets the first sword energy head-on with his own sword. The cat general shatters the first attack, but the second sword energy punches straight through his chest before he can recover. As his body crumbles into ash, the cat general warns Lin Shin that sword talismans cannot be dodged at all and must be blocked. Jinghai bursts into ugly laughter, sure Lin Shin has just lost the only shield that could save him. Lin Shin stays calm, because even if he will not gamble his own life against the sword energy, he already has another way to answer it. Afraid that waiting any longer will only make Lin Shin harder to kill, Jinghai decides to burn another talisman and finish him now. This time Lin Shin does not run, and Jinghai thinks the boy has finally chosen to die by taking the strike head-on. Instead, a shadow peels away from Lin Shin and becomes a second Lin Shin standing in front of him. The clone raises forbidden golden armor, and the thin dark gold barrier breaks under the sword talisman but strips away most of its power. The battered clone is blasted away coughing blood, and Jinghai is left staring at a long-breath cultivator who somehow has a clone and spell-like methods. Lin Shin confirms the clone survived, and that only makes Jinghai more terrified that this boy will become a disaster if he lives. Jinghai fires again, and Lin Shin calmly uses another clone to absorb the next sword talisman too. He tries yet again, and a third clone blocks that sword talisman as well, grinding Jinghai's nerves down even further. Driven half-mad, Jinghai activates two sword talismans at once to see if Lin Shin can still keep up. Lin Shin answers with two clones at the same time, and both attacks are stopped, leaving Jinghai staring at the end of his options. When Jinghai reaches for another talisman, he realizes too late that all 7 have been used up. Lin Shin smiles at the opening and tells Jinghai, almost casually, that now it is his turn. Lin Shin and his last clone rush in together with 6 young talisman swords, forcing Jinghai into close combat he was never built for. After burning through his talismans, Jinghai has almost no spiritual essence left, so his higher cultivation and defensive robe are the only things keeping him alive. With the sword talismans gone, Lin Shin goes all out, and a Cloud Dragon image begins forming around him as Cloud Dragon Rhythm reaches full power. Lin Shin and the clone become near-after images, and Jinghai's panic starts turning every exchange into another mistake. At last the pure white barrier of Jinghai's cloud suppression robe flickers and pops, leaving him exposed. Lin Shin and his clone strike together, and twin giant red palms crash into Jinghai from both sides in one crushing finish. The courtyard erupts into a wave of fire, scorching the ground almost bare. When the flames clear, Jinghai is still barely breathing, charred all over thanks to the superior grade robe that saved him one last time. Lin Shin sends the clone in with a talisman sword and refuses to give Jinghai even a single last sentence. The clone pierces Jinghai's throat, and the bright aperture apothecary finally dies where he fell. Only after confirming the kill does Lin Shin let himself breathe, shaken by how close this supposedly weak bright aperture enemy came to taking his life. He thinks through the cost of the fight, realizing that a few more sword talismans would have flipped the result, and that the cat general is now gone for a full month. Lin Shin searches the body and is immediately delighted to find a storage ring among the spoils. Inside is a tempting pile of herbs, talismans, coins, and medicines, but Lin Shin does not dare linger in enemy territory to count them. He strips the cloud suppression robe from Jinghai's body, already thinking about how much harder it will make him to kill once it recovers. Satisfied but cautious, Lin Shen leaves the scene at once and heads for the manor's front gate before more enemies can arrive. About half an hour later, the black-robed man reaches the wrecked courtyard, finds Jinghai's corpse, and explodes with rage. He vents that fury by hurling a streak of lightning across the yard and instantly charring a thick poplar tree. Meanwhile, Lin Shen keeps moving toward the rendezvous point until Tang Yu, Tang Ying, and a squad of cat demons rush toward him from the other side. Tang Ying runs straight to Lin Shen, checks him over in relief, and blurts out that she came because she heard he had run into a bright aperture cultivator. Even knowing they would probably die, Tang Ying and the other cat demons were still ready to come help, and that loyalty genuinely moves Lin Shen. Lin Shen asks about the rescued spirit cats, and Tang Ying quickly assures him they have already been hidden somewhere safe. Since the rescue is done and Silver Scale City is no longer safe, Lin Shen tells them to stop talking here and get moving. That same night, the whole group decides to leave Silver Scale City and head back to Dragonside City with the rescued spirit cats. Sneaking 20 spirit cats out is awkward, but with loopholes in the wall and the spirit cats' illusions, the group finally slips out before sunrise. With the cat general's token easing the return route, the journey back becomes much simpler once the group is outside the city. Lin Shen parts from the cat demons instead of traveling on with them, and heads straight back to his villa in the eastern district. By the time Lin Shen reaches home, the sun is already shining, and this brutal night finally comes to a close at his villa. Just after a hard night, AI walks into the living room and freezes when she sees a dusty, travel-worn Lin Shen back home. AI darts over, sniffs him twice, and blurts out the real scandal in her mind. Lin Shen smells like other cats. The little cat accuses him of sneaking off to meet cats behind her back, and Lin Shen can only stare at her in disbelief. After a quick knock on the head, AI finally settles down and curls up to sleep on the couch. Lin Shen heads straight upstairs, shuts himself in his room, and starts sorting through Jinghai's spoils. He quickly puts aside the ordinary supplies and focuses on the real value, rare herbs worth a solid batch of merit hall rewards. Most of the talismans are routine low-level ones, and even the weapon-sharpening talismans do little for someone already carrying 4 6-sun talisman swords. Then the pills make his mood jump, because Jinghai left behind more than 7 bottles of prime pills, enough to push Lin Shen all the way to long breath level 9. He also finds 2 bottles of nurturing pills and a bottle of flame spirit pills, expensive bright aperture medicine that Jinghai could afford because he was an apothecary. Those pills are useless to him for now, but Lin Shen realizes they will be perfect for steadying his cultivation once he reaches the bright aperture stage. Another pleasant surprise is a supply of recovery medicine that can heal his injured clones and get them back to full strength in a few days. When he opens a few bottles of strange powder, Lin Shen studies the smell and the thunder label until the answer clicks. He identifies it as lightning-struck wood powder, a rare bright aperture catalyst that can guide spells like lightning palm. By the time he finishes checking everything, Lin Shen is grinning at how much he gained from one deadly night fight. He even jokes to himself that the wild wolves keep sending him gifts. But the humor fades fast once he remembers how risky that fight really was. Beating Jinghai makes one thing painfully clear to him. If that enemy had been a real combat cultivator instead of an apothecary, Lin Shen might not have survived. That realization hardens into a simple vow. Unless he becomes truly strong, he will never be safe in this world. So instead of resting, he quietly leaves the sleeping AI behind and heads back to Nine Yang Academy to cultivate where the spiritual essence is denser. With 7 bottles of prime pills and Academy spiritual essence behind him, Lin Shen throws himself into cultivation for the next half-month. Half a month later, Lin Shen stands in teaching room number 32 with sword in hand, calm and sharp after his closed-door training. He swings, and 5 blazing suns burst out at once, filling the room with red-gold light and scorching force. The reinforced wall glows red and nearly melts under the impact, proving just how far his 9 Divine Sun sword has advanced. Seeing that result, Lin Shen confirms that the 9 Divine Sun sword has reached path and become his 4th path level martial art. The bigger surprise is that he can already call out 5 suns at path entry, far beyond the level Jiang Hao once showed. When he checks his progress, the biggest milestone is even better news. After burning through all the prime pills, Lin Shen has broken into long breath level 9. His other martial arts also climbed fast under his talent, but reaching the bright aperture stage now feels close enough to touch. Prime pills have started losing their punch at this level, but Lin Shen judges that raw cultivation alone should still carry him to bright aperture within a month. With his realm nearly settled, he turns to a new weakness he can no longer ignore. He needs an array formation to make his clones fight as a unit. At the crowded merit hall entrance, a burst of gossip stops him before he reaches the counter. 2 disciples are buzzing over major news. Yan Jingren has already fought his way into the academy's upper house. The talk gets even sharper when they reveal Yan Jingren challenged Han Yu and won, meaning his bright aperture strength is already at least on that level. They praise Yan Jingren's talent and laugh at the contrast with Yan Xing, and that casual comparison makes Lin Shen look up in surprise. The news makes Lin Shen think about what the upper house really means, not just higher status, but the academy's future elite and likely future sect elders. He knows one hard rule already. if he wants to fight for those 10 upper house spots someday. Breaking into Bright Aperture is only the starting line. Even with little direct contact, Yan Jingren leaves Lin Shin with a more dangerous impression than Yan Xing ever did. But Lin Shin cuts off the distraction and returns to the one thing he can control right now, building more strength. When he opens the exchange list, Lin Shin is pleased to find dozens of array formations available instead of just a few scraps. That long list also tells him something about the sex priorities. Coordinated team fighting matters here. His first serious candidate is the Great Five Elements Sword Formation, a 5-man sword array that can scale upward in groups of 5 and grow much stronger with larger numbers. That flexibility suits his clones well, because even if some are missing, he can still field enough bodies to make the formation work. His second option is the 7-section array of Unmoving Mountain, a more agile formation that can function with as few as 2 people and grows stronger with each added member up to 7. Now the problem shifts from finding a formation to choosing between upper limit power and day-to-day flexibility. After thinking it through, Lin Shin stops trying to pick one and decides to buy both formations instead. He would rather spend extra time practicing than leave a useful path to strength unused. Next he turns in Jinghai's rare herbs on a collection mission and walks away with a big haul of 32 major merits. After buying both formations, Lin Shin checks his balance and sees he is down to 7 minor merits and a single medium merit from his heaven rank monthly benefit. Even then, he spends 2 more minor merits on 3 concealment talismans and 3 invisibility talismans, because his last infiltration proved those tools are worth keeping on hand. At Merit Hall, Lin Shin patches a stealth weakness by taking an invisibility talisman to pair with his aura hiding concealment talisman. He quickly realizes the new talisman can also stack with his hidden fog talisman, giving him an even safer escape option if trouble ever comes. But the moment he leaves Merit Hall, Lin Shin spots 4 familiar disciples arguing on the mountain path and stops cold. As he walks closer, Lin Shin hears Ling Xing pressure Yang Zhongyi to hand over his mission slot, even warning that Yan Jingren could take it away if he refuses. Yang Zhongyi flatly refuses, mocks the threat, and dares Ling Xing to fight if he wants the spot that badly. Ling Xing is furious enough to explode, but he still doesn't dare move, because even with slightly higher cultivation, he knows his real combat experience is lacking. Sun Yan watches the whole thing with calm restraint, while Yan Xing stands there wearing a dark, ugly expression. Lin Shin steps in with an easy smile, and the mood shifts immediately. Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan are glad to see him, but Yan Xing instinctively takes half a step back before shame hits him all at once. That tiny flinch says everything, and Sun Yan can only look at Yan Xing with quiet sympathy. Lin Xing refuses to be intimidated and sneers, only for Lin Shin to casually roast him as a pampered son living off his father. Lin Xing is ready to snap back, but Yan Xing stops him with one look and decides they are leaving before this gets any worse. The two leave in frustration, and Lin Shin quietly writes Ling Xing off as a spoiled child. With the troublemakers gone, Lin Shin finally asks Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan what that argument was really about. Yang Zhongyi drops one name, White Tiger Mountain, and Lin Shin's attention sharpens on the spot. Yang Zhongyi explains that after the Tiger tribe was wiped out, the 9 Suns sect fought internally over who would control White Tiger Mountain. The reason is simple. White Tiger Mountain is in essence prefecture-level cave abode, and even damaged, it is still valuable enough to rebuild into herb gardens or spirit beast grounds. After a brutal struggle among the sect's major factions, the Yen family won White Tiger Mountain by paying a staggering price. They gave up herb gardens, beast-taming gardens, and even a small essence stone mine, making it obvious the Yen clan is gambling its future on this one comeback. Yang Zhongyi bluntly says the Yen family has been sliding hard, and if White Tiger Mountain fails, they could fall even farther than the 5 great clans. Lin Shin pushes the question back to the argument, wanting to know how all this connects to Yang Zhongyi's fight with Ling Xing. Yang Zhongyi explains that the Yen family needs a lot of manpower and supplies to repair the cave abode, so the academy opened a lucrative mission with only a few available slots. Ling Xing heard Yang Zhongyi got one of those slots and came to buy it from him in private, which is exactly why the shouting started. That answer makes sense to Lin Shin, but it also raises a sharper question. If Yan Xing is from the Yen family, why didn't Ling Xing go through him instead? Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan give him a strange look, because the answer traces right back to Lin Shin's own victory over Yan Xing. Since losing to Lin Shin in the ranked challenge, Yan Xing's status in the Yen clan has dropped badly, and most of his resources have been redirected to more promising relatives. So now Yan Xing can barely protect himself, let alone secure a White Tiger Mountain slot for someone else. The only thing Yan Xing can still lend Ling Xing is his brother Yan Jingren's name, and Yang Zhongyi makes it clear he was never going to be scared by that. Lin Shin asks about Yan Jingren next, and learns the upper house disciple already went into the Dragon Abyss mountain range with clan elders to gather repair materials. Then Yang Zhongyi throws Lin Shin a challenge of his own and says he hopes Lin Shin will eventually take Yan Jingren's upper house spot too. Lin Shin can only laugh it off, because no matter how fast he rises, he is still only at the long breath stage for now. Yang Zhongyi still insists Lin Shin's progress already looks absurd, and says once he reaches Bright Aperture, beating Yan Jingren should be within reach. Back at his wooden building, Lin Shin heads straight into the training room, summons his clone bodies, and starts drilling array formations. He does think about challenging upper house disciples one day, but only after he breaks into Bright Aperture and fully masters his new formations. So he sets everything else aside and pours himself into the Golden Crow's scripture, using array practice only as a break from pure cultivation. For most people, arrays rise or fall on teamwork, but Lin Shin's clones solve that problem perfectly because they all share one mind. More than half a month passes in hard training, and Lin Shin's cultivation keeps climbing in steady silence. Then one session turns different, as Lin Shin sits motionless and strange inner sounds begin to fill the room like water surging and drums pounding. His heartbeat crashes like a drum, blood roars in his ears, and every acupuncture point, joint, and tendon trembles under the pressure of the breakthrough. Lin Shin keeps his mind locked down and pushes the Golden Crow's scripture onward, ignoring every distracting sensation. After countless circulations, everything suddenly falls into absolute silence, so deep it feels like the world has not even been born yet. In that formless state, even his sense of self starts to blur until a single spark of spiritual light suddenly appears. That spark cleaves the chaos open, and Lin Shin's consciousness snaps back with the feeling of a lock breaking loose inside him. When Lin Shin opens his eyes, lightning-like brilliance flashes through the training room and he finally steps into the Bright Aperture stage. He rises in exhilaration, feeling so light and changed that he knows he has crossed beyond ordinary humanity and stepped toward immortal cultivation. The rush is so strong that Lin Shin throws back his head and roars, protected only by the room's array from announcing his breakthrough to everyone outside. Once he calms down, Lin Shin tests his new state with a palm strike, and a huge scarlet hand slams into the wall from several meters away. The wall is left with a burning red palm print and molten streaks, proving just how much sharper his martial techniques have become. Lin Shin quickly realizes the real change is efficiency, because Bright Aperture lets him use martial techniques with far less spiritual essence and stamina than before. The stronger soul and awakened spirit resonance let him control his techniques with microscopic precision, which means faster cultivation and more power at the same time. He pulls up his status and sees the breakthrough clearly, with Bright Aperture level 1 now on the board and the Golden Crow's scripture already perfected. But his excitement cools slightly when he remembers one key gap. Without spells, he still isn't a complete Bright Aperture cultivator yet. He decides he still needs to visit the Internal Affairs Department for a new Bright Aperture cultivation method to replace the Golden Crow's scripture. Then another memory surfaces, and Lin Shin suddenly takes out the jade tube he looted from Tian Dian long ago. Back when he got it, the jade tube was useless to him because only a Bright Aperture cultivator could read it. Now that his spirit resonance is awake, Lin Shin doesn't hesitate and reaches out with spiritual light to probe the jade tube at last. As soon as Lin Shin cracks open the jade tube's contents in his mind, a flood of knowledge slams into him. When he finally digests it, Lin Shin is shocked to find the tube contains a real spell called 7 Arts Sword Energy. He immediately realizes why someone tried to steal it back at night, and he suspects this spell never came from Nanyang Academy at all. After a brief pause, he stops hesitating and decides he is definitely going to cultivate the spell. Before that, he takes out the empty hell hornet nest he seized from the wild wolves and checks the faint life still sleeping inside it. He judges the nest as a future trump card, because thousands of hell hornets could threaten even Bright Aperture cultivators through sheer numbers. So Lin Shin settles down and begins refining the nest with spirit resonance and spiritual essence. Over the next 2 hours, the hidden life inside swells rapidly while his will slowly brands the nest as his own. The moment the refinement finishes, the nest trembles and spits out the first newborn hell hornets. Those black shapes instantly expand into giant wasps with red eyes and brutal jaws, and Lin Shin knows the nest worked. Pleased with the result, he realizes his clones can keep feeding the nest every day, so maintaining the swarm will barely cost him anything. With that settled, he swallows a spirit-nurturing pill and turns to his own Bright Aperture cultivation. Even without switching to a new cultivation method yet, the pill still sharpens his mind and strengthens his soul after an hour of practice. He reviews the Bright Aperture path in his mind. Once the soul grows enough to split into spiritual consciousness, True Chi will transform into spiritual essence, and he will truly step onto the road to immortality. When he checks his progress, Lin Shin finds the pill pushed his first Bright Aperture level up by 3%. Counting the pills left in storage, he estimates he can reach Bright Aperture second level in about half a month once he changes techniques. He follows up with a Flame Spirit pill, aiming not for realm growth but for a stronger body and cleaner cultivation foundation. But by the 4th pill, the effect is already almost gone, much earlier than it should be for a normal Bright Aperture cultivator. After thinking it through, he blames his unusually tough body on the many martial techniques he has cultivated and calmly puts the remaining Flame Spirit pills away. Once he leaves the training room and reaches the exchange hall, a whole wall of academy spells makes him want everything at once. His excitement cools fast when he sees the prices, because even the cheapest spell costs more merit than he has. That shortage decides his next move. After learning 7 Arts Sword Energy, he will head into the Dragon Abyss mountain range to earn more merit. He also decides to prioritize practical spells like Lightning Palm, Water Mirror Technique, and Ride Wind Technique, because they matter too much to pass up. Since he no longer needs Flame Spirit pills, he grits his teeth and spends his last 2 medium merits on 2 more bottles of spirit-nurturing pills instead. He tells himself the faster breakthrough is worth it, because reaching Bright Aperture's 2nd level will make the mountain trip far safer. From there he heads straight to the Internal Affairs Department for something even more important. The moment his name is announced, Tao Zongbao rushes out mid-work and greets him with eager warmth. Lin Shen does not waste time and plainly says he came to receive the 9 yang scripture. That single request stuns Tao Zongbao so badly that the brush slips right out of his hand. Still struggling to believe it, Tao Zongbao carefully reminds him that only Bright Aperture disciples are allowed to receive that scripture. Lin Shen is not offended at all, and he casually answers with proof instead of words. As green spiritual light trails from his fingertip in midair, Tao Zongbao finally sees undeniable Bright Aperture power. The deacon snaps out of his daze and immediately apologizes, now looking at Lin Shen like a monster-level genius. Lin Shen brushes the awkwardness aside and simply asks for the scripture again. Tao Zongbao hurries to order a disciple to fetch it, and from that point on he treats Lin Shen with almost fawning respect. When the manual finally arrives, Lin Shen receives the 9 yang scripture he came for. Tao Zongbao goes even further and offers to help with anything within his power, eager to stay on good terms with Lin Shen. Lin Shen immediately uses that opening to remind him about gathering natural treasures, and Tao Zongbao promises to contact people right away. After Lin Shen leaves, Tao Zongbao can only stare after him and mutter that this breakthrough will shake the whole academy once people hear about it. Then Tao Zongbao quickly snaps back to work and starts arranging those treasure contacts for him. Back at his wooden building, Lin Shen opens the 9 yang scripture and immediately starts comprehending his new main cultivation art. With 6 clones helping, he reaches beginner level in just 1 day and officially replaces the Golden Crow's scripture with the 9 yang scripture. That breakthrough also changes his clone talents, and Lin Shen quickly checks what the new Bright Aperture version can do. Pure Yang Body now boosts both Yang martial techniques and spells, which is exactly the kind of upgrade he needed. Analogy and Testify by Killing have also expanded to include spells, confirming that his talent system will still accelerate spell cultivation. That realization lets him relax, because the one thing he feared most was losing his edge the moment spell cultivation began. He is only mildly disappointed that Wellverse still does not work on spells, but he can live with that. Thinking further, Lin Shen realizes superior martial arts matters less and less now, because in real fights he usually leans on stronger talents like Testified by Killing, Pure Yang Body, or Analogy instead. That train of thought pushes him to a new question at the very end. Maybe perseverance has already fallen behind his growth, and maybe it is time to replace it with a better talent. Lin Shen judged his newly changed talent and found most of its bonuses almost useless in real cultivator fights, with only faster injury recovery barely worth keeping. After weighing it carefully, he decided to refresh the talent again later, but only after Tao Zongbao gathered more natural treasures so his perseverance clone could squeeze out every bit of value first. With that decision settled, Lin Shen pushed the talent issue aside and turned his full attention to learning 7 arts sword energy, because without spells he did not consider himself a complete Bright Aperture cultivator yet. He worked out the resource problem fast. 7 arts sword energy needed golden energy, and metal-linked treasures like black iron or his golden flying arrow could supply it. When Lin Shen extracted a thread of golden energy from black iron and started cultivating, he got an even better surprise. His clone could train the spell without consuming spirit supplements at all. He could not explain why the shortcut worked, but he accepted the gift without guilt and threw himself into spell practice alongside the 9 yang scripture until time slipped away. While Lin Shen stayed hidden in training, news of his breakthrough to the Bright Aperture stage tore through the academy and shocked everyone who heard it. Xie Jingsheng stared at the message in a daze, because even with all his talent it had taken him more than 2 years to reach Bright Aperture, while Lin Shen had done it in less than 1. Once he recovered, Xie Jingsheng bowed to Si Yuanpei and admitted his master had seen Lin Shen's extraordinary potential long before anyone else. Si Yuanpei calmly said Lin Shen had already exceeded even his expectations, and he believed the coming rank challenge might gain another upper house contender from outside the great families. Xie Jingsheng could not accept that so easily, arguing that Lin Shen had just broken through and should not be able to beat someone like Yan Jingren within only 2 months. Si Yuanpei only asked one cutting question: had Lin Shen ever done anything that stayed within normal expectations? That single question shut Xie Jingsheng up, because once he remembered Lin Shen had already mastered a path-stage martial technique before this breakthrough, even he had no answer. At the Night Dream Club, Yang Zhongyi slammed the table and loudly bragged that he had called Lin Shen's Bright Aperture breakthrough long before everyone else. Sun Yan rolled his eyes at the bragging, but deep down he was just as shaken by how quickly Lin Shen had left them behind. He could not help comparing their paths, because he and Yang Zhongyi were only at long breath level 3 even with Lin Shen's earlier help, and the gap had already become crushing. The speed of Lin Shen's rise was so outrageous that Sun Yan even thought his own famous cousin from the Sex Legends might only be on the same level of talent. Elsewhere, Ling Xing stared at his own flying crane message in disbelief, finally understanding what a terrifying monster Lin Shen's talent really was. Beside him, Yan Xing looked half lost, because every new step Lin Shin took crushed his old dream of one day beating him and escaping that humiliating defeat. He had barely survived the shock of Lin Shin mastering a path-stage martial technique and killing an enlightening stage demon, and now this bright aperture breakthrough made the gap feel hopelessly absolute. When Ling Xing noticed how bad he looked and asked what was wrong, Yan Xing forced out a weak smile and claimed he was fine. Ling Xing quickly shifted to a new worry and muttered that if Lin Shin kept growing like this, he might soon challenge the upper house disciples. That thought made Yan Xing's heart jolt, because among the upper house elites the obvious target for Lin Shin would be his own brother, Yan Jingren. He hurriedly reassured himself that the Yan family was about to open the underground spirit cave, and once that happened his brother's strength should soar enough to crush Lin Shin. But the moment doubt slipped into that thought, Yan Xing was furious at himself for even questioning his brother's strength. Ling Xing, oblivious to that inner panic, started grumbling that his father had found out about his outings and confiscated his city gate token, leaving him trapped and irritated. Yan Xing privately thought Master Ling's overprotection made no sense, because if he feared danger he could arm his son better instead of locking him up like a prisoner. A month later, Lin Shin checked his status in the training room and finally smiled from the bottom of his heart. His month of training had paid off. 7 Art Sword Energy was finally mastered at the first level, and his overall cultivation had reached Bright Aperture level 2 with solid progress already built on top of it. Lin Shin also understood just how expensive spells were, because reaching this point had burned through 25 kilograms of black iron in only 3 days before he handed the work over to his clone. Without that shortcut, he estimated the spell would have cost him 200 to 300 kilograms of black iron, enough to make ordinary Bright Aperture cultivators wince. The rest of his progress was just as satisfying, with the 9 Yang scripture reaching proficient, and 2 perfected palm techniques pushing Meltdown even further ahead. Even so, Lin Shin only grew greedier, because with cultivation, martial arts, and spells all demanding time at once, 6 clones still did not feel like enough. He checked the clone progress and saw he was only 18% away from condensing a new one, which meant about 36 more days of waiting. That was close enough to keep him in a good mood, and after shutting the interface he decided it was finally time to leave the academy for a while and check on AI. He figured the canned food he had left behind should have kept her from starving, but he also had another reason to go out now. He wanted to test what his clones could do after reaching Bright Aperture. Before leaving, Lin Shin stopped by the Internal Affairs Department to collect the natural treasures Tao Zongbao had promised him. Tao Zongbao had already handled everything in advance, even fronting his own merit points to secure the items first, which saved Lin Shin a lot of trouble. Lin Shin was not stingy with someone that useful, so instead of small change he paid Tao Zongbao with a flame spirit pill worth even more than the bill. That reward left Tao Zongbao grinning from ear to ear, more convinced than ever that sticking close to Lin Shin was the right choice. When Lin Shin returned to his Eastern District villa, the first surprise was that AI was nowhere to be found. The second surprise was even stranger. Instead of AI's usual mess, the living room was spotless, so clean that someone had obviously tidied it not long ago. Lin Shin quickly guessed what had happened. Only the spirit cats of Sinking Moon could have gotten AI to leave willingly. Since he was not worried about them harming her, he set that question aside and waited inside for nightfall, because broad daylight was a bad time to test clone abilities. After half an hour of testing, Lin Shin confirmed the first big upgrade. His clone's zero consumption range had jumped from about 600 meters to roughly a full 1,000. He also found that a single clone could now operate around 3,000 meters away for about 5 minutes, a huge leap over what he could do before. At 5,000 meters the duration collapsed to around 1 minute, but even that limit proved his Bright Aperture breakthrough had massively expanded his clone's freedom. That 1,000-meter free range especially excited Lin Shin, because it meant many future tricks had just become much easier. Then he remembered the stockpile of recovery pills he had taken from Jinghai, and realized that with enough spiritual essence and energy support, a clone should be able to last more than 10 minutes even 3,000 meters away. After testing his clone, Lin Shin quietly calculates that once he reaches Bright Aperture stage, its free operating range should stretch to 3,000 or 4,000 meters. Back in his bedroom, he settles into cultivate and reflects that Bright Aperture has sharpened his soul so much he barely needs sleep anymore. Just as he remembers the natural treasure he got that day, a sharp instinctive warning hits him and his whole body tenses. Trusting that warning, Lin Shin throws up his forbidden golden armor and turns just in time to see the bedroom's shadow bulge into a human shape. The darkness recedes to reveal a masked man in black, and Lin Shin instantly brings out the 6 Yang Talisman sword. One look tells Lin Shin this masked attacker is even more dangerous than Jinghai and is likely a high-level Bright Aperture cultivator. When Lin Shin presses him for an answer, the masked intruder coolly makes it clear he is from the Wild Wolves. The intruder casually says Jinghai deserved to die for underestimating him, and Lin Shin realizes this man knows far too much about him. Lin Shin refuses to wait any longer and fires 7 Arts Sword Energy straight at him. The masked man casually blocks the incoming strike with a swirling 5-colored mass and wipes it out in midair. That result finally surprises the attacker, because he recognizes 7 Arts Sword Energy and realizes Lin Shin mastered a rare sword cultivator technique absurdly fast. Instead of wavering, That discovery makes him more determined to seize Linshin before a talent like this grows out of control. He attacks again by stirring the room's shadows into several snarling ghost heads that lunge at Linshin. Linshin answers with the 9 Divine Sun Sword, releasing 5 blazing suns at once and burning the ghost heads to nothing. Seeing Linshin unleash 5 suns so easily, the attacker grows visibly more alarmed and hits back harder. As he struggles against the next 5-colored strike, Linshin finally judges the truth. This is likely a real 9th level bright aperture combat cultivator, not someone he can beat head on. Sensing Linshin's plan to flee, the masked man calmly brings out a black inkstone to shut that escape down. When he throws it, the inkstone swells from palm-sized to house-sized and smashes through the bedroom itself. Linshin can only watch in disbelief as a Dharma treasure far above an enchanted weapon comes crashing down on a newly advanced bright aperture cultivator. The impact blasts Linshin through the floor into the first-floor living room, burying the villa in dust and wreckage. The masked attacker recalls the inkstone, drops into the ruined living room, and stays fully alert because he refuses to assume Linshin is dead. For a beat, the shattered villa goes quiet under the moonlight, and the silence makes the hunt feel even worse. Then a hidden fog talisman suddenly floods the living room with thick white mist and blinds the black-robed man inside it. A Linshin lookalike suddenly bolts through the door, and the masked intruder immediately takes the bait. He rushes outside at once and uses an illusion-breaking talisman to confirm the fleeing target still looks like Linshin. Worried the martial enforcement hall might be drawn by the noise, he commits to the chase and disappears into the night after the decoy. Only after the pursuer leaves does the real Linshin crawl out from under the rubble, dusty and shaken but alive. Linshin admits he nearly died, and he knows the only reason he survived that inkstone strike was because he got his clone out under the cover of the dust. He quickly runs through the trick in his head. The clone escaped as bait while he hid under the rubble using concealment and invisibility talismans. The plan worked, but it cost him badly, because he had to send the clone off with both a storage bag and his 6-yang talisman sword to make the fake convincing. Even so, Linshin does not dare rest, because once the clone gets too far and vanishes, that man will realize he was fooled and come back for him. A darker thought follows right behind it. If the attacker really belongs to the Academy or 9 Sun sect, even getting back to the Academy might not make him safe. What tipped him off was that 5-colored spell, because it looks almost exactly like the 5 tranquil energy listed in Merit Hall as a 9 Sun sect technique. That possibility chills him hard, because it means wild wolves may have someone hidden inside 9 Yang Academy and aiming directly at him. Instead of running blindly, Linshin makes a colder plan. Let the clone drag this chase out until dawn, then trace the masked man back to his hiding place. As he runs, he swallows an energy recovery pill and a revival pill to force his battered body to keep up. Even after that, the strain is obvious, because his spiritual essence is steadily draining as the distance to the clone pushes past 2,000 meters. A few minutes later, Linshin feels the shift and realizes the decoy has finally been caught. He immediately closes the distance just enough to keep track of the black-robed man while staying far enough away for his concealment and invisibility talismans to protect him. Then the masked man turns toward the South District, and Linshin is startled that his target may be hiding among wealthy cultivators there. Linshin forces himself to keep running through the night, because if he falls too far behind his clone, the spiritual drain will crush him first. He keeps the distance just under the safer limit and shoves pills into his mouth as he runs, but his spiritual essence still keeps slipping away. 10 brutal minutes later, his clone finally stops moving, and Linshin squeezes out one last burst of speed before his spiritual essence hits bottom. He manages to close into the no-drain range just in time, then gulps more pills and creeps forward under cover of darkness. What he finds is not a gang hideout but a quiet, elegant courtyard in an upscale South District neighborhood built for cultivators. Hidden in the shadows, Linshin realizes this house may expose the black-robed man's real identity, but his unconscious clone can no longer tell him what happened inside. After weighing the risk in silence, Linshin finally makes up his mind. At the Martial Enforcement Hall headquarters, every district officer and senior deputy sits in dead silence before Hall Master Xia Mengran. Xia Mengran finally demands to know why 3 months of hunting the wild wolves has produced only minions and no core members. When nobody answers, Xia Mengran slams the table and unloads a vicious public scolding that makes the whole room shrink. After venting, Xia Mengran abruptly shifts topics and asks for the Silver Scale City investigation report. The report confirms that the manor's owner was Jing Hai, a secret Wild Wolves member and a 9th-level Bright Aperture cultivator. But when Xia Mengran asks who killed Jing Hai, the report turns strange. The surviving servants only saw cat demons attack the manor. The investigators also found alchemy tools and conclude that Jing Hai had been using cat demons as materials to refine new blood spirit pills, which likely provoked revenge. Xia Mengran reasons that ordinary Ascension Stage cat demons should not have been able to kill Jing Hai, so an Enlightening Stage cat demon may be hiding in Silver Scale City. Even so, Xia Mengran decides the wild wolves matter more and orders the Silver Scale trail pursued until more core members are exposed. Then a messenger knocks and rushes in with news that Bright Aperture cultivators are fighting in the Eastern District. Xia Mengran brushes off the first report until the messenger adds the detail that changes the room. hell hornets have appeared in the southern district. That instantly reminds the officers of the southern district disaster, when hell hornets were used as bait and the hall took heavy losses. With bright aperture fighters and hell hornets appearing together, Xia Mengran decides this may be the wild wolves again and orders everyone to capture them first. She almost goes personally, but her subordinates panic and remind her that her 28th spiritual seal is only 3 days from completion. Forced to admit they are right, Xia Mengran curses her troublesome divine seal and drives the others out under threat of exile to the mines. A moment later, fully armed martial enforcement hall cultivators pour out of headquarters toward the southern district. Elsewhere in a dark hidden hall, Lin Shen suddenly wakes up on the floor and realizes he is completely immobilized. An indifferent voice tells him not to bother, because even a second-level bright aperture cultivator would need an hour to break this restraint. From the floor, Lin Shen sees the real danger in front of him, a giant brass cauldron already heating for pill refining. The black-robed man calmly laments Jinghai's death, saying he has lost the alchemist needed for a 4th-level blood spirit pill, but a 3rd-level one will still do. Then the black-robed man reveals his face, and Lin Shen is hit with the ugly truth. It is tutor Ling Guangting. Ling Guangting almost mocks him, pointing out how unbelievable it sounds that a quiet academy tutor is actually a backbone of the wild wolves. Lin Shen had suspected a link to Nianyang Academy, but even he did not expect the culprit to be Ling Xing's own father. Ling Guangting finally explains himself. The Ling family fell from one of the 18 great families into a fading old house, and he was raised to restore its glory. But he says his talent was never enough to become a true cultivator master, and without one, the Ling family risks losing even its remaining title. Lin Shen cuts through the excuse at once, and says it plainly. Ling Guangting turned to blood spirit pills to force a breakthrough. He even asks whether this confession is supposed to excuse the crimes, or just help Ling Guangting sleep better. Ling Guangting refuses to apologize, insisting that cultivation is cruel by nature, and that everyone chases power in one dark way or another. What surprises Lin Shen even more is that Ling Guangting sounds almost relieved, as if saying these buried thoughts aloud for the first time has lightened him. Lin Shen dryly answers that at least he managed to do one good deed tonight. Ling Guangting ignores the jab and decides the talk is over, because the cauldron has reached the final step of refinement. He opens the lid, and thick white smoke and a sweet metallic blood scent flood the dark hall. Then Ling Guangting walks over, picks up the immobilized Lin Shen, and carries him toward the smoking cauldron. Trapped in the hidden pill hall, Lin Shen calmly asks Ling Guangting what he would have done to break through if he had not caught him. Ling Guangting admits he had prepared a pill man already, but now he sees Lin Shen as a better ingredient. Lin Shen gives him a small, meaningful smile, and that tiny reaction leaves Ling Guangting oddly uneasy. Unable to shake the bad feeling, Ling Guangting stops overthinking and throws Lin Shen into the cauldron anyway. He slams the lid shut and ignites the fire below, convinced his long-awaited breakthrough is finally at hand. The cauldron's shaking gradually settles, but the smoke grows thicker instead of cleaner, with a strange yellow tint creeping into it. Ling Guangting finally smells that something is wrong and tears the lid open to check the result himself. Inside are not the blood spirit pills he dreamed of, but a batch of black failure pills that leave him stunned pale. He mutters that the process and ingredients were correct, unable to accept that the refinement somehow still failed. Before he can recover, loud chaos breaks out above ground, mixed with shouting and the angry buzzing of hell hornets. Ling Xing rushes in terrified and blurts out that hell hornets attacked the residence, and the Martial Enforcement Hall forced its way in to search the place. The words Martial Enforcement Hall snap Ling Guangting out of his daze, and he turns to his son with a bleak, unnatural stare. Ling Xing keeps talking about the steward stalling outside, but his father's silence and cold eyes make a chill run through him. Outside in the courtyard, Lin Shen watches the plan unfold and smiles when he sees the Hell Hornets successfully lure in a major Martial Enforcement Hall force. He recognizes several General Flag officers among the raiders and decides Ling Guangting is finished if these experts really dig deep. Lin Shen regrets losing a clone to keep the trap hidden, but he decides that sacrifice was worth it if Ling Guangting dies here and takes the secret with him. Still wanting to control what happens next, Lin Shen slips out from the shadows and quietly follows the raiding force deeper into the residence. The courtyard is already in complete disorder, so no one notices the extra intruders sliding in behind them. Soon the officers uncover a hidden door and report that it leads to a large catacomb under the residence. The raid leader immediately orders a full search, convinced they may have finally found something real in Ling Guangting's home. The General Flag officers still feel the whole night is suspicious, but with orders from above and a secret tunnel in front of them, they push ahead anyway. Using the Concealment Talisman, the Invisibility Talisman, and Cloud Dragon Rhythm together, Lin Shen follows right behind them without a single person noticing. After winding through the large underground catacomb, the raiding party reaches the final room where dim light spills through an open door. Inside the sinister hall, Ling Guangting sits calmly beside the cauldron, staring at a single pill in his hand and ignoring the armed raiders entering around him. The blood-red pill's smooth shine makes the raid leader stop short and realize it is no ordinary medicine. The sweet scent in the room confirms it for the raid leader, and he bluntly accuses Ling Guangting of colluding with the wild wolves to refine a blood spirit pill. The accusation freezes the hall, because even the officers can barely believe an academy tutor like Ling Guangting is really part of the Wild Wolves. But Ling Guangting does not deny it at all, and that silence makes the horrifying truth settle over everyone present. The raid leader coldly warns that refining blood spirit pills will drag the entire Ling family into ruin. Ling Guangting finally answers that he has already fallen this far and has nothing left to say in his own defense. The raid leader makes one last practical offer and says he can plead for mercy if Ling Xing stayed out of the Wild Wolves' crimes. Instead of taking the lifeline, Ling Guangting quietly says there is no one left because he himself is the last direct descendant of the Ling family. The raid leader starts to mention Ling Xing, then his eyes jump to the pill and a terrible possibility hits him all at once. Ling Guangting confirms the nightmare calmly, explaining that blood spirit pills refined from direct blood relatives are even stronger the closer the kinship is. That one sentence turns the whole room ice cold, because everyone understands he used his own son as pill material. The raid leader blurts out the accusation directly, calling Ling Guangting truly insane for murdering his own child to strengthen himself. Then the raid leader remembers that Ling Guangting's cultivation jumped wildly after his eldest son vanished 2 years earlier, and the older crime suddenly becomes obvious too. Ling Guangting still does not answer, but his meaningful smile tells everyone the guess is right. Watching from hiding, Lin Xin is shocked to realize the backup ingredient Ling Guangting mentioned was his own son all along. He finally understands that Ling Guangting kept Ling Xing locked down not out of fatherly concern, but because he had been raising a future pill ingredient. The thought disgusts Lin Xin even more, because he knows a man this ruthless would sacrifice Ling Xing later too if another bottleneck ever appeared. The raid leader recovers first, realizes persuasion is pointless, and silently signals the other officers to take Ling Guangting down by force. The 3 general flag officers move at once and rush Ling Guangting together inside the underground hall. But after charging only a few meters, the officers' vision blurs for an instant, and they abruptly find themselves back at the hall entrance. The moment Yuan Ming recognizes the imminent skyline formation, he realizes Ling Guangting has already sealed the whole hall into a maze. Ling Guangting coolly admits the maze only needs to hold them for half an hour, and everyone instantly understands he plans to use that time to force his breakthrough. Before anyone can stop him, Ling Guangting swallows the blood spirit pill and shuts his eyes to digest it on the spot. Yuan Ming shouts for everyone to stop him, and the 3 general flag officers charge together because once Ling Guangting becomes a cultivator master, everyone here dies. But the maze makes a mockery of their attack, and no matter how hard they run, the last 20 meters might as well be 10,000 miles. Hidden weapons and finger strikes fail too, leaving Yuan Ming cursing the formation as they finally grasp how helpless this illusion trap really is. As the officers run out of options, the rest of the martial enforcement hall can only keep trying in vain and pray for a miracle. Outside the hall, Lin Xin realizes too late that the maze covers the surrounding area too, so he has trapped himself just by staying to watch. He bitterly decides that if things go bad, he will release his clones and make a chaotic escape while the martial enforcement hall buys him a moment. With no better move available, Lin Xin stays put and keeps watching while trying to think of any other way out. Inside, even the general flag officers give up on brute force and start regretting every decision that left them without a formation master or stronger backup. Yuan Ming cuts off the complaints and tells them the only plan left is to survive long enough to signal headquarters the second the formation breaks. No one says it aloud, but the hall sinks into a bleak silence because they all know surviving 2 minutes against a near master is almost impossible. Then Ling Guangting's aura climbs higher and higher, so close to the legendary threshold that everyone can feel the breakthrough about to happen. But at the very edge of success, that rising aura suddenly stalls and refuses to move another step. Ling Guangting snaps his eyes open, bloodshot and wild, and roars that he still did not break through. The martial enforcement hall is stunned for a beat, then hit with sudden relief when they realize the blood spirit pill failed to make him a cultivator master. Ling Guangting spirals from fury into disbelief because he was certain the scheme should have worked. Then someone in the crowd blurts out the awful possibility that Ling Xing was never Ling Guangting's biological son at all. That horrifying guess explains everything at once, and the whole hall falls into a strange silence as people piece together just how ugly the truth must be. Even outside, Lin Xin is left dumbfounded that a life-and-death fight has suddenly turned into explosive family gossip. When Ling Guangting sees the pity in everyone's eyes, his face twists completely, and he spits blood in raw humiliation. He erupts in a grief-stricken roar of bitch, and any sympathy in the room vanishes on the spot. Yuan Ming suddenly feels the suppression lift, and realizes the maze has disappeared, so he immediately orders the attack. The 3 general flag officers rush Ling Guangting together, and the hall explodes into a real fight at last. The weaker members are forced back by the aftershocks and can only watch because this battle is beyond anyone else in the room. Even outnumbered, Ling Guangting still holds the upper hand because the failed pill made him far stronger than a normal 9th level cultivator, and his inkstone is a true Dharma treasure. Watching the fight tilt the wrong way, a flag officer finally snaps at his men to stop standing there and send a signal for help. A subordinate hurls a pearl upward, and it punches through the ceiling to burst outside into a huge red aurora warning over the courtyard. The signal makes Ling Guangting panic, so he attacks even harder, determined to break free before reinforcements arrive. He first takes a hit from Yuan Ming but answers by smashing one general flag officer away with the inkstone and badly injuring him. A moment later, Ling Guangding trades injuries again and crushes the second general flag officer too, leaving Yuan Ming alone. With no one left beside him, Yuan Ming is quickly overwhelmed and smashed straight into the ground by the inkstone. The remaining Martial Enforcement Hall members go pale, but Ling Guangding does not waste time killing them because escape matters more than revenge now. He sends the inkstone crashing through the ceilings, opening a vertical tunnel straight to the night sky above the courtyard. Then Ling Guangding rides the wind up through the hole and vanishes east into the night before anyone can stop him. Under the night sky, Ling Guangding fled in a grim panic, knowing his identity was exposed and the Martial Enforcement Hall would soon hunt him down. His years of plotting had collapsed in one night, and the thought of losing his chance to become a cultivator master made his face twist with rage. Ling Guangding forced himself to focus on survival and decided he had to get out of Dragonside City before the enforcers could react. Once his thoughts turned to the Dragon Abyss mountain range, he made an uglier choice too. If he had to, he would defect to the Blood Sea sect. He remembered the secret he had hidden even from Jinghai. The Wild Wolves' hidden backers seemed tied to the Blood Sea sect, which might still take him in. That idea steadied him for a moment, but the second he relaxed, his suppressed injuries surged back and he coughed up blood. He cursed under his breath, realizing the fight with Yuan Ming and the others had left him with less than a fifth of his strength. He had just started feeling lucky that the frightened enforcers had not chased him when a shrill attack tore in from behind. Ling Guangding twisted aside and barely avoided a fatal hit, but the sword energy still tore open his shoulder. The sudden blow broke his control over the wind beneath him, and he dropped hard to the ground in a miserable heap. He scrambled up at once and slapped an armor token onto himself, wrapping his body in a faint golden barrier. By the time he looked up, water vapor and smoke had swallowed the whole street, and Ling Guangding instantly grew uneasy. Another attack flashed in from behind, and Ling Guangding answered with a palm strike that smashed into sword energy in midair. That brief collision showed him the technique clearly, and his face warped when he recognized Seven Arts sword energy. He finally put it together and snarled Lin Shin's name, blaming that one teenager for ruining everything tonight. His hatred boiled over so hard that he wanted to skin Lin Shin alive, and he screamed for him to stop hiding. Lin Shin answered with a mocking voice from the right, keeping himself hidden and making Ling Guangding lash out blindly. Ling Guangding fired a bolt of lightning at the voice, but another streak of sword energy cut in and cancelled it out. Convinced he had found his target, Ling Guangding was about to charge when Lin Shin's voice suddenly came from behind him instead. When he spun around, Lin Shin was standing more than 10 meters back with a faint smile, coolly toying with him. Ling Guangding was still trying to understand how the sword energy had changed direction when 5 attacks exploded in from every side at once. He managed to stop only one of them, and the other 4 slammed straight into his last defense. The armor token shattered almost instantly, and the remaining sword force hit Ling Guangding hard enough to make him spit blood again. His enchanted armament had already been destroyed earlier, so with only his battered body left, the hit nearly knocked him unconscious. He bit his tongue to stay awake, and that was when 6 figures rushed out of the white fog with swords drawn. Cornered, Ling Guangding roared and threw out his inkstone, which swelled to house size and smashed through the charging attackers. 3 of the clones were blasted away into a distant wall, but the inkstone stopped cold before it could hit the 4th. The reason was simple and ugly. Ling Guangding's spiritual essence was finally running dry, and he could no longer control the treasure. The remaining clones pounced again, and Ling Guangding burned his blood essence to blast out lightning, barely knocking 2 back while the others kept coming. He survived 1 more heartbeat, and then a 6-yang talisman sword punched deep into his chest. As his life drained away, Ling Guangding looked up at Lin Shin and finally saw the other identical Lin Shins rising around him, leaving him confused and desperate to the end. Lin Shin pulled the sword free and cleanly beheaded Ling Guangding, making sure the man was truly dead. He did not linger for even a second, stripping Ling Guangding's storage ring, grabbing the inkstone, dismissing the clones, and leaving fast. Not long after Lin Shin vanished, 4 streams of light dropped onto the road where Ling Guangding's headless corpse still lay. 3 men and 1 woman from the Martial Enforcement Hall landed and immediately started inspecting Ling Guangding's headless body and the battle traces on the road. Qing Xing quickly sensed something was wrong, because the killer had left only 1 aura behind, yet the battle traces felt like a chaotic fight between many people. After a silent cue from the woman leading the group, Qing Xing immediately stretched his spiritual sense down the road to chase the killer's fading aura. He came back empty-handed, admitting the killer had hidden their aura well and slipped away before he could hold the trail. Qing Xing cautiously guessed that the same hidden mastermind who lured the Hall to Ling Guangding's residence had waited for this escape and killed him here. His superior cut him off coldly and made the Hall's anger plain. Anyone bold enough to use the Martial Enforcement Hall as a pawn had to be found. The Vice Hall masters could only accept the order, while Ling Guangding's corpse on the road made the failed pursuit feel even worse. After circling the city to make sure nobody was on his tail, Lin Shin finally returned to the Nine-Yang Academy. Back inside his wooden building, Lin Shin calmly sorted through the whole night's mess and judged that Ling Guangding had died without exposing him. The one loose end still bothering him was the ruined villa, because the battle there had been far too loud for the Martial Enforcement Hall to miss. He decided not to wrestle with that explanation yet and instead turned to the spoils he had taken from Ling Guangting. When the inkstone lay quiet in his hands, it looked almost ordinary, no bigger than a palm despite the havoc it had just caused. Back in private, Lin Shen finally lets himself grin because he knows the black inkstone is not just an enchanted armament, but a far rarer and stronger profound armament. The excitement cools a little when Lin Shen realizes this treasure's origin is too suspicious, so he can only plan to use it when no one is around. After deciding the risk is manageable, he puts the inkstone away and turns his attention to Ling Guangting's storage ring, expecting a real windfall. The first shock is sheer quantity, with piles of common talismans and stacks of expensive utility talismans spilling out one after another. Then he finds the real prize among them: 2 Vajra talismans and 3 5 Thunder talismans, the same lightning trump card Ling Guangting used in the fight. Lin Shen realizes Ling Guangting could have dragged the battle out even longer if he had not already been drained dry, which makes these captured talismans feel even sweeter. The ring also coughs up a heap of weapons, and Lin Shen quickly spots 5 more 6 Yang talisman swords among them. That instantly solves one problem for him, because now Lin Shen and all 6 of his clones can be armed at the same time. But the next item is stranger still, a scarlet longsword that feels hot in his hand before he even feeds its spiritual essence. He first wonders if it is a 9 Suns talisman sword, then rejects that idea because this blade feels powerful enough to rival the inkstone itself. Unable to identify it on the spot, Lin Shen puts the mystery aside and simply accepts that he has picked up another top-tier treasure. When he keeps digging, Lin Shen is stunned all over again by a mountain of martial technique manuals, well over 1,000 in total. He quickly figures this collection covers almost everything the Merit Hall offers, proof that the Ling family really did have deep old foundations. For Lin Shen, that means something simple and glorious: enough material to push more path stage arts higher without wasting merit points. The surprises are still not over, because the ring also contains 8 spell manuals, including academy spells and 2 techniques he has never even heard of. Thinking back to the fight, he matches Ghost Barbarian Head to the Evil Ghost Attack and Shadow Staying technique to Ling Guangting's sudden movement through shadows. He immediately claims the academy spells and the Shadow Staying technique for himself, since they are useful and save him a pile of merit points. Ghost Barbarian Head gets rejected on the spot, because it is too unorthodox, too awkward to explain, and not strong enough to justify the trouble. By the end of the inspection, Lin Shen is almost dizzy with how rich this hall is, and he knows the next stretch of his life is going to be all cultivation. He decides not to sleep at all and plans to keep training while he still has the energy, even though a nagging feeling tells him he forgot something. At the same time, AI strolls back from Sinking Moon full of food and good mood, happily thinking she should bring Lin Shen along next time. That happy mood dies instantly when AI reaches the back of the villa, looks up toward her usual balcony entrance, and finds nothing but wreckage. The next morning, the Martial Enforcement Hall comes straight to Nine Yan Academy to ask Lin Shen about the attack from the night before. Lin Shen tells them he was attacked by a powerful unknown cultivator and escaped by luck, while carefully leaving Ling Guangting's name out of it. The flag officer says little and leaves, but once outside, his team immediately starts wondering whether Lin Shen's attack and Ling Guangting's downfall happened too close together to be unrelated. Their own logic talks them out of suspecting Lin Shen, because a newly advanced bright aperture cultivator should never have been able to survive Ling Guangting, much less kill him. The flag officer goes further and concludes that whoever finished Ling Guangting had to be at least a 6th or 7th level bright aperture expert, which pushes Lin Shen even farther out of suspicion. That leaves the Martial Enforcement Hall with an even messier problem, because now they believe there are 2 separate incidents to solve and expect their superiors to dump the pressure on them. After they leave, Lin Shen finally remembers AI and realizes the ruined villa means she has nowhere to go. When he returns to the wrecked villa, he finds AI standing in the ruins like her world just collapsed with the building. The moment AI sees him, she throws herself at Lin Shen in tears, and he has to spend real effort calming her down. Lin Shen settles the immediate problem by asking AI to stay with Sinking Moon for a few days until he buys them a new place. Late that night in the Academy's wooden building, Lin Shen sits in the training room watching the timer on his dead clone tick toward resurrection. The instant the countdown ends, he summons the clone back and checks its new talent, only to freeze at what he sees. The new talent is Extreme Intelligence Will Hurt, a terrifying trait that gives cultivation speed plus 200% and cuts lifespan by 80%. Even with the brutal drawback, Lin Shen quickly decides the talent is too strong to discard, because a bright aperture clone should still have more than 10 useful years left. That decision comes with one hard limit though, because this clone can never take another lifespan-draining treasure or it might die in months. To protect the valuable new talent, Lin Shen decides any future lifespan-costing treasure should go to the clone with superior martial arts instead, since that talent is easier to replace. He briefly considers putting Extreme Intelligence Will Hurt on himself, then rejects the idea because gambling away 80% of his own lifespan is a mistake he cannot afford. With the temptation put aside, Lin Shen returns to cultivation and starts making full use of the month ahead. Over the following days, he successfully refines the Black Inkstone and takes full control of the profound armament he looted from Ling Guangting. He also makes several trips to the Eastern District and secures a new house, finally giving AI a proper place to move into. Once AI is settled, Linshin stays inside the academy and throws himself completely into training for the next month. The risky clone talent pays off fast, and after 1 month Linshin breaks through to the 3rd level of the Bright Aperture stage. During that same month, he also masters 4 more spells: Water Mirror Technique, Riding Wind Technique, Lightning Palm, and Paperman Movement Technique. He does not stop there, pushing 4 palm techniques to perfection and raising Meltdown to a higher path stage level. By the end of the month, Linshin can look over his growth with quiet confidence, now stronger in cultivation, movement, defense, sword arts, and spellcasting all at once. In his training room, Linshin checks his interface and sees his spells and clone progress climbing steadily, with Meltdown just 1 step from another breakthrough. He quickly decides normal training is too slow, and the talent testified by killing would push his cultivation much faster than grinding in seclusion. That leads him to a practical plan: leave the city, take missions, trigger testify by killing on real targets, and earn merit points for nurturing pills at the same time. He reviews his spell progress and notes that 7 Art Sword Energy is close to level 2, while Palm Lightning will likely become his most practical low-cost combat spell. He also treats Riding Wind and Water Mirror as useful field techniques for survival rather than spells worth pouring all his time into right now. Then his attention lands on Paperman Movement Technique, which sounds harmless but is actually a talisman art for creating paper soldiers strong enough to depend almost entirely on the caster's spell mastery. To test that idea, Linshin takes out a neatly cut yellow paper talisman from Ling Guangding's spoils and examines the spirit supplement in his hand. He recalls that talisman paper runs from yellow up to gold, but even the paper's grade matters less than the caster's own spell mastery. Since Ling Guangding left behind plenty of yellow and blue talismans, Linshin decides he has enough supplies and finally leaves the training room for the Academy Challenge Day. At the Disciple Rank Challenge, Linshin is not worried about lower house challengers anymore, because after reaching Bright Aperture stage, hardly anyone below would dare pick a fight with him. He learns he cannot challenge the upper house immediately, because Academy rules require applications at least 2 months in advance while those disciples are often in seclusion or away. So instead of forcing the issue, Linshin calmly files the paperwork and names his target for the next round, Yen Jingren. That single application explodes across the Academy, and before the current challenge day even ends, everyone is already buzzing about Linshin facing Yen Jingren 3 months later. Yang Zhongyi rushes over grinning like the fight is his own and loudly says he knew Linshin would go after Yen Jingren the moment he broke into Bright Aperture stage. Linshin learns that Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan rushed back from the White Tiger Mountain mission just in time and both advanced to Black Rank disciples. Then Sun Yan suddenly brings up the rumor that Linshin was assassinated last month, and even Yang Zhongyi is jolted by the news. Linshin lightly admits it happened but says it is already over, keeping the truth to himself that the so-called assassin is no longer a threat. When they press him about the killer and the Martial Enforcement Hall, Linshin only says the investigation is still going, which makes Yang Zhongyi urge him not to leave the academy for now. Linshin shuts down the warning with quiet confidence and steers the conversation somewhere safer by asking whether they heard what happened to Ling Guangding. That distraction works immediately, and Sun Yan sighs over the shock that the normally low-profile tutor had secretly been refining blood spirit pills. Sun Yan feels that fall especially sharply, because the Ling family and the Su family both came from old declining houses, but his own family gave up its obsession before it led them into ruin. Even Yang Zhongyi can only shake his head, because Ling Guangding's exposure left the whole academy stunned by how much evil he had hidden under a quiet face. The next day, Linshin heads to the Merit Hall to finally choose a mission and get out into the field. Behind the mission counter, Jiaoyu brightens the moment she sees him and warmly asks whether he is here to accept missions. As Linshin scans the mission shelves, he notices something is off right away. There are far fewer Dragon Abyss mountain range missions than before. Jiaoyu explains that the recent war with the 3 demonic tribes wiped out most spiritual beasts on the mountain range's outer edge, so the academy simply has fewer related jobs to post. She adds that the shortage will only last a while, because low-level spiritual beasts recover fast and the Dragon Abyss mountain range always draws in more creatures thanks to its rich spiritual essence. That answer leaves Linshin quietly stuck, because if the beasts are gone, his testify by killing route is suddenly much harder to use. Seeing his hesitation, Jiaoyu offers a more tailored suggestion and pulls out a different parchment mission for him to read. The quest is about collecting black iron bones from iron bonefish, a carp-like creature whose bones are prized in weapon forging and rewarded generously by weight. What really matters to Linshin is the hidden opportunity in the mission. Iron bonefish attract spiritual beasts and demon tribes, which means those lakes are exactly the kind of hunting grounds he needs. Now satisfied, he thanks Jiaoyu and immediately accepts the mission because it fits his real goal perfectly. While she handles the registration, Linshin casually probes for another answer and asks whether there is a Dharma treasure stronger than the 9-yang talisman sword. Jiaoyu tells him the answer outright. Above the 9-yang talisman sword is the pure yang talisman sword, an enchanted armament only slightly below a profound armament. Linshin keeps his face steady, but inside he instantly understands this is the missing category above superior enchanted armaments and below true profound weapons. Jiao Yu goes on to explain that the Merit Hall does not offer pure Yang talisman swords directly, because its exchange list only goes up to superior enchanted armaments. She adds one more crucial detail. Some upper house disciples once exchanged for multiple 9 Yang swords and used a tutor's refining method to fuse and purify them back into a pure Yang talisman sword. That is all Lin Shan needs to hear, because he now realizes the sword from Ling Guangting's storage ring is very likely a real pure Yang talisman sword. The discovery leaves him genuinely pleased, because paired with the ink peaking stone, that hidden treasure could raise his combat power by another huge step. After leaving the Merit Hall, Lin Shan makes one more stop at the True Martial Pavilion and buys extra energy restoration pills and revival pills for the trip ahead. He does not mind spending spirit coins, because after taking the wealth of Jin Hai and Ling Guangting, he is absurdly rich anyway. Lin Shan picks up AI and heads for the city gate, treating her as his treasure hunting specialist whenever he leaves the city to train. Since AI has grown close to Sinking Moon's spirit cats, Lin Shan has been leaving her with them when he stays in the city, and only bringing her along for field work. Once outside the west gate, Lin Shan summons the giant horned deer and rides straight toward the great swamp of the west. By half a day later, he reaches the sprawling Swamp Lake region, a dangerous place packed with aquatic demons even if its spiritual energy is weaker than the mountains. A few stray demons tried to eat him on the road, but Lin Shan brushed them aside so easily they barely slowed the trip. At the lakeshore, Lin Shan studies a Merit Hall map and finds the nearest iron bone fish lake more than 50 kilometers away. The map says only 2 mid-phase and lightning stage demons guard that area, but Lin Shan knows swamp territory changes fast and the map is only a rough guide. Even so, the report does not scare him, because with the black peaking stone, the pure Yang talisman sword, and his current strength, a mid-phase and lightning beast is manageable. To speed things up, Lin Shan calls out his testify by killing clone and prepares to hunt in parallel. After reaching Bright Aperture, Lin Shan can keep his clone active within 1,000 meters for free, letting the two of him spread out and hunt the swamp in tandem. Just to be safe, Lin Shan has the clone swallow a face-changing pill before the two versions pull farther apart in the marsh. The distance now costs him spiritual essence, but Lin Shan is perfectly willing to burn pills for the extra hunting efficiency. As usual, AI settles onto his shoulder and starts searching for treasure while Lin Shan hunts his way deeper into the swamp. Before long, a mob of fish and prawn demons bursts from a nearby pond and charges him, clearly thinking the lone human looks easy to bully. Lin Shan takes one look and loses interest, because these spirit-awakening trash mobs are too weak to trigger any useful growth from testify by killing. Instead of wasting effort himself, he flicks out 2 yellow talismans and summons paper soldiers to do the cleanup. The fish and prawn demons freeze in shock as 2 towering paper soldiers land in front of them and swing at once. Heads fly immediately, and the flimsy-looking paper blades cut through scales and flesh like real killing weapons. In moments, the 2 summons mow through dozens of demons, and Lin Shan quietly approves of how useful the technique is in real combat. Right then, AI leans close and warns him that a sneaky creature is hiding nearby and watching. Lin Shan spots a more humanoid fish monster crouched behind a rock a few hundred meters away, and he immediately guesses it is the local leader. He figures the demon can only be a minor territory boss from the swamp's outer edge, because truly strong monsters do not stay this far out. With a faint smile, Lin Shan writes the character for thunder in the air and sends a lightning arrow straight at the hidden watcher. The fish monster tries to dodge, but the lightning catches it instantly and blasts it backward into the water. Seeing how easily it drops, Lin Shan realizes this so-called leader is only an ascension stage demon after all. After the paper soldiers finish the rest, Lin Shan glides over the water toward the survivor to end things personally. The fish monster regains enough sense to panic, drops to its knees, and starts babbling for its life. Lin Shan cannot understand demon speech, but he is caught off guard when AI listens seriously and reveals that she can. AI answers like it should be obvious. She is a demon too, so of course she understands what it is saying. That makes Lin Shan wonder how demons all seem to share a language without the long social development humans needed, but he quickly drops the thought as useless. When Lin Shan asks what the captive said, AI translates the threat. The fish monster claims it serves King Snakehead, and killing it will bring revenge. AI keeps translating as the fish monster hypes up King Snakehead as the ruler of Mystic Steel Lake 250 kilometers away, with many demon generals under him. Lin Shan is not impressed for even a second, because a distant demon king from hundreds of kilometers away is no threat to him right now. He casually flicks a strand of energy through the fish monster's head and kills it on the spot. Lin Shan takes one look at the slimy corpse and decides the materials are not worth the trouble, so he leaves everything behind. As expected, this easy fight does nothing for testify by killing, because prey at this level is too weak to push his talent anymore. Then the clone finally pays off, triggering testify by killing somewhere else and giving Lin Shan an 8% boost to Lightning Palm. That small success confirms the plan for him. Hunting with the clone is already much faster, and once the free range grows larger, the efficiency will only get better. After steadying his nerves, Lin Shan pushed deeper into the great swamp and let his 2 paper soldiers handle the weaker demons. Only a few late ascension demons made him lift a hand, and the real letdown was how few natural treasures the outer swamp held. Lin Xin compared it to Dragon Abyss Mountain Range, accepted that the swamp's thinner spiritual essence meant slimmer rewards, and kept moving. By nightfall he had only covered a little over 10 kilometers because he kept stopping to hunt spirit beasts on the way. Since traveling at night in the swamp was too risky, Lin Xin cleared a small reef island and claimed it as his camp for the night. He had enough dry rations to endure, but this was still the outer swamp, so he chose comfort and lit a fire for a hot meal. At the same time, he recalled the clone station 2 miles away so it would stop draining spiritual essence until morning. When the pot began to boil, AI sprawled on Lin Xin's knee and stared at the food with near-desperate focus. While he cooked, Lin Xin checked his progress and saw his spells climbing fast, especially the Paperman movement technique. His 7-art sword energy lagged behind, but it was already close enough to a breakthrough that one more talent trigger could push it to the next level. His newer martial arts were rising just as quickly, and Lin Xin judged that all of them could hit perfection by the next day. Even better, the clones in his mind were still analyzing techniques, and he guessed Meltdown might reach the Path stage before this swamp trip ended. That thought pulled him into bigger questions, because Path stage martial techniques already rivaled spells and the Academy had almost no records of what came after. He decided that when he got the chance, he would ask Xie Jingsheng and Mu Chuanhua, the same seniors who had explained Path stage techniques before. Before he could relax, Lin Xin suddenly sensed a creature watching him from the dark shore beyond the firelight. Lin Xin drew his talisman sword, and AI immediately sprang from his knee to his shoulder, as both of them braced for trouble. Once it realized it had been noticed, the hidden creature stepped into the glow, and revealed itself as a fox. The fox was a shocking sight in this swamp, its pure red fur caked with mud and dried blood as if it had barely escaped something terrible. Seeing a red fox appear here at night, Lin Xin judged it had to be a spirit beast, and raised his guard instead of attacking blindly. The fox stopped at the edge of the firelight, close enough for Lin Xin to see it clearly but careful not to alarm him. When the fox looked at the pot with open hunger, Lin Xin's suspicion eased just enough for him to test its intentions. He scooped food into a pottery bowl and sent it gliding over with a simple invitation to eat. The fox answered with a strangely human flash of gratitude before lowering its head to eat. Even starving and wounded, the fox ate with calm, delicate manners that made it seem almost like a noble young lady. After finishing, the fox picked up the empty bowl, set it down neatly a few meters away, and gave Lin Xin a small nod. With that, it vanished back into the night, leaving both of them staring after it. AI broke the silence first, calling the fox strange, and Lin Xin agreed that it was probably a spiritual beast that had wandered into the swamp by accident. Then AI asked the dangerous question: had Lin Xin fed that fox because he hoped she would someday repay him by turning into a beauty and marrying him? Lin Xin nearly choked on the spot and demanded to know what nonsense AI had been reading. AI insisted she did not invent it, and explained that Tang Mei had told her old stories about men saving spirit foxes or snakes who later returned in human form as wives. And once she said that, AI turned shy and asked if Lin Xin had agreed to care for her because he wanted her to become his wife too. Lin Xin's only clear conclusion was that the next time he saw Tang Mei, she was getting a smack on the head for poisoning AI's mind. 5 days later, Lin Xin reached a small hill overlooking Green Reed Pond, his first real target in the swamp. The pond looked peaceful from afar, but the view was being torn apart by an ongoing demon war over the iron-bone fish living there. Lin Xin recognized the timing immediately, because the two local tribes regularly fought over those fish, and he had arrived right in the middle of one clash. High above the water, the two demon leaders fought inside colliding black clouds, and Lin Xin studied them until he understood their level. The map had been right. Both leaders were only mid-stage enlightening demons, and the hundreds of clansmen below were not enough to scare him. He opened his interface and reviewed the gains from the last 5 days of non-stop hunting and training. 7 martial techniques had already reached perfection, and all 4 of his past stage arts had climbed further, with Meltdown leading the way. His spell growth was even sharper, because 7 arts sword energy, lightning palm, and Paperman movement technique had all broken through to level 2. Meanwhile, his clones had also grasped the fixed body spell, expanding his arsenal to 6 spells with only 2 left to learn. Those gains had come fast because Lin Xin and his clone had been farming stronger demons together deeper in the swamp, triggering testified by killing again and again. But his clone had started getting injured, because unlike Lin Xin it lacked his best treasures and could not handle drawn-out fights as well. Since more fighting was about to start, Lin Xin recalled the injured clone to let it recover, and tucked AI safely inside the beast-taming pouch. He swallowed recovery pills, replenished his spiritual essence on the spot, and waited for the fight at the pond to break open for him. Instead, the stalemate finally broke off, and the 2 demon leaders separated in the air after cursing each other before retreating with their tribes. Once the tribes split, Lin Xin made his choice and quietly tailed the force on the right back to its nest. The right side leader was Lin Chong, and he returned to his stone house in a foul mood after failing to win again. He vented by whipping a few servants, then demanded jars of wine and started drinking heavily to cool his rage. Drunk and seething, Lin Chong cursed his rival Mo Zhao and swore he would kill him as a sacrifice once he broke into the late enlightening stage. Because everyone in the nest knew his temper after a fight, they all stayed far away and left him drinking alone in the big stone house. Then a sudden commotion rose outside, and at first Lin Chong ignored it, assuming his own men were making noise again. When the uproar kept getting louder, he finally smashed his bowl and roared at whoever was ruining his drink. A terrified subordinate stumbled in and dropped to his knees, reporting that an intruder had broken into the nest and already killed many of their brothers. Lin Chong instantly assumed Mo Zhao had launched a sneak attack, exploded in rage, snatched up his spear, and stormed outside to answer it. The little demon is still trying to explain the situation when his king abruptly vanishes, leaving him frozen and lost. Lin Chong storms outside expecting chaos between demon tribes, but instead he finds his own subordinates getting cut down by a single human cultivator. That only makes Lin Chong madder, because a lone human barging into his lair means Lin Shen clearly never took him seriously. Lin Chong charges in shouting, while Lin Shen turns with a calm smile because the real target has finally shown up. To keep the mob off his back, Lin Shen casually throws out more than a dozen talismans and turns them into paper soldiers. Then Lin Shen opens with full force, sending out blazing sword aura and 5 dazzling suns that crash straight at Lin Chong. One look at that attack tells Lin Chong he has badly underestimated this human, and his swagger instantly turns into caution. Lin Chong counters by driving his spear forward and calling up a skyfall of faint black water to swallow the suns. Water and sun collide in a violent hiss, and the impact floods the battlefield with thick steam. Lin Chong senses danger in the mist and barely dodges aside as 2 razor-sharp sword energies tear past him. Before he can recover, Lin Chong looks up and sees a giant red palm dropping straight onto him. Meltdown slams him into the ground like a cannonball and leaves the demon king charred in a deep crater. The surrounding demons stare in shock when the dust clears and their king is already half ruined. Lin Chong starts cursing the human, but Lin Shen is already coming in again with another sword rush. Halfway in, Lin Shen adds palm lightning from above, piling another deadly strike onto Lin Chong before he can reset. Already weaker than Lin Shen and now completely on the back foot, Lin Chong is pushed into a fight he cannot turn around. By the time the other demons finish off the paper soldiers and look back, Lin Shen has already cut Lin Chong's head clean off. The headless corpse crashes down twitching, and the whole nest freezes at the sight of their terrifying king dying this easily. Lin Shen does not give them time to recover and starts cutting through the rest of the demons at lightning speed. The survivors finally break and run, but the riding wind technique makes escape impossible inside the nest. A moment later, Lin Shen stands alone in the huge nest with every demon dead. He checks his gains and finds Testify by killing triggered 6 times, with Lin Chong alone pushing his 7 arts sword energy up by a huge chunk. That leaves Lin Shen impressed by how much an enlightening stage demon can boost him, even if those targets are usually hard to isolate and kill. He knows this victory came cheaply only because Lin Chong's tribe had just finished a hard fight and was still exhausted. If this had happened at any normal time, Lin Shen knows he would have needed his clones to wipe out an enlightening stage demon and the whole tribe around it. Once the fighting is over, he starts looting the nest and quickly realizes the demons were dirt poor. The one worthwhile reward is a stash of black iron bone, and Lin Shen is perfectly happy to pocket it for merit. After stowing the black iron bone, Lin Shen leaves without resting and heads straight for the next demon settlement. He plans to use the same timing again and wipe out the second tribe before it can recover from the battle it just finished. A kilometer west of Green Reed Pond, the scene shifts to another crude demon tribe where Mo Zhao sits uneasily across from a black armored envoy. Wu Jing tastes the wine, looks unimpressed, and starts pressing Mo Zhao to stop hesitating and defect to King Snakehead. Mo Zhao gives an awkward excuse about thinking for the sake of the whole tribe, but Wu Jing immediately shows he is not fooled. Wu Jing bluntly says Mo Zhao does not care about the weak little demons outside, because those late Ascension stage followers are replaceable anywhere in the swamp. Since Mo Zhao stays silent, Wu Jing goes straight to the real sticking point and names the iron bone fish that Mo Zhao cannot bear to lose. Wu Jing sweetens the offer by promising that serving King Snakehead will bring far better natural treasures than a mere iron bone fish ever could. Even that is not enough, so Wu Jing finally reveals the real bait, a demon general post and 1 golden marrow pill. That promise hits hard, because Mo Zhao has cultivated for over 200 years and barely tasted decent pills, let alone one this precious. The golden marrow pill does not raise power directly, but it lets a cultivator glimpse a higher state in advance and train at terrifying speed for 3 days. For demons, the effect is even stronger, and 1 pill could save Mo Zhao at least 10 years of cultivation. Seeing that greed take hold, Wu Jing calmly adds pressure and warns that if Mo Zhao still refuses, he can always go recruit Lin Chong instead. That finally breaks Mo Zhao, and he accepts on the spot, declaring that he will follow King Snakehead from now on. Wu Jing nods like the matter is settled, and Mo Zhao instantly turns flattering, even switching to calling him Brother Wu. To make sure that favor sticks, Mo Zhao quietly slips Wu Jing a low-grade spirit stone as a private bribe. Wu Jing happily takes it and assures Mo Zhao that future colleagues should naturally look after each other. With the deal secure, Mo Zhao immediately asks the question he really cares about next: what happens to his old rival Lin Chong? Wu Jing explains that Lord Wu Luo only gave him 1 demon general slot, so Mo Zhao gets it and Lin Chong can at best become a deputy under him. He goes further and says they can visit Lin Chong next, where he will either submit under Mo Zhao or be dealt with if he refuses. Just imagining himself showing off in front of Lin Chong leaves Mo Bao feeling giddy and refreshed. But before they can move, a panicked little demon rushes in with urgent news that an enemy has suddenly charged into the tribe and started killing their people. Mo Zhao's first reaction is pure vanity, and he snaps at the messenger to call him general from now on before asking if the attacker is Lin Chong. Inside the demon tribe, a terrified little demon bursts in and reports that a human cultivator has attacked. Mo Zhao first brushes it off, but the messenger blurts out that the intruder already killed Mo Wei, Mo Chuang, and several other demon lords. That death toll makes Mo Zhao realize the attacker is probably Bright Aperture Stage, and Wu Jing immediately takes interest in going outside. Relieved to have an enlightening stage ally at his side, Mo Zhao thanks Wu Jing and heads out with him at once. Outside, they hear fierce battle cries and a clean sword intent rising in the distance, and Wu Jing guesses the intruder comes from one of Dragonside City's orthodox sects. Wu Jing rushes ahead first, and Mo Zhao hurries after him toward the tribe entrance. When they arrive, the entrance is a slaughterhouse of ruins and blood, with hundreds of demon corpses sprawled across the wrecked tribe. Mo Zhao goes cold at the sight of so many dead clansmen, while Wu Jing ignores the carnage and fixes on the lone human standing ahead. Wu Jing demands to know which major sect Lin Shen belongs to, but Lin Shen stays silent and studies the two demons instead. Lin Shen quickly realizes the map was not wrong at all, and that Wu Jing is an outsider who was not part of this tribe's original strength. Wu Jing grows annoyed when Lin Shen keeps sizing him up instead of answering. Then Lin Shen abruptly turns and bolts away, leaving both demons stunned for a beat. Insulted that the human dared come and go so casually, Wu Jing explodes into black cloud and gives chase. Mo Zhao almost follows, but he decides to stay and guard the tribe instead of leaving an opening for Lin Chong. As he flies, Lin Shen had already decided not to gamble against two enlightening stage demons just to force a fight. But when Lin Shen notices only Wu Jing came after him, he realizes the demon has badly underestimated him and quietly welcomes it. Wu Jing keeps chasing but cannot close the distance in the air, and his frustration starts to boil over. Remembering he still carries Wu Luo's mission, Wu Jing almost gives up the chase rather than waste more time on Lin Shen. Right then, Lin Shen deliberately slows down, and Wu Jing mistakes it for spiritual exhaustion. Ecstatic at what he thinks is his chance, Wu Jing surges forward and cuts off Lin Shen's path with rolling black clouds. Wu Jing smugly asks if Lin Shen really thought he could escape, while Lin Shen is almost speechless at how thoroughly the demon walked into the trap. Lin Shen does not bother answering and attacks first with his sword. Wu Jing laughs off a mere bright aperture cultivator and swings his bronze hammer, expecting to crush Lin Shen by force. Then Lin Shen splits into 7 identical bodies at once, and Wu Jing is jolted by what looks like a superior cloned spell. Wu Jing quickly convinces himself they are only weak decoys and decides to blast them all apart to expose the real body. He whips up a surging black hurricane with the hammer and sends it roaring straight into all 7 attackers. Instead of breaking, all 7 Lin Shens ignite with golden armor and punch straight through the black wind without slowing down. That is when Wu Jing realizes too late that every one of those 7 bodies can actually fight at full strength. The 7 bodies attack together with sword energy, crimson palms, blazing suns, and lightning, drowning Wu Jing under a full storm of techniques. The combined blast erupts like thunder in the sky, and even nearby demons are instantly reduced to ashes by the aftermath. Wu Jing barely blasts out of the attack alive, but his black armor is shattered and his body is torn open and scorched. Lin Shen and his 6 remaining bodies immediately chase the wounded Wu Jing instead of giving him a second to recover. One look back at 7 pursuers is enough to fill Wu Jing with pure terror and bitter regret for chasing alone. Lin Shen closes the gap and fires 2 streaks of 7 arts sword energy straight into Wu Jing's back. At the same time, the 6 other Lin Shens add their own sword energy, turning the sky behind Wu Jing into a lethal barrage of 14 strikes. Wu Jing frantically blocks with his bronze hammer, but too many strikes get through and punch holes across his body. With a scream, the late enlightening stage demon finally drops out of the sky. Before he can even hit the ground, one last sword energy flashes in and pierces him between the brows. Wu Jing crashes to the ground dead after barely managing a few counterattacks in the whole fight. Lin Shen ignores the corpse and immediately checks himself as testified by killing activates just as he expected. After killing Wu Jing, Lin Shen feels his 7 arts sword energy surge again, jumping to 76% of the second level from the late stage demon's massive boost. He searches Wu Jing's corpse and finds only 2 real prizes, the pair of bronze hammers and a low-grade essence stone. The essence stone pleases Lin Shen even more, because Merit Hall would trade one for 5 media merits, but he decides to keep it for his future cultivation instead of cashing it in. Before leaving, Lin Shen burns Wu Jing's body to ashes with meltdown and heads straight for Mo Zhao's tribe. Back at the tribe, Mo Zhao waits comfortably for Wu Jing to return, already treating his dead and wounded subordinates like disposable baggage before his planned defection to King Snakehead. He grows even smugger thinking about Lin Chong, hoping Wu Jing either forces Lin Chong to submit or kills him outright over Green Reed Pond. But as the wait drags on, Mo Zhao's confidence cracks and a bad feeling starts crawling up on him. A commotion outside makes him think Wu Jing is back, but the next second the ceiling explodes and a giant inkstone crashes down on him. Mo Zhao barely gets his half-moon steel fork up in time, unleashing black water to block it, then realizes in horror that Lin Shin is wielding a profound armament. The black peaking stone smashes Mo Zhao and his weapon into the ground, wiping out the whole stone house in one brutal hit. When the inkstone rises back to Lin Shin's hand, Mo Zhao lies broken in the crater and finally understands the terrifying answer. Wu Jing must already be dead. Terrified, Mo Zhao throws away all pride and begs Lin Shin to spare him. Lin Shin answers with another merciless strike, and the inkstone finishes Mo Zhao on the spot. The surrounding demons freeze in shock for a heartbeat, then break and run the moment Lin Shin turns toward them. Lin Shin moves like lightning and wipes out every fleeing demon before any of them can escape. The cleanup pays off again, pushing one sword art and one movement art to perfection and feeding more progress into 9 Divine Sun Sword, Cloud Dragon Rhythm, and Lin Shin's own cultivation. After searching the whole tribe, he finds almost nothing worth taking except another pile of black iron bones, which tells him how poor the outer swamp tribes really are. He leaves for Green Reed Pond, already thinking about the iron bone fish waiting in its clear water. Then Lin Shin suddenly stops, because a red fox is waiting just outside the tribe. Now washed clean, the fox looks far less ragged than before, but Lin Shin still recognizes her as the same strange fox from that night. The fox speaks in a clear human voice and calmly warns him, "You're in trouble." Far away at Fog Ethereal Lake, the usual battlefield around the lotus-rich water has gone eerily silent under a huge flying palace hanging over the mist. Inside that palace, dozens of near-human late-stage demons sit in tense silence before a handsome young lord whose lazy posture hides absolute authority. That silence breaks when one life talisman on a cabinet suddenly cracks and shatters in the corner of the hall. When the young lord asks whose talisman broke, a demon general reports that it was Wu Jing's. The general quickly adds that Wu Jing had been overseeing Lin Chong and Mo Zhao at Green Reed Pond, so his death makes no sense unless something unusual happened. Instead of sending a subordinate, the young lord decides to check Green Reed Pond himself. The other demons are startled, but he cuts them off and reminds them he is not truly leaving the palace. Without even moving from his seat, Wooly manifests an identical incarnation beside him, the same in every detail except for its blank eyes and puppet-like gaze. At a casual order from the real Wooly, the incarnation called Wuluo nods and vanishes like a phantom to investigate. Back outside the tribe, the Red Fox explains the warning at last. Lin Shin killed Demon General Wu Jing, a subordinate of King Snakehead, Wooly, the Lord of Mystic Steel Lake. Lin Shin immediately realizes the fox may have seen how he killed Wu Jing, but now that he has reached Bright Aperture, he no longer feels the same need to hide every trick. He stays cool and points out that Mystic Steel Lake is more than 300 kilometers away, so by the time Wooly learns the truth, Lin Shin plans to be long gone into the vast swamp. The Red Fox warns Lin Shin that Wu Jing likely left a life talisman with the nearby General Wu Luo, so the moment Wu Jing died, pursuit was probably already on the way. She urges him to leave the Great Swamp of the West immediately, and Lin Shin decides on the spot that trusting the warning is safer than gambling with his life. Before he rides out, Lin Shin realizes the Red Fox is not native to this swamp and asks if she wants a lift back toward Dragon Abyss mountain range. The Red Fox accepts, jumps onto the giant horned deer, and the two of them race back the way Lin Shin entered the swamp. As they flee, Lin Shin asks why she shared such dangerous information, and the Red Fox says she was taught to repay kindness. That answer catches Lin Shin off guard, but it also reminds him that not every demon he meets is rotten to the core. Less than half an hour later, they are already more than 30 kilometers out, and halfway to the swamp's edge when the Red Fox suddenly looks back at the sky. She blurts out that it is here, and Lin Shin feels a crushing pressure rushing up from behind that is even more terrifying than Ling Guanting was. The Red Fox identifies the pursuer as Wu Luo, then immediately realizes something is off and suspects this is only one of his incarnations. She explains that Wu Luo is a rare claw fish with 10 bodies and 1 head, and he cultivated 9 extra bodies into remotely controlled incarnations. The one small mercy is that these incarnations are newly formed and should only carry about 30% of Wu Luo's true power. Lin Shin knows that is still far beyond anything he can fight head-on, and he frantically searches for some way to survive. A faint breeze cuts in from behind, and Lin Shin reacts on pure instinct by grabbing the Red Fox and hurling both of them off the deer. The silver mist only brushes the giant horned deer, but that single touch melts its flesh and bones away in an instant, leaving Lin Shin and the Red Fox staring at empty air. The Red Fox warns him that this is sunflower water spiritual essence, a terrifying attack that can even erase low-grade enchanted armaments on contact. Realizing even his cloud suppression robe cannot take many hits, Lin Shin immediately uses riding wind technique and speed talismans to flee on foot. Even with that burst of speed, the same deadly breeze catches up again, and another mass of silver essence curves after him like a living thing. Lin Shin uses Cloud Dragon Rhythm to dodge and fires 7 Arts Sword Energy plus Meltdown to intercept it, but both attacks are swallowed and erased on contact. With no room left to evade, Lin Shin stacks the forbidden golden armor over himself and lets the cloud suppression robe take the rest. The golden armor lasts less than an instant, and only after 4 separate layers of attack and defense does the weakened spiritual essence finally disperse, leaving the robe damaged. That one exchange makes the gap brutally clear to him, because this is only 30% of a cultivator master's power, and he already has no real way to fight back. A stream of light stops 100 meters away and reveals Wuluo's incarnation, a handsome young man with a faintly sluggish, unnatural expression. Wuluo's incarnation studies Linshin with interest and remarks that a mere third-level bright aperture cultivator surviving a mouthful of sunflower water spiritual essence is impressive. Wuluo's incarnation identifies him as a Nine Sun sect disciple, and Linshin calmly admits it without hiding his background. Instead of mocking him, Wuluo's incarnation coldly praises the Nine Sun sect for raising such a capable junior. Wuluo's incarnation says he still has to kill Linshin today, but if Linshin can escape this incarnation and get out of the Great Swamp, the grudge ends there. Linshin agrees because he has no better option, then instantly bolts away again like a gust of wind. Wuluo's incarnation merely smiles and spits out 2 more balls of sunflower water spiritual essence, sending them after Linshin in an instant. Forced to turn and fight, Linshin throws everything he has into stopping them, from Meltdown and 9 Divine Sun Sword to 7 Art Sword Energy, Palm Lightning, and his last 3 purple talismans. The 3 purple talismans unfold into 9th level Long Breath Paper Soldiers, and together the barrage barely manages to stop the 2 incoming masses. Before Linshin can catch his breath, Wuluo's incarnation casually spits out 3 more mouthfuls of spiritual essence, making the fight feel hopelessly one-sided. Linshin refuses to reveal his clone trump card yet, because if that fails too, he will have nothing left for a last-second escape. Right in the middle of the fight, the Red Fox's voice suddenly reaches Linshin by secret transmission, proving she never really fled. The hidden Red Fox warns him not to expose the voice transmission to Wuluo and says she can get him out if he can steal the incarnation's attention for 1 second. Unable to answer aloud, Linshin responds the only way he can by suddenly splitting into 7 bodies and going all out. The 7 Linshins instantly shatter the 3 new balls of sunflower water spiritual essence, and then unleash palms, sword energy, and white lightning straight at Wuluo's incarnation. Wuluo is caught off guard when Linshin suddenly splits into 7 bodies, and the worst part is that every clone feels just as strong as the original. Realizing he cannot take 7 equal opponents lightly, Wuluo spits out 18 masses of sunflower water spiritual essence, and wraps himself in a dense silver mist barrier. The 7 Linshins unleash sword energy and lightning in a storm, but the attacks vanish into the mist, and Wuluo comes out untouched. When the mist parts, Wuluo suddenly finds himself alone in a different rocky forest, and realizes the attack was cover for an illusion. Wuluo spreads his spiritual sense, hits an unseen wall at 100 meters, and confirms with a grim look that he has been trapped inside an illusion. Back with Linshin, the Red Fox lands on his shoulder, and urgently tells him to run now while the illusion still holds. Linshin does not waste a second questioning her and immediately flees with the fox, abandoning any thought of checking whether their attack worked. After putting dozens of kilometers behind them, and seeing no sign of pursuit, Linshin finally asks what the Red Fox did to Wuluo. The Red Fox admits it is only an illusion and warns that Wuluo will break out in about 15 minutes, so this lead will not last long. Linshin is quietly shocked that the fox could trap even a 30% incarnation of Wuluo, and he realizes she is far more than an ordinary enlightening stage demon. Even so, Linshin keeps that suspicion to himself, accepts that the fox just saved his life, and pushes his speed higher with more talismans and revival pills. About 10 minutes later, Linshin spots the boundary stone ahead and knows that one more push out of the Great Swamp will win the bet. That hope lasts only a moment before Linshin senses danger behind him and sees Wuluo blasting through the sky inside a rushing cloud of water. Knowing he cannot fight head-on, Linshin summons his 6 clones to intercept Wuluo while he makes a desperate dash for the boundary stone. Wuluo smashes through the interception without slowing, blasting one clone away with lightning and sweeping the other 5 aside with a circling green light. In the next instant, Wuluo closes to within 100 meters of Linshin and sends that green light spearing straight for his back. At the last second, Linshin throws out a black inkstone that swells into a massive profound armament and crashes head-on into the green light. Both treasures recoil from the clash, and Wuluo stares in surprise because he did not expect a young human like Linshin to possess a profound armament. That brief delay is enough for Linshin to cross the boundary stone and step out of the Great Swamp, which means he has officially won the wager. Instead of raging over the loss, Wuluo turns his attention to the Red Fox and coolly asks why a Haoshan fox has come to the Great Swamp of the West. The Red Fox bows slightly, apologizes for interfering, and argues that the bet never forbade Linshin from getting help. Wuluo calls fox demons as cunning as ever, but he accepts the outcome and says Wu Jing's death will be dropped because it happened in a fair fight. He adds one hard warning: the Red Fox is never allowed to step into the Great Swamp again, and she immediately agrees to leave. After giving Linshin one long final look, Wuluo turns into a streak of light and leaves, finally ending the chase. Only after Wuluo vanishes does Linshin finally let himself breathe, relieved that the demon general kept his word. When Linshin looks back at the Red Fox, He notices the illusion cost her plenty because her eyes are dim, her fur has lost its sheen, and she looks exhausted. Lin-Shin thanks her, and the Red Fox hesitates before asking whether he is curious about who she really is. Lin-Shin calmly guesses that she is from the Fox tribe, and the Red Fox, now treating him with more respect, praises him for being sharp. Lin-Shin cuts through the politeness and says she must want something important, because no demon would risk this much for nothing more than a favor over a meal. The Red Fox drops the act and admits she really does need Lin-Shin's help. She explains that 2 months ago human cultivators attacked her clan, captured many foxes alive, and left only her and a few others to escape. Lin-Shin instantly guesses she wants him to help rescue those captured clansmen, and the fox's stare makes it clear that is exactly what she means. Before agreeing to anything, Lin-Shin asks who the attackers were. The Red Fox says the attackers came from the Nine Sons sect, which leaves Lin-Shin staring at her in speechless disbelief. He bluntly points out how absurd that sounds, but the Red Fox quickly explains that these people were not acting under sect orders and were really following their clan heads. The moment she says that, Lin-Shin lowers his voice and names the culprit himself, the Yen family. The Fox confirms it, and Lin-Shin immediately realizes his suspicion was right. The Yen family has been hiding a separate plan in the Dragon Abyss mountain range. The more Lin-Shin thinks about it, the stranger it gets, because the Yen family should have been focused on White Tiger Mountain, not secretly capturing fox demons alive. He presses the Red Fox on one more point. If the Fox tribe is one of the great demonic tribes, how could the weakened Yen family crush them so easily? With a bitter, almost human sigh, the Red Fox reveals that the Fox tribe split into more than 10 hidden branches centuries ago, and the Haoshan Fox is only one small offshoot. Her branch only has about 1,000 members and 3 cultivator-level masters, so when the Yen family sent 7 or 8 masters at once, the Haoshan Fox stood no chance. That finally explains why the Fox tribe is so hard to track, but it also shows the danger of living scattered in small hidden groups. Lin-Shin then asks the real question: why would the Yen family go out of its way to capture spirit foxes alive in the first place? At that, the Red Fox grows grave and reveals the hidden reason she uncovered. The Yen family most likely discovered an underground spirit cave. Lin-Shin is left stunned, because an underground spirit cave is not just a hiding place but a treasure on the level of a cave abode, which makes the Yen family's whole scheme suddenly make sense. As he pieces the clues together, Lin-Shin realizes the underground spirit cave is far more valuable than an ordinary cave abode and suddenly understands why the Yen family went mad over White Tiger Mountain. He connects the past massacre of the Tiger tribe to the secret. The Yen family likely wiped out White Tiger Mountain to bury news of the spirit cave, then seized the cave abode as cover to open it in secret. That makes the Yen family's strange scramble for labor and materials click into place. Most of their strength is being poured into the hidden spirit cave, not the cave abode everyone can see. The scale of it leaves Lin-Shin chilled, because if the sect learns the Yen family tried to keep a spirit cave for themselves, the fallout will shake the whole sect and crush anyone caught in the middle. Lin-Shin asks the Red Fox if her captured clansmen were taken alive to open the underground spirit cave, and she confirms it immediately. Chioli explains that opening a spirit cave normally takes huge manpower and resources, so the weaker Yen family is using a blood sacrifice method instead. When Lin-Shin asks what blood sacrifice means, Chioli tells him it burns through massive amounts of flesh and blood essence, and a cultivator master's body would work even better. That answer lets Lin-Shin trace the pattern. The Tiger tribe once hunted human cultivators for the same ritual, and now the Yen family has turned to the hidden Fox tribe as an easier blood sacrifice target. Still cautious, Lin-Shin asks for proof that can truly expose the Yen family instead of just rumors. After a brief hesitation, Chioli spits out an eerie green imprisonment bead that holds a Yen disciple's captured primordial spirit inside. Chioli reveals the trapped spirit belongs to an elder son from the Yen family, and he knows the whole plot. Lin-Shin studies Chioli for a moment, accepts the bead, and only promises that he will do his best. He knows this secret is dangerous, but he also knows letting the Yen family grow stronger through the spirit cave would be even worse for him, and he still owes Chioli for saving his life. The thought sobers him even more. Until he reaches the level of a cultivator master, he is just a fragile chess piece who could be sacrificed the moment he steps too deep into the game. Chioli understands that risk, and her eyes turn grateful as she promises her tribe will remember this favor and repay him one day. Lin-Shin brushes that aside and reminds her that even if the Yen family falls, her captured clansmen still may not regain their freedom. After a painful silence, Chioli says survival is enough for now, because losing freedom is still better than being fed to a blood sacrifice. Even after Wu Luo supposedly dropped the matter, Lin-Shin refuses to risk the Great Swamp of the West and heads straight back to Dragonside City instead. Before they part, Chioli gives him a contact talisman and tells him she can find him in the Dragon Abyss mountain range if he pours spiritual essence into it. Lin-Shin also finally learns the Red Fox's real name, Chioli, from the Haoshan Fox clan. Back at the academy, Lin-Shin wastes no time and goes straight to Yang Zhongyi to ask for a way to meet Xie Jingsheng. Yang Zhongyi assumes this is about challenging upper house disciples, but Lin-Shin keeps it vague and says it is something else. Seeing Lin-Shin's serious face, Yang Zhongyi does not pry and confidently promises to arrange the meeting. By that evening, Yang Zhongyi delivers, and Lin Shen is brought to meet Xie Jingsheng in the upper house. The moment he steps inside, Lin Shen feels the upper house residence overflowing with spiritual essence, rich enough to make even his whole body relax. Lin Shen is impressed by the place, and Xie Jingsheng tells him frankly that with his ability, he will not be far from earning a home like this himself. But Xie Jingsheng also gives him a warning. Yan Jingren's cultivation seems to have jumped again, so Lin Shen needs to be careful in the disciple rank challenge 3 months from now. Lin Shen keeps his real urgency to himself and answers with a grave look that he has something important about the Yan family to report first. Once they sit down, Lin Shen lays out the underground spirit cave plot in full and openly says the information came from Chioli, only leaving out the part involving Wu Luo. The story hits Xie Jingsheng hard, and for a moment he is too stunned to speak because he immediately grasps how explosive this accusation is. Then Xie Jingsheng catches Lin Shen's intent at once, and says he will go to his master immediately, while warning Lin Shen not to tell anyone else. Lin Shen hands over the imprisonment bead as the crucial evidence, and that ends any room for delay. Xie Jingsheng rises on the spot and rushes out to report upward, leaving Lin Shen watching him go with a quiet breath of relief. With the evidence finally out of his hands, Lin Shen thinks through why he chose this route. Only someone with real authority can move against the Yan family, and Si Yuanpei is the best person he knows for that job. In Lin Shen's eyes, Si Yuanpei's status as a cultivator master and his hostility toward the great families make him exactly the kind of person who would never bury a scandal like this. That thought finally settles him, because if the higher-ups take over now, the Yan family may face disaster while Lin Shen stays out of the storm's center. Since there is nothing more he can do about the Yan family tonight, Lin Shen forces himself to move on and heads straight to the Merit Hall. At the Merit Hall, he turns in all the black iron bones from this trip and earns 18 medium merits. He immediately spends every one of those merits at the exchange hall on spirit-nourishing pills, turning the whole trip into cultivation fuel. Looking at the 15 bottles now in his storage, Lin Shen feels a rare surge of excitement, because he believes they should be enough to push him into bright aperture stage 5th level. Still shaken by how helpless he felt against Wu Luo's incarnation, Lin Shen returns home more determined than ever to become strong enough to stop being anyone's pawn. He goes straight into the training room, but before cultivating, he opens his interface to check the clone progress he has been waiting on for 200 days. Realizing the 7th clone is finally complete, Lin Shen steadies himself and summons it at once. The 7th clone materializes in front of him, and its status reveals a new talent called Amaze the World. When Lin Shen reads the talent description, he is startled to find that it stores essence, and will over time and unleashes all of it in one later strike. He quickly links it to the saber nurturing style he once heard about, a method that stays quiet for a long time and only explodes at the decisive moment. That leaves him conflicted, because Amaze the World does nothing for daily cultivation or routine hunting. Then the real value clicks for him. If this clone stays hidden and keeps storing power, it can become the trump card he has been missing. Remembering Wu Luo's incarnation chasing him, Lin Shen finally decides he needs a true killer move and seals the 7th clone away to cultivate in peace until a crisis comes. With that settled, Lin Shen brings out his superior martial arts clone's workload again by feeding it the treasures taken from Tao Zongbao's storage ring. Since Heaven's jealousy is gone and the extreme intelligence will hurt clone has too little lifespan left to waste, Lin Shen chooses the safer path and starts cultivating with the spirit nurturing pill instead. He aims not just for the 5th level of bright aperture but also for a breakthrough in meltdown, knowing he only needs 7 more palm techniques at perfection to push that art higher. Far away in the Dragon Abyss mountain range, Yan Jingren arrives by crane at a hidden mountain cave tied to the Yan family's secret plans. He strides past the guards and into a broad illuminated tunnel, heading straight for the person he came to see. The tunnel opens into a huge, freshly excavated catacomb centered on a deep spirit cave that howls like a beast's mouth. Yan Jingren finds Yan Jiting waiting near the spirit cave, and his uncle immediately senses that he has broken through again. Yan Jingren confirms he reached bright aperture level 4 3 days ago, and he is openly thrilled by what 1 month in the spirit cave has already done for him. He says a month here equals 3 or 4 months elsewhere, and with 2 or 3 years in this place, he would have a 70% chance of becoming a cultivator master. Yan Jiting is delighted, because among the younger generation, Yan Jingren is the nephew he trusts most to carry the family forward. That pride makes the contrast harsher, and in Yan Jiting's mind, Yan Xing is only an embarrassment who keeps losing to a commoner despite everything the family spent on him. Yan Jiting warns that the spirit cave is not fully opened yet, so only 4 or 5 people can use it at a time and no one can stay longer than a month without terrible consequences. He follows that warning with the darker truth. The Yan family has already moved the captured Haoshun Fox clan into the mountain, and their blood sacrifices will fully open the cave within 3 months. Just imagining the result excites both of them, because the family has gambled everything on this spirit cave and sees it as the path back to power. Their talk is cut off when Yanxing rushes in from the passage, clearly flustered. He starts to call for his brother, but the moment he notices Yan Jiting beside him, his nerve falters. Yan Jingren steps in before his uncle can speak and asks what happened. Yan Xing blurts out the news from Nanyang Academy, Lin Shin has already entered the upper house and plans to challenge Yan Jingren in the disciple rank battle 3 months from now. Instead of getting angry, Yan Jingren coolly points out that he is the newest upper house disciple, so of course challengers would target him first. Yan Xing still insists Lin Shin is clearly aiming at the Yan family, and cannot understand why his brother is not furious. To Yan Jingren, that reaction only proves Yan Xing is still fixated on old grudges when the whole family is risking everything on a much bigger plan. Yan Jiting loses patience first, snorts in open contempt, and walks away without even bothering to hide his disappointment. Yan Xing is still too dense to understand why his uncle is angry, so Yan Jingren has to handle him directly. Yan Jingren tells him to stop worrying about Lin Shin because he already knows what to do. Then he gives Yan Xing something better than reassurance, a place in the next group entering the spirit cave, enough to raise his cultivation by 1 or 2 levels if he treats it seriously. The promise hits exactly where it should, and Yan Xing eagerly vows to cultivate hard in the spirit cave. He immediately starts dreaming bigger, thinking that 1 month inside could push him from long breath level 5 to 6, or even all the way to level 7 and an earth rank promotion. Seeing him settle down, Yan Jingren tells him to focus only on cultivation and ignore distractions until they both return to Nine Yang Academy in 3 months. Behind that calm order is a careful plan. Even while hiding the family's secret around the spirit cave, Yan Jingren fully expects to return for the challenge and crush Lin Shin once he reaches bright aperture level 5. 3 months later, Lin Shin sits alone in the training room, pushing through the last stretch of cultivation in complete focus. He suddenly opens his eyes, and a lightning-like flash fills the room as Lin Shin realizes he has broken through again. Lin Shin is thrilled to find he did even better than expected, jumping from his earlier goal to bright aperture level 6 in just 3 months. The bigger surprise is that both Meltdown and Forbidden Golden Armor have advanced past Path and reached True Martial together. Staring at the results, Lin Shin can barely believe how much stronger True Martial feels compared to Path. He regrets not asking Xie Jingsheng about True Martial earlier, but the excitement of the breakthrough quickly pushes that aside. Lin Shin judges that a True Martial technique should be several times stronger than a Path technique, enough to change how he fights entirely. That thought immediately leads him back to Wu Luo's incarnation, and for the first time he feels he would not have to run. He wonders if True Martial might line up with the power of a cultivator master, but he knows he still needs a real fight to prove it. He dismisses the idea of testing it indoors because the training room nearly got wrecked last time he used Path Stage Meltdown. Instead, Lin Shin decides to head into the Dragon Abyss mountain range tomorrow and test his new power on a spiritual beast. He notices True Martial has no further progress bar at all, which tells him he has reached the top stage of martial technique growth for now. Even so, his other spells have advanced well too, giving him more options beyond raw martial power. 7 Arts Sword Energy reaches the 4th level, and Lin Shin now understands he can launch 4 Sword Energy streaks at once. Lightning Palm and Paperman movement technique are both at the 4th level now, putting each of them just 1 step from perfection. He had planned to focus on riding wind after being chased before, but now he decides Cloud Dragon Rhythm is the better long-term answer. His conclusion is simple: push Cloud Dragon Rhythm to True Martial first, and only revisit riding wind later if he still needs it. When he checks his clone progress, Lin Shin sees the 8th clone is only 18% complete, and realizes just how long future clones will take. He estimates the 8th clone still needs more than a year, and the 9th could take several years after that. But once he considers how long higher-level seclusion can last, Lin Shin decides that timeline is not nearly as unbearable as it first sounded. For now, he is satisfied with 7 clones, especially knowing that they already multiply his cultivation speed far beyond normal geniuses. Adding everything together, Lin Shin quietly concludes that ordinary 9th-level bright aperture cultivators are no longer his equals. With his clones and formation tactics added in, he even believes he could defeat Wu Luo's incarnation instead of just surviving it. After letting the excitement settle, Lin Shin finally leaves the training room and notices something unusual in the direction of the square. Even after 3 quiet months, Lin Shin still cannot believe the sect has done nothing, because Xie Jingsheng should have already passed the White Tiger Mountain news upward. He decides the sect is probably waiting for the right moment, which only makes today's challenge day feel more suspicious. When Lin Shin reaches the square, the place is already packed and unusually lively for the disciple rank challenge. He soon finds Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan, and both of them look like they have just rushed back from the Dragon Abyss mountain range. That sight makes Lin Shin pause, because if they are already back, then everyone sent to White Tiger Mountain should have returned by now. Yang Zhongyi greets him casually, but Lin Shin immediately asks whether all the disciples from White Tiger Mountain have returned. Yang Zhongyi answers that of course they are back for challenge day, but his confused look shows he has no idea why Lin Shin cares so much. Lin Shin scans the square and quickly spots Yan Xing in the crowd. Then he sees Yan Jingren there too, and that is what really confirms that something is off. Upper house disciples normally would not bother with a lower house challenge, so Yan Jingren's presence instantly draws attention from all sides. Most people assume he came early because Lin Shin plans to challenge him in 2 days, but Lin Shin senses a different reason. Yang Zhongyi leans in to ask if Lin Shin is really ready for that upper house challenge, and Sun Yan watches for his answer. Lin Shin only tells them not to worry, because by now he suspects today's challenge may not even happen. Before anyone can sort that out, a disturbance runs through the square and the crowd starts opening a path on its own. Shinzening arrives at the head of a formal group, and 8 other upper house disciples follow behind him with Xie Jingxing, Mu Chuanhua, and Jianhao among them. With Yan Jingren already present, all 10 upper house disciples are now in the square at once, and the mood turns unmistakably ominous. The crowd erupts in confused whispers, because even on an upper house challenge day, seeing all 10 together is rare. Off to one side, Yanxing is stunned to see this lineup, and the fact that his own brother clearly was not included makes the danger feel personal. Yanxing asks what is happening, but Yan Jingren can only stare ahead with a grave face, which scares Yanxing even more. When Shinzening stops before the crowd, the whole square falls silent at once. He announces that they are here under the Archimandrite's orders to read a sect decree, and that single line instantly changes the event from a challenge day into a reckoning. Then Shinzening throws the decree into the air, and green light erupts as an elder's projection forms above the square. The disciples recognize the projected figure as the 9 Sun sect's disciplinary elder, and the square tightens with dread. In a cold official voice, the elder declares that the Yen family tried to seize the spirit cave beneath White Tiger Mountain and has betrayed the sect. He follows with the real blow. By the sect master's decree, the sect will clean house today and wipe out the Yen family. The square goes dead silent, and every shocked gaze swings toward the members of the Yen family. The decree hits hard, and the Yen family side goes white as Yan Jingren stiffens and Yanxing starts shaking. After a stunned pause, Yanxing snaps and yells that the accusation is slander, and the Yen family never betrayed the sect. Shinzening cuts him off coldly, saying a decree like this only comes with solid proof and there is nothing left to argue. At that moment, more than 10 streaks of light rise in the distance and shoot toward the academy gate like meteors. Shinzening announces that the Archimandrite, institute heads, and sect masters have already moved on White Tiger Mountain to wipe out the Yen family. Then Shinzening gives the Yen disciples one blunt order: surrender. The 20-odd Yen family disciples bunch together in panic, and many of them look genuinely lost because they never even knew about the hidden spirit cave. Yan Jingren scans the expressionless upper house disciples and his own crumbling clan, and he realizes the sect has fully decided to erase the Yen family. He cannot see what went wrong, but he does understand one thing now: the Yen family is finished, and asking questions will change nothing. Instead of surrendering, Yan Jingren draws his sword and answers the sect with open defiance. Shinzening immediately raises the stakes, declaring that anyone who kills Yan Jingren will earn 3 golden marrow pills. The mood in the square flips instantly as disciples stare at Yan Jingren with hungry eyes, tempted by a reward no one would ever willingly sell. Most lower house disciples cool down just as fast, because Yan Jingren is a bright aperture cultivator and far beyond their reach. Yan Jingren sees through the decree at once. The academy has sealed the place, escape is hopeless, and the sect is even using his death to train its disciples. He forces his anger down and steadies himself, deciding that if he must die here, he will drag someone down with him. Seeing that shift, Shinzening calls on the upper house disciples and asks which one will step up. The upper house disciples all want the pills, but no one rushes in, because Yan Jingren is strong, cornered, and likely to fight like a man. No one wants to team up either, because sharing the reward would be humiliating and expensive. Yan Jingren needles them with a sneer, asking if none of them dare to fight him. That taunt lands perfectly, and Jianhao finally steps out, angry enough to stop waiting. Jianhao had wanted someone else to test Yan Jingren first, but now he talks himself into the fight, convinced the spirit cave could not have made that much difference so quickly. With a flick of his wrist, Jianhao summons a 9-yang talisman sword and points the blade straight at Yan Jingren. He boasts that Yan Jingren is about to taste his 9 divine sun sword, and Yan Jingren answers with a thin, icy smile that he is looking forward to it. The instant the last word leaves his mouth, Yan Jingren lunges like lightning and the duel finally explodes. Sword energy and violent shockwaves tear across the square, forcing everyone nearby to retreat before they get caught in it. Watching the bright aperture duel from a safer distance, Yang Zhongyi can only blurt out that the upper house disciples are on another level. Sun Yan quietly agrees, and all around them the lower house disciples watch hard because this is a rare real life and death fight worth learning from. In the same crowd, Lin Shen stays much calmer than the others because he had already expected the sect to move against the Yan family. What surprises Lin Shen is the timing, and he quickly links it to the White Tiger Mountain mission that had pulled large numbers of academy disciples into Yan family territory for months. He realizes challenge day was the perfect moment to strike, because all those disciples would already be back at the academy, and the Yan family would not be warned. But Lin Shen still feels 3 months was too long to wait, and he doubts the sect would risk delay just out of concern for ordinary disciples. His darker guess is that the sect waited for the Yan family to finish opening the underground spirit cave so it could destroy them and take the cave intact. Whether that guess is true or not, Lin Shen does not care to pity the Yan family, and he is almost pleased to see them being cleaned out. Back at the center, the fight grows even more brutal as both bright aperture swordsmen trade relentless blades, sword energy, and even lightning palm strikes. In only a short time, the battlefield within 500 meters is smashed into ruins, and even the spectators are pushed almost to the square's edge. The lower house disciples are stunned by the scale of it, but the upper house disciples keep their ground and read the fight more clearly. Xie Jingsheng is the first to say it plainly. Yan Jingren has probably reached the 5th level of bright aperture, and Jian Hao is in trouble. Mu Chuanhua is shocked that the spirit cave could push someone from the 3rd level to the 5th in just half a year, and that thought excites the others even more. A thunderous clash answers them as 2 blazing white lightning attacks collide and burst apart in the sky. Jian Hao is blasted backward several meters and finally understands with a jolt that Yan Jingren really has caught up to the 5th level. That realization turns Jian Hao's face ugly, because with no cultivation advantage left, he no longer trusts pure technique to win this fight. He briefly thinks of backing off, but his own boasts trap him, and he decides the reward is worth paying a price for. So Jian Hao makes his move and swallows a pill in the middle of battle. From the sidelines, Xie Jingsheng and the others recognize it at once and react in surprise. It is a blazing blood pill. The pill will temporarily turn Jian Hao's spiritual essence into yang energy, and sharply boost the power of his yang techniques, making it a dangerous trump card in a fight like this. Jian Hao finally plays his life-saving card and swallows a blazing blood pill, a rare pill so precious even upper house disciples can hardly get one. The pill hits immediately, turning Jian Hao's skin red as white smoke pours off him and his whole body surges with fierce yang power. Shouting for another round, Jian Hao charges Yan Jingren and pushes his 9 divine sun sword to a new peak. 5 blazing suns bloom from Jian Hao's sword at once, and the crowd gasps because everyone knows only he can push that technique this far. The square feels like a furnace under the 5 suns, but Yan Jingren stays calm and pulls out a small green tablet instead of retreating. With one command, the tablet expands into a giant monument and crashes straight into Jian Hao's attack. Jian Hao's sword energy cannot even scratch the huge tablet, and in the next instant it smashes through the 5 suns and bears down on him. Jian Hao tries to dodge, but a strange suppressing force locks onto him and makes every movement feel like wading through a swamp. Forced to stand his ground, Jian Hao raises his sword with both hands and barely catches the falling tablet before it crushes him into the arena floor. Just as Jian Hao is about to be completely suppressed, Shinzening intervenes with a flash of force and knocks the tablet back. Yan Jingren coldly asks if Shinzening plans to fight in person, making the rescue feel like a public humiliation for everyone else. Shinzening says nothing more than glancing at Jian Hao, and Jian Hao lowers his head in shame and retreats, admitting defeat without a word. The square falls into an ugly silence as everyone realizes a higher-ranked upper house disciple just lost to Yan Jingren. The sharper-eyed disciples realize that green tablet is a profound armament, which makes Yan Jingren even harder to handle. Everyone knows Shinzening could crush Yan Jingren, but if the chief disciple has to step in, the academy will lose face in front of both upper and lower house disciples. Even Xie Jingsheng hesitates, because although his cultivation is high enough, he has no profound armament and no confidence he can beat Yan Jingren cleanly. Seeing no one step forward, Yan Jingren simply stares at the whole group with open mockery. Then Lin Shen breaks the silence and calmly says that if no one else is going up, he will do it. The entire square is stunned, because everyone had forgotten Lin Shen's delayed challenge once Yan Jingren started crushing stronger opponents. Xie Jingsheng hurriedly warns Lin Shen not to be rash, because he does not want this gifted junior brother walking into a disaster. Lin Shen only gives Xie Jingsheng a small nod and keeps walking toward the arena anyway. The upper house disciples can only shake their heads, convinced that if they themselves are unsure of victory, Lin Shen should have no chance at all. Shinzening also doubts Lin Shen can win, but with everyone watching, he cannot drag him back without crushing morale even further. Before anyone can stop him, Lin Shen steps into the arena and faces Yan Jingren at last. Yan Jingren is briefly surprised, then coldly asks why Lin Shen still dares to come up now of all times. Lin Shen answers with total calm that he is only keeping the promise he made 3 months ago, and he knows this fight is exactly what Yan Jingren wanted. Yan Jingren goes quiet because Lin Shen is right. If he gets a chance here, he absolutely wants to kill him. What unsettles Yan Jingren is that Lin Shen watched his last battle and still walked in, which makes him wonder if Lin Shen is hiding something. In the end, Yan Jingren drops the doubt and decides the only thing that matters is attacking fast enough to kill Lin Shen before Shinzening can interfere. Lin Shen is just as clear-eyed about Yan Jingren's intent, but he does not care and calmly draws a 9-yang talisman sword for the fight. He deliberately leaves his more conspicuous pure yang sword out of sight, choosing a weapon he can use publicly without drawing extra attention. As both men take their stances, the square goes completely still and every disciple locks onto the arena. The silence shatters with clashing steel as Lin Shen and Yan Jingren burst forward together like streaks of light. They trade a blinding series of sword blows with no spells and no flashy techniques, relying only on cultivation and pure sword skill. Yan Jingren presses in with storm-like sword force and boiling heat, but Lin Shen stays calm and seals every opening with airtight defense. The spectators are stunned that Lin Shen is not being overwhelmed at all and is actually matching Yan Jingren head-on. Then the upper house disciples realize the truth from the pressure coming off him. Lin Shen has already reached the 6th level of the bright aperture stage. That revelation hits harder than Jian Hao's defeat, because Lin Shen advanced only half a year ago, and is somehow already one stage above Yan Jingren. Even Xie Jingsheng is left feeling unreal, because Lin Shen has climbed from long breath stage to his level in just over half a year. Shen Zhenning, who had doubted him too, can only admit that Lin Shen hid his strength far better than anyone expected. The two fighters break apart at the same time, and for the first time Yan Jingren cannot hide how shaken he is. Yan Jingren cannot understand how Lin Shen, without a spirit cave and with less time in this realm, ended up even stronger than him. That shock twists straight into killing intent, because the more brilliant Lin Shen looks, the more Yan Jingren wants to cut down the sect's future here and now. Yan Jingren's killing intent flares, but Lin Shen stays calm and answers the pressure with a faint smile and a sword thrust. Instead of testing swords again, Yan Jingren suddenly switches tactics and unleashes 5 chi suppression. Lin Shen recognizes the spell at once and coolly says he'll return the favor with one of his own. 4 invisible sword energies slash out like lightning and tear straight into the 5-colored attack. Yan Jingren's spell is shredded on contact, and 2 surviving strands of sword energy keep flying at him with brutal force. Yan Jingren cuts down one strand, but the last one slams into his chest, and only his defensive armament keeps him from taking the hit full force. That brief save only unsettles Yan Jingren more, because Lin Shen's spell clearly overpowers his enro level and mystery. Refusing to back down, Yan Jingren leaps overhead and brings out his strongest martial technique, the Claw Scraper sword. The watching disciples are rattled by the sword's power, but Lin Shen finally looks pleased that Yan Jingren is fighting him with martial arts again. Lin Shen answers with the 9 Divine Sun sword, and at first the crowd thinks he is repeating Jiang Hao's failed approach. Then all doubt vanishes when 9 blazing suns appear at once, revealing the ultimate form of the technique. The 9 suns explode forward, shatter Yan Jingren's cyclone, and burn away the violent wind around Lin Shen. The attack crashes into Yan Jingren like falling meteors, breaks his yellow defense, and blasts him away. Yan Jingren barely lands on his feet before blood surges up and spills from his mouth in front of the silent crowd. Jiang Hao is hit hardest by the sight, because Lin Shen just reached a 9 sun level he himself could never touch. Shen Zhenning openly praises the strike as nearly reaching true martial, and the upper house disciples are shaken by just how high Lin Shen's talent has climbed. The hidden truth is that Lin Shen secretly switched to pure yang body, turning a move that should summon 6 suns into a terrifying 9 sun burst. After catching his breath, Yan Jingren finally understands the ugly truth. Lin Shen now beats him in cultivation, spells, and martial techniques alike. That shock only lasts a moment before Yan Jingren hardens himself, and decides to stake everything on his Dharma treasure. Convinced a commoner disciple like Lin Shen can't possibly own a profound armament, Yan Jingren throws out his green tablet again. The tablet swells into a towering monument, and rumbles down toward Lin Shen, bringing back the same pressure that crushed Jiang Hao before. Even as the upper house disciples tense up and Shen Zhenning prepares to intervene, Lin Shen does not move an inch. The giant tablet slams down with mountain-splitting force, and for one startled instant it looks like Lin Shen has been crushed. Yan Jingren's brief delight dies immediately when the dust clears and Lin Shen is still standing inside a golden armor of light. The truth is even harsher than it looked. Lin Shen was only forced a little lower because the stone under his feet shattered, not because the tablet broke his defense. The whole crowd is stunned, because they cannot tell whether this impossible defense is a martial technique or a spell. The upper house disciples realize something much bigger, and Shen Zhenning confirms Lin Shen just used a true martial technique. That confirmation leaves Xie Jingsheng reeling, because Lin Shen has gone far beyond the monster he already seemed to be before. As the golden armor fades, Lin Shen calmly admits the green tablet is a fine treasure, and only he understands that he means it. Lin Shen knows the tablet is no joke and that it only looked manageable because Yan Jingren is not strong enough to bring out its full power. Without explaining himself, Lin Shen simply smiles and says it is his turn now. Since he cannot reveal his inkstone in public, Lin Shen reaches for another trump card instead. The sky suddenly roars as a huge scarlet palm forms out of nowhere and stretches across the battlefield toward Yan Jingren. Yan Jingren is caught off guard by how monstrous the attack feels, as if an entire mountain is collapsing onto him. With no better option, Yan Jingren frantically throws out the green tablet again and turns it into a giant slab to meet the falling palm head-on. The scarlet palm and the giant tablet collide like two meteors, shaking both the ground and the sky at the very end of the clash. Lin Shen's scarlet palm and Yan Jingren's ridge-like tablet grind against each other in midair, while the shattered square sinks into a massive crater under the pressure. Seeing Yan Jingren barely holding on, Lin Shen coolly pushes harder, and the crimson palm suddenly flares brighter. The profound armament shudders as if it is being scorched alive, and the backlash hits Yan Jingren so hard he spits blood and nearly blacks out. Lin Shen's attack bears down a second time, and this time Yan Jingren finally breaks. With the tablet gone, the scarlet palm slams straight into Yan Jingren and detonates the arena in one overwhelming blast. When the dust clears, Yan Jingren is simply gone, blasted into nothing by Lin Shen's technique. The whole square freezes at the sight of it, because the invincible Yan Jingren has really lost. Yan Xing takes the blow hardest of all, turning deathly pale before his legs give out and he drops to his knees. Once the crowd recovers, the shock turns into open awe as countless eyes lock onto Lin Shen. The upper house disciples realize the terrifying part is not just the win, but that Lin Shin has shown two true martial techniques at once. Even those proud upper house elites have to admit Lin Shin is already beyond them, because none of them could have survived what Yan Jingren just failed to block. After a long look at the battlefield, Shinzening quietly concludes that from this day on, Lin Shin belongs in the upper house. Nearby, Jiang Hao lowers his head in burning embarrassment, because Lin Shin has now avenged him twice without even trying. With Yan Jingren dead, Shinzening calmly leaves the remaining Yan family members to the rest of the academy disciples. The surviving Yans, including Yan Xing, lose the last of their hope when they realize no bright aperture expert is left to protect them. Then the disciples rush them all at once, and the massacre is over almost before it begins. In barely 10 seconds, every Yan clansman in the square is dead, including Yan Xing. Looking at Yan Xing's corpse, Lin Shin briefly wonders whether any of this would have happened if Yan Xing had never come after him in the first place. He lets the thought go just as quickly, because at this point regret changes nothing. That same evening, word arrives from White Tiger Mountain that the Yan family has been completely wiped out, right down to its family head. With no cultivator master and almost no survivors left, the Yan family is officially erased from the Nine Suns sect. The sect keeps churning from the fallout, but inside Nine Yang Academy the bigger obsession is still Lin Shin's stunning kill of Yan Jingren. For several days Lin Shin becomes the center of everyone's conversation, even though he has no time to care about the noise. On the third day after the battle, Xie Jingxing personally invites Lin Shin back into the upper house. Xie Jingxing gets straight to the point and tells him their master wants to see him. The name hits Lin Shin hard, because he has crossed paths with Si Yuanpei before but never actually met the man in person. As they head deeper into the upper house, Lin Shin asks about the underground spirit cave that helped push Yan Jingren's strength so high. Xie Jingxing reveals that the sect has already found and fully opened the spirit cave, and disciple quotas should be released soon. That answer confirms Lin Shin's suspicion that the sect let the Yan family do the dirty work of opening the cave before taking it for themselves. Soon they stop outside a quiet wooden building, and Xie Jingxing leaves Lin Shin at the door to meet the master alone. Lin Shin steadies himself, knocks, and a deep voice from inside tells him to enter. Inside the ancient tea room, Lin Shin finally meets Si Yuanpei, an imposing old man whose sharp gaze feels like a drawn sword. Si Yuanpei invites him to sit, and despite the stern face, his manner is unexpectedly gentle. With a sweep of his sleeve, Si Yuanpei lays out Lin Shin's rewards on the table: 2 tokens, a storage ring, and a jade tube. Si Yuanpei formally declares that because of Lin Shin's part in destroying the Yan family, he is now an upper house disciple. Lin Shin takes that calmly, because he already knows reaching the upper house was inevitable after everything he has shown. Si Yuanpei points next to the storage ring and makes it clear that the real sect reward is whatever has been placed inside it. But Si Yuanpei saves the most valuable gift for last, turning to the jade tube and speaking about the crucial step of becoming a cultivator master. He reminds Lin Shin that now that he has reached the 6th level of the bright aperture stage, the barrier to cultivator master is no longer far away. Then Si Yuanpei reveals the jade tube contains his own insights on breaking through, and tells Lin Shin to study it carefully. Lin Shin is stunned for a beat, then quietly thrilled, because he had just been worrying about how to find guidance for the next great realm. Si Yuanpei's help lands at exactly the right moment, and Lin Shin thanks him sincerely. Si Yuanpei admits he made Lin Shin a black-rank disciple to push his growth faster, and says the jade tube is compensation for the trouble that caused. Lin Shin finally understands and breaks into a laugh when the reason behind Si Yuanpei's earlier arrangement clicks into place. Then Lin Shin asks the question still on his mind: what happened to the Haoshan foxes? After a brief silence, Si Yuanpei says the foxes helped expose the Yan family's plan, so once the sect destroys the Yan family, the surviving captives will be released. That answer throws Lin Shin, because he expected the sect to tighten control over the weakened fox tribe, not let them go. Si Yuanpei clears up the mystery by revealing that when the sect reached the mountain spirit cave, fewer than 10% of the Haoshan foxes were still alive. Most of the foxes, he says, had already been used by the Yan family as blood sacrifices. Lin Shin understands at once and can only sigh, realizing the fox clan has been crippled so badly it will take centuries to recover. Before that mood can pass, Si Yuanpei suddenly asks whether Lin Shin has a way to contact the fox demon Chioli. Lin Shin sees no point hiding it and admits that he can. Si Yuanpei warns him to be careful of Chioli, and the warning is serious enough to stop Lin Shin cold. When Lin Shin asks what he means, Si Yuanpei drops the real reveal: Chioli is a demon cultivator. The revelation hits hard, and Lin Shin is stunned that he once fought side by side with a fox demon at the cultivator master realm without realizing it. He still can't make sense of it at first, because Chioli never seemed that powerful and even struggled against Wu Li's incarnation. Si Yuanpei explains that Chioli is the daughter of the current Haoshan fox leader, and was badly injured in her battle with Yan Zhongrong. That finally makes the pieces fit, and Lin Shin is left quietly amazed by how strange fate can be. Si Yuanpei then turns to Lin Shin's future and says the sect will soon open the underground spirit cave to disciples. Because of Lin Shin's contribution in the Yan family matter, Si Yuanpei says he will fight to get him a place among the candidates. The offer feels loaded with deeper meaning, but before Lin Shin can sort it out, Si Yuanpei waves him off. Lin Shin steps out of the wooden building, where Xie Jingsheng is already waiting to greet him with a smile. Xie Jingsheng congratulates him, saying they are both upper house disciples now. As they walk, Lin Shen asks what upper house disciples actually receive, and Xie Jingsheng explains it all without holding back. First, Lin Shen learns that upper house disciples receive 5 medium merits every month. They also get a private courtyard on the level of a profound cottage, which already sounds far better than the lower house. More importantly, upper house disciples can spend merit points to ask the house head for cultivation guidance, which can save years of wasted effort. The sect also hands out pills, dharma treasures, and other resources from time to time, though the best shares still depend on disciple competition. Lin Shen likes what he hears, especially the steady merits and the better residence, even if he doesn't really need a teacher to explain cultivation bottlenecks. Soon they arrive at an ancient, elegant courtyard that is clearly meant to be Lin Shen's new home in the upper house. Xie Jingsheng finishes his errand there and leaves, letting Lin Shen take possession of the place himself. After watching him go, Lin Shen uses his token to open the restriction and steps into the courtyard. The moment he crosses inside, the spiritual essence hits him so strongly that he immediately realizes this place is on another level. He judges that cultivating here should be at least twice as efficient as outside, and the discovery genuinely impresses him. The courtyard isn't flashy, but its refined layout fits Lin Shen's taste perfectly. After a quick tour, Lin Shen settles into the training room and finally brings out the storage ring and jade tube from Si Yuanpei. He starts with the jade tube, sending in his mental power because the records on becoming a cultivator master matter most to him right now. As he reads deeper, Lin Shen's eyes grow brighter because the jade tube really does contain the breakthrough knowledge Si Yuanpei promised. The key truth is simple and huge. After the 9th level of bright aperture, a cultivator has to forge spirit meridians before becoming a cultivator master. Only by establishing a spirit meridian can true chi transform into spiritual essence and spiritual consciousness be born, which is the real gate into the immortal path. The number of spirit meridians forged will shape a cultivator master's ceiling, so this isn't just a breakthrough step, it's the foundation for everything after. The jade tube lays out 5 spirit meridian grades, from the weak 5th grade up to the nearly mythical 1st grade. At the bottom, a 5th grade spirit meridian only needs 9 forged meridians, but it almost guarantees the cultivator will never reach spirit accumulation. 4th grade needs 18 meridians, and at least leaves a chance to break into spirit accumulation one day. 3rd grade requires 27 meridians, and with that level, a future spirit accumulation breakthrough is almost assured. 2nd grade jumps to 36 meridians, and anyone who succeeds there is expected to have a bright and exceptional future. The jade tube even notes that the current 9 Sun sect Archimandrite reached cultivator master with a 2nd grade spirit meridian. Then comes the 1st grade, something so rare that the 9 Sun sect has never produced one, and reaching it demands a staggering 45 forged meridians. Lin Shen locks onto that impossible target immediately, and decides he won't settle for anything less than the highest grade. With his clone ability, he believes he has to aim for the best possible foundation if he wants to climb higher in the future. Once he calms down, Lin Shen keeps reading and learns the practical requirement. Forging spirit meridians needs a pill called the Caste Spirit Pill. Talent changes everything here, because gifted cultivators might forge the first meridian with 1 pill, while poor talent can waste 4 or 5 and still fail. The jade tube warns that many cultivators exhaust their whole lives stuck at 7 or 8 meridians, unable to forge the last one needed even for the lowest grade. Lingguangding is one example of that dead end, which makes the warning feel painfully real to Lin Shen. And the burden only gets worse, because every additional spirit meridian takes more caste spirit pills than the one before it. That sends Lin Shen straight to the next hard question. How many caste spirit pills will he need just to forge his first meridian? The answer looks ugly fast, because 1 caste spirit pill in the merit hall costs 10 medium merits, as much as 10 bottles of spirit nurturing pills. If even a 5th grade breakthrough can eat dozens or hundreds of pills, then ordinary cultivators are almost priced out before they begin. He can only sigh that without backing from a major family or a teacher like Xie Jingsheng has, collecting enough pills alone would stop many people cold. Then one line in the jade tube makes Lin Shen pause. The key ingredient in caste spirit pills is spirit dust. Spirit dust, the record says, is the essence left behind when a spirit monster called the earth essence dies. And since earth essences dwell deep underground where spiritual essence is thick, underground spirit caves are exactly where that material can be found. At that moment, Lin Shen finally understands what Si Yuanpei was really hinting at. The underground spirit cave in the Dragon Abyss mountain range should hold plenty of earth essences, which means it could solve his biggest resource problem at the source. If he can collect enough spirit dust there, he can gather the other ingredients himself and pay alchemists to refine caste spirit pills for far less than merit hall prices. For a commoner disciple like Lin Shen, that changes everything. So Lin Shen quickly makes up his mind that he has to enter the underground spirit cave when the chance comes. If he wants a first-grade spirit meridian, he knows he will need a huge mountain of caste spirit pills, and earning that many through merit alone would take far too long. By comparison, hunting earth essences and gathering spirit dust in the cave is plainly the faster path. After reviewing the jade tube one more time to make sure he missed nothing, Lin Shen finally puts it away. Just as he reaches for the storage ring, a new idea flashes through his mind. Since forging spirit meridians starts easier and gets harder later, Linshin wonders if he can split the early work across his clones first. His plan is bold: let each of his 7 clones, along with his main body, forge 6 spirit meridians first, then fuse them back together for a total beyond 45. Back in his room, Linshin gets fired up by a risky idea. If his clone keeps forging only a first spirit meridian, then merges back into him and repeats, he might cheat his way toward a legendary first-grade spirit meridian. He makes the call on the spot and decides to test that method as soon as he reaches the 9th level of bright aperture. Before anything else, Linshin opens the storage ring to see what the sect returned to him after Yan Jingren's death. The first thing he recognizes is Yan Jingren's green tablet, along with a superior defensive armament and a superior magic sword, and Linshin can tell the sect really did hand back the spoils. He is especially pleased by the tablet, because unlike robes or talisman swords, offensive Dharma treasures can be used together as long as he has enough spiritual essence. Then he notices a bundle of cloth tucked beside the tablet, and the strange robe immediately feels too refined to be ordinary. The moment he probes it with mental force, the answer lands in his mind and Linshin lights up. This robe is actually a profound armament called the Heavenly Star Robe. That makes Linshin realize the robe is the sect's real reward, while the rest of the gear is just what he already earned in battle. He tosses the Heavenly Star Robe into the air, and it blooms open into a black Taoist robe covered in runes, with sun, moon, and stars shining through the patterns. A moment later the robe settles onto his body by itself, fitting perfectly like it was made for him. Feeling the robe's protection, Linshin quietly judges that with this and forbidden golden armor together, no bright aperture cultivator should be able to hurt him anymore. Once the excitement settles, he keeps searching the ring and turns up a cache of pills. Among them are the 3 golden marrow pills promised for killing Yan Jingren, and Linshin instantly sees a breakthrough chance right in front of him. He knows exactly how valuable they are, because these pills let a bright aperture cultivator taste a higher soul state for 3 days and cultivate at a terrifying speed. Then another bottle makes him smile even wider, because it contains the cast spirit pills he was worrying about just moments ago. When he counts 12 cast spirit pills inside, Linshin realizes the resource bottleneck is gone, and now only his cultivation level is holding him back. So he wastes no time, takes a golden marrow pill immediately, and begins cultivating on the spot. As the medicine spreads, his mind turns startlingly clear, and even with his eyes shut, Linshin can sense everything around him. His newborn spiritual consciousness slips through the walls and blankets the whole courtyard, letting him truly feel what cultivator-level perception is like. Then he turns that invisible consciousness into little vortexes and starts drawing spiritual essence straight into his body at more than 10 times his normal speed. Linshin sinks completely into that rapid cultivation, riding the surge without stopping. 9 days later, all 3 golden marrow pills are gone, and Linshin successfully breaks through to the 7th level of bright aperture. He checks his progress and sees the gain clearly, but he still clicks his tongue at how much farther those pills could have pushed him if he had more. He reins that greed back and fast, because golden marrow pills are rare enough that even top disciples usually see them only as special rewards. With spirit-nurturing pills no longer helping and the golden marrow pills already spent, Linshin realizes plain hard cultivation would still take him months to reach the 9th level. That makes the spirit cave even more important, because if he can enter it, Linshin thinks he may cut that wait down to a single month. He also counts how far Cloud Dragon Rhythm and 9 Divine Sun Swords still are from true martial, and decides he needs those upgrades soon if he wants to survive deeper opportunities. His reasoning is simple: 2 more true martial techniques would boost his strength enough to face Earth essences, which are at least as dangerous as enlightening stage spirit beasts. Just as he settles down to continue cultivating, the token warns him that someone is visiting. He heads outside, lifts the restriction at the gate, and finds Xie Jingsheng waiting there with an easy smile. Xie Jingsheng congratulates him at once, because even from a glance he can tell Linshin has already broken through again. Linshin invites him in, and Xie Jingsheng gets straight to the point. The sect has finished checking the spirit cave and found nothing missing, so it is officially reopening. Better yet, Linshin and Xie Jingsheng are both on the very first batch allowed to enter. Linshin immediately asks when, and Xie tells him they leave in 5 days. Xie adds that Mu Chuanhua, another upper house disciple surnamed Fu, and 10 heaven-ranked disciples from the lower house will be going with them. That small number of upper house disciples catches Linshin's attention, and he asks where the others are. Xie says the rest are tied up with other duties, but when he reaches Shinzening, his tone changes completely. Shinzening has already gone into seclusion to forge a spirit meridian, which means he is not just stronger than the others, but already standing at the 9th level of bright aperture. The news genuinely shocks Linshin, because it confirms Shinzening is on a completely different level from the rest of the upper house. Xie can barely hide his envy as he says Shinzening should be able to forge at least a 3rd-grade spirit meridian, maybe even a 2nd-grade one. He goes even further and says that if Shinzening becomes a cultivator master before leaving the academy in half a year, he will enter the sect as a true disciple and rise fast from there. When Xie Jingxing mentions true disciples, Linshin blanks for a second, and Xie quickly realizes he has to explain the academy's whole ladder first. Xia reminds him that the academy cuts the bottom 50 disciples every year, and those people usually fall all the way down to the sex outer disciple rank. Then Xia lays out the hierarchy above that. Survive 5 years and you become an intersect disciple, but become a cultivator master in that time, and you jump straight to true disciple. Xia can't hide his envy as he adds that true disciples get a flood of pills, manuals, treasures, and maybe even the backing of an elder. Lin Shin asks how many academy disciples have ever pulled that off, and Xia answers with a tiny number that makes the title feel suddenly real. Since the academy was founded, only 3 people became cultivator masters within 5 years, and the most recent one was 3 years ago. That clue clicks for Lin Shin, and he immediately guesses the famous name he has heard since entering the academy, Su Luiying. Xia confirms it, and reminds him that Su Luiying was the old family disciple who shattered records, reaching long breath in 2 months and later becoming a true disciple in less than 4 years. He even says Su Luiying forged an extremely rare second-grade spirit meridian, then abruptly chokes on his own praise when he remembers Lin Shin's talent may be even scarier. While Lin Shin wonders what just happened, Xia is privately staring at a much bigger possibility. This junior might become a cultivator master in under 3 years. Lin Shin moves the conversation forward and asks the obvious next question. What cultivation level is Su Luiying at now? Instead of answering, Xia gives him a strange look and admits he doesn't know, which only makes the mystery around Su Luiying feel worse. Xia finally reveals why. 2 years ago, Su Luiying betrayed the Nine Suns sect and vanished. The news hits Lin Shin hard enough that he presses for details on the spot. Xia can only give scraps. The betrayal caused a huge sensation, and more than 10 cultivator masters reportedly died in the chaos. He adds that Su Luiying's rise should have restored the Su family to power, but after that disaster they fell even lower than before. Lin Shin falls quiet and realizes Su Luiying must be from Su Nian's clan, which suddenly explains why Su Nian never talks about her. Seeing the mood turn heavy, Xia drops the secret and brings the talk back to business. They leave for the spirit cave in 5 days and will stay there for a full month. Xia warns him to bring enough supplies and pills, because once they enter the cave they cannot afford to be careless. After a little more talk, Xia leaves, and Lin Shin heads straight back to his training room instead of wasting the last 5 days. Alone again, Lin Shin decides to spend every remaining day pushing Cloud Dragon Rhythm and the 9 Divine Sun Sword before the cave opens. His plan is clear: kill Earth essences inside the spirit cave, raise his talent further, and maybe push both arts all the way to true martial. But the biggest target is his cultivation itself, because 1 month in the spirit cave should be enough to push him to the peak of the 9th bright aperture level. Thinking about forging spirit meridians and finally stepping toward cultivator master, Lin Shin can't help feeling a surge of excitement. He reins that excitement back in a moment later and throws himself into practice, filling the room with fluttering robes and clashing swords. 5 days later, Lin Shin reaches the east gate of Dragonside City and finds the whole spirit cave group already waiting for him. Lin Shin apologizes for making them wait, but Xia waves it off because he is still early. The lower house disciples are openly eager to please him now, because after defeating Yan Jingren, Lin Shin is basically acknowledged as the academy's number 2 behind Shinzening. Lin Shin sees right through the attitude shift, but he doesn't bother with it and simply looks over the team. Among the mostly unfamiliar heaven rank faces, Lin Shin picks out the 2 people he actually knows here, Mu Chuanhua and AI Jingting. AI Jingting greets him first, and the tiny exchange quietly underlines how much their positions have changed since they last met. Once everyone is present, Xia stops wasting time and announces their departure for the spirit cave. With one wave of his hand, Xia summons a massive flying ship out of nowhere and leaves the whole group staring. The ship itself looks outrageous enough to match the reaction, with a dragon head prow, crocodile tail stern, and an elegant 3-story structure in the middle. When someone blurts out that it is the Dragon Tooth flying ship, Xia confirms it, and the envy in the group jumps another level. The heaven-rank disciples know exactly what that means. Only cultivator masters normally qualify to own a treasure like this, so Xia must have borrowed it from his master for the dangerous mountain trip. Once the shock wears off, everyone boards the ship, now a lot more confident about surviving the trip into the Dragon Abyss Mountains. After takeoff, Xia tells them to relax because the spirit cave is less than 2 hours away. Lin Shin sits beside Xia during the flight and quietly asks about AI Jingting, because she is the only one on this mission who is still at long breath. He is not flirting, just suspicious, and wonders if AI Jingting got her spot through family connections instead of strength. Xia laughs and says AI Jingting really does have a background, but this time she earned her place with ability alone. Then Xia gives Lin Shin the piece he missed by always hiding in cultivation. AI Jingting is the academy's most gifted young alchemist. Half a year ago, while still only at long breath, she was already refining flame spirit pills by herself and had become an official alchemist. That answer raises a new question for Lin Shin, because if she can use pills safely, why come to a risky place like the spirit cave at all? Xia finally explains the real reason she matters on this mission. Since no one knows the spirit cave yet, he needs someone who can bring in guidance from a master familiar with it. AI Jingting's master has entered spirit caves many times before, so Xia specifically brought her along to ask that master for advice before they go in. Xie Jingxing explains that AI Jingting also wanted to enter the spirit cave for a rare ingredient, so she agreed to travel with their group. With the plan settled, Lin Xin and the others stop talking and rest on the ship to save their energy for the expedition. The Dragon Tooth flying ship lives up to the hype and reaches the Spirit Cave mountain in less than 2 hours. Patrolling disciples stop the visitors at the mountain, and Xie Jingxing steps out to identify the group as 9 young academy disciples. Once the guard confirms Xie Jingxing's upper house token, he quickly lets the ship through without daring to be careless. After landing on the mountainside, Xie Jingxing puts away the flying ship and leads everyone into the mountain. The group passes through a pearl-lit tunnel and emerges into a broad underground catacomb built around the Spirit Cave. The moment Lin Xin enters the catacomb, he feels the spiritual essence spike to an astonishing level, almost like a high-grade cultivation cave abode. At the center of the catacomb, Lin Xin sees the Spirit Cave entrance itself, a deep howling hole ringed with smooth white jade that looks eerie even before it opens. A group of powerful disciples already waiting by the barrier catches everyone's eye, and the lower house disciples realize those matching robes belong to the inner sect. Mu Chuanhua explains that the Spirit Cave has 30 spots total, split evenly between 15 academy disciples and 15 inner sect disciples. The academy disciples relax a little, but they still can't help sizing up the inner sect members, whose auras are clearly far stronger than theirs. Lin Xin quickly understands why only inner sect disciples came, because outer sect disciples are too weak and true disciples at cultivator master level gain little from a spirit cave like this. After his own recent experience with the cultivator master's methods, Lin Xin now understands that masters can actively absorb spiritual essence anywhere, so this place offers them no real advantage. The inner sect disciples notice the newcomers too, and their leader turns towards Xie Jingxing with a look that goes cold on sight. Ping Juqin greets Xie Jingxing with a smile that does not hide the hostility, making their bad blood obvious to everyone watching. When Ping Juqin asks why Shenzhening is absent, Xie Jingxing reveals that Shenzhening has gone into seclusion to forge a spirit meridian. That news jolts the inner sect disciples, and even Ping Juqin can only hide his shock behind a dry comment about Shenzhening forming at least a third-grade spirit meridian. Lin Xin quietly asks Mu Chuanhua who that man is, and Mu Chuanhua identifies him as Ping Juqin from the Ping family, one of the 10 preeminent families. That clue is enough for Lin Xin to connect the hostility, because the Ping family was close to the fallen Yan family, and would naturally resent Ci Yuanpei's side. Ping Juqin gives one last veiled warning that the spirit cave is full of dangerous demons and Xie Jingxing should be careful, but Xie Jingxing answers with the same unbothered smile. After Ping Juqin backs off, Xie Jingxing moves his group aside and starts briefing them on how to survive once the spirit cave scatters everyone apart. He hands out aura mark tokens that can roughly point them toward one another after they are separated inside. Xie Jingxing also gives them a sheepskin map marked with especially dangerous zones, warning everyone to avoid those areas and reunite quickly after entering. The warning matters because the spirit cave is full of spiritual monsters, and most disciples will need companions guarding them if they want to cultivate in peace inside. With the preparations done, everyone falls silent and watches the cave eye, waiting for the 1-hour opening that only appears once a month. A muffled thunder rolls through the catacomb, and silver light suddenly blooms inside the dark cave eye. The silver light twists into a vortex-like orb and sinks into place, signaling that the spirit cave has officially opened. A warden calls for everyone to enter at once, and Ping Juqin's inner sect group reacts first, diving into the open spirit cave without hesitation. Xie Jingxing follows immediately, activating a pale protective glow over his robes before diving into the vortex. The rest of the academy disciples activate their own defenses and vanish one after another into the cave behind him. Lin Xin waits until the others are gone, lets the heavenly star robe flare with hazy light, and takes his own jump into the spinning cave eye. The moment he enters, Lin Xin feels his whole body seize up as an invisible force drags him downward like he has fallen into a deep sea. He can do nothing but hold his defense while the pressure builds, until the force suddenly intensifies and hurls him through a final barrier. The pressure vanishes all at once, and Lin Xin catches himself midair with the riding wind technique inside a huge chamber deep within the spirit cave. As he looks around the cavern, Lin Xin realizes the interior is enormous and branches into countless unknown passages. Then the spiritual essence hits him again, and this time it is so rich that it surpasses even his upper house courtyard. When Lin Xin runs the 9-yang scripture for a moment, spiritual essence pours into him so quickly that he can feel his soul strengthening almost at once. That result excites him immediately, because in a place like this he could likely push into the 9th level of the bright aperture stage within a month. So instead of rushing to find Xie Jingxing's group, Lin Xin decides to move on his own and rely on his clones to guard him while he cultivates. He knows splitting off carries risk without AI Jingting's familiarity with the spirit cave, but he judges that with his current strength he can wait until real trouble appears before regrouping. Confident that sect experts already cleared out any truly master-level monsters, Lin Xin finally pulls out Xie Jingxing's map and starts studying the spirit cave for himself. Lin Xin studies the spirit cave map and immediately aims for the red dot danger zones, because those monster nests are exactly where he can hunt earth essences and gather spirit dust. After choosing the nearest marked area, He puts the map away and flies deeper into the underground tunnels without hesitation. Half an hour later, a low roar stops him, and he spots white fog ahead with several dark shapes moving inside it. He sharpens his vision with spiritual essence, and realizes the shapes are earth essences, the exact monsters he came here to find. Pleased by his luck, Lin Shin draws his sword and charges straight at the pack before they can come for him first. He deliberately avoids flashy spells and fights with only Cloud Dragon Rhythm and the 9 Divine Sun Sword, using the battle to train while he hunts. Even holding back, his bright aperture strength and pure yang talisman sword overwhelm the 4 earth essences, and he cuts them all down in under half an hour. Once the monsters die, their bodies dissolve into drifting clouds and leave behind the light green powder Lin Shin has been chasing all along. He confirms it is spirit dust, carefully seals it in a jade bottle, and keeps moving because he wants enough for cast spirit pills before leaving the cave. As he pushes deeper underground, more earth essences appear, and even late in lightning stage ones still end up as little more than extra work for him. After finding a quieter side cave, Lin Shin turns it into a temporary base and sends out his clones to rotate between guarding and cultivation. From that base, Lin Shin and his testify by killing clones split up and sweep the surrounding tunnels for more earth essences and more spirit dust. The spirit cave's rich spiritual essence keeps him topped up so fast that clone distance and energy costs barely matter here. 10 days pass in a blur of cultivation and killing, and the marked danger zone proves so full of earth essences that he slaughters 500 to 600 of them. Only after clearing hundreds of monsters does Lin Shin finally feel the local earth essence population thinning out. Back at the cave, he checks his progress and breaks into a real smile when the results appear. In 10 days, Lin Shin has pushed his bright aperture stage to the 8th level at 45%, while Cloud Dragon Rhythm and the 9 Divine Sun Sword also leap forward with him. The speed surprises even him, and he admits the Spirit Cave is an incredible cultivation treasure land. He quickly calculates that Cloud Dragon Rhythm only needs a few more perfected movement arts, and decides it is time to leave this cleaned-out area for a fresh hunting ground. He opens the map again, picks a second monster hotspot 7 or 8 kilometers away, retracts his clones, and heads out at once with the riding wind technique. Midway there, something on a distant rock pillar catches his eye, and he stops cold when he realizes it is a corpse. When he gets closer, Lin Shin recognizes the dead man as one of the lower house disciples who entered the spirit cave with him. He first scans the area for danger, then approaches carefully and sees the corpse is unnaturally pale, bloodless, and frozen in terror. A guiding talisman reveals lingering evil aura on the body, and that instantly tells Lin Shin this disciple was not killed by a normal spirit monster. He runs through the possibilities and rejects them one by one, because neither Ping Jun Qin nor any hidden sect setup makes sense, leaving him with a grim feeling that the Academy group has met real trouble. Since he cannot ignore an attack on fellow Academy disciples, Lin Shin pulls out Xie Jingsheng's token and checks for nearby survivors. The token responds from very close by, so Lin Shin immediately flies toward the signal. Soon he hears fighting ahead, along with the voices of a man and a woman, and he accelerates toward the noise. When he rounds the rock wall, Lin Shin finds AI Jingting trapped in a sunken clearing, pale and bloodstained, with another lower house disciple already lying motionless at her feet. AI Jingting is still holding on only because a green tree treasure in her hands is spreading a dense green barrier around her and the fallen disciple. Outside the shield, a black-robed man and a seductive woman keep hammering at it, but AI Jingting's barrier still refuses to break. The female attacker lashes the shield and taunts AI Jingting to surrender, insisting all her companions are dead and no one is coming to help. The black-robed man leers through the shield and says her treasure can only last 15 more minutes, promising humiliation instead of death if she gives in. The female attacker immediately turns on her partner in irritation, reminding him he promised both captives would be refined into blood souls for her. The black-robed man awkwardly tries to placate his partner by offering her the fallen disciple, while still staring greedily at AI Jingting as too beautiful to waste on blood soul refining. Cornered in the spirit cave, AI Jingting hears the Blood Sea sect pair haggle over her life like she is property. The man wants AI Jingting, but the green tree has proven too valuable, so he backs off with an awkward smile. Inside the barrier, AI Jingting knows her master's treasure is powerful, but her own cultivation is almost spent and despair is starting to sink in. Seeing she is at her limit, the two attackers stop toying with her and unleash their blood souls. The ghost-like blood souls rake at the shield with icy claws, and AI Jingting's green barrier starts fading fast under the sizzling assault. The Blood Sea sect pair look pleased, certain her protection is about to break. That confidence shatters when a hidden sword strike tears into the woman from behind. Her pendant saves her life for a heartbeat, but the defense explodes and one arm is shredded into a spray of blood. Screaming, the wounded woman throws her remaining hand forward and sends her blood soul back toward the unseen attacker. At the same time, the man looks up and sees a massive crimson palm dropping from the cave ceiling straight at him. He desperately throws out another blood soul and raises a mountain-like defense, but true martial meltdown tears through both like they are nothing. When the crimson palm fades, the man is simply gone, leaving only scorched ground behind. The woman finally breaks and runs, too terrified to even check who attacked her. She barely gets moving before a huge green tablet slams into her and knocks her flat. Lin Shin steps out at last, calm and expressionless, and walks straight toward the fallen woman. The woman begs to do anything if he spares her, but Lin Shin answers with a sword through the heart. With both enemies dead, the cave falls quiet, and AI Jingting can only stare at Lin Shin like she is seeing something unreal. Lin Shin checks on her first, and AI Jingting blurts out a flustered question before realizing he obviously tracked her with the token. When Lin Shin asks who the attackers were, AI Jingting turns grave and names the Blood Sea Sect. That name matters because the Blood Sea Sect is the brutal heretic power that rules Sea Watch City and is infamous for murder, soul refining, and blood soul puppets. Lin Shin connects the dots at once and realizes the blood shadows he just saw were the sect's signature blood souls. AI Jingting quickly explains that after entering the spirit cave, everyone except Lin Shin regrouped within 2 days and found a quiet place to cultivate together. For 10 days the arrangement worked, with some disciples guarding against cave demons while the others focused on training. Their strength rose fast, and AI Jingting had even started brushing the edge of a bright aperture breakthrough. Then everything collapsed when a group of Blood Sea Sect disciples appeared out of nowhere and launched a surprise attack. In the chaos, the disciples were split apart, and AI Jingting ended up fleeing with 2 lower house disciples. The same man and woman chased them down, and with their bright aperture strength, AI Jingting's side never had a real chance. The 2 lower house disciples were killed on the run, and only AI Jingting survived by relying on the green tree treasure until Lin Shin arrived. Looking at the aftermath, AI Jingting feels equal parts grateful and shaken by how effortlessly Lin Shin crushed enemies she thought were as dangerous as Yan Jingren. Lin Shin is more worried about the bigger problem. Blood Sea Sect disciples should not have been able to slip past the 9 Suns Sect guards around the spirit cave at all. AI Jingting adds another bad sign. The invaders moved like they already knew the terrain, as if they had been inside the spirit cave even longer than the 9 Suns Sect disciples. That makes Lin Shin suspect a second hidden entrance, and the possibility immediately chills AI Jingting. AI Jingting asks what they should do next. Plainly worried that the whole spirit cave has become a trap, Lin Shin decides the motive can wait, because finding Xie Jingsheng and the others matters more than guessing why the Blood Sea Sect came. With that settled, Lin Shin has AI Jingting lead the way, and the 2 hurry toward the place where the group was scattered. Elsewhere in the spirit cave, the missing disciples are already locked in a brutal fight among jagged rocks. 10 days after entering with 30 people, fewer than 20 of Xie Jingsheng's side are still standing, and all of them look battered. In the middle of the melee, Xie Jingsheng forces back his own opponent, and dashes over just in time to block a sneak attack aimed at a lower house disciple. In the middle of the cave melee, Xie Jingsheng shouts a sharp warning and keeps fighting, already knowing their side is in serious trouble. From a quick glance around the battlefield, Xie Jingsheng sees the real problem. The Blood Sea Sect has more people, all of them strong bright aperture cultivators, and the ambush has already broken their formation. He grimly counts the losses. Several of his own disciples are already dead, several more are missing, and their team only survived the first crush because they happened to meet Ping Juanqin's group. Even Ping Juanqin's stronger group is hurting, with Fu Weifang already too badly injured to fight and the inner sect side bloodied by the ambush. Xie Jingsheng knows that if this were the whole threat, they could still gamble on a breakout, hide for 20 days, and escape when the spirit cave opens again. But what really weighs on Xie Jingsheng is the burly Blood Sea Sect man deeper in the cave, the one who nearly killed Fu Weifang in a single move. Judging from that man's pressure alone, Xie Jingsheng realizes the enemy leader is at least 9th level bright aperture, and may already have forged spirit meridians. Before he can do anything with that fear, a nearby intersect disciple gets clipped by a blood soul and instantly slows under its icy blood energy. That one opening turns fatal, and more than half a dozen blood souls pile onto him and tear him apart before anyone can save him. When the blood souls finish, the disciple is gone so completely that not even bones are left, and Ping Juanqin's face turns dark at the sight. One intersect disciple rushes to Ping Juanqin and urges him to stop hesitating and finally use the 5 Qi God subduing token. Ping Juanqin still hesitates because the token is the life-saving treasure he borrowed for this trip, and once he uses it he can only sustain it for about 15 minutes. The token was meant to crush Yin creatures like earth essences and blood souls, but if it fails here, Ping Juanqin loses his last real trump card. What really kept him from using it was the burly enemy leader watching from nearby, because Ping Juanqin had been saving the token for that man. Then another urgent plea makes the choice for him, and Ping Juanqin finally decides he cannot hold back any longer. He whips out the palm-sized jade token and hurls it toward a Blood Sea Sect disciple with a blood-red blade. The enemy disciple instinctively sends his blood soul to intercept it, not realizing he just fed the token the perfect target. The 5 Qi God subduing token erupts with 5-colored mist and wipes the blood soul out in one sweep. Because the blood soul is tied to its master's soul, that disciple immediately vomits blood and collapses limp to the ground. That clean kill scares the nearby Blood Sea Sect disciples into retreat, while the 9 Suns Sect side erupts in relieved cheers. Feeling the momentum turn, Ping Juanqin drives the token forward again to kill more enemies before they recover. But a streak of blood suddenly slams into the token and knocks it aside with a metallic clang. Ping Junqin looks up and realizes the burly enemy expert stopped the token with a casual hand strike. That single move instantly revives the Blood Sea sect's confidence, and their disciples start shouting praise for Senior Brother Jiang. The name Senior Brother Jiang hits Ping Junqin all at once, and he blurts out the enemy's identity in alarm: Jiang Weining. The burly Blood Sea sect expert sizes Ping Junqin up and answers with pure contempt, saying he at least has the right to state his name before he dies. Ping Junqin swallows the insult and answers with a warning instead, insisting the 5-chi god subduing token is not something Jiang Weining can dismiss. The burly Blood Sea sect expert mocks that confidence, and says numbers were never the reason his side had the advantage. Then he orders his own disciples to leave Ping Junqin's group and go slaughter the academy side instead, making it clear he plans to handle the inner sect disciples himself. Instead of feeling relieved, Ping Junqin and the inner sect disciples turn even more tense, because that enemy expert just showed he thinks he alone is enough. A red flash bursts from the enemy expert's body, and 3 unusually solid blood souls peel away from him and lunge toward Ping Junqin's side. The sheer solidity of those blood souls tells everyone at a glance that the enemy expert's cultivation is far above the other Blood Sea sect disciples. Ping Junqin tries to swing the token toward those blood souls, but the enemy expert cuts him off with a chilling taunt before he can save anyone. At that exact moment, another cold threat slices in from Ping Junqin's blind side as a blood-red thread shoots straight at him. Not daring to gamble on a Blood Sea sect trick, Ping Junqin snaps the token around to block the blood thread head-on. After the clash, Ping Junqin finally sees what has been stopping the token all along: a tiny blood-red poisonous insect no bigger than a pebble. What chills Ping Junqin is that this thing should count as a Yin creature, yet it can trade blows evenly with the 5-chi god subduing token without being suppressed. Then one more collision exposes the danger clearly, because the insect holds firm while the token gets knocked back much farther. Realizing something is badly wrong, Ping Junqin hurriedly recalls the token and sees its spiritual light has already been visibly worn down. That damage sparks the answer in his mind, and Ping Junqin blurts out the name of the Blood Sea sect technique in horror: Blood Threadworm. The enemy expert's cold response confirms it, and Ping Junqin instantly understands he has run into one of the Blood Sea sect's notorious brutal arts. Ping Junqin knows exactly why this is awful. A blood threadworm is hatched inside the body, fed on flesh and blood, and trained to foul treasures while devouring living targets to refill itself. Under normal conditions, Ping Junqin might still have forced a battle of attrition, but in this crowded fight the blood threadworm can refill itself on nearby people. As if to prove the point, the blood threadworm suddenly breaks away and shoots toward a nearby Nine Suns sect disciple. Ping Junqin shouts a warning, but the worm is too fast and punches straight through the disciple's chest before he can dodge. The victim drops before he can even scream, and his flesh and blood are drained so fast that he collapses into a shriveled corpse. The blood threadworm crawls back out of that dried body swollen with fresh blood energy, and Ping Junqin feels his scalp go numb at the sight. Jiang Weining's attack flips the battle, and his 3 blood souls force the Nine Suns sect side into a desperate retreat. Even Ping Junqin is pinned down, forced to use the 5-chi god subduing token just to survive the blood threadworm. The blood threadworm suddenly veers off, drains another inner sect disciple's flesh and blood, and restores itself right in front of everyone. Then Jiang Weining gets impatient and throws out a second blood threadworm, turning a bad fight into a death sentence. Ping Junqin breaks first and bolts, abandoning the others the moment 2 blood threadworms come for him. Jiang Weining laughs at the sight and mocks the Nine Suns sect for raising a man who runs while his fellow disciples die. The insult lands hard, and the Nine Suns sect disciples burn with shock and humiliation at Ping Junqin's betrayal. Ping Junqin still refuses to stop, telling himself survival matters more than face and that the dead will not be around to expose him. Jiang Weining instantly gives chase in person, turning into a blood shadow and disappearing after him at even greater speed. His departure makes the 3 blood souls vanish, but the Nine Suns sect side still cannot recover because they have lost Ping Junqin and his token too. Outnumbered and exhausted, Xie Jingsheng's group starts sliding toward defeat. In the middle of the collapse, Xie Jingsheng can only think that if Lin Shen were here, the battle might still be salvageable. Then 2 figures appear in the distance, and Xie Jingsheng recognizes Lin Shen and AI Jingting at once. The Blood Sea sect disciples misread the situation, treat AI Jingting as weak and Lin Shen as another lower house tag-along, and rush in carelessly. Lin Shen first confirms that Xie Jingsheng and the others are still alive, then turns his attention to the men charging at him. The first attacker barely gets a shout out before Lin Shen's sword energy takes his head clean off. Before the next 2 can even react, the same scarlet sword light whips back and beheads them too. The sudden triple beheading shocks everyone, and the Blood Sea sect immediately decides Lin Shen has to die first. More than half the Blood Sea sect disciples swing away from Xie Jingsheng's group and swarm Lin Shen as the real threat. Then 4 of the fastest attackers suddenly drop with fist-sized holes in their chests, killed by sword energy too fast to see clearly. A second wave falls the same way, and now everyone finally sees that Lin Shen is killing them with invisible sword energy. Only a breath has passed, and 8 men are already dead at Lin Shen's hands. The survivors lose their nerve and turn to run, realizing this opponent is even worse than Ping Junqin. Lin Xun does not let a single one get away and cuts down more than 10 fleeing enemies in a clean finishing sweep. With that massacre, Lin Xun's 7 arts sword energy quietly breaks through to the 5th level. Once the danger is gone, Lin Xun walks over and checks on Xie Jingsheng and Mu Chuanhua. Xie Jingsheng and Mu Chuanhua openly admit they only made it through because Lin Xun arrived in time. The other surviving disciples stare at Lin Xun with pure gratitude after watching him erase enemies they could barely hold off together. Even Xie Jingsheng and Mu Chuanhua are shaken, because Lin Xun is clearly far stronger now than when he killed Yan Jingren. The inner sect disciples are even more stunned, because the unremarkable young man they ignored at the entrance turns out to be stronger than Ping Junqin. When Xie Jingsheng asks where he has been, Lin Xun casually says he could not find them and stayed nearby to cultivate instead. The others accept that explanation, never suspecting Lin Xun had deliberately gone toward the dangerous places marked on the map. Hearing that Lin Xun and AI Jingting were the only ones to make it back and that the other 2 disciples died, Xie Jingsheng can only sigh at how badly this trip has gone. AI Jingting repeats Lin Xun's guess that the Blood Sea sect did not enter by accident, and the group realizes there is probably another entrance to the Spirit Cave. Xie Jingsheng immediately decides the sect has to be warned as soon as possible. Lin Xun cuts in with a harsher warning: they need to leave now, because Jiang Weining could return at any moment. Xie Jingsheng pulls out the map, marks the Spirit Cave exit, and decides they will hide there until the cave opens again in 20 days. Nobody argues, because after this bloodbath the Academy disciples just want out, and the inner sect survivors are too ashamed and grateful to object. So the whole wounded group sets out for the exit, moving carefully because their injuries and drained spiritual essence slow them down. Half an hour later, a cold, powerful aura suddenly rises behind them and rushes closer at terrifying speed. Xie Jingsheng and the others recognize that aura instantly, and the return of Jiang Weining turns their retreat into another crisis. The 9 Sun sect group panicked when they realized Jiang Weining was right behind them, because the wounded survivors had no chance of outrunning him. Xie Jingsheng was about to stay behind himself, but Lin Xun cut in first and calmly said he would hold Jiang Weining off. Xie Jingsheng and AI Jingting immediately objected, knowing Jiang Weining was far too dangerous to face alone. Lin Xun insisted he was only buying time, not dying there, and pushed them to leave before the whole group got trapped. Realizing there was no time left, Xie Jingsheng finally accepted it, gave Lin Xun one hard look, and led the others away. Once the group was gone, Lin Xun turned to face Jiang Weining alone, because fighting without burdens actually suited him better. Lin Xun had already decided not to waste the Spirit Cave trip hiding, and he believed he could handle Jiang Weining well enough on his own. Jiang Weining stopped a short distance away, stared Lin Xun down, and guessed at once that this was the man who had slaughtered his junior brothers. Jiang Weining's fury made sense. Ping Junqin had escaped him with the treasure, and when he returned, he found every Blood Sea sect disciple dead from single sword strikes. Lin Xun answered the accusation with silence, drew his pure Yang talisman sword, and made it clear he was ready to fight. Jiang Weining mocked him for being braver than the one who ran and promised to leave his corpse in one piece. Lin Xun did not bother trading words and rushed first, forcing the clash to start on his terms. Jiang Weining answered by releasing 3 blood souls, each strong enough to threaten a peak bright aperture cultivator on its own. Before those blood souls could even reach him, Lin Xun dropped a giant scarlet palm from the sky and smashed all 3 at once. The scorching palm left the blood souls dim and unstable, and Jiang Weining blurted out in shock when he recognized the true martial technique. That shock quickly turned into excitement, because killing a 9 Sun sect genius with a true martial skill would be a major blow to the enemy sect. Jiang Weining stopped holding back and slammed down a huge blood-red hand, but Lin Xun answered with a burst of golden armor. When the attack failed to scratch the golden defense, Jiang Weining was left reeling at the sight of Lin Xun using a second true martial technique. Lin Xun caught that instant of hesitation and switched into pure Yang power, driving his sword forward without wasting a heartbeat. 9 blazing suns burst into the air and crashed into the already weakened blood souls, wiping them out completely. The loss of all 3 blood souls hit Jiang Weining like a backlash, drawing blood to his lips and turning his anger vicious. Enraged by losing months of work, Jiang Weining charged straight in and decided Lin Xun's soul would replace what he had just lost. Mid-charge, he pulled a black python-like object from his sleeve and turned it into a 6-foot blood wave banner. With one violent shake of the banner, a roaring sea of blood surged toward Lin Xun. Lin Xun answered just as cleanly, throwing out a black inkstone that expanded to house size and smashed straight through the blood tide. The clash ended even, and the sight of Lin Xun controlling a profound armament shocked Jiang Weining all over again. Jiang Weining attacked again with another wave, but this time he hid something nastier underneath it. Under cover of the blood waves, 2 thread-thin red worms shot in from the side and struck Lin Xun's chest and abdomen at once. Jiang Weining was thrilled for a split second, sure his hidden blood threadworms had finally crippled Lin Xun. That satisfaction vanished when a thin layer of mystic light flared over Lin Xun and blocked both worms cold. Seeing that glow, Jiang Weining could only grit out the answer with raw envy. Lin Xun had a defensive profound armament too. Lin Xun quickly noticed the heavenly star robe's light was fading, and he realized the worms were chewing through its spiritual protection. That made the threat much uglier, because if he let the blood threadworms keep feeding, they could permanently damage the robe. The worms were too fast for ordinary sword energy to catch, but Lin Shan still came up with a way to deal with them. Across from him, Jiang Weining steadied himself too and saw his opening, believing the worms had finally tied Lin Shan down enough to finish him. Instead of panicking, Lin Shan suddenly flung 2 talisman swords straight at the blood threadworms. The swords were instantly corroded into scrap, but the worms dimmed from the contact, proving Lin Shan's rough method was working. Jiang Weining froze in surprise, and before he could stop it, Lin Shan pulled out more enchanted armaments to keep feeding into the worms. To stop the blood threadworms, Lin Shan casually throws out one low-grade enchanted armament after another like scrap, burning through a pile of loot he never cared about. After devouring all that spiritual light, the 2 blood threadworms burn out and vanish, and Jiang Weining takes the hit like someone watching years of work die in front of him. Jiang Weining realizes he has already lost 3 blood souls and his precious worms, and with so much strength gone, staying here could get him killed. Even while raging at Lin Shan, Jiang Weining forces himself to think of the bigger mission and decides he has to get back to Elderwu before the 9 Sun sect disciples slip away. He turns to leave, convinced that once the spirit cave exit is sealed, Lin Shan and the others will be trapped and can be tortured later at leisure. Lin Shan snaps a fixed body spell onto him, and even though Jiang Weining breaks it almost instantly, that tiny pause is all Lin Shan wanted. Closing the distance in a rush of sword light, Lin Shan openly mocks him for boasting about killing him and then trying to run. Jiang Weining can only spit back a threat, promising Lin Shan will suffer in a few days, and that strange line makes Lin Shan suspect a bigger plot is moving behind this fight. Lin Shan stops wondering and decides this ends here, coldly telling Jiang Weining he will not get that chance. Then Lin Shan suddenly splits into 7 bodies, surrounding Jiang Weining so fast that the Blood Sea sect disciple is left staring in shock. Before he can recover, the 7 Lin Shans raise the 7-section array of unmoving mountain, and mountain-heavy sword pressure crashes down from every side. Jiang Weining instantly recognizes an array formation and tries to break out, but the sky of sword light slams shut before he can find an opening. What really crushes him is the next discovery. Every clone is just as strong as the original, so the formation has no easy flaw to exploit. In seconds, Jiang Weining is drowning under layered attacks like he is fighting dozens of enemies at once, and fresh wounds start opening across his body. With Jiang Weining fully trapped, Lin Shan even starts using the fight to practice low-level sword techniques instead of finishing him quickly. Jiang Weining has no idea Lin Shan is training, so he takes it as mockery, and the humiliation finally snaps whatever caution he had left. Roaring in fury, Jiang Weining goes all in and erupts in thick blood light, turning himself into a blood shadow for one last desperate charge. Lin Shan reads that suicidal charge at once and answers with a killing move, ordering Jiang Weining's death with a cold sentence. All 7 swords unleash the 9 Divine Sun sword together, and a ring of blazing golden suns floods the battlefield with enough fire to erase Jiang Weining completely. When the light fades, Jiang Weining is simply gone, leaving no corpse behind at all. Lin Shan walks to the spot and calmly collects the only things left of his enemy, the Blood Wave banner and a storage ring. After one glance toward the direction Xie Jingsheng's group fled, Lin Shan chooses not to follow them and instead speeds off alone. He finds a secluded cave, leaves a clone to guard the entrance, and finally sits down to inspect Jiang Weining's spoils in peace. The black banner quickly reveals itself as the Blood Wave banner, a true profound armament forged for Blood Sea sect methods. That turns into a letdown just as fast, because outside Blood Sea sect hands the banner's power is badly reduced, making it far less useful than Lin Shan's own treasures. The real reward is in the ring. Lin Shan finds 2 bottles holding 18 cast spirit pills, and his mood jumps immediately. With these pills added to what he already has, Lin Shan realizes he now has enough cast spirit pills to forge at least 5 or 6 spirit meridians. He spreads out the map and makes a new plan. With 20 days left before the cave opens, he will cultivate alone, hunt earth essences, and reunite with the others near the end. Still, Jiang Weining's earlier threat keeps nagging at him, and Lin Shan suspects the Blood Sea sect is preparing something bigger inside the spirit cave. He pushes the worry aside with one hard conclusion: whatever scheme is coming, the answer is to get stronger fast enough to crush it head-on. After choosing a monster-rich area on the map, Lin Shan leaves the cave at once and heads for his next hunting ground. Far away, Xie Jingsheng and the fleeing 9 Sun sect group finally stop after running themselves ragged, barely able to stay on their feet. After checking behind them, Xie Jingsheng finally eases up a little and tells everyone they have run far enough that Jiang Weining should not catch them soon. That brief relief only makes AI Jingting worry more about the one person left behind, and she quietly asks whether Lin Shan managed to escape. Xie Jingsheng is worried too, but he steadies the group by insisting Lin Shan is resourceful enough to survive if he said he could. AI Jingting nods, but the worry never really leaves her face. Seeing that everyone is exhausted, Xie Jingsheng decides they need a nearby cave to recover for a few days before moving toward the spirit cave exit. He opens the map to search for a safe resting place, but before the group can settle down, his expression changes sharply. Spotting movement by a huge strange rock, Xie Jingxing barks for whoever is hiding there to come out, and the whole group instantly braces for another enemy. The person who steps out is not a hidden killer but Ping Junqin, the same disciple who abandoned them and ran when things turned bad. The shock lasts only a moment before Xie Jingxing tears into him, furious that he still has the nerve to show his face after fleeing and leaving everyone else behind. Everyone around him shares that contempt, and Ping Junqin's cowardice only throws Lin Shin's courage into even sharper relief. After escaping danger in the spirit cave, Ping Junqin tries to justify running first, claiming he meant to survive and report back to the sect. Xie Jingxing cuts through the excuse and bluntly says Ping Junqin abandoned his fellow disciples, promising to report him to the elders after they get out. Ping Junqin swallows his anger, and Xie Jingxing leads everyone to a safer cave to regroup instead of wasting more breath on him. Once they secure the new cave, the group clears out nearby demons, hides themselves with an array, and finally starts treating their injuries. Even though everyone despises him, Ping Junqin shamelessly stays with the group, and no one bothers to drive him away. 3 days pass in the spirit cave, and under the rich spiritual energy the disciples mostly recover, but Lin Shin still has not returned. AI Jingting can no longer hide her worry and asks Xie Jingxing to go look for Lin Shin, because she fears something has gone badly wrong. Xie Jingxing wants to help, but the thought of leading the others into Jiang Weining again leaves him stuck between loyalty and responsibility. Ping Junqin finally breaks the silence with a cruel jab, saying Lin Shin is probably already dead. Xie Jingxing explodes at that remark, and the rest of the group turns on Ping Junqin with open anger. Since he has already fallen out with everyone, Ping Junqin doubles down and reminds them just how terrifying Jiang Weining really is. He presses even harder, saying Lin Shin had no chance against Jiang Weining and was probably already turned into a blood soul. Xie Jingxing cuts him off in disgust and calls him shameless for fleeing first and still cursing a fellow disciple afterward. Ping Junqin just sneers that he is speaking the truth, and his words leave the cave in a miserable, uneasy silence. Half a month later, the story cuts to another silent cave where Lin Shin is still cultivating alone. Lin Shin suddenly opens his eyes, and the flash of power in them lights the dark cave for an instant. After 15 days of cultivation, Lin Shin reaches the peak of bright aperture and finally says he can start forging spirit meridians. He is especially pleased that hunting earth essences also pushed Cloud Dragon Rhythm and 9 Divine Sun Sword into the true martial realm. Now that his martial techniques are enough for the moment, Lin Shin decides to stop polishing combat skills and pour everything into forging spirit meridians. A look at the map shows he is at most a day from the spirit cave entrance, leaving him 4 days to test this breakthrough plan before it opens. Because he urgently wants to know whether clones can forge spirit meridians for him, Lin Shin immediately summons 2 clones to try it. One clone bears extreme intelligence will hurt, and the other analogy, and Lin Shin has both swallow cast spirit pills before they begin meditating. Lin Shin follows the method from Si Yuanpei's jade tube, swallows his own pill, settles his breathing, and starts forging a spirit meridian himself. The medicinal power turns into a warm current in his dantian, and under his control it pushes through hidden acupoints and slowly carves out a glowing spiritual path inside his body. This is what spirit meridian forging really means, opening extraordinary meridians that let a cultivator hold and absorb far more spiritual essence. Once a cultivator reaches 9 spirit meridians, true chi can begin transforming into spiritual essence, marking the real step out of the mortal cage and onto the path of immortal cultivation. About half a day later, the extreme intelligence clone is the first to succeed, forming a spirit meridian with a sudden buzzing pulse. The analogy clone is slower, opening its eyes only hours later to take a second pill and continue pushing forward. Lin Shin also has to keep feeding his own attempt with more pills, and by the next day his first spirit meridian finally takes shape. It takes him 5 cast spirit pills to get that first spirit meridian, which the jade tube says is only ordinary aptitude with a limited future on his own. Lin Shin does not dwell on his mediocre aptitude, because this test was really about comparing the clone's results too. When he compares the results, the gap is startling. The extreme intelligence clone needed only 1 cast spirit pill, enough to count as genuine genius level talent. The analogy clone is not that outrageous, but 3 pills for 1 spirit meridian is still far better than Lin Shin's own result. That comparison leaves Lin Shin dryly admitting that, in this area at least, he is the least talented version of himself. He had already tried switching talents during the process, but none of them improved spirit meridian forging except the clone talent built around raw cultivation speed. For a moment he considers gambling on putting extreme intelligence will hurt on himself, but the risk of suddenly burning through his own lifespan makes him stop cold. Then a more important possibility hits him. If clone-grown spirit meridians can merge back into his real body, he never has to rely on his own lousy aptitude again. He immediately tests it by dismissing the extreme intelligence clone and pulling it back into himself. The moment the clone fuses, a buzzing breakthrough erupts inside Lin Shin, and his total spirit meridians jump to 2. That success confirms everything Lin Shin hoped for, and he is thrilled to realize he can use his clones to forge spirit meridians without being chained to his own talent. Realizing 7 clones could keep pushing his limit, Lin-Shin gets excited and decides not to fuse with any more clones until their spirit meridians are developed as far as possible. He summons the extreme intelligence will hurt clone again and confirms the fused clone already has 2 spirit meridians. That result reassures him, because aside from analogy, his other 5 clones still have not forged a spirit meridian yet. Since he still has 21 cast spirit pills, Lin-Shin hands all of them to the extreme intelligence clone and bets everything on its terrifying talent. The gamble pays off fast, and in just one day the clone burns through 3 pills to forge a 3rd spirit meridian. 2 days later, the same clone breaks through again and forges a 4th spirit meridian after consuming 4 more pills. When Lin-Shin counts what is left, he realizes 14 pills remain, barely enough for 2 more meridians, so he will need to find far more later. His calculations turn grim when he figures even a 2nd grade spirit meridian could cost the clone more than 600 cast spirit pills, and a 1st grade one would need nearly 1,000. Lin-Shin finally understands why the Nine Suns sect has gone so long without a 1st grade spirit meridian, because talent alone is not enough when the cost is this brutal. Even so, he steels himself and accepts the long road ahead, because he would rather suffer now than ruin his future foundation. With the spirit cave reopening tomorrow, Lin-Shin leaves the cave and heads out to meet the academy group. He uses Cloud Dragon rhythm to rise into the air on a lifelike Cloud Dragon, now flying several times faster than his old riding wind technique. Far away on a high slope, more than 10 black-robed Blood Sea sect disciples watch a smoke-filled basin where a hidden trap has already been set. One tall pale Blood Sea sect disciple boasts that their master's nethercorpse smoke array is finished, so even if the Nine Suns sect notices tomorrow, they still will not break in before the opening window passes. Another disciple cautions that the Nine Suns sect could still force the spirit cave open at a price, but the array and the terrain give their side the real advantage. The disciple leading the group cuts in coldly and reminds everyone that while their master controls the array, they must personally kill anything that comes near it. That warning lands hard because everyone remembers the team led by Jiang Weining vanished after chasing Nine Suns sect disciples, and later only the bodies of the others were found. To avoid any interruption tomorrow, one Blood Sea sect disciple steps forward and volunteers to hunt down the Nine Suns sect disciples before they can reach the array. The leader agrees but refuses to send him alone, ordering 4 more elite disciples to go along just in case. A moment later, the 5-man Blood Sea sect team takes off as streaks of blood light and races out to intercept the academy side. Elsewhere, Xie Jingxing's group cuts down another spirit monster and keeps pushing toward the place marked on their map. When a lower courtyard disciple asks the distance, Xie Jingxing says they are still more than 15 kilometers away, though they should reach it within 2 hours. Xie Jingxing can only sigh over Lin-Shin's long silence, because by now it is hard not to fear the worst. Peng Junqin watches that concern with secret resentment, because Lin-Shin's heroic rescue made his own cowardly retreat look even worse. Inside his own head, Peng Junqin even comforts himself that fleeing was the right choice, convinced Lin-Shin must have died to Jiang Weining if he stayed behind. AI Jingting keeps the academy token close and hangs on to a sliver of hope, even after days of getting no response from Lin-Shin at all. Then the token suddenly trembles in AI Jingting's hand, and she jerks to a stop in shock. She blurts out that the token is responding, and Xie Jingsheng immediately turns back, thinking something important has changed. After checking his own token, Xie Jingsheng realizes only Lin-Shin could trigger it now, which means Lin-Shin is still alive. The academy disciples break into open relief at the news, while Peng Junqin alone goes dark with resentment. Xie Jingsheng wastes no time and turns the whole group toward Lin-Shin's direction to meet him. About half an hour later, a cloud appears in the distance, and the closer it gets, the clearer the shape of a real cloud dragon becomes. The rider turns out to be Lin-Shin, and the sight finally lets Xie Jingsheng and AI Jingting relax for real. Lin-Shin lands lightly, disperses the cloud dragon, and greets everyone with an easy smile after the long separation. But as Xie Jingsheng steps forward to welcome him, he suddenly notices Lin-Shin's aura has changed in a way that makes his eyes light up. Xie Jingsheng asks it out loud, and the others finally notice that Lin-Shin has really forged a spirit meridian. Lin-Shin admits he gained something during the last few days and delayed rejoining them because he was forging that spirit meridian. The whole group is left openly amazed and envious, because forging a first spirit meridian means Lin-Shin has already placed one foot into the realm of true masters. After surviving the ordeal and forging a spirit meridian, Lin-Shin stands out so sharply that everyone around him can already see the outline of a future cultivator master. At the back of the crowd, Peng Junqin turns pale with envy because even he has not fully stabilized his own stage, let alone forged a spirit meridian like Lin-Shin just did. Lin-Shin's sharper senses catch that malicious stare at once, and when he turns to meet it, Peng Junqin flinches before forcing himself to glare back. Lin-Shin dismisses Peng Junqin as a clown and quietly asks Xie Jingsheng what happened in the spirit cave while he was away. As Xie Jingsheng talks, Lin-Shin pieces Jiang Weining's last words together and realizes the Blood Sea sect probably still has a backup plan unfolding deeper inside the spirit cave. Lin-Shin follows that thought to its ugly conclusion. If the Blood Sea sect wants the spirit cave for itself, the first thing it would do is seal the entrance and cut the Nine Suns sect off outside. The possibility chills him, because if the cave eye is already surrounded, walking toward it tomorrow would be like stepping straight into a trap. When Xie Jingxing sees Lin Xun's expression and presses him, Lin Xun openly shares Jiang Weining's warning and his guess about the sealed entrance. That explanation lands hard, and the whole group goes uneasy as they picture themselves trapped underground with the Blood Sea sect waiting outside. One lower house disciple blurts out the fear everyone is thinking: if the spirit cave is sealed, they are turtles in a jar with nowhere to run. Lin Xun steadies the mood by pointing out one hopeful detail. When they entered, nothing blocked them, so the Blood Sea sect must have discovered this place only recently. Xie Jingxing catches on immediately and says a full seal should take far more time, manpower, and resources than the Blood Sea sect has had so far. He guesses the enemy probably used only a temporary array at the cave eye, and that sparks a real escape plan instead of blind panic. Xie Jingxing pushes the idea further and says that once the sect notices none of them have come out tomorrow, reinforcements should force the cave open from outside. His final point gives everyone something solid to hold on to. If they make trouble from inside while the sect attacks from outside, they might still break free. Lin Xun softens the edge a little more by adding that this is still only a guess, and maybe the Blood Sea sect has not even finished sealing the cave eye yet. Nobody fully believes the best-case version, but it is enough to settle the group, because worrying now will not change what waits at the cave eye tomorrow. Then Xie Jingxing remembers one more thing and asks the obvious question: if Lin Xun is here, where is Jiang Weining? Lin Xun realizes Xie Jingxing assumed he escaped, so he just laughs, shakes his head, and says plainly that Jiang Weining is dead. When Xie Jingxing asks how Jiang Weining died, Lin Xun answers just as calmly that he killed him himself. The cave falls into stunned silence, because the man Lin Xun claims to have killed was the same Jiang Weining who had terrorized nearly 20 of them by himself. Ping Junqin is the first to break the silence, sneering that Lin Xun is boasting too hard for anyone to swallow. He doubles down by saying Jiang Weining had forged more than 30 spirit meridians and carried profound armaments, so a man like Lin Xun should never have been able to kill him. Xie Jingxing, Ai Jingting, and the others instantly bristle at that cheap attack, ready to shut Ping Junqin up even if they still have their own doubts. Before anyone can start that fight, a blood-red glow appears on the horizon and drags every eye away at once. 5 streaks of blood light come tearing in like meteors, and their familiar cold aura makes the threat obvious before the figures even land. Xie Jingxing recognizes the aura instantly and grimly names them for what they are: Blood Sea Sect pursuers. The 5 lights slam down in front of them and reveal 5 Blood Sea Sect cultivators standing in formation, with their leader at the front like he already owns the battlefield. The Blood Sea Sect leader sweeps his gaze over the trapped disciples and coldly says this saves them the trouble of hunting the rest down one by one. One Blood Sea Sect disciple grins greedily and says some of these enemies would make fine blood soul material if their primordial spirits survive the fight. The other Blood Sea Sect disciples clearly like that idea too, staring at the 9 Suns Sect group as future harvest instead of human opponents. The Blood Sea Sect leader wipes the smiles off their faces by warning them that these people killed Jiang Weining, so underestimating them is asking to die. That warning sobers the 4 Blood Sea Sect disciples at once, because even together they know Jiang Weining was stronger than any one of them alone. On the 9 Suns Sect side, that warning confirms Lin Xun was telling the truth about Jiang Weining, and the stunned disciples all turn toward him at once. Ping Junqin is left completely dumbfounded, because the boast he mocked a moment ago has just been backed by the enemy itself. The Blood Sea Sect leader follows everyone's stare to Lin Xun, notices his freshly forged spirit meridian, and judges that this must be why Jiang Weining died. Lin Xun lets the enemy's misunderstanding stand and quietly sizes up all 5 Blood Sea Sect cultivators, realizing they have forged spirit meridians too. Even so, Lin Xun quickly judges that none of the 5 feel as dangerous as Jiang Weining did, and his confidence hardens. His thoughts jump one step further when he realizes these 5 may be carrying cast spirit pills, turning the hunters in front of him into possible spoils. The enemy leader catches the predatory shift in Lin Xun's gaze, feels insulted by it, and snaps out the order to attack. All 5 Blood Sea Sect cultivators draw enchanted armaments and charge with killing intent, turning the standoff into a real clash. Xie Jingxing and the others brace themselves in alarm and raise their weapons, even though the pressure coming off the enemy already feels overwhelming. Ping Junqin does the opposite and quietly edges backward, already planning to let everyone else die, buying him time to hide until rescue comes. Then one figure breaks the pattern completely, because Lin Xun steps forward alone instead of waiting behind the group for the enemy to hit them. With the 5 pursuers charging straight at him, Lin Xun stays perfectly calm and answers with a single sword strike. That strike erupts into a vast heat wave and a flash of red, as if a scorching sun has just been born in the middle of the cave. In the next instant, the true martial 9 Divine Sun sword drops on the 5 pursuers like a blood-red sun swallowing the whole battlefield. For the stunned watchers, the sky itself seems dragged down by that blazing sword sun as Lin Xun reveals this post-breakthrough technique in public for the first time. Lin Xun's sword explodes like a falling sun, and the freezing cave turns into a furnace in one terrifying instant. Xun Yan and his 4 Blood Sea Sect allies feel death crash down on them, and all 5 throw out desperate techniques against the blazing strike. The explosion swallows the 5 of them whole and blasts half a kilometer of ground into blackened ruin. When the light finally clears, Xie Jingsheng and the others can only stare at the melted earth and glowing glassy clumps left behind. The group realizes Lin Shen wiped out 5 fierce enemies with one strike, and even Ping Junxin goes weak with fear. Lin Shen quietly judges the move for himself, and realizes his 9 Divine Sun sword has already reached a level close to a cultivator master. He flashes 100 meters ahead to check the battlefield and finds only Xinyan still alive, burned so badly he is almost finished. Xinyan finally understands what hit him and rasps out that Lin Shen really was the one who killed Jiang Weining alone. Lin Shen confirms it, and immediately presses for the real danger, asking what the Blood Sea sect prepared at the cave eye. Instead of answering, Xinyan grins viciously and promises that his master and senior brother Min will soon kill them all. That one word, master, hits the 9 Sons' disciples like ice water, because it means a cultivator master is already inside the spirit cave. Xinyan laughs at their fear, pleased that even dying he can still drag them toward the same grave. Before despair can settle in, the pale and still recovering Fu Weifang steps forward and says he has a way to make Xinyan talk. Fu Weifang reveals a dark enchanted armament called the soul-binding mirror that can capture a dead bright aperture cultivator's primordial spirit and force answers from it. Xinyan's face changes on the spot, and his panic tells everyone the mirror is real. The orthodox disciples hesitate for a beat at using such a sinister method, but Fu Weifang reminds them the Blood Sea sect showed no mercy first. Xie Jingsheng hardens his heart and gives Fu Weifang permission to do it. Fu Weifang does not let Xinyan say another word and kills him on the spot to seize his primordial spirit. While Fu Weifang handles the soul capture, Lin Shen calmly collects the storage items from Xinyan and the 4 dead Blood Sea sect disciples. No one challenges the loot, and Ping Junqin is far too scared of Lin Shen now to even try. Going through the spoils, Lin Shen finds 43 cast spirit pills, enough to push his clone's spirit meridians 4 steps further. Soon after, Fu Weifang finishes the interrogation, and the answer he drags out of Xinyan is exactly the nightmare they feared. The Blood Sea sect has already sealed the cave eye with the Nether Corp smoke array, and a cultivator master is personally holding it together from inside. That means the 9 Sons sect cannot break in for now, and if Blood Sea sect reinforcements arrive first, everyone trapped here is finished. One lower house disciple finally voices the panic in everyone's chest and asks Lin Shen and Xie Jingsheng what they can possibly do now. Lin Shen answers first and says their only path left is the same risky plan as before, attack the array from inside. Xie Jingsheng backs him up and explains the logic. If they force the array's master to split his focus, the sect outside will have a much better chance to break in. The disciples know there is no safer answer, so they swallow their fear and agree to gamble on the breakout. Xie Jingsheng turns to Ping Junqin and bluntly tells him the truth. Whether he likes it or not, he is trapped in the same sinking boat with them now. Ping Junqin struggles for a moment, glances at Lin Shen, and finally grits out that he has no objections. With even Ping Junqin forced to cooperate, the group sets off at once, no longer worrying about Blood Sea sect pursuers because the breakout matters more than anything else. As the group closed in on the spirit cave, they were almost hoping the Blood Sea sect would send more pursuers for Lin Shen to cut down before the real fight began. A few kilometers from the cave eye, the whole group stopped at once when a freezing evil aura spilled out from the basin ahead. A disciple recognized the gray shroud as the Nether Corp smoke array, and the mood instantly turned heavier. Xie Jingsheng ordered everyone to wait, because charging now would only get them killed before the sect outside forced the cave open. While the others waited and conserved strength, Lin Shen quietly slipped away to use his cast spirit pills before the battle started. On a high slope above the basin, Min Shun frowned when Xinyan and the others still had not returned even though the spirit cave was almost ready to open. One disciple offered to go search for Xinyan, but Min Shun shut him down at once because guarding their master came first. Min Shun explained that if Xinyan was alive he would return, and if he had fallen, that only proved the enemy was dangerous enough that no one could risk leaving the formation line. After the others backed down, Min Shun admitted to himself that something had probably happened to Xinyan and regretted sending people out to hunt the 9 Sons sect in the first place. He realized the safest plan would have been to let the enemy come to them, but by now the dead disciples were already gone for good. Still, Min Shun forced the weakness out of his mind and steadied himself, convinced their side still had enough elite fighters to crush any 9 Sons sect attack. 3 days later in a dark side cave, Lin Shen finally opened his eyes after completing his 3rd spirit meridian. The breakthrough felt hard-won, because Lin Shen had burned through 10 cast spirit pills just to forge that 3rd meridian. What really stunned him was that the extreme intelligence will hurt clone had forged 2 more meridians in the same 3 days, and now stood at 6. Without even counting treasures or talent boosts, that clone had already grown stronger than Lin Shen himself. His other clones had also advanced fast. The analogy clone reached 2 meridians, and the remaining 5 each forged their first. After spending most of his pills, Lin Shen counted the result, and realized his overall strength had jumped enough that he might even trade blows with a cultivator master now. Just as he decided the sect should be forcing the spirit cave open by now, a thunderous roar shook the cave. Lin Shan immediately put away his clones and rushed outside to see what had happened. Outside, he saw dense green light flooding the sky above the cave while the gray fog churned like a giant vortex, and he knew the break-in had begun. In less than 15 minutes, Lin Shan rejoined the Nine Suns sect group, and Xia Jingxing brightened the moment he saw him return. Lin Shan did not waste a word and simply told them to move, because every moment now mattered. The whole group used riding wind technique and flew straight toward the cave eye. When the basin came into view, the corpse smoke was rolling wildly with flashes of green lightning inside, making the clash around the cave eye feel brutally intense before they even arrived. Before the Nine Suns sect could reach the eye, more than 10 Blood Sea sect disciples dropped in front of them and cut off the path. Min Shun sized up the enemy and was baffled that a group with only one apparent spirit meridian cultivator could have killed Jiang Weining and Xinyan. He demanded to know where Jiang Weining and Xinyan were, trying to probe the truth before the fighting started. Lin Shan instantly saw through the delay tactic, brushed off the question, and charged first. Min Shun dropped the act, ordered everyone to kill, and the wasteland exploded into a full melee of spells and enchanted weapons. 2 Blood Sea sect disciples immediately picked Lin Shan as the main threat and rushed him together with a saber strike and a hidden nail attack from behind. The ambush failed instantly when a faint mystic light from Lin Shan's profound armament stopped the hidden nail cold. Before they could recover, Lin Shan cut down the saber wielder with one sword stroke. The second disciple tried to retreat, but a red flash took his head too, leaving both attackers dead in moments. That clean slaughter finally told Min Shun the truth. Lin Shan was the one they had fatally underestimated. After killing the Nine Suns sect disciple in front of him, Min Shun immediately turned and rushed straight at Lin Shan. Lin Shan saw Min Shun coming and stayed completely calm, raising 2 fingers as if he had already chosen the next victims. 6 sword energies unfolded behind Lin Shan like a peacock tail, and he fired them past Min Shun at 2 other Blood Sea sect disciples instead. Min Shun was enraged that Lin Shan still dared split his focus, so he answered with a massive blood-colored hand crashing down from above. At the same time, the 2 Blood Sea sect disciples Lin Shan targeted failed to dodge in time, and his sword energies punched through their vital points. With Min Shun's giant blood hand already descending, Lin Shan answered with an even larger scarlet palm and smashed the attack apart. Watching Lin Shan crush attack after attack, Min Shun finally realizes the ugly truth. This is the same monster who killed Jiang Weining and Xinyan. Lin Shan's scarlet true martial palm bears down like a collapsing mountain, and the pressure locks Min Shun in place before he can escape. Knowing he will die if he hesitates, Min Shun jams 2 fingers into his own chest and tears out a drop of heart blood essence. That blood ignites into the rotten soul white flame, a pale ghostly fire so vile that the temperature drops and countless trapped souls seem to writhe inside it. Min Shun throws the tiny white flame at the massive scarlet palm, and to everyone's shock, the little ghost fire burns away Lin Shan's true essence and erases the attack. The surviving flame shoots straight at Lin Shan, and Xia Jingxing blurts out a warning that this rotten soul white flame burns both true essence and the soul. Min Shun sneers because this heretic spell is his deadliest trump card, a shortcut powered by hard blood that wrecks his vitality, but has always killed its target. He even thinks he has won, right up until golden light explodes off Lin Shan's body and a second true martial technique appears as shining armor. The white flame is wiped out on the golden armor, and Min Shun is left staring in disbelief as Lin Shan casually asks if he wants to keep going. Before striking again, Lin Shan switches to his pure yang body talent, and Meltdown changes into a compact golden red palm that feels less flashy and far more dangerous. Min Shun senses the killing intent in that sun-like palm at once, turns pale, and realizes he is frozen in front of death. In panic, Min Shun tears at his chest again and forces out a second rotten soul white flame to save himself. This time the trick fails completely, because the new white flame touches the golden red palm and is blown apart on the spot. The palm slams into Min Shun and detonates, hurling him hundreds of meters into a charred pit as blazing airwaves rip across the cave. Seeing their strongest senior brother fall in minutes, the Blood Sea sect disciples panic, while the Nine Suns sect side surges with confidence. The Nine Suns sect disciples press the opening immediately, and cut down 2 Blood Sea sect enemies in the chaos. Lin Shan ignores the wider battle and rushes straight for the crater, determined to finish Min Shun before he can recover. A sharp whistle cuts through the basin, and a blood shadow bursts out of the gray fog to stop Lin Shan before he lands the killing blow. The attacker points from afar and releases a blood-red line, and Lin Shan instantly recognizes the incoming threat as a stronger blood threadworm. Since the stranger is clearly desperate to save Min Shun, Lin Shan throws out a treasure to intercept the insect and accelerates, with a cloud dragon around his body. An enraged voice shouts at him to stop, but Lin Shan reaches the crater first and kills the horrified Min Shun with one clean flash of sword light. The rescuer reveals himself as Wu Ji's blood soul avatar, and when he arrives too late, his face darkens with murderous rage. Then Wu Ji feels his blood threadworm vanish, turns around, and realizes Lin Shan fed it into Jiang Weining's stolen blood wave banner. That insult pushes Wu Ji over the edge, and he roars that Lin Shan has gone too far before diving at him in a streak of bloody light. Around them, the Nine Suns sect disciples go cold when they hear the Blood Sea sect disciples call him master, because a cultivator master's name alone is enough to crush their nerve. Lin Shin stays calm because he has already seen through the trick. This is only Wu Ji's blood soul, not the master's real body. The reason is clear too. Wu Ji's true body is still stuck holding down the nether corpse smoke array, and leaving it would make the whole formation collapse. But after Min Shun's side is broken, Wu Ji has no choice but to intervene now, and his killing intent toward Lin Shin turns ice cold. Instead of backing off from a cultivator master's blood soul, Lin Shin actually charges straight at it. Wu Ji opens with full force, unleashing a tsunami of dense bloody light to drown Lin Shin in one blow. The watching disciples are terrified, because even a blood soul from a cultivator master feels stronger than Jiang Weining and Min Shun ever did. Lin Shin answers with the black peaking stone, turning it into a mountain-sized slab and smashing it straight into the blood wave. The collision explodes across the cave, and when the shock settles, Lin Shin has matched Wu Ji's blood soul head-on. Everyone at the spirit cave is stunned when Lin Shin, still only at the bright aperture stage, actually matches Wu Ji's blood soul head-on. The 9 Sun sect disciples break into excited shouts, and Xie Jingsheng's side suddenly sees real hope. Wu Ji's blood soul turns grim as he realizes a talent like Lin Shin cannot be left alive. Lin Shin catches that killing intent immediately, and rushes back in with a cold sneer. As the two tear through the sky again, both sects instinctively ease off and watch, because this duel will decide everything. While trading blows, Lin Shin judges that this blood soul is far stronger than Wu Luo's incarnation and not something he can finish quickly on normal terms. He quickly weighs the bigger danger too. Blood Sea sect reinforcements may already be close, and the nether corpse smoke array is still nowhere near breaking. Realizing time is against them, Lin Shin decides he has to break the deadlock fast instead of grinding this out. Instead of staying on Wu Ji, Lin Shin suddenly dives at a nearby Blood Sea sect disciple and cuts him down before anyone can react. Wu Ji flies into a rage, but Lin Shin refuses to meet him head-on and starts hunting the other Blood Sea sect disciples instead. In a few blinding passes, Lin Shin kills 4 or 5 more disciples and makes Wu Ji look completely helpless. Lin Shin's Cloud Dragon rhythm is simply too fast, and Wu Ji's blood soul is forced to consider attacking the 9 Suns sect disciples just to drag him back into a direct fight. Before Wu Ji can do it, Lin Shin suddenly turns and flies off, laughing loudly and mocking the entire Blood Sea sect. Wu Ji chases him several kilometers away, but the farther they get from the cave, the more suspicious he becomes. Wu Ji's blood soul abruptly stops and realizes guarding the array matters more than blindly chasing Lin Shin. Lin Shin clicks his tongue when the bait almost fails, then spins around and charges back at Wu Ji himself. Lin Shin's sudden reversal throws Wu Ji's blood soul off for one fatal instant. Lin Shin suddenly splits into 7 bodies, and the sky erupts with 7 blazing red suns. Back at the cave, both sides are jolted by the distant spectacle, but the Blood Sea sect disciples still think Lin Shin ran for his life. The 9 Sun sect disciples do not buy that for a second, because Lin Shin already proved he would risk himself for them. Then a stronger aura rolls back from the distance, and the far sky turns golden red under even more rising suns. The disciples who saw Lin Shin kill Xin Yan before understand immediately what that means. A streak of light soon shoots back from the horizon, and Lin Shin returns alone. When everyone sees Wu Ji's blood soul is gone, the 9 Sun sect erupts in joy and the Blood Sea sect disciples go pale with horror. Lin Shin does not waste the opening and cuts through the remaining Blood Sea sect disciples in an instant. After the last corpse drops, Lin Shin turns from the bodies and fixes his eyes on the grey fog basin of the nether corpse smoke array. The others follow his gaze and realize the real danger still hasn't started yet. Lin Shin bluntly warns that if the Blood Sea sect cultivator master comes out of the nether corpse smoke array, everyone should split up and run. The upper house disciples understand at once and agree, because the plan to monopolize the spirit cave is already broken and the enemy may choose to kill them before retreating. The others realize Lin Shin will be the most targeted one if that happens, which makes his suggestion feel even more selfless. Lin Shin keeps his real reason to himself, because he actually wants room to use his clones without dragging the others into his way. With the decision made, Lin Shin leads the group straight toward the nether corpse smoke array. Inside the array's core, the real Wu Ji opens his eyes and bitterly accepts that his near-perfect plan was ruined by one junior. Wu Ji quickly sees the situation clearly. With Lin Shin outside and his own disciples dead, he can no longer guard the formation against attacks from both sides. So Wu Ji makes a hard decision to abandon the array, retreat, and prepare for the coming war over the spirit cave instead. But before leaving, he decides to kill the 9 Sun sect disciples outside, especially the junior who destroyed his blood soul. The moment Wu Ji leaves the core, the nether corpse smoke array visibly slows and starts losing ground to the attacks battering it from outside. Outside the basin, Lin Shin notices the change immediately, and says the enemy is abandoning the array, just as expected. A figure suddenly breaks through the grey fog, and the real Wu Ji appears in front of the group. His true aura crashes down across kilometers, and everyone finally feels how terrifying a real cultivator master is compared to a blood soul. Lin Shin is the first to shake off the pressure, and he immediately orders everyone to run. As soon as the word leaves his mouth, Lin Shin summons the Cloud Dragon and shoots away like lightning. As soon as Wu Ji leaves the array, Ping Junqin bolts first, because he was already planning to abandon everyone if things went bad. The other disciples scatter with riding wind technique, but Wu Ji only looks down on them and sends out 3 blood souls to hunt them. Because Ping Junqin ran fastest, he draws 1 blood soul straight onto himself and panics when he hears it tearing through the air behind him. Wu Ji ignores the rest after that and personally turns into bloody light to chase Linshin. Linshin was ready for this, so he drives Cloud Dragon Rhythm to the limit and shoots through the sky like a white dragon-shaped blur. Even going all out, Wu Ji is only slightly faster, and that makes him want Linshin dead even more. After circling for several kilometers, Wu Ji realizes Linshin has been deliberately leading him back toward the basin and the cave eye. Wu Ji figures out the plan at once. If they fight near the cave eye, 9 Sun Sect reinforcements can save Linshin the moment the formation breaks. Once he gets within striking distance, Wu Ji raises a hand and fires 5 blood threadworms at Linshin's back. The worms are too fast to ignore, so Linshin abruptly stops and throws out more than 20 enchanted armaments as bait. The 5 blood threadworms chew through all that spiritual light in a blink, but the disposable treasures buy just enough time for the worms to burn out too. Seeing the threadworms are useless here, Wu Ji stops wasting them and instead releases 6 more blood souls, bringing his total to 10. Linshin is actually excited, because this is his first real clash with a cultivator master fighting at full strength. He answers with 6 clones of his own, sending them out to intercept the 6 blood souls while he faces Wu Ji himself. Wu Ji is startled when his spiritual sense shows these clones are not hollow tricks at all, because every one of them is as strong as Linshin and one feels even stronger. Linshin opens the duel by hurling the black peking stone and a tablet profound armament at Wu Ji like 2 crushing mountains. Wu Ji just sneers and spits out golden spiritual essence, smashing into the 2 treasures and shredding their spiritual light on contact. Linshin quickly recalls the damaged armaments, and Wu Ji smugly explains that his golden spiritual essence is made to destroy Dharma treasures. Wu Ji follows that by turning the golden essence into a storm of weapons that engulfs Linshin from every side. Linshin answers with forbidden golden armor, and the body technique holds even when the golden weapons pound against him. Using that opening, Linshin charges straight at Wu Ji with the 9 Divine Sun Sword. Wu Ji reacts hard this time, spitting out more than 10 mouthfuls of golden spiritual essence until dazzling gold and red light flood the sky. Even with true martial techniques and talent boosts, Linshin gets dragged into a brutal disadvantage against a real cultivator master. The golden weapons keep regenerating no matter how many Linshin cuts down, and he can barely hold the sea of attacks back. Watching from outside the storm, Wu Ji judges that the sect will break in soon, but Linshin should run out of spiritual essence first. Then Wu Ji suddenly notices something wrong. While defending, Linshin has been inching closer and closer until the gap between them is under 100 meters. A chill finally hits Wu Ji, and he instinctively tries to retreat. At that exact moment, Linshin turns and smiles, because this was the distance he wanted all along. A hidden clone suddenly bursts out of Linshin's body and lunges at Wu Ji with the 9 Divine Sun Sword and amazes the world fully unleashed. This was Linshin's real trump card, a clone that had spent nearly half a year doing nothing but storing spiritual essence for one strike. The released power becomes a blazing sun that crashes down on Wu Ji with enough pressure to make even him feel death closing in. Caught off guard, Wu Ji cannot call back his golden essence in time and instead uses a mystic technique to yank all 6 blood souls back in front of himself. The sun-like strike smashes into the 6 blood souls and melts them away in an instant right in front of Wu Ji. Wu Ji barely escapes by retreating at the last second, but the backlash from losing 6 blood souls hits him immediately. He spits out blood, realizes how close he came to dying to a Bright Aperture Jr., and his humiliation turns into murderous rage. Linshin stays calm under that killing intent, because he has already seen the gray fog around the basin vanish. Above the cave, a huge vortex-like halo appears and green light pours down, making it obvious that the spirit cave has opened. Wu Ji notices it too, and all his anger vanishes at once because staying here now means facing a real sect master. He immediately abandons the fight, and shoots away as a streak of blood light. A deep voice calls after him like an old acquaintance, and a stream of light from the vortex bursts out to pursue him. Watching the 2 lights vanish into the horizon, Linshin finally lets himself breathe, because the outcome is settled and he is safe. He immediately thinks back to amaze the world and realizes that one stored strike was strong enough to cripple even a cultivator master. The thought excites him even more when he imagines how terrifying that talent could become with years of build-up instead of months. A moment later, a small group of surviving disciples flies back from afar, and Linshin recognizes Xie Jingxing leading them. Only 7 or 8 of the original group make it back, but Linshin is relieved to see Xie Jingxing, Ai Jingting, and Mu Chuanhua all alive. Xie Jingxing greets Linshin with obvious relief, and Ai Jingting looks just as shaken by how close they came to losing him. The others explain that the blood souls chasing them suddenly broke off midway and vanished, which is the only reason they survived. Then Linshin asks the one question no one wanted to answer: where is Ping Junqin? Xie Jingxing finally says they found Ping Junqin's corpse on the way back, killed by a blood soul with even his storage ring stolen. No one is truly mourning him, but standing there with fewer than 10 survivors left from a team of 30, the whole group still sinks into a bitter silence. Just as Lin Shin is about to steady the shaken group, he suddenly senses someone beside him and turns to find a stocky middle-aged elder who appeared without warning. Xie Jingxing recognizes the newcomer first and hurriedly greets Elder Ji, while the other disciples bow at once. Instead of looking at anyone else, Elder Ji studies Lin Shin and bluntly says Lin Shin is the one who seriously injured Wu Ji. That one sentence leaves the whole group stunned, because a bright aperture cultivator hurting a cultivator master should have been impossible. Elder Ji explains that Wu Ji's injuries let him finish the kill and take the storage ring, then he tosses Lin Shin a bottle of mystic essence liquid as a reward. Lin Shin catches the bottle, and one look at Xie Jingxing's shocked envy tells him this reward is far from ordinary. After handing over the reward, Elder Ji immediately flies back toward the cave without wasting another word. Once Elder Ji is gone, Lin Shin asks what mystic essence liquid does, and Xie Jingxing says it forges spirit meridians just like cast spirit pills but far more powerfully. Xie Jingxing reveals that a single drop is worth 100 cast spirit pills, making the bottle in Lin Shin's hand an absurdly valuable prize. Lin Shin uncorks the bottle, sees 7 or 8 glowing drops inside, and instantly realizes it could push his extreme intelligence will hurt Clone much farther. He quickly guesses Elder Ji must have stripped a lot from Wu Ji's corpse, because otherwise no one would hand out something this precious so casually. Even so, Lin Shin is perfectly satisfied, because he wounded Wu Ji, Elder Ji took the kill, and Lin Shin still walked away with a reward he could truly use. When Lin Shin asks who Elder Ji really is, Xie Jingxing explains that Ji Ziyuan is one of the sect military department's 3 deputy heads and a late spirit-nurturing cultivator master. That answer makes it clear why Elder Ji could kill Wu Ji so fast, and the group finally starts to breathe easier as more sect people flood into the cave. With the danger over, Xie Jingxing tells everyone it is finally time to go back. Back in the mountain belly cave, everyone looks around like survivors waking from a long nightmare after just one brutal month underground. A warden approaches politely and says Elder Ji has ordered a full account of everything that happened inside the spirit cave. Lin Shin and the others calmly recount the past month while the wardens listen and record every detail. After the questioning, the sect sends them back on a flying crane instead of the dragon-toothed ship, because Xie Jingxing is still too injured and drained to pilot it. On the ride home, Lin Shin turns to AI Jingting and asks if the rumors are true that she is exceptionally skilled at alchemy. AI Jingting answers modestly, but she immediately guesses Lin Shin wants help refining pills. Lin Shin confirms it and directly asks whether she has refined cast spirit pills before. Xie Jingxing cuts in with a laugh and says Lin Shin asked exactly the right person, because AI Jingting is one of the pill pavilion's best at refining cast spirit pills. He goes further and reveals that AI Jingting's master is the deputy head of the sect's alchemy and tool division, a famous alchemy grandmaster behind half the sect's cast spirit pills. Lin Shin is caught off guard, because the quiet AI Jingting turns out to have a powerful backing no one in the academy would lightly offend. AI Jingting gently reminds him that he saved her life, and she would feel guilty if all she did in return was refine a few cast spirit pills. Lin Shin only smiles and shows why this is not a small favor by pulling out more than 10 porcelain bottles of spirit dust in one sweep. When Lin Shin calmly confirms every bottle is filled with spirit dust, the others can only stare and imagine how many earth essences he must have killed alone. After a beat of shock, AI Jingting solemnly promises to handle the cast spirit pill refinement for him. Xie Jingxing immediately joins in and offers to cover the large supply of supplementary herbs needed for the pills. Mu Chuanhua, Fu Weifang, and even the lower house disciples quickly add their support, unwilling to leave Lin Shin's life-saving favor unpaid. Lin Shin understands exactly why they are insisting, so he accepts and saves himself the trouble of gathering more materials alone. By the time they settle the pill handoff, Dragonside City is already ahead, and the journey is over. After returning to the Nine Young Academy, the group finally parts ways and Lin Shin heads straight back to the upper house. Once inside his residence, Lin Shin activates the restriction, enters the cultivation room, and lays out the storage rings he took from the Blood Sea sect disciples. He starts with Min Shun's ring, because what he wants most from all this loot is more cast spirit pills. The first count brings him 35 more cast spirit pills, enough to keep pushing his clone's spirit meridians several steps further. The rest of Min Shun's weapons and treasures do not impress him, so he puts them aside without much thought. He checks the remaining 11 rings one by one, but none of those Blood Sea sect disciples were as rich as Min Shun. Even so, the total climbs to 108 cast spirit pills in his hands, a solid stockpile for cultivation. Then Lin Shin brings out the real prize again, the bottle of faintly glowing mystic essence liquid, and decides it is time to see if it is truly that effective. He summons the extreme intelligence will hurt clone, feeds it 1 drop of mystic essence liquid, and starts cultivating himself with cast spirit pills at the same time. He keeps both of them training for a full month, because he needs to push his own spirit meridians to the limit before any fusion can begin. A month later, Lin Shin opens his eyes with a bitter smile, because after spending 64 cast spirit pills he can only reach 7 spirit meridians. No matter how much he tries after that, the 8th meridian never forms, and Lin Shin finally accepts that 7 is his natural ceiling. He laughs at his own poor talent, knowing that without clones he would likely never qualify to become a cultivator master at all. But when he looks at the extreme intelligence will hurt clone opposite him, the frustration fades, because the mystic essence liquid worked far better there. Just one drop let the clone forge 9 more spirit meridians and jump to 15 in total, proving Xia Jingsheng had not exaggerated at all. After consuming the remaining 7 drops, the clone keeps climbing until it finally stops at 40 spirit meridians total. Even a clone with terrifying talent still falls 5 meridians short of a first-grade spirit meridian on its own, and that drives home how hard that threshold is. That is exactly why Linshin gets excited again, because he still has the one advantage no ordinary cultivator has left to use: fusion. Since this clone had fused with him once before, it already started with 2 spirit meridians, which means it now holds 38 new ones he can still absorb. If the fusion works, his own 7 spirit meridians plus those 38 new ones will take him straight to 45 and complete a first-grade spirit meridian in one leap. Linshin takes a deep breath, steadies himself, and dismisses the extreme intelligence will hurt clone. The instant the clone fully disappears, Linshin's body shudders and 38 bursts of mystic sound ring out from within him. When the resonance ends, Linshin checks inward and finds exactly what he hoped for: 38 new spirit meridians have appeared inside him. With that fusion, Linshin reaches 45 spirit meridians in total and finally meets the requirement for a first-grade spirit meridian. In seclusion, Linshin finally senses all 45 spirit meridians in his body and knows he has reached the legendary first-grade threshold. Even so, Linshin refuses to break through yet, because with 6 clone meridian sets still available to fuse, he wants to push past the so-called limit itself. He checks his remaining resources and sees he still has 35 spirit pills left after burning through more than 70 to get here, including some wasted at the bottleneck. When Linshin opens his interface, it confirms his bright aperture cultivation is capped at level 9 with 45 spirit meridians, and shows his perfected core arts and spells. Since his realm is capped before breakthrough, Linshin spends the month refining his spells, but he knows the jump from more spirit meridians matters far more now than those smaller technique gains. Feeling his soul and spiritual essence swell far past before, Linshin coldly judges that if he meets Wu Ji again, he can at least hold out for reinforcements, and might even kill him with 6 months of store to amaze the world. After calming himself, Linshin heads for the lower house alchemy pavilion to collect the pills AI Jingting should have finished and to ask about the spirit cave. At the entrance, the guard disciple recognizes Linshin in an instant and turns from casual to almost embarrassingly eager to serve him. When Linshin asks for AI Jingting, the guard eagerly offers to lead him there like it is an honor. Along the way, more disciples recognize Linshin and greet him with awe and careful smiles, which only makes the sudden shift in attitude stranger. The guard brings him to AI Jingting's courtyard, politely withdraws, and leaves Linshin waiting alone at the door. Before he can even sit down, the courtyard door opens and AI Jingting steps out, instantly recognizing his voice and greeting him with a bright smile. AI Jingting says the pills are already prepared and invites Linshin inside, and he lightly asks whether he interrupted her work. As they walk, Linshin asks why everyone has been looking at him so strangely, and AI Jingting quickly realizes he has been shut away in cultivation and missed the news. She explains that his feat of severely injuring a Blood Sea sect cultivator master has spread through the sect and shaken everyone. The bigger shock is that multiple elders now want to take Linshin as a disciple, including several terrifyingly high-ranked Mystic Light elders. AI Jingting cannot hide how extraordinary that is, because a Mystic Light master stands near the peak of the sect and almost never accepts disciples. Linshin finally understands the fawning looks, and for a moment he seriously considers how much a master could help with guidance, techniques, and resources. Still, he pushes the idea aside, because right now forging more spirit meridians and advancing to cultivator master matters more than anything else. When Linshin changes the subject to the spirit cave, AI Jingting can only tell him that the sect and the Blood Sea sect are now fighting over it outright. She adds that the spirit cave has become a battlefield, and no one knows when that struggle for control will end. That answer makes Linshin realize this is no training raid like the Tiger Tribe campaign, but a real sect war where lower house disciples would just be thrown away. He also understands why the academy is staying out for now, since the cave holds enlightening stage demons and most disciples are not even strong enough to enter safely. By the time they reach the pill room, Linshin has already concluded that the war in the spirit cave will not involve him for the moment. AI Jingting uses her token to lift the restriction on the pill room and opens the storage cabinet inside. Inside, she reveals 15 full bottles of cast spirit pills, a total of 180 pills prepared for Linshin. Linshin thanks her and calmly stores the entire batch away, even though he knows this amount is enormous for any normal bright aperture cultivator. Watching Linshin put away that huge batch of cast spirit pills, AI Jingting can already feel the whole academy and sect waiting to see what grade of spirit meridian a genius like him will forge. After hearing how far spirit meridian forging could go, AI Jingting quietly became convinced Linshin might not stop at a second-grade spirit meridian at all. On the way back to the upper house, Linshin counted his stock and realized even more than 200 cast spirit pills still looked painfully short. He grimly weighed his options and saw the problem clearly. The spirit cave was tied up in war, so farming spirit dust was out, and buying enough pills with merit points would drag on for years. The thought of mystic essence liquid flashed through his mind, but he immediately shut it down because he knew how rare it was and how little backing he had. When Lin Shin reached his courtyard, Xie Jingsheng was already waiting at the door with news that Si Yuanpei wanted to see him. Xie Jingsheng could not explain the reason, but the mention of his earlier exploits made Lin Shin suddenly wonder if this meeting might be about mystic essence liquid after all. In the quiet tea room, Si Yuanpei welcomed Lin Shin with spiritual tea so fragrant that one sip made his senses feel instantly sharper. Si Yuanpei finally got to the point and told him the academy heads wanted to reward him for exposing the blood sea sex plot in the spirit cave. Lin Shin answered so fast it was almost reflex, asking for mystic essence liquid without a second thought. Si Yuanpei shot that hope down at once, dryly explaining that mystic essence liquid was too scarce in Dragonside City to hand out so easily. He went on to explain that Dragonside City only got a small yearly supply from Wood Ancestor City, so disciples in the sect were already scrambling over every drop. Si Yuanpei even remarked that Elder Ji giving Lin Shin 8 drops at once had already left plenty of people frustrated and jealous. That made Lin Shin ask where mystic essence liquid actually came from, hoping there might still be another route. Si Yuanpei revealed that only 3 places in the entire EC path could produce it, and Wood Ancestor City was the nearest one to them. Lin Shin instantly latched onto that clue, but Si Yuanpei warned him not to get excited because Wood Ancestor City did not trade directly with individual cultivators and this year's exchange was already over. For a beat, Lin Shin thought the trail had ended there, then suddenly realized Si Yuanpei would not have told him all this unless there was still a way forward. He respectfully asked for guidance, and Si Yuanpei finally unveiled the real opportunity, the Xuandu meeting in Wood Ancestor City, held once every 3 years. Si Yuanpei explained that any cultivator below Cultivator Master who had a Xuandu token could join the gathering on Xuandu Mountain. The bigger shock came next. Xuandu Mountain itself was where mystic essence liquid was produced, and participants were allowed to enter and keep whatever they found. When Si Yuanpei added that the next Xuandu meeting would begin in just 1 month, Lin Shin suddenly had a real short-term path again. Lin Shin still found the whole arrangement strange and asked why such a precious source would ever be open to outsiders at all. Si Yuanpei answered simply that this was an ancestral rule left behind by the first sect master of the Mystic Spirit sect in Wood Ancestor City. Lin Shin let the old mystery go, because the only thing that mattered now was clear: Xuandu Mountain might be his fastest chance to push toward Cultivator Master. Si Yuanpei revealed the final opening. The sect only had 3 Xuandu tokens and they were already assigned, but the academy heads could likely pry one loose for Lin Shin if he wanted in. Lin Shin did not hesitate for even a breath and accepted on the spot, thanking Si Yuanpei for the chance. Far away on Fuzhou Island, Han Liang finished cultivating in a wooden room and quietly savored the lingering vermilion dispersion power, pleased that it should soon push him to the 9th level of bright aperture. That calm shattered when another young disciple burst in without knocking, furious enough to stomp to the table and drop into a seat. When asked what happened, the furious disciple exploded that Lin Shin had already gotten Elder Ji's mystic essence liquid and was now taking the Xuandu token meant for him too. The listener was startled enough to ask again, and the angry disciple bitterly clarified that Elder Ji had personally taken back the token originally reserved for him and handed it to Lin Shin. After thinking it through, the calmer cultivator guessed Lin Shin must have learned about the Xuandu meeting because he needed mystic essence liquid for spirit meridians and had enough merit to win Elder Ji's support. Quan Hai only got angrier, insisting 8 drops should already be enough for a 2nd-grade spirit meridian and snarling that Lin Shin must be aiming for the legendary 1st-grade one. Then Quan Hai pushed his real grievance further, claiming the master-disciple lineage was deliberately favoring Lin Shin to build him into a weapon against the powerful families. Han Liang hesitantly brought up the official story that Lin Shin had helped badly injure a Blood Sea sect cultivator master, but Quan Hai flatly dismissed it as impossible hype. Quan Hai argued that Elder Ji had clearly inflated Lin Shin's reputation to justify letting higher elders take him in as a disciple, and Han Liang started to waver. When the calmer cultivator asked whether those elders really wanted Lin Shin as a disciple, the angry one made it clear he barely cared anymore because all he could see was Lin Shin taking what he believed was his. Han Liang understood why Quan Hai had snapped. After stalling for nearly a year at 26 spirit meridians, Quan Hai had pinned everything on using mystic essence liquid to break through his bottleneck. After paying a huge price for that chance, losing the token to Lin Shin became the last straw that shoved his already boiling anger over the edge. At last he blurted out his move: if he could not swallow this, he would go find Lin Shin and challenge him to a gambling battle. Han Liang hurriedly tried to stop him with the practical problem Quan Hai had ignored. Lin Shin was inside Nanyang Academy, and without an academy token he could not even get in. After hearing Lin Shin may leave within 2 days, Quan Hai makes up his mind on the spot and says he will wait at the north gate to intercept him before the Xuandu meeting. Quan Hai slams the door and storms out, leaving Han Liang frozen in place with a bad feeling about where this reckless challenge could lead. Han Liang rubs his brow and quietly admits he wants no part in sect power struggles, especially if Quan Hai ends up seriously injuring someone the master-disciple lineage wants to recruit. He consoles himself that Quan Hai is already strong enough to rank near the intersect top 10, but Lin Shin should still be capable enough not to lose too badly. Back in his training room at Nanyang Academy, Lin Xin checks his analogy clone and sees its spirit meridians have risen to 14 after using up all the cast spirit pills. What excites Lin Xin even more is that the clone still shows no bottleneck, so he starts hoping it can push to 18 spirit meridians or even past 20 if luck is on his side. With the Xuandu meeting close and Mystic Essence Liquid as the prize he wants, Lin Xin decides there is no more reason to wait and resolves to leave for Wood Ancestor City today. Since he cannot borrow a flying ship like Xia Jingxing, Lin Xin exchanges for a flying crane in the Merit Hall and plans around the 10-day trip north. Before leaving the city, Lin Xin changes course and heads to the Eastern District because he has not seen AI in months and does not want to disappear for another month or two without telling her. At his residence, Lin Xin senses 3 familiar auras before he even steps inside and immediately realizes AI has company from Sinking Moon. He opens the door to find AI with Tang Yu and Tang Mei, and the little black cat instantly lights up and leaps at him in delight. The moment Lin Xin catches AI, he feels her cultivation jump and blurts out in surprise that she has already reached the enlightening stage. AI proudly says she broke through half a month ago, and Lin Xin is left staring at the little cat in amazement at her absurd cultivation speed. Lin Xin quietly remembers the cat general's suspicion that AI has an unusual bloodline, because an ordinary demon should not be growing this fast. Lin Xin keeps those thoughts to himself, pats AI gently, and turns to thank Tang Yu and Tang Mei for looking after her. The 2 girls answer a little stiffly, because Lin Xin has grown so much stronger that even without showing off, his presence now puts instinctive pressure on them. When Lin Xin asks if AI has really been helping, the little black cat proudly boasts that she has been dealing with plenty of bad guys lately. Lin Xin quickly understands that AI has been joining Sinking Moon's rescue work, and with her strength already above most spirit cat hunters, he sees no need to object. To break the awkwardness, Lin Xin teases Tang Mei for acting so ladylike now when she used to bombard him with questions. Tang Mei flushes red but finally loosens up enough to make a face back at him and insists that she has always been a lady. Once the mood is lighter, Lin Xin tells them the real reason he came back. He is leaving the city today and may not return for 1 or 2 months. AI immediately clings to Lin Xin with obvious reluctance, and he gently reassures the little cat that the trip is important and not dangerous. He formally entrusts AI to Tang Yu and Tang Mei, and the 2 of them agree at once because AI has become their strongest support during rescue missions. With the day already slipping away, Lin Xin stops delaying and leaves under AI's reluctant stare. After Lin Xin disappears from sight, Tang Yu picks up the dazed little black cat and gently promises that he will return safely in a month or 2. Tang Mei casually says that if AI wants to follow Lin Xin everywhere, she should hurry up and pass the human tribulation first. That stray comment hits perfectly, and AI's eyes brighten as the little black cat decides she just needs to grow stronger fast enough to survive the human tribulation and stay by Lin Xin's side. Meanwhile, Lin Xin heads straight for the North Gate, planning the long route around the Dragon Abyss mountain range to avoid running into demon cultivators on the way to Wood Ancestor City. At the North Gate, Lin Xin leaves the city and is just about to summon his flying crane when a familiar voice calls out to stop him. Lin Xin turns and recognizes Shinzening approaching with another young disciple, both smiling as they catch up to him. When Shinzening confirms he is also bound for the Xuandu meeting and waited here on purpose, Lin Xin is happy to accept traveling together. Shinzening then introduces the 3rd token holder, Chuke, and Lin Xin greets him as another intersect disciple heading to the same gathering. Chuke says he has wanted to meet the Academy's rumored genius for a while, and Lin Xin answers modestly when the talk turns to his recent fame. Shinzening cuts off the pleasantries and reminds them they still have more than 10 days on the road, so they should start moving now. Instead of riding ordinary flying beasts, Shinzening opens his sleeve and summons a Dragon Fang flying ship, giving the group a much faster and safer way across the detour route. Chuka laughs that this ship should get them to Wood Ancestor City a few days early, and the mood turns confident as the 3 prepare to board. Just as they are about to get on, a sharp shout from afar interrupts them and snaps all 3 back around. An aggressive young man flies in, lands in front of them with open hostility, and after sweeping his gaze across the group, demands to know which one is Lin Xin. Lin Xin notices a hostile stranger staring him down, but he honestly cannot remember ever meeting him. Chuka steps in at once and calls the man by name, warning Quan Hai to stop whatever he is planning. Quan Hai brushes Chuka off with open contempt and keeps pressing Lin Xin and Shinzening, demanding to know which one is Lin Xin. Seeing the bad intent clearly now, Lin Xin steps forward, calmly gives his name, and asks what Quan Hai wants. Quan Hai finally names his target and bluntly demands a gambling battle, with Lin Xin's Xuandu token as the prize if he loses. The demand jolts Chuka and Shinzening, because both know Quan Hai is here for the Xuandu token he failed to get. Chuka immediately argues that the military department decided the token's owner, and he threatens to report Quan Hai for privately targeting Lin Xin. Quan Hai is not intimidated at all, because sect rules do allow gambling battles, and he knows that technicality lets him corner Lin Xin. He doubles down by taunting Lin Xin in public, saying he can refuse if he wants and let everyone know this famous genius is just a coward. Chuka can only call Quan Hai shameless now, because the rumors about Lin Xin's strength make this challenge harder to dismiss outright. Lin Xin quickly pieces it together, Quan Hai lost his chance at the Xuandu token and came after him because he dares not confront the people who really reassigned it. Instead of backing down, Lin Shen decides he owes Quan Hai nothing and agrees to the gamble without a trace of guilt. Chuka tries to stop him, but Lin Shen cuts him off and says it is better to settle this now than let Quan Hai keep blocking their way. That easy confidence only makes Quan Hai angrier, and he silently decides to cripple Lin Shen as punishment for looking down on him. Lin Shen calmly asks the obvious question next: if the Xuandu token is his stake, what exactly is Quan Hai putting on the line? Quan Hai freezes for a beat, realizing he came so sure of victory that he never even prepared a proper wager of his own. After a quick recovery, Quan Hai pulls out a formation disc loaded with the 9 Mystic Metal Array, a powerful defensive treasure that can hold off dozens of bright aperture cultivators. Lin Shen immediately recognizes how useful the formation disc would be as a life-saving trump card, and Chu Ke and Shenzhening's reactions confirm it is the real deal. With a worthwhile prize finally on the table, Lin Shen accepts at once, and Quan Hai nearly cannot hide how delighted he is. In Quan Hai's mind, he has already won the token back and is picturing the Xuandu meeting, Mystic Essence Liquid, and the rise in status that would follow. Because he is a 26 Meridian Intersect disciple, Quan Hai treats losing to Lin Shen as a complete joke and offers him the choice of battlefield as if the result is already decided. Lin Shen says there is no need to drag this out and chooses to fight right here. He even tells Chuka and Shenzhening to wait a moment because this will not take long, which only makes the mood turn stranger for everyone listening. Quan Hai takes that line as another insult, while Chuka and Shenzhening can only worry because they still have no idea how strong Lin Shen really is. To make the wager official, Quan Hai throws the formation disc to Chuka for safekeeping, and Lin Shen hands over the Xuandu token in return. A short distance away, the two fighters take their positions in an empty space, facing each other from 100 meters apart. Quan Hai opens by drawing a pure Yang talisman sword, and the blade erupts with flame until the air around him turns hot. Watching from the side, Chuka is alarmed by how valuable that sword is, until Shenzhening reminds him that Lin Shen is carrying a profound armament of his own. Quan Hai waits for Lin Shen to move first, but when Lin Shen still does nothing, his patience snaps and he charges in with his sword. Chuka and Shenzhening are stunned when Lin Shen still does not draw his own weapon and simply stands there against the incoming attack. At the last moment, Lin Shen finally moves and answers the charge with nothing more than a single palm strike. Then the temperature spikes violently as an enormous scarlet palm appears in the sky and crashes down on Quan Hai like a burning flood. The impact explodes across the field, and Chuka and Shenzhening are forced back by the scorching shockwave as Quan Hai disappears inside the flames. When the shockwave cleared, Quan Hai was gone from sight, and all Chuka and Shenzhening could see was Lin Shen's meltdown turning the battlefield into a sea of fire. Chuka recognized the move at once, and even Shenzhening, who had seen it before, was stunned because Lin Shen's meltdown was far stronger than last time. Chuka finally swept away the smoke with a sleeve flick and exposed the full result of the strike. The ground within 100 meters had been burned black, and Quan Hai lay unconscious at the bottom of a huge pit, charred so badly that Chuka knew fire poison had entered his body. Then Chuka looked at Lin Shen standing calmly with his hands behind his back, and his shock turned into open admiration. Both men finally understood that Lin Shen had not been mocking Quan Hai at all, because the fight really had ended almost instantly. From the start of the clash to Quan Hai's collapse, only 7 or 8 seconds had passed, and the actual defeat took less than a second. Chuka could only pity Quan Hai now, because an elite intersect disciple with 26 meridians had challenged an academy disciple and been crushed in one move. At the same time, Chuka realized that Quan Hai's crushing loss would send Lin Shen's name soaring through the sect. That thought led to a bigger one, because the strength Lin Shen had just shown was already beyond elite intersect level and dangerously close to the rumors about the Spirit Cave battle being true. Before they could say anything, Lin Shen smiled politely and told them the matter was settled, so they could finally leave. Chuka could only answer with a bitter smile, because Lin Shen had technically made them wait only a moment. Lin Shen boarded the Dragon Fong flying ship first, still perfectly calm after ending the fight. Chuka hesitated, but he still sent a flying letter back to the sect so Quan Hai would not be left unconscious in the wild. He even scattered medicinal powder around the crater to keep wild beasts away, then left with a sigh. A moment later, Chuka and Shenzhening joined Lin Shen on the ship, and the Dragon Fong flying ship rose into the sky and headed north. Not long after the ship disappeared, several sect disciples rushed in on streams of light, led by Han Liang. Han Liang saw Quan Hai's charred body in the crater and rushed forward in alarm to check whether he was still alive. Once he confirmed Quan Hai would survive, Han Liang's relief gave way to disbelief at how brutally Lin Shen had won. Chuka's letter had sounded impossible, but staring at the scorched crater, Han Liang realized only a true disciple should have been able to beat Quan Hai this badly. That made the Spirit Cave rumor hit harder too, and Han Liang started to believe Lin Shen really had badly injured a Blood Sea sect cultivator master. A junior disciple snapped him out of it, and Han Liang stepped aside so the others could lift Quan Hai and take him back for treatment. As they carried Quan Hai away, Han Liang could only worry that this injury might spark a serious conflict once the news spread. Back on the Dragon Fong flying ship, Chuka and Shinzening still kept stealing strange looks at Linshin, while Linshin calmly inspected the elegant cabin as if nothing unusual had happened. When the mood settled enough, Linshin sat across from them and asked for a proper explanation of the Schwandu meeting. Chuka immediately agreed, because after seeing Linshin's strength, he wanted even more to build a good relationship with him. He explained that the Schwandu meeting was held on Mount Schwandu near Wood Ancestor City, a place rich in spiritual essence and wood-attributed treasures. Chuka also revealed that mystic essence liquid came from a wood spirit called the Mystic Essence Wood Spirit, which made Linshin take the meeting even more seriously. The explanation hit hard because plant spirits lived long but had miserable lives, often hunted down by cultivators before they could truly grow. Chuka went on to explain the rules. The meeting lasted a month. Only Schwandu token holders could enter, and once the mountain formation closed, even cultivator masters inside could not leave. The last part mattered most to Linshin, because anything participants found on the mountain belonged to them and the mystic spirit sect would not interfere. After a long talk, night fell, and the three of them returned to their rooms while the ship continued its steady journey. For the next few days, they spent a little time talking and the rest cultivating, but Linshin soon ran into a rare problem. He had almost nothing left to improve with his own body. His cultivation stage was temporarily stuck, his martial techniques were already maxed out, and he had no cast spirit pills left to condense more spirit meridians. So Linshin turned his attention to refining the 5 chi suppression, shadow staying technique, and water mirror technique with his clones while he waited for mystic essence liquid. 5 more days passed, and the Dragon Fawn flying ship drew close to the dangerous depths of the Dragon Abyss mountain range. The ship was supposed to avoid this area by taking a long detour, and at first the usual flying demon still could not break through its protective barrier. 2 quiet days later, just as they were about to leave the deep mountain zone, the ship suddenly shook hard enough to jolt Linshin out of rest. Linshin instantly judged that an ordinary attack should not shake the ship like this, which meant something outside was hitting close to the barrier's limit. He left his room at once and found Chuka and Shinzening already on the deck, staring outside with grim expressions. Outside the barrier, the ship had been surrounded by a whole flock of bizarre demons with owl shapes, dog tails, and unsettling human faces. Linshin recognized them immediately as human-faced owls, enlightening stage beasts that controlled wind and usually stayed deep inside the mountain range. That was exactly why Linshin found the attack strange, because these demons should never have been this far out on the edge of the range. Then Chuka gave the answer. Only the eagle tribe could have driven the human-faced owls out of their usual territory and pushed them to the mountain range's edge. Seeing the attackers, Linshin immediately realizes they are from the eagle tribe, the hardest demonic clan in the Dragon Abyss Mountains to hunt because so many of them can fly. Linshin remembers that the tiger, python, and bear tribes were wiped out, the fox tribe went quiet, and that left the eagle tribe acting like the new ruler of the whole mountain range. Now that arrogance has caught up with them, 1 to 200 human-faced owls actually dare to mob a 9 Suns sect flying ship in broad formation. The owls beat their wings and whip up dense gray wind until the ship looks trapped inside a storm cage. Chuka sneers at the attack, pulls out a single white feather, and feeds it spiritual essence like he is about to teach the swarm a lesson. The feather comes alive, breaks free from Chuka's hand, and shoots out of the ship as a white streak. The owls had started relaxing because the ship stayed quiet, but the instant that white light circles out, a ring of blood blooms and dozens of them drop from the sky. Panic spreads through the flock, yet Chuka's white feather does not let up and keeps piercing vital points one owl after another. Watching that clean slaughter, Shinzening lights up and decides he is not letting Chuka have all the glory. He throws out a green light that punches straight through a human-faced owl's forehead and keeps hunting without slowing down. Only now does Linshin clearly see that Shinzening's weapon is a jade plate, and the thing tears through the owl's wind attacks like they are nothing. With 2 Spirit Meridian experts attacking at once, early enlightening stage owls are simply butchered in the air. The survivors finally break, shrieking as they turn and flee into the distance. Chuka and Shinzening keep their treasures in pursuit just long enough to cut down a few dozen more fleeing owls before calling them back. Linshin never joins in, because he already knows his cultivation, martial arts, and spells are at their current ceiling, so killing these owls would not earn him anything useful. As the last owls flee, Linshin suddenly feels eyes on him and snaps his attention toward a distant mountain wall. He catches only a black shadow slipping into a crack in the rock, then quietly stores that clue away. Once the danger seems over, the Dragon Fawn flying ship resumes its route and shrinks into the horizon. Only after the ship is gone does a much more advanced human-faced owl step out from the cliff crack, tall and silver-feathered, already close to taking full human form. At its call, several other near-human owls emerge, and one of them immediately blames the silver-feathered owl for dragging their clan into a costly attack. The silver-feathered owl refuses to back down and insists they would have won if the others had actually joined the fight. The others shut that down fast, warning that Chuka and Shinzening never even left the ship, which means they were still hiding strength and could have wiped them all out. When they say, "Master Meow, you can judge the matter after she returns," the silver-feathered owl stiffens but still claims it was avenging her injury. That excuse only makes the others angrier, because the cultivator who hurt Meow was not from the 9 Suns sect at all. The silver-feathered owl dismisses the difference with the blunt all humans are the same, proving to the others that it is just as brainless as it is stubborn. Realizing the eagle tribe could be destroyed if this idiot provokes the Nine Suns sect, the others decide to stop arguing and wait for Miao Yu to hear what happened. For Lynch's group, though, the whole ambush soon fades into a minor detour as the journey continues without another major demon attack. A day and a half later, a vast city finally appears ahead, and Chuka tells them they have reached Wood Ancestor City. Lynchen takes in the sheer scale of Wood Ancestor City and notices the massive city walls wrapped in dense spiritual vines like living armor. Out of courtesy, the flying ship stops well short of the city, and Lynchen, Chuka, and Shinzening switch to riding wind technique to approach on their own. Before they reach the city, 2 mystic spirit sect disciples on flying cranes come out to meet them and ask if they are here for the Schwandu meeting. The 3 hand over their Schwandu tokens, and once the disciples confirm them, they are directed to the residences arranged at the foot of Schwandu Mountain. That arrangement makes sense, since the city does not want thousands of armed cultivators flooding inside before the Schwandu meeting starts. When they arrive near the mountain range, one peak stands out so sharply in spiritual presence that Lynchen recognizes it at a glance as Schwandu Mountain. Nearby ridges are already packed with stone houses and over 1,000 cultivators, and Chuka estimates the crowd could swell to 2,000 or 3,000 by the meeting itself. That number hits hard because nearly everyone here is a bright aperture expert chasing mystic essence liquid, which means the slopes are crowded with elite cultivators. After the mystic spirit sect disciples bring them to a cluster of empty houses, the 3 separate without small talk and prepare to rest until the meeting begins in 6 days. Inside his room, Lynchen quickly notices the housing is ordinary and unprotected, so he pastes house protection talismans on the walls to make up for it. That little fix also reminds him he really needs to learn at least basic formations, because traveling blind on that front is a weakness. He settles onto the bed to meditate for the next few days, expecting a calm wait before the Schwandu meeting. That peace lasts only a moment before Lynchen senses 2 strangers approaching, and neither aura belongs to Chuka or Shinzening. A knock follows, and when Lynchen opens the door, he finds one fierce stocky man and one smiling thin man waiting outside. The smiling man introduces himself as Lian Shi and the other as Luo Deng, then politely starts laying out why they came. Lian Shi claims the 2 of them have wanted to enter the Schwandu meeting for a long time, but never had the means to get Schwandu tokens. Then he finally gets to the real point and asks Lynchen to hand over his Schwandu token in exchange for payment. When Lian Shi brings up buying the Schwandu token, Lynchen perks up at one key detail: the token can actually be traded. Lian Shi instantly realizes Lynchen is new to the Schwandu meeting, and that makes him think this young token holder will be easier to fool. He smoothly explains that the Mystic Spirit sect only recognizes the token itself, so private trades are allowed and even heretic cultivators can enter if they hold one. That clears things up for Lynchen, and he briefly wonders whether Chuka and Shinzening never knew this rule or just never bothered to mention it. Lian Shi pushes the deal again, eager to lock him down before Lynchen has more time to think. Instead of answering, Lynchen asks the sharper question: how did they know he even had a Schwandu token? Lian Shi admits he saw Mystic Spirit sect disciples personally escort Lynchen and his companions over, which gave away that one of them held a token. Once Lynchen asks what they can offer, Lian Shi quickly names a price that is insultingly low: 10 inferior-grade spirit stones. Lynchen treats the offer like a joke and starts closing the door, because a few spirit stones are nowhere near enough to make him give up the token. Lian Shi hurriedly stops the door and raises the bid to 15 spirit stones, trying to pretend this is still a normal bargain. Lynchen still refuses, because spirit stones do not matter to him enough to trade away the token. Forced to drop the act, Lian Shi tells him to name a real price. Lynchen answers flatly with a number that makes the whole scheme collapse: 30 drops of mystic essence liquid. Lian Shi nearly loses his temper on the spot, because the price is so far beyond him that the whole bargain turns into humiliation. Realizing Lynchen never intended to be cheated, Lian Shi drops the friendly tone and starts hinting that token holders get attacked around Schwandu Mountain every day. He presses harder by saying Lynchen looks too weak to protect the token, so selling it now would at least keep him from losing everything. Lynchen finally laughs, because the polite visit has turned into a clumsy threat exactly as he expected. Then he says the ugly part out loud and asks whether they plan to rob him later if he refuses. The question lands so cleanly that both men are thrown off, because they never expected him to say their plan to their faces. Lian Shi scrambles to recover and claims they are decent people who only meant to warn him out of kindness. Lynchen does not bother arguing and simply tells them to leave because he is going to rest. Before they can say anything else, Lynchen shuts the door in their faces. Once they move to a secluded spot, Lian Shi finally explodes and smashes a rock, furious that Lynchen toyed with him. Luo Deng immediately suggests taking Lynchen out for good. Lian Shi decides not to strike yet since Lynchen still has 2 companions and a direct clash with all 3 would be messy. Instead, Lian Shi orders Lynchen watched and decides they will kill him the moment he is alone. Around Schwandu Mountain, that kind of scheme is normal now, because token holders, thieves, and hidden opportunists have all crowded into the same dangerous place. The Mystic Spirit sect stays completely hands-off, letting cultivators fight among themselves while murders and sneak attacks pile up in the shadows. Back in his house, Lin-Shin dismisses Lian Shi and Luo Deng as clowns and figures he can casually remove if they really try something. Over the next few days, he mostly rests, and only occasionally goes sightseeing with Chu Ke and Shinzening, enjoying a rare stretch of calm before the meeting begins. But as the Xuandu meeting gets closer, more cultivators keep arriving, and the mountain grows visibly more crowded and volatile. Lin-Shin sees more than 10 clashes with his own eyes, proof that the scramble around the tokens is getting hotter by the day. Worse, when injured fighters limp away, Lin-Shin notices sneaky figures tailing them, and he knows those wounded people are probably finished. Even so, no full-scale chaos breaks out before the meeting, and that uneasy balance holds until the opening day. When the Xuandu meeting finally arrives, every token holder gathers at the foot of the mountain to wait for the formation to open. From a gentle slope, Lin-Shin looks out over more than 2,000 powerful cultivators, and the sheer scale of the gathering is staggering. Their combined auras rise like an invisible pillar that clears the clouds overhead, turning the whole sky above the meeting ground unnaturally bright and open. Chu Ke is openly amazed that one Xuandu meeting alone could draw so many cultivators at the 9th level of the bright aperture stage. Shinzening explains the reason plainly. Mystic essence liquid is too tempting for anyone trying to forge a better spirit meridian, even disciples from major sects. The math is brutal enough that everyone understands the gamble, because once cultivators pass 9 spirit meridians, ordinary cast spirit pills become painfully inefficient. That pressure is exactly why so many people rushed here and why some of them already did ugly things just to get a Xuandu token. While listening to Chu Ke and Shinzening, Lin-Shin catches a nearby group talking about how crowded this year's meeting is and how hard it will be to compete for the mysterious wood spirit. The old man sounds informed, while one younger cultivator is already discouraged and the other tries to keep him from losing heart before the meeting starts. Lin-Shin notices the old man especially and walks over, hoping this stranger knows the field better than most people here. The 2 younger cultivators immediately go wary, but Luo Wei stays completely calm and signals them to relax. Lin-Shin introduces himself, admits he overheard them, and asks if they are familiar with the notable participants here. The old man says he is called Luo Wei and explains that years of traveling through nearby major cities simply taught him more than most. Before Lin-Shin can ask for more, Luo Wei warmly offers to point out the important people in the crowd himself. Lin-Shin gladly accepts, since this is exactly the kind of information he came over to get. Luo Wei scans the gathering, lifts a hand, and starts his introduction by pointing Lin-Shin toward 3 young cultivator masters standing on a higher slope. Luo Wei quietly points out 3 black-robed cultivators, and even in the crowded foothills everyone gives them a wide berth. The name Corpse Sect lands heavily, because White Phosphorus City's corpse refiners are notorious across the East Sea Path. Even with hostile eyes on them from all sides, the Corpse Sect trio stays calm, as if they know no one here wants to test them first. Luo Wei shifts Lin-Shin's attention to another group, where the Soaring Cloud Sect disciples are being treated like honored guests instead of threats. More than 20 itinerant cultivators crowd around the Soaring Cloud disciples, smiling and flattering them in hopes of getting close to a sect that might actually accept them. Luo Wei explains that the Soaring Cloud Sect controls all of Yanling City, rivals major sects in strength, and is one of the few big powers willing to take in itinerant cultivators. As Luo Wei points out more dangerous sect groups, including the Blood Sea Sect, Lin-Shin gets a harsher picture of how crowded Xuandu Mountain will be with real killers and elites. Luo Wei sighs that nearly 100 disciples from major sects are here, and small sect cultivators like them can only pray to find what the stronger people miss. Lin-Shin counters that wandering cultivators also produce dangerous veterans, so he asks whether any famous lone experts came this year. Luo Wei immediately names 3, and the first is Yin Xianbin, a tall gray-robed man whose expression alone warns people away. The second is Guan Zhou, an overweight veteran with an amiable smile that somehow makes him even harder to read. The third is Yisufeng, a beautiful woman in green who draws plenty of stares, but most of them are fearful, not admiring. Luo Wei warns that all 3 veteran wanderers have condensed more than 10 spirit meridians, and in a real death match their hidden survival methods can make even major sect disciples lose. Lin-Shin quietly measures the field after hearing all this, now with a much clearer idea of the real competition waiting inside the mountain. After sincerely thanking Luo Wei, Lin-Shin heads back to Chu Ke and Shinzening with the new information. Once Lin-Shin leaves, one of Luo Wei's juniors finally asks why he bothered helping that young man so much. Luo Wei casually reveals that Lin-Shin is from the Nine Suns sect, so a small favor now might become useful later. His junior accepts it right away, because Luo Wei's eye technique has let him read sect backgrounds correctly too many times to doubt him now. Back with his own group, Lin-Shin repeats everything to Chu Ke and Shinzening, and both of them are visibly shaken by how many strong people are here. Chu Ke grimly says they will have to be extremely careful, because if blood is already being spilled before the meeting starts, the mountain itself will be far worse. The 3 of them realize the real problem is not finding the mystic essence with spirit, but surviving after someone finds it. That is exactly why most participants avoid going in alone and form at least small teams to avoid getting picked off. Lin-Shin still proposes the opposite plan. Once inside, he wants Chu Ke and Shinzening to stay together while he searches on his own. After a moment of thought, the other 2 realize the plan actually makes sense, because together they can protect themselves and Lin Xin is the one person here they do not need to worry about. Lin Xin feels relieved once they agree, because searching alone will let him use his clones freely without exposing that advantage to his own allies. But on a slope not far away, 3 Blood Sea sect disciples are already watching the 9 Sons trio like prey. One of them, Shan Bai, confirms he recognizes Chuku from an earlier clash, so there is no doubt they have found real 9 Sons sect targets. The 3 immediately decide to kill all of them inside Xuandu Mountain as revenge for the spirit cave bloodshed between their sects. Their hatred runs deep. Too many Blood Sea sect disciples have died in the spirit cave, and they even talk about taking the mystic essence liquid first and coming back later to slaughter more 9 Sons disciples. Elsewhere in the crowd, Lianxi is also glaring at Lin Xin, still furious that Lin Xin's refusal forced his group into a costly fight for a token. In his mind, Lianxi blames Lin Xin for the deaths of 3 of his own companions and swears to kill him the moment he finds him alone in the mountain. Then a bell suddenly rings from Xuandu Mountain, and the entire noisy gathering falls silent at once. A green ripple-like barrier descends over the whole mountain, proving the scenery everyone had been staring at was only an illusion from the protective array. When one corner of the barrier opens, the true Xuandu Mountain appears beyond it, broader and more beautiful, with streams, valleys, and green vines stretching into cloud-wrapped peaks. Lin Xin is genuinely stunned, realizing only now that the vast mountain in front of them is the real battlefield they are about to enter. Before anyone else can fully process it, a white bone beast suddenly bursts from the crowd and charges straight for the opening. The first to move are the corpse sect disciples, riding that skeletal beast through the gap as if they have been waiting for this exact moment. That one bold charge breaks the stalemate, and the whole crowd erupts as cultivators leap forward, fly on the wind, or mount strange beasts to race into Xuandu Mountain before anyone else. As soon as the opening appears, Chuka leads Lin Xin and Shenzening into Xuandu Mountain with the riding wind technique. Lin Xin lands in a secluded valley and immediately feels how absurdly rich the spiritual essence is inside the mountain. When Chuka and Shenzening catch up, all 3 realize Xuandu Mountain has become a huge cave abode nourished by its ancient formations. Shenzening notes that if this place keeps developing, the Mystic Spirit sect could use it to outgrow its old rival, the Dual Polarity sect. After a brief talk, the group splits up to search, with Chuka and Shenzening heading west while Lin Xin chooses his own route and accelerates with Cloud Dragon rhythm. Watching from behind, Lianxi is thrilled that Lin Xin has separated from his allies and decides this is the perfect time to kill him. Luo Deng hesitates, warning that Lin Xin might be stronger than he looks if he dares to move alone in a place this dangerous. Lianxi brushes that off, arguing that a man in his early 20s cannot possibly match 2 veterans who each condense 10 spirit meridians. He pushes harder by reminding Luo Deng how much they paid for their Xuandu token and how much profit they need to bring back to their sect. When Lianxi points out that Lin Xin likely carries valuable treasures and maybe even supreme-grade enchanted armaments, Luo Deng is finally tempted. Luo Deng agrees to the ambush, and the 2 men rush off to hunt Lin Xin down. Meanwhile, Lin Xin finds a quiet area, summons all his clones except Amaze the World, and spreads them out to search faster. Because the mystic essence would spirit like spirit wood and spirit herbs, Lin Xin focuses his search on places where dense wood-attributed growth gathers. He briefly regrets not bringing AI, knowing her natural spiritual sense would have been perfect for this job. Xuandu Mountain is so huge that even 2,000 cultivators vanish into it, and for a long time Lin Xin does not meet a single other person. Using himself and 6 clones to search in parallel, Lin Xin sweeps mountain after mountain at a brutal but efficient pace. After more than 10 mountains, one clone finally finds something, and Lin Xin abruptly changes direction and rushes toward it. He lands where one clone is waiting and finds an enormous ancient banyan tree radiating astonishing vitality. Lin Xin quickly judges that the 600 to 700-year-old banyan is already close to awakening intelligence because of Xuandu Mountain's rich spiritual essence. The closer he gets, the more obvious the signs become, a strange aura inside the tree and a faint fragrance that points straight to the mystic essence with spirit. Not wanting to scare it off, Lin Xin and his clone both stick concealment and escape talismans on themselves before creeping closer. Within 100 meters, Lin Xin finally spots the target. A palm-sized childlike mystic essence with spirit with a little pigtail happily absorbing energy on the banyan's crown. The moment Lin Xin lunges from cover, the startled wood spirit whips around and bolts down the banyan to escape. Knowing plant spirits are experts at fleeing underground, Lin Xin fires off a 5th-level immobilizing spell to stop it cold. Lin Xin closes the distance like lightning, but the wood spirit breaks free at the last moment and slips into the banyan trunk. It pops out from another tree over 30 meters away, laughing in relief and getting ready to dive underground for good. Before it can disappear, Lin Xin's clone rises from the shadow by the tree and grabs the little spirit in one clean move. The catch leaves Lin Xin impressed, because even with his strength the mystic essence with spirit was much harder to capture than he expected. That struggle also explains why ordinary bright aperture cultivators waste so much effort on these spirits, while sect masters rarely have time to hunt them personally. Then the tiny spirit abruptly switches tactics and starts wiping its tears, putting on a pitiful act in Lin Xin's palm. Lin-Shin does not fall for the act and gets ready to use the captive spirit to search for more wood spirits and extract mystic essence liquid. Before he can start, voices drift in from the left, and Lin-Shin instantly realizes someone has been tracking him. Hidden in the trees, Lian-Shi curses because he lost Lin-Shin's trail, while Luo Deng questions why the enchanted compass is spinning wildly. Lian-Shi insists the compass itself is fine and concludes that Lin-Shin must be carrying a treasure that interferes with aura tracking. He tells Luo Deng not to panic, planning to gather more lingering aura with the compass until he can lock onto Lin-Shin again. But when Lian-Shi looks up mid-sentence, he freezes, because Lin-Shin is already standing ahead of them with a calm smile and asks, "Are you looking for me?" Inside Xuandu Mountain, Lin-Shin stops with a faint smile when he catches Lian-Shi and Luo Deng tailing him again. Luo Deng panics the moment he recognizes Lin-Shin and yanks out his weapon, ruining Lian-Shi's plan to fake civility first. Before Lian-Shi can say much, he spots the tiny mystic essence with spirit in Lin-Shin's palm, and his greed flares instantly. Lian-Shi openly demands the mystic essence with spirit and pretends he will spare Lin-Shin if he hands it over, hoping to grab it first and kill him after. Lin-Shin sees straight through that lie and casually seals the mystic essence with spirit into a prepared beast trap bag instead. When Lian-Shi tries one last cold warning, Lin-Shin answers with a sharper one and lets killing intent show in his eyes. 7 sword-shaped streams of energy bloom behind Lin-Shin like a deadly fan, and he launches them without hesitation. Lian-Shi barely throws himself aside and expands a bone tablet into a fawn-faced green ghost bone shield to block the first hits. The shield survives, but the deep dents shock Lian-Shi into realizing Lin-Shin is far stronger than the weak target he imagined. Luo Deng is slower by one fatal beat, and his bronze hammers are knocked away before the remaining sword energy tears through him. Luo Deng crashes to the ground with 3 bloody holes in his chest, one straight through the heart, and dies almost instantly. Seeing Luo Deng die in one exchange wipes out Lian-Shi's greed, and all he can think about now is escape. In desperation, Lian-Shi flings a lightning-patterned thunder bead at Lin-Shin and bolts without even checking the result. The thunder bead erupts into a blazing chain of white lightning that smashes into Lin-Shin and blasts the surrounding forest apart. But when the smoke clears, Lin-Shin is still standing there untouched inside a layer of golden armor. Hundreds of meters away, Lian-Shi looks back and nearly loses his mind when even his life-saving thunder bead fails to injure Lin-Shin. Before Lian-Shi can process what he saw, Lin-Shin catches up at terrifying speed and closes to within striking distance behind him. Lin-Shin answers the chase with a 100-meter crimson palm strike that drops over Lian-Shi like a mountain. Lian-Shi turns pale and cannot even finish begging before the scarlet palm slams down and erases him completely. After the kill, Lin-Shin calmly retrieves Lian-Shi's sleeve pouch from the scorched ground and starts checking the spoils. The loot is disappointing, just a handful of cast spirit pills and little else, and Luo Deng's storage ring is no better. With the stalkers dealt with, Lin-Shin leaves the scene and goes looking for a secluded place to use the mystic essence liquid. About half an hour later, a graceful veiled woman in white arrives at the ruined battlefield and immediately senses how fierce the clash was. Judging the destruction for herself, the veiled woman concludes the fighter here had at least 40 meridians, and even she is clearly surprised. After a short pause, the veiled woman leaves the clearing as suddenly as she appeared. Elsewhere in the forest, Lin-Shin finds a remote cave, cleans it with a talisman, and settles in to deal with the captured wood spirit. The moment Lin-Shin releases the tiny wood spirit in the cave, it tries to bolt again, and he catches it with ease. Lin-Shin warns the little spirit to stop trying to escape, and it quickly folds its hands and begs pitifully for mercy. Lin-Shin offers a simple deal: give up all the mystic essence liquid it condensed, and he will let it live and go free. The tiny wood spirit perks up at the offer and nods frantically, but Lin-Shin still adds one cold warning about ending up in an alchemy furnace. Forced to cooperate, the little wood spirit cuts its tiny palm and squeezes glowing milky drops of mystic essence liquid into Lin-Shin's porcelain bottle. When it finally stops, 5 drops sit in the bottle, and the little wood spirit looks so pale and drained that Lin-Shin can tell it held nothing back. Satisfied that the little spirit really gave everything, Lin-Shin keeps his word and lets it go. The wood spirit freezes in disbelief for a beat, then bows over and over in thanks before happily burrowing into the cave floor and vanishing. Now alone, Lin-Shin summons back his analogy clone and prepares to use the hard-won liquid for cultivation without wasting a drop. He feeds 1 drop of mystic essence liquid to the analogy clone and immediately starts the spirit meridian condensation process. Lin-Shin then summons his Amaze the World clone and gives that clone another drop, putting 2 identical clone bodies into cultivation at once. While the 2 clone bodies refine the liquid in the cave, Lin-Shin stays on guard and sends his other clones outside to keep searching for more wood spirits. 2 days later, the analogy clone finishes digesting 2 drops of mystic essence liquid and reaches 19 spirit meridians. Rather than waste more liquid, Lin-Shin switches the analogy clone over to cast spirit pills for the last stretch. 5 cast spirit pills later, the analogy clone finally breaks through and condenses a 20th spirit meridian. When more pills stop working, Lin-Shin understands that 20 spirit meridians is the hard limit of his 4th grade analogy clone, and he quietly accepts it. Back in the cave, Lin-Shin finally tests the move he has been saving, fusing with a clone after hitting the usual spirit meridian limit. The fusion makes his body ring with 10 heavy chimes, and when Lin Shin checks himself, his total has jumped from 45 to 55 spirit meridians. That confirms his guess. 45 is only other people's ceiling, and clone fusion can force his foundation past it. The gain is no longer 1-for-1, though. His clone's 20 meridians only turned into 10 after merging, a steep trade-off that still feels worth it to Lin Shin. He quickly estimates the payoff. If his other clones also cap at 20 meridians, fusing them all should push him to 105 in total. Then he remembers the pure yang body clone absorbed leftover pill power before, which means that clones should have even better aptitude and an even higher limit. The idea leaves him genuinely thrilled. With a foundation beyond first grade, Lin Shin starts imagining what kind of monster he will become after advancing to Cultivator Master. After calming down, Lin Shin feeds his last 3 drops of Mystic Essence liquid to the Amaze the World clone, pushing that clone up to 16 spirit meridians. He judges that 1.5 more drops would finish this clone, and the rest of his clones will need about 23 to 24 drops total to reach their own limits. With 28 days still left in the Schwundu meeting, Lin Shin decides the plan is simple: keep hunting Mystic Essence with spirits. The search has been dry for 2 straight days, but his wandering clones have still turned a few greedy ambushers into corpses and extra cast spirit pills. That even makes Lin Shin a little disappointed, because most cultivators now see a lone man on Schwundu Mountain and wisely decide not to test him. At the cave entrance, Lin Shin retracts the Amaze the World clone, then he and the remaining analogy clones split up and head in different directions to widen the search. A while later, Lin Shin reaches a clear stream, and just as he is about to cross, someone drops onto the opposite bank in a streak of light. The newcomer is Yi Sufeng, the flirtatious itinerant cultivator Luo Wei once warned him about, and Lin Shin immediately recognizes her. Lin Shin has no interest in her at all. He gives Yi Sufeng one glance, looks away, and keeps crossing the stream like she is barely worth noticing. That reaction throws Yi Sufeng off, because men usually fear her, flatter her, or chase her. Seeing one brush her aside only makes her curious. She calls him interesting in a sweet voice, but the attack comes first. Red silk whips from her hand and turns into a blood-red python lunging at Lin Shin. Lin Shin does not even flinch. He flicks up a hand, fires white lightning, and blows the blood-red snake apart into a cloud of gore. Now Yi Sufeng gets excited instead of cautious. If a man this strong dies here, she can turn his soul into fuel for her Rakshasa mirror. The reason she came to Schwundu Mountain is ugly beneath the pretty face. With the mountain sealed for a month, heretic cultivators like Yi Sufeng can harvest trapped souls without leaving witnesses. Her profound armament, the Rakshasa mirror, can imprison living souls, turn beautiful female cultivators into Rakshasa demonesses, and grind ordinary victims into soul pearls to feed them. That mirror has already helped her kill cultivators stronger than herself, so even after seeing Lin Shin's power, Yi Sufeng still believes she can swallow him. She sweetly invites Lin Shin to try the Rakshasa mirror, then snaps the bronze mirror up and drags him straight into an illusion. When Lin Shin's sight clears, the stream is gone. He is standing inside thick white fog, and moving shadows crowd every side. The setup reminds him of AI's old illusion, so instead of panicking, Lin Shin stays cool and waits to see what Yi Sufeng actually sends at him. Yi Sufeng's voice teases him from all directions, promising to enjoy watching him cry and beg before she unleashes her Rakshasa demonesses. The fog starts to peel away, revealing a full ring of female demonesses around Lin Shin, all beautiful, half-veiled, and unmistakably wrong. There are hundreds of them, armed with enchanted weapons and carrying the old skills they had in life, enough to bury an ordinary bright aperture cultivator in one rush. Laughing coquettishly, the Rakshasa swarm attacks all at once, and Lin Shin vanishes under a rain of blades and killing intent. Watching from concealment, Yi Sufeng nearly sneers. She thinks that handsome face was all bluff and that the fight ended the instant her demonesses closed in. Then the center of the swarm suddenly lights up like a newborn sun, and a brutal wave of heat rips through the illusion. Every Rakshasa demoness caught in that blaze screams and crumbles to ash, and in a blink the entire ring is gone. The scorching force does not stop at the demonesses. It burns away the white fog too and tears Yi Sufeng out into the open. For the first time, Yi Sufeng loses her composure. Her smile vanishes as she stares in horror at an impossible scene. Her entire Rakshasa host was erased in one move. Yi Sufeng is stunned that Lin Shin just erased 400 or 500 Rakshasa demonesses in one strike, and she realizes she made a fatal mistake judging his strength. When Lin Shin turns and fixes her with a cold look, Yi Sufeng drops all pride and runs for her life. She barely gets away before Lin Shin cuts her off, appearing ahead of her path like he was waiting there all along. Desperate, Yi Sufeng tries charm instead of force and sweetly begs for mercy, offering herself if he lets her go. Lin Shin does not waver at all and coolly tells her she can live only if she survives one strike. Before Yi Sufeng can try anything else, Lin Shin summons the pure yang talisman sword and brings it down. Yi Sufeng throws out red silk that turns into giant blood-red pythons, but the blazing sword light tears through them like they were nothing. At the last second, a pink mist diverts the blade just enough to spare her life, but Lin Shin still slices off one of her arms. Wrapped in that pink mist, Yi Sufeng escapes at top speed and abandons even her severed arm just to get away. Lin Shin calmly catches the falling arm and strips the storage bracelet from it, showing he never meant to waste effort on a full pursuit. He checks the bracelet for Mystic Essence liquid, but instead finds more than 50 cast spirit pills that Yi Sufeng had gathered as spoils. Even without the liquid, Lin Shin is satisfied, because Yi Sufeng just handed him a huge stash of pills for free. Then he pulls out Lian Shi's tracking compass and gathers Yi Sufeng's lingering aura into it so he can find her again later. Lin Shin decides not to finish her now and instead plans to let Yi Sufeng recover and keep hunting, so he can rob her gains again when the time is right. Just then, one of Lin Shin's clones discovers traces of the mystic essence with spirit a kilometer away, and Lin Shin immediately changes priorities. He rushes to the spot and finds his superior martial arts clone already hiding behind a tree, both of them watching a vine-covered mountain wall. Among all that bright green, Lin Shin notices a nearly invisible patch of faint indigo hidden in the vines. Looking closer, he realizes the indigo glow is sunlight jade, a rare healing herb so precious it can save a dying cultivator. What really excites Lin Shin is that the mystic essence with spirit is sitting right on top of the sunlight jade and absorbing spiritual essence. Lin Shin is thrilled to find both treasures at once, but he quickly sees the problem. If the wood spirit senses danger, it can dive straight into the mountain wall and vanish. While Lin Shin searches for a safe way to catch it, a violent explosion suddenly erupts far away and a massive wave of spiritual essence punches into the sky. From kilometers away, Lin Shin can still see two streaks of light crashing together, and the scale of the fight feels like a cultivator master battle. He briefly wonders if cultivator masters are really fighting on Xuandu Mountain, then rejects the idea because mystic essence liquid should be worthless to people at that level. In the end, Lin Shin suppresses his curiosity and refuses to risk getting dragged into an unknown fight that could easily kill him. The distant commotion actually helps him, because the mystic essence with spirit leaves the wall on its own and climbs a tall tree to watch the battle in excitement. Lin Shin instantly seizes the chance and slips into the shadows with the shadow staying technique. He pops out from the shadow beneath the wood spirit's tree, crossing 500 meters in an instant before the little creature can react. The mystic essence with spirit screams and tries to flee back to the wall, but Lin Shin freezes it in midair with a spell. Before it can break free, Lin Shin grabs the trapped wood spirit and stuffs it into a beast trap bag. With the capture done, Lin Shin knows that mysterious battle just handed him the success, and he immediately retreats the other way. Half an hour later in a secluded cave, Lin Shin lets the mystic essence with spirit slip into the ground after milking out the liquid it produced. Looking at the bottle, Lin Shin is thrilled because 6 drops of mystic essence liquid are enough to push 2 clones to their spirit meridian limit. He places the Amaze the World clone and a superior martial arts clone before him and starts feeding them the liquid to condense more spirit meridians. The Amaze the World clone reaches the cap of 20 spirit meridians after using only 1.5 drops, exactly as Lin Shin hoped. Lin Shin gives the rest of the liquid and more than 20 cast spirit pills to the superior martial arts clone, pushing that clone to 20 meridians too. When Lin Shin fuses both perfected clones back into himself, his own total spirit meridians jump by 20 and rise to 75. Lin Shin felt the 75 spirit meridians in his body and got genuinely excited, because he was already starting to imagine facing a cultivator master head-on. He quickly did the math and realized that once he fused his remaining clones, he should have enough power to step into the cultivator master realm. After calming down, Lin Shin dismissed and resummoned several clones, confirming that they had all reached the same 75 meridian level as his main body. That made him even more cautious, because except for the 2 mysterious cultivator masters he had seen earlier, almost no one on Xuandu Mountain should be able to threaten those clones now. Not wanting to run into those unknown masters, Lin Shin decided to avoid that area and focus on finding just 3 more mystic essence with spirits before the Xuandu meet ended. He briefly thought about the young woman he had met before, but chose to leave her alone until the final days so he could profit more from the timing. Unlike other cultivators who had to stop and hide after finding mystic essence liquid, Lin Shin could keep searching because his clones guarded him and kept working even while he cultivated. So once he left the cave, Lin Shin and his clones spread through the forest and turned the rest of the month into a race against time. With his stronger cultivation, his clone range had expanded again, giving him almost 2 kilometers of free movement and a much wider search net. Even so, the constant clone upkeep still drained him enough that he had to pull them back and meditate every half day to recover. 5 days passed like that, and although he searched a huge area without finding another wood spirit, he did collect plenty of valuable natural treasures. Then in a dense forest, Lin Shin spotted a glossy Ganoderma with rich spiritual essence, and immediately judged it to be a rare healing treasure at least 2,000 years old. After checking that no mutated beast was guarding it, he relaxed slightly and walked in to claim it. Before he could reach it, a beautiful young woman stepped out from the opposite side of the forest, and both of them locked onto the same glossy Ganoderma. The woman did not bother negotiating at all and instantly threw out white silk to snatch the Ganoderma first. Lin Shin answered just as ruthlessly, shredding the silk with sword energy and sending 4 more streaks straight at her. Her face turned cold as she spat out a light green mist to erase his sword energy, and Lin Shin instantly recognized it as a cultivator master's spiritual essence. A little surprised he recognized it so quickly, The woman coldly declared herself a cultivator master and mocked him for daring to attack her. But Lin Xing did not panic at all, because the clash had already told him her spiritual essence was far weaker than it should be. Remembering the distant battle between two cultivator masters, he quickly pieced it together and guessed that this woman had to be one of them, badly wounded and hunting healing medicine. So instead of retreating, Lin Xing smiled and bluntly exposed her weakness by asking if she was seriously injured. The question hit home, and even though she hid it fast, the flash of tension on her face confirmed that Lin Xing had guessed right. Embarrassed and angry, the woman snapped that even injured she could still kill him, then summoned a thin jade ruler into her hand. She fired the jade ruler at him like a streak of white light, showing that even injured she still had a profound armament-level treasure. Lin Xing met it head-on with his flat-ridged tablet, and the collision blasted both profound armaments back instead of giving her an easy advantage. That result genuinely shocked the woman, because even injured she had not expected a bright aperture cultivator to match her through profound armaments. Lin Xing gave her no time to recover and immediately pressed forward with both the tablet and the inkstone, crushing down like twin mountains. Forced to get serious, the woman spat out 5 mouthfuls of spiritual essence at once and formed a dense green mist that barely held back Lin Xing's 2 heavy treasures. She knocked both armaments away, but before she could breathe, Lin Xing dropped a giant golden-red meltdown palm from the sky. Her weakened spiritual essence melted apart on contact, and the true martial technique finally made her realize Lin Xing was no ordinary opponent. She frantically spat out 5 more mouthfuls of spiritual essence to break the palm, but Lin Xing was already charging through the heat with his talisman sword. The moment he struck with the 9 divine sun sword, a blazing sun seemed to rise in the forest, and the nearby trees burst into fire. As the scorched battlefield spread, the woman was shaken to the core, because Lin Xing was hitting her with 4 true martial techniques, 3 profound armaments, and even a supreme-grade talisman sword. What frightened her even more was Lin Xing's energy itself, which was so pure, dense, and spiritual that she almost mistook it for a cultivator master's spiritual essence. By then she could feel her spiritual essence running dry and her injuries worsening, so after blasting Lin Xing back for a moment, she cried out anxiously, clearly about to change tactics. In the forest standoff, Lin Xing suddenly holds back and coolly asks if the injured woman is finally ready to admit defeat. Humiliated by her own earlier arrogance, the woman swallows her anger and warns that if she really fights to the death, she can still drag him down with her. She immediately softens her stance and offers a truce, saying they are not mortal enemies and she will give up the glossy Ganoderma. Lin Xing laughs off the sudden truce and reminds her that she attacked first, so he has no reason to let her walk away. When she asks what he wants, Lin Xing answers with chilling honesty that he wants her dead before a cultivator master like her can recover and come back for revenge. The woman flares up again, but Lin Xing calmly says the real issue is not her courage, it is that she simply cannot take him down with her. Then Lin Xing reveals why he is so confident, as 6 identical copies of himself step out from the surrounding forest and box the woman in. The woman stares at the 7 Lin Xings in disbelief, wondering if these are clones and whether this is the trick he has been relying on. Lin Xing gives no answer, and the 6 surrounding clones surge in together with talisman swords, drowning Miao Yu in a storm of sword light. As she fights for her life, her forced calm breaks because every clone is nearly as strong as the real Lin Xing. She cannot believe it, because ordinary clones are only decoys, but Lin Xing's copies fight with almost the same techniques and power as the original. Under the 6-way siege, the woman is pushed into repeated near-death moments and realizes she cannot even manage a mutual kill. At last she breaks and shouts for Lin Xing to stop, openly conceding that he has won. Lin Xing stays cold and unmoved, so the panicked woman blurts out her last bargaining chip. She knows where a 1,000-year-old mystic essence with spirit is hiding. That offer finally makes Lin Xing pause, and for the first time his expression shifts with real interest in the 1,000-year wood spirit. He quickly calculates that if he catches it, the mystic essence liquid it produces might push him all the way to cultivator master in one leap. Tempted at last, Lin Xing orders the attack to stop but keeps the clones ringed around her so she still has no chance to escape. Freed from immediate death, the woman finally catches her breath, bitterly aware that a proud cultivator master has been forced to beg mercy from a bright aperture junior. Lin Xing gets straight to the point and asks how she found the 1,000-year-old mystic essence with spirit in the first place. She says she was searching for treasures to heal her injuries when she stumbled onto it by accident. When Lin Xing asks why she did not capture it herself, she explains that the spirit was too wary and cunning, and she was in too much of a hurry to heal to risk the attempt. To prove she is not lying, the woman immediately offers to swear an oath, staking herself on karmic consequences if her words are false. Lin Xing believes most of it, but he still refuses to trade her life for the wood spirit because a living cultivator master is a bigger future threat than a rare treasure is worth. Now truly rattled, she hurriedly promises that she can also swear never to seek revenge on him later. Lin Xing still rejects that offer too, because a determined cultivator can break an oath if they are willing to pay the price. Then Lin Xing drops a new guess, asking if she is a demon cultivator after sensing that her spiritual essence feels wild and unusual. Her shaken expression gives her away, and she finally stops denying it, asking what it changes if she is. Lin Xing reveals his real condition for mercy, If she wants to live, she must sign a soul contract with him. The demand hits her like a blade, because a soul contract would bind her primordial spirit to him and leave her life in his hands forever. Lin Shin gives her no softer option and says that if she refuses the contract, she can die here instead. To make the threat unmistakable, all 6 clones step forward together and press their sword aura in on her from every side. Devastated, the woman weighs death against submission and clings to the one thing she still cannot abandon, her revenge. After a long silence, she finally grits out an answer and agrees to the soul contract. Even Lin Shin is a little surprised that a proud cultivator master actually chose submission over death, but he accepts it immediately. The woman chants the soul contract, pulls out a wisp of her soul, and sends it floating toward Lin Shin. When the soul enters his forehead, Lin Shin feels a brand settle deep in his mind and instantly knows that her life and death are now under his control. With the contract complete, Lin Shin calmly asks for her name, and the woman introduces herself as Miao Yu. Lin Shin immediately asks about the cultivator master who injured her earlier, and Miao Yu says the man is named Lu Wansong. Her eyes turn vicious when she adds that Lu Wansong is a subordinate of one of her enemies, which quietly explains why she was so desperate to survive. Lin Shin keeps pressing and learns that Lu Wansong is also a demon cultivator, already at the 3rd level of the spirit nurturing stage. That level makes Lin Shin take the threat seriously, because Lu Wansong is clearly much stronger than the 1st level cultivator master he fought before. Seeing that, Miao Yu cannot resist a mean little jab and says that if Lu Wansong finds them together, Lin Shin will definitely suffer too. Lin Shin instantly turns her own logic against her and says that if Lu Wansong appears, they can simply split up and he can use her as the more tempting bait. Miao Yu is left staring in frustrated silence as the soul contract makes it painfully clear that her life is the expendable one, not his. Then Lin Shin unexpectedly tosses her a sunlight jade and tells her to recover from her injuries as fast as possible. The rare treasure leaves Miao Yu visibly stunned, because she recognizes immediately how valuable sunlight jade is for healing. Lin Shin's thinking is simple. He has finally subdued a cultivator master ally, and with the soul contract in place he would rather restore her than let anyone on Xuandu Mountain kill her off. He is not overly worried about Lu Wansong either, because after months of nurturing his Amaze the World clone and opening 75 meridians, Lin Shin still has dangerous trump cards left. After the shock fades, Miao Yu looks at Lin Shin with complicated eyes, swallows the sunlight jade, and sits down to meditate and heal. After about an hour, Miao Yu finally opens her eyes, and the sunlight jade has at least pulled her out of death's door. Lin Shin is satisfied with that much recovery, because he only needs Miao Yu strong enough to lead him to the 1,000-year-old mystic essence with spirit. Miao Yu understands exactly why he healed her, so she says nothing and simply turns to guide him deeper into the mountains. They travel fast for 2 silent hours, Miao Yu flying on wind essence while Lin Shin keeps pace on the cloud dragon. Along the way, Miao Yu keeps casting troubled looks at Lin Shin, but he stays completely unmoved. Lin Shin has no reason to worry about her schemes anyway, because her soul contract binds her, and his own strength is only getting closer to cultivator master level. At the mountainside below the summit, Miao Yu finally stops and points upward to the spirit's hiding place. She warns him that the 1,000-year-old mystic essence with spirit is absurdly cunning and will flee at the slightest disturbance. Lin Shin just tells her to keep leading, confident that catching it is only a matter of method, not luck. Miao Yu almost argues, then remembers Lin Shin's bizarre 6 clones and realizes that a spirit this clever might still be cornered by 7 minds moving as one. Just as they are about to move again, both of them sense violent spiritual fluctuations from the summit. Miao Yu quickly judges that more than 5 people are fighting up there, and her first thought is that the 1,000-year spirit has already been found. Lin Shin wastes no time and heads straight for the summit to see who got there first. They reach the top quietly and hide first, choosing to watch the chaos before stepping into it. One glance confirms it. The fight really is over the 1,000-year-old mystic essence with spirit. This spirit is far bigger than the palm-sized ones Lin Shin has seen before, almost a meter tall and still shaped like an adorable human baby. But its cuteness does not help it now, because it has already been trapped inside a golden cage and cannot escape. Miao Yu identifies the prison as an isolation golden cage, a tool that cuts off essence, and even stops a wood spirit from burrowing underground. What really surprises Lin Shin is not the spirit itself, but the lineup fighting around it. More than 20 cultivators have gathered on the summit, including disciples from the Corpse Sect, Flying Cloud Sect, and Blood Sea Sect. Lin Shin also spots familiar experts like Yin Xianbin, Guanzhou, Yi Sufeng, and even Lu Wei with 2 companions. Seeing almost every major contender in one place, Lin Shin realizes the 1,000-year spirit has pulled the whole Xuandu meeting into a single brutal knot. Yi Sufeng's severed arm has already regrown, and she is back in the fight, whipping a long red silk weapon against 2 cultivators at once. Elsewhere, 3 Corpse Sect disciples stand back and let 6 bronze corpses do the killing for them. Lin Shin recognizes them as bronze corpses, elite Corpse Sect puppets with bright aperture strength and bodies as hard as iron. Those 6 bronze corpses are strong enough to suppress the 3 Flying Cloud Sect disciples by themselves. But the Flying Cloud Sect is clearly holding back, because their real attention stays fixed on the golden cage. 200 meters away, 3 Blood Sea sect disciples are outnumbered yet still locking down 7 or 8 cultivators with swarming blood souls. Luo Wei and his 2 companions are among the people barely holding that line. Even Yin Xianbin and Guanzhou are trading blows without real commitment, as if both of them are only waiting for the spirit to move. The whole mountaintop is a fake free-for-all, because everyone is fighting just enough to restrain everyone else. No one dares make the first grab, because the moment one person stands out, the other 20 will turn and crush them together. Miao Yu reads that balance instantly and looks to Lin Shen with the obvious question of whether he plans to break it himself. Lin Shen knows he could probably snatch the spirit by force, but doing it head-on against this many experts would still cost him dearly. So instead of charging out, he starts looking for a way to get the spirit without becoming everyone's target. As the stalemate drags on, the focus shifts to Yisufeng, who keeps fighting while secretly obsessing over what she already lost to Lin Shen. Ever since Lin Shen cut off her arm, she spent 5 days hiding and recovering before she could regenerate it and heal her injuries. What still hurts more is that her storage bracelet and everything inside it stayed in Lin Shen's hands. That bracelet held years of natural treasures and even the cast spirit pills she stole inside Xuandu Mountain, the resources she meant to use after the meeting. Even so, she would never dare go back to take it from Lin Shen, because the memory of that sword strike has already turned into fear. She knows he already forced out her only life-saving trump card, so if she meets him again, she may not escape a second time. That fear is exactly why she fled hundreds of miles away after recovering and only came here because news of the 1,000-year spirit was too tempting to ignore. Even now, with her Rakshasa demonesses dead and less than 40% of her strength restored, she has no courage to be the first one to move. She only stays because part of her still hopes to steal the prize after everyone else bleeds for it. Then the corner of her eye catches a rushing figure, and the instant she turns, she recognizes the one person she feared most, Lin Shen. At the same moment, everyone on the summit notices a lone figure sprinting straight for the tree where the golden cage hangs. He reaches the cage in a blink, fast enough that nobody even has time to ask where he came from. That single move breaks the whole stalemate, and every cultivator immediately redirects their treasures and spells at Lin Shen. An overwhelming storm of combined attacks crashes down on him from all directions. But just before the barrage lands, Lin Shen vanishes on the spot and leaves the entire attack to hit empty ground. The combined blast is terrifying, shredding trees and smashing a 100-meter stretch of mountaintop into ruin. The shockwave even rips the golden cage from its branch and sends it flying across the mountaintop. By sheer bad luck for everyone else, the cage shoots straight toward the middle of the corpse sect and flying cloud sect clash. The bizarre turn stuns the summit for one beat, and then both sect groups instantly abandon their fight and lunge for the falling prize. A heartbeat later, everyone else wakes up too, drops their own matchups, and charges after the golden cage as the entire battlefield explodes into a new scramble. The moment the golden cage appears up for grabs, the fragile balance on the mountaintop collapses and everyone lunges for it at once. 3 corpse sect disciples get there first, and their leader snatches the cage with a burst of greedy excitement. They try to flee downhill immediately, but the flying cloud sect catches them and forces them to turn around and fight. That one delay is enough for the whole crowd to swarm them, and the corpse sect becomes the new center of a brutal dogpile. Then a strange breeze slips through the melee, and the cage vanishes right out of the corpse sect disciple's hand. He spots a thin figure riding the wind in the distance and realizes Yin Xianbin has stolen the prize. The enraged corpse sect disciple lashes out with a blood-colored strike, instantly drying up an unlucky itinerant cultivator in his path before charging after Yin Xianbin. Now everyone understands what happened, and the entire chase swings toward Yin Xianbin. Yin Xianbin gets cocky for a second, already claiming the 1,000-year-old mystic essence with spirit as his. His celebration dies instantly when a hidden poisonous insect tears through his protection and makes his body light flicker out. He catches the attacker in his hand and crushes it, revealing a vicious little blood-red insect. When he looks up, 3 pale blood sea sect disciples are already waiting in front of him to finish the trap. Yin Xianbin recognizes the blood threadworm at once and realizes even his superior enchanted robe was eaten through in a blink. He can handle any one of them alone, but surrounded by all 3 with the rest of the crowd closing in, he knows his escape window is gone. So Yin Xianbin makes the cold-blooded play and hurls the cage toward Guanzhou to drag someone else into the fire. Guanzhou sees the bait for what it is and instantly backs away instead of touching it. A few nearby itinerant cultivators understand the danger too, but greed still pulls them toward the exposed treasure. The flying cloud sect punishes that greed immediately, cutting those itinerant cultivators down and reclaiming the cage with ruthless speed. With blood on the ground and no one pretending anymore, the fight on the summit turns into a full savage free-for-all. The cage changes hands again and again, and every new owner is instantly buried under everyone's attacks. From a hidden corner, Miao Yu watches the chaos with a strange look because she just saw exactly who started it. What broke the balance was not an accident at all, but Lin Shen sending out a clone to rush the cage and bait everyone into tearing each other apart. Miao Yu suddenly understands the real picture. Everyone on the summit is just a mantis, and Lin Shen is the one waiting behind them. The more she watches him, the more Miao Yu is shaken by how strong and calculating he is at such a young age. Her resentment over the soul contract even softens, because being bound to someone with this kind of future suddenly feels less unbearable. Linshin stays locked on the battlefield, where only 20 to 30 seconds of chaos have already cost nearly 10 lives. The dead are all from the weaker side, and the surviving small sect disciples and itinerant cultivators finally panic and pull out of the center fight. Even after fleeing, they linger around the edges instead of leaving, still unable to let go of the prize. At that point, only the 3 major sect groups and 3 top itinerants are still in the contest: In Xianbin, Guanzhou, and Isufan. Those 12 fighters keep switching between attacking each other and teaming up for a moment whenever it helps them survive. As the deadlock drags on, the corpse sect disciples exchange a look and decide to break the stalemate with a trump card. Their leader throws a bone tablet into the air, and black fog erupts across the mountaintop. Out of that fog comes a burly corpse puppet almost at the silver corpse level, and its ferocious aura crushes down on everyone present. The pressure alone makes everyone feel like they have fallen into mud, and the puppet uses that opening to pounce on a flying cloud sect disciple. The disciple tries to block with his superior talisman sword, but black gas swells around the puppet's arm and smashes straight through it. The flying cloud disciple is blasted away coughing blood, and everyone watching realizes this monster can crush bright aperture fighters head-on. The corpse puppet does not slow down and hammers the other 2 flying cloud sect disciples off the field with 2 more punches. Then it turns on the Blood Sea sect, and even their blood souls are torn apart like toys. In another breath, the 3 Blood Sea sect disciples are injured and thrown back too, leaving the summit stunned by the puppet's rampage. At the edge of the fight, In Xianbin, Guanzhou, and Isufeng all go tense, because they know they are next if that thing comes for them. Just as the 3 itinerants hesitate between fighting and fleeing, the corpse puppet suddenly trembles and breaks back into black gas. The black fog condenses back into the bone tablet, and the corpse sect disciple who used it is left even paler and badly drained. In Xianbin, Guanzhou, and Isufeng catch the weakness immediately, and realize the best chance on the mountain has just opened. Without needing a word, the 3 itinerants rush the corpse sect together, united for now by the same greedy idea. Their plan is simple and ruthless: kill the remaining corpse sect threat first, take the 1,000-year-old mystic essence with spirit, and argue over the spoils later. In Xianbin and 2 other itinerant cultivators rush in to grab the opening, but the corpse sect disciples are already waiting for them. One corpse sect disciple calmly flips out a second bone tablet, and the 3 attackers freeze when they realize this nightmare might happen again. The tablet erupts into black fog and spits out another burly corpse puppet, proving the corpse sect was ready for anyone who tried to interfere. Since even the Blood Sea sect and Flying Cloud sect were crushed by that monster, In Xianbin's group instantly gives up and runs for their lives. With the others broken or scattered, the spectators can only watch in frustration as the corpse sect takes complete control of the mountaintop. One corpse sect disciple lifts a hand, and the fallen golden cage starts floating back toward him like the battle is already over. Then a hidden figure bursts out from the shadow under a rock, cuts right between them and the cage, and grabs the treasure first. Before anyone can process it, the thief carrying the cage dives off the mountain and bolts into the distance. The corpse sect disciples finally snap awake and scream for him to stop. Their burly corpse puppet charges after the fugitive, and hammers out a fist wrapped in rolling black gas. Linshin turns and answers with one palm, unleashing a huge golden-red meltdown strike that blasts the corpse puppet away in a single collision. That one exchange stuns the whole mountain, because the monster that crushed everyone else just got sent flying like nothing. By the time the corpse sect remembers to chase, Linshin is already gone, and their faces go ashen with rage. For all their fury, they do not dare pursue him, because anyone who can overpower a black-silver corpse puppet head-on is far too dangerous to provoke alone. The surviving onlookers finally understand they were all just the mantis stalking the cicada, and someone else was waiting to steal the prize from everyone. The Blood Sea sect and Flying Cloud sect disciples catch their breath and openly enjoy the corpse sect's humiliation. As the tension eases a little, one Blood Sea sect disciple quietly points out to Chai Liang that the thief's palm looked a lot like Meltdown. The Blood Sea sect senior brother agrees it was probably Meltdown, even though that golden red palm did not look exactly like the Nine Suns sect version he knows. Another disciple remembers the thief was one of the 2 Nine Suns sect disciples standing beside Chuku earlier, which makes the whole thing even stranger. They cannot make sense of it, because the thief looked even younger than Chuku but fought with terrifying strength. With that clue in hand, a Blood Sea sect disciple asks his senior brother whether they should still keep hunting Chuku and the other Nine Suns sect disciples. The Blood Sea sect senior brother hesitates, because if that terrifying thief really belongs to the Nine Suns sect, chasing them now would be suicide. Before he can answer, the Blood Sea sect senior brother senses something wrong and snaps his head to the left. A rough burly man has silently appeared nearby, standing there with the oppressive presence of a cultivator master. Everyone turns wary at once, and the Blood Sea sect senior brother sharply demands to know who the newcomer is. Still furious from being robbed, the corpse sect leader strikes first and fires a cursed bone nail straight at the newcomer. The burly man does not even dodge, and at the last instant he spits out dark red fog that shreds the enchanted nail like it was nothing. That impossible counter sends a chill through the whole group, because only a cultivator master should be able to use spiritual essence like that. The attacking corpse sect disciple instantly regrets striking blind, because offending a cultivator master could get everyone here killed. The stranger sweeps a contemptuous look across the mountain and mocks how lively it is to find corpse sect, blood sea sect, and flying cloud sect all gathered in one place. Trying to recover, the corpse sect disciple asks for the man's name, only to be slapped down with the answer that he is not important enough to hear it. Before the corpse sect disciple can answer that insult, the newcomer flicks out a streak of dark light that buries itself in his chest. The corpse sect disciple cries out in shock, but the newcomer ignores him and sends more than 10 dim lights racing at everyone else. The disciples panic and try to dodge, but the lights chase them relentlessly, and even their techniques and treasures cannot stop them. One by one, everyone is struck, and the dark things sink into their chests like a curse they cannot see or grab. Then the attacking corpse sect disciple drops first, curling on the ground in a hideous scream as veins bulge and something seems to writhe under his skin. The stranger finally names the curse, spirit erosion insects that he can trigger at will to gnaw through their spirit meridians. Worse, he says each attack permanently destroys a spirit meridian, cutting down their cultivation limit for good. That threat hits harder than the pain, because everyone came to Schwandu Mountain chasing mystic essence liquid to build spirit meridians, not lose them forever. As soon as the corpse sect disciple passes out, the blood sea sect senior brother hurriedly tries to distance his side from the corpse sect and asks the newcomer not to lump them together. The answer is even worse. The burly man reveals he is a demon cultivator and says killing human cultivators would only feel righteous to him. That revelation drains the last bit of hope from the captives, because falling into a demon cultivator's hands almost never ends well. Then the demon cultivator points at the blood sea sect senior brother and orders him to explain exactly what happened here. With the corpse sect disciple unconscious and the insect inside his own body, the blood sea sect senior brother obediently recounts the fight and the young man who snatched the 1,000-year-old wood spirit. The story immediately bothers the demon cultivator, because he had followed Miao Yu's aura here and expected to find her, not a young male thief below spirit nurturing stage. He still knows Miao Yu's aura was definitely here, so he starts suspecting the young man who stole the wood spirit may be working with her after all. By the end, the demon cultivator decides that even if he never saw any accomplices before, that young thief could still be a new subordinate Miao Yu forced into her service. After losing the 1,000-year-old mystic essence wood spirit, Lu Wansong decides to keep chasing anyway, because even catching a few human elites would make using his spirit-eroding insects worthwhile. He also wants Miao Yu back, and he plans to use the captured cultivators as bait and tools to corner her more easily. Far away from the mountaintop, Lin Shen finally stops after flying nearly 100 kilometers and slips into a quiet cave to check his prize. Inside, Lin Shen looks at the trembling 1,000-year-old wood spirit in the cage and immediately sees a path to becoming a cultivator master. Before he can begin, Lin Shen hears someone outside, but he is not surprised because the soul contract already told him Miao Yu was close. Miao Yu walks into the cave injured and tired, only for Lin Shen to tell her at once to go guard the entrance instead. She is first annoyed, then instantly understands the real reason and asks in surprise if he is about to forge his spirit meridian. Lin Shen gives a small nod, choosing to break through now because Schwandu Mountain is still too dangerous to delay any longer. That answer shakes Miao Yu, because she realizes he may be heading for the legendary first-grade spirit meridian with at least 40 spirit meridians already condensed. The thought unsettles her even more when she connects it to Lin Shen's absurd bright aperture strength, and sees the outline of a future mystic light powerhouse. Lin Shen snaps her out of it with a simple question, and Miao Yu hurriedly covers her lapse, annoyed that she lost composure in front of him. After suppressing her conflicted feelings, Miao Yu leaves the cave to stand guard, while Lin Shen ignores the mood shift and turns back to the wood spirit. Once they are alone, Lin Shen pressures the 1,000-year-old wood spirit into handing over all its mystic essence liquid in exchange for freedom. The smarter spirit knows it has no room to bargain, so it obeys, and Lin Shen keeps his word and lets it go. Looking at the bottle, Lin Shen is thrilled to find 17 drops inside, enough to push his remaining clones to their limits. Before cultivating, he activates the 9 mystic metal array and seals the cave in a blazing golden barrier so no interruption can ruin his breakthrough. He keeps Miao Yu outside not because the soul contract failed, but because he still does not trust her enough to watch him expose his clone's secret. Confident that the array and his clones are enough, Lin Shen summons his remaining clones and distributes the mystic essence liquid so they can all cultivate at once. The cave falls into deep silence, broken only by occasional mystic chimes as the clones successfully condense new spirit meridians. 5 days pass, and the well-versed and testify by killing clones both stop at 20 spirit meridians, exactly where Lin Shen expected. When Lin Shen merges with those 2 clones, his total spirit meridians jump to 95. The pure yang body clone keeps going past 20, proving its talent is even better than the others. A day later the pure yang body clone reaches 26 spirit meridians, and even more pills cannot push it any higher. Lin Shen accepts that limit immediately and fuses with the clone, adding 13 more meridians and reaching a staggering total of 108. Now safely beyond the first-grade threshold, Lin Shen is overwhelmed with joy at just how monstrous his foundation has become. As he examines himself, Lin Shen realizes his spiritual essence has already changed quality, and is now almost on par with the natural essence of heaven and earth. Excited but steady, he calms his heart and begins the final transformation that will truly turn him into a cultivator master. Outside in the forest, Miaoyu has spent the same 6 days healing on a tree branch while keeping watch on the cave. When she exhales a stream of white mist laced with black and red traces, Miaoyu confirms the sunlight jade is working and her injuries are nearly healed. That recovery makes her realize something awkward. Once Linshan also becomes a cultivator master, the two of them together could even stand against Lu Wansong. Her feelings not up again, because Linshan bound her life with a soul contract, yet he also saved her by giving her the sunlight jade. In the end she stays near the cave anyway, telling herself it is practical caution, though she is also plainly curious whether Linshan can really forge a first-grade spirit meridian. That tense waiting snaps when Miaoyu suddenly senses a group approaching through the forest, and one disgusting aura is unmistakably Lu Wansong's. A search party reaches the cave and spots the 9 mystic metal array, while the frightened cultivators immediately look to Lu Wansong to decide what happens next. Days of torture under the spirit-eroding insects have broken the captives' resistance, so even their resentment now sits underneath a stronger fear of Lu Wansong. After sampling the lingering aura outside the cave, Lu Wansong confirms the 1,000-year-old wood spirit was here and instantly knows the thief is inside. The searchers all turn their anger toward the person inside the cave, blaming that thief for both the stolen wood spirit and the misery Lu Wansong brought down on them. Hidden nearby, Miaoyu stays concealed thanks to her own formation, but Linshan cannot hide like this while he is in the middle of breaking through. If Lu Wansong interrupts Linshan now, Linshan will likely die, and because of the soul contract Miaoyu knows she may die right after him. Caught between exposure and death, Miaoyu freezes in a grim dilemma over what to do next. Near a cave wrapped in golden light, Lu Wansong narrows his eyes and realizes this is the only place left where Miaoyu could be hiding. He decides that even if Miaoyu is not inside, the person in the cave must be connected to her, and can be captured for answers. From Yu Youchuan's report, Lu Wansong already knows the young man inside defeated a black-silver corpse puppet in one blow, but he still treats anyone below cultivator master as beneath him. Just as Lu Wansong moves to smash the formation, a strip of white silk lashes past him and forces him to dodge. Instead of being alarmed, Lu Wansong recognizes the silk at once and turns with open delight because Miaoyu has finally shown herself. 300 meters away, Miaoyu hovers in the air with white silk wrapped around her hand, meeting Lu Wansong with an icy stare. Lu Wansong immediately notices that most of Miaoyu's injuries have healed, but he only shrugs it off as luck inside Xuandu Mountain. Certain she still cannot beat him, Lu Wansong orders the others to break the array and seize the person inside while he goes after Miaoyu himself. Miaoyu does not fight head-on at all and instantly turns to flee, pulling Lu Wansong away from the cave exactly as planned. The two vanish into the distance in moments, leaving the cultivators at the cave staring after them in uneasy silence. When someone nervously asks what they should do now, the whole group hesitates because Lu Wansong's absence feels like a chance to stop obeying him. Yu Youquan crushes that pause with a cold reminder that if they disobey, Lu Wansong will make them suffer when he comes back. That threat hits home at once, and the group remembers enough past torment to shudder and choose obedience over rebellion. With no more argument, they unleash spells, martial techniques, and Dharma treasures together against the golden cave barrier. The explosions thunder across the forest, but the golden light does not even look close to breaking. One itinerant cultivator blurts out his disbelief, stunned that the formation is still intact after taking so many hits. A blood sea-sect disciple sneers at that ignorance, and reveals the formation's name, the 9 Mystic Metal Array. Now even Guanzhou, Yi Sufeng, and Yin Xianbin listen closely, because none of them have heard of an array this strong. Enjoying the attention, the disciple explains that even 30 or 49th level bright aperture cultivators would need 1 or 2 hours to break it, and a cultivator master could only batter through it after more than 10 attacks. That estimate chills the whole group, because it means they are stuck here grinding away for a long time before they can get inside. Yin Xianbin bitterly remembers why none of them dares run. Lu Wansong planted spirit corrosion insects in their bodies, and claimed they would wake up and devour their spirit meridians if anyone got too far away. Even if the threat might be a bluff, nobody is willing to gamble their future as a cultivator master on it. Then Yin Xianbin's thoughts shift, and he realizes the man in the cave is probably using mystic essence liquid from the 1,000-year-old wood spirit to condense his spirit meridians. That thought leads straight to temptation. If they seize the person inside, they might get their hands on the remaining mystic essence liquid before Lu Wansong returns. Guanzhou, Yi Sufeng, and the sect disciples all arrive at the same greedy conclusion, and the attack on the cave suddenly becomes much more serious. Outside, the barrage keeps hammering the 9 Mystic Metal Array, but inside the cave Linshan remains completely absorbed in cultivation and notices none of it. Within the cave, dense blue spiritual essence wraps around Linshan until he almost looks like a glowing sphere of light. Under an invisible pull, that spiritual essence keeps sinking into his body, merging and changing into something new as his breakthrough deepens. Every half hour another wisp forms and circulates through his spirit meridians, slowly tempering his body over more than 2 full days. This is the real step into cultivator masterhood, where spiritual essence is transformed and the body itself is remade into one fit for the immortal path. Because Lin Shan opened all 108 spirit meridians, he can condense a shocking 108 wisps of spiritual essence, far beyond normal cultivators. After more than 2 days, he has already completed 106 wisps, and the transformation is only moments from finishing. When the final wisp forms, Lin Shan's body erupts with change as his heart pounds like a drum, and his blood roars through him like a tide. Every acupoint, joint, and tendon trembles under the pressure, but Lin Shan stays locked in concentration and keeps using the spiritual essence to wash and temper himself. Only when his body can no longer be refined does the spiritual essence finally return to its apertures and fall still. Then the world around Lin Shan drops into absolute silence, and he drifts into a strange empty state beyond body and thought. In that formless stillness, a question rises from within him. Who am I? His answer clicks into place, and he feels the restraint inside him snap open. That final barrier falls away, and Lin Shan truly steps onto the immortal path as a cultivator master. Back in the cave, Lin Shan opens his eyes, and the light bursting from them briefly illuminates the whole cavern. As he stands, everything feels different to him, his body light and agile as if he has become a completely new person. The realization hits in full, and Lin Shan is overwhelmed by the fact that he is no longer a pawn but someone who has finally reached the world's top tier. After letting the excitement settle, Lin Shan turns practical and starts examining the spiritual essence inside his body. He confirms that all 108 wisps of spiritual essence now rest in their apertures, locking in a foundation unlike anything he has ever seen before. Lin Shan understands exactly why this matters now. At the cultivator master stage, the number and grade of spirit meridians decide not just raw strength, but what techniques and divine powers a person can even use. With no true comparison for 108 wisps, he cannot yet judge where he stands among spirit-nurturing cultivator masters, only that his foundation is monstrous. To see the result clearly, Lin Shan summons his interface and checks the new status confirming he has entered level 1 of the spirit-nurturing stage. Inside the cave, Lin Shan suddenly spots the real reward of his breakthrough. His talent panel has grown a second slot. He immediately equips Pure Yang Body beside Analogy, and the successful overlap confirms that Cultivator Master level lets him run 2 talents at once. That extra slot thrills him, because now he can stop constantly swapping talents just to force specific effects in battle. After testing the system, Lin Shan figures out the rule: stack talent boosts add together instead of multiplying. Even with simple addition, the combinations are still absurdly strong, and Lin Shan quickly sees how dangerous his new pairings can become. Pure Yang Body plus Analogy makes his Yang techniques hit much harder, and even his cultivation speed for Yang arts jumps to a shocking 500%. He even thinks about stronger setups he cannot keep active yet, and the idea of future talent combinations leaves him openly delighted. With the breakthrough done, Lin Shan no longer feels desperate to keep hunting Mystic Essence Liquid and starts thinking ahead to returning to Dragonside City for proper spells. He reminds himself that spirit nurturing is only the first step, because a true cultivator master still has to convert spiritual essence into proper 5 elements attributes. He recalls examples like Wu Luo, Wu Ji, and Miao Yu, whose spiritual essences already carry elemental attributes that his own power still lacks. With 4 or 5 days left in the Xuandu meeting, Lin Shan decides to return to Dragonside City as soon as it ends and briefly wonders how senior brother Shin and Chu Ke are doing. That quiet planning breaks when he notices the golden light on the formation disk has faded to almost nothing. He sends out his new spiritual consciousness to check outside, and the result is so overwhelming that it catches even him off guard. Su Yuanpei's jade slip said a fresh cultivator master usually senses only a couple of kilometers, but Lin Shan's reach keeps pushing far past that limit. His rough perception stretches all the way to about 8 kilometers before finally hitting a limit. When he pulls that perception back to about 3 kilometers, the world suddenly turns vivid down to birds, snakes, insects, bark cracks, and rock texture. The sheer completeness of that perception almost intoxicates him, opening his mind wider just before he spots the real problem outside. Through his spiritual sense, Lin Shan finally detects the crowd outside the cave hammering away at the 9 mystic metal array. He recognizes them as the same people from the mountaintop, and is immediately puzzled by how they tracked him here. What bothers him more is Miao Yu's absence, because if she were nearby she would never let them batter the array this freely. He quickly judges that Miao Yu is probably already far away, and decides the easiest answer is to capture a few of these intruders and force the truth out of them. Now that he has stepped onto the immortal path, Lin Shan looks at everyone below Cultivator Master as ants, and walks out without any fear. Outside, the attackers keep wearing down the cave barrier, but their assault has already started to slow as greed turns them against each other. By now everyone understands the person inside must have a large stash of Mystic Essence Liquid, and nobody wants to split that prize fairly. The catch is obvious: if one side takes too much, the losers could report them to Lu Wansong and turn the treasure into a death sentence. Yu Yuquan reaches the coldest conclusion first: if necessary, he will just kill most of the people here and keep a larger share. The Bloodsea sect and Flying Cloud sect disciples are thinking along the same lines, while independent cultivators like Yin Xianbin, Guanzhou, and Yi Sufeng immediately sensed the danger in the air. The mood around the cave turns treacherous enough that almost nobody is even thinking about Lin Shin anymore. Most of them still assume Lin Shin only looked dangerous because he caught people off guard before, and that a combined attack will crush him once he appears. One corpse sect disciple quietly asks what comes next, and Yu Yuquan tells him to wait until the man in the cave is dead and the mystic essence liquid is in hand. Even as he speaks, Yu Yuquan is already measuring the Blood Sea sect and Flying Cloud sect disciples and warning his own side not to get ambushed first. He would rather kill everyone, but with one black silver corpse puppet already ruined, he knows he cannot openly provoke both rival sects too early. So Yu Yuquan lowers his sights to a cruel compromise. If he must share with the rival sects, he will make up the difference by slaughtering the weaker outsiders later. Before anyone can make the first betrayal, the golden barrier over the cave flashes once and vanishes. The attackers realize they did not break the array themselves, and that the person inside chose to dismiss it and come out. That surprise turns into excitement fast, and Yu Chuan's group fixes hostile eyes on the cave mouth, ready to pounce on whoever appears. Lin Shin finally walks out, and Yu Yuquan is caught off guard by how young the man who smashed his black silver corpse puppet actually looks. Chai Liang recognizes him next and realizes this is the Nine Suns sect disciple who once stood beside Chuke, which only makes Lin Shin's strength harder to explain. Yi Sufeng reacts even more sharply, because the memory of losing an arm to Lin Shin in one strike still makes her recoil. But with more than 10 strong cultivators around her now, Yi Sufeng forces her fear down and convinces herself Lin Shin cannot survive this encirclement. Her hatred quickly turns vicious, and she decides that if they win, she wants Lin Shin handed over so she can torture his soul forever. Luo Wei and the two younger men with him also recognize Lin Shin and are stunned to learn the disciple who once politely asked them for directions was the same expert who stole the 1,000-year mystic essence with spirit. One of the young men silently looks to Luo Wei for guidance, but Luo Wei can only signal that they should focus on surviving, not helping anyone. Luo Wei has already seen through the three major sects' plan, so his only real goal now is escaping the slaughter that may come next. Then Lin Shin stops just outside the cave, looks over the entire hostile crowd with a faint smile, and the confrontation finally locks into place. In the cave standoff, Yu Yuquan studies Lin Shin and is unsettled that this calm young man could stay composed while surrounded by so many enemies. Before Lin Shin can answer, Chai Liang loudly exposes him as a disciple of the Nine Sun sect, and the crowd jolts in surprise. The surprise passes quickly, because everyone knows Lin Shin's sect will not matter once he dies here and the mystic essence liquid changes hands. Yu Yuquan tries one last bluff, telling Lin Shin to hand over the mystic essence liquid and maybe they will spare him. Lin Shin laughs off the bluff and says no Nine Suns disciple would trust peace talk from the corpse sect, adding that the Flying Cloud sect would sound more believable. Mocked and running out of time, Yu Yuquan turns to the others and pushes them to attack before Lu Wansong returns and takes everything. The cave fills with killing intent, but Lin Shin still stands there with his hands behind his back, so calm that Yu Yuquan feels a flash of unease. Yu Yuquan forces down that fear and convinces himself that with more than 10 Spirit Meridian experts here, even Lin Shin cannot survive. He makes the first move by summoning 2 bronze corpses, and the other corpse sect disciples add their own until 6 black aura corpses rush Lin Shin together. At the same time, Chai Liang and his Blood Sea sect allies throw out a sweeping tide of blood-colored aura. The 3 Flying Cloud sect disciples join in with Dharma treasures, turning the ambush into a full barrage from every side. Yin Xianbin and Guanzhou hold back slightly, but Yi Sufeng attacks with obvious hatred, trying to kill Lin Shin in one blow. The itinerant cultivators and small sect disciples hesitate instead of joining in, quietly thinking about escaping before the big sects silence them next. Yu Yuquan and Chai Liang were ready for that, so they instantly turned part of their assault on the wavering bystanders to keep every witness trapped. 2 blood threadworms shoot out from Chai Liang and join the bronze corpse in attacking the panicked bystanders. Watching this mess, Lin Shin finally shakes his head and dismisses the whole mob as rabble. A faint golden glow spreads over Lin Shin and hardens into the forbidden golden armor, far more restrained now and far more terrifying. Every attack crashes onto that golden armor at once, and none of it leaves so much as a scratch. When the golden light clears and Lin Shin is still standing there untouched, the attackers freeze in disbelief. Lin Shin answers their shock with a faint smile as 7 sword energies ring out behind him and fan open like a peacock tail. With one quiet command, the 7 sword energies shoot straight toward the 3 Flying Cloud sect disciples before they can react. Their Dharma treasures fail instantly, and the 3 Flying Cloud sect disciples are shredded into a spray of blood mist on the spot. That horrifying instant tells the survivors the truth. Lin Shin has already stepped into the cultivator master level. Before that terror can turn into action, a golden red giant palm materializes and closes around Chai Liang and his 2 Blood Sea sect allies. No matter how they resist, the palm clenches shut and wipes out all 3 of them, leaving only ash and a wisp of green smoke. That breaks the last of the survivors' nerve, and the remaining cultivators scream and run for their lives. Lin Shin calmly asks where they think they are going and flicks out a bolt of white lightning with almost casual ease. The lightning first wipes out a bronze corpse, then bursts apart into a storm of lightning snakes that devour the other corpse puppets and crash through Yu Yuquan and his 2 sectmates. In less than a breath, the 9 major sect disciples are all burned to ash without any real chance to resist. Seeing escape is hopeless, Yin Xianbin's legs give out and he drops to his knees to beg Lin Shan for mercy. Lin Shan cuts him off with one sharp word, then spits out a ball of spiritual essence that erases Yin Xianbin from head to toe like weathered sand. The same spiritual essence turns in midair and kills Guan Shou as he tries to flee. Yi Sufeng is too terrified to even run, so she drops to her knees and begs to serve Lin Shan for life if he will spare her. Lin Shan sees straight through her last desperate charm and kills her with a single point of his finger. He kills the remaining itinerant cultivators and small sect disciples too, leaving only Luo Wei and his 2 companions alive. Facing the 3 survivors, Lin Shan says he will spare Luo Wei for the useful information earlier, but only if they swear never to reveal what happened here. Luo Wei and the 2 juniors seize that tiny chance at life immediately and swear the oath without hesitation. Lin Shan immediately asks whether they saw a female cultivator, and Luo Wei tells him Lu Wansong chased after Miao Yu. Lin Shan instantly understands that Miao Yu lured Lu Wansong away at great risk so his breakthrough would not be interrupted. He wastes no more time, surges with spiritual essence, and shoots away as a streak of light to chase after them. Only after Lin Shan disappears do Luo Wei and the 2 juniors finally breathe again and stare at the wrecked battlefield in a daze. One junior says they survived only because of Luo Wei's earlier kindness, and the other quietly realizes that good karma really did save them here. Luo Wei looks over the disaster and says the old truth finally makes sense to them now. Below Cultivator Master, everyone is just an ant. Back at the cave, Yu Yuquan suddenly panics about the spirit-eroding insects in their bodies, because if Lu Wansong returns angry, they could die before he even speaks. Luo Wei wants to comfort them by saying Lin Shan may kill Lu Wansong first, but when he remembers Lu Wansong's strength and Miao Yu's injuries, even he cannot be sure. Several kilometers away, Lin Shan rises into the air and spreads his spiritual sense, using Luo Wei's warning to judge that Lu Wansong must still be within 10 kilometers of the cave. His search locks onto 2 blazing auras clashing in the distance, and Lin Shan instantly guesses Miao Yu and Lu Wansong have already started fighting. Realizing he found them, Lin Shan shoots forward like a meteor without wasting another second. At the battlefield, Lu Wansong's dark red dead iron spiritual essence finally shreds the last of Miao Yu's feather silk, destroying her final defense piece by piece. Lu Wansong openly mocks her, bragging that all 9 silk strands are ruined and asking how she plans to survive his dead iron spiritual essence now. Miao Yu feels the gap clearly now. She was already weaker, still half recovered from old injuries, and the battle has drained almost all the spiritual essence she had managed to rebuild. Even so, she hardens her heart, deciding that if she must die here, she will at least tear a price out of Lu Wansong before she falls. Lu Wansong sees that suicidal resolve at once and sneers, because with his higher cultivation and her broken state, he never believed she could force a real last stand. He gives her one last chance to surrender and go back alive, but Miao Yu ignores him and forces herself forward through the pressure. Losing patience, Lu Wansong spits out 18 mouthfuls of dead iron spiritual essence and forges them into a massive dark red tyrant meteorite axe above the battlefield. Miao Yu burns the last of her strength to raise a tornado against it, but the axe cleaves through the wind and crashes straight into her. She barely catches herself before hitting the ground, but the suppressed wound in her chest surges back worse than before, leaving her standing there with almost nothing left. Facing Lu Wansong again, Miao Yu finally thinks this may be the day she dies. In that bleak pause, her thoughts drift to Lin Shan, and she wonders whether he even managed to break through before the people at the cave reached him. She immediately laughs at herself for worrying about Lin Shan while she is the one cornered to death, and forces her mind back to one final goal: hurt Lu Wansong somehow. Lu Wansong notices the change in her face and coldly tells her to stop struggling, claiming his lord might spare her if she behaves. That only enrages Miao Yu more, and she spits back that Lu Wansong has no right to preach while betraying and disrespecting his own superiors. Lu Wansong just laughs it off with winner-takes-all logic, while Miao Yu falls silent and answers him with nothing but a murderous glare. Done playing with her, Lu Wansong prepares to capture Miao Yu and end it. But before he can move, Lu Wansong suddenly freezes and turns toward the distance, because an extremely dense cultivator master aura is racing straight at them. Lu Wansong is shocked that another cultivator master could even be on Xuandu Mountain, while Miao Yu instantly starts hoping the impossible answer is Lin Shan. A moment later the newcomer comes into view, and Miao Yu's guess is right. Lin Shan really did break through and make it here. Realizing this new cultivator master is Miao Yu's ally, Lu Wansong immediately lunges to seize her before Lin Shan can fully intervene. Miao Yu sees the rush coming and knows she no longer has the strength to stop him herself. Then an invisible immobilizing spell drops from the sky and locks Lu Wansong in place right before he reaches her. Lu Wansong first mocks the low-level spell and tries to brute force his way out with demon strength, only to discover it holds him fast anyway. By the time he switches to spiritual essence to break it, Lin Shan is already standing beside Miao Yu and casually remarks that he arrived at exactly the right time. Miao Yu shoots him an annoyed look, but the tension in her chest finally loosens because now she knows she is not facing death alone. Across from them, Lu Wansong's shock deepens when he realizes this young-looking newcomer used a simple immobilizing spell so well that even he had to spend spiritual essence to break it. That makes Lu Wansong wonder if Linxin, despite his age, might already be at the 4th or even 5th level of the spirit nurturing stage. Trying to unsettle them, Lu Wansong sneers that Miao Yu, a demon, actually got involved with a human. Miao Yu does not answer aloud, but the thought stings because her bond with Linxin is already far deeper than Lu Wansong realizes. Linxin brushes the provocation aside and points out the obvious. Lu Wansong is the demon hunting his own kind, while he, the outsider, is the one saving her. The jab lands, and Lu Wansong's face darkens on the spot. Linxin does not let the moment cool down, and says he just became a cultivator master and wants the perfect test opponent for his new strength. Then he finishes the challenge bluntly, naming Lu Wansong as exactly the sparring partner he was looking for, leaving both Miao Yu and Lu Wansong briefly stunned. Watching from the side, the badly injured Miao Yu suddenly understands the danger. Linxin only just became a cultivator master and has not even finished converting his spiritual essence, so he should be weaker than an ordinary master. That realization stings even more because Miao Yu knows she cannot help him now and can only try not to drag him down. Lu Wansong catches Miao Yu's reaction, figures out Linxin's bluff, and his fear instantly turns into ugly delight. Now convinced Linxin only scared him with some treasure or talisman and not a real overpowering spell, Lu Wansong's humiliation curdles into murderous confidence. Greedy as well as angry, Lu Wansong vows to kill Linxin and seal his primordial spirit in an imprisonment bead to trade for something as valuable as a profound armament. Lu Wansong makes the first move and snaps his sleeve, launching a cold streak toward Linxin. The cold streak resolves into a glinting short flying sword, narrow and viciously sharp, already at Linxin's face in the next instant. Linxin does not dodge. He calmly opens his mouth and spits a burst of spiritual essence straight at the incoming sword. Seeing that Linxin's spiritual essence still has no 5 elements aspect at all, Lu Wansong fully relaxes and decides this fight is already won. Lu Wansong even talks himself into it. No matter how gifted Linxin is, raw elementless spiritual essence should never beat his own dead iron spiritual essence. But when sword and essence collide, the flying sword only slows, and Linxin immediately spits out a second burst that knocks it offline. That small setback makes Lu Wansong frown, because Linxin's raw spiritual essence is clearly stronger than he expected. Instead of backing off, Lu Wansong's hostility rises further because he hates the idea of a human prodigy surviving to become a future threat. He snaps the flying sword back under control and sends it curving around for another attack. Linxin answers the second charge with a sudden barrage, firing 9 mouthfuls of spiritual essence in a row to end it outright. The flying sword is overwhelmed, goes dim, and wobbles drunkenly in midair from the damage. Lu Wansong hurriedly recalls the weapon, only to see that one of his 2 precious profound armaments has been badly damaged, and that sends him into a rage. Abandoning subtlety, Lu Wansong spits out a ball of dead iron spiritual essence and hurls it straight at Linxin. Linxin does not hesitate. Even after spending so much essence on the sword, he calmly answers with 2 more bursts because he knows he can afford it. The 2 attacks erase each other completely, and both Lu Wansong and the wounded Miao Yu are left staring in shock. For Miao Yu, the answer is suddenly obvious. Only a legendary first-grade spirit meridian could make raw elementless spiritual essence this terrifying. Lu Wansong reaches the same conclusion, and his shock instantly twists into vicious jealousy because a first-grade spirit meridian all but promises a monstrous future. That realization hardens his resolve. If Linxin leaves alive today, Lu Wansong and even his master may not survive his return. So Lu Wansong escalates and spits out 3 more mouthfuls of dead iron spiritual essence in one burst. Linxin answers with 6 mouthfuls of his own, smiling as he wipes the entire attack away again. Lu Wansong's face sinks, but he still grits his teeth and throws in 3 more mouthfuls, determined to force a battle of attrition. From the sidelines, Miao Yu turns solemn because this is no longer just flashy trading of blows but a dangerous contest of how much spiritual essence each cultivator can afford to lose. She realizes the real problem is that their spiritual essence is not merely being spent but annihilating each other outright, which is far harder to recover from than a normal exchange. As the exchange drags on, Lu Wansong suddenly wakes up to the math and realizes he has already burned through most of his usable dead iron spiritual essence. That shock finally breaks his confidence, and Lu Wansong decides he cannot keep trading head-on with Linxin any longer. Instead, he goes all in, spitting out his remaining dead iron spiritual essence at once, and immediately bringing his axe down at Linxin's head. After forcing his axe twice in a row, Lu Wansong feels the backlash in his chest and finally stops looking down on Linxin. Linxin answers the dark red axe the same way as before, firing out raw spiritual essence until the axe is chopped down to less than half its power. What remains of the axe crashes into Linxin, but golden light flashes over his body and blocks it without effort. Seeing Linxin waste spiritual essence so freely, Lu Wansong turns jealous and decides the only reason it works is that Linxin has not learned better master-level techniques yet. Lu Wansong does the math, convinces himself Linxin should be nearly empty, and his confidence starts creeping back. Watching from the side, Miaoyu realizes the same danger and panics because Linshin has to spend far more spiritual essence than Lu Wansong in each clash. Certain that Linshin is finished, Lu Wansong spits out dead iron spiritual essence again and laughs that the brat is dead. Miaoyu blurts out in shock, but Linshin only looks back with a calm little trace of mockery. Then Linshin spits out 5 fresh mouthfuls of spiritual essence and wipes out Lu Wansong's attack on the spot. Lu Wansong stares like he has seen a ghost, because Linshin's new spiritual essence is still full and pure when it should not exist at all. He desperately tells himself Linshin must have some recovery technique, because the idea of a spirit meridian beyond the known limit is too terrifying to accept. Miaoyu sees through that excuse at once and realizes the truth is far more shocking. Linshin's spirit meridian must be above first grade. That possibility leaves Miaoyu reeling, because if Linshin already broke the ceiling of common knowledge, his future is almost impossible to imagine. Linshin does not slow down for either of their shock and simply keeps pressing Lu Wansong with more spiritual essence. With his own reserves running low, Lu Wansong throws out his last profound armament, the Black Tortoise Essence, as a white mist shield laced with gold and red light. A turtleshell phantom forms inside the mist, and for one brief moment Lu Wansong relaxes when it blocks Linshin's incoming spiritual essence. But behind that defense, Lu Wansong is already thinking about running, because he knows he cannot beat Linshin alone and needs to bring back stronger reinforcements. Miaoyu recognizes the trick at once and shouts for Linshin to stop him before Lu Wansong escapes and returns with late-stage master backup. Linshin had already seen through him, and this time he opens his mouth and unleashes more than 20 mouthfuls of spiritual essence at once. Miaoyu freezes, and even Lu Wansong goes blank, because the amount of spiritual essence in front of them has become absurd. The barrage drops like a meteor shower and smashes straight through the Black Tortoise Essence, shattering the turtleshell phantom and blowing the mist apart. Lu Wansong staggers back from the collapse, and when he looks up, Linshin is suddenly already right in front of him. Lu Wansong only gets out the first word of a plea before Linshin touches his forehead and kills him with spiritual essence in a single clean strike. Linshin makes sure there is no escape route left by crushing Lu Wansong's primordial spirit too. When the battlefield finally goes quiet, Miaoyu can only stare at the empty space in front of her like none of this feels real yet. Linshin calmly strips the storage ring from Lu Wansong's corpse and asks Miaoyu about her injuries. Miaoyu says she will recover with rest, but the way she looks at Linshin has already changed into wary admiration. She had wanted to ask for the soul contract to be broken, but after seeing this fight, she starts to wonder if following Linshin might not be so bad after all. Linshin does not press the moment, and simply tells her they should find somewhere to rest before the Schwandu meeting ends. Miaoyu desperately wants to ask how many spirit meridians Linshin really forged, but she knows that is not a question she can casually ask. The two finally settle in a cave dozens of kilometers away, where Miaoyu can heal and Linshin can sort through the spoils. Linshin gives Miaoyu healing herbs from his own storage, then opens Lu Wansong's ring expecting the belongings of a third-level spirit nurturing master. The ring is less impressive than he hoped, with mostly spirit stones, a few manuals, and 3 real Dharma treasures. One of those treasures turns out to be a flying ship token, and Miaoyu immediately recognizes it as the Cloud Vessel. Miaoyu explains that the Cloud Vessel is large, heavily protected, and strong enough that even an early spirit nurturing master could not break in quickly. That immediately makes Linshin happy, because it is clearly far better than the Dragon Fang flying ship he already has. He figures Lu Wansong must have stolen it from a human cultivator, because a force that could make this kind of ship would never have left him with so little else. Linshin puts the Cloud Vessel away in satisfaction, pleased that he now has proper transportation instead of relying on spiritual beasts. For a moment his thoughts jump all the way to the massive Tianshu flying palace, but he quickly reminds himself that kind of treasure is still far out of reach. He turns back to the Black Tortoise Essence, and sees that even after taking that punishment, the profound armament is only damaged, not destroyed. That durability reminds him how tough profound armaments are, and he is happy to keep another one because it does not conflict with his heavenly star robe. Then he feeds a trace of spiritual essence into Lu Wansong's flying sword and finally learns its name, Shadow Slash. What surprises Linshin most is that Shadow Slash is not an inferior profound armament at all, but a middle-grade one. Holding the sword, Linshin suddenly connects it to the dazzling blade light he saw from the sky when he first entered the center of Dragonside City. While studying the flying sword he just got, Linshin admits that becoming a sword cultivator sounds incredibly tempting. Miaoyu tells him the path is famous for overwhelming combat power, which is exactly why so many cultivators want it, and so few can reach it. When Linshin asks what it takes, Miaoyu says the first requirement is a sword pill. She corrects a common misunderstanding and explains that ordinary flying swords are just Dharma treasures, while a true sword cultivator fights with a sword pill. Miaoyu lays out why sword cultivators are feared. Once the sword pill is linked to the mind, it becomes a fast, lethal weapon that can keep slashing from afar and even carry its master away in retreat. Miaoyu adds that just getting a sword pill is brutal, because only a weapon refinement grandmaster can make one and the materials are rare. Linshin presses on, And Miao Yu says the second requirement is a flying sword technique strong enough to control the sword pill properly. To show how important technique is, she points to the Star Sect, a small but terrifying sword cultivation sect whose fighters are so strong that few dare provoke them. That is enough to convince Linshin to look for both a sword pill and a proper flying sword technique once he returns to Dragonside City. He shifts from the sword to Lu Wansong's books and quickly recognizes the Dead Iron Manual as the source of Lu Wansong's metal spiritual essence. Since he is still new to the Cultivator Master realm, Linshin asks Miao Yu to explain how techniques turn spiritual essence into different elemental attributes. Miao Yu says all such techniques revolve around yin-yang and the 5 elements, and that a technique's nature decides whether its spiritual essence becomes metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. She uses Lu Wansong and herself as examples, explaining that his Dead Iron spiritual essence is metal, while her wind spiritual essence belongs to wood. When Linshin asks whether cultivators are limited to one attribute, Miao Yu says stronger dual or triple attribute techniques do exist, but they demand first or second grade spirit meridians. Her explanation turns quietly bitter, because compared with her third grade spirit meridians, Linshin's exceptional 108 spirit meridians put almost every advanced technique within his reach. Linshin immediately jumps to a bigger idea and asks whether a cultivation technique exists for all 5 elements at once. Miao Yu hesitates and admits she has never heard of a 5 elements technique, but with so many techniques in the world, she cannot rule it out. That answer pushes Linshin deeper into planning, because with 108 spirit meridians, he realizes he should aim for the most advanced cultivation technique he can find. He opens the other 2 manuals, and Miao Yu's expression tightens when she recognizes them as techniques from her tribe. Under Linshin's questioning, Miao Yu reveals that she comes from the Eagle tribe in the Dragon Abyss mountain range. Linshin is surprised by how close the Eagle tribe is to his own world, then suddenly realizes Lu Wansong must have been from the same tribe. Miao Yu confirms it, and Linshin immediately understands that Lu Wansong's death came out of a savage internal power struggle. He chooses not to pry into her wounds and instead asks what the Golden Will Lightning Tome actually does. Miao Yu explains that the Golden Will Lightning Tome is a body tempering technique that fuses metal and water spiritual essence into divine lightning to forge a body as hard as steel. That hits Linshin right where he needs it, because after becoming a cultivator master, his old martial techniques and spells have started to fall behind his raw strength. He reflects that this is why he barely used old spells against Lu Wansong at all. At this level, they waste too much spiritual essence for too little payoff. So for Linshin, the next priority is clear. He needs new high-level cultivation methods and proper techniques for a cultivator master. After calming down, he realizes the Golden Will Lightning Tome has a built-in obstacle. Only someone with both metal and water spiritual essence can even begin cultivating it. He even thinks Lu Wansong was lucky not to master it first, because then Linshin might have had to spend his clones to bring him down. Then he asks about Netherine heavy water, and Miao Yu's tone turns almost admiring as she describes it. Miao Yu says 1 drop of Netherine heavy water takes 36 mouthfuls of water spiritual essence to condense, but each drop hits with the power of 1,000 strikes. She keeps escalating the picture. 10 drops can dominate peers, 100 can sweep through armies, and 1,000 can even force rivers to change course. She also reveals that this technique belongs to a full progression line, leading upward to Mystic Swamp Primordial Water and later North Sea Primordial Water. That makes the manual even more attractive to Linshin, but he reins himself in and decides he first needs to confirm his cultivation path back at the sect. Linshin keeps questioning Miao Yu about cultivators until she finally looks exhausted, and only then does he let her step away to heal. Once Miao Yu starts meditating to recover, Linshin opens his interface to inspect what killing Lu Wansong actually earned him. The result is solid but not explosive, testified by killing triggered on Lu Wansong, raising Linshin to spirit nurturing stage, 5%. Since the 9 Yang scripture no longer boosts him after reaching Cultivator Master, Linshin knows normal meditation is no longer the answer. He reviews his updated talents and sees that pure Yang body now massively boosts Yang techniques, while testified by killing now accelerates attack type cultivation and combat comprehension. He quickly realizes most of his older talents are losing value now that he is moving into divine power cultivation techniques instead of martial arts and low-level spells. That leads straight to a new plan. Linshin decides to refresh his talents and build a stronger combination for the road ahead. Because he can now equip 2 talents at once, he wants to use the return trip to roll for 3 strong talents and build a better combination. 5 days pass, and with the Xuandu meeting ending, Linshin and Miao Yu head toward the mountain entrance a full day early. With less than 10 kilometers left, Linshin asks the obvious question, what will Miao Yu do after they leave Xuandu Mountain? Miao Yu says she is going back to the Dragon Abyss mountain range, even though it means stepping back into danger. Linshin warns that the Eagle tribe is still hunting her, but Miao Yu insists the Dragon Abyss mountain range is vast enough to hide in if she covers her tracks carefully. More importantly, she refuses to abandon the subordinates still waiting in the Dragon Abyss mountain range, which shows this is not just about hiding. Privately, Miao Yu is already planning further ahead. If she can rebuild her side and if Linshin reaches Mystic Light stage within 7 years, he could become the key to her revenge. Miao Yu has already made up her mind to leave, so Lin Shan drops the argument and keeps his thoughts to himself. He reminds himself that the soul contract was only for the 1,000-year-old mystic essence with spirit, and Nine Suns sect would never casually let him bring a demon cultivator into Dragonside City. Even so, Lin Shan can't help wondering whether powerful cultivator masters can keep demon followers in private residences. Not long after, they reach Xuandu Mountain's exit and find the crowd badly thinned out from when the trial began. More than 2,000 cultivators entered a month ago, but only around 1,000 make it out alive, which says exactly how much killing happened inside. When the fog barrier splits with a rumble, Lin Shan and Miao Yu fly out through the opening with the other survivors. The moment they land, Lin Shan and Miao Yu quietly split up so he won't have to explain her presence to his sect brothers. Chuka spots Lin Shan first and calls out, and both senior brothers hurry over to make sure he really came back unharmed. Seeing how many never returned, Chuka can only sigh that the Xuandu meeting really is as deadly as its reputation. Chuka and Shinzening explain that grouped itinerant cultivators hunted lone targets all month, and they barely fought their way through several dangerous ambushes. Even so, the two of them managed to leave with 6 drops of mystic essence liquid between them, which already counts as a strong haul. Looking at Lin Shan, both senior brothers assume he must have done even better than they did, without realizing how far beyond that he actually went. A sudden stir runs through the crowd when people realize every disciple from the Corpse sect, Blood Sea sect, and Flying Cloud sect is missing. When someone also notices that Yin Xianbin, Yi Sufeng, and Guanzhou never came out, the rumors instantly get even louder. Since no one can imagine a single attacker strong enough to wipe them all out, the crowd convinces itself those factions must have met and destroyed each other. Chuku and Shinzening quietly feel lucky they were never dragged into that disaster, while Lin Shan keeps a perfectly blank face and tells them it's time to leave. They know the road home is still dangerous, because anyone who came up empty might decide to rob the survivors on the way back. To kill that idea fast, Chuka brings out the Dragon Fang flying ship right there in front of everyone. The huge flying ship makes the greedy looks around them disappear almost at once. Lin Shan and his 2 senior brothers board the ship, and moments later it shoots into the sky for Dragonside City. After the Dragon Fang flying ship disappears, the uneasy quiet at Xuandu Mountain turns into a new round of secret pursuit among the remaining cultivators. Back in Nine Sun sect, Quan Hai is still stuck in bed more than a month later, because the heat poison inside him keeps flaring up every noon. His body looks healed on the surface, but every wave of burning pain makes it obvious he still hasn't escaped what Lin Shan left behind. Watching his son suffer like this, Quan Zhua can barely contain himself and demands to know whether Lin Shan has returned yet. Han Liang says the Xuandu meeting only just ended, so Lin Shan should still be on the way back. Quan Zhua immediately orders Han Liang to tell him the moment Lin Shan comes back. Han Liang hesitates, then warns that Quan Hai accepted the duel's consequences, and going after Lin Shan now could trigger backlash from the sect's higher-ups. That warning only makes Quan Zhua angrier, because in his eyes, letting Lin Shan walk away after this would make him no father at all. Han Liang can only think bitterly that father and son share the same explosive temper, and that Quan Hai brought this on himself by refusing good advice. At the same time, Han Liang can't ignore how terrifying Lin Shan's strength must be, because dropping Quan Hai in one move suggests at least 30 spirit meridians. Quan Zhua doesn't care about any of that, and coldly swears to make Lin Shan suffer the same heat poison, even if the sect punishes him for it. Faced with a second-level spirit-nurturing cultivator who has already decided, Han Liang gives up trying to stop him. 3 days later on the Dragon Fang flying ship, Lin Shan sits alone in the cabin and reviews his interface. He has spent almost the entire trip cultivating, only stepping out when spiritual beasts attacked the ship so he could kill them himself. Those fights confirm his guess, because even after killing 78 spiritual beasts, testified by killing never triggered once. That tells Lin Shan the talent only works on spirit-nurturing level prey, which means ordinary hunting won't help him anymore. Then he suddenly thinks of the underground spirit cave in the Dragon Abyss mountain range, where Nine Sun sect and the Blood Sea sect are fighting and cultivator masters might gather in numbers. Still, he reins himself in and decides his first priority is choosing the right cultivation manuals and techniques. Among the refreshed clone talents, the one that grabs him instantly is Sword Spirit Self with doubled sword power and triple speed sword progress. Because Miao Yu's earlier explanation already planted the idea of sword cultivation in his mind, Lin Shan accepts that talent without hesitation. He judges Sword Spirit Self to be almost on the level of a pure yang body, which makes the choice feel even better. The other fresh options are much less satisfying, and Lin Shan immediately rejects the plain 50% cultivation boost from talent overflow. What really catches his attention instead is the Fire Spirit Body, because now that he is a cultivator master, 5 element talents have started appearing one after another. Even so, a single element spirit body still isn't enough for him, because he wants to cultivate at least 3 attributes in the future. So instead of settling, he decides to keep refreshing until he finds a stronger multi-attribute spirit body. After closing the interface, Lin Shan leaves the cabin and steps out onto the empty deck of the flying ship. Chuku and Shinzening are still shut inside refining mystic essence liquid, leaving Lin Shan alone with the view. Looking down, he realizes the ship is passing the same area where they ran into human-faced owls before. With his spiritual senses, Linshin quickly picks out 4 or 5 human-faced owls hiding near a mountain wall. These human-faced owls look more human than the ones from before, so Linshin guesses they are close to their human tribulation or have already started condensing spirit meridians. Since they still aren't at spirit nurturing level, Linshin loses interest and lets the ship continue past them. Then a familiar aura suddenly enters his senses and lands beside the owls, and Linshin recognizes it as Miao Yu. That is when Linshin finally puts it together and realizes Miao Yu's subordinates in the Dragon Abyss Mountains are this owl group. On the mountain wall, Miao Yu's return jolts the human-faced owls into excited greetings as they crowd around their lord. Seeing that her people are safe, Miao Yu softens for a moment and casually asks whether anything happened while she was gone. The owls immediately look embarrassed, and Miao Yu's expression turns serious when she realizes something clearly went wrong. With Miao Li staying silent, one of the owl subordinates steps forward and admits they attacked a passing Dragon Fang flying ship more than a month ago and paid heavily for it. The moment she hears Dragon Fang flying ship and the timing, Miao Yu realizes with a jolt that they probably attacked the very ship Linshin was riding. That thought chills her, because she knows perfectly well Linshin could have wiped out all of her subordinates if he had chosen to strike back. Miao Li mistakes her silence for anger and hurriedly says he only attacked because he wanted to avenge her against human cultivators. Miao Yu can only smile bitterly, because her earlier lie that a human itinerant cultivator hurt her accidentally started this whole mess. In the end, she lets Miao Li off because his mistake came from loyalty, but she makes the rule absolutely clear from now on. Miao Yu orders them to stop provoking other enemies for now and remember that their real target is only the Eagle Tribe traders. Alone in his cabin, Linshin finally rolls a new talent worth keeping, Genius, a clean 200% boost to cultivation speed. He is even more pleased because Genius has none of the awkward limits or brutal drawbacks tied to some of his earlier talents. Linshin decides this will be his second core talent, because it neatly fixes the cultivation speed problem he had been worrying about. He still hopes to pair it with a strong spirit body talent someday, so he keeps thinking ahead instead of stopping there. Then another talent appears and immediately sours his mood. Lone Star would raise his combat power, but wreck his luck and drag his friends into disaster. That trait is unacceptable to him, and he bitterly gives up the tempting power instead of gambling with other people's lives. He closes the interface and prepares to move on, still planning to keep refreshing for a better spirit body option later. Before he can leave, Shinzening knocks and calls from outside that they are almost at Dragonside City. Linshin opens the door and immediately notices that Shinzening feels sharper and fuller with spiritual force than before. Linshin congratulates him, and Shinzening happily confirms he made real progress during the trip. Thanks to the Mystic Essence liquid, Shinzening has condensed his 27th spirit meridian and now sees a much brighter future ahead. Even so, Shinzening is not satisfied with a safe future. He is aiming for a second-grade spirit meridian. Shinzening leads Linshin up to the deck, where Chuka is already waiting and Dragonside City has come into view on the horizon. With the city so close, Chuka asks what they both plan to do as soon as they return. Shinzening brings up the sect rumor about merit missions at the Spirit Cave, where disciples with spirit meridians may be called to fight for caste spirit pills. Chuka confirms the rumor is probably true, and that answer is all Shinzening needs. Shinzening decides on the spot to head for the Spirit Cave, because ordinary sect tasks are far too slow for the number of caste spirit pills he needs. He knows the Spirit Cave is dangerous, but the reward is rich enough that he can chase a second-grade spirit meridian within a few years if things go well. Chuka reveals he has the same plan, and the two quickly agree to travel together. Then they turn to Linshin, curious whether he will join them. Linshin says he is returning to the East District first, because he wants to check on AI and settle his own affairs before reporting his breakthrough. Neither of them presses him, because after the Schwandu meeting even his allies can feel that Linshin has become strangely unfathomable. A little later, the Dragon Fang flying ship reaches the north gate of Dragonside City, and the three disciples step down to part ways. But before they can leave, Linshin spots someone waiting nearby and Chuka immediately recognizes him as Han Liang. Chuka demands an explanation, and Han Liang can only admit with a bitter face that he is here under orders. Chuka quietly explains that Han Liang is close to Quang Hai, so Shinzening and Linshin both realize trouble has followed them back to the city. A streak of light suddenly tears down from the sky, and the real threat arrives in person. The light clears to reveal Quangjua, a burly cultivator master who lands without restraint and floods the area with crushing, scorching pressure. Chuka and Shinzening are forced back by the pressure, but Linshin stays exactly where he is as if the cultivator master's aura means nothing. Quangjua coldly asks if Linshin is the one who injured his son, and Linshin answers with a mocking hit. After the son lost, now the father is here to throw a tantrum too. The insult makes Quangjua even colder, and Chuka rushes in to remind him that the sect protected Linshin's bet with Quang Hai. Chuka pushes harder and warns that a cultivator master bullying a junior will stain the Quang family's name if this gets out. Han Liang already knows the warning will fail, because Quangjua has clearly come here determined to ignore the consequences. Quangjua brushes Chuka aside as an insolent junior and declares that Linshin will suffer the same heat poison his son endured. He attacks immediately, launching a red cloud of flames straight at Lin Shen's head and sending the temperature around the gate soaring. Chuku and Shinzening are shocked and furious at how shamelessly he moved first, but the heat alone already makes them powerless to step in. Lin Shen does not dodge at all, and a flash of golden light from his body simply erases the incoming fire. That clean defense makes Quanghua pause, and he admits the rumors about Lin Shen badly injuring Wu Ji might have been real after all. Even so, Quanghua sneers that Lin Shen must not mistake him for trash like Wu Ji, and he finally stops holding back. Quanghua opens his core aperture and spits out 18 mouthfuls of fire spiritual essence, instantly scorching the ground black around him. The attack spreads wider and wider until the area around Lin Shen becomes a furnace, forcing everyone else to retreat hundreds of meters. Chuka recognizes the move as Scarlet Mist Incense Furnace, one of Quanghua's strongest techniques from the Scarlet Mist Scroll. As Chuka explains how vicious the move is, Shinzening realizes just how much spiritual essence Quanghua poured into this attack. Inside the formation, the 18 fire essences lock into place and turn the battlefield into a sentient sea of flames swallowing Lin Shen from every side. Quanghua is confident this should crush any junior outright, because he normally saves such a costly move for life and death fights. Then the fire suddenly bursts open from within, and a blazing sun-like sword strike roars out toward Quanghua with thunder trailing behind it. Startled, Quanghua instantly throws up a shield that expands into a wall just in time to meet the incoming strike. The impact slams into his shield with explosive force, shaking Quanghua so hard that his blood churns despite the defense. When he sees what broke through Scarlet Mist Incense Furnace, Quanghua realizes this was not just the 9 Divine Sun Sword, spiritual essence was mixed into it. His disbelief finally spills out as he stammers the only answer that fits. Lin Shen has already become a cultivator master. Han Liang, Chuku, and Shinzening can only stare as Quanghua blurts out the impossible truth. Lin Shen has already become a cultivator master. Quanghua is shaken even harder by what it means, because Lin Shen just smashed the Scarlet Mist Incense Furnace with plain martial skill and elementless spiritual essence. Lin Shen barely cares about their shock, because he is busy judging how much stronger Sword Spirit Self made his 9 Divine Sun Sword. That success gives Lin Shen a new idea, and he decides this is the perfect moment to test pure Yang body and Sword Spirit Self together. The moment that pressure hits, Quanghua panics and throws out a pouch-shaped Dharma treasure, wrapping himself in a second defensive layer. Even with 2 profound armaments up, Quanghua can only gamble on one more attack before Lin Shen moves again. Lin Shen unleashes the 9 Divine Sun Sword again, but this time both talents are stacked on it, and the power leaps far beyond the strike from moments ago. When Lin Shen pours out a terrifying flood of spiritual essence, Quanghua can only stare and wonder if this absurd reserve means a first-grade spirit meridian. The blazing sword sun rips through the Scarlet Mist Incense Furnace in an instant, leaving Quanghua no time to react. Quanghua's shield is blasted away next, buying him only a heartbeat before the attack slams into the crystal sand pouch's dazzling barrier around his body. Even the stronger barrier lasts only a moment before the sword energy swallows Quanghua whole. The impact explodes across the battlefield, forcing Chuku, Shinzening, and Han Liang to throw up defenses just to survive the shockwave. When the dust clears, Quanghua lies charred and motionless in a deep crater, and the whole battlefield falls silent. For Chuku and the others, the result is still hard to accept, because a brand new cultivator master just crushed a second-level spirit nurturing stage expert head-on. Han Liang snaps out of it first and rushes into the crater, panicking as he calls Quanghua his uncle. After checking him, Han Liang finally exhales, because Quanghua is badly burned but not dying on the spot. The real problem is the heat poison inside him, far worse than what Quang Hai suffered, and Han Liang realizes Quanghua will need many days just to recover halfway. Seeing how badly this ended for both father and son, Han Liang can only look up at Lin Shen with mixed feelings and ask to stop the fight here. Lin Shen agrees at once and tells him to take Quanghua away, since seriously injuring him is one thing but killing a sect cultivator master would bring bigger trouble. Han Liang quickly thanks him, lifts Quanghua, and leaves with riding wind technique before anything else can happen. With the danger gone, Chuku and Shinzening finally face what this victory means. Lin Shen became a cultivator master in barely 2 years and just rewrote the sect's records. The thought hits even harder when they realize Lin Shen's spirit meridian is first grade, something no cultivator master in the 3 sects of Dragonside City has ever done. Chuku can only smile bitterly and admit Lin Shen gave them a huge surprise. Lin Shen answers lightly that he is sorry for making them worry, and his easy tone only makes the gap feel wider. Chuku drops any warning about the Quang family, because a first-grade spirit meridian genius like Lin Shen will now be protected and courted, not left exposed. He finally says it outright. From this point on, Lin Shen's future in the Nine Sun sect is going to be brilliant. Lin Shen does not make a big show of it, and after a short talk he simply takes his leave. Back in the East District, Lin Shen finds his house unchanged and carefully kept, likely thanks to Tang Yu and the others cleaning it while he was away. AI is not home, so Lin Shen settles into the quiet living room and spends the long wait refining his control over spiritual essence. By the time night falls, Lin Shen senses a familiar presence vault in through the balcony and hurry inside. AI spots Lin Shin on the sofa, startles for an instant, and then her surprise turns straight into joy. A second later, AI throws herself into Lin Shin's arms and excitedly asks when he got back. Lin Shin says he only returned today and asks where she has been these days. Curled up on his knees, AI explains that she has been cultivating with the cat general so she can pass the human tribulation as soon as possible. That mention makes Lin Shin think of the God-seeking token, a trump card that once saved him but has already become too weak to matter after his latest breakthrough. He even starts wondering if returning the token to the cat general might let him trade it for something stronger. AI suddenly pauses and realizes something is different, because the surrounding spiritual essence is slowly flowing into Lin Shin even while he is just sitting there. Lin Shin tells her the truth directly. He has advanced to cultivator master. The news hits AI so hard that she springs off his lap and blurts out the question that matters most, asking what grade his spirit meridian is. Lin Shin answers that it is first grade, keeping the deeper truth to himself and letting that already shocking version stand. AI's shock turns into sparkling admiration, and she gushes that even the cat general would be stunned because he has never seen anyone in Dragonside City do that. Hearing that, Lin Shin starts thinking less about praise and more about opportunity, because the cat general might have cultivation techniques or divine powers worth asking for. He tells AI he will probably be very busy for a while, and she understands but still looks unhappy that he may leave again so soon. Lin Shin comforts her with a promise that once he settles in as a cultivator master, he will be able to bring her into the sect to live with him. That instantly cheers AI up, and she eagerly locks the promise in with a delighted agreement. While Lin Shin and AI are still talking at home, the news of his return and his first-grade cultivator master breakthrough tears through the Nine Suns sect like a storm. In the Nine Suns sect's mist-filled hall, 3 hall masters meet through blurry clone projections to talk about Lin Shin's shocking breakthrough. Huanrong openly praises Lin Shin as a rare genius who built himself up without backing and says the master-disciple line should secure him quickly. Master Li agrees at once, saying a new genius could strengthen their side before the coming 3-sect competition. The usually silent Master Yu also agrees, and her spring-clear voice reveals that this reserved hall master is a woman. When Huanrong says one of them should take Lin Shin as a disciple, Master Yu cuts in first and calmly claims him for herself. Her rare initiative surprises the other two, because Master Yu usually ignores sect affairs and almost never fights for disciples. After a brief look between them, Huanrong and Master Li give way, deciding to leave Lin Shin to Master Yu. 2 days later, Lin Shin leaves AI in the East District and returns to the Nine Yan Academy, already stepping toward a new stage of life. The moment he enters, a paper crane flies over with a message from Si Yuanpei telling him to come at once when he gets back. Reading the note, Lin Shin remembers that becoming a cultivator master means he automatically graduates from the academy. He briefly reflects on how little time he actually spent here before rising so fast, then lets the sentiment go and moves on. At Si Yuanpei's courtyard, Xie Jingxin greets Lin Shin but awkwardly stumbles over how to address him now that Lin Shin is a cultivator master. Lin Shin eases the tension by telling Xie Jingxin to call him as before, and Xie finally settles on junior brother Lin. As he leads the way, Xie Jingxin can't help feeling shaken that the lower house disciple he met less than a year ago has already surpassed him. Xie leaves him at the familiar Berti room, and Lin Shin goes in alone to meet Si Yuanpei. Inside, the first thing that changes is Si Yuanpei himself. Instead of sitting like a teacher, he stands and bows to Lin Shin as an equal cultivator master. Si Yuanpei explains that once someone reaches the spirit-nurturing stage, they stand on equal footing with him, even if their old private ties can stay informal. That quiet exchange drives home that Lin Shin has stepped out of the disciple ranks and into the sect's real upper tier. Si Yuanpei conjures an exquisite tea set and turns a golden bean into a child servant to prepare tea for them. The room fills with the fragrance of cloud dragon tea, and Lin Shin immediately recognizes it as something exceptional. Once the tea is served, Si Yuanpei gets straight to the point and asks what grade of spirit meridian Lin Shin forged. Lin Shin answers plainly that it is first grade, confirming the rumor that already shook the whole sect. Si Yuanpei treats the news with real weight and formally tells him that, by academy rules, he is now a true disciple of the Nine Suns sect. He then lays out the real crossroads ahead. A new true disciple usually either becomes an elder's direct disciple or takes a deacon post in one of the sect's courtyards. Si Yuanpei explains the split clearly. Talented or well-connected cultivators can find a master, while older low-potential ones usually end up as deacons with little future left. Then comes the real surprise. Lin Shin's first-grade spirit meridian caused such a stir that many elders wanted him, but only 2 offers survived the scramble. The first offer is Zhao Quan, the Zhao family head, a 9th-level mystic light cultivator, and Zhao Shuiying's father. Lin Shin is genuinely caught off guard that one of the 3 great families would reach out to him at all. Si Yuanpei makes the family logic plain. With Lin Shin's talent, the Zhao family would even consider binding him through marriage to keep him close. The second offer is Master Yu Quan, another 9th-level mystic light cultivator, and the head of the alchemy and tool hall. Si Yuanpei adds that Master Yu almost never takes disciples, so her asking for Lin Shin personally says everything about his talent. Even Si Yuanpei has to admit the absurdity of it, because most core disciples struggle for years to find a master, while Lin Shin is being chosen by giants. He leaves the decision open, saying either Zhao Quan or Master Yu would be a major boost to Lin Shen's future. Lin Shen thinks it through and realizes this is less about sentiment, and more about choosing which faction he will stand with. He also sees that joining Zhao Quan would likely shield him from the Kuang family, since the Yan family is already gone and the bigger powers care more about valuable talent. But instead of debating factions any longer, Lin Shen asks the one question that matters to him most: who is strongest with flying sword techniques? Si Yuanpei is briefly surprised, then asks if Lin Shen wants to become a sword cultivator. Lin Shen simply says he is interested, making his priorities clear without over-explaining himself. Si Yuanpei tells him that Yu Quan is famous for sword techniques, and even her disciples are known sword cultivators among the younger generation. That answer settles it, and Lin Shen immediately chooses Yu Quan. Si Yuanpei does not waste a moment, and says he will take Lin Shen to her right now before anything else can interfere. Outside the academy, Si Yuanpei uses a token to tear open a crack in the sky, revealing the entrance to the Nine Suns sect's blessed land above Dragonside City. Lin Shen instantly feels how dense the spiritual essence is and realizes the sect's mountain gate truly deserves to be called a blessed land. Si Yuanpei casually adds that true disciples can claim their own cultivation cave abode in the sect, making the next step in Lin Shen's rise feel even more real. Si Yuanpei flies into the opening first, and Lin Shen follows through the crack in the sky toward his new place in the sect. Lin Shen's first view of the sect's upper realm is staggering. A 9-level palace hangs in the clouds like a heavenly pagoda. Si Yuanpei tells him this is the true Crossing Heaven Palace, where the sect master and hidden elders cultivate, before leading him onward to his actual destination. As they travel deeper into the cloud-hidden sect, Lin Shen realizes the floating mountains and islands stretch so far that the place feels endless. They finally reach Fallen Sword Peak, a spiritual mountain shaped like a giant sword blade thrust into the sky and sharp enough to feel dangerous even from afar. Out of respect for Master Yu, they stop flying at the foot of the peak and continue up on foot. The climb ends at Orchid Pavilion, and even the plaque's wild calligraphy carries enough force to make Lin Shen feel a surge of freedom and power. A female cultivator comes out to ask their business, and Si Yuanpei formally announces that he has brought true disciple Lin Shen to see Master Yu. The attendant is already startled by Si Yuanpei's status, but hearing Lin Shen's name makes her look at him with open curiosity because the whole sect knows about the first-grade Spirit Meridian disciple. Realizing this is the disciple Master Yu personally accepted, the attendant quickly leads them inside without any delay. Before she can even go report them, a deep, pleasant voice echoes through the hall and orders that they be brought in at once. The deeper they go, the sound of flowing water grows clearer until the corridor opens into a strange, beautiful hall of living springs. The water gathers into a huge mirror-like pool, lotus roots rise from it, and blooming pink lotuses turn the whole audience chamber into Master Yu's stage. Then Yu appears from the top lotus itself, beautiful enough to stun anyone, yet so cold and imposing that no one would dare act familiar with her. Si Yuanpei immediately bows, and Yu returns the courtesy before taking her seat on a lotus platform. Yu studies Lin Shen for a moment, and calmly confirms that his spiritual foundation really is as impressive as the rumors say. When she asks if he has come ready to acknowledge her as his master, Lin Shen answers without hesitation that he has. Yu gives him one brief radiant smile, accepts him on the spot, and declares that he is now her third direct disciple with no need for a grand ceremony. Lin Shen immediately drops to one knee and formally calls her master. Only then does Si Yuanpei speak again, warmly congratulating Yu for taking in such an extraordinary disciple. Knowing the new master and disciple need time alone, Si Yuanpei politely leaves them to speak in private. Yu wastes no time acting like a real master and sends Lin Shen a bottle of 9 cauldron pills to stabilize and strengthen his cultivation. She follows that gift with a practical question: since he has not converted his spiritual essence yet, which element does he plan to cultivate? Lin Shen's answer is bold enough to stop even Yu for a beat. He wants a technique that cultivates all 5 elements at once. Yu carefully warns him that 5-element techniques are absurdly hard, and most people would call the idea ignorant if it came from anyone else. But when Lin Shen hears that such a technique really exists, his eyes brighten and he doubles down on the decision immediately. Seeing that he is completely serious, Yu decides to let him try instead of talking him out of it. She gives him a jade slip containing the supreme secret technique, an ancient all-element art that can produce any of the 5 elemental spiritual essences at will. Yu explains that the technique is powerful enough to use all the way to the reverse elixir stage, but its one flaw is exactly what Lin Shen expected: it is brutally hard to cultivate. Her warning gets even heavier when she says this path will force him to condense 5 mystic light seeds later, making future breakthroughs at least 5 times harder than normal. Lin Shen stays completely unmoved, because in his eyes hard-to-train techniques usually mean stronger results, and difficulty has never been what scares him. That quiet resolve pleases Yu, and she tells him to focus on the supreme secret technique first before she teaches him anything else. She also mentions that his senior sister is already waiting outside to take him to choose a cultivation cave abode. Then Yu vanishes slowly from the lotus platform, ending the meeting as abruptly as it began. Lin Shen bows one more time, still half-dazed that he found a master and the exact cultivation path he wanted in a single visit. When he steps back outside, he finally meets the senior sister Yu mentioned, a stunning woman in white whose gentle appearance hides a very different personality. Xia Mengran sizes him up, approves his look on the spot, and bluntly says he seems far more reliable than the useless people under her command. The mismatch between her soft face and rough words catches Lin Shen completely off guard. Xia Mengran laughs it off, pats his shoulder hard, and cheerfully claims him as her junior brother while promising to beat up anyone who bullies him. Still processing her personality, Lin Shen suddenly realizes why her name sounds familiar and asks if she works in the Martial Enforcement Hall. Xia Mengran is impressed that he knows her and reveals that she is not just in the hall, but its current hall master, though she sounds more annoyed by the job than proud of it. That answer makes Lin Shen realize just how formidable his new senior sister really is, because only the top young figures of the great sex can hold that position. Once she finishes venting, Xia Mengran gathers white clouds under their feet and lifts both of them into the air with the effortless ease of a spirit-nurturing cultivator master. As they fly, Xia Mengran says their next stop is the Merit Hall, where Lin Shen will choose a cultivation cave abode. On the way, she explains the ugly truth behind cave abodes. Every true disciple is entitled to one, but the Good Essence Prefecture residences are limited and usually decided by connections. She spells it out even more plainly. Weaker options like teaching rooms and profound cottages are easy to get, but the better cave abodes go to disciples who have background and people backing them. Her blunt lesson leaves Lin Shen quietly resolved to become strong enough that one day he will not need anyone's connections at all. Soon the Merit Hall comes into view, a broad floating island packed with pavilions, disciples, and spiritual beasts moving everywhere. Xia Mengran tells him this place works much like the Academy's Merit Hall, except on a larger sect-wide scale. As soon as they land, the surrounding disciples notice the cloud-riding cultivator master and instinctively step aside in respect. Without wasting time on anyone around her, Xia Mengran leads Lin Shen straight into one of the hall's buildings. The young cultivator on duty takes one look at a cultivator master arriving and hurries inside to report it. A thin middle-aged cultivator comes out at once, and the moment he recognizes Xia Mengran, his face flips into a fawning smile as he rushes over to greet her. At the Merit Hall, the deacon acts lofty with ordinary disciples, but Xia Mengran is far above his station, so he immediately turns careful and respectful. Xia Mengran cuts straight to business and orders the deacon to bring out the cave abode map for her master's new disciple, Lin Shen. When the first map shows only 4 badly placed Essence Prefecture cave abodes, Xia Mengran instantly smells a trick. The deacon tries to explain that good cave abodes are always scarce, but Xia Mengran flatly calls his bluff. She warns Chu Jiha to stop playing games and threatens to tear down his pavilion if he keeps hiding the real options. With no help from Lin Shen and no way to stall her, Chu Jiha finally pulls out a hidden parchment of the actually valuable cave abodes. This time Xia Mengran is satisfied and points Lin Shen to Gold Stream Isle, a rare top-tier cave abode rich in water and metal spiritual essence. Chu Jiha still looks miserable, because Gold Stream Isle is so good that someone else has already been eyeing it. He finally admits Shan Wenqi from the Rising Shan family had already reserved Gold Stream Isle 3 days earlier, and he is afraid of the fallout. Xia Mengran immediately catches the real scheme. Shan Wenqi already has a cave abode, so this private reservation breaks sect rules. Pressed by the threat of the Martial Enforcement Hall, Chu Jiha can only admit he cooperated because a small deacon like him cannot afford to offend the Shan family. Xia Mengran overrules him on the spot and declares that Gold Stream Isle will go to Lin Shen, daring Shan Wenqi to come argue with her personally. Knowing he cannot refuse anymore, Chu Jiha hands over the cave abode token with a face full of bitterness. Once they leave the pavilion, Xia Mengran passes the token to Lin Shen and openly warns him that the Shan family will not let this go. Lin Shen does not resent the trouble at all, because he already understands that anyone who wants to keep advancing has to fight other people for resources. His answer pleases Xia Mengran, and she bluntly tells him that fearful people should give up cultivation and go home. Lin Shen then asks about Master Yu's other disciple, and Xia Mengran's expression suddenly turns complicated. She quietly reveals that the missing senior sister is Su Luying, the sect traitor whose name has become taboo. Xia Mengran cuts the topic short, and only says that Master now has just the 2 of them as disciples. Leaving the awkward subject behind, Xia Mengran carries Lin Shen through the sky toward his new cave abode. From above, Gold Stream Isle hits Lin Shen with dense spiritual essence before he even lands, and the whole island looks alive with ancient trees and spiritual beasts. Before leaving, Xia Mengran tells Lin Shen that if anything goes wrong in the sect, he can always come find her at Fallen Sword Peak. After she rushes off, Lin Shen watches her leave and feels that this blunt senior sister genuinely takes care of him. Lin Shen lands on Gold Stream Isle and quickly sees why it suits him so well, with water-rich rivers and a likely metal baleful vein underground. At the island's center, he finds a spacious cave abode with simple ancient elegance, exactly the kind of place he prefers. Even though true disciples can ask the sect for attendance, Lin Shen rejects the idea because too many people around him would mean too many risks. He uses the cave abode talisman to activate the island's restrictions, sealing Gold Stream Isle off behind a powerful defensive barrier. With the island secured, Lin Shen sits down in seclusion and starts studying the jade slip of the supreme secret technique. He quickly memorizes the technique and lets all 7 of his clones help him comprehend it, turning his seclusion into a full-force push. 10 days later, the spiritual essence around him finally surges, and the technique begins washing his old essence into a new form. Inside his chest aperture, the first mouthful of clear supreme mystery spiritual essence finally takes shape, and Lin Shin knows the hardest step is done. Encouraged by that success, Lin Shin pushes through the rest of the conversion with the help of his clones. 2 days later, all 108 strands of his spiritual essence have become supreme mystery spiritual essence, making Lin Shin a true spirit-nurturing cultivator master. To test it, he releases a strand of spiritual essence around his palm and smoothly turns it into sharp metal, heavy earth, flowing water, blazing fire, and surging wood. That effortless elemental shifting makes the value of the technique obvious, because it lets Lin Shin adapt to enemies instead of being trapped by one element's weaknesses. In the mood to experiment more, Lin Shin steps outside and the technique answers by gathering clouds under his feet. The next moment he is standing high on a cloud above Goldstream Isle, testing out cloud riding like a child with a dangerous new toy. After enjoying the new movement technique, Lin Shin returns to the cave abode and turns to what comes next: real cultivation methods and divine powers. Although UCU had told him to visit later for sect techniques, Lin Shin decides to first cultivate the Golden Will Lightning Tome and Netherine Heavy Water he already possesses. Goldstream Isle is perfect for those two manuals, so Lin Shin hands the jade slips to his clones and lets them start comprehending immediately. As for himself, Lin Shin takes a 9-cauldron pill and keeps refining the supreme secret technique, still saving his last clone slot for a truly top-tier spirit body talent. Settling into long-term seclusion, Lin Shin begins the slow spirit-nurturing grind with full confidence that his clones can push him to the mystic light stage within a few years. Back in the blessed land, Shan Wenqi steps out of a crack in space and immediately relaxes at the thick spiritual essence after the barren great swamp of the west. A flying ship rushes in, and a whole group of junior disciples swarms around him with flattering questions about his trip and the abyss black sand. Sun Lin Mao finally quiets the crowd and tells Shan Wenqi that Senior Brother Li and Senior Brother Tang have already prepared a welcome banquet on Flying Eve Island. Shan Wenqi thanks them, but says he has to stop at the Merit Hall first to settle Goldstream Isle before joining the banquet. The strange silence tips him off that something is wrong, and Shan Wenqi demands to know what happened. Sun Lin Mao carefully explains that a month ago Xia Mengran brought her junior brother Lin Shin to the Merit Hall and took Goldstream Isle, so the island now belongs to Lin Shin. That answer hits hard, because Shan Wenqi had already spent favors and effort beating out countless rivals to put Goldstream Isle within reach. He is even more thrown when he hears this Lin Shin is supposedly Xia Mengran's junior brother, because UCU was only known to have one direct disciple before this. Once the juniors fill in the last 2 months, Shan Wenqi is left stunned that Nine Suns sect has produced its first ever first-grade Spirit Meridian Cultivator Master, and that person is Lin Shin. As someone from an influential family, Shan Wenqi knows exactly what that means. Lin Shin's future now points straight toward the reverse elixir stage. Then Sun Lin Mao adds one more blow. Elder Zhao tried to recruit Lin Shin, but Lin Shin rejected him and joined UCU instead. After a brief cold pause, Shan Wenqi writes a letter with spiritual essence and hands it to Sun Lin Mao with a hard order: make Lin Shin leave Goldstream Isle within 3 days. And if Lin Shin refuses, Shan Wenqi tells him to deliver the letter as a formal challenge instead. Sun Lin Mao is alarmed, because that is no polite message at all. It is Shan Wenqi deciding to openly fall out with Lin Shin. He tries to stop it by warning that Lin Shin is UCU's direct disciple and Xia Mengran is backing him, so a clash is not wise. Shan Wenqi brushes that aside, insisting this is only a contest between juniors and that neither UCU nor Xia Mengran can interfere without losing face. He is not acting rashly either, because in his eyes Lin Shin already became the enemy of the influential families the moment he entered UCU's line. And with Goldstream Isle stolen from under him, backing down now would wreck Shan Wenqi's standing among those families, so he decides he has to show strength. Sun Lin Mao makes one last attempt, reminding him that Lin Shin beat Kuang Zhua before even learning techniques, and after a month of cultivation his strength may be even more dangerous. Shan Wenqi openly sneers at Kuang Zhua as a weak second-level spirit-nurturing cultivator propped up by family resources, and even sees that loss as proof the Kuang family is declining. In Shan Wenqi's judgment, Lin Shin has only had a month, so even if he finished converting 5 elements spiritual essence, he still should not have had time to bring any difficult dual-element technique or divine art to beginner. That logic only makes him more confident, and he pats Sun Lin Mao on the shoulder and sends him off to Goldstream Isle with the letter. With that settled, Shan Wenqi laughs and leads the others toward Flying Eve Island to attend the banquet while they wait for news. On Goldstream Isle, the story cuts to Lin Shin sitting cross-legged on a jagged riverside rock as thunder-like force rolls through his body with every breath. After a long cultivation session, Lin Shin opens his eyes and exhales a thread of black-red impurity, clear proof that his body tempering has already started to purge him. With his clones helping non-stop, he only needed half a month to push the Golden Will Lightning Tome to beginner, and another half month to temper his body with metal and water spiritual essence. The results are dramatic enough that Lin Shin can already feel his body approaching the toughness of an inferior grade profound armament. He knows the Golden Will Lightning Tome is demanding, needing both metal and water spiritual essence, and at least a second-grade spirit meridian, but that same barrier is why its power is so fierce. He also judges that if he ever pushes this body-tempering art to perfection, it alone could make him nearly unbeatable inside the spirit-nurturing stage. At the same time, Linshin has also reached beginner in nethering heavy water and condensed his first drop after more than 10 days of effort. Goldstream Isle has plenty of water but not much in energy, so this is not even a good place for that technique, which makes the result more impressive. He does not test the drop yet, but the records say even this thumb-sized piece of nethering heavy water should already hit with frightening force. Linshin then calls up his status and sees that after a month of cultivation, his spirit-nurturing progress has reached level 1 at 78%. The 9 cauldron pills did exactly what he hoped, because one pill boosts his progress by 5% and has already pushed him close to the second level. Once Xia Mengran explained how precious those pills really are, Linshin understood just how generous Yusiyu had been when she gave him a whole bottle. Still, that only leaves him with one clear problem. Once this bottle is gone, getting more 9 cauldron pills will not be easy at all. He puts that worry aside and checks his talent again, because the last clone slot has been refreshing for a month and still has not produced a useful spirit body until now. When he finally draws a new talent, the result makes his eyes light up. Innate spirit body, a spirit body tailored to 5 elements cultivation. The talent's numbers are exactly what he wanted, boosting 5 elements cultivation speed by 100% and power by 50%. Linshin switches to innate spirit body on the spot and immediately feels the difference when he starts running the Supreme Secret Technique and Golden Will Lightning Tome. The result thrills him, because together with his other active talent, this new spirit body effectively triples his 5 elements cultivation efficiency. But just as Linshin is enjoying that breakthrough, his expression shifts when he senses someone approaching from outside the island. A voice soon calls from beyond Goldstream Isle's boundary, as Sun Lin Mao formally requests an audience with Linshin. At Goldstream Isle, Linshin hears that a man named Sun Lin Mao has come looking for him and, after a brief thought, opens the island restriction to let him in. When Sun Lin Mao reaches the courtyard, Linshin sizes him up at a glance and realizes this visitor is just a tense bright aperture disciple sent to talk. Sun Lin Mao braces himself and says he came on Shan Wenqi's orders to demand that Linshin return Goldstream Isle. Linshin cuts through the polite wording and flatly says Shan Wenqi was the one who broke the rules first, so if he wants the island, he can try taking it by force. Cornered into finishing his errand, Sun Lin Mao pulls out Shan Wenqi's letter and hands over the real purpose of the visit. Linshin reads the challenge, sees the taunt about hiding like a coward if he refuses, and immediately understands Shan Wenqi wants to settle ownership in a public fight. Instead of refusing, Linshin says Shan Wenqi is making this too easy and demands a real stake in return. Once Sun Lin Mao reveals that Shan Wenqi lives on Gale Island, Linshin raises the stakes and says both sides should bet their own cave abodes. Sun Lin Mao tries to respond, but Linshin cuts him off and orders him to carry the message back. If Shan Wenqi agrees, they fight on Goldstream Isle in 10 days. Then Linshin ends the meeting on his own, and a casual wave of his hand sends Sun Lin Mao flying straight off the island. By the time Sun Lin Mao regains his senses outside the restored barrier, he can only leave in frustration and report back. Before Sun Lin Mao even returns, Shan Wenqi has already arrived at Flying Eve Island, where a lavish palace banquet is underway. Shan Wenqi strides into the glittering hall, laughing that Meng Fei still knows how to live in style. Li Mengfei welcomes him warmly, and the whole hall's reaction makes it obvious Shan Wenqi is the man everyone here revolves around. As the banquet gets going, the story makes clear that this group of nearby cave abode owners has grown into the 100 Islands faction, led by the Shan family. After a few rounds of wine, Shan Wenqi brings up Linshin and tells everyone he already sent Sun Lin Mao to issue the challenge. Li Mengfei agrees Goldstream Isle has to be taken back, because letting Linshin keep it would make Shan Wenqi and the 100 Islands look weak. Someone wonders if Linshin might just surrender the island, but Li Mengfei immediately shows he does not believe it will be that easy. Another voice in the hall backs Li's view by pointing out Linshin's long history of clashing with major families and saying Master Yu's support will only make him bolder. Shan Wenqi ends the debate with pure confidence, saying that if Linshin refuses to yield, then they will simply fight. Li Mengfei warns him not to underestimate Linshin's first-grade spirit meridian, but Shan Wenqi only sneers that talent means nothing without time to grow. Sure of his 4th-level spirit nurturing strength, Shan Wenqi openly declares that Linshin is no match for him yet. The mood loosens again for a moment, until Shan Wenqi senses Sun Lin Mao's return and looks toward the door with a smile. Sun Lin Mao walks in looking unhappy, and Shan Wenqi immediately realizes the answer was not simple. When Sun Lin Mao repeats Linshin's terms, the room goes tense at once and Shan Wenqi's face darkens on the spot. Anger breaks out around the table as Linshin's demand for Gale Island lands, and Shan Wenqi stays grim while Sun Lin Mao stands there under the heat of it. Li Mengfei, however, coolly points out that if Shan Wenqi is bound to win anyway, agreeing to the bigger bet only makes Linshin look foolish. That logic immediately steadies Shan Wenqi, because Gale Island matters to his family, but it only matters if he can actually lose. Once he settles on that, Shan Wenqi agrees to the terms and orders Sun Limao to tell Lin Shan the fight will happen on Goldstream Isle in 10 days. After Sun Limao leaves, Shan Wenqi laughs at Lin Shan's greed and vows to make him lose both the match and the island. The banquet ends on a confident toast as Shan Wenqi's circle drinks to his expected victory. Once the terms are settled, news of the high-profile bet races across the entire Nine Sun sect. The fight draws so much attention because people see more than a personal grudge here. This looks like a direct collision between the master-disciple line and the influential families. Within just a few days, countless disciples are already planning to show up and watch the rare gamble in person. Back at Goldstream Isle, another stream of light approaches, and Lin Shan recognizes the familiar aura before the visitor even lands. The visitor is Xia Mengran, and she wastes no time asking Lin Shan whether the rumor is true that he is fighting Shan Wenqi. After Lin Shan confirms it, Xia Mengran skips the lecture and goes straight to the only thing that matters. Does he actually think he can win? Lin Shan answers with a simple yes, and the quiet certainty in it makes Xia Mengran realize he is not speaking carelessly. Satisfied by that, Xia Mengran simply nods and leaves as abruptly as she came, trusting him to handle the rest. Once the island is quiet again, Lin Shan admits to himself that the 10-day deadline was chosen on purpose so he could raise his strength before the duel. With his genius and innate spirit-body talents, he believes 10 days should be enough to push him to the second level of the spirit-nurturing stage. He also sets a sharper goal. If he can condense a second drop of netherine heavy water, Shan Wenqi will be easy to crush. So Lin Shan puts every distraction aside, and in the unseen currents around the island, vast spiritual essence pours into him and begins feeding that heavy water drop by drop. On the appointed morning, the skies around Goldstream Isle filled with flying ships as disciples gathered to watch a cave abode wager that had turned into a public spectacle. The onlookers buzzed about the stakes, half thrilled and half jealous that rare cave abodes like Goldstream Isle and Gale Island were being gambled away in one fight. Then a commotion rolled through the crowd as a majestic ship from the 100 Islands approached, with Shan Wenqi standing at the bow like he already owned the place. Watching him arrive, the crowd reminded each other that Shan Wenqi was already a 4th-level spirit-nurturing cultivator who had pushed the golden killing sword close to flying sword territory. Shan Wenqi quietly savored the praise, confident because he had brought a stronger family weapon and dreaming that reclaiming Goldstream Isle would set him on the path to leading his clan. Behind him, Li Mingfei and the others were pleased to see such a huge audience, because the more people watching, the harder Lin Shan's reputation would fall if he lost. Once the ship stopped over the island, Shan Wenqi called out in a thunderous voice and demanded that Lin Shan come out. Under every eye in the sky, Goldstream Isle's restriction opened and Lin Shan rose calmly into the air to meet him. Lin Shan barely bothered with ceremony, and coolly told Shan Wenqi to start and get it over with. That calm answer only fed Shan Wenqi's pride, and he grandly told his friends to wait for his victory drink before leaping out to fight. Hovering above the island, Shan Wenqi sneered that Lin Shan's first-grade spirit meridian meant nothing and promised to show him what a stronger true disciple looked like. Lin Shan gave him nothing back except a flat, dismissive answer, which made the contempt land even harder. Annoyed, Shan Wenqi opened with his Dharma treasure, hurling a golden compass into the air and sending a storm of sword energy roaring at Lin Shan. The sight thrilled Li Mingfei, who immediately bragged that the golden killing compass was made to pair with Shan Wenqi's golden killing sword and could boost its power by half. After hearing that, many spectators looked at Lin Shan with pity, convinced he was about to be shredded in public. Instead, the entire golden barrage crashed into Lin Shan with sparks and metallic clangs, and when the light cleared he was completely unharmed. The result stunned everyone, especially Shan Wenqi, because his strongest metal attack had just failed to scratch Lin Shan's body. Li Mingfei felt the slap of that failure immediately, his earlier boasting turning into pure embarrassment in front of the crowd. Lin Shan, meanwhile, quietly confirmed that the Golden Will Lightning Tome had toughened his body enough to shrug off this kind of scattered sword energy. Shan Wenqi quickly realized the problem was not power but dispersion, so he abandoned quantity and decided to compress his next strike into a few much deadlier blades. Before he could press the advantage, Lin Shan smiled and sent out a single drop of pitch-black netherine heavy water. Still full of himself, Shan Wenqi mocked the move and answered with just 5 golden sword energies, each one far denser and sharper than the earlier storm. The 5 blades collided with the black droplet and were crushed apart on contact, leaving the netherine heavy water still charging straight at him. Caught off guard, Shan Wenqi barely got an arm up before the heavy water slammed into him and blasted him down like a falling meteor. Lin Shan did not let up and immediately sent out a second drop, revealing that he had already condensed more than one piece of that terrifying heavy water. That sight finally scared Shan Wenqi, and he desperately poured spiritual essence into the compass to fire the strongest concentrated sword strike he could manage. His desperate all-out blade finally neutralized one drop, but only by exhausting a huge amount of stored metal essence. Lin Shan calmly redirected the other drop at once, forcing Shan Wenqi right back into panic before he could even feel relieved. With no choice left, Shan Wenqi burned through his remaining spiritual essence, and even threw enchanted flying swords just to beat that second drop back. Even though both drops had dimmed and needed recovery, Lin Shan was already satisfied because just 2 of them had reduced a 4th-level spirit-nurturing opponent to this sorry state. But Shan Wenqi mistook that pause for weakness, and coldly decided that Lin Shan had run out of that move. Lin Shan could only inwardly dismiss him as an idiot, then switched methods without wasting a word. In the next instant, Lin Shan pulled out a bronze hammer and charged straight at Shan Wenqi with blunt, brutal simplicity. Shan Wenqi fired another sword energy strike in a hurry, but Lin Shan did not even dodge and let it burst harmlessly against his body. Then Lin Shan's hammer smashed into Shan Wenqi's face, and the fight suddenly turned from a duel into a one-sided beating. Only after that first hammer blow did Shan Wenqi truly understand he was trapped with a body-tempering monster who could walk through his signature sword art. Lin Shan stayed on him in midair, and hammered him again and again until Shan Wenqi had no strength left to fight back. All around Goldstream Isle, the spectators and Shan Wenqi's own friends could only stare in disbelief as the man they expected to win got publicly battered out of the sky. Everyone watching can tell Shan Wenqi is finished, and the real shock is Lin Shan doing this only months after becoming a cultivator master. The spectators can barely process it, because Lin Shan has somehow mastered both a body-tempering technique and a lethal attack technique in just over a month. That speed feels absurd to them, since most cultivator master techniques take months just to reach beginner, and Lin Shan only recently converted his 5 elements spiritual essence. Then the fight ends with a brutal crash, and Shan Wenqi is left unconscious in a giant crater, his whole body bloodied and half embedded in the ground. Many disciples wince at the sight, because this kind of savage close combat looks more like a demon cultivator's brawl than a normal human cultivator duel. What makes it even harsher is how humiliating the loss looks, with Shan Wenqi knocked out cold by Lin Shan's hammer strike instead of losing in some elegant exchange. At the crater's edge, Lin Shan glances down with open disdain, puts away his bronze hammer, and rises calmly into the air. He thanks everyone for waiting and calmly announces that the battle is over. After watching him beat Shan Wenqi without breaking a sweat, even the core disciples and deacons stopped treating Lin Shan lightly. Lin Shan turns toward Shan Wenqi's people and fixes them with such a sharp stare that they cannot even meet his eyes. He declares that Gale Island is his now, and warns the Shan family to clear out before he arrives to take possession under sect law. That warning lands hard because the gambling rules are absolute, and Gale Island means far more than a patch of land to the Shan family. Only now do they fully realize how disastrous this is, since the island and its herb garden were built up with huge Shan family resources and are about to fall straight into Lin Shan's hands. They panic even more when they think about Shan Wenqi taking the blame, and about getting dragged into the fallout with him. One of them hurriedly tries to argue that Gale Island belongs to the Shan family, but Lin Shan has already turned away without even looking at him. Instead, Lin Shan throws Shan Wenqi's unconscious body onto their ship and seals Goldstream Isle behind its restriction. Faced with the closed restriction and no leverage left, Shan Wenqi's people can only give up and decide to treat him first and let the Shan family handle the island mess. The flying ship leaves in miserable silence, and only after it is far away do the rest of the spectators finally burst into excited discussion. The talk quickly centers on Lin Shan's victory and the terrifying black water droplets, because no one recognizes that cultivation technique from their sect. Others are already certain the Shan family will not surrender Gale Island quietly, so they can feel this conflict is not truly over. Back at his cave abode, Lin Shan treats the whole duel as a useful test run, because confirming the power of the Golden Will Lightning Tome and Netherine Heavy Water matters more to him than the win itself. Once he settles down, Lin Shan opens his interface to check his exact cultivation progress. The panel shows him at level 2 spirit nurturing with steady gains in the supreme secret technique, Golden Will Lightning Tome, Netherine Heavy Water, and his 7th clone nearing completion. He immediately decides his next priority is simple: push both combat techniques toward perfection, but never let that distract him from raising his actual cultivation level. He reorganizes his clones so some focus on the supreme secret technique, some condense Netherine Heavy Water, and others train the Golden Will Lightning Tome. Lin Shan also notes that his 8th clone is already halfway formed, which means another jump in power is coming in about 8 months. That leads him to another gap in his strength, because Sword Spirit Self will not shine until he gets proper flying sword techniques and a sword pill. Realizing he has been neglecting his master's peak since becoming a disciple, Lin Shan decides it is finally time to visit Fallen Sword Peak and ask directly about both. He leaves Goldstream Isle at once, puts away his clones for now, and boards the cloud vessel to head for Fallen Sword Peak. On the way, Lin Shan reviews what changed after reaching Cultivator Master, and the first big improvement is that his clone control range has expanded dramatically. Now a clone can move freely within about 5 kilometers for no cost, and with spiritual essence support he can keep one active for around an hour within 25 kilometers. Even at 50 kilometers he still gets nearly 10 minutes, which is more than enough to send a clone out to kill someone in a real fight. The possibility excites him, because if that range scales again at higher realms, his clones could eventually kill enemies hundreds, or even thousands of kilometers away. Still, he can only sigh a little because Fallen Sword Peak is too far away for him to leave clones training on Goldstream Isle while he visits. That distance also reminds him how enormous the Blessed Land is, with mountains and islands separated by hundreds of kilometers and even cultivator masters relying on ships or spirit beasts to travel. Only mystic light cultivators can truly move between those places on their own, which makes Lin Shin's current progress feel impressive but still far from the top. The cloud vessel soon reaches Fallen Sword Peak, and as soon as Lin Shin lands, a streak of light rushes out to meet him. The light resolves into Xia Mengran, who has clearly been waiting and is already sizing Lin Shin up like he is some rare monster. She tells him he gave her a huge surprise, and Lin Shin instantly understands she has already heard about his duel. Lin Shin modestly calls it luck, but Xia Mengran is not fooled, because she recognizes exactly how outrageous his progress with the supreme secret technique, Golden Will Lightning Tome, and Netherine Heavy Water really is. For the first time in her life as a praised genius, Xia Mengran feels she is looking at someone who truly deserves that title more than anyone else. Without dragging the moment out, she turns and leads him inward, saying their master already knows he is here. They arrive deep inside Orchid Pavilion, where white lotuses bloom over clear water, and Yusiyu waits in calm elegance. Yusiyu praises Lin Shin for not disappointing her and for reaching beginner with the supreme secret technique so quickly. She reveals she had already prepared other cultivation techniques for him after his 5 elements conversion, but now sees there is no need. In her eyes, the Golden Will Lightning Tome and Netherine Heavy Water are already rare enough that, once perfected, they will let Lin Shin overwhelm almost anyone at his level. Xia Mengran jumps in anyway and argues that ordinary techniques may be unnecessary, but one exception still matters: the Sect's 8 divine powers. Yusiyu teases her for caring so much about Lin Shin, and Xia Mengran answers without embarrassment that of course she does, because he is her only junior brother. After that, Yusiyu agrees that the 8 divine powers are indeed different, and would help Lin Shin a great deal if he can master them. But she also lays out the sect rule that keeps most people from going too far. Except for the sect master and cultivation impartation elder, no one is allowed to cultivate more than 2 divine powers. Lin Shin quietly weighs his own situation and realizes that, thanks to the supreme secret technique, innate spirit body, and his clones, he can handle far more parallel cultivation than ordinary people ever could. He starts mapping it out in his head, noting that metal and water are already covered, so the missing pieces are wood, fire, and earth. Just as he is about to answer, another thought cuts in, and Lin Shin changes course to ask the question that matters to him right now. Instead of naming an element, Lin Shin asks Yusiyu whether one of the 8 divine powers is a flying sword technique. At Fallen Sword Peak, Lin Shin bluntly tells Yusiyu he wants to learn flying sword techniques and become a sword cultivator. Yusiyu is startled, because sword cultivation is demanding and needs both a flying sword art and a sword pill, but she also knows Lin Shin's talent is unusually strong. She warns him that among the 8 divine powers, the Dark North Sword scripture is top tier but so hard that fewer than 5 cultivator masters in the sect have managed to learn it. Lin Shin does not hesitate for a second and asks for that exact technique, completely confident he can handle its brutal talent requirement. Seeing his confidence, Yusiyu finally agrees and sends a jade slip of the Dark North Sword scripture flying into Lin Shin's hand. Yusiyu immediately reminds him that even as her direct disciple, sect rules let her grant only one of the 8 divine powers, and everything else must be earned through merit. Lin Shin accepts the restriction calmly, already understanding that the Nine Suns sect uses competition and scarcity on purpose to sharpen its disciples instead of spoiling them. Then Yusiyu raises a white platinum sword pill over her palm and says this superior grade profound armament is good enough for Lin Shin to start with. Xia Mengran cannot help giving her master a strange look, because when she began sword cultivation, Yusiyu only gave her a middling sword pill and made her work for every upgrade herself. Before the moment passes, Xia Mengran cuts in and says Lin Shin actually has a chance to get a much better sword pill right now. Both Yusiyu and Lin Shin turn to her in surprise, because neither of them expected that answer. Xia Mengran explains that Lin Shin beat Shan Wenqi in a gambling match, and won Gale Island from him. Yusiyu is genuinely surprised, because Shan Wenqi is no weak junior, and Lin Shin has only recently become a cultivator master. But once she remembers Lin Shin already cultivates Netherine Heavy Water and the Golden Will Lightning Tome, his victory starts to make perfect sense to her. After hearing the whole story, Yusiyu smiles and reveals that 3 months ago the Shan family had paid a high price at the Star Sect to buy a Star Sword pill. The mention of Star Sect makes Lin Shin remember it as the Eastern Divine Continent's dominant sword cultivation sect, famous enough that few forces dare provoke it. Seeing his confusion, Xia Mengran explains that the Star Sword pill is a special sword pill refined by Star Sect, and everyone there from disciples to elders uses it. At first that only confuses Lin Shin more, because a thing used by even ordinary disciples sounds both priceless and somehow widespread at the same time. Xia Mengran clears it up by saying the Star Sword pill can only be refined by reverse elixir experts, starts with pure spirituality, and is nourished with blood essence inside the chest aperture. More importantly, she says the pill can keep advancing with its owner, and might even grow a sword spirit, turning into a true weapon one day. That finally hits Lin Shin hard, because a sword pill that grows for a lifetime is exactly the kind of treasure sword cultivators dream about. He quickly understands why it matters so much, since sword cultivators bond deeply with one sword pill and changing it midway costs time, energy, and combat strength. Xia Mengran lays out the plan plainly. The Shan family will never calmly give up Gale Island, so when they come begging for it back, Lin Shin should demand the Star Sword pill in return. Lin Shin is instantly convinced, because with the Dark North Sword scripture already in hand, the Star Sword pill would let him finally begin real sword cultivation. Yusuyu gives a calm nod and makes her position clear. She will not meddle in fights between juniors. But the Shan family also cannot bully Linshin while he is under her protection. Satisfied with both a cultivation method and a possible path to a better sword pill, Linshin leaves Fallen Sword Peak in a very good mood. After he leaves, Xia Mengran asks whether Linshin can enter the 3-sect competition coming in half a year. Yusuyu shakes her head, because the sect's last place finish cut this year's quota down to 5, and those spots usually go to cultivators who have already condensed the seed of mystic light. Even with Linshin's talent, Yusuyu thinks reaching that level in only half a year is still a little too much to hope for. Then Yusuyu notices Xia Mengran herself is close to a breakthrough, and Xia Mengran says she should be able to condense mystic light in 3 or 4 months. Yusuyu feels proud of her disciple, but there is a catch. Once Xia Mengran reaches mystic light, she will no longer qualify for a competition limited to spirit-nurturing cultivator masters. Xia Mengran can only sigh that if the competition came a year or 2 later, Linshin would almost certainly take a slot and might even help the sect win. Meanwhile, back on Goldstream Isle, Linshin returns to seclusion and has several clones continue cultivating, because he still cannot practice the sword scripture without a sword pill. For now he keeps pushing the supreme secret technique, the Golden Will Lightning Tome, and nethering heavy water through himself and his clones instead of forcing the sword path too early. 5 days later, Linshin leaves Goldstream Isle and rides the cloud vessel toward Gale Island to inspect the property he won. As Gale Island comes into view, it is clear why the Shan family values it so much. The island is rich in metal spiritual essence, and also has a 10,000-year spirit tree feeding a huge herb garden. When the cloud vessel reaches the island, Linshin quietly judges that Gale Island really is valuable, even if Goldstream Isle still suits his own cultivation better. The people on the island sense his arrival and, after a tense pause, obediently open the restriction instead of resisting outright. Linshin enters without ceremony and finds hundreds of maids and servants already lined up outside the central cave abode to greet the new owner. Off to one side, a small group from the Shan family stands out immediately, staring at Linshin with open hostility. Ignoring that tension for the moment, Linshin lands in front of the crowd and simply asks for Gale Island's token. An elderly steward respectfully steps forward, hands over the token, and assures Linshin that nothing on the island has been disturbed. With one sweep of spiritual sense, Linshin sees through the steward's appearance, and realizes the old man is actually a low-level tree spirit forced into human form by a manifestation pill. Linshin also recognizes the wider pattern right away. Most of the island's maids and servants are demon races under contract, just like many servants used by the 3 sects near Dragon Abyss mountain range. Since the servants' loyalty follows the cave abode rather than the family, Linshin keeps everything in place and orders the island to continue running as before. He turns to leave without even looking at the Shan family group, and that cold dismissal finally makes them snap. One of the Shan family clansmen steps out and angrily warns Linshin not to get smug, boasting that the family has many people stronger than Shan Wenqi. Linshin stops, turns back, and cuts them down with one icy line, asking whether any of those stronger people happen to include them. The insult lands perfectly, and the Shan family members can only redden with anger because they have no answer. Linshin leaves them behind without another word, already judging that these people are not important enough to represent the Shan family's real response. His guess proves right, because 3 days after he returns to Goldstream Isle, the Shan family finally sends someone proper to request an audience. A month after taking Gale Island, Linshin receives an unexpected guest when Shan Huachuan from the Shan family comes personally to Goldstream Isle. Linshin stays calm and invites him inside, while Shan Huachuan keeps his pride in check because he already knows Linshin beat Shan Wenqi without showing his full strength. When Linshin gives him nothing to work with, Shan Huachuan takes the lead and apologizes for Shan Wenqi, framing the whole thing like a reckless personal offense the family hopes Linshin will forgive. Linshin immediately blocks the trap and reminds him this was a lawful gambling match, not some private grudge, so there is no right or wrong to apologize over. That answer leaves Shan Huachuan caught out, and he realizes the young core disciple is far too alert to be tricked into giving the Shan family leverage. So Shan Huachuan drops the pretense, admits Gale Island now belongs to Linshin by the rules, and finally says what he really came for: the Shan family wants to buy it back. He explains why Gale Island matters so much. The family has poured resources into a large herb garden there, and more than 10 clansmen still depend on its spiritual essence to cultivate. Then Shan Huachuan sweetens the offer and tells Linshin to name his price in pills, treasures, techniques, or manuals. Linshin is already decided, because with Goldstream Isle in hand he would rather trade Gale Island for something he truly needs than keep 2 cave abodes and invite trouble. Remembering Xiaomingran's advice, Linshin agrees to the trade at once and reveals he only wants one thing in return. That one thing is the Star Sword pill, and Shan Huachuan's face freezes the instant he hears it. He almost tries to deny the Shan family even has it, but Linshin's knowing look makes it obvious the secret is already out. Shan Huachuan can only admit the sword pill was requested for a clansman who cultivates the flying sword path, and he asks Linshin to choose anything else. Lin Shan does not budge, and with one cold line he makes it clear there is nothing left to discuss without the Star Sword pill. The mood turns ugly at once, and Shan Huachuan drops the warmth to warn that he has already been very sincere. Lin Shan answers even more bluntly, telling him to leave before the island restriction closes and traps him here. Unable to act against him on the spot, Shan Huachuan grits his teeth and leaves Goldstream Isle in frustration. Once he is gone, Lin Shan is not surprised at all and decides the Shan family can only try tricks within the sect rules, so the best answer is to keep getting stronger. He seals the island again and returns to cultivation, focusing on the Netherine Heavy Water, the Supreme Secret Technique, and the Golden Will Lightning Tome. More than a month passes in quiet. The Shan family stays strangely still, and the outside talk about Lin Shan beating Shan when she slowly fades away. By the end of that stretch, Lin Shan has pushed the Netherine Heavy Water to 5 drops and brought his progress in the first level to more than halfway. Even so, the slow progress frustrates him a little, because cultivation techniques and divine powers are far harder to push than ordinary spells or martial techniques. He checks his current state and sees it plainly: Spirit Nurturing Level 2 at 28%, with the Supreme Secret Technique, Golden Will Lightning Tome, and Netherine Heavy Water all still inching upward. That leaves him missing the boost he used to get from 9 cauldron pills, and the thought nudges him back toward practical matters outside closed-door training. He suddenly remembers AI still has not been brought into the sect, and decides this is the right time to leave the island and handle it. He also decides to visit the 9 Yang Academy and see his old acquaintances there. After opening the island restriction, Lin Shan releases his cloud vessel and sets off from Goldstream Isle. Once he leaves the blessed land, he puts the ship away and continues over Dragonside City on a spiritual cloud, one of the few people allowed to fly there at all. The flight stirs an old memory, and Lin Shan thinks back to the sword cultivator who first inspired him, now that becoming one himself is finally within reach. With the Dark North sword scripture waiting on the other side, he feels flying by sword is only 1 sword pill away. He reaches the 9 Yang Academy without trouble and enters using the token he still carries. Instead of going straight to Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan, Lin Shan first sends them a message and heads for Si Yuanpei, because that senior was the one who first helped him reach UCU. But when he arrives at Si Yuanpei's residence, Xie Jingsheng is already waiting outside and greets him with obvious new respect. Lin Shan can feel the distance that his new status has created, but he lets it pass and simply asks whether Si Yuanpei is inside. Xie Jingsheng says his master was already expecting him and leads him inside. In the tea room, Lin Shan thanks Si Yuanpei for his earlier help, but the older man brushes it aside and gets straight to a serious matter. Si Yuanpei asks directly about the rumor that Lin Shan wants the Shan family to trade the Star Sword pill for Gale Island, and Lin Shan calmly confirms it. Si Yuanpei then reveals what the Shan family has really been doing in silence. They have recalled several disciples from outside, all of them mid-phase spirit nurturing experts. Lin Shan immediately sees through the plan and guesses the Shan family intends to challenge him through new gambling matches to win Gale Island back lawfully. Si Yuanpei confirms that is exactly it, because with UCU behind Lin Shan, the Shan family cannot seize the island by force and can only work inside the rules. The warning gets sharper when Si Yuanpei says the weakest of the recalled Shan experts is already at the 6th level of spirit nurturing, far stronger than Shan Wenqi. Lin Shan takes the warning calmly, because he had already expected the Shan family to come back with the same method and sees this as the next step in forcing them to yield. In Lin Shan's eyes, the only real threat would be someone who has condensed a mystic light seed, and if the Shan family dared to go that far, Xia Mengran would probably step in before he even had to. Then his thoughts jump in a new direction, and Lin Shan suddenly realizes this looming challenge might be the perfect chance to get the 9 cauldron pills he needs. Outside the upper courtyard, Lin Shan catches a flying crane message and finds Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan asking him to meet at the Night Dream Club. He reads the note, smiles faintly, and burns it to ash with a flicker of spiritual flame before leaving the academy at once. By the time Lin Shan reaches the Night Dream Club, the familiar building makes him pause, because he has barely seen his 2 old friends in more than half a year. On the 3rd floor, Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan are already waiting in their usual private room when Lin Shan opens the door. The 2 of them stand up almost automatically, because Lin Shan's rise has made even old friends a little cautious around him. Lin Shan casually sits down and breaks the stiffness with a joke, asking Yang Zhongyi why there is no cat girl with him tonight. Yang Zhongyi laughs that no cat girl would bother with him when a rising cultivator master like Lin Shan is here, and the old easy mood finally comes back. Once the banter settles, Lin Shan quietly checks their cultivation and sees that both friends have already reached the 9th level of the long breath stage. He notes that Yang Zhongyi is already stable at that level and close to bright aperture, while Sun Yan has just broken through and is not far behind. Yang Zhongyi and Sun Yan admit they are doing fine, but next to Lin Shan's absurd rise, their progress feels ordinary. They have already heard that Lin Shan defeated Shan Wenqi only months after becoming a cultivator master, and even now the feat still shocks them. Then Yang Zhongyi turns serious and warns Lin Shan that the Shan family has been making moves against him lately. Lin Shan answers with an easy nod, and Yang Zhongyi realizes he already knows and is not caught off guard. That warning means something, because Yang Zhongyi comes from one of the 5 great families, and staying close to Linshin is no longer politically simple. Even so, Yang Zhongyi does not care about the family angle, while Su Nian is under even less pressure because the Su family has long faded into the background. After the small talk runs its course, Linshin finally asks the real question. Su Luying is from the Su family, so can Su Nian tell him about her? Su Nian is briefly startled, but he had guessed this question would come once Linshin became Yu's disciple, so he begins to explain. Su Nian says that before Linshin, every great record in the Nine Yang Academy belonged to Su Luying, and she was widely seen as the brightest genius of her generation. Her rise was so dazzling that the Su family itself seemed to be climbing with her, and the influential families were thrilled to have such a talent on their side. But after becoming a cultivator master, Su Luying stunned everyone by refusing the influential families and joining Yu as her chief disciple instead. Her reason sounded almost absurd to everyone else. She wanted to be a true sword cultivator, and Yu was the only one in the Nine Sons sect she respected enough to follow. That choice caused an uproar, because the influential families saw her as rejecting them for a rival camp, and even the Su family was unhappy. Su Luying refused to bend, and as her cultivation kept climbing, the influential families treated her more and more openly as an enemy of their side. She ignored the public and private suppression and just kept cultivating, which only made her enemies think she had already given in. Then the moment she broke through to the mystic light stage, Su Luying answered all of it with a massacre. She stormed into the cave abodes of the cultivators who had provoked her, and killed them one by one before the influential families could react. By the end, more than 20 cultivator masters were dead under her sword, including mystic light experts and young geniuses nurtured by powerful families. The influential families exploded in rage and demanded house cleaning, because killing fellow disciples was a crime no sect could overlook. The matter reached the sect master, and the sentence decided for Su Luying was brutal: strip her cultivation and imprison her for life. But when the sect's people arrived at her cave abode with the decree, it was already empty. Hearing all this, Linshin clicks his tongue and realizes his eldest senior sister is exactly the kind of person who would rather break than bend. He also understands that she must have planned her escape before she ever struck, because once she fled the sect after killing fellow disciples, there was no way back. Su Nian adds that the sect sent several waves of pursuers after her, all from the influential families, and even the weakest among them were mystic light cultivator masters. The strongest pursuer was even a 7th-level mystic light elder, but every one of them died under Su Luying's sword as well. In the end, the influential families could only swallow the loss and stop chasing her. Yang Zhongyi blurts out that this is unbelievable, because even he had never heard a secret this explosive before. Linshin is just as amazed, and hearing what Su Luying did only makes him look forward even more to becoming a sword cultivator himself. He asks the next practical question: where is Su Luying now? Su Nian says the last news came a year ago. Su Luying had left the East Sea Path and gone to the Star Sect. Linshin is caught off guard, because the Star Sect suddenly enters the picture again. Su Nian explains that the Star Sect is the holy land all Eastern Divine Continent sword cultivators dream of, so Su Luying going there actually makes sense. Yang Zhongyi jumps in with another rumor: the Star Sect set up a sword trial outside its mountain gate, and anyone who passes can study the sect's sword scriptures and techniques. And if someone can clear every trial, they may even glimpse the Star Sect's signature divine power, the Star Sword technique, which is probably what drew Su Luying there. Linshin is instantly intrigued, because sect techniques are usually guarded secrets, not something offered to outsiders at a trial gate. Su Nian says the Star Sect likely does this to lure sword cultivators from everywhere into real combat pressure, turning the trial itself into training for their own disciples. He also points out that the tests are so harsh that even mystic light sword cultivators can only clear the early stages. That finally makes the arrangement feel plausible to Linshin, and he cannot help admiring the Star Sect's confidence and resolve. A new idea takes root in his mind. After he reaches the mystic light stage, he might go to the Star Sect himself and challenge the sword trial. If he can win a few powerful sword techniques there, his future strength would rise with them, so he makes up his mind on the spot. For now, though, the immediate problem is simpler. Before any of that, Linshin still has to become a sword cultivator first. With Su Luying's past finally explained, Linshin leaves late that night and returns to his Eastern District residence. The instant he steps through the door, a thunderous roar explodes and a gust of evil wind announces a ferocious tiger demon lunging straight at him. Linshin does not even flinch, and the tiger passes straight through him because his spiritual essence is already enough to tear weak illusions apart. With a surge of spiritual essence, he shatters the tiger completely and casually calls for AI to stop hiding. AI finally jumps out from behind the door in her black cat form, looking totally dejected that her surprise attack failed. Linshin laughs, bends down, and pats AI on the head, telling the sulky little cat that she already did very well. He explains that with his current second-level spirit nurturing cultivation and 108 wisps of spiritual essence, ordinary illusions would break the moment they touched him, so AI's tiger was already impressive. Then Linshin checks AI's cultivation, sees that the black cat has already reached the late enlightening stage, and says she is not far from passing the human tribulation. The praise wipes away AI's frustration, and the black cat proudly reports that the general says she can already start condensing spirit meridians. After a brief thought, Lin Shin takes out 5 bottles of cast spirit pills and offers them to AI to help the black cat condense more spirit meridians. AI stares at the 5 pill bottles in disbelief, because the general told her cast spirit pills were rare, and Lin Shin just gave the little black cat 5 whole bottles. Lin Shin suddenly tells AI to get ready, because this time he is taking her back to the Nine Suns sect with him. AI jumps up in delight and asks if she can stay with Lin Shin from now on, and his smile makes the answer obvious. AI is thrilled, but she quickly remembers she still wants to say goodbye to the cat general and Tang Yu first. Lin Shin agrees, partly because he also wants to visit the cat general and finally return the god-seeking token. Since AI keeps her belongings in the bell at her neck, the two of them pack lightly and head back out into the street. The moment Lin Shin steps onto the street and spreads his spiritual sense, he feels something off before a huge wave of fog suddenly swallows the area. Even at his current level, Lin Shin is dragged into the illusion with no resistance, and he instantly realizes the cat general's power is far beyond an ordinary cultivator master. Then the cat general appears through the fog in person and greets Lin Shin like an old acquaintance. After one look, the cat general is visibly stunned that Lin Shin has already become a cultivator master at the 2nd spirit nurturing level, and even forged a 1st-grade spirit meridian. The old divine lord openly praises Lin Shin's frightening growth, and silently realizes his earlier decision to invest in him was even more right than expected. Lin Shin explains that he wants to take AI into the Nine Suns sect, and the cat general treats it as a natural next step now that Lin Shin has his own cave abode. The cat general turns to AI and gently tells her that following Lin Shin is her good fortune, then urges her to work hard and step onto the great path. AI nods obediently, taking the farewell much more seriously than her earlier excitement. Then the cat general catches another secret at a glance and asks if the netherine energy on Lin Shin means he cultivated the netherine heavy water. Lin Shin is caught off guard by that insight, but he admits he cultivated the netherine heavy water and also the golden will lightning tome from the eagle tribe. The cat general says both techniques are powerful and rare even among the eagle tribe, which makes Lin Shin's success even more unusual. He also confirms Lin Shin's bigger suspicion: the eagle tribe royal family should still hold the stronger follow-up water techniques, and demons will trade if the benefits are worth it. That confirmation locks in Lin Shin's future plan to head deeper into the Dragon Abyss mountain range after he reaches the Mystic Light stage and sees those stronger inheritances. Lin Shin takes the chance to ask a more urgent question next: where can he speed up the condensation of netherine heavy water? The cat general explains that a cold place rich in water essence is ideal, especially one with a cold water essence load. Then he drops the key answer: there is actually such a place nearby, inside the underground spirit cave discovered by the Nine Suns sect in the Dragon Abyss Mountains. When the cat general explains why underground spirit caves suit water cultivation so well, Lin Shin's last hesitation vanishes and he decides he has to make that trip. Lin Shin immediately follows up and asks where he can speed up the golden will lightning tome too. The cat general says that technique has fewer suitable treasure lands, but a place with dense lightning would be perfect for using lightning to cleanse the marrow. He names a second target as well, Thunder Peak, deep in the Great Swamp of the West, where a lightning lake erupts whenever storms shake the mountain. The name Great Swamp of the West makes Lin Shin tense up, because he remembers too well how dangerous that place already proved to be. The cat general warns that Thunder Peak's growth lightning attracts crowds of demons every time it rains, so going there will be useful but extremely risky. Even so, Lin Shin now has exactly what he needed: 2 clear places that can speed up the techniques, slowing down his next stage of growth. After thanking the cat general and returning the god-seeking token, Lin Shin leaves with AI and heads back to the Nine Suns sect. Once they reach Goldstream Isle, AI is overwhelmed by the size of the island and starts roaming around in open excitement. Lin Shin lets AI enjoy the island and heads straight back into the cave abode, already eager to return to cultivation. Before risking the underground spirit cave, he decides to condense 5 more drops of netherine heavy water first, and push his reserve to 10. In Lin Shin's mind, 10 drops plus his clone should be enough to let him fight back even if a Mystic Light stage enemy shows up. But just after he settles down, a loud voice booms from outside the island announcing that Shan Jingchun has come to pay his respects. Lin Shin instantly understands what this means and coldly mocks the Shan family for finally losing patience over Gale Island. He leaves his clones cultivating inside, stands up himself, and walks out to handle the problem in person. AI suddenly pops up to ask what happened, and Lin Shin brushes it off as a few clowns he can deal with easily. AI accepts that answer almost immediately, because in her eyes Lin Shin can handle anything. After opening the island restriction, Lin Shin flies outside and meets a tall, refined-looking man from the Shan family waiting for him. The man confirms Lin Shin's identity, and Lin Shin answers with complete calm instead of giving him any face. Shan Jingchun gets straight to it and demands a gambling match, declaring that if Lin Shin loses, he must hand over Gale Island. Lin Shin already expected exactly this, because the Shan family was always going to try taking the island back through a formal wager. So Lin Shin asks the obvious question back: if Shan Jingchun loses, what exactly is he putting on the table? Shan Jingchun boldly offers his own cave abode, clearly convinced that there is no chance he will lose. Lin-Shin rejects that immediately, because with Goldstream Isle and Gale Island already in hand, a third cave abode means nothing to him. Instead, Lin-Shin names the price he actually wants, 5 bottles of 9 cauldron pills. That demand darkens Shan Jingchun's face, because the pills are precious even for the Shan family. But family orders matter more, so after a brief calculation Shan Jingchun still agrees and even pretends to be generous about letting Lin-Shin choose the place and time. Lin-Shin cuts through the act at once and says there is no need to wait, because he wants to finish now and get back to cultivation. That blunt contempt enrages Shan Jingchun, who now wants to crush Lin-Shin even more badly than before. With no witnesses around, the two swear a cultivation oath on the spot and lock in the wager properly. The instant the oath is done, Shan Jingchun lunges first, too eager to wait another breath before teaching Lin-Shin a lesson. Like Shan Wenqi, he uses the golden killing sword and a golden killing compass, but his mastery is obviously on a much higher level. Thousands of golden sword strands explode out and sweep at Lin-Shin in a terrifying storm. Lin-Shin does not flinch at all, and with a single thought he sends 5 drops of ink-black netherine heavy water spinning out to meet the golden storm head-on. The instant Lin-Shin brings out netherine heavy water, Shan Jingchun turns grave because the Shan family already knows how dangerous that technique is. What really rattles Shan Jingchun is the number. The reports said Lin-Shin only had 2 drops, but now there are 5. Shan Jingchun barely finishes processing the surprise before his golden killing sword energy crashes into the 5 drops head-on. The sword energy is crushed almost instantly, and the 5 drops only dim a little before charging straight at Shan Jingchun. To stop them, Shan Jingchun throws out a red cloud pattern brush, revealing a precious treasure he did not want to waste this early. The brush tears through the netherine heavy water one drop after another, forcing Lin-Shin to pull all 5 back before they are completely destroyed. Shan Jingchun gets his opening, but the brush comes back badly drained, and he knows this trump card is now unusable for months. Even so, he hides his unease and taunts Lin-Shin that without netherine heavy water, he has nothing left. He immediately throws out a second treasure, a giant scroll called the 100 Demons Diagram. The painted beasts leap out of the scroll and become real, until hundreds of ferocious spiritual beasts are roaring in the sky. Shan Jingchun gets excited because this treasure was loaned to secure his win, and taking Gale Island back would let him keep it for good. Lin-Shin does not budge, and a white mist mixed with golden red light pours from his sleeve as the black tortoise essence wraps around him. A turtle-shell phantom flashes into shape in front of Lin-Shin and bluntly blocks the first wave of beasts. Then Lin-Shin finally attacks back, sending his tablet and inkstone into the air where they swell into giant weapons and smash into the beast swarm. The giant tablet and inkstone smash through the nearest beasts so hard that the creatures burst into green smoke at once. At the same time, Lin-Shin's shadow-slaying flying sword shoots through more beasts and drops them in a clean line. Seeing Lin-Shin casually use 4 powerful profound armaments at once, Shan Jingchun is stunned and openly jealous. More than half the 100 beasts vanish in moments, while Lin-Shin stays completely untouched inside his defense. That is when panic finally hits Shan Jingchun, because he has thrown out one trump card after another and still cannot force Lin-Shin back. Desperate, Shan Jingchun brings out the golden killing compass again and floods the field with thousands of golden sword energy streaks. The black tortoise essence starts to look strained under the combined pressure, so Lin-Shin simply puts it away instead of letting it be damaged. Shan Jingchun brightens, thinking Lin-Shin has finally run out of answers, and he drives the golden killing sword even harder. But the sword energy hits a thin protective glow on Lin-Shin's body and stops cold, revealing the heavenly star robe underneath. The sight wipes the joy off Shan Jingchun's face, because Lin-Shin still has another defensive profound armament in reserve. Meanwhile, Lin-Shin finishes off the last nearby beasts and turns his tablet, inkstone, and flying sword straight toward Shan Jingchun. Shan Jingchun tries to hold them off with the golden killing sword, but the 3 treasures hit too hard and too fast. A heavy strike breaks through, and Shan Jingchun spits blood as the fight slips out of his hands. By now Lin-Shin has measured him clearly. Shan Jingchun is strong and over-equipped, but still nowhere near enough. Lin-Shin even holds back his clone trump card, because dragging this out could still squeeze more resources from the Shan family later. Under Lin-Shin's non-stop pressure, Shan Jingchun's spiritual essence drains away until he can barely keep fighting. At last he gives in and shouts that he admits defeat, asking Lin-Shin to stop. Lin-Shin recalls his treasures at once and looks at him with open mockery, making the loss sting even worse. Shan Jingchun leaves in humiliation, crushed not just by the defeat but by the thought of losing Gale Island and 5 bottles of 9 cauldron pills for nothing. Lin-Shin cheerfully calls after him that if the Shan family wants to keep gambling, he is happy to take the same stake again. That parting shot almost makes Shan Jingchun stumble, and he rushes off even faster. Back on Goldstream Isle, Lin-Shin returns in a great mood because 5 bottles of 9 cauldron pills are a huge haul. He knows exactly how valuable those pills are, and he judges this batch should be enough to push him to the 3rd level of the spirit nurturing stage. Lin-Shin is even more amused by the bigger picture. As long as the Shan family still wants Gale Island back, they may keep delivering resources to him themselves. The very next day, the Shan family delivers the 5 bottles of 9 cauldron pills and immediately presses for a second betting match. A new Shan family challenger formally asks Lin Shan for another match, with Gale Island and 5 more bottles of 9 cauldron pills at stake. Even with his aura suppressed, the new challenger feels much stronger than Shan Jingchan, and Lin Shan instantly sees the Shan family is trying to deny him time to grow. Lin Shan still agrees without hesitation, and the new challenger visibly relaxes. Even so, the new challenger feels a flicker of unease when he sees Lin Shan smiling like that. He forces the unease down by reminding himself that he is stronger, higher ranked, and carrying 5 superior grade profound armaments. The new challenger formally declares the start of the match, still convinced nobody in the same realm should beat him. Lin Shan answers with a smile, and in the next instant his body blurs and splits into 7. The sight turns the new challenger pale, because he realizes too late that Lin Shan has been hiding a clone divine power all along. Before the challenger can recover, Lin Shan and his 6 clones spread into the 7-section array of unmoving mountain and close the trap around him. Then the formation erupts, and the second challenger is swallowed by a storm of attacks the instant the match truly begins. In the Shan family hall, Shan Qingjing hears the ugly news that Shan Liangshan lost to Lin Shan. Shan Qixing adds that Lin Shan used the clone-like technique and crushed Shan Liangshan in only 10 rounds. That result hits even harder because the Shan family had secretly stuffed Shan Liangshan with powerful treasures to make sure Lin Shan would lose. Shan Qingjing is forced to admit the real problem. Even after all that help, none of the Shan juniors seem able to beat Lin Shan anymore. He also knows they cannot send their older mystic light experts after a junior without losing face and provoking Fallen Sword Peak. Trying one more option, Shan Qixing carefully suggests sending Shan Weifeng. Shan Qingjing rejects that immediately because Shan Weifeng is in seclusion with the Dark North Sword scripture and cannot be disturbed now. He keeps the harsher fear to himself. If even Shan Weifeng lost, Lin Shan's fame would explode and the Shan family's face would sink even lower. So when Shan Qixing asks if they really have to hand over the Star Sword pill for Gale Island, the reluctance in the room is obvious. Shan Qingjing says they have no choice, because the family's investment in Gale Island matters even more than the pill itself. He even has to console himself that if the master-disciple lineage truly wanted to tear things open, the Shan family might not have gotten Gale Island back at all. He decides he will explain the loss to Shan Weifeng later and try to get another sword pill when the Star Sect opens again in 3 months. Even saying that hurts, because the Shan family paid an enormous price in profound armaments to get this Star Sword pill in the first place. Shan Qixing leaves the meeting thinking one reckless bet from Shan when she created this whole mess. In the end, Shan Qingjing can only order the matter settled quickly before anything else goes wrong. After beating Shan Liangshan, Lin Shan calmly predicts the Shan family will stop sending juniors just to lose again. 2 days later, the Shan family proves him right by sending the Star Sword pill and 5 bottles of 9 cauldron pills to Goldstream Isle. Seeing the payment laid out in front of him, Lin Shan cannot help feeling that gambling for resources is brutally efficient. He even regrets the Shan family backed off now, because a few more 9 cauldron pills might have pushed him straight into the middle spirit nurturing stage. Since Gale Island was never that useful to him, Lin Shan is perfectly happy to trade it away for the precious Star Sword pill and all those pills. He picks up the fist-sized Star Sword pill and studies it closely, impressed by the rich spiritual essence, drifting stardust, and faint life within it. What makes the pill special is that it starts neutral and only turns into the right element after a cultivator master refines it. That flexibility is why sword cultivators covet it so badly, especially anyone whose spiritual essence is more complex than a single element. The more Lin Shan examines it, the more satisfied he becomes, because this sword pill and the Dark North Sword scripture should raise his strength quickly. Once he settles down, Lin Shan summons his sword spirit self-clone and hands the Star Sword pill and sword scripture over for comprehension. Then a practical headache hits him. If one clone uses the sword pill in battle, the others are left fighting barehanded. With 7 clones to arm and more possibly coming later, Lin Shan realizes he may need several more sword pills. An ordinary sword pill still would not be enough, because they cannot properly unleash his supreme secret spiritual essence, or the Dark North Sword scripture. So he sets a long-term goal for himself. After reaching Mystic Light, he will find a chance to visit the Star Sect in person. For now, he turns to the 10 bottles of 9 cauldron pills, realizing they are enough to push him to the 3rd spirit nurturing level. He wastes no time, calls out the rest of his clones, and starts intensive cultivation to prepare for the underground spirit cave. Over at Fallen Sword Peak, Xia Mengran happily reports to Yusiyu that the Shan family has finally admitted defeat and handed over the Star Sword pill. Xia Mengran is openly delighted that the usually arrogant Shan family got slapped 3 times in a row by Lin Shan. The story has already spread outside the family, so plenty of people are now mocking the Shan family for taking a huge loss from one young cultivator. Yusiyu listens quietly and realizes Lin Shan has performed even better than she expected. She had deliberately stayed out of the dispute to see how far her disciple could go unless he came asking for help himself. But now even she has to admit Lin Shan handled Shan Jingchan and Shan Liangshan with surprising ease. That change in judgment matters, because when Xia Mengran brings up the 3-sect competition again, Yusiyu no longer dismisses the idea outright. Yusiyu finally gives a cautious answer. With Lin Shan's growth speed, they will wait and see. More than a month passes, and back on Goldstream Isle, Lin-Shin checks his progress after a long stretch of closed-door cultivation. The results are strong. He has reached level 3 spirit nurturing and is already most of the way toward the next breakthrough. He judges that even without more pills, another half-month should be enough to push him into the middle spirit nurturing stage. His netherine heavy water has also advanced, with 10 dense drops condensed inside him, and the manual now at level 2. His Golden Will Lightning Tome lags a little because he prioritized heavy water, but it is still close to another breakthrough too. What excites him most is finally bringing the Dark North Sword Scripture to beginner level after more than a month of work. Even with the Sword Spirit Self-Clone and his top-grade Spirit Meridian, that progress was slow enough to remind Lin-Shin just how brutal one of the sect's 8 divine powers really is. That also confirms why ordinary disciples are only allowed to study 2 divine powers at most, because just 2 can consume an entire lifetime. But Lin-Shin can ignore that limit, because his clones let him split the burden in a way normal cultivators never could. Now that the Dark North Sword Scripture has reached beginner, Lin-Shin decides it is time to start refining the Star Sword pill for real. He bites his tongue, spits blood essence onto the pill, forms the hand seals from the Dark North Sword Scripture, and swallows it into his aperture. He knows the process will still take 10 days to half a month, even with his huge spiritual essence reserve working day and night. Once it succeeds, though, the sword pill will answer his mind from miles away and become the true core weapon he has been aiming for. And after he reaches mystic light, he will even be able to ride that sword pill through the sky faster than a flying ship. With his preparation finally lined up, Lin-Shin decides the time has come to leave for the underground spirit cave. Before setting out, he goes to find AI and spots her quietly cultivating beside a stream on Goldstream Isle. The island's rich spiritual essence has sped up AI's progress so much that Lin-Shin can tell she is not far from becoming a true demon cultivator. Not wanting to interrupt her, Lin-Shin silently opens the restriction and slips off Goldstream Isle on his own. With the Nine Suns sect losing ground against the stronger Blood Sea sect, the sect throws out an unusually generous recruitment mission for the Spirit Cave War. Lin-Shin accepts the mission, takes the entry token, and heads straight for the Dragon Abyss mountain range without hesitation. Riding his cloud vessel, Lin-Shin reaches the Spirit Cave entrance and finds the once quiet peak transformed into a crowded war zone full of flying ships and blazing treasure light. As soon as he scans the mountain, Lin-Shin feels layer after layer of powerful restrictions and realizes the sect has poured huge resources into sealing this place tight. He opens the restriction with his token, lands on the mountainside, and the bright aperture disciples guarding the checkpoint treat him with instant respect. The guards tell Lin-Shin that first-time recruits must report to the elder in charge, because Spirit Cave warfare runs on assigned missions instead of free fighting. Inside the cave, Lin-Shin passes array flags and a white jade-fenced cave where silver light twists into a vortex, the sect's costly gateway holding the Spirit Cave open during the war. Before jumping in, Lin-Shin understands the pressure behind this battle. If Nine Suns sect cannot win soon, it may have to give up the cave or share it with rival sects. He steps through the vortex and arrives inside the Spirit Cave, where the familiar tunnels now feel sharper and more unstable from constant fighting. Using a map to get his bearings, Lin-Shin flies toward the Nine Suns sect camp deeper inside the cave. The sect camp finally comes into view, a long fortified complex of towers and courtyards sitting under a protective formation a kilometer from the entrance. Because tokens can be stolen, the camp guards stop relying on them, and Lin-Shin has to report his identity outside the array instead. The moment they hear his name, the two cultivators stare at Lin-Shin like he is some famous beast, showing that his clash with the Shan family has already spread underground. One guard rushes inside to inform the elders, while the other quickly explains that new arrivals must have their aura recorded into the camp formation. A handsome man named Liao Sun comes out to greet him and immediately addresses Lin-Shin as Uncle Master, which catches Lin-Shin completely off guard. Liao Sun explains that his master is Ji Yinze, and when Lin-Shin traces the relationship back to Huanrong, he realizes the awkward title is correct by sect seniority. Since being called Uncle Master by a man older than him feels ridiculous, Lin-Shin asks Liao Sun to drop the seniority and just call him Brother Lin. As they walk deeper into camp, Liao Sun gets serious again and says the Blood Sea sect has been unusually active, so the elders plan to strike first and seize several array points. Liao Sun lays out the first half of the war. Mystic light cultivators fight each other directly, because if they targeted spirit nurturing juniors instead, it would be pure slaughter. Then he explains the second half. Spirit nurturing cultivators battle over array points, because those nodes let their sex experts draw more of the Spirit Cave's power. When Lin-Shin asks for the numbers, Liao Sun gives the grim answer. Out of 183 array points, Nine Suns sect only controls 79, leaving the elders badly disadvantaged. Liao Sun admits the real problem is manpower, because the Blood Sea sect has sent in more cultivator masters and Nine Suns sect can barely hold what it already has. Their talk ends as they reach the central tower, the command heart of the camp. Inside, the tower opens into a much larger space than it should have, packed with hurried cultivators moving under a heavy war council mood. As Liao Sun leads him upstairs, more and more people recognize Lin-Shin, and his name starts rippling through the tower. The whispers quickly turn into open chatter about Lin-Shin defeating Shan Jingchun and Shan Liangshan, making it clear just how famous he has become among younger cultivators. A deep voice from upstairs cuts through the noise and silences the whole tower in an instant. Liao Xin and Lin Shen hurry up to the top floor, where 7 mystic light elders are already waiting in a bright hall. At the center sits Elder Qi Dao, a top figure in the sect who looks like a handsome man in his 20s even though his cultivation and status tower over everyone present. The 7 elders all look Lin Shen over, and after a brief measure, Qi Dao gives a rare approving smile and praises you for taking in a good disciple. After Qi Dao names Lin Shen before the elders, the room immediately splits along faction lines as the master-disciple elders look pleased and the influential family elders stay cold. A kind-faced elder from the disciplinary department praises Lin Shen as the sect's first-grade spirit meridian genius, even though the old man looks far gentler than his feared position suggests. Lin Shen answers with quiet respect, and the old elder's approving look shows he likes the young disciple even more for staying humble. One influential family elder cuts off the praise and pushes the meeting back to business, making the room's rivalry impossible to miss. Qi Dao warns Lin Shen that even as Master Yu's disciple, he will get no special treatment here because the mission comes before status. Lin Shen accepts the warning without complaint, and the hostile stares around him make it obvious he understands who Qi Dao was really speaking to. With a wave, Qi Dao spreads an ink map over the table and turns it into a glowing 3-dimensional model of the entire spirit cave. Qi Dao skips any easy acclamation work and tells Lin Shen the situation is urgent enough that he has to jump straight into a real combat assignment. Qi Dao marks 3 enemy-held array points and gives Lin Shen one job: seize one of them and hold it for at least a month. As Lin Shen scans the detailed markers, he sees exactly how ugly the choices are, from 5 spirit-nurturing enemies at the weakest point to 10 or more at the strongest. Then one detail catches him hard. The C3 array point sits right beside an underground river, exactly the kind of cold-rich place his netherine heavy water needs. Lin Shen is instantly thrilled because the mission point and his private cultivation goal line up perfectly, letting him fight for the sect and refine netherine heavy water at the same time. When Qi Dao asks for his choice, Lin Shen answers immediately and picks C3 without a second of hesitation. The hall goes oddly silent because C3 is not the safe option at all, but the hardest target on the map. Qi Dao double-checks that Lin Shen really means it, because the elders had expected several spirit-nurturing masters working together to have a shot at C3. Lin Shen does not back down, so Qi Dao finally hands over a storage ring with array flags and setup instructions for the moment C3 is taken. Lin Shen thanks him and leaves at once, making it clear he plans to move immediately instead of lingering around for advice. After Lin Shen leaves, a concerned elder quietly questions whether sending him alone against C3 is too dangerous. An elder from the influential family side speaks in smooth, fake support, praising Lin Shen while clearly hoping the mission destroys him. The elders split again over caution versus ambition, and the hall edges toward an open faction clash until Qi Dao is ready to stop it. Qi Dao shuts the argument down by saying Lin Shen is not reckless, and if he chose C3, he must have confidence worth testing. The influential family side secretly relishes the choice, already picturing C3 as a trap that can ruin Lin Shen even if he survives. Outside the hall, Liao Xin hurries up to ask what mission Lin Shen drew, already expecting something serious. Lin Shen says he has been sent to attack an array point, and Liao Xin immediately guesses it should have been one of the easier targets. Instead, Lin Shen casually says C3, and Liao Xin is stunned on the spot. Liao Xin hurriedly warns him that C3 is far worse than it looks because nearby Blood Sea sect points to the east, west, and north can all answer its call. Lin Shen takes the warning seriously but still refuses to change course, because the rich spiritual essence and energy around C3 are too valuable for his netherine heavy water. What no one else knows is that Lin Shen does not think of this as a one-man gamble, because he has hidden strength ready to back him up. He even thinks about that clone as his real trump card, now nurtured for half a year and possibly strong enough to kill a cultivator who has condensed a mystic light seed in one strike. So Lin Shen reassures Liao Xin with an easy smile, making it plain that he is taking a risk, not throwing his life away. Liao Xin still cannot imagine the plan, but Lin Shen leaves the camp immediately anyway because every moment lost delays both the raid and his cultivation. Guided by the map in his new storage ring, Lin Shen quickly reaches the area around C3 and finally sees the target with his own eyes. The formation point is built around a cave in the mountain wall, with array flags planted across a wide radius and mist spilling from them as they gather spiritual essence inward. Lin Shen barely cares that the place is cultivation-rich like an Essence Prefecture cave abode, because Goldstream Isle already gives him plenty of that. What really hooks him is the underground river nearby, where icy wind, rushing water, and heavy cold all pour out exactly as he hoped. The 10 drops of netherine heavy water inside Lin Shen stir in response, confirming that this river really is an ideal cultivation ground. He quickly calculates that a month here could add 20 to 30 more drops, enough to make him nearly untouchable among spirit-nurturing cultivators without a mystic light seed. Satisfied, Lin Shen stops hiding entirely and flies straight at C3 in broad daylight, choosing open challenge over stealth. The moment his aura sweeps in, the Blood Sea sect cultivators inside the cave feel it too, and the fight is about to begin. Inside the cave at C3, Zheng Qingde senses an intruder and frowns when he realizes only one person has come. At Zheng Qingde's cue, Pan Yuqing activates the Heavenly Eye mirror to check the enemy outside. The mirror settles on a single red dot, and Pan Yuqing quietly reports that the lone intruder is no higher than the 5th level of spirit nurturing. That result only makes Zheng Qingde more uneasy, because sending one spirit nurturing cultivator to seize a formation point sounds absurd. Choosing caution over a full charge, Zheng Qingde orders 3 mid-phase disciples to go test the intruder and capture him alive if possible. Outside, Lin Shen had shown himself on purpose, betting the Blood Sea sect would probe first so he could cut them down in pieces. The 3 Blood Sea cultivators rush out, but when they see how young Lin Shen looks, their caution slips into contempt. They guess a young cultivator like this can only be around the 3rd level, and that mistake gives Lin Shen the opening he wants. As soon as they enter range, Lin Shen attacks first and sends 10 drops of netherine heavy water spinning out above him. The lead enemy throws out a flying sword to intercept, not realizing the tiny black drops hit with terrifying brute force. The flying sword is smashed aside, and the first cultivator is blown apart into a cloud of blood on the spot. The other 2 are horrified, and their confidence vanishes the instant they realize Pan Yuqing's reading told them almost nothing. They turn and bolt for the cave, but Lin Shen calmly redirects the heavy water after them like a killing bolt. One desperate cultivator throws out Dharma treasures in panic, but the netherine heavy water bats them aside as if they weigh nothing. A heartbeat later, the second man explodes into blood mist too. The last survivor barely blocks Lin Shen from the front, only to be finished by heavy water striking from behind. The whole exchange lasts only a few seconds, and back in the cave the Blood Sea sect watches all 3 scouts die in stunned silence. No one recognizes Lin Shen, and that only deepens the shock, because the 9 Sun sect was not supposed to have an unknown monster like this. Zheng Qingde braces to give the order, but Lin Shen suddenly charges straight for the cave instead. That open challenge enrages Zheng Qingde, and he orders everyone out to kill Lin Shen. The remaining 8 defenders surge from the formation point, still confident because fighting near their own array should favor them. The 2 sides collide near the entrance, and the real battle finally breaks open. Seeing their numbers and cultivation levels laid bare, Lin Shen decides not to drag this out. He summons 6 clones at once, and the Blood Sea sect is jolted by the sudden jump from 1 enemy to 7. The shock gets worse when the Blood Sea sect realizes these clones are nearly as strong as the real Lin Shen. Caught off guard, the Blood Sea sect loses 3 men almost instantly as the netherine heavy water blasts them apart. In a blink, the side that thought it had the numbers is outnumbered instead, and Zheng Qingde's face goes pale. Only now does Zheng Qingde understand that the strength Lin Shen showed outside was just the tip of the iceberg. With escape looking impossible, Zheng Qingde grits his teeth and throws himself into a desperate attack, hoping at least to leave Lin Shen badly hurt. But Zheng Qingde is nowhere near strong enough, and even his refined blood souls are burned away after clashing with the heavy water. Within about 10 seconds, the remaining Blood Sea cultivators are wiped out one after another, leaving Zheng Qingde alone. Cornered by Lin Shen and all 6 clones, Zheng Qingde dies unwillingly, and even his primordial spirit is smashed to ashes before it can escape. After the slaughter, Lin Shen calmly gathers the storage rings and checks what the Blood Sea sect was carrying. The haul is underwhelming, but Lin Shen does find the superior grade Heavenly Eye mirror and a bottle of 9 cauldron pills. He judges that 8 9 cauldron pills should be enough to push him into the 4th level of spirit nurturing. The real bonus is hidden in the fight itself, because Testify by killing triggers 3 times and pushes his netherine heavy water forward by another 18%. Pleased with how fast killing sharpens his cultivation, Lin Shen immediately starts taking over the formation point. Using Qi Dao's ring and Jade Slip instructions, he swaps the array flags and flips C3 into 9 Suns sect control. Once the spiritual surge settles, Lin Shen puts the formation point to work and calls his clones back into cultivation roles. The Sword Spirit Self-Clone keeps refining the Star Sword pill while the others switch to cultivating netherine heavy water. With the formation point and nearby underground river under his control, Lin Shen can pull in energy far more easily than before. As Densian energy pours into him, a faint luster appears in Lin Shen's chest aperture, and the primary form of netherine heavy water begins to condense again. Satisfied that this energy meridian is much faster than Goldstream Isle, Lin Shen settles fully into closed-door cultivation. 5 days flash by, and during that stretch Lin Shen uses the 9 cauldron pills to break through to the 4th level of spirit nurturing. With his clones and the energy meridian amplifying the process, he condenses 4 more drops of netherine heavy water in just 5 days. That pace leaves Lin Shen genuinely pleased, because more than 30 drops in a month would let him contend even with a cultivator who has condensed the seed of mystic light. But the quiet run ends there, because Lin Shen suddenly turns his gaze toward the cave entrance and senses a new threat closing in. After 5 days, the Blood Sea sect's counterattack finally arrives, with more than 10 cultivator masters surrounding the formation point from outside. Outside the misty cave, Guzhou studies the fallen formation point and still cannot make sense of how it was taken. Their intel says no major 9 Suns force came here, only a single aura that left camp 5 days ago and stopped nearby. That rumor sounds absurd, because no ordinary spirit-nurturing cultivator should be able to wipe out a defended point alone, especially with Xingqingda stationed there. Gushou's only explanation is even worse. Maybe the Nine Sun sect quietly sent a new genius who already condensed a mystic light seed. Even so, he keeps calm and tells Chao Yaochuan to check the cave properly. Chao Yaochuan activates a square heavenly eye mirror, one of the Blood Sea sect's battlefield treasures for tracking enemy movement. The reading comes back strangely. Inside the formation point, there is only one person. That answer chills the whole group, because it makes the impossible rumor sound real. Mei Kun forces the mood back up, arguing that even if the enemy condensed a mystic light seed, their team is still strong enough to fight. Gushou steadies himself too, trusting the strength of the late-stage Blood Sea sect squad behind him. He decides the only way to know the truth is to capture the person inside and force an answer out of him. The Blood Sea sect masters draw their treasures and rush straight at the formation point. Inside the cave, Lynchen senses them coming and coldly welcomes the chance to feed his testify by killing talent. Without hesitation, Lynchen summons 6 clones and charges out to meet them himself. Gushou's squad freezes in shock, because the mirror found one person, not 7 identical Lynchen bodies charging out of the cave. They quickly realize the extra figures are clones, but that only makes the situation feel more dangerous. Both sides slam into each other, and the fight at the formation point explodes instantly. The moment they trade blows, Gushou's side realizes these clones are absurdly strong and nowhere near ordinary decoys. That is when Gushou truly understands it. Lynchen really did crush this entire formation point by himself. Then Lynchen reveals his real killing move, sending more than 10 drops of netherine heavy water crashing toward one overconfident cultivator. The enemy misjudges the attack completely, and the crushing heavy water blows him apart into a cloud of blood. At the same time, Lynchen's clones release their own netherine heavy water, and several Blood Sea sect masters die almost instantly. Gushou recognizes netherine heavy water and shouts a warning, but the field is already turning into a massacre. What terrifies him even more is the scale of it. Lynchen controls 14 drops himself, and every clone can do the same. The loudest braggart gets trapped by 3 Lynchen clones and a storm of heavy water, then is obliterated on the spot. Watching his men die in seconds, Gushou realizes they cannot win and decides someone has to escape to report Lynchen. He shouts for the survivors to retreat, and the remaining Blood Sea sect cultivators immediately try to break away. Lynchen refuses to let a single witness escape and sends out his inkstone, tablet, and flying sword to pin one fleeing enemy down. At the same time, each of Lynchen's 6 clones locks down another target, cutting off every route out. One trapped cultivator gets smashed by Lynchen's treasures, spatters blood, and is finished off by the heavy water before he can recover. Lynchen immediately turns with one clone onto the next target, and kills him in just a few breaths. The hunt continues until Gushou is the only Blood Sea sect master left alive at the formation point. With no path left, Gushou makes one last furious gamble and charges straight at Lynchen, hoping to drag him down with him. Lynchen refuses him even that much, slipping back and leaving the clones to tear him apart instead. A moment later, Gushou falls under the clones' heavy water, and the entire Blood Sea sect squad is wiped out. After the slaughter, Lynchen calmly collects every storage ring and heads back into the cave. The loot is underwhelming, but Lynchen is satisfied when testified by killing triggers 5 times from this stronger batch of enemies. 3 triggers boost netherine heavy water by 21%, 1 raises the golden will lightning tome by 8%, and 1 pushes his cultivation ahead by another 10%. He would happily farm results like this every day, but he knows the Blood Sea sect will not throw another weak squad at him after such a disaster. Since no new attackers come, Lynchen settles back into quiet cultivation and keeps condensing netherine heavy water at the formation point. A month passes in peace, and Lynchen checks his progress after pouring most of his effort into this one divine power. His cultivation stage has only reached level 4 spirit nurturing at 18%, because most of his energy went into offense instead of raw advancement. That trade-off still pays off, because the golden will lightning tome breaks through to level 2 and hardens his body to the level of a middle-grade profound armament. His real leap is netherine heavy water reaching level 3, with 35 drops now stored in his chest aperture. With that much heavy water, Lynchen feels he can now stand against someone who has already condensed a mystic light seed, even without using clones. He regrets that his month here is ending, because another month at this enriched point could have pushed netherine heavy water to the next level again. For a moment, he even considers asking Elder Chi to assign him back to C3 later, because this place is perfect for training this technique. Then his attention shifts inward to the Star Sword pill in his dantian, now fully refined after a month of work. The Star Sword pill already moves like an extra limb, but Lynchen still has not tested how deadly it will be in real combat with the Dark North Sword scripture. He does not worry about finding a target, because the Spirit Cave is full of Blood Sea sect masters waiting to meet his sword sooner or later. Right then, Lynchen suddenly senses more than 10 cultivators approaching and instantly notices their aura is not from the Blood Sea sect. Judging from the energy signatures, Lynchen realizes the people coming to the formation point are fellow disciples from the Nine Suns sect who have arrived to replace him.